Anyone who's been around international assassin organizations knows I'm the only lunatic who dares to roam freely under my real name without a codename. Purple hair, brutal fights. I don't take jobs unless the danger level is sky high. Just as I was about to retire and wash my hands clean of the business, I found out the domineering CEO was planning to drain my sister's blood to save her pretty boy toy. Upon hearing the news, I rushed to the hospital and kicked the door open, only to see my sister on the verge of passing out from blood loss. The doctors instinctively looked toward the entrance, and the moment they saw me, their hearts clenched. The chilling aura I radiated was countless times more terrifying than Gu Shao's. The head doctor quickly snapped out of it and growled, "Do you have any idea where you are? Get out!" Before he could finish, I sent him flying with a kick. In a flash, I appeared beside a nurse, who instinctively tightened her grip on the nearly full blood-drawing syringe. I seized her wrist and bent it slightly. A piercing scream echoed through the blood collection room. Carefully, I pulled out the needle and placed the blood into the nearby processing machine. Once that was done, I gently inserted the replacement blood bag's needle into the girl's vein. As the blood returned to her body, her blurred vision gradually cleared. When she finally focused on the figure before her, she struggled to open her still heavy eyelids and murmured in a voice even softer than usual, "Brother?" She had seen photos of her brother, and though the man before her looked slightly different, she could feel it. This was the brother Grandma had said was long gone. My hand trembled imperceptibly as I pushed the syringe, but I smiled and replied, "Yeah." The three loyal subordinates who had followed me for years and were now standing at the doorway exchanged bewildered glances. Their boss always wore a smile, but they knew it was a facade. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined such genuine warmth could ever appear on his face. Just as the three were frozen in shock, a dozen burly bodyguards in black suddenly surrounded the blood collection room. Gu Shao, radiating an aura that warned strangers to stay away, stepped out from behind them. His face darkened murderously when he saw the girl's blood being transfused back into her body. Good. Very good. Apparently, his recent low profile had made some people forget the consequences of crossing him. He tilted his head slightly and coldly ordered the head bodyguard, "Take them away. Dispose of them." The head bodyguard bowed respectfully. "Yes, CEO." With a wave of his hand, he barked, "Seize them all." However, half a minute later, all the bodyguards, including the captain, lay on the ground, unable to suppress their groans of pain. Gu Shao looked at the three men surrounding her, a flicker of surprise flashing in her usually calm eyes. She hadn't expected these seemingly ordinary individuals to be so formidable, though it was merely a mild surprise. She regarded them coolly, her tone serene as if bestowing a favor, 10 million a year each to be my bodyguards or die. The three men were momentarily stunned. Even I, who had been focused on transfusing blood for my sister, couldn't help but look up, my gaze at Gu Shao filled with disbelief, as if she were an utter fool. Among the three, the strikingly handsome man in his mid-20s couldn't hold back a cold laugh. Being bodyguards is one thing, but offering just 10 million a year, who do you think you're insulting? This man was one of my closest subordinates and also known as the Emperor of Slaughter among the three emperors of the Imperial Palace Hell. Gu Shao heard Hell's words, and a shadowy glint flashed in his eyes. "In that case, the only outcome for you is death." The moment his words fell, his figure moved abruptly as he launched an attack on Hell. However, the instant he struck, a sharp pain shot through his right arm. Instinctively, he glanced at his arm only to see a wound nearly spanning its entire length, deep enough to reveal bone. Blood gushing from the injury soaked the fabric of his suit sleeve almost instantly. Under the excruciating pain, beads of cold sweat formed on Gu Shao's forehead in the blink of an eye. Hell toyed with the exquisitely crafted knife no longer than a finger in his hand, eyeing Gu Shao with amusement. "I already told you, a mere 10 million can't hire me. With your pitiful skills, you still dare to challenge me? Who are you?" Gu Shao asked coldly, enduring the pain in his arm. He had trained in martial arts under the guidance of a reclusive master since childhood, and his combat prowess ranked him among the top 10 in Yuncheng. Without exaggeration, even the number one fighter in Yuncheng couldn't have injured him so effortlessly. Yet, before this man, he had no chance to retaliate, not even a shred of resistance. For a fleeting moment, he had even sensed the looming threat of death. Hell sneered. "Someone of your status isn't qualified to know who I am." With a flick of his fingers, a rope swiftly bound Gu Shao's wrist. "Boss, how should we handle this?" Sasher, who was staring at the blood bag, looked up slightly. Didn't he want to save his fiancée? Get her fiancé first. Okay, boss. Half a minute later, the pale Lin Evening Night was carried into the blood collection room by Emperor Kill. Afterwards, she was thrown to the ground by Emperor Killer without any pity. Lin Evening Night didn't care about the pain of her body falling on the ground and immediately jumped to Gu Nighting's side. "Timothy, what kind of people are they? I'm so scared." Seeing Lin Evening Night's panicked appearance like a frightened bunny, Gu Nighting only felt that his heart was slowly clenched by a large hand. He wanted to calm Lin Evening Night but didn't know what to say. At this moment, a never-before-seen feeling of powerlessness swept over him. Sasher, who was handling the first tube of blood drawn from the boy at this moment, looked up once again. She stared at Lin Evening Night for 2 seconds before letting out a light laugh. I thought, what kind of stunning and wonderful person is this fiancé of your Cloud City Grand President, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of demonic that's all over the streets. A stormy, solemn aura appeared on Gu Nighting's already gloomy face. He clenched his fists in death, his not-so-sharp nails nearly sinking into his palms. No one had ever dared to talk about his woman like that. How dare she? Timing, I'm not the kind of woman she's talking about. She's a girl just like me. How can she say that about me? Lin Evening Night lightly trembled her pale lips and clutched Gu Nighting's leg with both hands as if she had been greatly insulted. Because her position was on the side of Gu Nighting's uninjured arm, she didn't see that Gu Nighting was injured. The situation at this moment, in her opinion, was nothing more than Sasher having a bit of a business relationship with Gu Nighting. Lin Evening Night dared to talk recklessly on the basis of a little capital in her hands. In the past, there were people who dared to say bad things about her, and after she inadvertently revealed it to Gu Nighting, those people disappeared. This woman in front of her dared to scold her in front of Gu Nighting, and she could already imagine Sasher's miserable appearance when she was made to die. Chapter 5. How could the president kneel for someone? Gu Nighting looked at his poor fiancé by his legs, desperately trying to hold back the urge to kill. His eyes were dead set on Sasher, and the voice coming out of his mouth was dangerous to the extreme. Woman, you're challenging my bottom line. When Lin Evening Night heard this, a trace of treacherous and spiteful color flashed steeply in her eyes as she looked at Sasher. This woman is finished. Completely finished. However, when Emperor Kill and the two people beside him heard this, the expressions on their faces were all somewhat unspeakable. Wasn't it said that this man was the president of Cloud City's #1 consortium, the Gu Group? This president was afraid that he wasn't a cutie. Right? Challenging your bottom line? As long as their boss wants to, your entire group can be vaporized in a day. Not to mention challenging your bottom line, even if you put your bottom line on the ground and crush it, that is also your honor. Sasher replaced the first tube of blood that had just been processed into a new blood bag, and then replaced it with the first blood bag that was already empty, before looking up at Gu Yiting and slowly hooking her lips. Bottom line? Coincidentally, this person of mine loves nothing more than to see how low other people's bottom line is. After she finished speaking, she raised her chin schematically at Emperor Kill. Hearing her command, Emperor Kill directly raised his foot and kicked lightly at the bend of Gu Nighting's knee. Boom! Gu Nighting's knees went weak and he knelt straight in front of Sasher. Intense pain emanated from Gu Nighting's knee, but at this moment, he only felt a tidal wave of shame sweeping over his heart. His pair of narrow eyes stared at Sasher in death, and that gaze was like a sharp knife that wanted to cut Sasher into pieces. Gu Nighting swore that if he didn't make the life in front of him worse than death, he would not be a human being in this life. At the same time, Lin Lianyan, who was originally hugging Gu Nighting's legs, was directly dumbfounded. What did she see? The overbearing, dictatorial, egotistical Gu Nighting kneeling down to a girl who was much younger than her? How could that be possible? How could someone as powerful as Gu Nighting give someone a knee? As if she didn't see Gu Nighting's gaze that couldn't wait to kill himself immediately, Sasher directly raised her hand and flung a large empty blood bag in front of Gu Nighting, and instructed Emperor Kill. Isn't his fiancé in need of blood? It's important to save people, so give his blood to his fiancé. Yes, boss. After responding, D-Killer immediately picked up the empty blood bag on the ground and pulled off the needle's plastic cap. And one of the men beside him kicked Gu Nighting in the back. A muffled grunt came out of Gu Nighting's mouth, and a cold, handsome face directly made a close contact with the ground. When Gu Nighting slumped to the ground, the two men directly pressed down on Gu Nighting's arms so that he couldn't move the slightest bit. Emperor Killer skillfully stuck the needle into Gu Nighting's veins, and immediately, gurgling bright red blood quickly surged within the blood bag. What are you guys doing? No, don't. Lin Evening Night came back to her senses from the shock and desperately tried to block the trio's blood-drawing maneuver. Emperor Killer raised his hand and flicked it at Lin Evening Night. Lin Evening Night's body was like a kite with broken strings, suddenly being lifted out 3 to 4 meters away, rolling twice on the ground before coming to a stop. At this moment, Gu Yiting, whose face was close to the ground, heard the movement and his heart shrunk violently. In the next moment, he somewhat stiffly inclined his head to look at where Lin Evening Night was. When he saw Lin Evening Night's bumped forehead, he immediately struggled with all his might. However, it was as if his arms were clamped by 2 iron pincers, completely unable to move the slightest bit. Lin Evening Night froze as she looked at Gu Yiting, who was being forced to draw blood in an extremely humiliating position at this moment, and couldn't control herself as she gently shook her head. How is it possible? Gu Yiting, who had always been able to strategize and control the lives and deaths of everyone, how could he be in such a sorry state? It's not true. None of this was true. As Lin Evening Night's worldview was gradually collapsed by the reality in front of her, the blood within the blood bag by Gu Nighting's hand grew more and more. A blood bag quickly filled up. Emperor Kill pulled the needle out. He didn't do anything with the blood or the needle and walked directly towards Lin Evening Night not far away. Gu Nighting finally panicked completely when he saw D-Killer's actions. You dare! Emperor Killer couldn't help but hook his lips at his words. Dare? What in this world did he not dare to do except for what was about his boss? Lin Evening Night watched in horror as Emperor Killer got closer and closer to her. At this moment, it was as if she saw death approaching her. She moved her body back in extreme fear. No, I don't match his blood type, it will kill me, you guys will die if you do this. Emperor Kill walked in front of her and squatted down, a bony hand controlled both of Lin Evening Night's arms without saying a word. No, don't. Lin Evening Night desperately shook her head, using all her strength to try to break free from Emperor Killer's control. However, she couldn't move. She couldn't move at all. Stop. I'll give you whatever you want, let her go. Gu Beicheng saw the needle getting closer and closer to Lin Evening Night, and finally chose to compromise. However, Emperor Killer acted as if he hadn't heard him, and his movements didn't pause for a second. Stop. I'm telling you to stop. If anything happens to her today, the entire Gu clan will be at war with you. Your families, classmates, friends, anyone who has the slightest connection to you will all die. Sasher looked at the crazy Gu Beicheng, faintly smiled and said, since you have said so, it seems, today can't let you leave here alive. Chapter 6 If I say no? Gu Beicheng's heart suddenly shrunk as he listened to Sasher's calm but not half-joking tone. But the next moment, he suddenly laughed, seemingly laughing at Sasher's naivety. Kill me? If I die, the consequences are not something you can afford. At those words, the smile at the corner of Sasher's mouth deepened a few points. Is that so? I really want to know what people I can't kill. After saying that, she flung another largest blood bag in front of Gu Beicheng and then looked at the two people controlling Gu Beicheng and continued to pump until his blood was drained. One of them respectfully answered yes. Without delay, he picked up the blood bag and after pulling off the needle cap, the needle was once again stuck into Gu Beicheng's veins. Meanwhile, Lin Evening Night, who had been stabbed in the veins by the needle and Emperor Killer, was already terrified to the extreme. She almost instinctively shouted, "Save me! Timothy, save me! I don't want to die, I don't want to die yet!" At this moment, where was half of her previous bewitching softness? In front of death, she was so unbearable. Who are you people? Just then, a 35 or 36-year-old, extremely handsome-looking uncle appeared at the door of the blood collection room with quick steps. Following behind him were dozens of Gu Group bodyguards. As the handsome uncle looked at Gu Beicheng and Lin Evening Night's wretched appearance, a murderous chill covered his handsome face. In an instant, an even more domineering aura than Gu Beicheng's surroundings spread out from his body. When Gu Beicheng heard the words, he immediately tried to turn his head to look at the door. When he saw the visitor, a flash of joy suddenly flashed across his eyes, which had always been devoid of emotion. Little uncle? That's right, this handsome uncle was none other than Gu Beicheng, the family head of the Gu Group and also the person in charge of the gray area of Cloud City. He and Gu Beicheng were one in the light and one in the dark, one controlling the number 1 consortium in the light of Cloud City, and the other controlling the gray forces of Cloud City. By the wall, Lin Evening Night saw the visitor, as if she had seen a savior, and screamed frantically. Little uncle, save me. They're giving me Beicheng's blood, our blood types don't match, I'll die if this goes on. Gu Beicheng coldly glanced at Lin Evening and coldly ordered to Sasher. Release the person to me. He could tell at a glance that Sasher, who was sitting leisurely in a chair, was the centerpiece of several people. Sasher looked at Gu Beicheng indifferently and asked nonchalantly, "What if I say no?" Gu Beicheng's face steeply chilled. He suddenly took large steps towards Sasher. As the distance between him and Sasher continued to shrink, the cold aura around him became more and more dense. If Sasher was just an ordinary person, I'm afraid that he would already want to kneel at his feet under the compulsion of this aura. However, Sasher just watched his movements with a small, flat face. When she saw that the other party was almost 3 meters away from her, she suddenly flicked her small hand. Snort! A silver needle flew out steeply. Gu Beicheng subconsciously tried to dodge. However, by the time the thought arose in his mind, the silver needle had already pierced the acupuncture point on his chest. His body suddenly lost its strength. If it wasn't for his strong will, he would have already collapsed on the ground by now. Sasher's small face looked at him faintly. I only want Gu Beicheng and Lin Evening Night's lives, now get out and I can forget about you. If you scare my brother, I want you and the entire Gu family to be buried with you. Listening to Sasher's light but more domineering voice than his, Gu Beicheng's eyes steeply flashed with killing intent. Going against the Gu family in Cloud City was not a wise choice. Sasher hooked her lips, then I would like to see what the consequences of being unwise will be. Little uncle, save me. Lin Evening Night's voice had trembled extremely. Nearly half of the blood in the blood bag had been transfused into her body, and she had already felt a very obvious headache and chest tightness. Right now, she felt like she would die at any moment. Gu Beicheng looked deeply at Sasher for a moment, and then he swept Lin Evening for a second before his eyes finally landed on Gu Beicheng. At this time, Gu Beicheng's face was already extremely pale, which was a sign of excessive blood loss. Looking at the Gu Beicheng's bodyguards who had collapsed on the ground, Gu Beicheng understood that the people he had brought with him would not be a match for Sasher and the others. After struggling internally for a moment, he finally took a deep breath and tried to lower himself a few notches. Let them go, what do you want, you can talk about it. If you enter the door as this attitude, I really do not have the heart to soften and let them go, but now, it is too late. You don't want to be forced to eat the penalty wine. Gu Beicheng was completely enraged. Sasher looked at him, and the smile at the corner of her mouth suddenly faded a few points. The next moment, she flung her small hand once again. Snort! 2 silver needles pierced through the air and directly stuck into Gu Beicheng's knees. Boom! Gu Beicheng's knees went weak and he knelt straight down towards Xiaoxi. Chapter 7. How could this young girl be so powerful? Family Master. The 10 or so bodyguards behind Gu Beicheng hurriedly swarmed up. Sasher faintly swept a glance at the crowd, her small hand lightly shaking. Snort, snort, snort. Dozens of silver needles flew out almost simultaneously, accurately stabbing into everyone's body. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bodyguards fell softly to the ground in unison. When Gu Beicheng and Gu Nighting on the ground saw this, their eyes couldn't help but widen a few points. Sasher's strength had already exceeded the realm of their cognizance. Beside the wall, Lin Evening Night saw this and her pupils abruptly shrunk to the size of a pinhole. How could this be possible? How could this young girl be so powerful? One must know that Gu Beicheng was an even more powerful figure than Gu Nighting. In her cognizance, no one was more powerful than Gu Beicheng. But what did she see now? Not only was Gu Nighting forced to kneel in front of a little girl, but now even Gu Beicheng was kneeling? Soon, the shock in Lin Evening Night's eyes gradually receded, and a thick despair, bit by bit, clouded her eyes. And in the midst of that despair, a deep unwillingness was also derived. She was only 24 years old. Her great life had just begun. She didn't want to die. She didn't want to die yet. What should she do? What should she do now? Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she fiercely looked at Sasher. Then, she twisted her body extremely hard and adjusted her posture into a kneeling position facing Sasher. At the same time, she used all her strength to shout at Sasher. Let me go, please let me go. It wasn't me who drew your brother's blood, it was Gu Yating, he ordered it. I advised him many times, but he wouldn't listen, insisting that a blood transfusion would help me recover faster. This has nothing to do with me. It really has nothing to do with me. It's Gu Yiting's fault. It's all Gu Nighting's fault. Gu Nighting, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stiffened. In the next moment, he looked at Lin Evening Night incredulously. At this moment, he even suspected that he had a problem with his ears. How could his so simple and kind fiancé say such words? Seeing Lin Evening Night's desperate plea for mercy, Sasher looked at Gu Yating with some amusement. Gu Nighting, did you hear that? Now, do you still think there's something wrong with me calling her a demonic? Gu Nighting was silent. He had never dreamed that his fiancée, whom he had always taken care of, would say such words. However, while Gu Nighting didn't say anything, Lin Evening Night was nodding her head like crazy. That's right, I'm the demonic you're talking about. Let me go, please let me go. You said so, then I. When Lin Evening Night heard this, her heart immediately gave birth to a strong ecstasy. At the same time, a trace of imperceptible resentment crossed her eyes. As long as she survived today, in the future, she would definitely whip the one in front of her and make her die in the most painful way possible. However, Sasher was in the middle of her sentence, but her words changed. Then I naturally can't let you off even more. What I hate the most is demonic ES like you, one death, one less. Lin Evening Night's face abruptly stiffened. She had been tricked? However, despite realizing that Sasher was teasing her like a mouse, she still didn't die. She held on to her last glimmer of hope to advise Sasher. Killing is against the law. If I die, according to the law, you will have to pay for my life. Sasher sniffed and shook her head in amusement. Gu Nighting dared to blatantly draw out my brother's blood, this thing called the law, don't say me, ask yourself if you care? Just at the moment when Sasher's words fell, an icy voice suddenly came in from outside the door. You don't even care about the law? What a big mouth. Chapter 8, Break His Legs. As the voice rang out, a man in his 40s, dressed in the uniform of the inspectorate, walked into the blood collection room with several inspectors in quick steps. Director Zhang looked at the crowd of bodyguards collapsed on the floor and visibly froze for a moment. Seeing the visitor, Lin Evening looked like she had grabbed the last straw and frantically hissed. Director Zhang! Chief Zhang, she's going to kill me, you quickly arrest her. Shoot her, shoot her. I don't know if it was because of Lin Evening Night's words, but after entering the door, Director Zhang suddenly pulled out the weapon on his waist, and the black hole of the weapon's mouth was directly aimed at Sasher's head. Emperor Killer's 3 people's faces suddenly chilled when they saw the director's movements. Gu Beicheng's voice was icy cold as he said, kill her, I'll take care of the rest. And in the face of the weapon that could fire at any time, the light smile on Sasher's small face remained the same. Zhang Lin, 5 years ago when I left the Cloud City jail, you were still a small jailer. This person is promoted quickly. It is a nobleman who forgets a lot of things. Director Zhang froze violently at his words. In the next moment, as if he suddenly thought of something, his eyes abruptly widened. You are. Then, he lowered his weapon with lightning speed. The entire body actually trembled slightly without knowing whether it was due to excitement or fear. You came out from that place? Sasher did not answer his words, but instead asked in a faint voice, "Today is a matter between me and the Gu family, are you sure you want to be in charge?" Director Zhang's face stiffened. He slowly turned his head to look at Gu Beicheng beside him, hesitated for a moment or opened his mouth. "Gu family master, I can't control today's matter. However, I would advise you that if you can reconcile, try to reconcile as much as possible." The scene in the Cloud City prison back then, he still felt a chill when he thought about it now. And this initiator, that year was only 14 years old. After that, he was sent to that place of 9 deaths. He had heard that those who were sent to that place, as long as they didn't die, would surely be a great person who shocked the party when they came out. Thinking about her terrifying strength back then, he already didn't dare to think about how terrifying this person had become today. Reconciliation? Gu Beicheng's sword brows slowly knitted up. He had already worked with Director Zhang for many years, and Director Zhang knew almost all of his cards and means. But despite that, Director Zhang still advised him to reconcile. This young girl, what kind of person is she in the end? Thinking of this, Gu Beicheng's gaze towards Sasher revealed an unprecedented solemnity. He sighed lightly and finally put his tone to the softest, "Release nighting and evening, my Gu family is willing to pay any price." "Any price?" Sasher lightly laughed, seemingly amused, seemingly disdainful. "I want to destroy your entire family, but a word of matter, today the 2 of them must die." Gu Nighting stared straight at Sasher's eyes for a moment, and then slowly turned his head to look at Director Zhang. "Kill her, and I will give you half of the Gu family's wealth." A thick, bitter smile appeared on Director Zhang's face. "Gu family master, half of your Gu family's wealth is indeed tempting, but you have to have the life to enjoy it even if you have money." Gu Beicheng was silent. And then, he looked seriously at Sasher. "I don't know why Director Zhang is so afraid of you, but no matter how strong your identity and background is, can it be stronger than the War Department? Night Timing's father is a 1-star senior commander of the War Ministry and has made countless war achievements for the Xia Kingdom. If anything happens to Knight Timothy today, even if you have a great background, you will never be able to stand alone. After all, Knight Ting didn't cause any substantial harm to your brother. I'll let Knight Ting apologize to you, and the Gu family will also make some compensation. How about that?" Hearing Gu Beicheng's words, Sasher's eyes slightly converged. It wasn't that she was afraid of this 1-star senior commander of the Gu family. Rather, she understood that almost every character who could reach this level would have countless dark wounds on their bodies. It was no exaggeration to say that they had dedicated their entirety to the Xia Kingdom. After a slight hesitation, Sasher looked towards Gu Yuding, whose gaze was already a bit lax at this point due to the loss of blood. With that, she signaled the 2 people controlling Gu Nighting to stop for a moment. The 2 men nodded slightly, and then pulled the needle off of Gu Nighting's arm. Seeing this, Gu Beicheng couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this crazy woman wasn't afraid of everything. Otherwise, even if Gu Fengnian had a high title in the War Ministry, he wouldn't be able to save Gu Nighting's life. However, without waiting for his breath to be completely relieved, the words that came out of Sasher's mouth made his heart tighten once again. "For the sake of his father, I can spare his life. But he just threatened me and even tried to kill everyone who was close to me. A mortal sin can be avoided, but a living sin is hard to escape. Break his 2 legs." Author's note: surprisingly, there will be babies who think Gu Nighting or Gu Beicheng is the male lead? The author can solemnly tell you that it's not. It can't be. Chapter 9, The Big Man of the War Department? Is. Without saying a word, the 2 men controlling Gu Yiding slammed one of their fists into Gu Yiding's legs. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! The sound of 2 leg bones shattering seemed particularly abrupt in the silent blood collection room. Well. Under the intense pain, the lax-eyed Gu Yiding instantly came to his senses. At the same time, Gu Beicheng's fist steeply clenched. He thought that Sasher had chosen to call it quits after realizing the identity of Gu Nighting's father. He thought that not only would Sasher not deal with Gu Nighting again next, she would also carefully apologize. But how could he not expect Sasher to directly have someone waste Gu Nighting's legs without saying a word? "Help! Help me!" By the wall, at this time, Lin Evening Night was already dying, but her mouth was still murmuring softly in a low voice. However, as this last plea for help fell, her hand suddenly dropped. This beautiful woman who had mesmerized Gu Nighting had, thus, perished. "Well, my brother needs to rest, so let's call it a day." "Oh yeah, I can let it go, but the harm you've done to my brother can't just be forgotten. Within 3 days, I want the Gu family to give me a statement, otherwise, I don't mind paying a visit in person. Send off." As Sasher's words fell, the 2 people beside Gu Yiting suddenly got up and directly carried Gu Yiting, who was in pain and covered in cold sweat, out. Director Zhang looked at Gu Beicheng, whose eyes looked as if he wanted to break Sasher into pieces, and after hesitating for a moment, he still carefully assisted him towards the blood collection room. When he left the door of the blood collection room, Gu Beicheng's cold, frosty eyes stared at Sasher and opened his mouth. "Want to say? You can." Tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, come to the foot of Qingyun Peak. I will not only give you a satisfactory statement, but also send you a big gift. Sasher raised an eyebrow. Good, but I say in advance, if your gift let me down, not to mention the Gu family has a 1-star senior commander, even if there is a big chief, I will let you understand the consequences of hurting my brother. Gu Beicheng sniffed. That gaze at Sasher was like looking at a dead person. Tomorrow, he will let this woman who doesn't know the sky and the earth understand what kind of existence a 1-star senior commander of the War Department is. Boss, what about these doctors and nurses? After Gu Beicheng left, Emperor Kill glanced at the doctors and nurses on the ground who had already slowed down from the severe pain, and asked Sasher with a respectful face. Sasher swept a glance at the crowd and faintly said, Kill. The crowd of doctors and nurses on the ground were so frightened by Sasher's sentence that their hearts almost stopped. Judging from the corpse of Lin Evening Night placed on the side, they had no doubt about the authenticity of Sasher's words. Emperor Kill hesitated for a moment, but finally admonished stiffly. Boss, if it's outside the domain, it's fine to kill. I'm afraid that suddenly killing so many people in the Xia kingdom will be a bit troublesome. Sasher sniffed and looked at the doctors and nurses again. Just as the crowd was getting hairy in her heart, she held her brother whose blood had all been transfused back into his body, and while walking towards the door, she commanded, cut off his arms and legs, and throw him out. Yes. No, don't. You guys don't come over. Ah. As Sasher left the blood collection room, a mournful scream rang out behind her. And just as Sasher walked to the next room and gently placed the boy on the bed, the combatant who had previously helped Sasher to check the location of the one wearing the blue ear diamonds quickly walked over to Sasher. Boss, I have found out the exact location of that treasure that you have been searching for. Hearing this, even Sasher, who had always been unperturbed, could not help but be a little moved. Where is it? This time, when she rushed back from the extraterritorial battlefield where the war situation was urgent, her main purpose was not to attend the meeting held in the highest conference room, nor was she looking for her good grandmother to settle the score, but rather, she had found out that the thing that was enough to allow her to sweep everything in the extraterritorial battlefield was within the Xia kingdom. As long as she obtained that thing, the Xia kingdom, which was now being oppressed by several countries joining forces in the extraterrestrial battlefield, would directly reverse its passive and beaten situation. At that time, she would lead millions of generals and soldiers to press straight into the nests of those several countries. She would show those extraterritorial countries that looked down on the Xia kingdom who was the master of this world. At the Mu family. Hearing the reply from Di Qi, Sasher suddenly laughed. Ha! What a coincidence! Originally, even if she didn't find out that thing was in the Mu family, she would still make a trip. After all, if it wasn't for the fact that old lady Mu had forced the original owner of this body to marry that 60-something-year-old lecher of the Jiang family in order to curry favor with that intermediate commander of the Jiang family 5 years ago, the original owner wouldn't have accidentally killed the other party. And she, too, would not have been reborn in this body after the old lady smacked the original owner to death. Thinking of this, Sasher looked down at her younger brother Xia Zichen, who was still frowning tightly on the bed even in his sleep. 5 years ago personally killed his own granddaughter, and today he wants to drain his grandson's blood and sell it to the Gu family, a good old lady of the Mu family. Ah. Palace Master. Oh no, Commander Xia, is your brother alright? Right at this moment, Zhang Yunting, who became a 1-star senior commander at the age of 28 and is considered a legend of the War Department, finally rushed over. However, at this moment, this War Department legend's face was filled with apprehension and respect as he looked towards Sasher. It should be known that the person in front of him, at the age of 14, entered the Xia Kingdom's War Department. At the age of 15, she had led the 9 warriors that she had personally promoted, and had set up the Imperial Palace in the extraterritorial area, which had now become one of the top forces in the world. Now she is a 3-star senior commander standing at the top of the War Department, infinitely close to the existence of that position. And he, 3 years ago, was a member of the Imperial Palace created by Xia Xia. 3 years ago, due to the needs of the Imperial Palace, he entered the Xia Kingdom's War Department and became a senior commander of the War Department. Sasher didn't reply, but commanded in a faint voice, let's go. Come with me to the Mu family. Zhang Yunting heard Sasher's words and hurriedly nodded his head, immediately instructing his men who followed him to send a message to the Mu family. Have someone inform the Mu family that I will go over to the old lady's birthday banquet tonight. 2 minutes later, the Mu family, the banquet hall. Mother, good news. Good news. Old Mrs. Mu, who was sitting in the main seat of the hall, looked at the middle-aged man who hurriedly ran here and frowned as she reprimanded. Isn't it just the Gu family giving $1 million? What's all the fuss about? Moreover, that $1 million, but I took my own grandson's life in exchange, but not your share. The middle-aged man who came running, and is now the head of the Mu family, gasped and shook his head. Mom, it's not $1 million, it's a big shot from the War Ministry who is coming over for your birthday banquet. The old lady's hand turning the Buddha beads suddenly gave a start. A big shot from the War Ministry? Yes. The person who passed on the message was none other than a close associate of 1-star senior commander Zhang Yunting. Snap. As the Mu family head's words fell, the Buddha beads in the old lady's hand suddenly fell to the ground. However, she didn't care at all about this string of Buddha beads that she usually regarded as a treasure, and violently stood up, her voice filled with an undisguised joy and excitement. Is this true? That Commander Jiang Yunting's close friend I know, it can't be fake. The old lady's breath hitched when she heard this. Jiang Yunting might be visiting the Mu family. Moreover, it was likely to come to celebrate her birthday. If Jiang Yunting really came, the time for her Mu family to be promoted to a first-tier family in Cloud City would be tonight. Thinking that her wish that she had worked for many years but had not yet achieved, and was about to give up on, would soon be realized, the old lady was trembling with excitement. Chapter 10, The Visit of a Big Man. Quickly! Change tonight's birthday banquet into a banquet of the highest caliber. Bring over the ivory chairs that I have yet to sit on in my room. By the way, all the ladies of the Mu family with good looks, married and unmarried, are to be dressed up and must all come to the banquet tonight. Whoever can keep Commander Jiang for one night, I will give her 10% of the Mu family's fortune. The head of the Mu family nodded his head. Yes, I'll do it right now. The old lady saw the Mu family heads hurriedly departing back. Her excitement could not be calmed for a long time. God bless the Mu family. God bless my Mu family. After a long time, the Mu family lord's figure reappeared. Mother, the things you ordered have been arranged, but sister-in-law is not in the clan. Snap. The old lady slapped the armrest with force. Didn't I tell her not to leave the Mu family for half a step before? So this is treating my words as if they've fallen on deaf ears? I heard that today is the day that sister-in-law's daughter will be released from prison, and sister-in-law went to wait at the entrance of the prison in Cloud City before dawn. Bring her back to me. In addition, send someone to guard the prison gate, and when you see the dead girl directly arrest her back. I want to personally deal with that scourge. The Mu family head nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, I'll have someone go there now. Let's go, follow me to the door to greet Commander Jiang. Command down, everyone in the Mu family today, give me a desperate bash. Whoever dares to upset Commander Jiang, I will take his life. Half an hour later, everyone in the Mu family gathered at the front door, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Jiang Yunting. Mom, do you think Commander Jiang will really come? In front of the gate, 24 or 25 years old, dressed up in a full dress, Mu Schwanger, the daughter of the Mu family's main daughter, looked at the exquisitely made-up woman beside her and asked, how can there be a mistake? I was right next to Commander Jiang when that close friend of his came over to notify. The one who replied back was none other than the Mu family lord's wife and Sasher's second aunt, Tang Roland. Saying that, she looked towards her daughter whose looks could only be considered moderate. Frost, you have to know that a lot of things are more important than looks, those things that mom usually teaches you, it's time to put them to use. On the side, the Mu family head nodded with deep thought when he heard Tang Roland's words. He also spoke extremely seriously. Schwanger, your mom is right, perform well in front of Commander Jiang in a moment. If you can marry into the Jiang family, those few sisters who look down on you are not even worthy of lifting your shoes. Mu Schwanger nodded her head seriously after hearing this. But then, she asked with some uneasiness, how old is that Commander Jiang? It won't be an ugly one, right? Mom had found someone to ask around. Commander Jiang just turned 28 years old in January. Before entering the War Department, he had always been a school grass-level character. You will definitely be satisfied when you see him. Hearing Tang Roland's words, Mu Schwanger then put her heart down. At the same time, her gaze towards the end of the road couldn't help but reveal a bit of longing. A few moments later, a special off-road vehicle for the War Ministry stopped in front of the Mu family's main gate. As the Mu family looked at the stopped vehicle, their faces could not hide their excitement. This Commander Jiang was a figure on the same level as those on the usual TV. But such an existence had personally come to celebrate their old lady's birthday today. Their Mu family's hope of soaring to greatness was just around the corner. Then, under everyone's tense and expectant gaze, the car door slowly opened. However, when the Mu family's crowd saw the person who stepped down from the car, they all violently froze in place. Chapter 11 Kneel down for me. Dead girl, how come it's you? After an instant of silence, the old lady's shrill voice abruptly sounded. Although Sasher's features had grown quite a bit, the old lady was incomparably certain that the young girl in front of her was the very same little that had caused her Mu family to be hated by the Jiang family and terminated all cooperation 5 years ago. When the rest of the Mu family heard this, they all furrowed their brows, and that gaze towards Sasher revealed a strong aversion. I told you why it looked so familiar, so it was that bereaved star from 5 years ago. How did she get down from the War Ministry's car? I heard that she was released today after her sentence was completed. I guess she did well in jail and the current prison is more humane, so I let someone send her back. This kind of person, how could she still have the face to return to the Mu family? Sasher's gaze slowly swept over the Mu family's crowd. Eventually, her eyes landed on the old lady's still mean face, and the corner of her mouth hooked up into a temperatureless smile. I'm back, aren't you welcome? Old Mrs. Mu looked at her smile and a sense of palpitation suddenly arose in her heart. However, without waiting for the old lady to say anything, second Aunt Tang Roland suddenly stood out. The gaze she looked at Sasher was like she was looking at something dirty. Welcome? Do you know how badly you harmed the Mu family back then? If you hadn't murdered Elder Jiang, the Mu family would have become a first-tier family in Cloud City long ago. Mu Schwanger beside her hurriedly nodded her head in agreement. Sasher, Grandma was able to let you marry back then, that was because she looked up to you. When you were honestly a wife to Master Jiang, you would have eaten and drank well by now. Why would you have become a lowly prisoner of labor? If I were you, I would have killed myself in prison because I had no face to face the family that raised you, but if I had some self-respect, I wouldn't have survived, much less left the prison and returned to the Mu family immediately, begging the family to take you in like a dog. Saying that, Mu Schwanger took a few steps forward and walked in front of Sasher. She pulled out $500 bills from her body and flung them at her feet, looking down at Sasher. There is no way that the Mu family can take in a cheap bastard like you, but you want money, I can give it to you. Here is $500, kneel down at my feet and pick these up, they are yours. When the rest of the Mu family saw this, their gazes towards Sasher were cold. White-eyed wolf, you are the sinner of the Mu family, what qualifications do you have to return to the Mu family to grab the family property from us? You've caused the Mu family so much misery and still won't give up? Kneel down. Pick up the money and get the hell out of here. Hearing the words of the Mu family's crowd, the scorn in Mu Schwanger's eyes intensified a few points. Little, kneel down for me. After saying that, she suddenly raised her foot and was about to kick Sasher's knee. However, just at the moment she raised her foot. Slap. An extremely crisp slap sound resounded. Ah! Mu Schwanger screamed miserably and was directly slapped out of the room. Instantly, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The Mu family's crowd stared blankly at Sasher, all of them looking like they were dumbfounded. However, very quickly, Tang Roland, who was a mother, snapped back to her senses. Frost child. She ran to Mu Schwanger's side as fast as she could, checking up on her injuries. Hearing the sound, one by one, the Mu family members also came back to their senses one after another. Hitting someone? You still dare to hit someone? Little, you have harmed the Mu family so miserably, but you still dare to hit Miss Frost who kindly gave you a handout? Miss Frost treats you well, how can you be so kind as to repay me with a grudge? Old Mrs. Mu was also trembling with anger. You are just an ungrateful one. Under extreme anger, she shouted without thinking at a few bodyguards behind her who were temporarily hired to maintain order at the birthday banquet. Come on people. Get me this bastard who eats in the Mu family to death. My wife will be responsible for any loss of life. However, the old lady's words fell, but the bodyguards did not move. Can't you understand human language? The Mu family doesn't spend money on hiring losers, so why don't you do it? Still no movement. Are you deaf? I said. However, without waiting for her to finish. The next moment, a young but calm and majestic voice suddenly entered the ears of every member of the Mu family. There's no need to shout, these temporary bodyguards you hired are all from the War Ministry, their duty is to protect you, not to be your fighters. As the words fell, a straight figure crashed into the line of sight of the Mu family members. Seeing Jiang Yunting coming down from the car, the old lady's body violently froze in place. Jiang. Chapter 12 Poem Smacking Evil Grandma. Old Mrs. Mu subconsciously wanted to call out the title of Commander Jiang, but under the extreme shock, she was like a duck that had been strangled, and she could not call out that title. She didn't understand. Didn't understand how Jiang Yunting could be in the car? Wasn't this car used by the prison to transport prisoners? What qualifications did this trash Sasher have to share a car with Jiang Yunting, the big shot that the Mu family had to desperately flatter? However, the old lady was able to hold power in the Mu family for so many years, so she was quite a character. Soon, she tried her best to suppress the shock within her heart and tried to make her old face squeeze out a smile. Commander Jiang, I'm straight. The words I just said about this girl may have been a bit heavy, but even if I spoke heavily, I'm still her own grandmother, and those words were all for her own good, so don't mind me, she said. Sasher suddenly laughed when she heard the old lady's words. It's all for my own good? Good one, all for my good. Since that's the case, I don't mind returning the favor. After saying that, she slowly raised her feet and walked towards the old lady step by step. As the distance between Sasher and the old lady became shorter and shorter, the old lady clearly felt an invisible pressure assaulting her. That overbearing and incomparable aura pressed her to the point where she could hardly breathe. Little beast. Slap. A crisp slap sounded at first on the old lady's face. Instantly, 3 teeth flew out of her mouth. This slap hit you for being obsessed with wealth and disregarding the lives of your blood relatives. The old lady was directly confused by this slap. However, didn't wait for her to regain her senses. Splat. Another slap was dealt to her old face. This slap, to beat you for leaning on your old age, in vain of being a mother and elder. Slap. This slap, to beat you. Snap. Slap. 9 slaps in a row were viciously thrown on the old lady's face. By the time the last slap fell, all the teeth in her mouth had been knocked out by Xia, and her legs could no longer support her body and she suddenly fell to the ground. Little, I'm your grandmother. How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? However, even though she was beaten like this, the old lady still questioned angrily with that leaky mouth. The surrounding Mu family members were all stunned by Sasher's vicious actions. Who would tell them what was going on? They remembered that 5 years ago, Sasher didn't even dare to let out a single fart in front of the old lady. Today, Sasher dared to slap her own grandmother in public? Is she crazy? Sure? Without waiting for Sasher to make her next move, an uncertain voice suddenly came from the side. Sasher followed the voice and looked. She saw a woman who was as thin as skin and bones, looking at herself with moist eyes. Mom! Sasher spat out the word almost out of instinct. When Xia's mother heard the name Sasher called out, her body suddenly trembled lightly. She carefully stepped away and walked to the front and back of Sasher, her face already covered with tear stains. Sasher, it's really your mom who has finally met you. Sasher smiled faintly and opened her arms to embrace her mother. Xia's mother felt the real touch, 2 lines of clear tears once again slid down from her eyes. Sasher is back, finally back, it's good to be back. However, Xia's mother did not hug Sasher for a long time before she felt a cold line of sight staring at her. She subconsciously turned her head to look. Upon seeing the old lady's snake-like vicious gaze, she couldn't control her body from shivering. Look at the good daughter you raised. Hearing the old lady's words, which were slurred but permeated with endless spite, Xia's mother's breathing steeply tightened. She hurriedly pulled up Sasher's small hand. Sasher, quickly go, let's quickly leave here. Having been in the Mu family for many years, she knew how terrifying the old lady was. Sasher had already offended her. If she didn't run away, she would die, they would all die. Feeling the rough sandpaper-like palms of Xia's mother, a strong sense of sourness rushed out from Sasher's heart. Another emotion from the original owner of this body. Sasher faintly swept a glance at the old lady and spoke out to pacify Xia's mother. Mom, with me here, you will be fine. When the old lady heard Sasher's words, her heart was suddenly a bit bottomless. However, when she thought of Sasher, who was a cowardly waste in the past, and when she thought of Sasher coming to the Mu family to beg for food just after she got out of jail today, she had the bottom of her heart again at that moment. Yuro, since Sasher is your daughter, it's up to you to personally teach her a lesson. Now I order you to break her legs. Otherwise, you and her will both be expelled from the Mu family. Chapter 13. One snapping finger breaks old lady's legs. Mother Xia's breathing steeply tightened as she heard this. Expelled from the Mu family? Sasher had just been released from prison. She still hoped that Sasher could enter the academy to learn knowledge. Moreover, even if it was part-time, it was almost impossible to find a job with a case record like Sasher's. And there was no way for her to go out and work in order to take care of her young son. If they were expelled from the Mu family, the 3 of them, mother and daughter, were afraid that they would really be starved to death. And even if they weren't starved to death, with the old lady's ruthless nature, she wouldn't let them live. Thinking of this, Xia's mother quickly let go of Sasher and looked at the old lady with a pleading face and said, Mom, poor discipline is my fault. You can punish me however you want. Sasher's life has just begun. Please spare Sasher. Saying that, Xia's mother stepped forward and was about to kneel down for the old lady. However, without waiting for her knees to land, Sasher suddenly stopped her movement. Sasher's pair of eyes that usually always carried a few smiles had completely chilled at this time. This Mu family, I had no intention of letting my mother and brother continue to stay, and now since you took the initiative to open your mouth, it saves some trouble. As for breaking my legs. Speaking here, Sasher slowly hooked up the corner of her lips. In the next moment, she suddenly raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Ka-ching! Click! 2 rattling sounds of breakage abruptly came out from old Mrs. Mu's 2 knees. Ah! At once, a mournful scream came out from old Madame Mu's mouth. The intense pain caused old Madame Mu to nearly fall into a fainting spell. Dead girl, what have you done to me? Sasher looked at her faintly. Didn't you want to break my legs? They are all legs, whose is it not to break? Tang Ruolin, who was squatting beside Mu Schwanger, was the first to return to her senses and hurriedly rebuked Sasher. Sasher, she is your own grandmother. How could you do this to her? And at this time, Mu Schwanger also slowed down a bit from the intense pain. She tightly covered her small face that was bruised by Sasher's whip, lightly biting her lower lip with a reproachful face. Cousin, it's fine if you hurt me. How can you do this to Grandma? Grandma may have spoken a little too harshly at times, but it was all for your own good. If you do this, it will chill the hearts of all the people who are good to you. When the Mu family heard Mu Schwanger's words, they were all enraged. Sasher, I originally thought that after spending a few years in jail, you would more or less change for the better, but I didn't expect you to turn the tables, not even sparing Grandma, who was previously closest to you. Back then, the old lady should not have kindly agreed with the officials to sentence you to only 5 years. You this kind of 6 relatives do not recognize the waste, should be executed. After you offended the Jiang family back then, the old lady should have just gotten you killed to give Elder Jiang a burial. Trash like you shouldn't live in this world. Old Mrs. Mu forced herself to endure the gusts of pain coming from her knees, and when she heard the words of the Mu family's crowd, the anger in her heart suddenly churned even more. That's right, if she wasn't soft-hearted and didn't directly find someone to go to jail to get Sasher to make amends to the Jiang family, why would it be the turn of this little this time in front of her to make waves? Unfortunately, she didn't know what kind of sorcery this little had learned inside the prison, and even broke her legs with a snap of her fingers. Now even if she is angry, she can't move this little one. However, in the next moment, as if she suddenly thought of something, old Mrs. Mu immediately turned her head to look at Jiang Yunting, who was standing quietly not far away. Her eyes abruptly lit up, yet on her face she cried out, "Commander Jiang! Commander Jiang, you also saw, this dead girl wants to kill me as her own grandmother, you have to do it for me." Chapter 14. In front of Xiaoxi Fart, do not dare to let go. Jiang Yunting. He had already lowered his presence to such an extent, how was he still noticed? And be the master? If Commander Xia wants to move someone, what can he do? He wouldn't even dare to fart in front of Commander Xia, right? However, old Mrs. Mu naturally didn't know what Jiang Yunting had in mind. Seeing that Jiang Yunting didn't say anything, she directly took his reaction as thinking about how to deal with Sasher. "Commander Jiang, even if you don't say that I'm this girl's own grandmother, she would have to go to jail for breaking anyone's legs in public. But if she is unkind to me as her grandmother, my wife cannot be unrighteous to her. You don't need the death penalty, just arrest her and sentence her to life imprisonment." Jiang Yunting. Jesus Christ. Just strike him dead with a thunderbolt. No death penalty? Just give Commander Xia a life sentence? If he really did that, the one who would be sentenced to death wouldn't be Commander Xia, it would be him, okay? However, the people of the Mu family did not notice Jiang Yunting's abruptly frozen face. They all frowned when they heard old Mrs. Mu's words, a look of disapproval on their faces. "Old madam, your kindness should not be directed at anyone. This kind of scourge, in case he is really sentenced to life imprisonment, when he gets a reduced sentence inside, he will still be a scourge to the Mu family after he comes out. Yes, Mrs. Mu, she doesn't even think of you as a grandma anymore, why do you still think of her as your granddaughter? I think she should be sentenced to death. Mrs. Mu, there's no need to say anything more, just let Commander Jiang sentence her to death." When old Mrs. Mu heard the words of the Mu family, she felt that the pain in her legs had eased quite a bit under her soothing mood. "Commander Jiang, it's not that my wife is cruel, it's really that this girl has lost her humanity, since everyone in the Mu family has agreed, it's not too much to sentence her to a death sentence." Jiang Yunting's heart was about to jump out of his chest when he heard that old lady Mu had directly decided on Sasher's death sentence. "Old lady, you can do whatever you want to kill yourself, don't bring me along." Just as Jiang Yunting was about to be crushed by old Madame Mu and the Mu family, Sasher suddenly turned her head slightly and looked at him with a faint smile, saying, "Jiang Yunting, did you hear what they said?" The Mu family's people were all slightly stunned when they heard Sasher's question. "What is this situation? How dare you use this tone of voice to speak to Commander Jiang even when you're dying? Could it be that this punk already knows that he is at the end of his life and doesn't want to struggle anymore? Bastard! You can't just call out the name of Commander Jiang. Commander Jiang, quickly order someone to take her down and then directly execute her on the spot, no one from our Mu family will stand in the way." However, Jiang Yunting didn't even look at old Madame Mu. He took out an air of impartiality and ordered those temporarily hired bodyguards of the Mu family with an icy and solemn face, "Take the people down for me." Old Mrs. Mu and the people of the Mu family were instantly relieved when they saw Jiang Yunting finally speak. Following that, the gazes of the crowd, either in pity or gloating, fell on Sasher. TSK, how pathetic, after 5 years in jail just survived to the day of release, is about to go back again because of her own stupidity. And this time, it was no longer 5 years. Instead, it was life. However, it was no one's fault. To blame. Can only blame her stupid? Blame her for not knowing how to assess the situation. Blame her for offending the Mu family that she couldn't afford to offend. "No, don't let us go, we're leaving now, please don't touch Sasher." Hearing Jiang Yunting's order, Xia Mother subconsciously stepped forward and blocked Sasher behind her. It was just that, because she had been underfed and underclothed for years in the Mu family, her body was too weak. When she blocked Sasher, her head suddenly felt dizzy. Sasher hurriedly raised her hand to support Xia Mother's arm, which didn't let her fall down. She immediately helped Xia Mother to the car, and then said in a gentle tone, "I'll take care of things here, you take a rest first." And just as Sasher closed the car door, Tang Roland looked at Jiang Yunting with a flattering face and said, "Jiang Commander, don't let this little wild seed spoil your mood, you first inside ah." Chapter 15. Addressing Sasher as a commander? Before Tang Roland could finish her words, Jiang Yunting, in shock, kicked her over onto the ground. And the instant Tang Roland's screams fell, a cry of shock filled with dismay rang out from a member of the Mu family. "What are you guys going to do? You're arresting the wrong person. The one you're arresting is Xiaoxina, not us. Commander Jiang, your subordinates have arrested the wrong person, say something." Soon, under the forceful suppression of the combatants, the Mu family crowd gradually lost their voices. However, just at this moment when the air was completely quiet, the gazes of all the Mu family members fell on Jiang Yunting. At this moment, all the Mu family members felt that Jiang Yunting and his subordinates were crazy. The one who should be sentenced to death was Sasher, and now these people had arrested them. What was going on? However, under the gaze of the Mu family's crowd, only to see Jiang Yunting raised his foot with a solemn face. 1 step. 2 steps. Soon, he stood in front of Sasher. And after that, raised his head, puffed out his chest, and saluted. Commander Xia, all the people of the Mu family who have disrespected you are now under control. Please proceed to the next instruction. Jing. The moment Jiang Yunting's words fell, the surroundings were abruptly plunged into deathly silence. Everyone in the Mu family was staring blankly at Jiang Yunting, their faces overflowing with shocked dismay that was thick to the core. Them. What had they heard? Commander Xia? Commander Jiang addressed Sasher as Commander Xia? Sasher said that she had changed her last name to Xia from her mom. Then that means that the titled Commander Xia was shouted at Sasher? But Jiang Yunting was already a 1-star senior commander. Someone who could make him take the initiative to salute and address him as a commander. That would at least require the title of a 2-star senior commander. Could it be that Sasher had become a 2-star senior commander? No. Impossible. They hadn't heard of a 2-star senior commander under the age of 25 in the Xia kingdom. What's more, Sasher had spent 5 years in prison. She simply didn't have the time, nor could she suddenly become a 2-star senior commander of the War Department. And just as deep disbelief overflowed on the faces of the Mu family's crowd, Sasher slightly turned her head, and that gaze with a faint smile landed on old Mrs. Mu. Just now, you said you want to sentence me to death? Sasher, I don't care what evil ways you used to confuse Commander Jiang, you have to know that I am your grandmother. Now, as an elder, I order you to have Commander Jiang release me and all the Mu family members. She may be old, but she's not confused yet. There was no way she could believe that Sasher had a title above a 2-star senior commander. In her opinion, Jiang Yunting's behavior of saluting Sasher and even addressing Sasher as Commander Xia was nothing more than an attempt to prop up Sasher. In reality, it was because Sasher had already committed herself to Jiang Yunting. Although she didn't know how Sasher had hooked up with Jiang Yunting with her looks. But other than that, there couldn't possibly be any other possibility to make Jiang Yunting listen to her so well. When Sasher saw the old lady's crazy-like appearance, she couldn't help but sneer. Order me? What kind of thing are you that you are qualified to order me? Great disrespect. Dead girl, you are showing great disrespect to your elders. Putting it in ancient times was punishable by death by lynching. Snap. Without waiting for old Mrs. Mu to finish her sentence, her face was directly smacked crookedly by Sasher. At the same time, a cold and stern voice abruptly resounded in her ears. Elder? Who gave you the face to dare to call yourself an elder? Chapter 16 was confessed in public? Old Mrs. Mu's mind went blank as she was jerked around. It was a few seconds before her eyes gradually regained focus. And at this time, her gaze towards Sasher was already permeated with thick fear. She already understood. The current Sasher was no longer the trash that let her beat and scold her 5 years ago. However, it was impossible for her to allow Sasher to bully the Mu family. She had the sense not to provoke Sasher anymore, but instead looked towards Jiang Yunting. She tried to make her leaky mouth spit out words more clearly. Commander Jiang, she's just a little wild seed that my Mu family picked up from the outside. This little doesn't deserve you. My Mu family has plenty of good girls, look at the others. You look at the others. Look at the others? When Mu Schwanger heard the old lady's words, she hurriedly grabbed Jiang Yunting and opened her mouth. Commander Jiang, I like you. I liked you the moment I saw you. I won't fight with my cousin for anything, and I don't need any name. We only need a little bit of me in your heart after we are together. She shared old Mrs. Mu's thoughts, and also thought that Sasher had used some sort of unseemly means to take down Jiang Yunting, which was what made him so relentless in backing up Sasher. A person who could even look at Sasher, there was no reason why he couldn't look at her, Mu Schwanger. Seeing Mu Schwanger take a stand, Tang Rulan hurriedly spoke in agreement. Commander Jiang, Schwanger has loved the strong men of the war ministry since she was a child. If it's possible, you can stay tonight. The bed in Schwanger's room is big enough for 2 people to sleep. Jiang Yunting was completely confused. Who was he? Where was he? What had he heard? These people actually thought that Commander Xia had some sort of unseemly relationship with him? Mu Schwanger even confessed to him directly in public? Even Mu Schwanger's mother, the head of the Mu family, asked him to sleep with Mu Schwanger at night? What's going on here? Not only Jiang Yunting, those temporary bodyguards of the Mu family were also speechless. The brainstorming ability of these people of the Mu family had completely exceeded their cognition. Sasher looked at Mu Schwanger and said with some amusement, Commander Jiang can't look at goods like you. Didn't you think that it was my honor that this old woman set me up with the old men of the Jiang family in the first place? Don't worry, I will arrange a few old men for you, so that you will be honored a few more times. After saying that, she directly turned her head and coldly ordered to the Mu family's crowd of temporary bodyguards. Escort all the Mu family members into the Cloud City jail and treat them as if they had insulted the War Ministry's top brass in front of them. Yes. All the temporary bodyguards answered in unison. Seeing that the crowd was really going to take all of the Mu family away, old Mrs. Mu hurriedly shouted, "Commander Jiang, how dare we insult you? What qualifications does this little Sasher have to say that we're contradicting the top brass of the War Ministry? Commander Jiang, even if you are the commander of the War Department, you still have to follow the rules." Zhang Yunting no longer wanted to say anything more. These people had already decided that Sasher was having an affair with him, so it was useless for him to say anything. Moreover, Sasher's identity is really sensitive. He called Sasher as Xia commander in front of these people is already the limit. Other things can't be explicitly said. He was acting according to the rules. These people could think whatever they liked. Old Mrs. Mu was completely flustered when she saw that Zhang Yunting didn't have the slightest intention of moving. With the degree of importance Xia placed on the Ministry of War, if they were really to be dealt with in accordance with bumping into the top brass of the Ministry of War, everyone in the Mu family's sentence would be at least 10 years to start with. If this were to happen, the Mu family would be completely ruined. Under panic, old Mrs. Mu suddenly had a flash of light in her head. She hurriedly shouted. Chapter 17, Vest Exposed, shocking everyone. Commander Jiang, my Mu family knows it's wrong. If you spare us, my wife is willing to offer the Mu family's heirloom and present it to Commander Jiang. Sasher raised her eyebrows at the words and suddenly raised her hand to stop the crowd. She hadn't even intentionally searched for it yet, and old Mrs. Mu was about to give that treasure away. In this way, it saved her a lot of time. However, when the Mu family's crowd heard the old lady's words, their eyes widened. Immediately, a few of them hurriedly shouted, "Old madam, it must not be. That is the foundation of the Mu family, it can't be sent out." Before he died, the old master said that if someone who can control that thing appears in the Mu family, my Mu family will have the hope of becoming the top family in Xia. Old madam, I would rather go to jail than have the Mu family completely lose hope. Old Mrs. Mu frowned. It's not like you guys don't know what Cloud City jail is? If I go in there, will I be able to come out alive? Are you guys trying to get me killed? Moreover, no one has been able to use that thing in the Mu family for so many years. Giving it to Commander Jiang might be able to serve a greater purpose. Not waiting for the crowd to retort again, old Mrs. Mu hurriedly asked Zhang Yunting carefully, "Commander Jiang, can you let my son fetch that treasure?" Zhang Yunting immediately looked over to Sasher at his words. Sasher looked towards the Mu family head and faintly said, "Go." The temporary bodyguard controlling the Mu family lord immediately released his control over him. When the Mu family head was freed, he immediately ran in the direction of the Mu family ancestral hall. 5 minutes later, the Mu family lord returned. At this moment, his hands were reverently holding a 2-finger-long and wide pure white jade box. He stood still after walking in front of Commander Jiang and looked at the jade box with some reluctance. This thing is placed in the Mu family, but the person who can control it has not appeared for a long time. If it is discovered, it will be a scourge. Hopefully, as Mother said, Commander Jiang can realize its value. Zhang Yunting didn't answer, but turned his head to look at Sasher. Sasher took a few steps to walk in front of the Mu family lord. She glanced at the jade box and directly raised her hand to open it. Hiss! When the item within that jade box appeared in everyone's line of sight, all the members of the War Ministry, in unison, sucked in a breath. In the next moment, everyone, including Zhang Yunting, couldn't help but breathe sharply. At the same time, a strong fervor and thirst was revealed in their eyes. Only to see that a crystal-textured red card deck was lying quietly in the jade box. Surrounding the card was an intricate and ancient pattern, and in the center, an intricate character for fire was engraved. In the Xia Kingdom, besides the warriors who focused on improving their physical strength, there was also a type of strong person who was above the warriors and was able to fight through the star cards, named Star Messenger, or Star Ambassador for short. These were characters who possessed star cards and were able to use them to fight. In the entire Xia Kingdom, the number of star envoys did not exceed 10 fingers. Every single one of them was in existence that was enough to dominate a party. Moreover, for every family that had a star envoy born, the Xia Kingdom would tilt resources towards their family to a certain extent to help them grow. Because of this, it was only before the Mu family's old master passed away that he would say something like, if someone could take control of this star sign, the Mu family would become the top great family in Xia. Compared to the nonchalant crowd, Sasher looked at the thing in front of her that made her rush back from the extraterritorial battlefield to look for it, and although her breathing was also shortened by a few moments, she was unusually calm in her demeanor. She was not only a star envoy, but in her hands, she even possessed 4 star cards of gold, wood, water and earth, and she was only missing this fire attribute star card in front of her, so that she could gather all the 5 elements of the star cards and reverse the passive situation of the Xia Kingdom on the battlefield. Subsequently, Sasher suppressed the fluctuations in his heart and directly picked up the star card within the jade box. However, the moment the star tile entered her hand, her brows abruptly tightened. In the next moment, her line of sight suddenly landed on the lower right corner of the star plate that complicated an ancient lot character text. Sasher stared at that locked character for several seconds. And then, she sighed lightly. It really wasn't that easy to collect all the 5 elements of the star tags. However, it was also true that if there was not half a problem with this star tile, the Mu family could not have fallen to such a low level. Then, she looked directly at the Mu family members and asked. This star sign is sealed, did the Mu family's ancestors say how to unseal it? What seal? The Mu family lord frowned and asked. Sasher knew the answer when she heard the Mu family lord's question. Afterwards, her eyes slowly swept over the other Mu family members beside her. In the end, spare her helplessness, she had to believe that the Mu family members simply didn't know that the star sign was sealed, let alone give a way to unseal it. Old Mrs. Mu gave a dissatisfied glance at Sasher, who was holding the star sign, but she didn't dare to say anything more because of Zhang Yunting. Afterward, he carefully said to Zhang Yunting, Commander Jiang, this star card is considered my Mu family's filial honor to you, can you let us go now? Zhang Yunting still just looked at Sasher and didn't dare to say anything back. Then, under the increasingly apprehensive gaze of old Mrs. Mu, Sasher faintly opened her mouth. You should thank the Mu family ancestor, if it wasn't for this thing, everyone in the Mu family wouldn't be spared from the upcoming imprisonment. After saying that, she directly instructed the War Department crowd. Old Mrs. Mu, Tang Roland, and Mu Schweinger insulted the senior commander of the Xia Kingdom and will be dealt with according to the laws of the Xia Kingdom. The rest of the Mu family is grounded, don't let them out to be an eyesore until I leave Cloud City. What? Old Mrs. Mu and the Mu family were almost simultaneously dumbfounded when they heard Sasher's words. According to the laws of Xia, insulting the senior commander of the Ministry of War is equivalent to insulting the country, which is a serious crime that can lead to a prison sentence. As for the Mu family, others grounded large Mu group needs to operate normally. If they are grounded Mu family, the group will face the possibility of bankruptcy and closure. Slander. Small, you are slander. Under the shock and anger of old Mrs. Mu, her already leaky mouth spat out words even less clearly. Afterwards, she hurriedly looked at Commander Jiang and pleaded. Commander Jiang, since the beginning of time, has my wife ever said a single heavy word to you? Zhang Yunting heard this and looked at old Madame Mu with sympathy and pity in his gaze. When old Mrs. Mu and the Mu family saw his gaze, their hearts couldn't help but lift up. And the next moment, he faintly looked askance at the Mu family crowd and slowly spoke. Old Madam, you shouldn't know that this being who was just kicked out of the family by you is none other than the youngest senior commander of the Xia Kingdom. Chapter 18, The War Department's Topmost Big Shot. Boom! Zhang Yunting's words were like a bomb that exploded in the minds of everyone. In this instant, everyone was all blown away. What did they hear? Sasher, the waste that was sent to prison by the old lady 5 years ago, the abandoned daughter of the Mu family, was, actually, the youngest commander of the Xia Kingdom? How is this possible? How is this possible? It's not true. This must be a fake. The impression of all the Mu family members was still stuck in 5 years ago. In their opinion, Sasher was a waste of space who was bullied and insulted and didn't even dare to let out a fart. However, this loser was sent to prison for 5 years, and then came out to become a senior commander that the Mu family could only look up to. They could not accept this fact no matter what. Sasher faintly swept a glance at the extremely shocked crowd and turned her head to look at Zhang Yunting. No joy or anger could be seen in her expression. What's the point of wasting words with them? Zhang Yunting's heart trembled fiercely at these words. He immediately waved his hand to the surrounding warriors. Hurry up and take the people away. He immediately waved his hand to the surrounding soldiers. Take them away. The soldiers responded in a hurry. You guys. Old Mrs. Mu and the Mu family looked at the warriors who were quickly controlling the people on their side, and finally accepted the fact that Sasher was really a senior commander. At once, endless regrets surged into their hearts like a tidal wave. Sasher was still under 20 years old. A senior commander who was not even 20 years old. The Mu family's crowd regretted to the extreme. Even if they didn't use their brains to think about it, they knew that in the future, she would definitely be one of the big names that could stand at the top of the Xia Kingdom. Not to mention the future, even now, even if Sasher was only a 1-star senior commander with the lowest rank among the senior commanders, she could still make the entire Mu family instantly rise a few steps. It was a pity that they had eyes but no pearls. Not only did they fail to flatter Sasher and let the Mu family soar, but instead, they offended someone completely and were about to let the Mu family fall into hell. This huge discrepancy caused old Mrs. Mu and the Mu family to develop an urge to die. However, very quickly, the expression of regret on old Mrs. Mu's face as she looked at the combatants who were about to arrest her was gradually replaced by fear. Then, she hurriedly looked at Sasher with a pleading face and said, Sasher, Grandma is wrong. Grandma is here to make amends with you. On account of the fact that the Mu family has raised you for so many years, let go of Grandma, let go of the Mu family, okay? However, Sasher just looked at her faintly. The eyes were like looking at a clown. Mu old lady see control of their own combatants will be dragged away, but Sasher did not have a trace of the intention to block. Under the fear of the face of the police suddenly turned into an extremely sharp rebuke. Small, I am your own grandmother. You dare to send me to jail? That is disobedient and unfilial, is to be struck by lightning. After saying that, Mrs. Mu saw that Sasher remained unmoved, completely panicked. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she hurriedly shouted to Sasher at the top of her voice. Jiang family, that commander of the Jiang family, is now promoted to a 3-star senior commander. Back then, Elder Jiang died because of you, and he would never let you go if he knew you came out. If you let me go now, I'll help you plead with him to let you go, okay? Jiang Yunting couldn't help but show a faint trace of sarcasm on his face when he heard old Madame Mu's words. One must know that although Sasher was young, her feats on the battlefield were unrivaled in the entire Xia kingdom. Although she belonged to the same 3 stars as the Jiang family senior commander, if the two of them were to face each other, he believed that the one who would be unlucky would be the one from the Jiang family. Most importantly, he knew that the above had the intention of letting Sasher go one step further. I don't know if God heard Jiang Yunting's thoughts, but at this moment, the bell dinged. Jiang Yunting's cell phone dedicated to the War Department suddenly rang. Seeing the note on the cell phone, Jiang Yunting's breath caught in his throat. He hastily and carefully picked it up. When he heard the voice coming from the opposite side of the phone, the respect and admiration in his gaze towards Sasher intensified a few points. That big shot who stood at the very top of the War Ministry was actually already on his way to fly to the Cloud City War Ministry from Imperial City for Sasher. Out of the instructions on the other side of the phone, Jiang Yunting put down the phone and calmed down a little before greeting Sasher, and then rushed to the Cloud City War Ministry at the fastest speed possible. Sasher, on the other hand, directly got into the car and took Xia's mother to the Cloud City Hospital where Xia Zichen was. What Sasher didn't know was that Mu Schwanger was brought to the Cloud City prison on her way, but she even took advantage of the guard's inattention and contacted the Jiang family. Chapter 19, Handsome Man Like a Heavenly God. Half an hour later, the Cloud City War Ministry. After Jiang Yunting and the top management of the Cloud City War Ministry who had come to greet him saluted, the old man who had just rushed over from the highest conference room in the center of the Summer Kingdom slowly stepped down from the top of the warplane. This old man exuded a unique aura of being in a high position for years around him. This person. It was none other than the head of the top 3 Grand Chieftains of the Xia Kingdom's War Department, Long Yuan. Jiang Yunting stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Great Chief, the matter between Commander Xia and President Gu has been resolved. Long Yuan nodded slightly, but had no intention of going back. He sighed and said, having invited Commander Xia twice, he couldn't get her to agree to become the 4th Grand Chief of the Xia Kingdom. I had hoped that she would come to the Supreme Conference this time and let the higher-ups persuade her, but I didn't expect this incident with the Gu clan. This time, I'm going to invite her once more, and if she still refuses me, I'm afraid this old face of mine is going to lose face. Jiang Yunting. Originally, he still had a tiny bit of worry that the Jiang family that old Mrs. Mu was talking about might bring a bit of trouble to Sasher. But now, he suddenly felt that he had really overthought it completely. With that, his face as he looked towards Long Yuan revealed a face full of unspeakable feelings. All the members of the War Department dreamed of the position of the Grand Chief. You sent it twice but didn't send it out, and then you came to send it for the 3rd time? The boss doesn't want that position, you give it to me. You do not need to send so many times, you just need to tell me, I would have run to you to take over. Oh, my God. You don't give what you want, and you push what you don't want into other people's hands. The gap between people is so big. I heard that the Gu family from Cloud City is going to fight with Commander Xia tomorrow at 5 p.m. Prepare some men and come with me this afternoon to see for yourself. Jiang Yunting. People are clearly talking about sending a compensation gift. Well, anyone who isn't stupid knows that the so-called sending compensation is making a date with Sasher. However, the great chief can even do such a thing as supporting Sasher in front of a small family in Yunchang? How much did this want their palace chief to sit in that position that countless people could only dream of? At this moment, he suddenly remembered that old Lady Mu had just threatened Sasher with that Jiang family's 3-star senior commander. He wondered if old Mrs. Mu would be so desperate that she would want to run over her head when she learned that Grand Chief Long Yuan had invited Sasher to become Grand Chief 3 times. In addition, if he remembered correctly, Gu Nighting's father, the 1-star senior commander Gu Fengnian, had taken a leave of absence to go home yesterday, right? If Gu Fengnian had to intervene tomorrow, Jiang Yunting didn't dare to think any deeper, he just mourned for him in his heart for 3 seconds. At the same time, Xia and Xia mother arrived at Gu's hospital. Just after getting off the bus, Sasher received a call from Emperor Love. Boss, what you just asked me to look into has been found. There has only been one unsealed star card in the history of the Xia Kingdom. The place where that one star card was unsealed was in the capital of the Xia Kingdom, Imperial City. However, because of the relatively long period of time, coupled with the fact that perhaps some top secret information was involved, the specific unsealing location still needs to be further confirmed. Sasher's eyes slightly converged when she heard this. As soon as possible, she checked the specific unsealing location. Good. By the way, boss, during the process of checking the unsealed star sign, I found some traces of the man you asked me to check before. Hearing this, Sasher's heart beat slightly and unaccountably fastened by a few points. At the same time, the bone joints of her grip on the cell phone flushed a faint white. The reason why she had stayed in the extraterrestrial battlefield after her rebirth and traveled between countries was to find that man. It was just that for 5 whole years, she hadn't gotten half a hint of that man. Thinking of the man in her previous life who was as handsome as a heavenly god and as decisive as an emperor, but who was willing to curb his sharpness in front of her. That in order to let her love him a little more, obviously mouth arrogantly say do not like her, but for her to still learn how to be pampered to attract her like the man. That obviously hate to stick around her all the time, but worry about annoying her, always take the initiative to give her private space of the man. Thinking of the countless moments she spent with her family's big baby before she was reborn, Sasher's originally calm and wave-free eyes were gradually tinted with a trace of doting flavor. Then, she lightly inhaled a breath. Her complexion was more serious than when she faced the star sign. What has been found out? That man is within the Xia kingdom. Our people have found out a little clue about him in the Imperial City Academy. Hearing this, Sasher's complexion moved slightly. Imperial City Academy. It seems she must make a trip to Imperial City. And just as Sasher was deciding, Emperor Emotion's voice once again came over. Boss, Gu Beicheng and Gu Beicheng are gathering all the forces under their command and are preparing to deal with you tomorrow afternoon under the Green Cloud Peak. In addition, I found out that Gu Beicheng's father, who is the 1-star senior commander of the War Department, Gu Fengnian, does not seem to be aware of your identity and is on his way to the Gu family. When Sasher heard this, her face didn't show much surprise, she just faintly said, "Good." If Gu Fengnian didn't come out strongly, she wouldn't move him. But if he had to come over and intervene, then his position as a 1-star senior commander would not have to sit. When Sasher answered the phone, she and Xia Mother had already walked inside the hospital room where Xia Zichen was. When Xia Mother saw Xia Zichen, whose lips were still pale on the hospital bed, her heart suddenly lifted up. She took 3 steps and jumped over to the hospital bed, stretching out her trembling hand, wanting to touch Xia Zichen's face, but worried about waking her up. "Little Chen, what's wrong with little Chen?" Xia Mother looked towards Sasher, her voice trembling badly. Sasher sniffed and briefly elaborated the matter to Xia Mother. After listening to Sasher's words, Xia Mother turned her head somewhat stiffly, a pair of bloodshot eyes fell on Xia Zichen's small face, her voice hoarse. The old lady agreed to let Gu Beicheng draw all of Xiao Chen's blood? How can her heart be so vicious? Zichen is her own grandson. Sasher looked at Xia Mother's state at this moment, lightly held her shoulders and comforted her with a gentle tone. Zichen is fine now, he will recover completely after a period of rest and recuperation. Only after a long time did Xia Mother nod to Sasher. And then, she excused herself to go to the restroom and left the room. A few moments later, she pulled out her old cell phone from her pocket, a flash of determination in her eyes. Sasher and Xia Zichen were her hope to live, and since old Mrs. Mu and Gu Beicheng wanted to cut off her hope, then, even if she died, she would let these two go to hell first. Afterwards, she dialed the number that had been buried deep in her heart for many years. Chapter 20. Arriving at the appointment location above. The next day at noon, a male and a female figure appeared in front of the hospital's VIP ward. The girl among the two, who was about 23 or 24 years old, was none other than Jiang Wanqi, the personal niece of the current head of the Jiang family in Imperial City. After she received a call from Mu Shuang'er yesterday, she was about to come over to deal with the little that caused her grandfather's death 5 years ago. Just as she was setting out, she happened to learn that Xiaoyu, whom she was courting, was coming to Cloud City to look for her aunt, so she also followed Xiaoyu to the hospital first, preparing to go to the Mu family afterwards. And just as the two of them walked into the room, Xia Zichen looked at the steamed buns, fried greens and 2 clear boiled eggs served by Xiao's mother, a pair of large eyes flickering. He hadn't been full for a long time, let alone having so many dishes in one meal. Xiao's mother had just taken the dishes and chopsticks when she saw the 2 people who walked in the door, and immediately said with a puzzled face, "You guys are?" The handsome young man among the two smiled and said, "Auntie, I am Xiaoyu, Grandpa asked me to come over to help." Xiao's mother froze for a moment, and then revealed emotion. In a flash, little Yu is so big. Yesterday, she called the family that she hadn't contacted in nearly 20 years. This Xiaoyu is the warrior that the family sent over to help her make the Gu and Mu families pay the price. Besides Xiaoyu, Jiang Wanqi sized up Mother Xia and couldn't help but slowly knit her brows. For some reason, she felt that the Xia mother in front of her looked a bit familiar, only for a moment she forgot where she had seen her before. "Quickly come in and sit down, I didn't do anything special today," everyone squeezed, "eating should not be a problem." Xia mother smiled and greeted the two. Xiaoyu nodded and led Jiang Wanqi beside her to the dining table. However, after Jiang Wanqi saw the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table that didn't have any oil at all, her willow eyebrows gradually wrinkled into a Chuan character. Afterward, her slightly cold gaze fixed on Mother Xia, and she questioned in a cold voice, "This kind of beggars do not eat the broken rice, you also have the nerve to bring to entertain us?" Xia Zichen stared blankly at Jiang Wanqi, somewhat unable to understand her words for a moment. This was the best meal he had eaten since he could remember. Not only were there steamed buns with fried greens, there were also 2 eggs. Why did the sister say that these were Thai meals that beggars didn't even eat? Seeing this, Sasher's icy gaze seemed to be able to freeze the air around her. These things are for people to eat, not to feed the dogs. D-kill, blast the people out for me. Jiang Wanqi's eyes suddenly turned cold at the words. In the next moment, she directly swept hard at the plates and bowls on the table. Snap! 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 All the bowls and chopsticks on the table smashed to the ground, turning into pieces with a crisp ringing sound. As Xia Zichen watched the eggs and greens that he hadn't finished eating being knocked over, he subconsciously opened his small mouth and hurriedly looked at the rice that had been swept to the floor. Soon, his line of sight landed on the only plate that was still unbroken. Seeing that there was still half of the dish left inside, he hurriedly jumped out of his seat and squatted his little body down to try and pick it up. When Jiang Wanqi saw Xia Zichen's movements, her eyes suddenly turned cold. She wanted to destroy something, no one could stop it yet. At that moment, she raised her foot and stepped on Xia Zichen's small hand. At this time, Xia Zichen's small hand just below a piece of porcelain shards. If it is really by this footstep down, that piece of porcelain must be pierced through the small hand. When Sasher saw Jiang Wanqi's action, a cold aura swiftly flashed across her eyes. However, just as she raised her foot and prepared to kick Jiang Wanqi out directly. Slap! A crisp slap sounded steeply. Jiang Wanqi looked at Xiaoyu incredulously, as if she was having trouble believing that she had been hit. Xiaoyu just looked at her coldly, her voice dripping with an air of imperturbability. Apologize to my aunt. Otherwise, get the hell back. Xiaoyu, don't think you can do whatever you want just because I like you. I repeat, apologize to my aunt. Xiaoyu, Jiang Wanqi, will make you regret what you said today. After speaking, Jiang Wanqi turned around and was about to leave. However, just as she turned around, D-Killer, whose face was extremely ugly, suddenly blocked her path. Get out of the way. She suddenly struck out, wanting to slap D-Kill out of the way. However, before her hand even touched Emperor Kill, a force that she could hardly resist suddenly attacked her. Boom! Jiang Wanqi was directly lifted out by that force. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but her body just happened to smash into the pieces of those plates. Instantly, her body was cut open with several one-finger-long slits. Blood spilled out from the wounds, quickly staining the light pink leisure suit red. However, as if Jiang Wanqi didn't feel the pain on her body, a strong disbelief suddenly surfaced in her gaze towards Emperor Slayer. Warrior? How could she not expect that an intermediate-level battlemaster would appear in this tiny cloud city? However, Emperor Kill only looked at her coldly and did not open his mouth. He was waiting for Sasher's command. Although it would be troublesome to follow up a murder here, as long as Sasher commanded, he would never hesitate. Sasher didn't say anything more to Emperor Killer. She just looked indifferently at Jiang Wanqi, who was in such a sorry state at this point, and the words coming out of her mouth didn't have the slightest hint of a joke. What's on the ground? Finish it for me. You think that just because there's a warrior guarding you, you can be lawless? Let me tell you, my Imperial City Jiang family wants to crush you all more simply than crushing an ant. You! Without waiting for Jiang Wanqi to continue, Sasher looked at Emperor Killer and said, help her eat. D-Killer finished speaking and immediately walked over to Jiang Wanqi. After squatting down, he pulled Jiang Wanqi's hair with one hand without mercy, and with the other hand, he grabbed the green vegetables on the ground and forced them into Jiang Wanqi's mouth. Oh! Jiang Wanqi struggled desperately, wanting to spit out the green vegetables that Emperor Killer had stuffed into her mouth. However, under D-Killer's control, no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free of D-Killer's restraints. Let go of my vomit. Gradually, she stopped struggling, and that gaze towards Sasher overflowed with a chilling aura of resentment. Chapter 21. Arriving at the appointment location below. Soon, almost all of the rice on the ground was stuffed into Jiang Wanqi's stomach. Sasher pulled Xia Zichen, who had just been helped up by her, rubbing his soft little hand that was almost drenched in blood, and looked at Jiang Wanqi faintly. Break the hand that just dropped the plate yourself. Jiang Wanqi's pupils suddenly shrunk at the words. How could she not expect a small-town bumpkin to not only have an intermediate-level warrior to protect her, but also be so ruthless? I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong, I can give you whatever you want, please let me go. If you let someone help you, it may not be a hand that breaks. Jiang Wanqi is completely flustered. 100 million. I'll give you 100 million. Spare me. 3, 2. Before Sasher could count out the last one, Jiang Wanqi's eyes widened violently and she screamed shrilly. You don't go too far. And almost at the instant her words fell. Ka-ching. Ka-chow. The sound of two bones breaking rang out almost simultaneously. Ah! Under the intense pain, a mournful scream came out of Jiang Wanqi's mouth uncontrollably. Sasher merely swept her a faint glance. You should be glad that this isn't the extraterrestrial battlefield, otherwise, I wouldn't have just broken your two hands as simple as that. Afterwards, she turned her head to Emperor Kill and commanded in a faint voice, take her down, don't scare my mother and brother. Yes. D-Killer hurriedly answered. A few seconds later, Jiang Wanqi's figure disappeared within the hospital room. Afterward, Xia Zichen contacted Emperor Killer to call the person in charge of the Universal Century Hotel and sent the hotel's meals. Then, Xia Zichen ate the best meal she had ever eaten in her lifetime. After eating the meal, Sasher touched a golden bank card from her clothes pocket. Mom, you keep this. If you need it, go directly to the bank to withdraw it. You keep it. Mom can't use it. Xiao Chen is growing up. You don't think about yourself, you should also think about Xiao Chen. Don't worry, there is not much money inside. Xia mother heard Sasher talking about Xia Zichen, hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted the card. In the blink of an eye, the time came to 4:30 p.m. After Sasher instructed the two members of the Imperial Palace beside D-Killer to protect Xia mother and Xia Zichen, she led D-Killer and Xia Yu to the Qingyun Peak where she had agreed with Gu Beicheng. At this time, Xia Yu had already understood the general situation. Thinking of Gu knighting almost draining Xia Zichen's blood, he hated to personally end such. Only, Xia Yu didn't expect that when they arrived at the foot of Qingyun Peak, they actually saw Jiang Wanqi with two hands wrapped into pig's feet. At that moment, Xia Yu's brows suddenly furrowed. Why are you here? Jiang Wanqi suddenly smiled at her words. It was just that she laughed in a somewhat bizarre manner. Why am I here? I would come to this cloud city just because I came for this little. Xia Yu was slightly stunned. You still don't know, right? This little is the murderer who killed my grandfather 5 years ago. It was an honor for their family for my grandfather to look at her back then, but she disliked my grandfather's age and killed him the night he was about to share a room with her. Originally, I just wanted to send this back to the prison and let her languish in jail for the rest of her life. But since she doesn't know how to behave, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xia Yu's breathing steepened when he heard Jiang Wanqi's words. Because he hadn't been in contact with Mother Xia for nearly 20 years, he didn't know what happened to Sasher 5 years ago. At this moment, when he heard Jiang Wanqi's words, his heart instantly lifted. If Elder Jiang had died 5 years ago because of Sasher, that 3-star senior commander of the Jiang family would definitely not let Sasher go off. What to do? How should he help Sasher so that the 3-star senior commander of the Jiang family would raise his hand? To the side, a flash of coldness swiftly flashed across the eyes of Sasher as she looked at Jiang Wanqi. At this moment, her gaze towards Jiang Wanqi was like looking at a dead person. Only, didn't wait for Xia Yu to continue thinking. A densely packed figure suddenly appeared not far away. As those people approached from afar, a powerful aura swept in. After feeling the aura surrounding 3 of them at the very front, Xia Yu's eyes widened violently. 3 intermediate-level warriors? No! Not just 3 intermediate-level warriors, there were also 10 primary-level warriors and nearly 200 ordinary powerhouses. Chapter 22 Fearful Gu Beicheng. Speaking of this, Xia Yu viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air before turning her head to look at Sasher. Wasn't the Gu family just a small family in Yun City? It is already the limit for such a family to be able to invite 1 intermediate-level warrior. How could 3 intermediate-level warriors come? Emperor Kale gave him a disgusted look. 3 is 3, what's all the fuss about? Xia Yu watched those people on the other side getting closer and closer to his side, and immediately spoke anxiously. We are no match for them. We're no match for them. Quickly go. Seeing Xia Yu's anxious appearance, Emperor Killer was obviously somewhat speechless. What do you want to go? If we really aren't opponents, do you think it'll be alright if we run away? Hearing Emperor Killer's words, Xia Yu's face abruptly stiffened. In the next moment, his hands hung down somewhat feebly. Yes. With so many strong people on the opposite side, where could they run to even if they ran? On the side, Jiang Wanqi couldn't help but sneer and open her mouth when she heard Emperor Killer's resigned words. Hee, you guys do recognize the time. After saying that, a strong color of resentment appeared in her eyes as she looked at Sasher. Because time was too tight, the family could not temporarily spare any strong person who could come over to help her retaliate against Sasher. But she had already found out through her family what kind of preparations the Gu family had made for today's appointment. She had come over this time in order to see this pariah kneeling like a dog under Gu Beicheng's suit pants in a moment, crying and begging him to spare himself. At that time, she would then reveal her identity to Gu Beicheng, and could even use the conclusion of a marriage contract with him as a condition to get him to hand this pariah over to her to deal with. Once this pariah fell into her hands, she would let her know what kind of existence she had offended. Soon, the Gu family's crowd stopped at a position 10 meters away from Sasher's few people. When Gu Beicheng saw that at this moment, Sasher was still calm and composed, his eyes could not help but reveal a trace of surprise. Sasher's gaze slowly swept over the wheelchair-bound Gu Yiting in the Gu family, finally settling on Gu Beicheng. Just sending a compensation gift, do you need to let so many people follow? When Gu Beicheng heard Sasher's words, a touch of amusement suddenly appeared on that iceberg-like handsome face. A compensatory gift? Oh, I did come to send a compensatory gift, only, before sending a gift, I have to see if you have the qualifications to accept it. He still thought that Sasher had truly reached a realm where a mountain crumbled in front of him without changing its color, but he didn't think that the other party was just simply stupid. Sasher sighed. I gave you 1 day to prepare a reparation gift, but you used it to prepare how to deal with me, Gu family master. There is a price to pay for going back on your word. Gu Beicheng's eyes were steeply cold. I don't have time to bull with you here, either break your own legs now and apologize to knighting, or die. At those words, Sasher slowly hooked up the corner of her lips, and then opened her mouth in a nonchalant manner. If you kneel down and apologize to me now, I can spare you this time if I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, I will let you understand what it means to regret. Hiss. Hiss. The moment Sasher's words fell, a sound of sucking in cool air came from the crowd behind Gu Beicheng. They had seen those who weren't afraid of death, but they hadn't seen this kind of arrogant one who dared to be so arrogant even when death was near. It seemed that there was no need to talk about it, in that case. Just at this moment. Ringing. A cell phone rang abruptly. Gu Beicheng fished out his cell phone from his pocket and frowned. If something heavenly hadn't happened, no one would have dared to call this number. He hesitated for a moment, but still picked it up in front of everyone. Hearing the voice coming from the opposite side of the phone, Gu Beicheng's head felt like something had suddenly exploded. His entire body was as dumb as if he was stupid, and the hand holding the cell phone suddenly loosened. Splat! The sound of the cell phone falling to the ground resounded in the ears of everyone at the scene. Chapter 23 Gu Group, Gone. The people behind Gu Beicheng stared blankly at the cell phone that fell to the ground and could not help but look at each other. What kind of phone call could make Gu Beicheng, who was always strategizing, lose his temper to such an extent? Beside Gu Beicheng, Gu Knighting, who was sitting in a wheelchair, looked at Gu Beicheng, whose body had stiffened, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Junior uncle, what's wrong? Gu Beicheng didn't reply. He slowly turned his head to look at Sasher, and that icy gaze was as if it could kill. You did this? Sasher looked at him with a faint smile. I said, I will let you understand what it means to regret. Gu Beicheng slowly clenched his fists when he heard this. Because of the tremendous force, a cackling sound came out between his fingers. Gu Knighting listened to the conversation between the two, his heart panicked even more. Junior uncle, what's wrong? Gu Beicheng took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. Group, it's gone. Gu Knighting's pupils suddenly shrunk at the words. He almost subconsciously took out his cell phone from his pants pocket. This cell phone had been put on silent before coming over. After he took the phone out, he saw that a call was calling in. He took a deep breath and his fingers trembled as he pressed the connect button. President, it's over. The group is finished. Gu Knighting's heart plummeted as he hurriedly opened his mouth to ask, what the hell is going on? The group was fine before he came over, and in less than an hour, how could the group suddenly be finished? The group database was attacked, all the information leaked. You also know that many of these things cannot be brought to the surface. The relevant departments have begun to intervene. Our group cannot withstand the investigation. When Gu Knighting heard this, his eyes involuntarily widened a few points. How could it be leaked? How could that information be leaked? Didn't the group hire the top programmers? Are those people freeloaders? They said that the person who attacked the group's database was one of the world's top hackers, and that the firewall we built as a group was no different from paper maché in the other party's eyes. Gu Yiting took a deep breath and directly interrupted the other party. Is there a way to salvage it? The opposite party was silent for a few seconds, then spoke cautiously. The group is definitely going bankrupt. If you don't, you should beg the Gu family head. Let him pay to rebuild the group? Snap. Under extreme anger, Gu Yiting's cell phone was directly smashed onto the ground by him. The fuselage was in pieces, but it couldn't contain his full-blown rage. His years of hard work, in just a few minutes, was gone. He couldn't accept such a fact even if his mind was strong. With that, he violently turned his head to look at Sasher, a pair of eyes covered in killing intent staring tightly at Sasher. Junior uncle, kill her. Kill her for me. Gu Beicheng gently nodded his head in an unnoticeable manner, then he looked at Sasher and slowly opened his mouth. Originally, I didn't want to kill you with a knife, but you touched my bottom line. Sasher heard this can be described as a very domineering president's words immediately some speechless. At first, Gu Yiting said the same thing, but in the end, he was still not broken by her dog's legs. She also didn't want to talk nonsense with Gu Beicheng anymore and spoke directly. My patience is limited, now give me my compensation, otherwise, I don't mind letting you lose a little more. The killing intent in Gu Beicheng's eyes suddenly grew a few points more. His pair of icy cold eyes were deadlocked on Sasher, and he said word by word. Then, it also depends on whether you have this ability. Although the Gu group is gone, the Gu family will be greatly injured. However, the Gu family is not the only Gu group. The root of the Gu family's foothold in Cloud City is the Grey Power of the Cloud Gang under the control of Gu Beicheng. Hacking the database of this set can cause a fatal blow to the Gu group, but the Grey Force is under his control, not half the effect. Gu Beicheng did not believe that a little girl could still eat all the Grey Forces in Cloud City after destroying the Gu group. Is that so? Since you have said so, if I don't do something I'm a bit sorry for your words. After saying that, she unhurriedly put her cell phone to her ear. Love, you can do it now. When Gu Beicheng heard this from Sasher, his brows could not help but slowly knit up. Little uncle, kill her. Quickly kill her. Gu Knighting suddenly shouted. This woman was too evil. He was really afraid of any more side issues. Although Gu Beicheng did not think that Sasher could make any more waves, he did not want to waste any more time. However, just at the moment when he was about to order the people behind him to make a move. Ringing. A cell phone ringtone once again sounded abruptly in the quiet environment where a needle could be heard. Chapter 24, Belongings are late, please forgive me, Palace Lord. The moment Gu Beicheng's cell phone, which had fallen to the ground, rang, he and Gu Nighting's breath hitched at the same time. In the next moment, the two of them fiercely looked at Sasher, their eyes both overflowing with thick shock and uneasiness. Sasher smiled faintly and raised her hand to make a gesture of invitation. When the two saw Sasher's action, the uneasiness in their hearts was suddenly magnified infinitely. Gu Beicheng hesitated for 2 breaths before he slowly bent down to pick up the cell phone on the ground and pressed the answer button. Hello? Boss, it's not good. Just now a dozen people suddenly killed into the headquarters of the Cloud Gang, now the headquarters is heavily dead and wounded, the brothers are afraid that they will not last long. The moment the voice fell, Gu Beicheng was unsteady and suddenly staggered back a step. However, perhaps he was psychologically prepared before connecting the phone, he quickly forced himself to calm down and opened his mouth to ask. There are only a dozen people on the other side? Right. Clearly warriors, we're no match. How much longer can we hold out? The voice from the opposite side suddenly trembled violently. I can't hold on any longer. Before the words fell, a miserable scream suddenly came out of his mouth. Boom! Then a sound of a booming fall to the ground rang out. Only the call did not hang up. Soon, a cool and nice voice came into Gu Beicheng's ears from the phone. Help me tell my boss that the mission is complete and the Cloud Gang has been destroyed. Boom! The moment that voice fell, Gu Beicheng only felt like his head had been hammered by something. His mind went blank at that moment. It's over. This time it was really over. His Gu Beicheng's hard work, for which he had fought for most of his life, had been wiped out in just a few minutes. With the Cloud Gang gone, the Gu family has lost its biggest capital in Cloud City. How could the huge Gu family survive? While Gu Beicheng was near collapse from the blow, Gu Nighting beside him was also as dumb as a fool. He was so close to Gu Beicheng that he clearly heard the voice coming from the opposite side of the phone. He looked up at Sasher with some stiffness. At this moment, the gaze he was looking at Sasher was no longer like he was looking at a person, but at a devil. Until this moment, he still didn't understand how a little girl who had just come out of jail could be terrifying to such an extent. A moment later, he turned his head to look at Gu Beicheng, his voice unprecedentedly hoarse. Junior uncle, if she doesn't die, my Gu family will never have peace. Gu Beicheng slowly turned back to his senses when he heard this. At this moment, a monstrous killing intent surfaced in his gaze as he looked at Sasher. You are smart enough to know that I have assembled almost all of the Cloud Gang's experts in order to deal with you. But now, I will let you understand that in front of absolute strength, those small wits of yours are of no use. After saying that, he did not hesitate to order the people behind him. Go together and kill everyone on the opposite side. 2 intermediate warriors, 10 primary warriors and over 200 ordinary powerhouses answered in unison. Jiang Wanqi's body trembled at the earth-shattering sound. She didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest and hurriedly stepped forward. Master Gu, I'm Jiang Wanqi of the Jiang family of the Imperial capital, I'm not in league with this pariah. Gu Beicheng's eyes suddenly narrowed, someone from the Imperial city's Jiang family? Jiang Wanqi nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, I'm the personal granddaughter of the head of the Imperial city's first-class family, the Jiang family. My uncle is the 3-star senior commander Jiang Chuan. When Gu Beicheng heard the words 3-star senior commander, his eyes clearly showed a few moments of movement. However, he didn't directly tell the people to let Jiang Wanqi go, but instead looked skeptical and said, You're not here to help her? Jiang Wanqi shook her head like a rattlesnake. No. My grandfather died because of her, and I had my hands broken by her, so I'm looking forward to her death. How can I help her? Alright, step aside. They won't hurt you. Jiang Wanqi breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Gu Beicheng's words. However, she looked at Sasher and then at Gu Beicheng, and was obviously hesitant to speak. She was afraid that Gu Beicheng's people would directly kill Sasher. In that case, she would have no way to seek revenge on Sasher, and there would be a lot less thrill of revenge. However, without waiting for Jiang Wanqi to open her mouth, Xiaoyu looked at the crowd of powerhouses behind Gu Beicheng, hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted her teeth and stood out. Gu family master, I am the personal grandson of the Imperial capital Xia family master, the next family master heir. I hope that you can let Sasher live for my sake. Gu Beicheng's brows tightened as he heard this. He had heard of the Imperial city Xia family, and if his Yin gang and Gu group were still around, he was not afraid of the Xia family. But now, he lacked the capital that would allow him to straighten his back against a behemoth like the Xia family. When Jiang Wanqi saw the look on Gu Beicheng's face, she couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief in her heart that even the heavens were helping her. Gu family master, he still has his father above him, it's not that easy for him to sit in the Xia family's head position. However, if Gu family master is worried about getting into some unnecessary trouble because of him, I do have a solution here. My solution will not only allow you to ignore the trouble that the Xia family in the Imperial capital might bring, but it will also help you get back to your position at the top of Cloud City or even the Imperial capital. Although she hadn't heard the voice coming out of Gu Beicheng's phone, she had already guessed a thing or two from his and Gu Yuting's conversation with Sasher. Although she was a little surprised that Sasher was able to achieve this level of success, in her eyes the Xin city was just a small, unimpressive place, and it was a simple matter to bring down a small group and a small force in such a place. What method? Gu Beicheng's deep black eyes gazed at Zhang Wanqi and asked. I'd just reached marriageable age, and I originally favored Xiaoyu, but he disappointed me too much. You, both in looks and temperament, are more to my liking than he is. If you can get engaged to me, you can gain the support of a 3-star senior commander of the war ministry, and you'll be able to struggle for at least 20 years less. Xiaoyu's breathing steepened when he heard Zhang Wanqi's words. He didn't expect Zhang Wanqi to use her life's work as a bargaining chip against him. He quickly looked at Gu Beicheng and said, Gu family master, her thoughts don't represent her family's decisions. You don't meet the Zhang family's criteria for choosing a son-in-law. You might even get yourself involved. Before making a decision, I hope you will think twice before you act. However, Gu Beicheng didn't even look at Xiaoyu. He stared at Zhang Wanqi's beautiful young face for a few seconds before nodding slightly. Yes, after handling things here, I'll give your proposal some thought. Hearing Gu Beicheng's words, which were tantamount to consent, Zhang Wanqi suddenly regained her usual confidence. What kind of man does Zhang Wanqi want? Did Xiaoyu really think she couldn't have him? That's ridiculous. Since Xiaoyu didn't know what to do, she threw it away. As for Gu Beicheng, he's not qualified to be her man, so when she uses him to punish Xiaoxina, she'll play with him for a few days, and when she gets tired of playing, she'll throw him away. Then, Zhang Wanqi looked at Gu Beicheng and smiled sweetly. Sasher, that cheap servant girl, don't get her killed. Gu Beicheng nodded his head, yes. After saying that, he stopped talking nonsense and immediately waved his hand to the crowd behind him. Together, catch them alive. Xiaoyu felt the aura of the crowd whistling out, and his breathing steepened. He anxiously looked towards Sasher. Go! Sasher, you go quickly. Quickly leave. After leaving and finding a crowded place, they didn't dare to go too far in public. Quickly go. However, Sasher did not reply. She just quietly looked at the strong men who were getting closer and closer to her, and didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. The eyes of the 3 intermediate-level warriors who rushed at the front steeply narrowed when they saw Sasher's emboldened appearance. Seeking death. The 3 of them appeared in front of Sasher and the others almost in the blink of an eye, and one of them fiercely kicked up at the knees of both of Sasher's legs. He, in fact, wanted to break both of Sasher's legs. Then, just at the moment when that person was about to touch Sasher's knees, boom! That person's body seemed to have received a violent impact and instantly flew backwards. His body ruthlessly smashed onto a tree trunk 7 or 8 meters away, and a mouthful of blood violently spewed out from his mouth before slowly sliding down the tree trunk. Boom boom! Almost at the same time, the 2 intermediate-level warriors who had gone to attack Emperor Killer and Xiaoyu similarly flew out violently. In the next moment, countless voices that were respectful to the extreme resounded in this space. My subordinates are late, please forgive me, Palace Master. Chapter 25. We see the Palace Lord. Only to see that more than 20 men dressed in the same style of black uniforms suddenly appeared around Sasher. When Gu Beicheng and Gu Nighting saw these people, their pupils suddenly shrunk abruptly. They actually felt that each of these 20-odd people was exuding the aura of at least an intermediate-level warrior around them. What are you people? An extremely bad feeling suddenly arose in Gu Yuting's heart. And the instant his words fell, Gu Beicheng's line of sight suddenly landed on one of them. At that instant, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Commander Jiang? Zhang Yunting looked at him indifferently, but his tone was characterized by incomparable pride and determination. Gu family master, today I represent the Imperial Palace, not the Xiao War Department, now you can call me Xianjiu. Gu Beicheng froze violently, Xianjiu? That's right, within the Imperial Palace, there are 4 palaces, Heaven and Earth, Xian and Yellow. The Heavenly Palace is the strongest, the Earthly Palace is second, and the Yellow Palace is the weakest. As for me, I am in the Xian Palace, and among the strongest people within the palace, I rank 9th. My name, Xianjiu. At those words, Gu Beicheng's breathing suddenly shortened by a few points. Imperial Palace? You are from the Imperial Palace? In the next moment, he hastily turned his head to look at the others beside Zhang Yunting. You are also people from the Imperial Palace? At this moment, Gu Beicheng's voice took on an obvious fear and trembling. And the moment Gu Beicheng's voice fell, the person beside Zhang Yunting suddenly stepped forward. The 4th of the Xian Palace, my name, Xianxi. Under the pressure of that person's strong aura, Gu Beicheng's body was unsteady and he actually staggered back 2 steps. He had just barely stabilized his body when another person took a step forward. Xian Palace first, my name, Xianyi. Earth Palace 17, my name, Earth 17. Heavenly Palace 26, my name, Heaven 26. The 4th of the Heavenly Palace, my name, Heaven 4. Every time a person took a step forward, the surrounding aura would become a few points more condensed. Just as Tianxi's words fell, Emperor Kill, who was behind Xiaxi, suddenly took a step forward. Immediately, a rolling wave-like powerful aura suddenly swept out in all directions. He looked at the crowd in front of him indifferently, and that clear gaze seemed as if he could trample the entire world under his feet. One of the three emperors, the Killing Emperor, Emperor Killing. Boom boom. The moment Emperor Killer's words fell, two powerful auras suddenly erupted not far away. In the next moment, two strong and unrivaled figures abruptly appeared on the north and south sides. The person on the south side wore a blue ear diamond on his ear, his voice was warm but had a penetrating aura. One of the three emperors, the Emperor of Love, Emperor Love. The person on the north side had a monstrous battle intent erupting around him. One of the three emperors, the War Emperor, Emperor War. Boom boom boom. The moment Emperor War's words fell, the aura of all the people of the Imperial Palace erupted steeply. Gu Beicheng's trembling legs could no longer support him. Boom. As if he had suddenly lost all his strength, he fell on his butt and sat on the ground. And because they had rushed towards Sasher before, the more than 200 people who were extremely close to Sasher and the people of the Imperial Palace at this moment felt the terrifying aura around these people even more clearly. Under the shroud of that powerful aura, their eyes overflowed with bone-deep fear, and at the same time, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Not only the people on the Gu family side, at this moment, Xiaoyu and Jiang Wanqi's eyes were overflowing with deep shock as they looked at Sasher. As people from the great families of Imperial City, they had naturally heard of the great name of Imperial Palace. At one time, the higher-ups within the family had instructed them not to mess with members of the Imperial Palace. Now, so many people from the Imperial Palace had suddenly appeared here? Moreover, when they appeared, they seemed to say that there was their palace master here. Then, who was their palace master? Thinking of this, Xiaoyu and Jiang Wanqi's gazes landed on Sasher in unison. But the next moment, both of them shook their heads. No! Impossible! How could the palace master of the Imperial Palace be less than 20 years old? And how could it be a laborer who had just come out of a prison cell? However, there was no waiting for the two to continue denying it in their minds. Swish! The crowd of the Imperial Palace neatly half-kneeled towards Sasher, their voices respectful and pious. We see the palace master. Chapter 26 3-star Senior Commander Badge. Boom! At this moment, Xiaoyu, Jiang Wanqi, and everyone on the Gu clan side suddenly had their minds blown blank by this sentence. The air around them instantly fell to a pin drop. However, in the face of this shocking scene, Sasher only nodded slightly with a calm expression. Get up! After saying that, she slowly raised her eyes and looked towards Gu Beicheng, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground with a pale face. I gave you a chance before. Her voice was so light that she could not hear any joy or anger. However, it was such a voice that made Gu Beicheng's heart instantly fall to the bottom. His handsome face stiffened as he looked at Sasher in front of him. At this moment, he already understood. Gu family this time, really planted. And at this moment, Gu knighting beside Gu Beicheng couldn't control himself and shook his head lightly, muttering unconsciously in his mouth. How is it possible? She is just a little girl less than 20 years old? How could the Mu family cultivate such a monster? How could this be possible? How is this possible? At the same time, the more than 200 fighters hired by the Gu family not far in front of Sasher were looking at Sasher with the same deep disbelief in their eyes. The Imperial Palace was the holy land in the heart of every martial arts practitioner. But they had never dreamed that the person in charge of the Imperial Palace would be a little girl who was not yet dry. In the next moment, endless regret surged into their hearts. With their strength, the possibility of entering the Imperial Palace was already unlikely. Now that they had offended the person in charge of the Imperial Palace, it was almost as if their hopes of entering the Imperial Palace had been completely extinguished. Sasher didn't pay any attention to these people's reactions as she turned her head slightly. Her line of sight then landed on Jiang Wanqi. I had already let you live, but since you can't think straight, I can only fulfill you. You just said that you want to be engaged to him, so be a dead couple with him. Jiang Wanqi's eyes snapped open a few points when she heard Sasher's words. However, in the next moment, thinking of the nature of the Imperial Palace, she tried to stabilize her mind before her gaze fixed on Sasher and said, You want to kill me? Even if the Imperial Palace is powerful, then it can only rampage outside the domain. My uncle is a 3-star senior commander. If you dare to touch me, the entire Xiao War Department will not let go of. Sasher raised her eyes and faintly swept a glance at her, a piercing coldness in her calm voice. Then I really want to see how the Xiao War Department will not let me go after moving you. After she finished speaking, she slightly inclined her head. Emperor Kill, Emperor War, make your move. However, just as Sasher's words fell, a slightly old but majestic voice abruptly sounded. I will see who dares. This voice caused the countless people present to be startled violently. Then, the crowd turned their heads to look at the location where the voice rang out. When they saw the old man who was dressed in the uniform of the War Ministry, walking alone towards the side, the crowd on the Gu family's side immediately shook in spirit. Commander Gu. Because of his sensitive identity, Gu Fengnian did not walk out right from the start. Even if Gu Beicheng could handle it, he did not intend to show himself. However, he never expected that the Gu family would be forced to this extent by a little girl. At this moment, if he didn't come out, Gu Beicheng and Gu Knighting would be lifeless. Gu Beicheng looked at Gu Fengnian, who was walking slowly, and suddenly breathed a fierce sigh of relief. But then, thinking that they were made to feel so embarrassed by a little girl, both of them couldn't help but lower their heads in shame. Gu Beicheng sighed and blamed himself with a face that said, "Big brother, I'm sorry, it's my incompetence." Gu Fengnian, however, shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you. This old man of mine didn't even think that this little girl could have such a background." After saying that, his pair of eagle-like sharp eyes looked straight at Sasher. "Girl, you are very powerful. I admit that my brother and son are not your opponent. Give me Gu Fengnian a face. Today this matter will be so forgettable." "How?" Sasher looked at him indifferently. "I already let Gu Knighting live yesterday for the sake of you having spent half your life fighting for Xia. As for giving you face, not to mention you, as Long Yuan stood in front of me, you go to ask him dare not want my face." Gu Fengnian's face sank when he heard that Sasher dared to disparage even the great leader of Long Yuan, whom he admired the most. "I recognize that you have some ability, but you shouldn't be so arrogant just because you have some ability. After all, even if you are more powerful, can you be more powerful than the Xia War Department?" At those words, Sasher looked at Gu Fengnian faintly and smiled playfully. "Xia Guo War Department? You're a tiny one-star senior commander. Can you represent the entire Xia War Department?" Gu Fengnian was viciously choked. It seemed to feel like he was being lowered in face in front of so many people. He gritted his teeth and rebuked Sasher. "You are disrespecting a senior commander of the War Ministry. I have the right to order you to be arrested and put in jail for an indefinite period." An ordinary person saying this might really be judged as contradicting a senior War Ministry commander. But, when I say that, it's an admonishment from a superior to a subordinate. Gu Fengnian froze violently at his words. In the next moment, he looked at Sasher with a gaze that was cold to the extreme. "Impersonating a high-ranking member of the War Ministry, you have a lot of guts." Sasher faintly swept a glance at him, then suddenly raised his hand. Splat! A crisp sound came out, and a delicate and small golden badge was flung in Gu Fengnian's face by her. Chapter 27 Gu Family Commander, kneeling for Sasher. Gu Fengnian subconsciously caught the badge. And when he looked at the pattern on the badge, his pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a pinhole. 3 general stars? On the badge that this little girl had casually thrown out, there were actually 3 general stars engraved on it? This represented 3-star senior commander? A 3-star senior commander that was a full 2 stars higher than him. Gu Fengnian pinched that badge, his knuckles slightly white from the force. At this moment, he thought of the legend in the War Department who had become a senior commander at the age of 17. If Sasher was that legend. Instantly, Gu Fengnian's old face turned pale. At the same time, as the people on the Gu family side looked at Gu Fengnian, whose face was constantly changing as he held his badge, a slight uneasiness gradually grew in his heart. Could it be that that little girl was also from the War Ministry? Moreover, her title might be even higher than Gu Fengnian's? However, the next moment, the crowd dismissed this idea in their hearts. How could that be possible? That Imperial Palace was an extraterritorial organization, and although it was difficult to become its palace master, it might not be impossible if one was lucky. But to become a senior or above commander in the War Ministry was not a matter of good luck. That required making great contributions to the Xia Kingdom and having at least the strength of at least a senior warrior themselves. A little girl who looked less than 20 years old, a senior warrior, was it possible? A moment later, Gu Fengnian raised his head with some difficulty, his voice a little hoarse. "Where did you get this badge?" He was still holding on to the last glimmer of hope. What if this badge wasn't Sasher's? However, Gu Fengnian was ultimately disappointed. Sasher only looked at him faintly, the corner of her lips hooked up in a smile that seemed like a smile. Has Commander Gu been living too comfortably all these years? Do you think that if this kind of thing is not their own, someone would dare to take it out and show it to others carelessly? Snap! Sasher's words instantly destroyed the last life-saving straw in Gu Fengnian's heart, instantly destroying his last psychological line of defense. In this instant, his entire mind was left with only one thought. It's over. The Gu family is finished. According to the laws of Xia, if Gu Beicheng and Gu Yiting wanted to murder a 3-star senior commander, they would have to be put in jail at the very least. And as Gu Knighting's father, he was equally to blame. Pounce. Under the fear, his legs instantly went limp, and he actually knelt straight down towards Sasher. Instantly. The scene steeply fell into a deathly silence. All the people on the Gu family side, including Gu Beicheng and Gu Knighting, looked at Gu Fengnian, who was kneeling in front of Sasher at this moment, and all of them were as dumb as if they were dumb. What did they see? In the Ministry of War can be said to be able to call the wind and rain of the senior commander Gu Fengnian, actually gave this little girl kneeling down? What's going on? What's going on here? Could it be that that little girl really possessed a higher war ministry title than Gu Fengnian? However, a little girl less than 20 years old, even if her family had a monstrous background, it would be impossible for her to have a 2-star or higher senior commander's title at this age. Meanwhile, Gu Beicheng's breathing suddenly tightened as he watched the scene in front of him. His big brother, the biggest pillar of the Gu family, even, just like that, he knelt down to the little girl who had trampled on the dignity of the entire Gu family? Could it be that, as Sasher had said, her rank in the War Department was even higher than his big brother's? Yes. If not, with his big brother's arrogant nature, it was impossible for him to kneel to someone who was inferior to him. When he thought that Sasher had let Gu Beicheng live yesterday because he mentioned Gu Fengnian, he thought that Sasher was afraid of Gu Fengnian. When he thought of Gu Fengnian's appearance just now, he also fantasized that Sasher might kneel directly in front of Gu Fengnian out of fear. At this moment, it also finally dawned on him. Sasher was able to make him kneel on the ground yesterday with a wave of his hand, not because he was gullible or because Sasher sneaked up on him, but because Sasher had the strength of at least a senior warrior. At this moment, he suddenly felt ridiculous. In his entire life, he had never had a moment like right now where he generally felt that he was simply a cutie. Many things were obviously so obvious, but he had ignored them all because of Sasher's age. And if it wasn't for the huge deviation in his judgment of Sasher's strength, the Gu family wouldn't have been pushed to this point now. He, Gu Beicheng, had always prided himself on being smart, but now it seemed that he was really stupid. At the same time, Jiang Wanqi, who had just celebrated the fact that she had made an incomparably correct decision because of Gu Fengnian's appearance, abruptly froze in place. Chapter 28, Dragon Chief, seen enough? She stared blankly at Gu Fengnian, her mind suddenly somewhat spinning. The scene in front of her nearly broke her cognition. Gu Fengnian, wasn't he the senior commander of the War Department? How could he kneel down to Sasher? Was this tiny pariah of Cloud City even not only the palace master of the Imperial Palace, but also the senior commander of the War Department? She was only 19 years old. At this age, with this origin, how did she obtain such an achievement? Not far away from her, Xia Yu was also a little confused. He was already shocked enough to know that Sasher was the palace master of the Imperial Palace. Now Gu Fengnian suddenly came out and told him that Sasher's title might be even higher than his. What was he doing here today? Why did he come over? In front of Sasher, he, the future head of the imperial capital Xia family, was a waste of space. When he thought of his 2 desperate attempts to persuade Sasher to hurry up and escape, he could not wait to find a crack in the ground. When a person like Sasher faced the Gu family, it was like facing a group of ants that could be crushed to death with their feet. He even wanted her to run away. Is there any joke under the sky that is funnier than this? However, Gu Fengnian, whose mood was complicated to the extreme at the moment, didn't pay any attention to the thoughts of the crowd. He tilted his head to look at Sasher, and a strong plea appeared in his eyes. My lord, I only have these 2 relatives left in this world, please spare them. Sasher just looked at him indifferently, without a trace of movement on his face. I just said, I already spared Gu Beichen's life yesterday on the basis of you being a high-ranking member of the War Department, but he doesn't know how to cherish it, and that's no one's fault. After saying that, she looked directly to the side at Emperor Warrior and Emperor Slayer and spoke once again, make your move. Gu Fengnian's heart steeply lifted. And then, he hurriedly looked at Sasher and spoke. Even if your title is higher than mine, but you are going to kill someone in public, this is still breaking the laws of the Xia kingdom. At those words, Sasher suddenly laughed. At the same time, her gaze towards Gu Fengnian was a few points colder. Law? When your son wanted to drain my brother's blood, did he think about the laws of Xia? When your brother brought over 200 people to kill me today, did he think about the laws of Xia? If I was just an ordinary person, I'd be dead by now. And you, who stood in the dark and watched all this, I'm afraid you wouldn't even show your face. Now that they've lost, you're talking about the law? Does the law belong to your family? When you need it, you take it out immediately, and when you don't need it, you just toss it aside as garbage. Gu Fengnian was once again choked by Xiaxi's words. But then, he took a deep breath and spoke righteously. They are them, you are you, they are just ordinary people of Xia. While you are a senior member of the war ministry, your words and actions represent the authority of the entire Xia kingdom. Today, unless you step over my dead body, otherwise, you don't want to touch them. He knew that these words of his were enough for Sasher to give him a charge of contradicting his superiors. But before the lives of his only son and brother, these were not worth mentioning. When Sasher heard his words, she just looked straight at him, her eyes growing colder and colder at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, the voice that was like it could freeze at any time came out of her mouth. If I have to kill? Gu Fengnian took a deep breath, but his gaze was firm. Then I can only report to the Dragon Abyss Great Chief and let him make a disposition. He knew that Xiaxi was only one step away from the position of Grand Chief. As long as she wanted to be the Great Chief, she could not make any mistakes at this juncture. The matter of her trying to kill Gu Beicheng and Gu Beicheng was related to the laws of the Xia kingdom, and the impact would be quite bad if it got out. He didn't believe that Sasher would dare to alert Long Yuan because of this. As for why he was looking for Long Yuan and not the other 2 great chiefs, Firstly, Long Yuan was the head of the three great chiefs and had the most authority. Secondly, and most importantly, just now Sasher said that Long Yuan didn't even dare to let her give her face. If he unintentionally revealed the matter of her saying this in front of Long Yuan, at least in the short term, Sasher would not have to delude herself into thinking about sitting in the position of the great chief. Thinking of this, Gu Fengyan's heart suddenly had a bottom. His waist was a few points straighter, a pair of slightly old but still sharp eyes staring at Sasher. He was waiting for Sasher to change her decision to kill Gu Beicheng and Gu Knighting. Waiting for Sasher to explain to him that his previous statement that Long Yuan did not dare to let her give face was just a slip of the tongue. However, under the gaze that was permeated with a hint of anticipation and the thrill of revenge, Sasher's gaze towards him was suddenly colored with a hint of teasing. Let Long Yuan dispose of it? Immediately, she suddenly turned her head to look at a tree not far away, and opened her mouth unhurriedly. Chief Long, have you seen enough? Can you come out now? Chapter 29, inviting Sasher to be the great chief above. The moment Sasher's words fell, the already quiet air around him once again went still for a few minutes. Almost everyone looked over at where Sasher's line of sight fell. Could what she said be true? The one who stood at the pinnacle of the Xia Kingdom's war department was now there watching them? Under the crowd's gaze, soon, an old but straight figure walked out from behind that tree. The moment Gu Fengyan saw the old figure, his eyes involuntarily widened a few points. He murmured softly in an uncontrollable whisper under his breath. Great chief. However, the old man who walked slowly did not look at Gu Fengyan, but instead smiled and spoke to Sasher. Girl, intuition is really sharp. I did not expect that I have hidden so well or still found by you. Everyone was stunned when they heard Long Yuan's words. Listening to his tone, where was he like the first person of the Xia Kingdom's war department facing a subordinate? This was just like the tone of an elder talking to his favorite junior. Sasher smiled faintly at his words. I also didn't expect you to have a hobby of peeping. Gu Fengyan's eyes widened violently when he heard Sasher's words. Sasher even dared to use a word like peeping on the great chief. Was she crazy? However, just when he thought that Long Yuan's face would immediately turn cold when he heard Sasher's words to reprimand her for disrespecting her superiors, Long Yuan only coughed lightly in embarrassment, and actually didn't have the slightest intention of pursuing Sasher for her nonsense words. Afterward, he suddenly turned his head to look at Gu Fengyan. Gu Fengyan felt Long Yuan's gaze and instantly snapped back from his shock at Sasher's use of words. He immediately stood up straight and with a solemn face, he gave Long Yuan a salute, greeting him with an imposing air. Good day, great chief. Long Yuan nodded slightly. Only the gaze he looked at Gu Fengyan, where was half the mildness that he looked at Sasher. His slightly cold gaze looked straight at Gu Fengyan, his voice transmitting a bit of dissatisfaction. Letting your family members run amok and openly contradicting your superiors today, Commander Gu, this shouldn't be something you should do as a senior commander of a country. Gu Fengyan looked at Long Yuan's face, which was very different when he was facing himself and when he was facing Sasher, and was violently stunned. In the next moment, he abruptly returned to his senses and hurriedly explained. What the great chieftain said was true, it was indeed me who was lax in disciplining my family. However, the next moment, his words suddenly changed. But while my family is certainly at fault, their crime is not to the point of death, and even if it really comes to the point of a death sentence, it shouldn't be carried out by Commander Xia. Hearing Gu Fengyan's completely upside-down words, Sasher suddenly laughed. A crime not punishable by death? Hasn't Commander Gu ever heard of the principle that a murderer pays for his life? Doesn't Commander Gu think that if your son drained my brother's blood, I have to be thankful and even set off firecrackers to celebrate? Feeling that Long Yuan's gaze had once again cooled a few points after hearing Sasher's words, Gu Fengyan hurriedly said. Knighting just wanted to draw a little bit of your brother's blood to save people. Moreover, he didn't want to let your brother die. Your brother also really didn't die, isn't it? Sasher coldly swept Gu Fengyan a glance, not interested in messing around with him. She looked directly at Long Yuan Dao. Whether or not Gu Knighting wanted to draw all of my brother's blood, you can find out by checking the hospital surveillance. Gu Fengyan. Sasher's words had already reached this point, so he really couldn't refute them. He gritted his teeth and took a step back. Good. I admit that Knighting was worried about his fiance's health and did the wrong thing. But what about Beicheng? I just heard with my own ears that you were going to have someone kill Beicheng. It can't be that I misheard you, right? Sasher suddenly smiled at his words. The reason I came over today is that Gu Beicheng said he would make amends to me here, and I traveled a long way in order to lift the suspicion with your Gu family. It's just that I didn't expect that this grey power of yours who was in charge of Cloud City didn't have the slightest intention of apologizing, but instead brought over 200 people from within the power to come over and try to kill me. If it wasn't for these friends of mine who happened to be in the neighborhood, I might have already lost my life. When Gu Fengyan heard these hateful words from Sasher, a mouthful of old blood was almost spewed out in anger. You came all the way over here to lift the suspicion with the Gu family? If he really wanted to send a reparation gift, why would he come here to do so? You're not a little cutie. You're not a little cutie, so how can you believe his bull about coming here to deliver a gift of reparation? And if your friend hadn't been in the neighborhood, you'd be dead already. You're a senior commander of the War Department, at least a senior warrior. Even if the Gu family brought everyone here together, they wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on your head, would they? But in your own words, you were almost killed by them? Are you going to lie still and let them kill you? Most importantly, if you say my brother is bringing people here, just say he's bringing people here. Why do you have to emphasize that my brother is in charge of a gray force that's hostile to the Ministry of War? Are you trying to emphasize your role as a good citizen, or do you think that the great chieftain didn't treat him badly enough? After a few breaths, Gu Fengnian tried to swallow the qi and blood that was churning up and took a deep breath and said, "You are answering the wrong question. What I am asking is, what qualifications do you have to order the killing of knighting in Beicheng?" Sasher lightly looked at Gu Fengnian, whose old face was flushed red. That gaze was like looking at a retard. "Commander Gu, you are also a senior figure in the War Department. You should know that the law that allows a senior commander of the War Department to be shot immediately for intentional murder, right? Don't say that they're not dead yet. Even if they're already dead, it's still their fault." Chapter 30, Inviting Xiaxi to be the Senior Commander Medal. Gu Fengnian froze violently in place at the words. He had just been too angry and his mind was so messed up that he had forgotten that there was such a regulation in the laws of the Xia Kingdom to protect the top brass of the War Department. In that case, Sasher, it could really be said that there was no fault at all. In the next moment, his gaze towards Sasher abruptly changed. This woman, what a deep calculation. Sasher ignored Gu Fengnian's gaze and once again looked at Long Yuan Dao. "Great Chief, Gu Knighting attempted and carried out the killing of a 6-year-old child. Gu Beicheng brought people over to kill the senior commander of the War Ministry. What to do about it, you decide." Gu Fengnian steeply returned to his senses when he heard these aggressive words from Sasher. At the same time, his heart suddenly tightened. He was afraid that the great chief would make a direct decision, so he hurriedly opened his mouth. "Big Chief, Knighting and Beicheng are certainly at fault, but it's not as serious as she said, and no one died because of the two of them, so I hope that Big Chief will spare my only relative." Sasher's eyes turned a few points colder at her words. "It is because of you, the senior commander of the War Department, as a backer that they dare to act so recklessly. If all the senior family members of the War Ministry were to act so recklessly, Xia would not need to wait for other countries to invade, but would be able to be played to death by its own War Ministry itself." Hearing these righteous words from Sasher, Gu Fengnian couldn't wait to bite her to death. When he said a word, Sasher disliked it. In his entire life, he had never been so stifled. "Great Chief." Gu Fengnian wanted to say something else, yet his latter words were interrupted by Long Yuan raising his hand before he could say them. "Today's matter, the Gu family is indeed not in the right. If you beg for mercy and I let it go, in the future, if a similar situation occurs in the other higher echelons of the War Ministry, how will I deal with it?" After saying that, he looked to the back of the War Department crowd that followed him over and said, "Come on, first arrest Gu Knighting, Gu Beicheng, and this Ms. Jiang into the Cloud City jail, and let the court decide how to deal with them." When Gu Fengnian heard this, his heart suddenly sank. Gu Yiting and Gu Beicheng's faces abruptly stiffened. Jiang Wanqi's face suddenly revealed a strong fear. If it was left to the court to decide, once they were convicted of attempting to kill the senior commander of the War Ministry, even if they didn't die, they would at least get life imprisonment. She couldn't care about anything else under the urgency of the situation and hurriedly shouted to Long Yuan. "Great Chief, my uncle Jiang Chuan is a 3-star senior commander of the War Ministry. I just had a little conflict with her and had my hands broken by her. You can't do this to me." However, Long Yuan just looked at Jiang Wanqi lightly, but was unmoved. "Jiang Chuan is Jiang Chuan, you are you. Great Chief." Seeing this, Gu Fengnian's face revealed an even stronger plea. Long Yuan's breath around his body steeply chilled. "If you are still not satisfied, you will have to hand it over to Commander Xia to deal with." Gu Fengnian's face changed when he heard this, and he quickly changed his words. "I accept the decision of the Great Chief." After saying that, he glanced at Sasher, a deep hatred and unwillingness showing in his eyes. "But Great Chief, Commander Xia may not be without a bit of fault. Before you came over, you heard with your own ears what she said about herself not even giving you face. And when you just came out from behind that tree, she even called you by your name. Then, she even used the word peeping on your superior. Great Chief, she is not taking you seriously at all. With this kind of arrogant character of hers, sooner or later, she would cause a big disaster and bring incalculable losses to the War Ministry." Long Yuan frowned at her words. "What are you trying to say? Commander Xia is too young. I recognize that she has made a lot of contributions to the country, but her seniority is too shallow. Do you know how those old combatants who had only reached intermediate commander 2 years ago felt when they heard that a young girl less than 20 years old had become a 3-star senior commander? They had spent their entire lives on the battlefield for the country, but they were still inferior to a little girl whose hair hadn't even grown out yet. Do you know how disappointed they were in the Xia War Department because of this? In order not to break the hearts of the veterans, but also to give Commander Xia more time to settle down and wash away his arrogance and impatience, I suggest that Commander Xia's rank be lowered to intermediate commander first, and that she wait until she is at least 30 years old before considering the matter of upgrading her rank. Otherwise, the War Ministry will be in chaos. Ha! After listening to this righteous accusation and advice from Gu Fengyan, Sasher couldn't control a cold laugh. And then, she turned her head slightly, and her slightly chilled sight landed on Long Yuan. Great Chief, since so many people feel that I'm not suitable for this position, there's no need to give me such a troublesome demotion, just let me leave the War Department directly. She would guard the Xia Kingdom only because of her promise to that friend. If many people in the Xia Kingdom War Department felt that she was not worthy of the position, there was no need for her to risk her life to continue to guard the Xia Kingdom. Even that star brand, she didn't need to rush to unseal it. And the moment Sasher's words fell, an eerie silence once again fell around her. Everyone other than the members of the Imperial Palace looked at Sasher as if they were looking at a madman. At this moment, Gu Fengyan even somewhat did not believe his own ears. Leaving the War Ministry? Was she crazy? Even if the Great Chief adopted his suggestion, she was still at least an intermediate commander. An intermediate commander was a height that countless people in the War Ministry could not reach even if they worked hard for their entire lives. But she's leaving? No, that's not right. It was impossible for her to have reached this height and leave willingly. That would be if she wanted to threaten the Great Chief with quitting the War Ministry, so that the Great Chief wouldn't dare to lower her rank. Thinking of this, Gu Fengyan's gaze towards Sasher was thick with mockery and disdain. Did she really think that the Xia War Ministry couldn't function properly without her? If the Great Chief could be threatened by such a sentence from her, he wouldn't have reached his current height. If she threatened the Great Chief with such a stupid tactic, she would only be hoisting herself into a cocoon. She, for sure, would regret it. However, just as this thought was born in Gu Fengyan's mind, Long Yuan fiercely looked over at him. At this moment, those majestic and inviolable eyes actually revealed a few moments of killing intent. Didn't you hear me tell you to shut up? From now on, if you say another word, the one who will be lowered in title rank will be you. At this moment, Long Yuan really had the heart to kill Gu Fengyan. One must know that for the current Sasher, the War Ministry could hardly bring her any help anymore. However, the War Ministry needed her to do many things and had invariably added too many constraints to her. She could completely leave the War Ministry and go be a dashing and self-contained Imperial Palace Lord. However, the Xia War Ministry really couldn't live without her. Once she left the War Ministry, the Skywolf Regiment that she had led before would definitely fall into chaos. And the Xia Kingdom, which was now under siege by several countries, would definitely be in danger. And because of this, he had wanted Sasher to become the 4th Grand Chief of the War Department a year ago. It was only a pity that Sasher felt that there would be more restraints after becoming the Great Chief, and had already refused him twice in a row before. Today, it was the 3rd time he came over with a thick skin. He hoped that by backing up Sasher, he could make her understand his attitude and thus agree to become the 4th chief of the Xia Kingdom. However, this idiot Gu Fengyan had asked him to lower Sasher's title rank. How could he not be angry? How could he not be angry? And at this moment, Gu Fengyan was directly dumbfounded when he heard Long Yuan's words. He didn't understand why Long Yuan had to tell him to shut up with such a tone of voice that he couldn't wait to kill him by 1,000 cuts. He even didn't understand why Sasher had already threatened to quit the War Department, and instead of directly opening his mouth to kick her out of the War Department, Long Yuan in turn told him to shut up. What kind of reasoning is this? What was Long Yuan thinking? Without waiting for Gu Fengyan to figure it out, Long Yuan suddenly looked at Sasher, and on that face that had just been extremely majestic, he actually revealed a few points of embarrassment. The words that came out of his mouth were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, blasting Gu Fengyan and everyone present into a blank space. Chapter 31 invites Sasher to be the big chief next. Cough cough Sasher, this Gu commander is too old and has become senile. I will apologize to you on his behalf. And, in order to show my strong opposition to him making that suggestion, I will raise your rank one more level. Starting today, you'll be the 4th Grand Chief of the War Ministry. Boom! The moment Long Yuan's words fell, almost everyone around them felt a muffled thunder strike hard into their brains. At this moment, they even felt like they were hallucinating. The 4th Great Chief? The 3 current Grand Chiefs of the Xia Kingdom's War Department were all figures who had made great contributions to the Xia Kingdom. Moreover, looking at all the Grand Chiefs in the history of the Xia Kingdom, none of them were younger than 50 years old when they were promoted to Grand Chief. But now, Long Yuan was letting a young girl who was younger than 20 years old become the Grand Chieftain? Is he serious? Besides Sasher, Xiaoyu stared blankly at the Sasher in front of him. God knows he was sent over from Imperial City to help. It was in the capacity of a strong person to do a favor for the weak. But, it was even if the Imperial Palace Master, the senior commander of the War Ministry. Now she's being told that this one is going to be a great chief that he can only look up to? This kind of person needs his help. Moreover, what has he done since he came over? Apart from shouting like a madman in the beginning for Sasher to hurry up and run away, and then gradually becoming numb in shock over and over again, had he helped at all? He had always been the most outstanding existence among his peers. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt so humble. Even comparing Sasher's age and accomplishments, he suddenly felt that he, who had come to help, was a waste. He swore that if he knew he had to go through this before coming over, he wouldn't have come over even if his grandfather beat him to death. Besides Xiaoyu, Jiang Wanshi, who had just been pondering how to contact her uncle who was a 3-star senior commander, was instantly dumbfounded. Just now, she hadn't seen the badge that Sasher had flung in Gu Fengnian's face, thinking that Sasher's age was at most a 2-star senior commander. But now, Long Yuan was telling her that Sasher had suddenly become a Grand Chief? The 4th Grand Chieftain of the Xiao War Department, That was a figure that the entire Jiang family would have to go out to greet and host a banquet for after visiting the Jiang family. And she, who thought Sasher was just a pariah from a small town. Ha ha ha, is there anything more ridiculous in this world? Pity Jiang Wanshi, who prided herself on her cleverness, but didn't realize that she'd end up being victimized by her own cleverness. At the same time, Gu Fengnian also came back to his senses from the great shock. At this moment, he only felt that Long Yuan's words were like an invisible slap that ruthlessly smacked him in the face. He had just proposed to lower Sasher's rank to an intermediate commander, and then Long Yuan opened his mouth to elevate Sasher to the 4th great chief of the Xia kingdom. Long Yuan, this was a naked slap in his face. Immediately afterward, Gu Fengnian turned his head somewhat stiffly, and his gaze towards Sasher revealed an unwillingness that was thick to the extreme. A young girl of only 19 years of age, to be able to sit in the position of senior commander of the War Department was already a virtue unworthy of the position. What makes her able to ascend to the most powerful peak position of the War Department at this age? What qualifications did she have to sit in that position that he had never even dared to think about in his life? No! He couldn't let her become the Grand Chieftain. There was still a possibility that she would be demoted to a mid-level commander if she was only a senior commander now. But if she was allowed to sit in the position of Grand Chief, unless she committed a major crime like collaborating with the enemy and committing treason, no one would be able to pull her down from the position of Grand Chief. Thinking of this, Gu Fengnian didn't care about Long Yuan's warning that he would directly lower him to a mid-level commander if he said another word, and hurriedly advised Long Yuan with a sincere face. Each great chief of the summer country can represent the entire war department or even represent the will of the summer country. If the extraterritorial countries know that the summer country pushed a 19-year-old little girl into this position, they will definitely think that the summer war department is incompetent, or even, may cause the entire summer country to fall into chaos. I hope that the great chief will not joke about this kind of thing. Gu Fengnian was afraid of being interrupted by Long Yuan, and almost finished these words in one breath. After Long Yuan heard Gu Fengnian's words, a pair of sharp eyes stared tightly at Gu Fengnian's face. At this moment, his eyes were no longer simply wanting to kill Gu Fengnian. If he could, he would have hated to sew up his broken mouth and then directly chop him up and feed him to the dogs. If there was no Gu Fengnian today, it was simply the right time and place for him to ask Sasher to be promoted to the position of Grand Chief, and he was at least 50% sure that he could get Sasher to agree to become the 4th Grand Chief of the Xia Kingdom. However, because of Gu Fengnian's stupidity, such a good opportunity was ruined. Just like that, it was ruined. He knew Sasher's character well, and since she had opened her mouth and refused, it was unlikely that she would change her mind and agree to his request to be promoted to the position of Grand Chief today. And this was already his 3rd invitation. As the saying goes, things don't happen 3 times. After today, it would be hard for him to get Sasher to agree again. And as long as Sasher didn't take the position of Grand Chief, she could resign from the War Ministry at any time. Long Yuan took several deep breaths before trying to suppress the urge to hack Gu Fengnian to death. Afterward, he suddenly turned his head to look at one of the war members behind him and spoke in a cold, hard voice. Starting today, Gu Fengnian is demoted from senior commander to intermediate commander, and within 5 years, he shall not be allowed to have any promotion in rank. Gu Fengnian slowly clenched his fists as he listened to Long Yuan's unforgiving words. Because of the immense force, visible veins sprouted on his fists. Great Chief, I know that I'm nothing in your eyes, but I've been in the war ministry for so many years, and I've worked hard without merit. I need you to give me a reason for harboring Sasher so much. Long Yuan sniffed, and the light in his eyes that looked at Gu Fengnian was as if he was going to pierce through his entire being. Harboring? Gu Fengnian, it seems that it is really the Xia Kingdom that has been too peaceful in the last few years, making you completely forget the rules of the Ministry of War. Just based on the way you spoke to me in Commander Xia, I could have disposed of you directly according to the rules of the War Ministry. Gu Fengnian's heart abruptly tightened as he felt the extremely cold aura around Long Yuan. However, because of that extreme unwillingness in his heart, he still gritted his teeth and looked straight at Long Yuan. I accept all dispositions in accordance with the rules of the War Ministry, but I still want to know, she is a little girl less than 20 years of age, how can she have the virtue and ability to sit in the position of the Great Chief? Chapter 32, in front of Sasher, you're nothing. With your rank, you are not qualified to know this. When Gu Fengnian heard Long Yuan's cold, hard voice, the veins on top of his clenched fists became more pronounced by a few points. After a few breaths of silence, as if he had given up, he said with a firm gaze, "If the great chief does not give me an explanation today, a war department that is already close to decay, I will not stay." Using the position that you have fought for half your life to climb up to exchange for a reason? Good. I will fulfill you. After saying that, Long Yuan directly turned his head to look at a war member behind him. Call up all of Commander Xia's achievements since he entered the war department. Yes. That war department member sniffed and immediately took down a monitor the size of an ordinary cell phone from his arm. His fingers quickly operated on the monitor. 10 seconds later. Great Chief, it's up. Take it to him and take a look. Gu Fengnian watched as the combatant got the display in front of him and raised his own lightly trembling hand to receive it. And just as he saw the first message on it, his pupils suddenly shrunk. How is this possible? The shock in his eyes grew deeper and deeper as he looked at the tasks that he thought were completely impossible to accomplish, but which Sasher had passed perfectly. When he saw the back, his entire mind was confused. If he wasn't certain that the information given by the great chief couldn't possibly be false, he would have thought that it was fictionalized. He really found it hard to believe that a teenage girl could create these miracles. Now, do you still have any objections to my decision of wanting to promote her to Grand Chief? Long Yuan coldly looked at Gu Fengnian and opened his mouth to ask. Gu Fengnian almost subconsciously shook his head. At this moment, endless regret surged into his heart. What is it about being less than 20 years old and not deserving of a position? What promotion of Sasher would hurt the hearts of the old people in the War Department? These were nothing in front of Sasher's achievements over the years. At this moment, he finally understood how wrong he was and why Long Yuan was so angry. The current Sasher, who could continue to stay in the War Ministry, was entirely remembering her old feelings. Once the War Ministry let her down completely, she could leave at any time. At that time, her departure would definitely cause irreparable damage to the Xia War Ministry. As for forcing Sasher to stay in the War Ministry, although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that the Xia War Ministry didn't have this ability. And because of Xiaxi's young title is 2 levels higher than his unwillingness, but proposed to Xiaxi's rank down to intermediate commander. Thinking of this, Gu Fengnian couldn't wait to give himself a few slaps. There had never been a moment in his life when he felt his mouth was so cheap. Long Yuan did not look at Gu Fengnian again, but instead looked at Sasher with a solemn face and said, Sasher, the position of the big chief, I will keep it for you, as long as you are willing. That position is yours at any time. Sasher faintly smiled, that smile in the rare dyed a few points of warmth. I got the news that my lover is in the summer country, the matter of the big chief, wait for me to find him and then discuss it. Thinking of that first meeting on the overbearing order her to stay away from him, saying that he will never like her in this life, but soon be their own face. That man who was clearly as handsome as a god, but was always worried that he wasn't good looking enough and was afraid that she would be seduced by another man. The man who had died to save her, and even as he was dying, he was still worried that his face, with its cut skin, was too ugly and would scare her. Sasher's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of urgency. While Long Yuan heard Sasher's words, he froze violently. In the next moment, a rich ecstasy surged steeply on his face. Chapter 33, The Man Who Walked Out Gracefully Like a Comic. Although he didn't expect that Sasher, whose ability was so strong that it made countless men ashamed of themselves, would still have a lover. But didn't Sasher's words mean that as long as she found her lover, she would be able to take over as the Grand Chief of the War Department? He believed that with Sasher's ability, as long as that person was alive, it was impossible for her not to find him. In other words, sooner or later, she would agree to become the Grand Chief. It was only a matter of time. At this moment, Long Yuan suddenly felt that this surprise came too suddenly. However, very quickly, Long Yuan tried to suppress the excitement in his heart and hurriedly opened his mouth to Sasher and asked, "Is there any news about him?" Sasher didn't hide it when she heard Long Yuan's question. There was a possibility that he was in the Imperial City Academy. Imperial City Academy? As if Long Yuan thought of something, he hurriedly said, Imperial City College's deans are all directly sent over by the Ministry of War, immediately retired. The candidate for the new dean has not yet been decided. You go over to be the acting dean for a few days first. When the time comes to do some things can also be convenient. Long Yuan said that he was letting Sasher go to be the acting dean, but with her status as a 3-star senior commander, her power after going over was only greater than the official dean. Moreover, the time for her to step down could be completely up to her. Hearing Long Yuan's arrangement, which could be called extremely considerate, Sasher faintly smiled. Okay, don't announce my identity to the public. In addition, prepare an enrollment notice for me as an academy cadet. Unsealing the star plate she got from the Mu family might require the cooperation of the academy's senior management, and having the identity of the dean would indeed save a lot of things. But if you want to find her family's big baby, I think it's better to use the identity of a student. Palace Master, you want to enter the Imperial City Academy with the identity of a student? After Sasher's words fell, before Long Yuan could answer, Zhang Yunting suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "What's the problem?" Zhang Yunting hurriedly shook his head. No. Only, after finishing his words, the look on his face was obviously a little complicated. He had just received a notice 3 days ago that he would be in charge of the military training matters for the new students of Imperial City Academy in 10 days' time off. In other words, one of the freshmen he was going to train at that time was his family's palace master lord? What was the difference between this and letting him die? Long Yuan didn't care about the change in Jian Yunting's face. He directly nodded his head after hearing Sasher say that he needed the enrollment notice. Okay, I will try my best to send someone to send it over to you today. After saying that, Long Yuan ordered people to send Gu Beicheng and the others into the Cloud City jail before leaving. Tick. The crowd had just left not a moment ago when the display on Emperor Love's arm suddenly flashed twice. He glanced down at the display and immediately looked at Sasher with a straight face and said, "Boss, I just received news that a subordinate has found a suspected trace of your lover in the Fu family in Cloud City." Sasher was slightly stunned. Fu family? Yes, Fu family's youngest son Fu Luvia has been a schoolgrass since childhood, but before a period of time the character has undergone a very obvious change. And several other characteristics also meet the requirements you give to find people. This is Fu Luvia's photo, you look at it. Said, Emperor Love put the cell phone in front of Sasher. That screen above the display of the photo, the boy 20 years old or so appearance, wearing a white shirt, skin delicate as the finest suet jade, features exquisite handsome like God's hand carved out of the artwork, the surrounding temperament is clean impeccable. This is an elegant and noble man who comes out of a comic strip. And in the Xiaoxi eyes touched the photo instantly, suddenly violently stunned. Because the eyebrows and eyes of the boy in this photo were actually a bit similar to her family's big baby in the previous life. Thereupon, she took a deep breath and tried to calm her mind. And then, she looked towards Emperor Kill. Check the location of the Fu family and go over there now. Chapter 34, the card given by Sasher has $1 billion in it. At the same time, Xia Mother was sitting in front of the counter of Star Flag Bank. And within the counter, the bank employee, who was originally careless because of what Mother Xia was wearing, fiercely widened his eyes. Only to see that on the computer screen in front of him, it was displaying card balance, $1 billion. $1 billion. His eyes were glued to the string of numbers on the screen, and he couldn't control his shortness of breath. He had been working in this bank for 3 years, and had never seen a card balance of more than 8 digits. After all, once the card balance exceeded 8 digits, it was a big customer of their bank and would be personally received by the manager. However, at this moment, he saw 10 digits. Soon, he took a deep breath and tried to calm down. And then, he turned his head slightly and scrutinized the Xia Mother outside the counter glass. He looked up and down, carefully sizing up Xia's mother, and didn't even feel that she had the appearance of a rich person for a single star. Gradually, the color of greed grew in his eyes. $1 billion. Even if he could only get a tenth of it, it would be enough to spend for a lifetime. Soon, he tried to suppress his excitement and turned his head to look at Xia's mother outside the glass partition and questioned in a cold voice. "This card, where did you get it?" "My daughter gave it to me." The counter heard Xia Mother's reply and looked at her with a sudden cold look. "How old is your daughter? What does she do?" Xia Mother frowned. "Does this have anything to do with me wanting to withdraw money?" The counter clerk sniffed and looked at Xia Mother's face even colder. "Today, you must give me a clear account of where this card came from." On the side, the receptionist who took Xia's mother into the bank heard the counter clerk's aggressive words. As if she suddenly reacted to something, she hurriedly passed an inquiring look to the counter clerk. The counter clerk nodded slightly to her, and then made a 10 gesture. Hiss! When the hostess saw this, she immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. In the next moment, her face suddenly sank as she looked at Mother Xia, her voice sharp and questioning. "Speak! Where did this card come from? Is it yours or your daughter's? Was it picked up or stolen?" Xia Mother felt the aggressive aura of the two men, and immediately raised her hand, about to take the bank card on the card reader. "I just want to withdraw money. Why are you guys like interrogating criminals? This money, I'm not withdrawing it." Seeing this, the hostess reached out as fast as she could and snatched the bank card over. "You can't even tell me where this card came from. I think either you stole it or your daughter did. Let's go. Come with us to the station." She didn't want to keep the money private. It was too big a risk to take. She loves money, but she knows that you have to have a life to spend it. However, she knows the deputy director of the Cloud City Inspectorate. She doesn't believe that old pervert isn't interested in so much money. Just when Xiaoxi and D-Killer were still 10 minutes away from Fu's house, they suddenly received a phone call. After learning that Xia's mother had been arrested into the inspectorate, the aura around her clearly chilled a few degrees. Afterward, she did not hesitate and rushed directly to the Cloud City Inspectorate. Meanwhile, the Cloud City Inspectorate. Inside the detention room, Mother Xia had already been handcuffed with her hands and was sitting on the interrogation chair. And at this moment, 3 people were standing opposite her. 2 of them were the waitress and the counter clerk, and the other, a balding middle-aged man. This one was none other than the deputy director of this Cloud City Inspectorate, Mr. Wang. Snap! Deputy Director Wang slapped a piece of paper forcefully in front of Xiao's mother and spoke in a cold voice. Confession of guilt we have prepared for you, sign it. Xiao's mother frowned at the three people who had forcibly brought her here and forced her to confess. This card is not stolen. Deputy Wang looked at Xiao's mother and sneered. Not stolen? Do you know how much money is in this card? Look at you in all your rags, how can you not be rich? As for your daughter, I already know that she was imprisoned in the Cloud City jail 5 years ago and just got out yesterday. You said before that this card was given to you by her. Even if she has great ability, it's impossible for her to get $1 billion in jail, right? Mother Xia sniffed and froze violently. Then, she looked at Deputy Wang's eyes overflowing with deep disbelief. 10 billion? Don't you know? In the card you took to withdraw money, there are $10 billion. Boom! Xiao's mother only felt a bomb violently explode in her head. $1 billion? The card that Sasher gave her actually had $1 billion in it? Seeing this, the hostess coldly looked at Xiao's mother and said, as long as you admit that you stole this card from our bank and are willing to surrender the card as stolen property, the inspectors will not pursue your daughter. Deputy Inspector Wang followed and nodded. As long as you sign the confession of guilt now, we will look at the fact that you took the initiative to admit the crime, and we will deal with you leniently. Otherwise, not only will you who took the stolen goods to get the money not have a good ending, what your daughter will face will also be a capital offense. Whether you voluntarily confess to the crime and get a reduced sentence, or get your daughter killed so that you don't go to jail, choose for yourself. Chapter 35. Did you arrest my mother? Xiao's mother listened to Deputy Wan's aggressive voice, looked at him and asked, what makes you think this card is stolen? Although she didn't know how Sasher had so much money, she didn't believe that the money was stolen by her daughter. Moreover, although she had lived in great poverty in the Mu family all these years, she was not stupid. If her daughter could steal $1 billion, how could she be safe and sound until now? If Starflag Bank had been stolen $1 billion, how could there be no news at all? Deputy Director Wang looked at Xiao's mother coldly and warned, I'll give you 1 minute, if you don't sign, I'll directly send someone to bring your daughter here. By then, you all will die for stealing such a huge amount of property. This money wasn't stolen by my daughter, you don't have any evidence to arrest people indiscriminately, I'm going to find your superior. Hearing Xiao's mother's words, Deputy Director Wang was instantly exasperated and laughed. I want to find my superior. What qualification does a poor bastard like you have to find my superior? Evidence? You want evidence? Good. Then I'll give you the evidence. After saying that, Deputy Director Wang raised his foot and walked to Xiao's mother, then, forcefully grabbed her wrist. What are you doing? Xiao's mother felt the strong force of Deputy Wang and struggled hard. However, how could she, a woman, match the strength of a grown man? What am I going to do? Don't you want evidence? I'll be able to give you the evidence right away. After saying that, Deputy Director Wang broke Xiao's mother's hand and pressed her index finger hard onto the ceiling clay. Afterward, he had a sardonic smile on his face, and directly moved Xiao's mother's finger to the position where she pressed her fingerprint on the confession. And then, under Xiao's mother's violent struggles, he pressed down towards the place where the signature was drawn. And just at the moment when Xiao's mother's finger was about to fall down, boom! The door of the guardroom was suddenly kicked open from outside. At that instant, the 4 people in the guardroom looked over at the door in unison. Only to see that Sasher, whose body was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze the air, slowly walked into the guardroom. When she saw Deputy Director Wang breaking Xiao's mother's movements, the breath around her body instantly dropped to freezing point. On the interrogation chair, Xiao's mother suddenly turned her head to look at the doorway. Sasher? Her voice was not loud, but in the silent guardroom, it was enough for the 3 people and Deputy Director Wang to hear. When Deputy Director Wang heard this, he immediately snapped back from his shock. He unhurriedly put away the confession of guilt that had been fingerprinted by Xiao's mother, and then directly shouted at the door of the guardroom. Come on people, take down this woman who trespassed into the guardroom for me. At the same time, outside the guardroom, the 5 inspectors who had just been kicked out one by Sasher hurriedly climbed up with strong support. One of them suddenly pulled out the weapon at his waist, the black hole of the weapon's mouth pointing straight at Sasher's head. The remaining 4 of them drew out the electric batons pinned on their waists and cautiously surrounded Sasher. However, Sasher did not even look at those 5 inspectors. Her eyes stared straight at Deputy Wang, and the icy aura around her body did not dissipate in the slightest. Were you the one who arrested my mother? Deputy Wang snorted coldly at his words. What I want to arrest is not only her, but also you. You are suspected of stealing a huge amount of property. If you are sensible, now immediately give up resistance, otherwise we have the right to shoot you on the spot. As he spoke, a faintly unrecognizable flash of excitement crossed his eyes as he looked at Sasher. Oh, truly, there is a way to heaven that you don't go, and there is no door to hell that you barge in. Originally, he was still thinking that after Xiao's mother signed the confession, he would then bring Sasher in as well, after which he would directly convict the 2 and then shoot them as fast as possible. It's just that he didn't realize that he was so lucky that the heavens were helping him. In this way, he would be able to get at least half of that billion without having to take almost any risk. On the side, the eyes of the hostess and the counter clerk looking at Sasher couldn't help but show obvious excitement as well. As long as they killed the young girl in front of them and the beggar aunt, the 1 billion would be theirs. Thinking of this, the hostess suddenly stepped forward and looked at Sasher with a cold smile. Chapter 36 Sasher, good, so ruthless. I heard that you just got out of the Cloud City jail yesterday? You stole a huge amount of property just after getting out. You really are a dog that can't change its ways. According to me, trash like you should be shot straight away. The counter clerk nodded, and then looked towards the inspector who was holding his weapon up and aiming it at Sasher and said, "What are you still standing there for? Do you still need to show mercy to a scum who just got out of jail and committed another offense? Give me an immediate kill." When Xia's mother heard the two men's words, she instantly struggled violently. "Let go of me. Even if I die, I won't let you touch my daughter." She had stayed in the Mu family for nearly 20 years, and the long period of insults and oppression had already smoothed out her edges. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, she was used to tolerating and compromising. But the child was her bottom line. If someone wanted to harm her child, she would die with the other party even if she had to spell out her own life. However, before she could struggle twice, she was gripped by a pair of small, cold hands on her arm. Xia's mother's movements stalled. Then, Sasher's gentle but heart-restoring voice entered her ears. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." When Deputy Director Wang heard Sasher's voice, the light in his eyes flashed with a flash of disdain. "It will be fine? A little girl whose hair hasn't grown in yet, can he still let her escape?" The counter clerk and hostess beside him also showed a face full of sarcasm when they looked at Sasher. They would like to see how bad this little with inexplicable confidence would end up. And right at this moment, those 4 inspectors who were holding electric batons and approaching Sasher suddenly found the right opportunity, and the electric batons in their hands instantly and fiercely swiped at Sasher's body and limbs. Thud! However, just at the moment when the electric batons were about to touch Sasher, the sound of 5 silver needles piercing through the air sounded almost simultaneously. Well! In the next moment, including the 5 people who were holding weapons aimed at Sasher from afar, all of them fell to the ground with a limp body. Seeing this, the 3 people from Deputy Bureau Wang's face instantly froze. The female receptionist viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air and murmured softly in a low voice. How is this possible?" And just as she uttered her voice, Vice Bureau Wang suddenly pulled out the weapon at his waist. The mouth of that weapon was instantly aimed at Sasher's head. In the next moment, he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Boom! Ding! The sounds of bullets discharging and being knocked away sounded successively. Ah! Immediately afterward, a mournful scream suddenly came out from Deputy Wang's mouth. The bullet that had been knocked away by the silver needle was unexpectedly bounced back with greater force, directly piercing through his knee. The counter clerk and the waitress looked at Deputy Wang, who was covering his knee and wailing in pain, and were almost simultaneously dumbfounded. Sasher indifferently looked at the painful rolling on the ground. Wang Vice Institute slowly walked to his side. Afterward, she slowly raised her foot and stepped on the back of his hand. Feeling the force on his hand that seemed like it was going to step on his fingers and break them, Deputy Wang's eyes widened violently, and his voice trembled terribly. "You, what are you doing? Dare to attack an inspector, don't you want to die?" Sasher slowly hooked her lips, and the force on her foot suddenly increased. Click! Click! The sound of a finger breaking was extremely abrupt in the quiet room. 10 fingers were connected. Instantly, a miserable scream that was even more dismal than the one that had just been pierced through his knee by a bullet came out from Deputy Wang's mouth. Under that extremely intense pain, Deputy Wang was close to falling into a fainting spell. Not far away, the counter staff and the hostesses sucked in a breath of cool air in unison when they saw this. Good, so ruthless. Immediately afterward, the 2 of them couldn't control themselves from glancing at Mother Xia, their faces showing a strong sense of disbelief. Chapter 37 Fearful Director Zhang. How could it be possible? A large part of the reason they dared to hit on that $1 billion was because they could see that Xia's mother was just a woman from a normal family. In their consciousness, what kind of mother would have what kind of daughter? However, they seemed to be wrong. An ordinary woman could really give birth to a daughter who was as vicious as a poisonous scorpion. These 2, were they really mother and daughter? The hostess subconsciously murmured. When Sasher heard the voice, she suddenly raised her head and looked over at the 2 people. When the 2 felt Sasher's gaze that was so cold as to be nearly devoid of the slightest emotion, their bodies couldn't help but cower for a moment. The female receptionist looked at Deputy Wang, who was in a sorry state to the extreme at Sasher's feet, and spoke with a trembling voice. I'm telling you, this is the inspectorate, don't mess around." The counter clerk hurriedly nodded at his words. Right, as long as you don't move us, we can help you prove that Deputy Wang was injured by his own accidental fall." Sasher couldn't help but laugh lightly when she heard the 2 men's words. Without waiting for her to say anything, Emperor Killer, who was in hot pursuit, quickly walked into the guardroom. "Boss! And following behind D-Kill was none other than Director Zhang, who had previously appeared at Gu's hospital in an attempt to back Gu knighting up. Director Zhang. When the counter clerk and the hostess saw Director Zhang, it was like seeing a savior, and their faces immediately revealed a touch of joy after the robbery. Immediately, the hostess hurriedly looked at Director Zhang and shouted, "Director Zhang, this woman attacked the inspectors, quickly send someone to control her." When Director Zhang heard the hostess' words, his breathing tightened. Put this female devil under control? Unless he didn't want to live anymore, there was no way he could to do such a thing. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Sasher directly looked towards Emperor Killer and coldly commanded, "My mother has injured her hands because of them, first give me the opportunity to waste their hands." Yes. The hostess and counter clerk's eyes snapped open at the words. How could they not expect that Director Zhang had arrived and Sasher still dared to make a move on them? They should know that Director Zhang's power was much greater than Deputy Director Wang. Once Sasher angered Director Zhang, what she would face would be the siege of all the inspectors within the entire inspectorate. Even, Director Zhang had the qualifications to contact his superiors and issue a wanted and must kill order against Sasher. The hostess looked at the D-Killer who was getting closer and closer to her, and her heart became more and more panicked. You dare! This is the inspectorate, Director Zhang is right here. However, before she could finish her words, a sharp pain suddenly came from her hands. And at the same time, a sound of a bone breaking came from the wrist of the counter clerk beside her. However, Director Zhang did not even look at the two. In an extremely apprehensive mood, he walked over to the obviously somewhat stunned Xia's mother. Then, he opened the interrogation chair and handcuffs that bound Xia's mother's body almost as fast as he could, and put his posture to the lowest possible level. Are you alright? It's all because of my imperiousness, letting you be frightened. Xia's mother shook her head. It's fine, I'm fine. As long as her daughter was fine, other than that, she didn't care. Meanwhile, Deputy Wang, who had slowed down a bit from the severe pain, saw Director Zhang's actions and almost subconsciously shouted shrilly. Director Zhang, no, we can't just let her go so easily. Sasher slightly lowered her head, faintly swept a glance at Deputy Wang, and then, she slowly lifted her foot, unhurriedly moving towards Deputy Wang's other hand. Chapter 38, Attending the Fu Family Banquet. Click. Click. Several more crisp finger breaks sounded at the same time. This time, without waiting for Deputy Wang to scream miserably, he fainted under that extreme pain. Mom, what do you want to do with them? At those words, Xia's mother snapped back to her senses. She hurriedly asked Sasher. Sasher, they said that you gave me $1 billion in that bank card, is that true? Well, you use it first, let me know when you're done, and I'll give you a new card. Xia's mother heard, face did not show how much joy, but is very worried about the opening. Sasher, where did you get so much money? Sasha smiled faintly, this money comes from the right source, you can rest assured that spending, there will not be any problem. How did you earn so much money? Will it be dangerous? Hearing this, Sasher couldn't help but show some surprise in her eyes as she looked at Xia's mother. She thought that Xia's mother was worried about the money coming from an improper source, but she didn't realize that she was worried about whether or not the way she earned this money was dangerous. With that, Sasher looked at Xia's mother's eyes unconsciously warmed up a few points, don't worry. In the entire Xia country, almost no one can hurt me. Director Shang's heart was steeply shocked when he heard these arguably arrogant words from Sasher. He knew that Sasher's strength should be very strong after coming out from that place, but he didn't expect Sasher to be able to boast so much. However, with his understanding of Sasher back when he was in the Cloud City prison, he believed that what Sasher said was true. At that moment, his gaze towards Sasher became a few points more respectful. Right at this moment, Sasher turned his head to look over at him. These three people just tried to kill me, what to do with the follow-up is in your hands, I hope I won't be disappointed. Director Zhang sniffed and nodded his head in a hurry. Good, Deputy Director Wang knew the law and violated it, I will deal with it seriously, the other two are accomplices, but with the intention of murdering for huge assets, the three of them will spend the rest of their lives in jail at the lightest. Sasher nodded, and did not look at the three people again, and directly led Xia's mother out of the guard room. Afterward, Sasher sent Xia's mother back to Gu Hospital and instructed Emperor Kill to take good care of her. Just as she was about to head to the Fu family again, she suddenly received the news that the Fu family was organizing a banquet at the Universal Century Hotel. A long time later, her figure appeared at the entrance of the Universal Century Hotel. Sasher had just arrived at the entrance of the hotel when a girl who was about to enter the hotel with a clear look suddenly stopped in her tracks. Sasher? Sasher raised her eyebrows, Lucien? Speaking of which, because of the original owner's cowardice and low self-esteem, her popularity in junior high school was not good. This Lucien was unintentionally rescued by the original owner, and regarded the original owner as a savior, and was considered the original owner's only friend. When Lucien heard Sasher's words, she hurriedly walked up to her and said with a worried face, Sasher, I went to the entrance of Cloud City Jail yesterday and waited for a whole day, I didn't wait for you, after that I went to the Mu family, I couldn't even get in the door, you're not in any trouble, right? Sasher looked at Lu Xian's face as not adulterated worry, small face is also softened, I am fine. Lu Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard Sasher's answer. Afterward, she glanced at the Universal Century Hotel in front of her and asked Sasher. I heard that the Fu family has chartered the entire Universal Century Hotel today, are you here to attend the Fu family banquet as well? Are you too? Lu Xian nodded slightly, our kind of people, the only way out is to enter the academy, but the academy I entered is not ideal. Today, at the banquet, Senior Fu Luvia will select a person and recommend him or her to enter an Imperial City Intermediate Academy. My dad exhausted all the relationship to get me a Fu family banquet invitation, want to let me go in to try my luck. After saying that, Lu Xian carefully took out a red invitation from her pocket. Look, our family spent $100,000 to get this minimum specification invitation. Sasher, what grade is your invitation, can you show me? Sasher. Emperor Love had already added her name to the list of invitees, she was able to get in without an invitation. Now that Lu Xian suddenly asked her for an invitation, she really couldn't take it out. Unable to help but be stunned for a moment, Sasher, you don't have an invitation, do you? No, but I can go in. Lu Xian sniffed, immediately spoke anxiously, how can that be? There are people checking at the entrance of the hotel, if you don't have an invitation, you will be blown out by the Fu family. Whether it's for you or for me, that Imperial City Intermediate Academy spot is a chance that can change your life. I'll call my dad now and ask him if he can get another invitation card. However, just as Lu Xian took out her cell phone and was about to contact her father, a female voice that was permeated with mature charm suddenly came in. I just happen to have an extra Fu family banquet invitation here, if Miss Xia doesn't mind, just accept it. Lu Xian's movements were stuttered, and she immediately looked up. When she saw the woman walking slowly, she couldn't help but freeze violently. And Sasher raised her eyebrows as she looked at the woman wearing a competent professional suit with exquisite makeup. Although she had never seen this woman before, she could tell from the other party's aura that this was no ordinary person. The woman walked right up to Sasher and opened her mouth somewhat apprehensively. Hello Ms. Xia, I am the president of Star Flag Bank's Yuncheng Bank, my name is Zhao Yu. Lu Xian immediately sucked in a breath. At the same time, she looked at Zhao Yu with a gaze full of respect. One must know that Star Flag Bank was the world's #1 bank that deserved to be recognized. The Zhao Yu in front of her, at the age of 28, sat in the position of the Star Flag Bank's Yun City branch president, the youngest of all the Star Flag branch presidents, with an extremely high status in Yun City. However, what Lu Xian never dreamed of was that such a big shot like Zhao Yu, standing in front of Sasher, would use an almost humble tone to say, Miss Xia, I'm sorry, it was my failure to manage my staff that brought you and your mother so much trouble. I just heard that you need an invitation from the Fu family, and I just happen to have an extra one here, so I hope it can be useful to you. Saying that, Zhao Yu hurriedly pulled out a top specification black hot stamped invitation from her handbag, lifting it up with both hands and handing it over to Sasher. If one looked closely, one could see that her hands were clearly trembling. Before coming over, she had already approached Director Zhang and listened to his advice. At this moment, she only hoped that Sasher would look at her sincere apology and not pursue her responsibility. Otherwise, Gu Knighting and Gu Beicheng's fate would be her warning. Lu Xian looked at Zhao Yu, whose posture was so low at the moment, her entire body was confused. A character like Zhao Yu, surprisingly, was apologizing to Sasher in such a respectful manner? And, the reason for the apology was just that the employees of Star Flag Bank had brought some trouble to Sasher? Why didn't she know when Star Flag Bank's service attitude was so good? In front of Zhao Yu, Sasher raised her hand and took the invitation she handed over, while speaking in a faint voice. Today's matter doesn't have much to do with you, but I can accept this invitation, and you can look for me if you need my help in the future. Zhao Yu sniffed and quickly nodded her head. Okay, then I'll thank Miss Xia first. Lu Xian froze as she looked at Zhao Yu, who was obviously relieved, and suddenly had an unreal feeling at this moment. Yesterday, Sasher had just come out of the Cloud City jail, it was impossible for her to become some kind of extraordinary big shot in just one day, right? But if she couldn't, what was this situation in front of her? Without waiting for Lu Xian to figure it out, Sasher already looked at her and said, let's go. After saying that, Sasher took the lead and walked towards the hotel door. At the same time, inside the banquet hall with extremely luxurious decoration, a young girl around 20 years old, dressed in a black Battle Department power suit that didn't quite fit, attracted the attention of many girls around. Wow! Shanshan, your outfit is so special. Zhang Shanshan smiled modestly as she tried to hide the smugness at the corner of her mouth. What's so special about this outfit? But it's true to say that it has some origins. When the crowd heard this, their faces were filled with curiosity. Chapter 39. Who told you that I am not from the War Department? Seeing this, Zhang Shanshan didn't sell the story and introduced it with a smile. This dress was brought back by my brother from the War Ministry. I heard that it was designed by the hand of a legendary figure who became the senior commander of the War Ministry at an age of less than 20. After her words fell, a gasp rang out from the crowd. Becoming a senior commander at less than 20 years old? It was that existence that could become the fourth Grand Chieftain of the War Ministry at any time? Jiang Shanshan sniffed with some surprise and said, "You even know about that great person?" Hiss. Hiss. When the crowd heard Jiang Shanshan's answer, which was tantamount to acquiescence, they all couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The one who designed this outfit was actually that legendary existence of the War Ministry. While the crowd was looking at Jiang Shanshan with shocked faces, Sasher and Lu Xian walked into the banquet hall. Soon a classmate's gaze fell on Sasher and immediately opened her mouth. "Quickly look. Her dress looks like Shanshan's." When the crowd heard this, they all looked over at Sasher. Then, the crowd was stunned. This was more than a resemblance? It was simply an upgraded version of Jiang Shanshan's outfit. Jiang Shanshan stared at Sasher, her face instantly sinking. She had only finished saying how extraordinary her clothes came from, and here comes one whose clothes are extremely similar to hers, but the material is above hers. Is this going to hit her in the face in public? Why did she look so much like that Sasher who was caught in the prison of Cloud City a few years ago? It seems like it's really her. She's out of Cloud City jail? But a prisoner of labor like her has no right to come to today's banquet, right? When Jiang Shanshan heard this, a hint of disdain abruptly flashed in her eyes as she looked at Sasher. However, then, she was smiling as she walked up to Sasher. "Sasher, you came out of the prison? Why didn't you tell me when you came out?" Saying that, she looked at Sasher with some pity in her eyes and said, "I heard that your family conditions are a bit difficult. If you had told me, I would definitely have to treat you to a good meal, and I wouldn't have to let you come here to dawdle your clothes, because you don't have any clothes to wear. You brought them out from the Cloud City jail, right? Come on, I prepared a few nice clothes that fit better than this one on you." Sasher sniffed, her eyes sizing up her clothes before she let out a light laugh. According to the laws of Xia, those who are not from the War Department who steal and wear war clothes will be sentenced to at least 3 years of imprisonment. How many years do you want to be sentenced? Jing. The moment Sasher's words fell, the scene steeply fell into a deathly silence. Among the people present, almost no one knew that there was such a law in Xia. However, not knowing it did not mean that they did not have the most basic ability to judge. There was indeed no excuse for the Summer Kingdom to have such a law. Soon, one of them came back to his senses and hurriedly opened his cell phone to check the internet. A few seconds later, an exclamation of surprise came out from his mouth. Xia really has a law like this, and last year, someone was sentenced to 3 years for making such a mistake. When the crowd heard this, their breathing tightened. Afterward, they turned their heads somewhat stiffly and looked towards Jiang Shanshan, whose face was stunned and even revealed a few moments of panic. Only then did Jiang Shanshan return to her senses when she felt the gazes of the crowd. She tried to calm herself down, then took a deep breath and looked at Sasher with her eyes overflowing with grievance and grief. "Sasher, I know you didn't like me in middle school, but even if you hate me, you shouldn't have viciously cursed me to be imprisoned like you are. The kind of situation you are talking about should be someone wearing a war uniform and pretending to be a member of the War Department to cheat people. I just wore the clothes given to me by my brother. How did I break the law?" Sasher looked at her lightly. "Your brother gave you? What's his name?" Jiang Shanshan heard this calm voice of questioning from Sasher and felt a bit flustered for no reason. "My brother is a 5-star intermediate commander of the War Department. His information is required to be kept secret. Sorry, I can't tell you his name." Sasher nodded her head slightly. A 5-star intermediate commander whose family was in Cloud City and whose surname was Jiang should not be difficult to find out. When Jiang Shanshan heard Sasher's words, she suddenly panicked even more. As if she was frightened by Sasher's words, a layer of tears quickly welled up in her eyes. At the same time, she glanced at the dark girl as if she had no intention of doing so. The dark girl instantly understood and stood out once again, staring coldly at Sasher as she opened her mouth to question. "You said that Shan might be sentenced because she wore the clothes of a member of the War Ministry, but what about yourself? If wearing the clothes of the War Ministry is really a crime, why do you still dare to wear them?" When the dark girl's words fell, the gazes of the surrounding crowd once again focused on Sasher. Yeah. These clothes on Sasher looked like an upgraded version of the clothes on Jiang Shanshan. If she knows that people who are not from the War Department can't wear the War Department's clothes, why does she still dare to wear them herself? Under the gaze of the crowd filled with suspicion, Sasher slowly hooked up her lips, and her light voice was filled with a dominance that was only mine. "Who told you that I am not from the War Department?" The surrounding crowd was slightly stunned. What did Sasher mean by this? Without waiting for the crowd to be puzzled, the dark girl who felt that her intelligence had been insulted suddenly opened her mouth and chided. "Nonsense! Don't think I don't know that you only came out of the Cloud City jail 2 days ago. How could you be from the War Department?" Sasher raised an eyebrow. "Who told you that you can't join the War Department just because you were in the prison?" The tan girl's face suddenly turned cold when she heard this. "Rubbish, you lied to Cutie." Splat. Before she could finish speaking, a clear slap sounded abruptly. Ah! Under that tremendous force, the dark girl screamed miserably while being directly slapped out. Boom! She flew out a distance of 3 to 4 meters before her body ruthlessly smashed onto the ground, and then her eyes rolled over and she fainted. Hiss! Hiss! The surrounding crowd froze as they looked at Sasher, who was not slow in retrieving her small hand, and all of them sucked in a mouthful of cool air. So ruthless. At the same time, Jiang Shanshan's gaze towards Sasher suddenly changed. Is this still the trash from middle school who didn't even dare to say a word when she yanked her hair out? Soon, Jiang Shanshan snapped back to her senses. She ran to the dark girl's side at the first opportunity and asked anxiously, "Zhang Xia, how are you?" Seeing that no matter how she shook Zhang Xia, it was useless, she snapped her head up to look at Sasher. "Sasher, Zhang Xia just asked you a few questions, how can you hit someone?" Sasher looked at her indifferently. "You should be glad that in order to maintain your soft white lotus persona you didn't say dirty words to me, or else, it's you that's lying on the ground right now." Listening to Sasher's words without the slightest hint of a joke, Jiang Shanshan's movements abruptly stiffened. The current Sasher has really changed. She had become a little scared. After Sasher finished speaking to Jiang Shanshan, she turned her head slightly, and her slightly cold sight slowly swept over the surrounding crowd. "Next, I don't want anyone to say a single insulting word to me, do you hear me?" Chapter 40 Face Sasher humble to the extreme. Feeling Sasher's line of sight that was like being able to freeze the air, the crowd subconsciously held their breath. For a time, the scene fell into a strange silence. Sasher looked at the frozen crowd, the breath around the body more cold a few points. "Didn't you hear my words?" Here. A few of them have small guts and almost subconsciously murmured in a low voice. Although the others did not respond, but no one dared to make the slightest sound of opposition. Jiang Shanshan looked at Sasher, who was shocking the entire audience at this moment, and slowly clenched her fists. What qualifications does a trash who was almost pressed into the cesspit by her in middle school have to play the bully in front of her? However, looking at Sasher, who was quietly standing not far away, she did not dare to stand up and refute Sasher half a sentence no matter what. Just when Jiang Shanshan was so clogged up in her heart that she was about to vomit blood. Suddenly, a cold and majestic voice came from the distance. "What's going on here?" When the crowd heard the voice, they all followed it and looked over. A few of them saw the middle-aged man walking slowly and hurriedly opened their mouths respectfully to greet him. Manager Kai. This man was no other than the hotel's lobby manager. A flash of ecstasy flashed across Jiang Shanshan's face. The next moment, she looked at Kai Liang and spoke with an anxious face. "Manager Kai, my friend has been knocked unconscious. Please help me ask if there is a doctor around who can help my friend with an emergency treatment first." Knocked out? Manager Kai's face turned cold. Who did this? Jiang Shanshan subconsciously looked towards Sasher when she heard this. However, very quickly, she was like a frightened white rabbit again, hastily averting her eyes from Sasher. When Manager Kai saw this, how could he not know who it was? He looked at Sasher and questioned in a cold voice with an ugly face. "Did you move your hand?" Sasher lightly looked at him, painfully nodded his head and admitted, "Well, it's me." Manager Kai looked at this emboldened appearance of Sasher, his eyes steeply narrowed. "An eye-catching thing, is this also a place where you can be wild?" After saying that, he directly turned his head to the bodyguards not far away and ordered, "Take down this thing that doesn't know how to die for me." Sasher glanced at the dozen or so bodyguards rapidly approaching him and kindly reminded Manager Kai, "I'm here to find someone today. I don't want to ruin this banquet before I find someone. You'd better ask your person in charge if he wants to make a move on me first." Manager Kai sniffed and immediately sneered disdainfully. "Oh. Do you still need to ask the person in charge for permission to take action against you? What are you? Do you think too highly of yourself?" After saying that, he looked toward the stopped footsteps of the bodyguards rebuked. "What are you waiting for? Take them down." When the surrounding crowd heard Manager Kai's words, they all looked at Sasher's eyes with a strong gloating expression. "Oh, how not arrogant. You punks still really think that no one here can rule you? Dare to find trouble in the Universal Century Hotel, really do not want to live." They remembered that the last one who made trouble at the Century Global Hotel had his legs broken. And this punk not only beat up others, but also dared to speak out in front of Manager Kai. If Manager Kai could spare her, this lobby manager's position wouldn't be necessary. At the same time, Jiang Shanshan looked at the encircled Sasher, the corner of her mouth slowly hooked into an icy smile. "Oh, a thing that was stepped on by me 5 years ago, also dares to splash around in front of me? How arrogant you were just now. I'll let you be in a sorry state next. In middle school you were a waste in my eyes. Now, even though you're a little better than a waste, you're still a brainless fool." At this moment, Jiang Shanshan's eyes were staring at Sasher, as if she had already seen Sasher on her knees begging for mercy after being subdued by the bodyguards. Under her gaze, the hands of 2 of the bodyguards were getting closer and closer to Sasher. Almost there. Not even close. Just a little bit closer to beating this trash so much that her mother wouldn't even recognize her. However, just at the moment when the 2 men's hands were about to touch Sasher, a chorus of panic to the extreme suddenly came from the distance. "Stop! The two bodyguards stopped their movements almost instinctively when they heard that familiar commanding voice. At the same time, everyone in the surroundings looked over in unison in the direction of the source of the sound. Then, they saw the person in charge of the hotel, who had just gone to finish an urgent matter and rushed back in a hurry because of the news, running over at the fastest speed possible. I don't know if it was the illusion of the surrounding crowd. They actually felt that the hotel manager's face at this moment revealed an extremely obvious panic. "Mr. Jiang, what brings you here?" Seeing this, Manager Kai hurriedly greeted him with a pleasing face. However, the hotel head didn't even look at Manager Kai. He stared at Sasher, who was surrounded by a crowd of bodyguards, and only felt that his heart was about to stop beating from fear. He tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart as he looked at Kai Liang in front of him, trying not to let his voice show too much obvious trembling. "What's going on?" Manager Kai looked at Jiang Cheng's not-so-normal state, and only thought that he was seeing someone who dared to provoke the hotel's authority, and was infuriated into this state. He immediately smiled and opened his mouth. "Mr. Jiang, this ungrateful little girl is causing trouble in the hotel. You go and take a rest. I will let someone break her legs, to give the guests who were disturbed a hand." Snap! Before Manager Kai's latter words could be said, Jiang Cheng suddenly raised his hand and slapped him hard on his face. Instantly, Manager Kai was directly dumbfounded by Jiang Cheng's slap. Also dumbfounded was almost everyone around him. Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, Jiang Cheng had already walked extremely apprehensively in front of Xiaxi. Then, slap! Another crisp slap sounded. Only, this time, it was not someone else that he hit. Rather, it was himself. Then, under the gaze of the crowd that was filled with dismay, Jiang Cheng's posture in the face of Sasher was humble to the extreme. And his trembling voice was like a muffled thunder that exploded in the brains of everyone on the scene. Chapter 41, Invitation to the Face. "Miss Xia, it's because I didn't manage my subordinates well, I'm sorry for the shock." Boom! The surrounding crowd was almost instantly blown out of their minds by Jiang Cheng's words. Who was Jiang Cheng? He was the head of Global Century Hotel in the Jiangcheng area. At the same time, he was also an existence that the heads of the first-tier families in Jiangcheng had to give face to. But it was such a character who was actually apologizing to a little girl at this moment with the most humble gesture? And the reason for the apology was that he hadn't managed his subordinates well and hadn't personally gone to greet the other party? Were they dreaming, or was Jiang Cheng out of his mind? Not far away, Jiang Shanshan froze as she looked at Jiang Cheng, who gave a deep bow to Sasher. The smile on her face abruptly solidified. One must know that even she, who was the miss of the Jiang family, was not qualified to let Jiang Cheng take the initiative to go to the door to greet him off. Moreover, she had no doubt that even if she was offended by the ungrateful waiter in the hotel, Jiang Cheng would at most punish the waiter, and there was no way he would personally apologize to her. As for Sasher, she was nothing more than a reformed laborer who had just come out of Yun Cheng's prison for a few days. What qualifications did she have to make Jiang Cheng apologize to her in such a gesture when she had taken the initiative to hit someone herself? Without waiting for Jiang Shanshan to regain her senses from the intense imbalance, Jiang Cheng suddenly turned his head to scold Manager Kai and the group of bodyguards. "What are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Miss Xia? If you can't get Miss Xia's forgiveness today, all of you will roll up and get out." When Manager Kai and the surrounding bodyguards heard Jiang Cheng's words, they came back to their senses from the great shock. Manager Kai barely hesitated for half a second and hurriedly looked at Sasher. "Miss Xia, it is me who did not think this through today. I did not intend to offend you. I hope that you will be kind enough to forgive me this time." Although he didn't know why Jiang Cheng was so afraid of Sasher, he knew that if he didn't do what Jiang Cheng told him to do, he was afraid that he would really lose this extremely rare job. The group of bodyguards all nodded when they heard Manager Kai's words and followed with a few nods of agreement. In fact, until now they were all still confused. Hadn't Jiang Cheng told them before that anyone who didn't abide by the rules of the hotel would be directly blown out? Moreover, it was clearly her who took the initiative to hit someone. They were only following the rules to control Sasher. Now how come it became their fault? Sasher lightly glanced at Manager Kai and the bodyguards, and then said to Jiang Cheng, "Okay, they are considered to be impartial. I really want to make things difficult for them. Now they are afraid that their arms are not in their own body." Jiang Cheng sniffed and breathed tightly. Because he knew Sasher's approximate identity, he had no doubt about the authenticity of Sasher's words. In the next moment, he hurriedly looked at Manager Kai and the bodyguards and said, "Don't be quick to thank Miss Xia for her mercy." Manager Kai and the crowd of bodyguards hurriedly nodded their heads. "Thank you, Miss Xia." However, although the bodyguards said so on their lips, a little disdain crossed their lowered eyes. They had seen those who talked big, but they had never seen those who could blow so much. If Jiang Cheng hadn't come over, their arms wouldn't be on them anymore? Did she think that these professional bodyguards of theirs were paper mache? For a little girl like her, any one of them can rub her on the ground, right? Jiang Cheng's brows wrinkled once again when he saw the expressions of the bodyguards. It was just that this kind of occasion now was really not suitable for him to lecture his subordinates. So he just smiled apologetically at Sasher before speaking. Miss Xia, I'm really sorry for what happened before, now let me take you to find the best seat to sit down. Sasher nodded. Afterwards, she followed Jiang Cheng under the gaze of the crowd and walked to the center position at the front of the room. Here, she could witness from the closest distance the birth of the lucky one who had obtained a place in the Imperial City Intermediate Academy. However, just as Xiaxi had just sat down in her seat, a hotel attendant suddenly ran over. After he whispered a few words in Jiang Cheng's ear, Jiang Cheng's face suddenly changed. Afterward, he looked at Sasher with some difficulty. If you have something to do, go and get busy first. Sasher looked at him indifferently and said, Things are indeed a bit tricky, thank you Miss Xia for understanding. Seeing Sasher nodded, Jiang Cheng was relieved. Afterwards, he turned his head and seriously instructed Manager Kai and the bodyguards not to neglect Sasher before he turned around and left the banquet hall. And it was only a long time after Jiang Cheng left that a burst of whispers gradually resounded around him. Wasn't it said that she had just come out of the Cloud City jail in the last few days? How could Mr. Jiang be so polite to her? Who exactly was she? It couldn't be some big family lady from another city, right? Hearing these words, some people's looks towards Sasher changed. However, some people who knew Sasher from junior high school could not help but snort out coldly. It was just that they were in the way of Jiang Cheng's previous warning and did not quite dare to directly state Sasher's identity. And just as many people looked at Sasher with an increasingly puzzled expression, a slightly aged figure suddenly walked in from outside the hall. His gaze slowly swept over the crowd and soon landed on Sasher, who was sitting in the most prominent position. He frowned before walking over to Sasher and opening his mouth to ask, Which family are you from? The people in the banquet hall were all slightly stunned at the sight of the old man. This old man was the Fu family's head butler? Before the invitations for this banquet were sent out, they had all passed through his hands. But now, Butler Fu asked this. It couldn't be that this woman had sneaked in? Butler Fu, her name is Sasher, she is a member of the Mu family. Without waiting for Sasher to speak, Zhang Shanshan, who was half kneeling in front of the still unconscious dark girl, hurriedly spoke. After saying that, her face was filled with grief as she looked towards the dark girl in front of her, her tone filled with worry and anger. Butler Fu, she just knocked out my friend, please help find a doctor to give my friend some emergency treatment, otherwise I don't know if my friend can last until the ambulance comes. When Butler Fu heard Jiang Shanshan's words, his face suddenly turned cold. He first ordered the Fu family members around him to find a doctor to come over. Afterward, his cold and stern line of sight steeply landed on Sasher. My Fu family did not invite the Mu family at all, come on people, take down this little scumbag who mixed into the banquet privately to cause trouble. The dozen or so Fu family men standing around the banquet heard the words, and immediately got up and surrounded Sasher. The hotel bodyguards hurriedly looked over at Manager Kai. Manager Kai hesitated for a moment before shaking his head at the bodyguards. This was the Fu family's banquet, and if the Fu family wanted to blow away the people who had sneaked in, they had no reason to stop them. Seeing this, the bodyguards' faces towards Sasher suddenly revealed a bit of gloating. They would like to see how miserable the woman who claimed that she could easily remove their arms would end up in the hands of these Fu family members who were on par with them in terms of strength. As for the others in the banquet hall, the eyes that looked at Sasher all revealed a bit of contempt and disdain. I thought she could really have a great background, but it turns out that she's a member of the Mu family, a second-rate small family. I heard that the Mu family and the Fu family have always been at odds. She still had to shy face to participate in the Fu family banquet. This is too shameless. I'm afraid it's because I'm interested in the entrance qualification of the Imperial City Intermediate College. Oh. Even if Fu Luvia young master want to provide an Emperor City Intermediate Academy quota, also is not her kind of origin can get well? What a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Jiang Shanshan looked at those Fu family members who were rapidly approaching Sasher, the smile at the corner of her lips getting deeper and deeper. Ha! What a dumbass. Even if you cheated Jiang Cheng's respect through some unseemly means, so what? In the end, your origin limits your future. Do you really think that by having a Jiang Cheng on your side, you can make people think that you have squeezed into the upper class circle? Today, reality will tell you that no matter how much you bounce around, because you come from the Mu family, you can only be a humble second-rate pariah. You can never become an upper-class person. Even less qualified to get an invitation from the Fu family. However, just as the sarcasm on Jiang Shanshan's face grew thicker and thicker, Sasher faintly swept a glance at the Fu family's crowd that was almost at his heels, and then suddenly raised his hand. The next moment, the black hot gold invitation, which represented the highest specification, flew out steeply against the Fu butler's face. Snap! That hard invitation card hit Butler Fu's face and made a crisp sound. Then, that invitation card slid down on Butler Fu's face. Without waiting for Butler Fu to react, an icy voice that was extremely cool as if it was able to pierce through the heart, slowly came out from Sasher's mouth. No invitation? Now, open your dog eyes to see, what is this? Chapter 42 Then the star also handsome 10 times face. The moment Sasher's words fell, the scene steeply fell into a deathly silence. The crowd stared blankly at the invitation that hit Fu Butler's face and then landed at his feet, all dumbfounded. No one thought Sasher actually dared to throw the invitation in her hand towards the housekeeper's face. Even more so, no one thought that Sasher would not be afraid of death to say such words to housekeeper Fu. At this moment, a thought arose in everyone's mind. Sasher was finished. Even if the invitation she took out was real, even if she had made Jiang Chang respect her through some means. However, what Butler Fu represented was the face of the Fu family. Now, Sasher directly using the invitation to hit Butler Fu's face was equivalent to hitting the Fu family's face. If you hit the Fu family's face at the Fu family banquet, the least she can do today is to be thrown out with a broken leg. Jiang Shanshan looked at Fu Butler, who was frozen in place because he was too shocked, and a wry smile gradually emerged on her face. Ha! It seems that her feeling was right. Sasher was indeed not as weak as she was 5 years ago. But Sasher's brain was even more stupid than 5 years ago. It seemed that today, without her making a move, Sasher wouldn't be able to end up in a good place. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, the butler slowly came back to his senses. He somewhat stiffly lowered his head and looked at the invitation at his feet. Afterwards, he actually slowly squatted down and picked up the invitation. After he opened the invitation and carefully looked through it a few times, his face became increasingly gloomy. A few moments later, he finally raised his head, and his eyes that were so cold and stern that they seemed to be able to freeze the air forced themselves straight at Sasher. Say, this invitation, where did you get it from? Hearing Butler Fu's questioning, Sasher opened her mouth with a pale expression. What you need to determine is whether or not this invitation is real. As for how I got it, does it matter to you? Hiss. Hiss. The moment Sasher's voice fell, the surrounding area immediately resounded with the sound of cool air being sucked in. At this moment, there was only one sentence left in the hearts of the crowd. This woman is really don't want to die. While Fu Guan was looking at Sasher, laughing in anger. How did you get the invitation has nothing to do with me. Ha! Do you know that the Fu family's invitations are divided into levels? This level of invitation that you took out, the entire Cloud City can receive no more than 5 people. With your Mu family junior status, not to mention now, even in your next life, you wouldn't be qualified to receive this kind of invitation of the highest standard. When the surrounding crowd heard the butler's words, they were all stunned. Because almost all of the invitations were black and gold in color, only the patterns on them were different, and no one had noticed that Sasher's invitation had the wrong specifications. At this moment, when the crowd heard Fu Butler's words, their looks towards Sasher all changed once again. Originally, they thought that Sasher had only angered Butler Fu today, but they did not realize that her sin might be far from that. And just as the crowd was secretly alarmed, Butler Fu's eyes steeply narrowed as he looked towards Sasher, his face serious and cold as he rebuked. Say, how did you get this invitation? However, without waiting for Sasher to open her mouth, Jiang Shanshan suddenly shook her head and opened her mouth with pain and disappointment on her small face. Sasher, you were locked up in the Cloud City prison for 5 years. I thought that during these 5 years you could have made some good changes. But I didn't expect you to come out. Not only didn't redo your life, but on the contrary, you have become worse. Even stealing invitations and such things can be done. You really let me down. Most of the people around originally had some speculations about the source of Sasher's invitation. At this moment, Jiang Shanshan's words were tantamount to giving them a confirmation. At that moment, more contempt and disdain appeared in the eyes of the crowd as they looked at Sasher. I said, how could someone from a trash family like the Mu family get an invitation from the Fu family? So it was stolen. Just released and dares to steal. Really, a dog can't change its ways. Butler Fu said that there were no more than 5 people in the whole of Cloud City who could get that kind of invitation, so if the big shot whose invitation she stole couldn't get in, would the Fu family be in bad luck with her? Butler Fu's heart suddenly tightened when he heard the last person's words. He barely hesitated for half a second to look at the Fu family's people who were already close to Sasher at this point, and immediately ordered in a cold voice. Take the person down for me. If she dares to resist, execute her on the spot. Yes. The Fu family responded in unison. The next moment, the crowd almost simultaneously attacked the most vulnerable parts of Sasher's body. When the surrounding hotel bodyguards saw this, in addition to gloating, there were also a few moments of anticipation in their gazes towards Sasher. They wanted to see how this being who had just claimed that he could easily break their arms would kneel down and beg for mercy next. They have no doubt, a moment even if Sasher to the most humiliating and humble posture kneeling to beg Fu's steward to let her live, also cannot be useful. After all, out of Fulu and this true dragon, Fu family, not to be humiliated. However, the next moment. Click. Click. Ah. Ah. A sound of bones breaking and the accompanying screams resounded steeply within the banquet hall. 10 seconds later, the Fu family's dozen or so strong men all collapsed to the ground, each of them clutching their arms, screaming and wailing in pain that they couldn't control. Many people around them froze for a split second before they all raised their hands and rubbed their eyes. They really couldn't believe the facts in front of them. At the same time, the smug smile that Jiang Shanshan's lips hooked up abruptly froze on her face. She looked straight at Sasher, who was standing quietly in place, with a horrified expression as if she had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Was this really the trash that couldn't kick a fart in 3 feet 5 years ago? Not far away, a group of bodyguards from the hotel suddenly felt a chill down their spine. At this moment, they no longer doubted Sasher's previous words. At the same time, a deep wave of gratitude arose in their hearts. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng came over in time. Otherwise, the ones lying on the ground at this moment would not be Fu's family, but them. At this moment, the bodyguards' gaze towards Sasher had completely changed. At this moment, in their gaze, there was more of an emotion called respect. That was the admiration for the strong. Do you know the power of the Fu family in Cloud City? Now you not only stole the invitation, but you also beat up someone from the Fu family, completely adding insult to injury. I, Fu Dongsheng, am warning you in the name of the Fu family to immediately bind your hands and surrender. Otherwise, the Fu family and you will not rest in peace. However, just at the moment when Butler Fu's words fell, a sound of high heels on the ground suddenly rang out. Then, a soft and melodious but aggressive voice reached every ear in the silent venue. When did it come to your turn as an inferior to make decisions in the Fu family? Or, if I, Jiao, want to send an invitation to Sasher, do I have to get the consent of your housekeeper? When Butler Fu heard Zhao Yu's unceremonious words, not only did his face not show any semblance of anger, instead, his voice appeared to be visibly trembling due to nervousness and fear. Zhao, Governor Zhao? It was only when the surrounding crowd heard housekeeper Fu's voice that they slowly returned to their senses. At this moment, everyone's eyes were overflowing with deep disbelief. How could this be possible? This Governor Zhao was a true Cloud City overlord-level existence. How could Sasher be related to Governor Zhao? Jiang Shanshan was also violently stunned. She had never expected that not only Jiang Cheng, but even Zhao Yu was on Sasher's side no matter what. At this moment, she finally began to realize that Sasher might not really be as simple as she thought. Answer my question. Zhao Yu's sharp eyes stared at housekeeper Fu, her tone cold and forceful. How could she not expect that she had just met an acquaintance and delayed outside the banquet hall for a while, but she had let Sasher receive such a rebuke? Butler Fu took a deep breath and said in an extremely humble tone, Governor Zhao, I'm very sorry, I didn't know that her invitation was from you. Without waiting for Butler Fu to finish, Zhao Yu directly interrupted him. You didn't know? Just because you don't know where my friend's invitation came from, can you accuse her of stealing it without any evidence and even order people to take action against her? Housekeeper Fu's breath stuttered at Zhao Yu's dislike. At the same time, under the pressure of Zhao Yu's stern aura, a layer of cold sweat gradually seeped out from his forehead. Governor Zhao, I was wrong about today's matter, you can punish me any way you want. Zhao Yu did not say anything when she heard this, but turned her head to look at Sasher and respectfully inquired. Miss Xia, what do you think should be done? Sasher lightly glanced at Butler Fu and spoke in a nonchalant manner. He just tried to kill me, what does Governor Zhao think is the most appropriate way to handle this? Zhao Yu nodded in understanding at his words. Afterward, she slightly turned her head, and her cold, watery gaze landed on Butler Fu. The moment he felt Zhao Yu's gaze, Butler Fu's body abruptly softened, and he actually sat down on the ground. As the Fu family's butler, he was all too aware of how much the Fu family master feared Zhao Yu. He had no doubt that if the Fu family master knew that he had offended Zhao Yu, he would definitely kill him without hesitation and then carry his head to apologize to Zhao Yu. Under the intense fear, Butler Fu hastily moved his legs a few times and actually knelt down for Zhao Yu. Governor Zhao, I really know I'm wrong, I beg you to forgive me and let me off this time. Zhao Yu frowned at the situation, and then moved a step to the side. The person you should apologize to is not me. Butler Fu hesitated for a split second, but under the threat to his life, he still quickly knelt down to Sasher. Miss Xia, I'm really very sorry, this matter today is really a problem with how I handled it, I hope you can spare me this time. Sasher looked at Fu Butler indifferently. However, without waiting for her to open her mouth, a shouting scream suddenly came out from the mouths of the surrounding girls. Good, so handsome. How can someone be so good-looking? I've never seen such a good-looking man in my life. If I could be his girlfriend for a day, I would be happy even if I died. Only to see, a man dressed in a pure white suit, with an elegant temperament like a noble prince, walked out slowly. The girls at the scene looked at his handsome face, which was 10 times more handsome than the most handsome star in Xia, and felt the unearthly atmosphere around him. Their heartbeats couldn't help but beat faster. However, the man looked as if he didn't see the crowd of women, his gaze directly skimmed over the crowd and landed on Sasher. Right at the moment he saw Sasher, he was suddenly stunned. Immediately afterward, his breathing suddenly shortened by a few points. At the same time, Sasher's line of sight, too, landed on his body. Chapter 43 I already have a favorite person. Sasher looked at Fu Luvia, that young handsome face, between the color did not appear too much fluctuation. If anything, it is only a little bit of slightly unrecognizable disappointment. Because I have seen the photo, so Sasher recognized him as Fu Luvia at a glance. Only, the moment she felt the breath around him, she had already determined that it was not her big baby. In front of this man's temperament is as clean as an elegant gentleman prince, while her family baby is a cold and inviolable deity. Fu Luan felt Sasher's gaze. The corner of his lips could not help but hook up a smile that was bitter to the extreme. 5 years ago, Sasher, in order to do something, but also in order to find that man who died in order to save her, chose to be reborn in the summer country. He, on the other hand, resolutely gave up everything he possessed and followed, only to search for that glimmer of possibility of being with the person he had been secretly in love with for many years. Although the reborn Sasher didn't have the stunning looks of her previous life, it was because of the domineering and peerless aura surrounding her. With just one glance, he knew that this was the person he was looking for. Only, the facts in front of him were telling him. Sasher, it was true that she had never had feelings for him. Spare him has stood in front of her, she cannot recognize who he is. Fu Luvia did not wait for Fu Luvia from the sadness of the emotions out. Zhang Shanshan suddenly got up, trotted to Fu Luvia's side. She raised her hand intimately, want to hold Fu Luvia's arm. However, her hand has not yet touched Fu Luvia's sleeve. Fu Luvia's arm suddenly moved. Zhang Shanshan directly pounced on an empty. Zhang Shanshan's small face abruptly a stiff. Fu Luvia? Although she and Fu Luvia has not seen for many years, but she also remembered Fu Luvia when she was a child to her very good, and even said that after growing up to marry her as a wife. And the Zhang family and Fu family also intends to put them together. Before she saw Fu Luvia's photo and heard that he is now a 2-star student of the Imperial City University, she has already decided that this life is not him not married. And, she believes that with her own looks and background, Fu Luvia is unlikely to reject her. However, the reality hit her face hard. She did not even dream of, she in order to let Fu Luvia see their own heart in the public so active after, Fu Luvia but not a bit of face to her. At this time, the surrounding girls look to Zhang Shanshan eyes, are showing some dissatisfaction. Shanshan. Girls have to know to be reserved, even if you especially like Fu less, there is no need to be like this, right? Shanshan, come down quickly. You're scaring Fu Shao. When Zhang Shanshan heard the words of the girls, a deep embarrassment appeared on her face. At this moment, she hated to find a crack in the ground. How could she not expect that her desperate attempts to disgrace Sasher had not succeeded, and the most humiliated person had become herself instead? However, thinking that she had already lost all of her face, she instead gave up. She hesitated, unwillingly looked at Fu Luvia asked. Fu Luvia, you do not recognize me? Fu Luvia faintly looked at him, mild and elegant voice through a cold and thin. Recognize, but I do not like someone in the case without my consent to touch me. Zhang Shanshan heard Fu Luvia words, the body steeply frozen. Her last bit of hope for Fu Luvia was crushed by his words. And her dignity has been stepped on the ground by him, ruthlessly crushed. However, with Zhang Shanshan very different is, around the crowd of girls heard, eyes suddenly brighter a few points. A few of them, they didn't know how much effort it took to resist the urge to scream. However, they were already screaming in their hearts. Fu Luvia Sr. is also too handsome. Not only handsome, every move is permeated with an indescribable noble handsome. And just at this time, a gentle with a hint of reproach female voice, suddenly from the direction of the banquet hall door came. Fu Luvia, how to talk to Shan Shan. The voice fell, the surrounding crowd immediately looked over at her. Then, addressing Mrs. Fu and Fu family had appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Under the gaze of the crowd, Mrs. Fu slowly walked to the side of Fu Luvia, smiled and opened her mouth. Son, before your father and I did not tell you, today this banquet, not only to celebrate you become the Emperor City Academy 2-star students, but also in order to let everyone to you and Shanshan's things to do a witness. The surrounding people hear Mrs. Fu's words are not stunned. Fu Luan and Zhang Shanshan's matter? What matter can they have? It should not be. At that moment, many girls' breathing suddenly tightened. Fu Luvia sniffed and subconsciously looked at Sasher. When he saw that Sasher's complexion did not show the slightest change, his eyes flashed with a touch of happiness, yet some disappointment. Afterward, he withdrew his gaze, and a trace of coolness came out in his gentle tone. Why didn't you tell me before? When Mrs. Fu heard Fu Mun's tone, her heart was at once bottomless. But then, she still smiled and opened her mouth. Because Mom and Dad want to give you a surprise. Moreover, you and Shan Shan thing, is not a long time ago there was an agreement? You loved Shan Shan when you were little. At that time was still small, the agreement does not count. Fu Luvia words fell instantly, the scene do not know how many girls at the same time relieved. Fortunately, Fu Luvia eyes are not blind. Otherwise, that is really cheap Zhang Shanshan. However, did not wait for the crowd to breathe a sigh of complete relief, Mrs. Fu frowned, but still proposed. Son, why don't you first get along with Shanshan for a few days to see? That's not necessary. I already have a favorite person. Fu Luvia the moment this fell, the scene steeply fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, the scene seems to resound with the sound of countless girls' heartbreak. Zhang Shanshan froze and looked at Fu Luvia, the small face of the strong smile began to appear cracked inch by inch. Then, she tried to control her emotions and then asked Fu Luvia.
Fu Les, can tell me who that person is? Author's words, the main text has been written very clearly. The heroine's family baby is a cold and inviolable deity, not Fu Luvia, this elegant and gentlemanly prince.
So, Fu Luvia is not the male lead, ha. In addition, it is the heroine reborn to find the male lead who died to save himself, and Fu Luvia also followed the rebirth over.
Female lead, male lead, Fu Luvia, 3 people are reborn. Chapter 44 Son, you like. The person I like is on the scene, but not you.
Jiang Shanshan heard Fu Luvia. This can be called desperate words, legs soft, cannot control, staggered back a few steps. The surrounding crowd of girls heard the words, all of them cannot help but widen their eyes.
Soon, some people's eyes suddenly flashed a touch of joy.
Have to say, psychological effect is really a powerful thing. Many people felt that Fu Luan had looked at themselves countless times. At this moment, they had even guessed in their hearts that Fu Luvia had fallen in love with himself at first sight.
Son, what you like is.
Not waiting for Mrs. Fu to finish, Fu Luvia suddenly miled a joke.
Go back and say it.
Finished, he looked directly to the Fu butler who had not yet gotten up from the ground.
I just heard you in the premise of no evidence, wrongly accused a VIP as a thief?
Butler Fu's body trembled violently at those words. However, did not wait for him to open his mouth. Fu Luan directly looked to the several bodyguards behind himself and said,
Drag down, family law disposal.
Young master, ma'am, spare my life. I do not have credit in the Fu family all these years, also have hard work, please, spare me. Mrs. Fu was about to say something, but in the end, she did not open her mouth to plead for mercy for the butler. She sighed helplessly. Her son was getting older, she really couldn't control him anymore. If she really can do Fu Luvia's main, today Fu Luvia and Jiang Shanshan things, she would not have come up with this kind of almost moral abduction way to force Fu Luvia to give in. Only a pity, Fu Luvia simply do not eat her this set. Fu Butler was taken away from the scene. Many people's eyes cannot help but fall on Xiaxi. Although many people guessed that Fu Luvia saying that his favorite girl was at the scene was just an excuse. But he had only just finished speaking when he disposed of the Fu Butler who had offended Sasher, which inevitably did not let some reasonable speculations arise in some people's hearts. Not only other people, even Jiang Shanshan could not help but look over at Sasher. Only, after seeing Sasher's face that was so ordinary that it couldn't be ordinary anymore, she subconsciously shook her head.
Impossible. Unless Fu Luvia eyes blind.
Otherwise, it is impossible to look at Sasher who just came out of prison and has a mediocre look. Just, in her heart gave birth to this idea, she glanced at Fu Luvia again. The next moment, her face steeply stiff. She is incomparably sure Fu Luvia just looked at Sasher. And Fu Luvia that eyes, threw a trace of tenderness to the extreme deep love.
Her eyes suddenly widened a few points. How? How is it possible?
The entire Cloud City young generation in the most outstanding existence, even in the Emperor City Academy, are counted the best. Fu Luvia, how can like on Sasher this as long as what nothing pheasant? She is not convinced.
Jiang Shanshan disobeyed.
And just as Jiang Shanshan's face became more and more hideous, the Fu family head who hadn't said anything suddenly smiled and broke the scene's gradual descent into a bizarre atmosphere. I said before, the Fu family will pick a lucky child at today's banquet to give away a place in the Imperial City Intermediate Academy provided by Fu Luan. Sure enough, the Fu family head's words immediately caused the vast majority of people on the scene to shift their attention.
The purpose of many people coming over today was to get their own children an enrollment spot in the Imperial City Intermediate Academy. At this moment, some anticipation was born in the eyes of many people in the arena as they looked at the Fu family lord. Now, please do not have a seat everyone as soon as possible. Next, Fu Luvia will draw lots to select a seat number. Seat number corresponding guests is today's lucky child can freely dispose of that Intermediate Academy enrollment qualification. The crowd in the field heard the words, all are immediately looking for a position to sit down. At the same time, Lu Xian, who hadn't yet recovered from her shock, also subconsciously looked for a seat and settled down. Immediately, she put aside all distractions and prayed with her hands together, hoping that she or Sasher would be selected. Soon, all the people in the arena took their seats. After the Fu family had determined that there was no problem, he let a Fu family servant put the raffle box in front of Fu Luvia. Fu Luvia casually took out a piece of paper from within the box. After seeing the seat number on the piece of paper, Fu Luvia could not help but be slightly stunned. And then, his eyes somewhat complicated looked to Sasher. Is this the fate between him and Sasher?
Subsequently, Fu Luvia in a gaze full of expectation, will show the card in front of the eyes of the crowd.
A row of 8.
When the crowd heard the words, they immediately looked towards Sasher's position. When seeing quietly sitting there Sasher, many people are violently stunned. Soon after, a shocked cry came out from the mouth of a girl with a tall and thin figure in the arena.
How is it possible? How could the one who got that medium academy spot be her?
Lu Xian instantly returned to her senses when she heard the voice.
She stood up violently. Under the extreme excitement, her voice appeared to be visibly trembling.
Sasher!
It's you!
The person who got the quota to enter the Imperial City Intermediate Academy is you. Great, great. We can go to school together in Imperial City. However, as soon as her words fell, the girl with the tall and thin figure suddenly shouted, Xiaofu, she's not qualified to get this secondary academy spot, I suggest a new draw. The tall and thin girl's words quickly caused the people next to her to chime in. Yes. She wasn't even graduated from junior high school before she was sent to the Cloud City Jail, a labor reformer who just got out of jail and didn't get the qualifications to enter the Imperial City Intermediate Academy. Fu Shao, redraw the lots. Fu Luan's face grew colder and colder as he listened to a voice that was shrill but full of prayers. However, without waiting for him to open his mouth to say anything, Xiaoshi suddenly looked at him and said, I really don't need a place to enroll in the Imperial City Intermediate Academy, can I give it away? Feeling Sasher gazing at his own gaze, Fu Luvia's heartbeat involuntarily fastened. Sasher see Fu Luvia some froze, cannot help but frown and inquired. Fu Luvia's slight smile, such as a breeze into the heart. Of course. I just said, the person who was drawn can enter this quota at will. Sasher nodded slightly, and then, she looked at Lu Xian and said, This quota is for you. The moment Sasher's words fell, the scene steeply fell into a deathly silence. Lu Xian stared blankly at Sasher. Soon after, she suddenly furrowed her brows and a strong anxiety appeared on her face as she looked at Sasher. This quota is given to me, what will you do? Sasher smiled lightly, I have a better academy to attend. Pust. Right at the moment when Sasher's words fell, a snort filled with full of sarcasm suddenly resounded from the scene. A better academy? There are no more than 10 higher colleges in the entire Imperial City. You're not going to blurt out that you've been accepted into the higher colleges in Imperial City, are you? You're a laborer with a criminal record. Even if you apply for a lower-level academy, there's no way anyone would want you, so what are you pretending to be here? Treating us like little cuties. Are you cheating? If a punk like you can even enter a higher academy now, I'll kneel down and call you daddy. Sasher slightly inclined her head and looked at the last tall and thin girl who spoke. I'll remember your words. If you don't keep your promise by then, I'll find someone to help you. That girl smiled coldly at her words. Oh, if you are able to enter the Imperial City Higher Academy, not to mention kneeling down and shouting at my father, you can let me die, but can you get in? Just as her words fell, a straight figure in his 30s, dressed in the uniform of the War Department, suddenly walked in from outside the door. Seeing the visitor, Jiang Shanshan suddenly widened her eyes and murmured in a low voice. Brother? The other people in the arena couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw the shoulder insignia of the visitor. 5-star intermediate commander? An existence that was only one step away from becoming a senior commander. The Fu family head immediately stood up straight and greeted the visitor with quick steps. I don't know that Commander Jiang has come over today. I hope Commander Jiang will forgive me if I have missed out on welcoming you. As he spoke, his voice was clearly a little agitated. Jiang Yi, a 32-year-old mid-level commander. The entire Xiao War Department's potential was second only to Jiang Yunting's existence. Jiang Yi coming to the Fu family's banquet today was enough to make the entire Fu family shine. However, Jiang Yi only nodded and smiled at the Fu family head. Afterward, under the gaze of the crowd, he quickly walked over to Sasher and hesitated for a moment without taking the initiative to salute, but instead spoke respectfully. Miss Xia, I have been ordered by His Excellency to deliver your notice of enrollment to Imperial City Academy. Author's words, the main female character will restore the stunning appearance of her previous life later. Babies, don't worry about it, Chapter 45 is finished. He is finished. The moment Jiang Yi's words fell, the entire banquet hall steeply fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, everyone was somewhat unable to believe their ears. The reason why this 5-star intermediate commander had come over was not to attend the Fu family banquet, but to deliver the enrollment notice to Sasher? Moreover, Imperial City Academy? Was it really the Imperial City Academy they were thinking of? Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, that tall and thin girl subconsciously took a step forward and carefully looked at Jiang Yi. This Lord Commander, can I ask if you are here to deliver? Is it a notice from one of the colleges in Imperial City, or is it from Imperial City College? The moment the girl's words fell, the eyes of the entire room suddenly focused on Jiang Yi. Everyone hoped that he would give the answer of the college in Imperial City. However, when Jiang Yi heard the tall and thin girl's words, it was like looking at a little cutie. Generally frowning. Other than the Imperial City College, are there any other colleges worthy of letting Miss Xia go there? Of course, even if Imperial City Academy, it might not be worthy of letting their Xia commander go over. It was only because he knew that Sasher had already decided to go to Imperial City Academy, he didn't dare to say anything disparaging about Imperial City Academy, so he directly omitted the latter half of the sentence. However, even though Jiang Yi had only said the first sentence, the crowd at the scene still felt that his words were like a bomb that had abruptly exploded in their heads. Boom! Instantly, everyone was blown silly. How could this be possible? How could Sasher, who in their eyes was not even qualified to enter the lowest academy in Imperial City, be given the qualification to enter the topmost Imperial City Academy in the entire Xia country? As for the few people who had previously satirized Sasher the hardest, at this moment, it was as if they felt an invisible slap viciously slapping them in the face. They had only just finished saying that Sasher didn't even have the qualifications to enter a lowly Imperial City Academy. It hadn't even been 2 minutes since then, and the enrollment notice from the topmost Imperial City Academy in the Xia Kingdom was delivered to Sasher's hands by a 5-star intermediate level commander. They didn't even dream that this smack in the face would come so quickly and so viciously. On the side, Jiang Shanshan quickly regained her senses from the shock. Her eyes stared tightly at the Imperial City Academy enrollment notice in Jiang Yi's hands, nearly frantic with jealousy. On what grounds? Why is it that she, who ranked in the top 3 in the city in this year's college entrance examination, was not qualified to enter the Imperial City College, but Sasher, who had just been released as a prisoner of labor, had gained the qualification to enter? Among the crowd, the tall and thin girl could not wait to find a crack in the ground at this moment. What did she just say to Sasher? Why did she say those words that were not half favorable to her? At this moment, she frantically wanted to escape from this banquet hall. Only, thinking about the fact that if she left without saying hello, she would most likely cause dissatisfaction between the Fu family head and Mrs. Fu, and even implicate the family's cooperation with the Fu family. She could not afford to pay this price. At this moment, the only thing she could do was to shrink her head, trying to minimize her presence, praying in her heart that Sasher would not notice her again. And at this moment, Sasher did not even look at the faces of the people around her. She nodded to Jiang Yi and directly received the Imperial City Academy's unique golden enrollment notice from its hands. Tough luck. When Jiang Yi heard this, he was instantly flattered and said, "No hard work, it is my honor to serve Miss Xia." Fu family head looked at Jiang Yi's attitude towards Sasher, that gaze towards Sasher suddenly solemnized a few points. As for Fu Luan, in his gentle water-like eyes, he actually gave birth to a few points of appreciation and pride with honor. This is his favorite person. No matter what she becomes, in what situation, still can in the shortest possible time to stand again to the top of the world, blossom belongs to their own luster. Afterwards, Sasher turned her head slightly, her gaze landing on that tall and thin girl. Generally speaking, I have no interest in calculating with immature little girls like you, but today I am in a good mood and don't mind teaching you some of the principles of being a human being. The tall and thin girl's body steeply stiffened when she heard Sasher's words. She slowly raised her head, and when she saw Sasher's smirking gaze, she couldn't wait to smack herself a few times. Why did she have to be so mouthy just now? She bit her lower lip, then opened her mouth with some difficulty. Xia, fellow student Xia, my words just now were indeed a bit too much. I'm here to say sorry to you. Well, I accept your apology. When the tall and thin girl heard Sasher's words, her eyes immediately flashed with a color of surprise. However, without waiting for how happy she was, Sasher's voice once again entered her ears. But whether I accept it or not does not affect your ability to fulfill your promise. The tall and thin girl's body plate stiffened. Afterward, she looked around somewhat helplessly. Soon, her gaze landed on Jiang Shanshan's face, who was looking at Sasher with obvious resentment in her eyes. Jiang Shanshan sensed the tall and thin girl's pleading gaze and turned her head to look at her before nodding her head slightly and unnoticeably. For the sake of having another follower in the future, and also to keep Sasher from getting too complacent, it was time for her to stand out and let Sasher understand what would happen if she offended her, Jiang Shanshan. Thinking of this, she suddenly trotted over to Jiang Yi's side and affectionately took his arm. Brother, I remember you said that you can't wear the clothes of the War Ministry without the permission of the people of the War Ministry, right? When Jiang Yi heard Jiang Shanshan's words, his line of sight immediately landed on that Sasher's hand-designed battle dress on her body. Buzz. Instantly, a buzzing sound suddenly resounded in Jiang Yi's mind. His sister, unexpectedly, had stolen the honorable battle uniform that he hadn't bothered to wear so far in front of Commander Xia, who had designed it. Finished. He was finished. What to do? What should he do now? However, Jiang Shanshan did not notice the difference in Jiang Yi's complexion. She glanced at Sasher triumphantly, and then her small face actually revealed a bit of compassion. Brother, my classmate just came out of the Cloud City jail without knowing anything. If you put her back in the Cloud City jail because of this, her life will lose hope. Jiang Yi's dumbfoundedness became even more complete when he heard this. To go after Commander Xia because he wore War Department clothing? Isn't it good to be alive? Why did he have to play dead? However, when the surrounding crowd heard Jiang Shanshan's words, they couldn't help but be violently stunned. In the next moment, the eyes of the crowd looking at Sasher suddenly had a few more points of sarcasm and pity in them. They could still remember when Sasher had just entered the banquet hall, saying that Jiang Shanshan would be sentenced for wearing the clothes of the War Ministry. Now, someone else, Jiang Shanshan's brother, who was a 5-star intermediate commander, had come. The one to be sentenced is afraid that it's not Jiang Shanshan, but her, Sasher. Oh, lifting up a stone and hitting one's own foot, I'm afraid it's nothing more than that. How could there be such a stupid person in this world? When Jiang Shanshan saw that Jiang Yi didn't reply, her voice softened a few points. Brother, you should not pursue Sasher's responsibility today, okay? However, without waiting for Jiang Yi to come back to his senses from his extreme fear, the crowd on the side hurriedly opened their mouths to advise. Shan, you're just too kind, that's why you've been bullied by this laborer to this extent. Yup. She just got out of the prison and she dares to steal the War Department clothing without fear of death. What else will she not be able to do in the future? If we let her go today, she'll be even more aggressive in the future, and this kind of scum will be a scourge in society after all. Shanshan, you can't be soft with her, you can't be soft with her. Jiang Shanshan seemed to be in a difficult position after hearing the words of the crowd. After hesitating for a few seconds, she looked at Sasher and finally sighed helplessly. Brother, what my classmate said seems to have a few points of truth. There are state laws and family rules. It's better to dispose of Sasher according to the law. I will not interfere. Jiang Yi subconsciously looked towards Sasher as he listened to Jiang Shanshan's almost death-seeking words. At this moment, the fear in his heart was to the extreme. And when the surrounding crowd saw Jiang Yi's actions, they thought that Jiang Yi was preparing to take action against Sasher, and the pairs of eyes that looked towards Sasher were overflowing with thick mockery. So what if you got the Imperial City Academy enrollment notice? Waiting for you to be put into the prison again, not only the Fuluvia provided by the secondary academy enrollment qualification that you got before, even this Imperial City Academy's notification letter, we may not be without the possibility of getting it into our own hands. And these, all is your own fine death result, blame no one else. Jiang Shanshan's eyes stared tightly at the golden Imperial City Academy notice in Sasher's hands, and an extremely dense greed surfaced in her eyes. When Sasher was imprisoned, this notice, was it still not hers? What could Sasher do even if she was arrogant? What qualifications did a little from a second-rate family have to compete with her? However, under the gaze of the crowd's increasingly complacent and greedy gazes, Sasher looked at Jiang Yi indifferently and slowly hooked her lips. Commander Jiang, your sister has already said that she will be dealt with according to the laws of Xia. What to do next? You don't need me to teach you, right? Chapter 46. Who let you wear my battle uniform? The moment Sasher's words fell, the surrounding crowd could not help but stare violently. Then, the gazes that were directed at Sasher were as if they were looking at an oddball. If they didn't know the ins and outs of today's matter, they were afraid that they would have thought that Jiang Yi was not Jiang Shanshan's brother, but her Sasher's brother. However, for Sasher to be able to say such righteous words in such a situation, they couldn't help but admire her spirit of not being afraid of death. As for Jiang Shanshan, who was standing beside Jiang Yi, she first froze for an instant after hearing Sasher's words. The next moment, she suddenly smiled. It had to be said that Sasher was truly the one who wasn't afraid of death out of all the people she had seen. However, even if Sasher was not afraid of death, if she offended her, Jiang Shanshan, she would not have a good ending today. However, even though her heart was already bursting with laughter because of Sasher's words, Jiang Shanshan still had a face of self-reproach and helplessness on her face. Sasher, I definitely don't need you to teach my brother what to do with you. But don't worry, after you go in, I will let my brother find someone to help you conduct a mental examination. After all, you haven't even gone in yet, and you're already talking nonsense, which is really not right. As Jiang Shanshan spoke, the sarcasm in the eyes of the surrounding people looking at Sasher grew thicker and thicker. However, Jiang Shanshan hadn't even finished her words. Slap! A crisp slap suddenly resounded above her pretty face. Jiang Shanshan subconsciously covered the left side of her face that had instantly appeared a slap mark. The eyes that looked towards Jiang Yi overflowed with deep disbelief. Not only Jiang Shanshan, almost everyone around was confused by this sudden slap from Jiang Yi. How did Jiang Yi suddenly hit his own sister? Even if he wanted to hit, shouldn't he have hit Sasher? Brother? Jiang Shanshan froze and opened her mouth, her voice thick with shock and doubt. Jiang Yi's eyes stared tightly at Jiang Shanshan, his gaze cold as he questioned. Who let you wear my battle uniform? Jiang Shanshan subconsciously shivered when she heard Jiang Yi's words. Jiang Yi had always treated her well since she was a child, and had barely even spoken aloud to her. She never thought that Jiang Yi would one day question herself with this tone with herself. Seeing that Jiang Shanshan was stunned, Jiang Yi quickly turned his head to look at Sasher. Miss Xia, my sister has been spoiled by me. I really didn't think that she would dare to do something like stealing my battle uniform. Brother, she was the one who stole the uniform. Why did you do that? Without waiting for Jiang Shanshan to continue, Jiang Yi quickly rebuked with a gloomy face. Shut up. After saying that, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Sasher once again. Ms. Xia. However, Sasher directly raised her hand to stop him from saying the words that followed. Since she has said that she wants to be dealt with according to the laws of Xia, then let's follow the law. Jiang Yi could already tell from Sasher's face that Sasher would not change her decision. He opened his mouth, and in the end, he could only respond helplessly. Hearing that Jiang Yi was going to dispose of himself with the provisions of Xia's law, Jiang Shanshan was completely dumbfounded. According to the regulations of Xia, she would have to squat in jail for at least 10 years. At this moment, she did not care to think about why Jiang Yi was so respectful to Sasher. Under extreme fear, she grabbed Jiang Yi's arm with all her might.
Brother, she's just a labor reformer who just got out of the prison in Yunchang. What are you afraid of her for? You're my brother, what's wrong with me wearing your clothes? What right does a punk like her have? Before Jiang Shanshan could finish her sentence, her mouth was suddenly covered tightly by Jiang Yi.
Jiang Yi hurriedly looked at Sasher and tried to pull a smile on his face.
Miss Xia, I'll send her to the prison first, so I won't bother you.
Sasher looked deeply at the resentful and unwilling Jiang Shanshan, before nodding her head. Seeing that Sasher didn't pursue Jiang Shanshan's extremely disrespectful use of words towards her, Jiang Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Afterward, he dragged Jiang Shanshan out of the banquet hall as fast as he could. The surrounding crowd stared blankly at the place where Jiang Yi and Jiang Shanshan disappeared, and froze for a moment, unable to come back to their senses.
Who can tell them what's going on here? As Jiang Yi's own brother, shouldn't he be helping his sister? However, he even dragged Jiang Shanshan out of the banquet hall in public and said he was going to send her to jail because Sasher said he would be dealt with according to the laws of Xia. They had heard that Jiang Yi and Jiang Shanshan were very close. Why is Jiang Yi's elbow suddenly turning outward today? Is it because Sasher got the qualification to enroll in Imperial City University?
No, that's not right. Even if Sasher had the qualification to enter the Imperial City University, she was still only the most ordinary student of the Imperial City Academy. It's impossible to make a 5-star intermediate commander listen to her that much. In the next moment, some people suddenly remembered the adult that Jiang Yi had uttered when he handed over the notice to Sasher.
It couldn't be that Sasher knew a certain big shot in the war ministry? It was even possible that the other party owed them a favor?
Right. There was only this possibility. Thinking of this, the gazes of the crowd towards Sasher suddenly became complicated. Some people's gazes revealed a trace of fear. If there was a big shot behind her, then it really wasn't something they could afford to offend.
And quite a few people's gazes revealed obvious jealousy.
This included that tall and thin girl who had previously said that she would kneel down and call out to Sasher's father if she could enter the Imperial City Academy. At this moment, her eyes that looked at Sasher overflowed with thick resentment.
On what grounds? Why could a labor reformer who had just come out of prison have such good luck?
Just because she knew a prominent figure, not only did she obtain the qualification to enter the Imperial City Academy, but she also made Jiang Yi go out of his way to send his own sister to jail.
How is it that whenever this world is full of such dogfighting things?
Sasher seemed to have sensed the tall and thin girl's gaze. She slightly inclined her head, and she met her eyes that were already permeated with the slightest hint of crimson due to jealousy. Sasher raised an eyebrow before lifting the notice in her hand and shaking it.
Now, can you fulfill your promise?
The tall and thin girl's gaze was fixed on Sasher, and she gritted her teeth unwillingly. I am talking about you getting the admission qualification of Imperial City Academy through your own ability, not getting the admission notice through the back door through connections.
Do you know that the annual enrollment quota of Imperial City Academy is fixed?
The fact that you got a place by some unseemly means that a student who could clearly enter Imperial City Academy lost that place.
Hijacking someone else's for nothing, doesn't your conscience hurt?
Sasher looked at her and frowned lightly.
So, you are going to back out?
The tall and thin girl smiled coldly. She slightly raised her chin and looked at Sasher with eyes full of condescension and contempt.
If you got it by your own ability, I will naturally fulfill my promise, but, are you?
Perhaps because she was still in a good mood, at this time, Sasher was surprisingly patient. She looked at the tall thin girl and raised her eyebrows.
How is it considered capable?
The tall and thin girl smiled and looked at Sasher and said, Cultural achievement is not good to verify here, but if you want to enter the Imperial City Academy, force must be passed. I passed the Imperial City Academy's martial arts exam before. As long as you can beat me, I will naturally keep my promise. She had seen Sasher put down the dozen or so Fu family members before and knew that Sasher counted as somewhat capable. But she thought that she wouldn't be worse than Sasher in her place. Even at full strength, she could be faster. However, almost at the instant the tall and thin girl's words fell, a silhouette suddenly whipped by in front of her eyes. Boom! In the next moment, the tall and thin girl was suddenly kicked hard in the stomach by a strong force, and her body flew out steeply backwards. With a loud crashing sound, her body smashed onto a table, smashing the table and cutlery to smithereens. Hiss! The surrounding crowd couldn't control themselves from sucking in a mouthful of cool air as they watched the miserable state of the tall and thin girl. And the tall thin girl couldn't control her whimpering out as she felt the intense pain coming from her abdomen. Then, in her vision that was so painful that it was a bit blurred, a silhouette slowly walked up to her. And then, a voice that was cold to the extreme resounded throughout the hall.
Now, am I qualified to make you fulfill your promise? Chapter 47 Traveling to Imperial City.
The moment Sasher's words fell, the entire banquet hall was suddenly plunged into deathly silence. At this moment, the gazes of the surrounding crowd towards Sasher were as if they had seen a ghost. That girl had passed the Imperial City Academy's martial arts exam. How perverted that martial arts exam was, any individual could know. But what did they see? A strong person who had passed the martial arts exam didn't even have the slightest power to fight back in front of Sasher.
Were they, really, not dreaming?
As for the tall and thin girl, when she heard Sasher's voice that sounded like it could pierce through her heart and shatter all her confidence, she subconsciously tightened her breathing. Then, she slowly raised her head in slow motion. At this moment, she had already forgotten about the severe pain in her abdomen. Her gaze that looked towards Sasher was overflowing with disbelief. Even if her strength could not reach the peak, it was definitely not bad. At the very least, there were very few people in her age group who were her opponents. Even her master, who had practiced martial arts for decades, was no longer able to easily defeat her. However, she didn't have the slightest power to fight back in front of Sasher. "You, how did you do that?" The tall and thin girl opened her mouth and asked with a hoarse voice. At this moment, the eyes she looked at Sasher with had already bred a bit of frustration and despair. How could she not have expected that one day her proudest thing would be crushed into crumbs by someone she didn't put in her eyes at all? Sasher didn't answer her question and just looked at her indifferently. Under this level of pain you can still endure and not scream out, "Good toughness." The tall and thin girl could not help but be stunned at her words. Sasher, this was praising her? Shouldn't Sasher be in a victor's position right now, trying her best to belittle and humiliate her as a loser? However, why didn't she see half a point of condescension and contempt between Sasher's demeanor? She stared at Sasher for a long time. And then, she suddenly laughed. Then, she slowly moved her body a few times while enduring the pain that was drilling through her heart. Soon, her posture was adjusted into a kneeling position facing Sasher. She slightly raised her head to look up at Sasher, and there was not the slightest bit of anger or unwillingness in her tone, and it even seemed like she willingly shouted, "Father." The moment her voice fell, the surroundings suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Almost everyone's faces that looked at the tall and thin girl were showing thick disbelief. No one expected her to fulfill this extremely humiliating promise so easily. Even more so, no one thought that she would be able to shout out those two words so calmly. There was no lack of people amongst the crowd who were familiar with the tall and thin girl. At this moment, huge waves had already risen in their hearts. They knew too well how proud the tall and thin girl was. They had thought that the tall and thin girl might be forced to bow down to Sasher. But they never dreamed that she could completely put down her pride in front of Sasher. Sasher indifferently looked at the tall and thin girl kneeling against her. Her complexion did not show too much fluctuation. She gently raised her hand and threw a golden coin engraved with the letter XD in front of the tall thin girl. "Take it and report to the Cloud City War Department tomorrow. I will arrange for someone to meet you." The tall and thin girl froze violently at the words. At this moment she even somewhat did not believe her ears. Her eyes stared tightly at Sasher, and the eyes that looked at Sasher revealed thick surprise and disbelief. Cloud City War Department. She had a chance to enter the Cloud City War Department? Almost everyone who was familiar with her knew that she wanted to enter the Xiao War Department more than the Imperial City Academy. Even, it was no exaggeration to say that the War Ministry was the place she wanted to enter the most in her life. However, the Xiao War Ministry rarely recruited female combatants, and even if there were some exceptions, they joined through various special ways. With her background, wanting to enter the War Ministry was as difficult as climbing into the sky. But now, Sasher was letting her report directly to the War Department? This happiness came too suddenly. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but show a strong envy on their faces as they looked at the tall and thin girl who could be completely said to have been blessed by misfortune. Since they had just witnessed Jiang Yi's attitude towards Sasher, no one doubted the truthfulness of Sasher's words. In other words, as long as the tall thin girl performed well in the War Department, in the future was boundless. "Thank you." The tall skinny girl carefully picked up the golden coin and looked at Sasher with eyes overflowing with gratitude. Sasher just nodded and did not say anything. Fu Luan saw that Sasher had pretty much taken care of things, slowly walked to the front of Sasher and opened his mouth with a smile. "Sasher, congratulations, you get into the Emperor City University qualification. Next you have to become my schoolmate. Think about when to travel to the Emperor City?" Sasher heard Fu Luvia this sudden question. The heart cannot help but give birth to a few points of doubt. Don't know why, under the close distance, she actually felt a sense of familiarity in Fu Luvia. This sense of familiarity let her not too much resistance Fu Luvia close. She stared at Fu Luvia for a while, only then opened her mouth to return. "Tomorrow. Imperial City Academy still has 10 days to start school." Her Cloud City things have been dealt with almost, ready to go to Imperial City Academy in advance to find her family big baby. Fu Luvia heard, the corner of his lips hooked up a mild smile. "I am also ready to leave tomorrow. The air ticket has not been bought. Why not come together? After arriving at the academy I can take you in advance to familiarize yourself with the environment." Mrs. Fu and the Fu family head couldn't help but look at each other when they heard this. Didn't their son say that he would leave after 7 days? And the airfare they had already bought. How did he suddenly become ready to leave tomorrow? And around a lot of girls hear Fu Luvia words first stunned, and then eyes cannot help but reveal a strong disbelief.
Why Fu Yun will take the initiative to ask Sasher when to go to the Emperor City Academy. It can't really be as they guessed before. Sasher is the person he likes in his mouth, right? No. Don't. Even if Sasher's strength was still passable, her looks were just too ordinary. She simply can't match so excellent Fu Yun. Sasher heard Fu Luvia actually took the initiative to invite himself to go together. His eyes also showed some surprise. But then, she was shaking her head. A lot of times the plan cannot catch up with the change. If there is fate, later we naturally have the opportunity to meet again. When the surrounding girls heard this obvious refusal of Sasher's words, they suddenly froze violently. Rejected? The opportunity that they had dreamed of, Sasher had even rejected it? How could there be such an ungrateful woman in this world? Fu Luvia sniffed, his eyes crossed a flash of loss. But then, his gentle and elegant handsome face still showed a touch of gentle smile. Good, I respect your idea. Afterward, Sasher looked at the surrounding crowd. In this kind of banquet where the atmosphere is obviously a little weird, she really has no interest in continuing to stay. She greeted Fu Luvia and left. Fu Luvia looked at the back of Sasher's departure. A touch of thoughtful emotion appeared on his handsome face. The next morning, Sasher received a phone call from Emperor Love. Boss, the location of the only star card to be unsealed in Xia has been determined, and like the man you're looking for, it's all related to Imperial City Academy. Sasher sniffed and inhaled lightly. Good, help me book 3 flights to Imperial City with the closest time. Is afternoon. Sasher brought Xia Mother and Xia Zichen to leave Gu Hospital, ready to head to Imperial City. And just as the two arrived at the Yuncheng airport, a series of several big news that had stirred up the entire Yuncheng were exposed. Chapter 48, News that sensationalized Cloud City. Latest report. Gu Beicheng, the head of the Gu family, Gu Niding, the president of the Gu group, and Jiang Wanqi, the first miss of the Jiang family, committed suicide by fear of crime inside the Cloud City prison. Latest report. Prior to the deaths of Gu Beicheng and Gu Niding, Gu Fengnian, a former senior commander of the War Ministry, attempted to help the two escape from the prison and is currently under criminal detention. Latest report. Jiang Shanshan, the eldest young lady of the Jiang family who was imprisoned yesterday, has been put under death sentence for being monitored for contacting Jiang Wanqi, who is directly under the superior family, and planning to conspire to kill a highly decorated top figure of the War Ministry of the Kingdom of Xia, which is tantamount to treason, and has been determined to be a death sentence. Xia's mother, who had just walked into the airport hall, looked at the large screen not far from where the news was being broadcast, and her footsteps suddenly lurched. A moment later, she suddenly smiled. It didn't matter what she did, but these people, they shouldn't attempt to move her child. However, it had to be said that Sasher's ruthlessness and determination completely exceeded her expectations. Meanwhile, after a series of 3 news broadcasts, the entire airport hall instantly exploded. Gu Beicheng and Gu Niding were the top big shots in Yun City. They were, just like that, dead. It wasn't just Gu Yiding and Gu Beicheng, there were also 2 young ladies from the Jiang family in the accident. Especially the young lady from the Jiang family in the Imperial City, that was a character with an even stronger background than Gu Beicheng. She's dead too? What kind of big shot did the Jiang and Gu families offend? Mother Xia froze as she listened to the shocked voices around her. All of these things, were they done by Sasher? The Xia family, how could they possibly offend the Jiang family of the same rank for her? Or, did Xia Yu do all this privately without her father's consent? Just as Xia Mother's heart was filled with doubts, Sasher took out her cell phone and sent a message to Dai. Emotion child, well done. On the other end of the cell phone, Emperor Emotion looked at the short message sent by Sasher and hooked his lips. But then, seeing the 2 words at the top of the text message, he tried to collect the smile at the corners of his mouth, and lightly hummed, "What a broken name." Sasher sighed, did not wait for the emotions of the people in the hall to calm down. A line of black-clothed bodyguards suddenly surged in from outside the hall. At the same time, there are also a large number of fanatical fans. Make way. Make way. Chor Yun. Chor Yun, look here, look at me. The people in the hall were first stunned at the sight of this battle. Soon after, some people quickly reacted and immediately came up. Luo Chuyen? Is it really Luo Chuyen? Earlier, I heard that Goddess Luo was admitted to the Imperial City Academy. She's going to the Imperial City Academy in advance today to familiarize herself with the environment, right? Although I knew early on that the goddess had gotten into Imperial City Academy, I still have to say, my goddess deserves to be my goddess. The other artists either took the Imperial Film or the Central Theater, but my goddess got into the Imperial City Academy. That's enough to crush them all. Sasher inclined her head and did not pay much attention. Just as she led Xia Mother and Xia Zichen to the entrance of the VIP waiting room, a commotion once again suddenly came from outside the waiting room. I'm going, so handsome. After that sound rang out, many of the girls who were originally chasing after Luo Chuyen immediately looked over to a short distance away. Then, an exclamation came out from the crowd. Even the most popular fresh meat right now doesn't have this kind of face value, right? If he can debut, I'll definitely fan him.
Not only is his face value high, his temperament is also outstanding. If it was in ancient times, this would be a fluttering gentleman with a clear mind.
Luo Chuyan's footsteps suddenly lurched when she heard the commotion behind her.
She looks over in the direction where the murmurs came from. In the next moment, a flash of amazement abruptly flashed across her eyes that were so good that they were almost perfect. In this instant, only one sentence remained in her mind.
The stranger is like jade, and the prince is unrivaled in the world.
At the same time, her heart beat uncontrollably fast. It seemed like she had fallen in love at first sight with this man.
Chapter 49, the male leader appears up.
Soon, under the gaze of the girl's marveled infatuation, Fumiya slowly walked to the front of the VIP waiting room.
Luo Chuyan hesitated not to go forward.
She believes that with her own charm, Fu Luvia will not be indifferent.
As a girl, too much initiative has no benefit. Let's go.
Sasher looked at Fu Luvia, did not greet him, directly turned his head to look at Xia Mother and Xia Zichen and said, "Outside so many girls are surrounding Fu Luvia to take pictures, she is not interested in being treated like a monkey for the time being." Xia Mother nodded to Xia Ji, good. But when she spoke, her heart was lamented. This young man looks really good. Sasher looked at Xia Mother's complexion and couldn't help but smile and shake her head.
It seems that this mother of hers is also a face control.
She didn't know what her family's big baby would look like after being reborn. But she had a premonition that it would never be bad. As for this face of hers, as long as she wanted to, she could always restore the face that was enough to turn the world upside down in her last life. It's just that her face really brought her too much trouble in her last life. Although she wasn't afraid of trouble, she definitely wouldn't like it either. A lot of trouble that could be avoided, she was still willing to just avoid it. Not far away, Luo Chuyan saw Sasher's trio walk into the waiting room, and after hesitating for a moment, she also followed them in.
The three just sat down shortly after Fu Luan walked in. Because Luo Chuyan and Sasher, three people sat in the same row. In Luo Chuyan's line of sight, Fu Luvia walked directly towards her after entering the door. As Fu Luvia gets closer and closer to her, her heartbeat can't control it faster. However, just as Fu Luvia walked to the distance of about 3 meters in front of her, she smiled and was ready to welcome forward. Fu Luvia unexpectedly did not even look at her, directly from her side brushed past. Then, she saw Fu Luvia walk straight to the extremely ordinary-looking girl in front, with a kind of gentle to the extreme good sound voice said, "You told me yesterday, we have fate to meet again, then we now this is not considered fate?" Sasher beside, Summer Mother looked at Fu Mun face that gentle as the wind smile, a moment actually have a kind of unreal feeling. This world, how can there be so gentle and so good-looking boy? Xia Mother beside, Xia Zichen open big eyes, small mouth unconsciously mumble. Brother is very good-looking. Not far away, Luo Chuyan looked at Fu Luan that good to see nearly perfect side face, heartbeat suddenly faster a few points. However, Sasher faintly looked at Fu Luvia that close to the face, between the color is not the slightest waves. She faintly looked at Fu Luvia, seemingly smiling non-smiling opening. "Are you sure we meet today is coincidence?" Fu Luvia slightly stunned. Thereupon, he smiled, did not continue the topic, but looked at the Summer Mother said, "Auntie good, my name is Fu Luvia, is Sasher future classmate?" Xia Mother was stunned for a moment at the words. Immediately afterward, she hastened to warmly greeted. "Fu students, come, quickly sit." Fu Luvia heard, handsome face once again showed the iconic gentle smile, "Good, thank you aunt." After saying that, he sat down next to Sasher as if casually. Afterwards, he slightly inclined his head, his gaze softly watched Sasher. "The academy will not start until 10 days from now, so if you are going to Imperial City so far in advance, do you intend to go directly to the academy, or do you want to find a place outside the academy to settle down first?" Sasher sniffed and returned in a faint voice. "First settle down my mom and brother, before school starts, I will move into the dormitory arranged by the academy. The Imperial City Academy has a clear rule that all students who have just entered the Imperial City Academy are required to stay in a dormitory for the first year. If someone didn't want to abide by the rules, they would be forced to withdraw from the academy. Of course, as the soon-to-be acting director of the Imperial City Academy, she had the right to be special. However, because she was personally taught by the teachers arranged by her family in her last life, she had never experienced academy life, and would not mind trying it out. Fu Luvia heard Sasher's words, smiled and proposed. "My home in the center of the Imperial City just have a set of unused villa, from the college is very close, you can first put mother and brother placed over there, usually if you want them, go over to find them or let them come to the college to find you are very convenient." Xia Mother heard Fu Luan words, cannot help but open the door. "This, not good right? The whole academy only I and summer students are from Cloud City out, and that villa put is also put, can help to summer students is also considered to play its value." Xia Mother did not say anything, just turned her head to look at Sasher, waiting for her to make a decision. Sasher faintly looked at Fu Luvia, she can feel Fu Luvia in deliberately close to their own. But because of that familiarity on Fu Luvia, she almost instinctively felt that he had no malice towards himself. She just does not understand, Fu Luvia in the end what purpose.
However, after a slight contemplation, Sasher still slightly nodded her head. In that case, then it will be a trouble for Senior Fu. Have to say, Fu Luvia to some extent evoked her Fu curiosity. She would like to see what Fu Luvia is playing. Not far away, Luo Chuyen looked at just a few minutes as developed with Fu Luvia to the degree of the Sasher, exquisite willow eyebrows suddenly knit up. She hesitated for a moment and then raised her hand to take off the hat and mask directly toward Fu Luan. However, just at this time, the boarding gate suddenly came the electronic prompts to start boarding. Sasher 4 people heard the prompt, immediately got up and walked towards the boarding gate. Soon, several people boarded the airplane and found the corresponding seats. Because there were only 2 people in the first-class row, Xia Mother and Xia Zichen were in the same row. And Sasher. I told you that we have fate. Fu Luan sat down and looked at Sasher, who sat beside him, and said with a smile on his handsome face. Although it was not a coincidence that he and Sasher bought the same flight. But this connected seat, indeed all rely on fate. And just as Fu Luan's words fell, Luo Chuyen suddenly walked beside Sasher. Can you change your seat with me? Sasher listens to Luo Chuyen's almost commanding tone, slightly inclines her head to look at her, and there is not half a bit of negotiation in her faint voice, can't. Boom! Luo Chuyen's mind instantly exploded. She had lived until now, and had almost never been rejected by anyone. But today, a lowly pariah who was so low that he was not even worthy of lifting her shoes, dared to reject her. However, even though she was furious, she still retained a few moments of sanity because she saw that there were a few fans in the first-class cabin who were looking this way. With that, she took a deep breath and tried to calm down her violently fluctuating emotions before opening her mouth with her eyes fixed on Sasher. 10,000. I'll give you 10,000, let me have this position. Sasher looked at her like she was looking at an idiot. Do you think I will lack your $10,000? Luo Chuyen heard the words, looked at Sasher today just changed into the clothes that Xia Mother prepared for her, eyes flashed a flash of obvious disdain. Obviously wearing all ground floor goods, yet she still wants to act expansive and sit in first class. What she, Luo Chuyen, despises most in her life is this kind of stupidity that is just a swollen face. $100,000. Give me the seat. I just want to change seats with you. 100,000 is enough for you to buy dozens of first-class tickets. Listening to Luo Chuyen's aggressive voice, Sasher's face is also cold. She looks straight at Luo Chuyen, and the voice coming out of her mouth seems to be able to freeze the air around her. I said, I don't lack money, can't you understand human language? Luo Chuyen's body trembled at Sasher's look. But then, she once again looked at the clothes on Sasher's body that were at most a few dozen dollars apiece, and her heart once again had a bottom. 200,000. I'm not an ingrate even if I'm rich, don't give me an inch. The moment Luo Chuyen's words fell, the breath around Sasher's body completely chilled. She unhurriedly pulled out a bank card from her pocket. The next moment, she raised her hand and flicked it. Snap! The light card surface hit Luo Chuyen's stunningly beautiful little face, and a crunching sound immediately came out. At the same time came out, there was also Sasher's voice that was cold to the extreme. $1 million, get off this airplane. Chapter 50 Male leader appears middle. The moment Sasher's words fell, the entire first-class cabin of the airplane was steeply plunged into a deathly silence. A moment later. Hiss. Hiss. The few Luo Chuyen fans who were secretly observing the movements over here, a sound of sucking in cool air came out of their mouths. Luo Chuyen was actually hit in the face by such an ordinary to no longer ordinary girl? You have to know that just now, their Luo goddess had said that her father was not only from the Luo Han group, but also from the Imperial Palace. Is this girl crazy? Doesn't she know that if she annoys Luo Chuyen, she can never have a good ending? And besides, Sasher just did not open his mouth. Fu Luvia but could not help but hook the corner of his lips. His favorite girl, as always arrogant. That stupid woman in front of her wanton, really with fine death is not much difference. But have to say, this kind of her, really too dazzling, led him completely unable to move his eyes. It was only after a full moment that Luo Chuyen slowly came back to her senses. She raised her hand somewhat stiffly and touched her hot cheeks. Then, she slowly turned her head to look at Sasher, her eyes overflowing with disbelief. You dare to hit me? She valued this face more than her life. Now, she was actually being hit? Without waiting for Sasher to answer, Luo Chuyen suddenly raised her hand and slapped it fiercely against Sasher's face. She was able to enter the Imperial City Academy, so naturally, she couldn't be a waste with no hands. If she hadn't failed to react just now, how could she have been slapped in the face with a bank card by a piece of trash who could only enter a medium academy through a lottery? She used 10% of her strength in this slap. As long as she hits this slap, that face will be destroyed. However, just as Luo Chuyen's slap was about to land on Sasher's face, her wrist was suddenly clutched by a small, cold hand. The next moment. Slap. A crisp slap resounded on Luo Chuyen's face. Under that tremendous force, she was directly jerked back a few steps. At the same time, a strand of bright red blood slid down from the corner of her lips. Then, Sasher's words without the slightest bit of warmth entered her ears.
Just now, I just gave you money to get out of here. Now, this is called a beating.
This slap from Sasher directly made the surrounding crowd dumbfounded once again.
This woman dumping a bank card on Luo Chuyen's face wasn't enough, now she directly gave Luo Chuyen a slap? However, how did she do it? Luo Chuyen has the force value to have gotten into the Imperial City Academy. When everyone's faces are filled with shock and doubt, Luo Chuyen raises her hand to cover her bruised little face. Her eyes stared tightly at Sasher, and a monstrous rage was suppressed in her calm tone. You really made me angry.
Sasher just looked at her lightly, without the slightest hint of a joke between her tones. Now apologize to me, then slap yourself 10 times and roll back to your seat, otherwise, after getting off the plane, you will have to endure more than just a few slaps. She can guarantee that if it wasn't for her mother and brother being here, and she was worried about doing too much to scare them, there is no way Luo Chuyen would still be standing in front of her intact right now. Luo Chuyen hears Sasher's words, but she is violently stunned. She never dreamed that there would be a woman in this world who was so arrogant, or so unafraid of death. The other party clearly already knew who her father was, yet she still dared to say things like asking her to apologize or even slap herself. She didn't even know whether to say that the other party was overly brave or stupid.
Fine, then we'll see after we get off the plane.
After saying that, Luo Chuyen gave Sasher a deep look before walking directly to her seat. After sitting down, she took advantage of the fact that the plane hadn't taken off yet and immediately took out her cell phone and dialed her father Luo Heng's number. After the call was connected, Luo Chuyen extremely aggrievedly recounted what had just happened in an added way. A few moments later, she got the reply that her father was about to come to the airport to pick up the people, and after instructing her father to bring a few more people over, she hung up the phone with satisfaction. Thereupon, she turned her head to look at Sasher, thinking about whether to smack her mouth first or break her legs first. Not a moment later, Sasher's cell phone suddenly received a text message from Emperor Love. Boss, I can't get away here, I've sent a subordinate over to pick you up. 2 hours later, the airplane landed smoothly at the Imperial City Airport. Luo Chuyen got off the plane right after Sasher and the others. As for Luo Chuyen's fans, they also followed with the mindset of watching. A few moments later, Sasher's group walked to the airport exit. Luo Chuyen's gaze suddenly landed on a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a straight suit with an extraordinary aura around him. Dad! After she shouted, she hurriedly ran over to the man, her father Luo Heng. After standing in front of Luo Heng, she immediately raised her hand and pointed at Sasher. Dad, that's her, quickly arrest her. And almost at the same time that Luo Chuyen's words fell, Luo Heng's gaze that was looking around suddenly landed on Sasher. He immediately walked quickly towards Sasher. Behind Luo Chuyen, when a group of fans saw Luo Heng's movements, the color of their eyes that looked towards Sasher were somewhat complicated. A martial arts genius who came from an ordinary background, but whose force value was far above the professionally trained Luo Chuyen, was going to fall like this? However, if she wasn't unafraid of dying and making a move on Luo Chuyen, she wouldn't have fallen to this state. So, even if she would be killed by Luo Heng next, she couldn't blame anyone. At the same time, Luo Chuyen watched her father and Sasher getting closer and closer, the corner of her mouth slowly hooked up a cruel smile. She originally thought that her father would send someone to clean this up, but she didn't expect that her father would personally take action. It seemed that this would have to shed a layer of skin today even if she didn't die. At this moment, Luo Chuyen could already see the image of Sasher falling to the ground and bitterly begging her to spare herself. She could still remember that Sasher had said on the plane that she wanted her to slap herself 10 times and apologize to her. So, in a moment, would she first make Sasher kneel down and kowtow to herself and apologize, or would she first break her arms and legs and then tear her mouth apart? However, without waiting for Luo Chuyen to decide how to torture Sasher, her eyes that were gazing at her father suddenly widened. At this moment, her gaze was as if she had seen a ghost. Because, she saw that her father, who had never lowered his head to anyone, actually stood in front of Sasher before bowing deeply. At the same time, that solemn to almost pious voice came out from her father's mouth. Subordinate Xian 15, see the Palace Master. Chapter 51, the male protagonist appears next. Luo Chuyen froze and watched her father's movements, listening to the words coming out of his mouth. The whole person was directly confused. How, what's going on? Her father was actually bowing to the woman who beat her? Also, Palace Master? What Palace Master? The Palace Master of the Little Emperor's palace within the Imperial City Academy? Thinking of this, Luo Chuyen froze violently. Then, her line of sight fell on Sasher, looking it up and down carefully. She knew that the Palace Master of the Lesser Imperial Palace within the Imperial City Academy was in existence that was a few levels higher than his father. However, she had never been able to meet the other party due to her lack of status. Could it be that this woman was the Palace Master of the Little Emperor Palace? At that instant, Luo Chuyen's eyes abruptly changed as she looked at Sasher. Yes, if this woman didn't have an extremely high status, it was impossible for her father to perform such a great honor to her. Moreover, the ones within the Little Emperor Palace were all extremely young trainees, and the only way to shock them was to find a character who was even more talented and stunning than them. Thinking that she hadn't been able to fight back half-heartedly in Sasher's hands before, she suddenly came to her senses. She, Luo Chuyen, had actually looked away and offended the other party completely. What to do? What should she do now? And just as Luo Chuyen's heart was getting more and more flustered, Sasher looked at Luo Hong, who didn't get his permission to dare to straighten up, and smiled and opened his mouth. Your daughter has asked you to arrest me. I can't afford this big gift of yours. When Luo Hong heard Sasher's laughing words that did not have the slightest bit of temperature, his face steeply whitened a few points. Just now, he was too nervous because he saw Sasher, and although he heard his daughter say that she asked him to arrest someone, he didn't pay attention to who he was going to arrest. He never dreamed that the person his daughter had called him earlier to say that she had beaten her was actually Sasher. Luo Hong didn't dare to move in his bowing motion, but on his mouth, he scolded sternly. Luo Chuyen, kneel down. Apologize to the palace master. When Luo Chuyen heard Luo Heng's words, she barely hesitated for a second and knelt down towards Sasher. She slightly tilted her head and looked at Sasher with a sincere tone and said, I'm sorry, I didn't know your identity. I still hope that you, Palace Lord, will be lenient and spare me. If Sasher was just an ordinary person, she, Luo Chuyen, would not kneel even if she died. But now that she knows that Sasher is the palace master of the Little Emperor Palace, even if she kneels and apologizes to Sasher, it's not that hard to accept. Most importantly, compared to dignity, she cares more about her little life. Luo Heng couldn't help but let out a fierce sigh of relief when he saw that Luo Chuyen had listened to his words. Then, he hurriedly smiled bitterly and opened his mouth to Sasher. Palace Master, this daughter of mine has already been spoiled beyond recognition, and has become more and more capricious recently. Why don't you help teach her? I heard earlier that you are going to the Imperial City Academy, and it just so happens that she is also going there. If you put her by your side, it won't be a problem for her to do some serving of tea and water. Sasher heard Luo Heng's extremely sincere voice and faintly looked at Luo Chuyen and said, Remember what I said on the airplane? Luo Chuyen was stunned for a moment, and then nodded her head in a hurry. Remember. With that, she suddenly raised her hand. Snap. Snap. Slap. One crisp slap after another came out from Luo Chuyen's face. The crowd at the airport exit and Luo Chuyen's fans were all confused. If it didn't really hurt to pinch their own flesh, I'm afraid everyone would have thought they were dreaming. Not true. Even if they were dreaming, no one would dare to dream that the chairman of the hallowed Luo Han group would bend over and bow to a teenage girl who was so ordinary that she couldn't be ordinary anymore. Even more so, no one could think that the Luo goddess, who had already ranked among the first tier, would kneel in front of such an ordinary girl and slap herself. After a long time, there was no telling how many times Luo Chuyen had slapped herself. Sasher finally opened his lips lightly and said, It's okay. Luo Chuyen heard this and finally stopped moving. However, because she thought she knew Sasher's identity, she felt her fiery cheeks and did not have half a bit of resentment in her eyes when she looked at Sasher. Although she, Luo Chuyen, is not a good person, she understands the principle that the weak is strong. Since she had offended someone who couldn't be offended by her ungratefulness, it was only right that she should be taught a lesson. It's the same as if Sasher was just an ordinary civilian, offending her couldn't possibly end well. Sasher faintly looked at Luo Chuyen's complexion and understood that even if she followed her side, she wouldn't dare to fix anything for herself in the future, before she slowly opened her mouth. Just as your father said, I do lack a follower who can listen to me at any time in the Imperial City Academy. Not waiting for Sasher to finish, Luo Chuyen hurriedly grabbed the opening. I am willing. She was just blinded by jealousy before, but she wasn't stupid. She understands that her father's so-called letting Sasher teach her well is giving her a chance. After all, as long as she performed well by the side of Sasher, the palace master of the Little Emperor Palace, she would still worry about not having the qualifications to enter the Little Emperor Palace in the future? Even, she had previously heard her father say that the Little Emperor Palace's palace master could meet that legendary Emperor Palace Master from time to time. If the palace master of the Little Emperor Palace could give her a few kind words in front of that mysterious and unpredictable palace master in the future, it might not be impossible for her to even enter the Emperor Palace. Thinking of this, Luo Chuyen's gaze towards Sasher suddenly became a few points more eager. Sasher looked at Luo Chuyen, who could be said to have completely changed her face when facing herself, but did not say anything else. As for Luo Hong, when he saw this, his eyes steeply flashed with a thick flash of ecstasy. Sure enough, there are no absolute good things in the world, nor are there absolute bad things. For his daughter to be able to follow the palace master, her future was bound to be incomparably bright. And he, and even his family, might be able to advance even further because of her daughter. Subsequently, Luo Hong arranged for the people he brought with him to clear the pictures taken by everyone around about his daughter kneeling and all the pictures about Sasher, and warned the crowd that if anyone dared to tell the truth about today's events, there would never be a good ending. No one dared to doubt the truthfulness of Luo Heng's words. In addition, as long as they weren't stupid, they all knew that even if they dared to spread the word about this kind of matter, with Luo Hong Group pressurizing the media, it would be impossible to make any waves. Afterwards, Luo Hong brought Sasher and other people to the vacant villa in Imperial City that Fu Luan said. The villa is located in the center of the Emperor's City, the best district. Live in it. Most of the people are not rich or noble. Sasher and mother and brother in the villa ate a simple meal made by the maid. Xia mother will take Xia Zichin to rest. And Sasher is followed by Fu Luvia and Luo Chuyan went to the Imperial City Institute. At this time, the Imperial City College, located in the center of the college, decorated with exquisite luxury within the dean's office. An old man with white hair is carrying his hands, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the office, overlooking the scenery of the entire college. And behind him, two assistants, a man and a woman, who had only returned to Imperial City, were reporting some important information. Boom! Suddenly, the office door was kicked open. Seeing the man at the head who had a reserved temperament and was as handsome as a heavenly god, the female assistant's breath couldn't help but catch. Good, so handsome. Before she returned to Imperial City, she heard that the man who had just become the first temple of the academy, regardless of looks or ability, is enough to crush several schoolgrasses including Fu Luan. At that time, she still didn't believe that there would be such a perfect man in this world. Now, she believed. She not only believed, and even felt that the word God of heaven are not worthy of the man in front of her. Beside the female assistant, the male assistant was first shocked by the man who entered the door and his breathing tightened. Under the seemingly icy breath around the man, his heart instantly lifted up. However, very quickly, his line of sight landed on the man's extremely young and handsome face. In just an instant, he was certain that the 5 people, including the man, were all students of the Imperial City Academy. His face suddenly chilled as he rebuked with an icy face. Who let you guys in? Get the hell out of here. At those words, the footsteps of the man in the lead entering the door suddenly lurched. He slightly inclined his head, and his eyes, which seemed like God's carefully carved works of art, suddenly looked over at the male assistant. In the next moment, a flash of cold aura with a dark golden color abruptly crossed his pupils. Boom! The male assistant's body violently flew backwards. Until he hit the white wall 3 meters away, a mouthful of blood violently sprayed out of his mouth before his body slowly slid down the wall. Hiss! The female assistant couldn't control herself from sucking in a mouthful of cool air. She couldn't help but show a hint of fear in her eyes as she looked at the man. But for some reason, her heart beat a few points faster. She actually felt that such a man was even more attractive. And at this moment, the dean's body facing the floor-to-ceiling window had completely frozen. He used all of his body's strength to resist the monstrous pressure coming from behind him before he turned his body extremely slowly and looked over at the domineering, godlike man. And just as he turned around, a voice that was good enough to make any woman scream out, but in his ears was like a hypnotic spell, came out from the man's mouth. The person I asked you to check, haven't you found him yet? At that moment, even in front of the great chiefs and even leaders of the summer country, the dean who had never had stage fright, his body could not control the trembling. He looked at the man and opened his mouth. How could he not say half a word out of his mouth? When the man saw his appearance, he already had an answer in his heart. The cold to the extreme aura around him was abruptly released. Rubbish! The moment the words fell, the 4 people behind the man simultaneously half-kneeled on the ground. And the dean's painstakingly supported body could no longer support him, and with a flutter, he knelt straight in front of the man. At this moment, he was truly crying. This man was a madman. How could there be people who came back from the dead in this world? Even if there was, people wouldn't tell anyone, okay? Moreover, this man said that the girl he was looking for was reborn 5 years ago, so why didn't he look for her 5 years ago? Half a year ago, he had just blown a few poor bastards who had gotten into the Imperial City Academy but didn't have the money to pay tuition out of the academy when this man suddenly came over and beat him up. Afterward, after he had no choice but to agree to give those few people the bursary that he had privately withheld, this man only temporarily let him go. Subsequently, he realized that the purpose of this man originally coming over to find him was actually knowing that the Imperial City Academy controlled the largest intelligence network outside of the Xia War Department and had come to beg him to help find someone. If it wasn't coincidental that this man crashed into that mess, and he was faced with a man who came to beg for his help, where would he have fallen to such a stifling point now? Moreover, it was also that he couldn't beat this man, otherwise, he would have already told this man to get out of the academy. Of course, he only dared to think about these in his heart, but his mouth did not dare to say half a word. After all, he does not want to die. The man's eyes, which were like a layer of ice, looked directly at the dean on the ground, and his icy voice did not have the slightest room for refutation. 3 months, I give you another 3 months' time, and then cannot find out where she was reborn, you have no meaning of existence. The dean's heart suddenly shrunk. From the man's tone, he could clearly hear that the other party did not have the slightest intention of joking. He had no doubt that in case he really couldn't find out where the girl was now in 3 months, this man would really want him dead. Under the strong desire to survive, he hurriedly spoke. I just got word that the acting dean is already on her way to the academy, and after she arrives at the academy, I'm going to lose my dean's authority. Why don't you communicate directly with her next? Ding dong.
A message tone suddenly came out from the female assistant's cell phone.
She subconsciously picked up her phone to look at the message displayed on the lock screen. In the next moment, she suddenly looked up at the godlike man in front of her and said, "Acting Dean, it's already in the academy." At the same time, the Imperial City War Department, the Supreme Chief's office. Long Yuan looked at a report on the battlefield where the situation was not optimistic, and his brows became tighter and tighter. He knew that the battlefield losing Sasher might go wrong, but how could he not expect the problem to be this big?
Knock, knock, knock.
Suddenly, a knock came from outside the door.
As Long Yuan said enter, a senior commander quickly walked into the office.
At this moment, his face was overflowing with intense joy.
"Great Chief, good news.
The man that Commander Xia is looking for, we have found his trail." Long Yuan violently stood up from his seat at the words.
He hurriedly opened his mouth to the visitor and asked, "Where is it?"
The biggest reason why Sasher would have so firmly refused to become the Great Chief before was that he wanted to spend most of his energy on finding that man. Now that that man had been found, the time had come for her to take over the position of Grand Chief.
Imperial City Academy.
With that, Long Yuan glanced at a battle report on the desktop where the situation was tense, and slowly exhaled.
The battle situation, it's finally going to be reversed.
Thinking of this, he looked at the senior commander in front of him with a serious face and said, "Prepare a vehicle and go with me to welcome the new Grand Chief of the Xia Kingdom to his post."
Chapter 52. Xia goes to the Dean's office.
At this moment, in front of the gates of Imperial City Academy, Sasher looked up at the pure white European-style campus gate and looked at a palace-like white building inside the gate, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She didn't expect the architecture and decoration style of this academy to be quite to her liking.
Luo Chuyen stood about 2 steps behind Sasher.
She looked ahead at the Imperial City Academy that she had always longed for, but never had the chance to enter, and couldn't help but say with a face of emotion. Not to mention that entering the Imperial City Academy can obtain endless benefits, is to look at the environment of this academy every day, can make a person's mood pleasant. Fu Luvia looked at Sasher's small face rarely showed the color of satisfaction, the corner of the lips cannot help but hooked up a touch of shallow smile said, "Let's go." Finished, he took the lead towards the college gate.
Luo Chuyen looked at Fu Mia's movements could not help but be slightly stunned.
Then, she hurriedly ran 2 steps quickly, stopped in front of Fu Luvia. Imperial City Academy only academy trainees and people holding the academy access card can enter, if mistakenly enter will be very troublesome. Before getting on the plane she heard that Fu Luvia is going to a medium college. Even if she knows that Sasher is the palace master of the small emperor palace of the Emperor City Academy, but because she didn't see how close the two of them are, she doesn't think that Sasher will give Fu Luvia a place to enter the Emperor City Academy to study. However, just as Luo Chuyen's words fell, a girl who just happened to walk out from within the academy saw Fu Luvia and instantly said with a surprised face,
"Fu Hall?
Emperor City Academy vacation does not close the school gate, at the same time will allow students to stay in the academy. And because the vast majority of cadets in the Emperor City Academy are some big people's children, they even if they go back cannot see their families a few faces, so the vacation stay in the academy cadets are not a few. As a result, the number of trainees traveling in front of the academy's gate at this time was not small." That girl's surprised voice immediately caught the attention of a few passing cadets around. At once, the crowd's eyes have thrown over to Fu Luan.
It's really Fu Dian. How do I feel that the current Fu Temple is more handsome than before the vacation?
Right. The eyes seem to be more gentle, as if, in love. After the last person's words fell, almost all the girls who stopped to watch were stunned.
That's right.
Now Fu Luvia although still gentle and elegant, but the breath around the body seems to be more soft. Looks like, also really a little bit in love. Just as the crowd of female cadets looked at Fu Luvia's eyes filled with doubts, Luo Chuyen was frozen looking at Fu Luvia said,
Fu Hall?
If she remembers correctly, only the Imperial City Academy school grass-level characters, or even the existence of one of the 5 temples in the future that is very likely to become one of the 5 temples, could be given the word temple after the family name.
That is to say, Fu Luvia was already a cadet of the Imperial City Academy before? Fu Luvia looked at the small face full of shock Luo Chuyen, faint smile. Everyone casually called, "You directly call my name is good."
The surrounding crowd of cadets heard Fu Luvia's words, almost all of them moved a few steps forward and back or to the side, directly looking at Luo Chuyen whose back was to them.
At this glance, the female cadets almost simultaneously fell silent.
They probably understand why it feels like Fu Dian is in love. And the few boys around immediately became active.
This is, Goddess Luo? I've read the news before that the goddess got into the Imperial City Academy.
I didn't expect to see it so soon.
Look at this, Goddess Luo is interested in Fu Luan?
Luo Chuyen's heart suddenly thumped when she heard the last person's voice. She almost subconsciously looked at Sasher. Only after determining that there was nothing wrong with Sasher's face did she breathe easily. Then, she hurriedly explained to the crowd. Don't misunderstand everyone, I only met Senior Fumiya today, we just came to the academy together by the way, we are not a couple. However, hearing her words, the suspicion in the eyes of most of the girls around did not dissipate much. Although they do not want to admit, but they have to admit, Luo Chuyen and their Fu temple is indeed quite compatible. The two only met today and came to the academy together, coupled with the fact that they were both talented and beautiful. Even if they weren't a couple now, it was probably soon. Let's go in first. Luo Chuyen was a little uncomfortable by the gaze of the crowd of cadets, and hurriedly looked at Xiaxi and Fulu and said, "Go." After Sasher finished speaking, she lifted her feet and walked towards the academy gate. And the surrounding crowd heard her words, then noticed that between Luo Chuyen and Fu Luvia there is such a light bulb. And just when Sasher passed by Fu Luvia suddenly opened his mouth, and so on. Sasher footsteps suddenly Emil, at the same time Fu Luvia looked over. Fu Luvia didn't say anything, but suddenly took 2 steps forward. In the blink of an eye, the distance between him and Sasher was shortened to a breathable distance. He glanced at Sasher's eyes that were more beautiful than the starry sky in his eyes as if he was not thinking, and his heartbeat couldn't control how fast it went. But soon, he tried to suppress the excitement in his heart, slowly raised his hand to the top of Sasher's head, and pinched off one of the tree fuzz floating down on top of Sasher's head with those long, bony, slender fingers. Okay. He slowly turned his wrist and loosened the 2 fingers that were pinching the fuzz. At once, the fuzz fluttered down in his palm. Against the backdrop of the fuzz and the illumination of the midday light, his already good-looking hand was even more exquisite and beautiful, like a work of art. At the same time, his extremely good-looking eyes gazed at Sasher, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. This smile was not deep, but like the first bloom of the warm sun, as if it could shine into the darkness of the heart, bringing a trace of warmth to the soul. The surrounding girls who saw this beautiful scene like an artistic painting were simultaneously dumbfounded. They had always known that Fu Jian was good-looking, but no one knew that their Fu Jian could be charming to this extent. Not only around the female trainees, Fu Luvia and Sasher beside Luo Chuyen similarly looked dumbfounded. Rarely know Fu Luvia is Sasher's, her breath still cannot help but rush up. This man, how can there be so charming? Thank you, let's go. However, Sasher looked at the Fu Luvia in front of her, but her eyes did not flood half a wave. She faintly said thank you, then walked towards the college. Fu Luvia saw Sasher's action, handsome face cannot control crossed a touch of faint loss. Rarely relived a life, she still do not have feelings for him? But soon, his face once again returned to the usual mildness. When he first chose to be born again, he had already thought of today's situation, hadn't he? This, but staged a scene that he had long predicted. What he needed to do was to do what he could to help Sasher with some favors and continue to work hard to get Sasher's liking. If you can't get. So what if he couldn't get it? He never had it, so why should he be afraid of losing it? As long as he did his best, even if the final result is still failure, he also has nothing to regret. Thinking of this, Fu Luan smiled with relief. Then, he turned his head to look around the crowd. The corner of his lips cannot help but deepen a few points of the smile. How could he not know the speculation in these girls' hearts about him and Luo Chuyen? If Sasher hadn't appeared, they could guess whatever they wanted. But now that Sasher has appeared, they can no longer put him together with other women. If they want to get together, the object can only be Sasher. Luo Chuyen took all the changes in Fu Mia's expression into her eyes. She sighed, the eyes that looked at Sasher's back overflowed with thick envy. At the same time, she also understands that she is afraid that this life is destined to have no fate with Fu Luvia. Waiting for the 3 people into the college gate, the surrounding girls only then successively back to God. Afterwards, a girl hesitantly opened her mouth. How do I feel Fu Hall like that light bulb? The surroundings were silent for a split second after this girl's words fell. It's not just you, I feel it too. It can't be, right? How could Fu Dian like an ordinary girl like that? If Fu Dian was with Luo Chuyen, I wouldn't be able to say anything even though my heart would be lost, but how could it be a girl like that? What could Fu Jian see in her? Oh, haven't you heard that the more ordinary looking women are, the more they like to use some cheap tricks? Who knows what she's done to Fu Ting? Let's go, follow up and see. I want to see how she seduced Fu Dian. After Sasher walked into the academy, Fu Luvia took her to casually familiarize herself with the environment. Soon, the figure of the 3 people appeared in front of the most central white hall of the academy. In Fu Luvia's introduction, the dean's office is located here. Sasher looked at the door of the hall in front of him, looked at Fu Luvia and said, "You first take her to do accommodation formalities, I have some things to do." Fu Luvia heard directly nodded and said, "Good, need to even do yours together? Do it together. After done send me the dormitory location and room number, I go over by myself." Good. Fu Luvia nodded, then took Luo Chuyen left. And Sasher, on the other hand, walked straight into the main hall and went straight to the dean's office. Chapter 53, such a character, he can't afford to offend. Not far away, the trainees who followed Sasher all the way saw Sasher walking into the main hall. Their faces couldn't help but show some confusion. She went to the dean's office to do what? Have you guys forgotten? Half a year ago, there was a notice that new students who can't afford tuition can go to the dean to apply for a scholarship.
Oh yeah, looking at the rags she's wearing, she probably can't even afford the tuition.
I really don't understand this kind of poor and ugly woman, in the end with what means to seduce to the Fu Palace.
You guys say that this kind of goods can seduce Fu Jian. If I take the initiative a little bit, isn't there also a chance?
After the last person's words fell, quite a few girls were obviously a bit impressed. They thought that both their family background and looks were above Sasher. Since Sasher was able to attract Fu Dian's attention through some means, why couldn't they? Thinking of this, some girls hurriedly chased after the direction that Fu Luan and Luo Chuyen left. At the same time, Sasher's figure appeared at the door of the dean's office. However, before she could enter, splat! A sound of porcelain being viciously smashed on the ground resounded abruptly. The pieces of porcelain that exploded apart scattered in all directions, and a few of them slid to Sasher's feet. Then, the dean's roar of anger to the extreme came out.
He's just a student with little background. What makes him so arrogant in front of me, the dean?
Those poor bastards don't want to go to school if they don't have any money.
What gives him the right to demand that I give them all the bursaries issued from above?
If not for those grants, why do I still want to be this stupid dean with no future? Now, I have been forced by him to retire early. Why does he still not let me go? Besides, the new scapegoat has already arrived at the college. I told him that I don't have the authority of the dean anymore after that scapegoat came. Why does he still want me to help him find the person he wants within 3 months? Although Sasher didn't know what had happened here before, but listening to the dean's voice that was furious mixed with fear, she already had a rough guess in her mind. She originally came here to take over some work with this dean, but she didn't realize that she was just a scapegoat in this dean's eyes? Since this was the case next, she would be able to relax quite a bit. Thinking of this, Sasher swept a glance at the 2 assistants in the office who were trembling in fear, and then bypassed the debris on the ground and slowly walked into the office. Because Sasher's information was all in a state of secrecy, although the dean knew that the acting dean who was about to come over was a woman, he had not seen Sasher's picture. In his opinion, someone who could be valued by the great chief and sit in the position of acting dean would have to be at least 30 years old. Therefore, when the dean who was in the middle of his anger saw Sasher who walked into the office, he subconsciously took her as a new student who came over to ask for a bursary. Thinking that because of that man, the tens of millions of scholarships that he could have put into his own pocket had to be given to these poor students, the anger in his heart suddenly burned even more vigorously. In a rage, he directly raised his hand and pointed at Sasher's nose and scolded in a stern voice. Is this a place where poor students like you can just come in? Get out of here! Sasher looked at him faintly, her eyes gradually colored with a slight chill. You're kind of goods, how did you become the dean of this place? The dean heard this. She did not have any respect for him, even insulting questions, the heart of the anger suddenly more exuberant. It was fine for that man to oppress him, but now even a poor student dared to ride on his head? If he didn't give the other party a lesson, this dean of his really didn't have any semblance of majesty left. Thinking of this, the dean immediately looked at Sasher with an icy face and opened his mouth. Imperial City Academy is an aristocratic academy, not a shelter for poor students like you. A year of 1 million tuition fees, within 3 days to pay to my hands, can pay to stay, cannot pay, before it is too late to get out. Sasher suddenly smiled at the words. Only that smile did not reach the bottom of her eyes. She directly walked forward a few steps, sat down on the chair in front of the desk, and then looked at the dean and opened her mouth unhurriedly. $1 million? This money I do have, but I dare to give. You dare to accept it? The dean was first stunned when he listened to Sasher's almost arrogant words. The next moment, he was directly exasperated and laughed. Just because you talk to me with this attitude, not to mention 1 million, even if 10 million, the Imperial City Academy will not be able to accommodate you. Saying that, he directly raised his hand and pointed at the office door. Get the hell out of Imperial City Academy, immediately, right away. Sasher's face abruptly chilled when she heard the dean's words. At that moment, a cold aura like a polar glacier, as if to freeze the surrounding air. Under the pressure of this strong aura, the dean could not control himself and took 2 steps back. Without waiting for him to stabilize his stance, 2 cold auras suddenly flashed across his vision. In the next moment, 2 silver needles pierced into his legs. Almost instantly, his legs lost consciousness, and his entire body suddenly sat paralyzed on the ground. However, at this moment, the dean no longer cared about his legs. He looked at Sasher with a pair of eyes that revealed a strong shock and fear. How could this be possible? He was also a senior warrior. How could he not be able to fight back in front of this young girl? Moreover, it was clearly 2 different people. Why did she feel an extremely similar aura to that man on this young girl? Thinking of this, the dean hurriedly looked at Sasher with a trembling voice and asked, You, what kind of person are you? Ding dong. Just at the moment when the dean's words fell, a text message tone once again came out from the female assistant's cell phone. She subconsciously looked at the lock screen of her cell phone. Upon seeing the extremely short text message on the lock screen, her eyes snapped open a few points. In the next moment, she hastily looked up and turned her head to Dean. Dean, she's the new acting dean. Boom. The assistant's words were tantamount to a thunderbolt from the ground, splitting the dean instantly dumbfounded in place. It was only after a few seconds that he slowly returned to his senses. Thereafter, he looked at Sasher dumbfoundedly and said, You are the new acting dean? Sasher faintly smiled. Yes, I am the new scapegoat in your mouth. When the dean heard Sasher's words, his body suddenly stiffened. He, however, knew that the news that this acting dean was coming over to take over his position was a direct notification from Grand Chief Long Yuan. Although he didn't know the specific identity of the person in front of him, he also knew that she must have some kind of close connection with Long Yuan. He couldn't afford to offend such a character. And what had he just done? Not only did he angrily call her a scapegoat, he even treated her as a poor student who came over to receive a bursary, and even told her to get out of the Imperial City Academy. Perhaps, it didn't even need to be 3 months later, he might have to die today. Thinking of this, the dean's face as he looked at Sasher suddenly revealed a smile that was worse than crying. I was really pissed off by a trainee before, what I said were words in anger. You all at that time I was cheap, don't pay too much attention to it. Sasher slightly raised her eyes, there is not the slightest fluctuation of emotions between the light color. Not that I came over to be a scapegoat? What have you committed that you need me to take the blame for you? The dean's heart tightened and he hurriedly opened his mouth. You came over to manage the academy, how could you be some kind of scapegoat? I'm the one who talked nonsense. Sasher smiled faintly, there was still a possibility that your legs could be restored to walking, but if you insist on not telling the truth, it is afraid that it will be completely ruined. The dean's heart abruptly tightened at these words. He could feel that Sasher was not joking with himself. He hesitated for a split second, and although he felt somewhat dishonored, he could only open his mouth honestly. I did run into some trouble. Half a year ago, a man suddenly appeared in the academy. He forced me to find someone for him, and I was never able to find him, so I wanted to find a new dean to take my place. Sasher's breath tightened when she heard the dean's words, looking for someone? What was his name? Who is he looking for? His name was Feng, and he was looking for a girl who was reborn 5 years ago. Hearing the dean's words, Sasher's always calm heart suddenly set off a huge wave. At this moment, she was completely certain that the information given to her by Emperor Love was correct. Her family's big baby was at the Imperial City Academy. And, even the name was the same as in her previous life. With that, Sasher tried to calm down her agitated feelings, her eyes staring at the dean and asked, Tell me, where is he now? Feeling Sasher's extremely oppressive gaze, the dean's heart trembled uncontrollably. He quickly opened his mouth and said back, He just left from here not long ago, but his whereabouts are uncertain, I also do not know where he is now. Sasher immediately walked over to the window when she heard this and looked at the entire academy through the window. However, everywhere she looked, there were students traveling to and from the academy, and there was no sign of the man. Only after a few moments did Sasher slowly withdraw her sight. Then, she looked at the dean and asked, Is there any contact information for him? No, there isn't. Didn't he ask you to find someone? How are you going to inform him if you find him? He entered the Imperial City Academy half a year ago to become an academy cadet, and during the cadet schooling period, I can find him on campus. After saying that, the dean seemed to suddenly think of something and hurriedly said, I heard that one of the academy schoolgirls will be organizing a cadet party tonight and invited him over. Hearing the dean's words, Sasher's face finally eased. However, she still wanted to see her big baby as soon as possible. Did other people within the academy not have his contact information as well? No, he had almost zero communication with others within the academy. Hearing this, Sasher was already sure that the dean couldn't get any useful information about her baby here. Afterwards, she directly took out her cell phone and sent a message to Emperor Emotion, asking him to find Feng Jing's current location. In less than a minute, Sasher received a reply from D Emotion. He appeared at the Imperial City Academy 10 minutes ago and disappeared afterward. And this person is very mysterious, I can't find out any specific information about him. Sasher rubbed her fingers against the screen that displayed the information and was silent for a moment before she looked at the dean and asked, When did he come to Imperial City Academy? What did he do during that time? The dean sniffed and hurriedly replied, He entered the academy half a year ago, and during his time at the academy, he always missed classes, and many of his teachers were very dissatisfied with him. However, even though he barely spoke to any of the trainees, many of the female trainees were very fond of him. But whenever he went to a class, there would be a lot of girls to sit in on it, and basically every class was so full that the entire classroom couldn't be stuffed. Although he hated to kill that man, he had to admit that although that man was cold enough to freeze to death, he was really good looking. But he really thought the man was a bit of a waste. If he was young and had a face like that, he would have a new girlfriend in a day. But he hadn't seen the man have any close contact with any girl so far. He had even heard that a girl had approached him and was directly thrown out of the classroom by him. Thinking of this, the dean couldn't help but look at Sasher. This young girl in front of him wanted to find that man, I'm afraid she was also interested in him, right? He looked at Sasher's small face that could only be considered clear, and couldn't help but secretly shake his head. The girl who had been thrown out of the classroom by that man at the beginning was one of the academy's school beauties. If such a beautiful girl had been thrown out, I'm afraid that if she had been replaced by the girl in front of her, she wouldn't have been thrown out simply, right? Sasher swept a glance at the expression on the dean's face, didn't bother to look deeply into what he was thinking, just faintly said, "Where is the place of the party at night?" The dean quickly looked to the side of the female assistant, Shinru, quickly to check. Shinru, quickly give check. The female assistant quickly picked up her cell phone and quickly sent a message to a number. Soon, she received a reply. The meeting place was on the third floor of the Global Century Hotel in the Central District, and would start at 7 o'clock in the evening sharp. Sasher glanced at the current time and saw that there were still nearly 4 hours before the party started, so she was not in a hurry. Afterwards, she looked at the dean and asked, "I heard earlier that someone from Imperial City Academy had successfully unsealed a sealed star sign. Do you know how?" The dean was stunned for a moment. Then she looked at Sasher and said back, "Indeed, someone had unsealed it in Imperial City Academy, but it was that cadet who unsealed it on his own. Moreover, he didn't disclose the method of unsealing it to anyone." "That cadet who unsealed the star plate, where is he now?" "I don't know where he is now, but I know that he is a member of the Xia family in Imperial City." Sasher nodded. "Good, there's nothing more for me here. Don't announce beforehand that you're resigning. You'll still be in charge of handling the affairs of the academy in the near future." If this was a kindly old dean who was retiring due to age, she wouldn't mind tiring herself out a bit. But now, since there was such a free laborer, why wouldn't she use it? After saying that, Sasher got up from her office chair and was ready to leave. "That, my leg." When the dean saw Sasher's movements, he immediately opened his mouth in some panic. Until now, his legs still had little feeling. "The next step is to see how you perform. If I am satisfied with you after 3 months, you will naturally be able to get back on your feet, but if you do something that displeases me, then you can completely say goodbye to these legs." When the dean heard Sasher's words, his eyes steeply widened a few points. He immediately opened his mouth to beg for forgiveness. "I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong." Sasher's face suddenly turned cold. "Let me hear one more word of nonsense. It doesn't need to be 3 months later. You don't need to have your legs now." The old dean's breathing abruptly tightened and he hurriedly closed his mouth. However, under his panic, he suddenly thought of something. The next moment, he hastily raised his hand and removed the golden badge from his chest before carefully saying, "You won't let me announce my resignation, so I won't be able to announce your identity. This thing is recognized by all the trainees. The person holding the badge can exercise the dean's power on my behalf." Sasher raised an eyebrow at the words. She slowly walked over to the dean and raised her hand to receive the badge. She took the small and exquisite badge and looked at it, then smiled and looked at the dean and said, "Very good, 3 months can be reduced to 2 months. Seeing this, the dean quickly said, "Thank you, my lord, I will definitely perform well in the next period of time." Sasher lightly then lifted his feet and walked out of the office. Phew! After Sasher left, the dean instantly collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Are the young people nowadays all this terrifying? Chapter 54, Vomiting Blood from Anger. Sasher had just walked downstairs to the dean's office when she saw Luo Chuyen and a girl who looked a bit high and cold walking over. The high cold girl looked at this new clothes on Sasher that Mother Xia had prepared for her, and a clear dislike appeared on her face. Luo Chuyen didn't notice her gaze, but smiled and opened her mouth to Sasher. In the evening, there is a party organized by the schoolmates at the Universal Century Hotel. It is said that they will confess their love to Feng Dian in public. Come over with us. After Luo Chuyen saw Sasher, she hurriedly opened her mouth. Sasher sniffed and looked at her faintly. The look on her face was somewhat uncertain. Feng Dian? Confession? Unsurprisingly, this ceiling palace is her family's big baby. And the reason why her family's big baby appeared at the evening party was because someone wanted to confess to him? Luo Chuyen heard Sasher's puzzled voice and nodded. Yes. In addition to the 5 highnesses within the academy, only His Highness Fuluan and His Highness Fengjing are the most prestigious. Today, one of the 5 highnesses, His Highness Xiaomuyu, is going to confess to His Highness Fengjing. After saying that, as if she suddenly thought of something, she hurriedly glanced at the high cool girl beside her and introduced herself to Sasher. Sasher, I've already done the dormitory for you. Come, let me introduce you. This is our roommate, Tang Xiner, the big miss of the Tang group. The high cold girl, that is, Tang Xiner, swept a nonchalant glance at Sasher. Let's go. After saying that, she didn't wait for Sasher to say anything and walked towards the parking lot. Seeing Tang Xiner's appearance, Luo Chuyen said to Sasher with some embarrassment. Sasher, Xiner has this character, don't be too concerned. Let's go. Sasher nodded and didn't say anything. Since there was a free ride, she didn't mind taking a ride. Half an hour later, the 3 of them, Sasher, got down from Tang Xiner's luxury car and stood in front of the extremely luxurious Universal Century Hotel. Because it was the afternoon and there were still nearly 2 hours before the party started, there weren't many people coming in and out of the hotel. However, without waiting for the 3 of them to enter, an upper middle-aged, extremely fashionably dressed girl just happened to walk over. Seeing the girl, Tang Xiner hurriedly smiled and went forward to greet her.
Choose senior sister good.
The fashionable girl lifted her eyes and lightly glanced at Tang Xiner, and with a cold, light she prepared to enter the hotel door. However, the next moment, her line of sight suddenly fell on Luo Chuyen.
Aren't you that vixen that attempted to seduce Fu Dian? Luo Chuyen's face instantly sank at her words.
However, yesterday's lesson of crashing into the iron plate that was Sasher was still fresh in her mind. She didn't dare to directly lash out, but instead looked at Tang Xiner.
Tang Xiner felt Luo Chuyen's gaze and hurriedly opened her mouth to introduce, Chuyen, this is Chu Yao, the only granddaughter of the academy dean.
Luo Chuyen subconsciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air when she heard this. At the same time, her heart instantly gave birth to endless gratitude. Fortunately, she didn't act impulsively. One must know that the dean of the Imperial City Academy had the power of life and death over the students. If she offended this dean's granddaughter, even Sasher, who was the little Emperor Palace's palace master, might not be able to save her. Shuya looks at Luo Chuyen's face that has gone a few shades of white and can't help but raise her chin condescendingly before ordering Luo Chuyen. After returning to the academy, keep a distance of more than 10 meters from Fu Luvia. If you let me hear the rumor that you seduced him again, you don't have to mix in the Imperial City Academy, do you hear me?
Luo Chuyen quickly nodded, good.
Because Luo Chuyen originally also dare not approach Fu Luan again, this condition she is not so difficult to accept.
Shuya looked at Luo Chuyen's humble posture and nodded.
Afterwards, she slightly inclined her head, and in passing, she gave a warning to Sasher and Tang Xiner. And you guys, also give me a distance from Fu Luan. Tang Xiner hurriedly smiled and opened her mouth. The person that school sister likes, how could I be ungrateful to snatch it from school sister? Shuya faintly smiled, and then his eyes fell on Sasher. Looking at Sasher's unyielding gaze, her brows slowly knit up.
Didn't you hear my words? Seeing this, Tang Xiner hurriedly and nervously reminded, quickly answering back. However, Sasher didn't pay attention to Tang Xiner and only looked at Chu Yao faintly and asked, does the academy have a rule about which cadet you can't approach? Oh, you're new here, right? Then let me tell you, my words are the rules of the academy. Sasher lightly laughed, is that so? What if I don't follow this so-called rule of yours? Chu Yao's face suddenly sank, then the three of you get out of the academy together. Tang Xiner's heart immediately tightened at the words. She hurriedly looked at Sasher and warned. Quickly apologized to academic sister Chu. It doesn't matter if you die yourself, we don't want to be dragged down by you. Luo Chuyen was also a little nervous. Although she knew that Sasher was the Little Emperor Palace Master, she also knew that the Little Emperor Palace Master's power was far less than the Dean's. If Sasher angered the Dean, there wouldn't be any good consequences. And she had managed to get into the Imperial City Academy with great difficulty. She didn't want to be expelled before the school year had officially started. However, Sasher directly ignored the anxious Tang Xiner and Luo Chuyen and just looked at Chu Yao lightly and said, let me get out of the academy? I'm afraid, you don't have this qualification yet. Chu Yao froze violently at the words. How long has it been already? How long has it been since any trainee dared to disobey her without fear of death? Immediately afterward, she stared at Sasher with her eyes fixed on her and smiled instead of being angry. I don't have this qualification? Good. Since that's the case, I'll let you see if I have this qualification. Saying that, Chu Yao immediately took out the cell phone in her pocket and dialed the dean's number. Tang Xiner watched Chu Yao's actions and was so shocked that her breathing stopped. This time, the tone in which she opened her mouth to Sasher had turned into an obvious command. Quickly apologize. Quickly apologize to senior sister Chu. Chu Yao sniffed and laughed coldly. It's too late to apologize now. Of course, if you let her kneel down and confess her sins to me, it may not be impossible for me to be soft and spare you. At those words, Tang Xiner hurriedly said, kneel down. Quickly kneel down. If you don't think of yourself, think of us as well. As she spoke, she subconsciously raised her hand to press down on Sasher's shoulder to force her to kneel on the ground. However, before her hand even touched Sasher, she was kicked in the knee by Sasher's foot. A pained cry came out of Tang Xiner's mouth that she couldn't control. Instantly, her left knee went soft and she directly half-kneeled on the ground. At the same time, the phone in Chu Yao's hand was connected. Then, the dean's slightly weak but doting voice came out. Good granddaughter, what's wrong? Chu Yao's eyes stared resentfully at the obsessive Sasher, and she exasperatedly said, Grandpa, there is a person bullying me. I want her and her two classmates to get out of the academy. The opposite side was silent for a split second, and the ensuing voice that came out was clearly filled with surprise. Someone in the academy dares to commit an ungrateful offense against my granddaughter? Tell me their names, and I'll have them expelled immediately. Tang Xiner's face instantly turned pale when she heard the extremely clear voice coming out of her cell phone. At the same time, the eyes she looked at Sasher revealed a strong hatred and despair. It was gone. The Imperial City Academy spot that she had fought so hard for was just gone. What kind of sin had she created? How did she get assigned to a dormitory with this kind of person?
As for Luo Chuyen, her face was completely pale, and her eyes revealed a full of grievances and unwillingness. On the side, Shuyao heard the dean's words, and her face suddenly bloomed into a bright smile. "Grandpa, I knew you were the best. You wait, I'll ask her." After saying that, she raised her chin condescendingly to Sasher and opened her mouth to ask, "Idiot, what's your name?" However, Sasher did not answer her question, but instead looked at her cell phone and opened her mouth unhurriedly.
"Old Dean, do you remember what I told you an hour ago?"
The moment Sasher's words fell, the opposite side of the phone suddenly fell into a short silence.
And Chuyao, Tang Xaner, and Luo Chuyen were all stunned. What did she say to the dean an hour ago?
What else could she say besides being able to go and beg the dean to grant her a student aid?
How did she manage to question the dean in such a tone with the posture of an old man who wasn't even afraid of the dean? Could it be that it was because she knew that it was impossible for her to stay in the academy and was ready to break the pot?
Originally, after she was expelled from the Imperial City Academy, she could still go to other academies in Imperial City.
But just because of her words, it was impossible for the dean to give her another chance to enter any academy.
Thinking of this, Tang Xaner's eyes that looked at Sasher were revealing thick sarcasm and pity. She had seen little cuties. More than enough, but this was the first time she'd seen one so stupid as to open her mouth and force herself into a corner. As if to corroborate Tang Xaner's speculation, Shuyao sneered and glanced at Sasher before she said to the dean across the phone with a condescending face, "Grandpa, not only is she bullying me, she's also looking down on you. I'm going to make her never go to school in her life."
"I will."
"You shut up." Without waiting for Chuyao to finish her sentence, the dean's cold voice with deep fear and his violent anger was abruptly transmitted from the opposite side of the phone. Shuyao froze violently at the words. She turned her head somewhat stiffly to look at the cell phone in her hand, disbelief overflowing on her small face. What did she hear? Grandpa, who had always spoiled her to no end and had never even said anything heavy to himself, had actually told her to shut up? No. Grandpa's words must not have been said to her. Her grandfather loved her so much, there was no way he would reprimand her for a piece of trash that was covered in ground floor goods. Thinking of this, Chuyao suddenly turned her head to look at Sasher and spoke in a cold voice. "It's useless even if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness now, my grandfather won't let you go." The old dean on the opposite side of the phone almost had his heart stop because of Chuyao's words. He almost didn't even think about it before he used that trembling voice to order in a cold voice. "Chuyao, apologize to Miss Xia for me. Immediately, immediately." Listening to that shouting with names on the opposite side of the phone, this time, Chuyao was completely confused. Just now, Grandpa was really telling her to shut up. And now, Grandpa was actually asking her to apologize to this dirtbag that came out of some unknown mountain valley? On what grounds? What qualifications did this kind of trash have to make her apologize? What's the difference between asking her to apologize to this kind of person and telling her to go to hell? Didn't you hear what I said? Apologize to Miss Xia. Seeing that there was no sound from Chuyao's side, the dean's panic to the point of panic urging rang out once again. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that his granddaughter mustn't do it again, or else, not to mention that his granddaughter would definitely be in bad luck, he wouldn't be able to keep his legs either. Shuyao deeply glanced at Sasher before opening her mouth extremely unconvincingly. "Grandpa, are you senile? She's just an ordinary trainee from a small place. Who are you to ask me to apologize to this kind of person? Shuyao, apologize immediately. Otherwise, even Grandpa can't protect you." At this moment, the dean's tone was close to despair. He really regretted it, regretted spoiling his granddaughter with lawlessness, regretted that for the sake of pride in front of his granddaughter, he made her think that there was no one in the world that he couldn't offend. However, Shuyao heard his words but rolled her eyes. "I see that you are old and your brain is not working well. While I still have things to do, I won't talk to you anymore." After saying that, she directly hung up the phone.
On the side, Tang Xaner and Luo Chuyen stared blankly at the phone pressed down in Chuyao's hands, their faces both showing some bewilderment. At this moment, Tang Xaner was already completely dumbfounded. She turned her head to look at Sasher in slow motion, a pair of eyes overflowing with disbelief. How could this be? She had heard that the dean had doted on Chuyao to an almost pathological degree. But just now, not only did the dean not directly fire Sasher, he instead ordered his granddaughter to apologize to Sasher? Since the dean hadn't abdicated yet, he couldn't really be senile. Could it be that this civilian roommate of hers still had some unknown identity? At the same time, Luo Chuyen beside her revealed some consternation in her gaze towards Sasher. Even though she knew about Sasher's identity as the Shao Di Palace Master of the Imperial City Academy, she didn't expect that the dean would let Chuyao apologize to Sasher without saying a word. Could it be that she had underestimated the intimidating power of the Little Emperor Palace's Palace Master? However, the Little Emperor Palace always had to rely on the Imperial City Academy in order to exist. The power of the Little Emperor Palace's Palace Master, no matter what, could not be greater than the dean, right? Without waiting for Luo Chuyen to figure it out, Chuyao had already turned her head slightly and looked coldly at Sasher.
I don't care what means you used to trick my grandfather, you messed with me, there's no way I'll let you go. Sasher looked at her and smiled faintly, only the smile did not reach the bottom of her eyes. I am curious how you are going to not let me go. Shu Yao's eyes abruptly narrowed. She suddenly took 2 steps forward and raised her hand about to whip on Sasher's face.
When Tang Xaner saw Chu Yao's movements, she subconsciously mourned for Sasher in her heart for a second. She knew that Chu Yao was an intermediate level warrior, and if Chu Yao used 10% of her strength in this slap, I'm afraid that Sasher's extremely ordinary face would be forced to undergo plastic surgery. Slap. Just as Tang Xaner was thinking this, a crisp slap suddenly rang out. Tang Xaner's eyes widened abruptly. And in her slightly dilated pupils, she only saw that Chu Yao was actually staggered back a few steps by Sasher's crisp slap. Hiss. Tang Xaner couldn't control herself from sucking in a mouthful of cool air. How could this be possible? Sasher was only a freshman who had just enrolled in the academy, while Chu Yao was a key student who had stayed in the academy for 3 years and had been cultivated by the academy. But what did she see now? Chu Yao, surprisingly, didn't have the slightest power to fight back in front of Sasher. And Sasher, this slap didn't have the slightest hesitation. At this moment, she was finally sure that Sasher was far from what she saw. At the same time, Chu Yao staggered and stabilized herself. She covered her face that hurt to the point of near numbness, feeling the teeth that had been loosened in her mouth. The eyes that looked at Sasher revealed a deep shock. You dare to hit me? Ever since she was a child, no one had ever hit her. But now, she was actually hit by a lowly pariah? Sasher just looked at her indifferently, her indifferent tone without the slightest bit of temperature. Kneel down and apologize to me, otherwise, your consequences are not just as simple as getting out of the academy. Chu Yao was slightly stunned when she heard Sasher's words. Immediately after, she suddenly shouted shrilly, apologize? What kind of thing are you that you deserve to make me apologize? Sasher faintly smiled. The next moment. Slap. Another crisp slap sounded. This time, Chu Yao directly fell to the ground with an unsteady hand. Feeling the sharp pain coming from her buttocks, her entire person was directly confused. She suddenly raised her head to look at Sasher, bright red threads of blood and intense hatred spreading out in her eyes. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. At the same time that the shouts came out of her mouth, she violently stood up from the ground and was about to pounce at Sasher. However, just at the moment she stood up. Slap. Another slap sound came out. This time, she was directly slapped several meters away before she ruthlessly smashed onto the ground. Sasher slowly walked to Chu Yao's body, a compelling pressure in her light voice. 2 hours later, if your grandfather doesn't come over to give me a statement, the legs of your grandparents and grandchildren, none of you will need to have them. After saying that, Sasher didn't look at Chu Yao again, directly turned around and walked into the hotel door. Tang Xaner and Luo Chuyen froze as they looked at Sasher's back, and then looked at Chu Yao who fell to the ground and couldn't get up, and then glanced at each other. At this moment, they all had the feeling of being in a dream world. Especially Tang Xaner. Originally, Sasher was nothing more than a commoner in her eyes who needed to change his fate by taking the God's City Academy. However, what she hadn't even dreamed of was that at this age, Sasher had the strength to kill an intermediate-level warrior in seconds. At this moment, she already understood that regardless of Sasher's origin, her talent and strength alone determined that her future was bound to be extraordinary. Should we help her up? Luo Chuyan looked at Chu Yao on the ground and hesitantly opened her mouth. When Tang Xaner heard this, her expression was also somewhat torn. If she didn't help, she would be offending Chu Yao. But if one helped, one was going against Sasher. Soon, Tang Xaner's eyes suddenly lost focus, and she raised her hand to blankly probe the air around her. What's going on? Why can't I see anymore? Luo, where are you? Why can't I see anymore? As she spoke, she walked towards the hotel door with unsteady steps. Luo Chuyen froze and blinked her eyes a few times. Still, it can still be like this? But soon, she hurriedly chased after her. Xaner, don't run around with your bad eyes, be careful of falling. Put. Gradually slowing down from the severe pain, Chu Yao looked at the two people's backs, and a mouthful of old blood that had been pooled in her chest steeply sprayed out. One pretending to be blind, one selling stupidity. These two people, when she was a little cutie. What? However, feeling the intense pain throughout her body, a strong fear gradually surged into her heart. She looked at the incoming call with a note of grandfather that appeared on her cell phone again, and finally picked it up. Meanwhile, Sasher entered the hotel alone. However, without waiting for her to ask the service staff where the party location was, she heard whispers coming from not far away. This banquet of the Xia family today, I heard that more than half of the family bigwigs in Imperial City had been invited. It was really grand. Can it not be grand? The Xia family has not a few direct line. This year a 24-year-old promoted to the Ministry of War Intermediate Commander, a 19-year-old became a student of the Imperial City College. This kind of talent other families out of one, even if you were lucky. The Xia family, this can be good, a year out of the two. By the way, I heard that the Xia family's daughter has just been picked up. Is the Xia family going to recognize his daughter back? What are you thinking?
The Xia family master is getting her back this time to make her apologize to the Xia family on her knees one by one at the banquet, as a warning to those family members who dare to disobey him. Also, I heard that woman also has a trashy daughter who has been in jail for 5 years and was only released from jail 2 days ago, so given how much the Xia family head values Face, it's unlikely that he'll recognize her even because of her daughter. Want me to say However, without waiting for the man to open his mouth again, a small cold hand suddenly choked his neck. The youth opposite the man was instantly stunned when he saw Sasher's movements. In the next moment, he reacted violently and hurriedly shouted to the security guards around the hotel. Who are you? Someone come, quick. Sasher's brows slightly knitted. If you don't want to die, give me silence. The opposite youth's heart tightened at the words and subconsciously closed his mouth. Tell me, where is the Xia family master now? The youth heard Sasher's question and hurriedly returned, in the banquet hall on the second floor. Sasher swept a glance at the man in his hands and directly raised his hand to throw the man out. Boom! When the man's body fell, it just happened to hit a security guard who rushed over. Instantly, both of them smashed to the ground at the same time. As Xia turned around, her small hand flicked out. In the next moment, several silver lights flashed by. Then, the bodies of the remaining 7 or 8 security guards were instantly fixed in place. As for Sasher, she did not even look at the others and walked towards the second floor of the hotel. Chapter 55, Why don't you, Master Xia, instruct us? At the same time, the second floor banquet hall. Because there was still a short time before the banquet started, there were only a few Xia family members in the banquet hall. At this moment, the one who was being forcibly escorted by 2 middle-aged Xia family members was none other than Mother Xia. And standing in front of the Xia mother was an old man in his 70s, with an unruly aura around him. At this moment, the old man was looking at Xia mother with an icy face, questioning in a cold voice. Since you've returned to Imperial City, why didn't you come to the Xia family at the first opportunity to fulfill your promise to me? Xia mother tilted her head and looked at the father in front of her who had completely disregarded herself as a daughter, and explained with a bitter smile. I only arrived in Imperial City in the afternoon. I was going to wait for Zi Chen to wake up from his nap to say goodbye to him and then come over. Cunning. The Xia family head's eyes steeply narrowed at the words, and immediately coldly rebuked. After saying that, he looked at Xia mother with an icy gaze and said, Since you don't keep the promise between us, don't blame me for not remembering the father-daughter bond with you. Today, what you have to do is not only kneel in front of all the guests once all the Xia family members, but also kneel to accept every Xia family member's whipping. As for whether you can ultimately survive or not, it depends on your own destiny. Mother Xia sniffed and froze as she looked at the Xia family head, her body completely frozen. After a long time, she opened her mouth, her voice surprisingly hoarse. Am I really your daughter? In your heart, is the weight of a daughter really not even a tenth of your son's weight? When the Xia family lord heard this, his face immediately turned a few points colder. And the words that came out from his mouth did not have the slightest bit of temperature. Weight in my heart? Your weight in my heart is to be measured by your worth. Your older and younger brothers can make their own contributions to the development of the family. What about you? What use are you as a maid? Your only use is for marriage. But, you gave up your only value for that wild man, so what's the use of me recognizing you as a daughter? Xia mother violently raised her head and looked straight at the Xia family head, a face overflowing with suffocation and unwillingness. Company development? I made more achievements in the Xia clan group back then than all of your sons combined. Yet, you directly cancelled my position simply because I'm a daughter, fearing that I would affect your son's status in the company, and even counted all of the achievements I made on their heads. I, on the other hand, was blacklisted by almost all the companies in Xia because you labeled me as stealing their achievements. What did I do wrong? You tell me, what exactly did I do wrong? The Xia family head's breath around his body suddenly chilled. What kind of thing are you that you dare to question your old man? Under the pressure of the aura around him that belonged to an intermediate-level warrior, Xia mother's body subconsciously trembled, but she still stubbornly asked. Why? Why are you treating me like that? Seeing that Mother Xia was still unforgiving, the Xia family master's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If not for the fact that today he also wanted Xia mother to kneel to everyone at the Xia family banquet, at this moment, he would have personally ended his own daughter, who had long since lost her only value. Feeling the stubborn gaze of Xia's mother, the Xia family head sneered disdainfully. By what? By virtue of the fact that you will eventually marry no matter what. By virtue of the fact that you were born as a money loser, without the qualifications to compete with your brothers for the Xia family's property. Is this enough? Xia mother stared blankly at the Xia family head, shaking her head unconsciously, as if she had lost her soul. Just because she was a daughter, so no matter how excellent she was, no matter how incompetent her brothers, no matter how unprofessional, but still placed on the tip of the father's heart. Could it be that gender really mattered that much? Without waiting for Xia mother to come back to her senses from the heavy blow, the Xia family head's gaze that was so cold as to be nearly devoid of emotional fluctuations gazed at her and opened his mouth. What I just said, you must do it in a moment. Otherwise, I will let you personally watch your daughter and your son accept an even more cruel punishment in your place." In an instant, Xia's mother, who had originally been struck by her father's words to the point of near heart death, violently opened her eyes wide. She looked at the father in front of her with dismay, and what came out of her eyes was deep despair. She thought that her father had been merciless enough to her. She thought that he had already reached the extreme of cruelty. But at this moment, she realized that she was wrong. In order to make her give in, her father even threatened her with Sasher and Zichen. Without waiting for Xia's mother to regain her senses, Xiaoyu, who had just rushed back to Imperial City after picking up things in the small city next to Cloud City, suddenly walked into the banquet hall. He was first stunned when he saw the state of Mother Xia at this moment. In the next moment, he guessed the general situation at the moment. He hurriedly said, "Grandpa, the deaths of the Mu family's old lady and Gu's president have nothing to do with me. They weren't killed by me. The previous agreement between you and your aunt doesn't count. You quickly release your aunt." The Xia family head sniffed but laughed coldly. "You didn't kill them? Then tell me, within Cloud City, who else can move them?" "It was Auntie's daughter, Sasher." Hearing Xiaoyu's answer, the Xia family head's eyes that looked at him revealed a clear flash of disappointment. "For her sake, you even dared to lie to Grandpa? Grandpa, it's really Sasher. He is your granddaughter. As long as you recognize her back, the Xia family will be able to enter the ranks of the first-tier families in Imperial City at any time." The Xia family head's face suddenly turned cold. "Enough. Do you really think I'm senile? Don't say I don't believe you, but no one in the Xia family can possibly believe you. A wild girl who just got out of prison a few days ago, what could she possibly have done to kill those two top figures in Cloud City? Also, I do want the Xia family to become a top-tier family in Imperial City, but that depends on you, the men of the clan, not on women who were born to serve men. Furthermore, your so-called Xiaxi is nothing but a wild girl from the countryside. She doesn't even have the qualifications to serve the men of the Xia clan, let alone letting her get involved in the important task of making the Xia clan the top-tier clan in Cloud City." However, almost at the instant that the Xia family head's words fell, an ice-cold, bone-chilling voice suddenly came in from the doorway. "Oh, I really don't know what man is qualified to let me serve, and even more so, within the Xia kingdom, there are things that I can't get involved in. Why don't you teach the Xia family, master?" Chapter 56 is finished. The Xia family is finished. Who? The moment Xiaxer's words fell, almost all the people in the banquet hall simultaneously looked towards the doorway. When they saw Sasher, who slowly walked into the banquet hall, all of them furrowed their brows. A little girl whose hair has not yet grown, dared to speak out so arrogantly, "Do you not want to live? Sasher?" Xia's mother's eyes suddenly widened when she saw Sasher's figure. In the next moment, she hurriedly shouted at Sasher, "Quickly go! Sasher, you get out of here!" She was well aware of the extent of her father's ruthlessness. If Sasher had messed with him, he would not be merciful. However, Xiaoyu, who was standing on the side, looked at Sasher, who slowly walked into the banquet hall, but his breathing suddenly shortened. At this moment, only two words remained in his mind. "Finished." With Grandpa's stubborn character, there was no way he could easily let go of Xia's mother and Sasher. And with Sasher's murderous nature, there was no way she would give in front of Grandpa. Now, how should he stop Grandpa from clashing with Sasher? How could he stop a nightmare that was about to unfold in the Xia family? However, without waiting for Xiaoyu to sort out a single clue, the Xia family had heard Xia's mother shout and looked at Sasher with a face that suddenly sank. "You are that little sinful child she gave birth to outside?" Boom! Xiaoyu heard the Xia family head utter the words, "little bastard." The moment these three words were uttered, it was like something suddenly exploded in her head. Today, perhaps, it was really over. At the same time, Sasher's footsteps as she walked into the banquet hall steeply lurched. Immediately afterward, Sasher she stared at the Xia family head for 2 seconds and suddenly laughed. "Old thing, how can you say that you are also a person who has lived until you are almost in the ground, and now you can't even say a word in human language?" Hiss! Hiss! The moment Sasher's words fell, the banquet hall immediately resounded with the sound of cool air being sucked in. At this moment, almost all of the Xia family members looked at Sasher with strong disbelief on their faces. How could there be a woman in this world who could be unafraid of death to such an extent? She actually not only cursed the family head to death, but also dared to scold the family head for not being a human being? After the shock, the gazes that the several members of the Xia family looked at Sasher were already as if they were looking at a dead person. This kind of thing that had previously been regarded as a disgrace by the Xia family head and wanted to get rid of, if she could still walk out of the Xia family alive after saying such words, where was the dignity of the family head? Where was the majesty of the Xia family? At the same time, Xia's mother looked at Sasher's face was also revealed a strong dismay. When she first saw Sasher slap old lady Mu, she knew that her daughter was not a fearful master. However, she never thought that her daughter would dare to say such words to her father. However, she did not advise Sasher to shut up or blame her for anything. Since her father no longer treated them as human beings, there was no need for her to be concerned about father-daughter bonding. Moreover, she believed that her own daughter was not stupid, and it was impossible for her not to know the strength that the Xia family probably possessed. Since Sasher dared to say this, she should just have the capital to not be afraid of her father. As for Xiaoyu, when she heard these words of Sasher's that did not leave any half-heartedness to the Xia family head, she was finally certain. Xia family, trouble. Although he knew that Grandpa would most likely not listen to his own words. But, he couldn't watch the Xia family move towards destruction no matter what. He almost subconsciously looked towards the Xia family head to open his mouth. Grandpa, you. However, without waiting for Xiaoyu to speak further, the Xia family head violently raised his hand and pointed at Sasher's nose. You are unbridled. Because of his extreme anger, his raised arm trembled uncontrollably. Never in his wildest dreams had he thought that a little born from a daughter and a man with a lowly bloodline would dare to say such treacherous words to himself. With that, he suddenly looked at the several Xia family members beside him and ordered. Men, arrest this one who doesn't know how to respect his elders for me. He would not personally take action against Sasher. Dealing with such a little would only dirty his hands. Two of them, middle-aged men from the Xia clan, heard this and hurriedly opened their mouths to respond. However, just as the two were about to walk towards Sasher, Xiaoyu suddenly blocked in front of them. At the same time, Xiaoyu looked towards the Xia family head with an anxious expression and said, Grandpa. Sasher, you can't move. When the Xia family head heard this, his face suddenly turned cold. Not only do you want to defend your uncontested aunt, you even want to defend the little she gave birth to? At this moment, his gaze towards Xiaoyu had lost the slightest bit of temperature. Before, he only felt that this grandson of his was not decisive enough in his actions. But at this moment, he was truly somewhat disappointed. It seemed that he should consider a new person to be the future heir of the Xia clan. When Xiaoyu heard the icy cold questioning of the Xia family lord, he took a deep breath and tried his best to persuade him. Grandpa, stop. Otherwise, not only would the Xia family never enter the first tier of families in Imperial City again, but the family would even face the crisis of annihilation. When the Xia family head heard these alarmist words from Xiaoyu, his gaze immediately grew a few points colder. Xiaoyu, are you determined to go against me? When Xiaoyu saw that the Xia family head remained indifferent, he anxiously looked at Sasher. Although he understood that it was unlikely that he would be believed by his grandfather if he said it outright, he was still making a final struggle. Grandpa, although Sasher did not personally take action, Gu Beicheng, old Mrs. Mu, and even Gu Beicheng, all died because of her. That one-star senior commander of the Gu family, Gu Fengnian, had also stepped down because of her. Not only that, she is also the emperor. However, without waiting for Xiaoyu to continue, the Xia family head suddenly drank in a cold voice, enough. Xiaoyu, I see that you have been mesmerized by them. Indeed, those two from the Gu family are nothing in front of my Xia family. But, don't forget, she is just a pariah who has just come out after being locked up in the Cloud City jail for 5 years. You tell me, what ability does she have to kill Gu Beicheng and Gu Beicheng, the highest authority in Cloud City? Oh, let alone killing them, an inferior embryo like her wouldn't even have the qualifications to meet someone of their rank. However, just at the moment when the Xia family head's words fell, a clear and nice voice, but with a few moments of surprise, suddenly rang out from the entrance of the banquet hall. Sasher, so you're here. Then, Luo Chuyan and Tang Xayana walked in quickly. Seeing the two who entered, the Xia family head was violently stunned. Luo Hong Group president's daughter? The first miss of the Tang Group? One must know that the Xia family was only a second-rate family in Imperial City. At today's banquet, although the Xia family had invited many of Cloud City's powerful nobles, they were basically all direct descendants of second- and third-rate families. Like Luo Han Group and Tang Clan Group, which were ranked in the top 10 groups in Imperial City, the Xia family was not qualified to invite them no matter what. However, at this moment, such two existences looked like they had actually come to find Sasher. How could Sasher be so virtuous that she could even recognize these two? However, the Xia family head only froze for an instant. Soon, he came back to his senses and hurriedly greeted the two. At this moment, the coldness above his old face had completely disappeared, and what replaced it was a smile so bright that it was like a chrysanthemum blooming. The two young ladies have come to visit. I am sorry for the delay in welcoming you. Chapter 57 Entrance Examination Rating. Luo Chuyan and Tang Xayana's footsteps were staggered. Following that, Luo Chuyan said with a puzzled look on her face, You are? I'm the Xia family head. I had the honor of meeting the two young misses at the Jiang family head's birthday banquet earlier. When the two of them heard the Xia family lord's self-introduction, their small faces showed some bewilderment. But then, thinking that the Xia family head had the same surname as Xiaxi, Luo Chuyan, although she had no impression of the Xia family head at all, still said with a dazed expression on her face. Oh, so it's the Xia family head. Then I wonder what is your relationship with Mr. Xia? When the Xia family head heard Luo Chuyan's question, he couldn't help but be startled. Classmate? This Luo Hong Group's eldest young lady is a classmate of Sasher? Not right. This she had only just come out of the Cloud City jail. It was impossible for her to enter Luo Chuyan's school before. So was she a classmate afterward? Thinking of this, the Xia family head looked like he suddenly remembered something and his face changed abruptly.
If he remembered correctly, what this Miss Luo had entered was the Imperial City Academy. With Sasher's origin and 5 years in prison, how could she possibly enter the Imperial City Academy?
Thinking of this, the Xia family head looked at Luo Chuyen and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask.
Miss Luo is Sasher's classmate, dare I ask, which school is it? Shouldn't you be Sasher's elder? How could you not even know something as big as her entering the Imperial City Academy? What?
The moment Luo Chuyen's words fell, almost all of the Xia family members violently widened their eyes.
Imperial City Academy? The lowly daughter born from Xia Yuro, who was expelled from the family by the family head back then, had gotten into the Imperial City Academy?
Even though the Xia family head had just been a little bit psychologically prepared, at this moment, when he heard Luo Chuyen's words with his own ears, he still couldn't believe this fact.
Luo, Miss Luo, you can't be kidding, right?
Luo Chuyen saw the disbelief overflowing on the Xia family head's face, and could not help but laugh a little.
I'm not kidding.
Sasher is not only my classmate, but also my roommate with Tang Xiner at the Imperial City Academy. I'm not idle enough to joke about this kind of thing.
After Luo Chuyen said this, the crowd of Xia family members were even more shocked. Roommate?
A lower-class pariah who came out of a small place like Yun City and has a prison record, not only got the qualification for the Imperial City Academy, but also became the roommate of Luo Chuyen and Tang Xiner, the two big misses of the powerful families? How could she have such good luck? They had no doubt that even if Sasher didn't do anything next, and only needed to die to flatter these two big misses and become the most loyal follower of these two, her future would be bright. Hadn't she only just gotten out of the Cloud City jail a few days ago? How did she get out? Without waiting for the crowd to think further, the Xia family had suddenly looked at Sasher and asked with a frown.
How did you enter the Imperial City Academy?
Even if Sasher's ability was strong, he didn't believe that the Imperial City Academy would accept a student with a 5-year criminal record. Right now, one of the things he was most proud of was that his grandson had gotten into Imperial City Academy. If even an inferior civilian like Sasher, who had been imprisoned for 5 years, was able to enter the Imperial City Academy, then what was the point of having a big banquet for his grandson's admission to the Imperial City Academy today? Thinking of this, he hurriedly looked at a middle-aged Xia family member and opened his mouth to command.
Check Sasher's entrance examination ratings for me.
Everyone who wanted to enter the Imperial City Academy had extremely harsh assessment standards. And the Academy would conduct a comprehensive rating based on the performance of the student. The highest rating is S grade, followed by AAA. Each trainee's rating can be found on the Imperial City Academy official website. There was no need to look it up. Just as the Xia family head's words fell, Sasher finally stood out and said. When the Xia family head heard Sasher's words, he directly took it as if Sasher had a weak heart. He laughed coldly and immediately opened his mouth to question, no need to check? Is the rating too low, or is there no rating? Chapter 58, The Extremely Shocked Xia Family. Hearing the tone of the Xia family head, Tang Xiner immediately seized this opportunity to perform in front of Sasher and immediately sneered back. Rating too low? Sasher's rating, I'm afraid it's already beyond your imagination. She's afraid that her rating will scare you to death. Although Luo Chuyen knew that Sasher didn't come over through the normal exams and couldn't possibly have a rating, but because she knew that Sasher was extremely strong, she also followed with a cold and hard tone of voice and questioned. Dare I ask if this is the Xia family head questioning the ability of Xia students or questioning the authority of the Imperial City Academy? However, just as Luo Chuyen's words fell, the middle-aged man who had inquired about Sasher's enrollment assessment rating suddenly opened his mouth.
Family head, indeed, we haven't checked Sasher's rating. Tang Xiner was violently stunned at his words.
She looked at Sasher with a stunned expression, her small face filled with disbelief.
No rating?
Sasher clearly possessed the strength to kill an intermediate-level warrior in seconds. How could there be no rating? On the side, when the Xia family lord heard the middle-aged man of the Xia family's words, his gaze towards Sasher instantly turned cold. Say, how did you enter the Imperial City Academy? Sasher heard this and just looked at him lightly. What reason do I have to report to you? Hearing Sasher's rhetorical question, the Xia family head glanced at Tang Xiner, whose face was filled with consternation, and smiled coldly. It's true that you have no reason to report to me. But this unruly behavior of yours has harmed the interests of the Imperial City Academy and the other students. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Tang Xiner and Luo Chuyen. The two young misses, I know that you've gone through a lot of trouble to get into the Imperial City Academy, and you must abhor this kind of scum who play smart to enter the Imperial City Academy. As Sasher's elder, I am deeply angry and sorry for her behavior. Now, I'm handing her over to you all, and it's up to you to kill her or kill her. I won't have half an opinion. When the people of the Xia family heard the Xia family head's words, a strong gloating expression appeared on all of their faces as they looked at Sasher. At this moment, they could already imagine the picture of the two great ladies flipping out and even beating Sasher like a dog in a sorry state begging for mercy. He.
Even if one became the roommate of the two luxurious ladies, so what? Once you upset the two, you could be killed by them at any moment. However, the next moment, everyone's faces filled with anticipation were instantly fixed. Because they saw Luo Chuyen. Not only did she not have the slightest intention of flipping off Sasher, but instead, she looked at their family head reproachfully. Sasher can take the God City Academy, as an elder shouldn't you follow and be happy? Why do you look like you can't wait for her to die in front of you? Tang Xin nodded and followed suit. Yes, Xia family head, no matter how Sasher entered the Imperial City Academy, she is now a member of the Imperial City Academy. Shouldn't you be happy that your Xia family has 2 freshmen from the Imperial City Academy at once? The Xia family's crowd listened to Luo Chuyen and Tang Xiner's righteous words, and suddenly felt that the picture in front of them was a bit unreal. Aren't these 2 eldest young ladies notorious for their capriciousness? Sasher had entered the Imperial City Academy through improper means, but it was a great injustice to them. And they just tolerated it? The Xia family had looked at Luo Chuyen and Tang Xiner, who were still vigorously defending Sasher, and was also nonplussed. Not to mention Luo Chuyen, let's just say Tang Xiner, she had just determined that Sasher had entered the Imperial City Academy through the proper exams. And, when Tang Xiner heard that Sasher didn't have an entrance examination rating, her face was clearly so dismayed. Normally speaking, a student who had entered the Imperial City Academy through a normal examination would never be able to tolerate someone entering the academy through improper means. However, very quickly, he tried to calm down his mind before looking seriously at Luo Chuyen and Tang Xiner and said, "The 2 young misses, don't you know what not having a rating means? It means that the Imperial City Academy, which you guys worked your asses off to get into, she was able to enter without any effort through some kind of shady means, which is a blasphemy to the Imperial City Academy and an injustice to you." Chapter 59, Since you're here, come in. However, Luo Chuyen and Tang Xiner's faces barely fluctuated at all when they heard this. With or without a rating, Sasher will be able to enter the Imperial City Academy, and what you said doesn't matter at all. That's right, as Sasher's elder, it's not even if you don't help Sasher, why are you still elbowing your way in? As the Xia family head looked at the 2 people who were clearly of extremely high status, but were currently trying their best to defend Sasher, a wave of hateful anger suddenly rose up from his chest. Under his anger, his tone was not as gentle as before. 2 young ladies, have you been deceived by her? She's just a lowly pariah who came from a remote small town, not even worthy of lifting your shoes. There's no need for you to offend others for her. When Luo Chuyen and Tang Xiner heard the Xia family master's words, their eyes both couldn't help but widen a few points. Inferior pariahs? Sasher wasn't even worthy of lifting their shoes? How could this Xia family head be said to be Sasher's maternal grandfather in her bloodline? If Sasher was an inferior pariah, then what was he? Moreover, they had just witnessed the humble voice of the dean of the Imperial City Academy on the phone. If such a character was an inferior pariah, then what were the dean in them? After the shock, the 2 inexplicably had the feeling that they had been insulted. Immediately afterward, Tang Xiner's gaze was slightly cold as she looked towards the Xia family head and said, "Xia family head, how can you say that you've also lived for so many years? I think you should understand the reasoning that trouble comes out of the mouth." Luo Chuyen hurriedly followed, "Sasher is not something you can offend. I advise you to take back what you just said." The Xia family head looked at the 2 people who had clearly been violated by Sasher and were still vigorously defending Sasher, and was so angry that he was trembling all over. If he wasn't in the way of the 2, he really wanted to curse. He had never seen such ungrateful things in his life. However, after he took a few deep breaths, he still tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. And then, his slightly cold gaze landed on Sasher. He stared at Sasher for a few seconds, his eyes flickering slightly. A moment later, he actually opened his mouth to advise in a serious tone. "Sasher, cheating to enter the Imperial City Academy. If the Academy pursues this, the court will be able to sentence you for at least 3 years. In this way, give me your Imperial City Academy enrollment quota, and I will go to the dean to discuss giving this quota to someone who is more suitable to enter Imperial City Academy. The Imperial City Academy's quota is a waste when it's given to such a lowly pariah." As long as Sasher agreed, the Xia family would be able to produce at least 1 more Imperial City Academy student. Sasher suddenly smiled as she listened to these words of the Xia family head that were suddenly for her sake. "In that case, do I still have to thank you?" The Xia family master's face suddenly turned cold at his words. "Are you going to refuse?" Sasher lightly laughed. "What you should ask is not me, but whether the dean can agree or not." After saying that, she directly turned her head to look in the direction of the banquet hall's main door. "Since we're here, let's come in." Everyone in the banquet hall heard this and almost simultaneously looked over in the direction of the banquet hall doors. Then, the crowd saw that the dean of the Imperial City Academy, who was sitting on a wheelchair, was slowly pushed in. The moment the Xia family's crowd saw the dean, their faces all showed obvious surprise. No one had expected that a big shot like the dean of the Imperial City Academy would appear in the Xia family's banquet hall. The Xia family head was first stunned. In the next moment, a thick ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. Chapter 60 Let Sasher make amends to the dean? Because it suddenly occurred to him that his grandson, Gu, was the only student in this term of the Imperial City Academy with an entrance examination rating of S. It was just that he didn't expect the dean to value talent so much. For the sake of his grandson, he even took the initiative to come to his Xia family's banquet. Thinking of this, the Xia family head hurriedly turned his head to look at one of the Xia family members beside him. Quickly call Gu and Sasher Qing over to me. That Xia family member hurriedly answered at his words, and then quickly walked towards the staircase that led to the preparation hall on the upper floor not far away. As for the Xia family head, he calmed down his somewhat agitated mood and hurriedly greeted the dean. The dean is here. Mr. Xia has missed the opportunity to welcome you. Gun is upstairs preparing for today's banquet. Please wait a moment, he will be here soon. When the surrounding Xia family members heard the Xia family head's words, their faces all showed a bit of dawning realization. They were still saying how the dean suddenly appeared here. If it was because of the only S-rank Gu, who was the only one in the entrance examination, then it would not be surprising. Immediately afterward, all of them said with emotion on their faces. The Dean Sama actually came over personally for a student worth cultivating. How serious and responsible. The Dean personally came to attend the promotion banquet that my Xia family organized for Gun. This is the fortune of my Xia family. Yes. With such a dean at the academy that cultivates talents in Xia, why worry that Xia can't prosper? However, as the dean listened to the compliments of the Xia family's crowd, his face did grow increasingly ugly. A cadet with a mere rating of S was also worthy of him personally coming to his family's banquet? He really didn't know who gave the Xia family such confidence. However, he had come over today to make amends to Sasher and had no time to talk nonsense with these people. Therefore, he did not say anything to the Xia family's crowd, but instead directly looked at Sasher with an apologetic face. When the Xia family head saw where the dean's line of sight landed, the eyes that looked at Sasher suddenly turned cold. Sasher, don't come over to apologize to the dean. The dean's heart trembled abruptly. However, the Xia family head, who was absorbed in how to remove Sasher from the list and then get her qualifications onto his own grandson, did not notice the dean's face. After ordering Sasher, the Xia family head hurriedly looked at the dean and said with a pained expression, "Dean, you've just arrived. You should not know that the little wild seed born to my daughter has gotten the Imperial City Academy's enrollment qualification through some unseemly means. Luckily I found out in time, otherwise letting this kind of person enter the Imperial City Academy will definitely dishonor the 100 years of reputation of the Imperial City Academy." When the Xia family head's words fell, the dean's face was no longer so gloomy. Because he felt that he seemed to have found a chance to redeem himself in front of Sasher. Thinking of this, he suddenly smiled. So, the Xia family master thinks that Sasher should be stripped of her enrollment qualifications and let your so-called more suitable person enter the academy in her place? The Xia family head looked at the smile on the dean's face. Grandfather. Just as he was about to say something, several Xia family juniors walked down from the preparation hall upstairs. The Xia family head hurriedly turned his head to look over. Soon, his gaze landed on one of the youths with a tall, thin figure and a bookish aura around him, and he hurriedly greeted them. Gu, look who's here. The scholarly youth sniffed and his gaze immediately looked over at the dean. Dean? The Xia family head smiled and hurriedly greeted. In order to help you celebrate the Imperial City Academy, the dean has personally come over. Why don't you come over and thank the dean? Chapter 61 With a waist like you also want to move my sister shy? Gu hurriedly took a few quick steps to the dean. Soon, he stood in front of the dean with a respectful face and said, "Student Gu, I have met the dean." The dean nodded slightly, but the line of sight did not move away from the Xia family master. At this time, the Xia family head to see the dean's health is not good, worried about the dean to see Gu one side to leave. He didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly pointed to a small chubby mound of 18 or 19 years old that had also just walked down from the preparation hall. "Dean, this is my grandson Xia Qingshan. With his natural ability to test God City College is more than enough. It can even be said that 10 Sasher cannot compare to 1 him." However, speaking with pride, the Xia family head sighed with regret. But this time, before the entrance examination of God City Academy, Qingshan was not feeling well and missed the examination. Otherwise, his entrance examination results, I'm afraid that it won't be much different from Gu. The dean lightly glanced at that little chubby peer, Xia Qingshan, and then asked with a smile. "So, the Xia family head is wanting?" Xia family head looked at the dean's increasingly gentle face. The heart is also gradually relaxed. The annual enrollment quota of the Imperial City Academy was fixed, and with Sasher's identity, background and ability, he was definitely not worthy of entering the Imperial City Academy. But if Sasher was kicked out of the Imperial City Academy, the spot she occupied would be empty. Instead of letting that spot go to waste, it would be better to give it to my gifted grandson on the basis of my merit in reporting Sasher. On the side, when Mother Xia heard the Xia family head's words, her face turned a few shades whiter. After 20 years, her father really hasn't changed at all.
Back then, she had made more achievements in the Xia group than several of her brothers combined. Even the fact that Xia clan group could develop to this point today was inseparable from her achievements back then. However, her father, simply because she was a daughter and a money loser, not only expelled her from Xia's group, but also claimed that the achievements she made were all the hard work of her brothers. Even, her father directly claimed to the public that she had stolen the company's achievements because he was worried that she would reveal the truth under her unwillingness, causing her to be blacklisted by almost all Xia companies. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lived such a miserable life for so many years. But it wasn't enough that her father had ruined her life, but now he was even trying to take away Sasher's place and give it to Xia Qingshan, the second-generation ancestor among the Xia family's juniors who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. In the beginning, she had obviously secretly gone to do DNA and determined that she was her father's biological child. But why? Why could father be cruel to this extent? And just as Xia mother's face grew paler and paler, Sasher fatally swept a glance at Xia Qingshan, and a clear disdain appeared on her face as she looked at the Xia family head. Are you blind? Can't you see that he's not even a primary warrior? Where did you get the face to say something like he has outstanding talent? Being poked by Sasher, Xia Qingshan was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, suddenly raising his hand and pointing at Sasher's nose in question. You're a woman, if you don't stay home and raise your children, how dare you look down on a big man like me? When the words fell, he suddenly took a few steps forward and raised his hand to smack Sasher's face. He wanted to let the one in front of him know what would happen if he offended him. The Xia family had watched Xia Qingshan's movements and did not have any intention of stopping them. This grandson of his was not good at anything else, but his fighting skills were top-notch. Since Sasher took the initiative to pick a fight, he could just as well let him show some of his strength. However, before Xia Qingshan could get close to Sasher, splat! A clear slap sound suddenly rang out. Under that tremendous force, Xia Qingshan's small mountain-like body violently retreated a few steps. Boom! With a dull thumping sound of his body landing on the ground, he sat down hard on his butt on top of the ground. And the instant he fell to the ground, Tang Xiner suddenly took a few steps forward and stomped on his rounded stomach. At the same time, her eyes overlooking Xia Qingshan overflowed with thick sarcasm and disdain. With a waist like you also want to touch my sister, Shai? You don't want to live? Chapter 62, Miss Xia, are you still satisfied? The moment Tang Xiner's words fell, the scene steeply fell into a dead silence. All of the Xia family members were staring blankly at Tang Xiner, and for a moment, they froze, unable to react to the situation in front of them. Shai, sister Shai? By all accounts, shouldn't Xia Shai be Tang Xiner's follower? How was it that Tang Xiner had called Xia Sher sister Sher instead? Xia Qingshan, who was lying on the ground, looked at Tang Xiner, who was stomping on him, and instantly felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. He was a big man, and he was actually stepped on by a woman? He was going to kill this woman. However, Tang Xiner felt his violent struggles, and the force on her feet suddenly became a few points harder. At the same time, she looked condescendingly at Xia Qingshan and spoke with a cold smile. You just said that women should stay home and teach their children? Then I ask you, I just don't want to teach at home, what can you do to me? When Xia Qingshan heard this, he looked at Tang Xiner as if he wanted to kill her. However, when Tang Xiner felt his sight, the force on her feet became a few points harder. At the same time, she once again sneered. Did you just say big man? You trash have the nerve to call yourself a big man? If all the men under the sky were cowards like you, I'm afraid I don't know how many men would already want to commit suicide in shame. Tang Xiner's every sentence, every word, was like a bayonet, stabbing into Xia Qingshan's chest. Xia Qingshan struggled madly, he wanted to kill Tang Xiner. However, what made him powerless was how he couldn't break free from Tang Xiner's grip. The Xia family lord slowly clenched his fists as he watched his precious grandson being so insulted by a woman. He tried to suppress the urge to strike out at Tang Xiner, and with that voice that was clearly trembling from anger, he coldly warned. Miss Tang, even if you want to give someone a head start, you should look at the occasion and see if that person is worth it. If you can't see the situation, you will lose more than you gain. If the dean hadn't personally come over, even if he was angry, he wouldn't have dared to speak to Tang Xiner, who came from one of the top families in Imperial City. But, the dean of the Imperial City Academy had already personally come to the Xia family for the banquet because he was optimistic about his grandson's potential. The Xia family had the backing of the academy's dean, so what was he afraid of? Tang Xiner couldn't help but be stunned when she heard these righteous words from the Xia family head. In the next moment, she was directly exasperated by the Xia family head. I can't see the current situation? Good, very good, I can clearly tell you that I can still be even more unable to see it. After saying that, Tang Xiner directly turned her head to look at the Dean Dao. Since the Xia family head said that academy places should be given to the right people, I see that the academy place that Xia Gun got is very inappropriate, so why don't we just cancel it and give it to someone who needs it? When the Xia family head heard Tang Xiner's words, he was first stunned. Then, he looked at Tang Xiner as if he was looking at a little cutie.
General. What was the dean doing here today? He was here to attend Xia Ji's promotion banquet, okay? Even if the dean cancelled her Tang Xaner's enrollment qualifications, it was impossible to cancel Xia Ji's off. However, just as the Xia family head wanted to open her mouth to warn Tang Xaner to be careful of the trouble coming out of her mouth, only to see that the dean in the wheelchair actually nodded his head in deep thought. Good. Originally, Xia Gun's quota was added as a special case, and with the cancellation of Xia Gun's quota, the number of new trainees will just be equal to the fixed quota for this year's enrollment of the Imperial City Academy. The moment the dean's words fell, all the Xia family members at the scene were instantly dumbfounded. No one had thought that the dean who had come to the banquet for Xia Gun would actually cancel his enrollment because of a single word from Tang Xiner. Then, under the gaze of all the Xia family members who were filled with disbelief, the dean slowly turned his head, his face extremely respectful as he looked towards Sasher. Miss Xia, are you satisfied with how I handled this matter? If not, I can directly pull the Xia family into the Imperial City Academy blacklist, within 3 generations of the Xia family's direct lineage, permanently cancel the Imperial City Academy enrollment qualifications. Chapter 63, You want your granddaughter to be Sasher's follower? Boom! The dean's words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in the minds of everyone in the Xia family. Permanently disqualifying the Xia family's direct line from entering the Imperial City Academy for up to 3 generations? Was the dean crazy? However, without waiting for the Xia family to return to their senses, a thunderbolt struck straight down from above everyone's heads. Miss Xia, today, my granddaughter has the eyes not to recognize the mountains and bumped into you. I hope that you do not have a general understanding with her. As long as Miss Xia can let her go, in the future, she will definitely look up to you, Miss Xia, within the academy. After the dean's words fell, everyone in the Xia family was directly dumbfounded. What did he mean by this? In the future, he was going to let his granddaughter be Sasher's follower? Moreover, he didn't come to the Xia family banquet today for Xia Gun, but to apologize to Sasher? Crazy. This world is crazy, right? Sasher heard the extremely sincere voice of the dean and said with a pale expression, This will not happen again. The simple 4 words, but made the dean ruthlessly relieved. Thank you, Miss Xia, for being magnanimous. After saying that, he turned his head to look at the Xia family's crowd before turning his head to Sasher and inquired. Then, I wonder what Miss Xia intends to do with these people. Without waiting for Sasher to open her mouth, a 24 or 25-year-old youth with a tough face suddenly stepped forward and said, Dean, you also directly belong to the War Department, why don't you give me face? Today this matter we each take a step back, father will no longer pursue Sasher's responsibility, you also don't cancel Xia Ji's enrollment quota, how about it? The dean glanced at the badge on the youth's shoulder and immediately said with a surprised face, 1-star intermediate commander? He suddenly recalled a previous rumor about a 24-year-old youth from the Xia family who had been promoted to a 1-star intermediate commander of the War Department. He hadn't taken it seriously at that time, but he hadn't expected it to be true. At the age of 24, he had become a 1-star intermediate commander, and if he was lucky enough to make great achievements afterward, he might not have the possibility of becoming a 3-star or higher senior commander, or even a great chief in the future. For such a character, he had to be careful. When the Xia family head saw the hesitant look on the dean's face, his heart couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what tactics Sasher had used to compel the dean to actually make the dean take the initiative to come and apologize to Sasher. However, he was certain that as long as Sasher Qing was in the war ministry, even if Sasher used heavenly means, the dean would not dare to go too far against the Xia family. After all, there was a difference between heaven and earth between a lowly pariah and a war ministry intermediate commander. However, without waiting for the dean to make a choice, a bright male voice suddenly came over. Isn't the Xia family banquet not yet started? Why is it so lively? The crowd in the banquet hall immediately followed the sound and looked over. Then, the crowd was stunned. Commander Jiang? The Xia family head immediately had a happy face. He hurriedly greeted Jiang Yunting with a smile. Commander Jiang, I don't know if the old master's health has been good lately? The greatest luck in his life was that he had met Elder Jiang by chance, and both of them were interested in Go. And the only time he had been close to the top circles of Imperial City was 2 years ago when he went to attend Master Jiang's banquet. It was also because of Elder Jiang that he had met with Jiang Yunting a few times. Although the two of them were not particularly familiar with each other, he firmly believed that with Elder Jiang authorizing Jiang Yunting to come and support his Xia family today, even the dean would not dare to do anything to his Xia family. However, Jiang Yunting only nodded perfunctorily to the Xia family master. My father is fine, thank you for your concern, Xia family master. The Xia family head thought that Jiang Yunting, who had taken the position of 1-star senior commander at a young age, would not put anyone in his eyes, so he did not care about Jiang Yunting's tone. Seeing Jiang Yunting walking towards Sasher, the Xia family head hurriedly opened his mouth. Dean, Commander Jiang has arrived. A filthy thing like Sasher with a 5-year prison record is not suitable to appear in his sight, please take her away from here immediately.
However, just as the Xia family head's words fell, Jiang Yunting had already stood in a position not far in front of Sasher. And then, he gave Sasher an extremely respectful salute and said with a solemn expression, "Commander Xia, now that all the combatants in charge of military training at Imperial City Academy have arrived in Imperial City, the Great Chief has asked my subordinates to invite you to come and give the combatants a special pre-military training session." During the military training, the combatants in charge of military training found out that in the class they are going to train, there is the devil instructor who trained him to death during the special training. This picture, you can imagine it by yourself. Ha ha ha. Chapter 64 is Commander Xia. Everyone in the Xia family watched Jiang Yunting's movements and listened to the respectful to the extreme words coming out of his mouth. All of them were dumbfounded. Commander Xia? Inviting Sasher to give the combatants special training before military training? Was this world a fantasy, or were they hallucinating? If it wasn't a hallucination, then this world was crazy. One must know that Jiang Yunting was a 1-star senior commander of the War Department. Anyone who could make him salute would be at least a 2-star senior commander, right? Could such a person possibly be a 5-year labor prisoner? Besides, isn't Jiang Yunting the youngest senior commander of the War Department? Sasher was nearly 10 years younger than him. At her age, even if she was more capable, it was almost impossible for her to sit in the position of senior commander, right? Among the crowd, the Xia family head was equally dumbfounded. It was no exaggeration to say that Xia Shiqing was his proudest grandchild, bar none. If it wasn't for Xia Shiqing's lack of desire to be the future head of the Xia family, how could the position of heir not be Xia Yu's turn? But now, what did he see? The granddaughter that he desperately wanted to set aside was actually several title levels higher than his proudest grandson, Xia Shiqing. How is this possible? Not to mention that the Xia family's crowd was filled with shock and doubt. Even Tang Xianer and Luo Chuyen were somewhat confused. They had already guessed that Sasher's identity was not simple. But they had never dreamed that Sasher would be a person from the War Department, and they had never thought that Sasher would be a big shot like a 2-star or higher senior commander. If their families knew that such a character was in the same dormitory as them, they would have to celebrate with drums and drums. However, when the two of them looked at Sasher, who was the same age as them, and then thought about the identity of the 2-star senior commander, how could they think that this was somewhat unreal? On the side, Xia Mother's face also revealed a deep disbelief. Her daughter, a commander of the war ministry? In the next moment, her face suddenly revealed some dawning realization as she looked at Sasher. At this moment, the many doubts in her heart before all had answers. She understood how Sasher's hands could be so powerful. She understood why Sasher was so rich. She understood why she always inexplicably felt that her daughter had an air of superiority around her that was different from ordinary people. Only, she didn't understand how her daughter, who had been imprisoned at the age of 14 in a Cloud City jail without any background or connections, had reached such heights. She must have suffered a lot, right? Thinking of this, a strong heartache appeared in Mother Xia's eyes as she looked at Sasher. The scene was silent for a full moment before. "Jiang, Commander Jiang, did you recognize the wrong person?" Sasher Quan, who had become a 1-star intermediate commander of the war ministry at the age of 24, looked at Jiang Yunting with disbelief overflowing in his eyes. The proudest thing in his life was becoming a War Department intermediate commander at such a young age. But now, Jiang Yunting's words were tantamount to telling him the bloody truth that this cousin, who was regarded by his father as a disgrace to the Xia family and was as low as a mole in his eyes, stood at a height that he might not be able to reach in his entire life at an even younger age than him. How could he accept this? However, Jiang Yunting only looked at Sasher apprehensively, not even casting a glance at him. Sasher faintly glanced at Jiang Yunting before her gaze fell on Xia Shiqing, whose eyes were filled with scorn and unwillingness as he looked at her and commanded in a faint voice, "Add him to the list of instructors receiving special training." Jiang Yunting was on the verge of crying with excitement when he heard Sasher's reply, which was tantamount to tacitly agreeing to give the combatants special training. He looked at Sasher with almost no hesitation and shouted, "Yes, Commander Xia." Sasher listened to the conversation between the two and was suddenly confused. It wasn't like he wanted to be an instructor. How was he suddenly added to it? Moreover, the Imperial City Academy was an important institution for cultivating the future talents of the Xia Kingdom, and one had to apply beforehand if they wanted to go and be a military training instructor for such an academy. However, why did Sasher decide with a single sentence, while Jiang Yunting hadn't even half the intention of applying to the top? Without waiting for Xiaxi to come up with an answer, Jiang Yunting hesitated for a moment before carefully asking, "Commander Xia, the combatants can start training anytime. When can you go over?" You have to know that since he heard that Sasher went to the Imperial City Academy as a cadet and he was going to be an instructor, but he basically hadn't slept a wink. Although he was kinda excited at the thought of arranging his disliked team members to train cadets in Sasher's class. But how he thought about it, he felt that something could easily go wrong. After all, those warriors in charge of military training had never met Sasher. Not only those combatants in charge of military training, because Sasher's identity was extremely sensitive and special, the entire Xia country, except for a very few existences and some of the people who stood in the front row of the Cloud City War Department when Sasher returned to the country, very few people had seen Sasher's real face. And it was even more impossible for her picture to be spread. In addition, according to the rules of the War Department, unless Sasher revealed her identity herself, he could not directly disclose information about Sasher to the members of the War Department. Without knowing Sasher, hell knows what those war members who were excitedly rubbing their fists the moment they heard that they could drill the cadets could do. In case the combatant in charge of Sasher's class offended Sasher severely, not only would the team members be fixed up badly, he definitely wouldn't fare well either. Therefore, he hesitated for a long time before he went to the big chief to apply for an invitation for Sasher to give the instructors a special training before the military training. In this way, when which unlucky combatant saw Sasher in the cadet ranks during the military training, he or she would also be psychologically prepared. Of course, as for what the combatants would be tortured by Sasher in the special training before the military training, it was not for him to decide. However, he could mourn for the combatants for 3 seconds in his heart, and then go buy a watermelon and eat it while supervising their training by Sasher. And at this moment, Sasher looked at Jiang Yunting's appearance that he was afraid of running away, and couldn't help but laugh a little. The special training address sent me, when this side of the matter is finished, I immediately go over. Jiang Yunting is really worried about what will happen in the middle of the day to make Xia change her mind. He quickly said, "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry, I'll just wait for you here. I'll wait here for you, and then I can drive you there." Seeing Jiang Yunting's insistence, Sasher didn't say anything else. Good. After saying that, she turned her head slightly and her sight landed on the Xia family head whose old face was complicated to the extreme. When the Xia family members saw Sasher's movements, their breathing tightened. At this moment, where did they not know that Sasher, who they had previously viewed as a lowly commoner, was actually an existence that they could not afford to climb up to no matter what? At this moment, they instinctively felt that the Xia family was in danger. However, none of them dared to stand out and say something. When the Xia family head felt Sasher's gaze, his breathing tightened. He looked straight at Sasher and said, "Today's matter is all because of me alone, it has nothing to do with the rest of the Xia family, what do you want to do? Come at me." Sasher heard the words and just looked at him lightly. Until she almost put the Xia family master to look at the heart Harry, she then disdainful light laugh. "This can't be up to you." The Xia family master's heart steeply tightened. He hesitated for a moment, and then that icy cold eye light swept a glance at Xia mother. Afterwards, he looked at Sasher with a solemn face and said, "Originally, your mother had stolen the secrets of the Xia family and was a sinner of the entire Xia family. However, as long as you spare the Xia family, I can make a clarification on her behalf, and there is no need for her to keep her promise with me. How about it?" Rao Xia mother had already died to this father, but when she heard him come up with this matter as a deal, she still couldn't help but widen her eyes. "Father, how can you turn black and white so upside down?" The Xia family head's eyes that looked at Xia mother abruptly flashed with a murderous intent. "You shut up!" Snap. However, just at the moment his words fell, a crisp slap sound suddenly resounded from above his old face. Chapter 65, Is Sasher a human being and not a devil? In the next moment, Jiang Yunting's voice that was so cold that he was trembling resounded. "Commander Xia's mother, is it something that you, a small family head of a second-rate family, can freely yell at?" The Xia family head subconsciously raised his hand to cover his fiery face, and his gaze towards Jiang Yunting overflowed with dismay. This, or the first time he had been hit by someone since he had taken the position of the Xia family head. Without waiting for him to regain his senses from the shock, Sasher's light but extremely majestic gaze had already landed on his body. "What secrets did my mother steal from the Xia family back then? What is the promise between you, tell me?" Sasher's nonchalant words made the Xia family head clearly feel a sense of trembling from his soul. However, he understood that if he panicked now, the Xia family might really be completely finished. He tried to stabilize his mind. A few days ago. Afterward, with a straight face, he spoke the promise between himself and Mother Xia. When the Xia family head's words fell, Sasher suddenly smiled. "A tiger's venom is still not enough, Xia family head, you really are not even close to being one." The Xia family master violently raised his hand and pointed at Sasher's nose. "You." Slap. Another crisp slap sounded. And Jiang Yunting's voice, a few points colder than just now. "Xia family master, respect yourself." At this moment, the Xia family master was already on the verge of exploding with anger. But due to Jiang Yunting's identity and the power of the Jiang family, he could only swallow his broken teeth. Sasher faintly looked at the Xia family head and spoke again. "What happened to your claim that my mother stole the secrets of the Xia clan?" After 2 consecutive slaps, the Xia family head finally knew to learn his lesson. After hearing Sasher's question, he opened his mouth at the first opportunity to reply. "Your mother had stolen the core data of the groups or product back then, and even wanted to sell it. If not for me discovering it early, Xia clan group would fear that it would have ceased to exist. But forgive me, the group also lost tens of millions of dollars because of her. She has brought about an extremely bad impact on the group's long-term development. After the Xia family had finished speaking, Xia mother's face had completely turned as white as paper. She couldn't control herself from shaking her head. Sasher, no, it's not like that. Mom, don't be anxious, speak slowly, I believe you. Sasher's tone was rarely softened. However, without waiting for Xia mother to continue, the Xia family had suddenly opened his mouth and warned. Xia Euro, no matter what I do to you, what flows in your body is the blood of the Xia family. Before speaking, I advise you to better think clearly. Xia mother hesitated for a moment, then looked at Sasher and said, Sasher, almost everyone else in the Xia family has been good to me, can you not implicate the innocent? Sasher sniffed and nodded slightly, good. When Xia mother heard Sasher's assurance, she immediately let go of her heart. Afterwards, under the gaze of the Xia family head that looked like he was about to kill, she told the events of that year one by one. After listening, Sasher slowly turned her head to look at the Xia family master. Feeling Sasher's gaze, the Xia family head's body shook uncontrollably. In the next moment, Sasher suddenly laughed. Just that smile was tantamount to a devil smile in the eyes of the Xia family master. Then, Sasher suddenly took a step forward towards the Xia family master. You said that my mother is a money loser? The Xia family head subconsciously took a step back as he felt the strong aura around Sasher that pressured him to take a breath. However, just as he struggled to stabilize his stance, Sasher once again took a step forward. And the aura around her was even more terrifying than just now. You're saying that my mother's only use is for marriage, and that she is just a tool for marriage? The Xia family head retreated once again under the pressure of the aura around Sasher that was strong to the extreme. At the same time, Sasher took another step forward. You say that my mother has lost her only value because she chose my father, becoming an invalid who is not half useful to the Xia family? Boom! The moment Sasher's words fell, the Xia family head's body violently paralyzed on the ground. At this moment, the eyes that he looked at Sasher had revealed a panic that was dense to the extreme. How could someone's aura be terrifying to such an extent? Was she really a human being and not a devil? However, Sasher did not let him go. She was still approaching him step by step. My mother had made more achievements in Xia group back then than several of your sons combined, but you directly counted her achievements on your son just because she was in a daughter's body? Because you were worried that my mother telling the truth would affect your son's position in the group, you gave my mother a traitor's hat? Because of what you've done, almost every corporation in the entire Xia kingdom has pulled my mother into the blacklist? The fear on the Xia family head's face grew thicker and thicker as he listened to sentence after sentence of questioning coming out of Sasher's mouth. He unconsciously moved backward. Soon, he retreated to a wall, unable to retreat. He looked at Sasher's footsteps that were constantly approaching him, and his breathing was about to stop under the extreme panic. Old thing, where did you get the face to say the words to help clarify my mother with a posture of punishing a traitor? Boom boom boom. The moment Sasher's last words fell, his aura was unreservedly released around him. The Xia family's crowd was shaken back a few steps almost simultaneously. Put. As for the Xia clan master who was closest to her, a mouthful of blood steeply sprayed out from his mouth. At the same time, the eyes he looked at Sasher with had overflowed with fear so thick that it was nearly able to condense into substance. He didn't understand how a woman whose only function was usually a marriage union could be so powerful to such an extent. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit it. Sasher Qin, who had always been regarded as his pride, was inferior to the young girl in front of him. Without waiting for the fear in the Xia family's heart to dissipate, Sasher slightly lowered her head, looking down at the unusually wretched him at the moment and opened her mouth. I cannot move the innocent people of the Xia family, but you must do what you asked my mother to do, as is. Including taking turns to kneel to everyone in the Xia family, each person kowtowing 3 times. Including accepting the whipping of all the Xia family, life or death. It also includes in case you survive the flogging, spending the rest of your life in the Xia family water prison. Otherwise, although I won't destroy the Xia family, I can make it so that the Xia family will never become a first-tier family in Imperial City. Arrogance. The moment Sasher's words fell, these 2 words simultaneously surfaced in the hearts of the Xia family. But at this moment, no one dared to utter half a word. After all, the Sasher in front of them did indeed have arrogant capital. And they had no doubt that she had the ability to do what she said. The Xia family lord gasped weakly. He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Fine, I promise you. Chapter 66 Man and Woman finally meeting up. Right at this moment, a man wearing a black trench coat, with a noble aura around him like a god, walked down from a limited edition Bentley. His eyes, which were good enough to cause countless young girls to scream, looked towards the door of the Universal Century Hotel, with a trace of faintly undetectable hope in his eyes. And just as he lifted his feet towards the hotel's front door, a 24 or 25-year-old, handsome-looking young handsome man got out of the car and followed closely behind. He looked at the man for I don't know how many times, and said with a sly look on his face, "Master, the one you've been looking for can't be here." Xiao Muyu, she is coveting your beauty, that's why she said she got news of that person to trick you into coming here.
The man's slightly cold eyes swept him. This time was different. This time, he could feel that he was already close to her. Little handsome assistant. Master, how many times have you said such words?
Last time, when someone said that he had information about the one you were looking for and sold you something, you said at the time that this time was different. Last time, there was a fortune teller who said that you had a peach blossom problem, and you were worried that the one you were looking for would be jealous if he knew about those rotten peach blossoms, so you directly gave him $10 million and asked him to kill all the peach blossoms except for that one. However, from the degree of peach blossoms around you afterward, that person's so-called extermination of peach blossoms is simply useless. I told you that he was a liar. What did you tell me? You swore that it would be different this time.
And the last time.
Shut up. The man's words that were not light and not heavy but permeated with a morose chill came out, directly causing the little handsome assistant's heart to tighten and immediately shut his mouth. After saying that, the man slightly inclined his head. I'll go over by myself, don't follow me.
A big man, what does he have to look so good for?
If it wasn't for the fact that this assistant's ability was not bad, he would have fired him long ago. When he found his daughter-in-law, he would definitely kick him out the first time, so as not to put it in front of his eyes for a long night. The little handsome assistant saw the man's line of sight and almost immediately guessed what he was thinking. At this moment, he really had the urge to put the small mirror he carried with him in front of his master's big handsome face so that he could appreciate his beauty. He just didn't understand, his master clearly had a face that turned the world upside down. How could he feel that an ordinary handsome man like him was a threat to him? Where in the world did his master get this lack of confidence from? Afterwards, the little handsome assistant looked at his own master's back, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally chased after him with his ass. Not for any other reason, just for his family's IQ that was usually overbearing and high cool to the point of causing people to tremble in fear, but the moment he encountered information about that woman, it could directly turn into a negative number. He couldn't let him go over there by himself. In case his master wants to be taken advantage of by that Xiao Mayu because he wants to get that woman's information too much, he must not directly commit suicide to thank for his sins. However, the man had just walked into the hotel for a short while when he suddenly had a footstep. Then, as if he sensed something in the dark, he walked straight towards the Xia family banquet hall on the second floor of the hotel. However, just as the man raised his feet, a girl suddenly walked over. This girl had a plain face and a noble temperament, just like a snow lotus blooming in a glacier. At the same time, a white tight-fitting dress, in setting off her untainted temperament at the same time, will be her demonic body like a demonic spirit to show to the fullest. She was the first school flower of the Imperial City Academy. At the same time, she was also one of the 5 temples, Xiao Muyu. The moment Xiao Mayu saw the man, the cool temperament around her body instantly softened. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at the man in front of her, and her small face suddenly blossomed into a smile that was enough to be called a dazzling smile.
Feng Hall. Feng Jing's footsteps lurched as his slightly cold gaze landed on her.
However, the expression on his handsome face did not fluctuate in the slightest due to her smile. He had no interest in talking nonsense with Xiao Muyu and directly opened the door.
Where is the person I'm looking for? The smile on Xiao Mayu's small face suddenly froze.
She had tricked Feng Jing into coming over because she had told him that she had gotten information about the woman he was looking for. In her mind, as long as Feng Jing came over, everything would be fine. After all, she believed in her own charm, and even more so, she believed that no one could resist the lure of the star brand. However, she never expected that Feng Jing would not be moved when he saw her, who had been wearing impeccable makeup for 3 hours. Even, he came up and asked her about other women. When had she, Xiao Muyu, ever been so frustrated? However, now was not the time for her to self-doubt. What she was going to do today was only allowed to succeed, not to fail. Thinking of this, she suddenly took a few steps forward and walked up to Feng Jing and opened her mouth with a smile. Feng Hall, this is not urgent, I have prepared a surprise for you, you come with me first. Saying this, she raised her hand and was about to pull Feng Jing's arm. However, Feng Jing suddenly took a step back, directly causing Xiao Muyu's small hand to pounce. At the same time, his handsome face that looked at Xiao Muyu steeply clouded with a layer of coldness. Tell me where she is. Xiao Mayu felt the strong aura around the man's body, and her small face abruptly whitened a few points. The man's attitude made it clear to her that if she dared to say that she was lying to him now, she would definitely not have a good ending. Immediately, she pursed her red lips, as if she was hurt by Feng Jing's ruthlessness. A layer of mist suddenly covered the beautiful eyes that looked towards him. However, Feng Jing only looked at her indifferently, his handsome face still without the slightest change. When Xiao Muyu saw this, her small face overflowed with resentment and aggression.
Feng Jing, do you really have no feelings for me at all?
Feng Jing's good-looking sword brows slowly knitted up, his gaze looking straight at Xiao Mayu and said, What do you want me to feel? Feeling Feng Jing's gaze that sent chills all over her body, Xiao Mayu's heart steeply trembled. But she understood that if she missed today's opportunity, she might not have the possibility of being with him again in her life. Thinking of this, she summoned up all her courage. A pair of slightly moist beautiful eyes looked straight at Fengjing. Her words were unprecedentedly solemn and serious.
Fengjing, I like you.
From the first moment I saw you, I knew that you were the man of my destiny. I, Xiao Mayu, am not married to you in this life. After Xiao Mayu finished speaking, she stared nervously at Fengjing in front of her, expecting to see a hint of a different emotion on his face.
Chapter 67 Man and Woman finally meeting middle.
However, how could she not expect that a trace of a different emotion did appear on Fengjing's face?
Only that emotion was an increasingly obvious impatience.
His thin and cool gaze looked faintly at Xiao Muyu in front of him, and the voice coming out of his mouth was like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into Xiao Muyu's heart. I came over here, not to listen to you talk about this nonsense.
Xiao Mayu listened to Fengjing's merciless words. A pair of beautiful eyes overflowed with deep dismay and unwillingness.
Why? Why was her charm, which attracted almost every man around her, almost worthless in front of the man in front of her? Why is it that she, who usually hooks her finger to other men, has countless men dying for her, seems to have no attraction to the man in front of her?
Could it be that this man's vision is so high that he can't see her at all? No, it can't be. In terms of family history, she came from one of the top 5 families in Imperial City. In terms of looks, she didn't lose to all the actresses and crushed all the juniors in the 5 great families. In terms of strength, of all the students in the entire Imperial City Academy, she could rank in the top 5. In this world, there wouldn't be a woman more perfect than her. However, why did the man in front of her still not like her? However, without waiting for her to figure out the reason, Fengjing's patience had all been exhausted. The cold and stern gaze he gave Xiao Muyu signaled that he was on the verge of an outbreak. Where is the information I want?
Xiao Mayu slowly clenched her small fists as she listened to Fengjing's words, which were not the slightest bit moved by her confession. Then, as if she had made some major decision, she placed a tarot card-sized, crystal-like turquoise body, with an ancient wooden star card engraved in the center of the card, in front of Fengjing.
Fengjing, this star sign is for you.
As she spoke, Xiao Muyu's eyes were fixed on Fengjing's handsome face. She felt that no matter how heartless Fengjing was, he wouldn't be completely indifferent to such a supreme treasure as a star plate. However, to her dismay, Fengjing didn't show the slightest bit of greed or desire on his handsome face when he saw the star brand in her hand. To say that it had changed, it was only that his handsome face had gotten a few points more chilly.
I'll ask you one last time, where is the person I'm looking for? Xiao Muyu clearly felt the stormy aura around Fengjing.
At this moment, she actually had the feeling that if she didn't tell him the information he wanted, he would directly kill herself. Under this strong sense of crisis, she almost subconsciously opened her mouth. Upstairs, she is upstairs.
Fengjing nodded his head slightly, his chilly vision swept over her body. Follow me up.
After saying that, he did not look at Xiao Mayu anymore and walked towards the second floor of the banquet hall. Xiao Mayu looked at Fengjing's back, and in her eyes, which were originally filled with frustration because of the failure of her confession, suddenly revealed a touch of determination. She believed that Fengjing's failure to accept her was merely a result of his slow-moving personality. But she was in no hurry. She firmly believed that as long as she took some initiative next, with her charm, sooner or later, she would be able to melt this big iceberg of Fengjing. By that time, Fengjing would definitely regret rejecting her now, and then double compensate her. Thinking of this, her mood suddenly improved. Afterward, she thought in her mind for a moment about what Fengjing would say if he failed to see Sasher, and then she took a deep breath and hurriedly followed her.
Meanwhile, the second-floor banquet hall.
Sasher turned her head to look at Xia Mother. At this moment, Xia Mother did not show the slightest bit of joy on her face even though she had seen the tragic situation of the Xia family head. And then, Sasher's gaze landed on the disheveled Xia family head and faintly said, "You also said that you are you, and the Xia family is the Xia family. You need to bear the consequences for the wrongdoings you did before, but your wish to make the Xia family a first-tier family may not be unattainable." The Xia family lord raised his head violently, and a bright aura abruptly flashed in his eyes as he looked at Sasher. If he could see the Xia family enter the ranks of a first-tier family in his lifetime, he would have no regrets even if he died. However, immediately afterward, a clear caution appeared on his face as he looked at Sasher.
"What are your demands?"
He didn't believe that Sasher, who had gotten to this height by himself, would be a character who returned grudges with kindness. Sasher smiled faintly. "I heard that someone from the Xia family had unsealed a star card?" The Xia family master was first stunned when he heard Sasher's question. Thereafter, he nodded and said, "Yes." After saying that, he looked at Sasher's face with a slight look of surprise. "You have sealed star tags in your hands?" There weren't many star cards in total in the entire Xia kingdom. Even if it was a sealed star brand, it was by no means something that an ordinary person could obtain. However, when Sasher heard the Xia family master's question, he asked instead of answering, "Do you know the way to unseal it?" The Xia family master's eyes flickered slightly as he listened to Sasher's answer, which was tantamount to acquiescence. A moment later, his eyes looked straight at Sasher and said, "How about I tell you the way to unseal the star brand, and you help the Xia family gain a firm foothold among the first-tier families in Imperial City?" Sasher couldn't help but feel a trace of regret in her heart when she heard that the Xia family lord only possessed a way to unseal the star brand and couldn't directly unseal it. However, she could tell that despite the fact that the Xia family head had broken her mother's heart, she was still attached to the Xia family. Since this was the case, she wouldn't mind helping the Xia family.
Afterwards, Sasher nodded to the Xia family head and said, "It's fine."
The Xia family head sniffed and looked at the surrounding crowd, then hesitantly looked at Sasher and opened her mouth.
"You are the commander of the war department, I believe that you will not lie to me."
Sasher couldn't help but let out a light laugh as she listened to the Xia family master, who was clearly worried about her going back on her word, but said in front of the crowd that he believed in the bull of her pressurizing her. "Making the Xia family a first-tier family in Imperial City is just a matter of words for me, I don't have to lie to you on this." Hiss. Hiss. When the Xia family's crowd heard Sasher's voice, which could be described as arrogant to the extreme, they all couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. However, it was the fact that no one doubted the truthfulness of her words. A senior commander of the war ministry who was so young did indeed have the capital to make the Xia family a first-tier family in Imperial City with a single sentence. When the crowd thought of the benefits that they could receive after the Xia family was promoted to a first-tier family, the hostility in their eyes that they had looked at Sasher dissipated in an instant. Good. The Xia family master nodded after hearing Sasher's words. Afterward, he directly took off a fingertip-sized broken key pendant from his neck. This was left behind by that ancestor of the Xia family who had unsealed the star brand. You only need to find the other half of this pendant and the two will automatically fuse into a star key. The star key can unseal all sealed items, including star cards, and has some extremely powerful effects. However, what other uses the star key has is something you need to figure out on your own after you find the other half. Sasher took the tiny silver-colored pendant handed over by the Xia family lord and looked at it. Afterward, she put it away while asking the Xia family master, "Any idea where the other half might be?" When the ancestor left, he gave the other half to a high-ranking member of the war ministry, and without any surprises, it should be in the Xia kingdom's war ministry. Just as the Xia family head's words fell, at the entrance of the banquet hall, two figures suddenly walked in. A Xia family member suddenly noticed the two and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask, "The two of you are?" When the Xia family members heard the voice, they immediately looked towards the door. Then, the crowd saw Feng Jing and Xiao Moyu walking through the door. At this moment, Feng Jing's eyes swept over the people in the banquet hall. Suddenly, his gaze abruptly stopped on one person. At the same time, Sasher also followed the gazes of the crowd and looked towards the doorway. In the next moment, the two people's eyes steeply met together. In an instant, it was as if the two were isolated from everyone and everything around them, with only each other remaining within their eyes. Forgive the fact that the two had been separated for nearly 5 years in their past lives, and forgive the fact that both of their appearances had changed quite a bit. But at this moment, they were incredibly convinced that each other is the love they are looking for. Chapter 68, Male and Female Main Characters finally meeting next. It might have been just a moment, but it was as if a century had passed, as Sasher suddenly smiled. Between her always cool eyebrows, a smile that looked like it could melt glaciers appeared. And the words that came out of her mouth were permeated with a drowning doting. "Baby, do you want me?" The moment Sasher's voice fell, all the people of the Xia family who were originally surprised that the first school flower of the Imperial City Academy had found a divine boyfriend, almost simultaneously looked towards Sasher. A deep disbelief was revealed in everyone's eyes. Were they hallucinating? Bow, baby? This intimate address. It couldn't be that this big brother of the war ministry had fallen in love at first sight with that handsome guy at the door, right? However, even though she had a high status in the war ministry, she couldn't openly snatch the boyfriend of someone else's #1 school beauty of the Imperial City Academy. Most of all, can't she look at herself in the mirror to see if her face is worthy? After Xiao Muyu was stunned for a moment, her face steeply cooled down as she looked at Sasher. Her slightly cold, beautiful eyes gazed straight at Sasher and warned in a cold voice, "This young lady, please be careful with your words." However, Sasher did not even look at her and walked towards Feng Jing. And when Feng Jing saw Sasher's movements, he also slowly returned to his senses. At that moment, his handsome face, which had always been as cold as ice, was like a ray of warm sunshine shining into it. Then, a smile that was enough to make heaven and earth lose color slowly bloomed on his handsome face. Everyone present, regardless of gender, subconsciously took a deep breath when they saw the smile on Feng Jing's handsome face. At this moment, only one thought remained in everyone's mind. In this world, how could there be such a perfect man? Xiao Muyu looked at the strange expressions of the Xia family's crowd and subconsciously wanted to look at Feng Jing's face. However, her position was behind Feng Jing, and before she could take a few steps forward, Sasher had already walked in front of Feng Jing and suddenly embraced him. Feng Jing felt the soft embrace in front of him and slightly hooked his lips. Then, he pressed his thin, almost perfectly shaped lips to Sasher's ear, and a simple, but almost instantly softened Sasher's heart voice came out of his mouth, "I miss you." Sasher's arms holding the man tightened slightly. In the next moment, she suddenly let go of Feng Jing, and then directly pecked at his thin lips. Afterward, in Feng Jing's slightly stunned gaze, she faintly smiled.
A reward for you.
Some of the older members of the Xia clan, looking at Sasher's actions that completely treated them as if they were transparent, were unable to help but turn their faces away.
The young people nowadays can't they pay attention to public occasions?
Xiaomuyu, who had just experienced her confession being rejected but was convinced that no one in the world could melt this big iceberg of Feng Jing's except herself, was instantly dumbfounded in place. However, the next moment, her eyes steeply burned with rage as she looked at Sasher.
This ugly woman, how dare she defile her male god?
But when she thought of how cold and heartless Feng Jing was when he faced her, she believed that Feng Jing would definitely push Sasher away. Even, in anger, he might kill her. At this moment, Xiaomuyu had almost seen the miserable appearance of Sasher being pushed to the ground by Feng Jing and bitterly begging him not to leave her. However, the very next moment that this thought arose in her, her eyes widened violently as if she had seen a ghost. Within her slightly dilated pupils,
only to be seen,
Feng Jing not only didn't show half a bit of anger in the face of Sasher's offense, but instead, he slightly leaned over and had a deep kiss with Sasher.
Chapter 69, The Great Chief, Sasher. 1. Boom.
In an instant, Xiaomuyu's brain was as if it had exploded.
Her mind was abruptly plunged into a blank at this moment.
She just stared blankly at the two people in front of her, nearly unable to think anymore.
On the side, Luo Chuyen was equally confused. Who was this man who suddenly appeared in front of her? How did he suddenly kiss Sasher? Then what, Sasher should not be with Fu Luvia is a pair.
Although she did not see Sasher give response, but Fu Luvia so like Sasher, she felt that Fu Luvia's looks and character, with Sasher together is sooner or later.
But now, how suddenly killed a program?
And let her even more incredible is, the man in front of her, whether it is looks or temperament, are beyond Fu Luvia too much.
Sasher, in the end, how to make so many excellent men fall in love with her. And in Luo Chuyen's side, Tang Xin'er is also by the reality in front of the blow is not light.
She had previously seen the Feng Jing photo sent to her by her senior sister, and understood that the one in front of her was the academy's most popular Feng temple.
But, wasn't the Feng palace she had learned about completely unattractive to women?
She clearly remembered that her senior sister had told her that there was once a schoolgirl who confessed her love for Feng Jing and was directly thrown out by him.
So, what was this now?
At the same time, the surrounding female members of the Xia clan were all looking at Sasher with envy that was so thick that it reached the extreme. If they could find such a man as a boyfriend, they would be willing to fold their lives for 30 years for fear.
However, this kind of fairy-like boyfriend, I'm afraid this life won't be their turn.
Of course, there was no lack of jealousy among them. A few of the women in their 20s stared at Xiaxi and Feng Jing without blinking, their eyes gradually overflowing with unwillingness and jealousy.
They didn't understand. Why was this man, who was so handsome that he crushed all the fresh meat in the entertainment industry, dominated by a woman with such ordinary looks? They thought they weren't worse looking than her, so why couldn't they even find a boyfriend half as handsome as this man? It wasn't until Sasher and the two of them slowly separated that the people in the banquet hall slowly came back to their senses. Xiaomayu's eyes stared at Sasher with a smile on her face, and her eyes became colder and colder. Under intense unwillingness, she suddenly took a few steps forward and walked beside Sasher and Feng Jing. And then, her eyes stared tightly at Sasher and asked, "Who are you?"
Sasher slightly inclined her head. When her gaze landed on Xiaomuyu, the smile in her eyes suddenly faded. However, she did not answer Xiaomuyu, but instead looked at Feng Jing in front of her. "Your peach blossom?"
Feng Jing's handsome face also sank after he sensed that Sasher was clearly a bit unhappy.
And the words that came out of his mouth didn't leave any half-heartedness. "There's no more business for you here, get out." When Xiaomayu asked the question of who Sasher was, he knew that Xiaomayu did not know who Sasher was before, nor did he know that Sasher was here. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to be polite to her or anything. In the face of Feng Jing's merciless words, Xiaomayu only felt that her heart had been viciously cut by Feng Jing. Her eyes were fixed on Feng Jing, and she couldn't control herself from lightly shaking her head.
No, it can't be. How could Feng Hall give her up for such a woman? Fake. This must be a fake.
Suddenly, Xiaomuyu looked as if she had steeply thought of something, her eyes looking straight at Sasher. In the next moment, her extremely good-looking little face suddenly revealed a flash of dawning realization.
Feng Temple, you wouldn't have deliberately found a woman to act with you because you're afraid that I'll pester you, right?
There's no need for that. I, Xiaomayu, am not the kind of girl who was a deadbeat. There's no need for you to make such a big sacrifice in order to reject me.
Chapter 70, The Great Chief, Sasher. 2.
Sasher listened to Xiaomayu's brainstorming and looked Xiaomayu up and down before shaking her head.
This young lady, aren't you taking yourself too seriously?
If it was any other scum that came looking for trouble, she wasn't interested in taking care of it. But this big event of tearing down a love rival in front of her, it was better for her to come in person. Otherwise, if she didn't establish her authority in place, it wouldn't be a good thing if anyone dared to hook up with her baby in the future. Feeling Sasher's gaze that carried aggression, Xiaomuyu's small face that looked at Sasher immediately flashed with a touch of anger.
What qualifications do women like you have to judge me?
Sasher looked at Xiao Muyu's exasperated appearance and raised her eyebrows without moving.
A woman like me? What's wrong with a woman like me? My kind of woman is liked by some people. No matter how good looking you are, my family's baby still can't see you?
Saying that, Sasher turned her head to look at Feng Jing in front of her, once again pecked on his thin lips and asked with a raised eyebrow.
Baby, don't you think so? Feng Jing felt the warm touch left on his lips. Where else could he think about other women?
His good-looking eyebrows stared tightly at Sasher, and a very soft, but enough for Xiao Muyu and everyone else to hear a hum came out of his mouth. Sasher smiled brightly and once again rewardingly dropped a slapdash kiss on the man's lips. And then, she turned her head slightly, her tone of voice how to listen to a sense of provocation.
My baby doesn't like you, stay away from him in the future. Hear that?
Xiao Muyu looked in front of her, swearing sovereignty to Feng Jing, kissed again and again Xiaoxi. The anger in the bottom of her heart finally could not be suppressed. At this moment, her originally cool and elegant voice was actually somewhat sharp and piercing.
What qualifications do you have to say such words to me?
The moment the words fell, Xiao Muyu suddenly raised her small hand, about to give Sasher a lesson. However, her hand had just been raised in mid-air when her wrist was gently clutched by a small hand. It was as if that hand did not exert any force, but it was like an iron clamp, making her unable to move the slightest bit. At the same time, Sasher's heartfelt voice of advice suddenly entered Xiao Muyu's ears. Girls, don't hit people at will. However, just at the moment she finished speaking. Slap! A clear and crisp slap sound suddenly resounded from Xiao Muyu's beautiful face. Xiao Muyu looked dazedly at Sasher, who did not move to lower her hand in front of her, her face filled with shock and anger.
She, Xiao Muyu, was actually beaten by someone?
Moreover, what she had in front of her, hadn't she just said that girls shouldn't hit people at will? As if she could see the thoughts in Xiao Muyu's mind, Sasher directly answered the doubts in her mind with a faint smile.
Oh, among the people who can't hit people at will, it doesn't include you. Boom!
Xiaoxia's words directly made Xiao Muyu, whose mind had long been on the verge of explode in an instant. Her eyes stared tightly at Sasher, and she said almost word for word. You, seek, death.
The moment the words fell, Xiao Muyu's aura around her body was unreservedly released.
Immediately, a cry of shock came out from the mouths of the Xiao family.
Advanced combatant?
At this moment, the complexion of the crowd looking at Xiao Muyu completely changed. No one had thought that Xiao Muyu, at the age of early 20s, had become a senior combatant.
This was a true demon.
And under the gaze of the crowd filled with amazement, Xiao Muyu's eyes looked straight at Sasher as he ordered in an icy tone.
Take the initiative to leave the sealed palace, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Sasher raised an eyebrow, nonchalant. The next moment. Slap.
The crisp sound of a slap resounded once again. At the same time, what also came out was Sasher's light but heart-chilling icy voice. In front of me, you don't have the qualifications to be nonchalant with me yet.
Chapter 71, The Great Chief, Sasher. 3. Hiss. Hiss.
As the Xiao family crowd looked at the symmetrical slap mark on Xiao Muyu's face that allowed him to be hit by Sasher, they all couldn't help but viciously suck in a mouthful of cool air. The Xiao Muyu in front of them was an existence that had just become a senior combatant at the age of 20. Even, no one doubted that as long as Xiao Muyu was given time, she would definitely be able to become a majestic big shot in the future. However, such a character was actually slapped twice in a row by Sasher. And at the same time, Xiao Muyu felt her fiery little face as a monstrous rage rushed straight into her mind. Under that anger that was close to destroying her sanity, she directly ignored the fact that she hadn't even seen Sasher's movements and steeply clenched her fists. You, seeking death. The moment these three extremely heavily bitten word sounds fell, her fist violently swung up at Sasher's face. However, just as her fist was still an inch away from Sasher, Feng Jing suddenly raised his hand in an unhurried manner.
Ka-ching!
A crisp sound of a broken wrist resounded throughout the hall.
Mm.
Under the intense pain, a muffled grunt of agony suddenly emanated from Xiao Muyu's mouth. She subconsciously took a few steps back, her eyes staring at Feng Jing in dismay, her small face overflowing with deep dismay.
Feng Jing hurt her.
Feng Jing actually hurt her for an ugly monster. At this moment, it was as if her heart had been slashed open by Feng Jing, forming countless bloody slits. However, the pain in her body was far less than a tenth of the heavy blows to her heart. She, Xiao Muyu, had been proud all her life, but she had never expected that she would fall in love with such a heartless man. Even though he was already heartless to such an extent, she still liked him.
At the same time, the surrounding Xiao family members were equally dumbfounded. Xiao Muyu's wrist, it was broken, right? This man, how could he have the strength to instantly crush Xiao Muyu?
In the next moment, a few women turned their heads to look at Sasher, the jealousy on their faces becoming a few points more obvious.
This kind of superb man, I'm afraid that the entire Xia kingdom wouldn't be able to have a few of them. How could her luck be so good? How could they not find a man who was blind to this extent?
Soon, Feng Jing Sen's chilling voice sounded once again. Disappear in front of my eyes within 3 seconds, otherwise, you don't have to leave today. Hearing Feng Jing's words that didn't leave any mercy, Xiaomuyu's breathing suddenly tightened. At this moment, she already understood that she was no match for Feng Jing. Even more so, she realized that Feng Jing really didn't like her. With that, she turned her head to look at Sasher, a pair of extremely beautiful eyes revealing a strong unwillingness. This one who dared to hit her, how could she let her off so easily? Sasher felt her gaze and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
Do not want to go?
It's fine if you don't want to leave, although moving you will be a bit troublesome, but the Shao family can't do anything about me yet. Xiaomuyu was almost spewed out a mouthful of blood by Sasher's sentence.
Arrogant. How dare this woman say such words? However, Xiaomuyu understood that she was completely no match for Feng Jing.
If she insisted on making a move against Sasher, not only would it be impossible for her to injure Sasher, she might also be beaten extremely badly by Feng Jing. Most importantly, she would completely cut off the possibility of being with Feng Jing. After hesitating for a few seconds, she looked deeply at Sasher before turning around in a sorry state and walking out of the banquet hall.
An hour later, the Xia family's banquet hall was filled with guests from all sides of Imperial City.
The head of the Xia family publicly clarified the theft of the group's achievements by the Xia mother 20 years ago, and at the same time confirmed that the real developer of those achievements was the Xia mother.
Since then, Mother Xia had been removed from the blacklist of Xia's enterprises.
Subsequently, under the gaze of the guests who were shocked beyond description, the Xia family had fulfilled his promise and was escorted into the Xia family water dungeon by the subordinates brought by Jiang Yunting. After the banquet ended, Feng Jing was sought out by his junior assistant on the grounds that something big had happened. And Sasher first sent Xia mother back to the villa. After making sure that Xia Zichen was fine, she traveled to the Imperial City War Department with Jiang Yunting and Sasher Cheng.
Chapter 72, The Great Chief, Sasher. 4.
Meanwhile, Long Yuan, who had just arrived at the Imperial City Academy, received the news and immediately turned around and rushed to the Imperial City War Ministry. On the other hand, in the center of Imperial City, inside a War Ministry family villa, a 23 or 24-year-old, slightly chubby, upper middle-aged looking woman violently stood up from her chair.
What? Sasher Quan was captured by a woman for training? Then you still want him to go and give those Imperial City Academy students military training 10 days later?
Miss, it is rumored that that lord is a high-ranking member of the War Ministry, so be careful what you say.
The old man in the butler's uniform opened his mouth to advise. The slightly chubby woman, also known as Jiang Sharo, sniffed and immediately snorted disdainfully. A 19-year-old little, how high can a title be?
Shi Ting is a 1-star intermediate commander, she is a 5-star intermediate commander.
In front of my father, a 3-star senior commander, that's not even an ass.
Moreover, she's going to be the trainer who explains the military training process to the combatants in charge of military training. Those who did this kind of idle work in previous years were all veterans of the lower and middle levels. For the higher-ups to send her over there, that in itself is to give up on her. Jiang Sharo is also an intermediate-level warrior, that is, I don't want to, but if I am interested in the position of intermediate-level commander of the War Department, I would have long been a 5-star intermediate-level commander.
Uncle Zhang, what do you think I wouldn't dare to say to this kind of person? The butler opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say anything.
With that, Jiang Sharo once again snorted coldly. So many people she didn't look for, she had to look for my family shirtyo, so it can't be that she's interested in my family shirtyo, right? Even if she's not interested in my Shirqing, when my Shirqing goes to military training in 10 days, he'll have to face so many Imperial City Academy girls. What if someone seduces him? This kind of woman will be a scourge if she stays in the War Department. Uncle Zhang, let's go, come with me to the place where she did special training for those warriors. I'm going to personally kick the one who dared to be a demon in front of me out of the War Department. Half an hour later, the Imperial City War Department headquarters. When Sasher appeared, none of the combatants came out to greet her. Seeing this, Jiang Yunting's face was clearly a bit ugly. And Sasher Quan had an obvious gloating expression on one face.
Commander Xia, it seems that the war members don't give you much face.
At those words, Sasher turned her head slightly and looked at his small face, suddenly revealing a shallow smile. It was only this smile that inexplicably made him feel a chill at the bottom of his heart. However, Sasher did not say anything to him, but instead turned her head to look at the accommodation area. In the next moment, a chilling voice that resounded throughout the entire division abruptly came out from Sasher's mouth.
Within 10 seconds, line up in front of me and gather, otherwise, get the hell out of the Xia War Department.
The moment Sasher's words fell, Jiang Yunting's eyes steeply surged with an extreme fervor as he looked at her. His palace master was truly as domineering as ever. However, she had the capital to say this. However, to the side, Sasher Qin was violently stunned, and then a faint trace of disdain flashed in her eyes as she looked at Sasher.
This was pretending too much, right? If people don't show up in 10 seconds, she is going to tell them to get out of the War Department? Does she have the qualifications? Not to mention that she had gotten this senior commander position through some unseemly means. Even if she really was the rightful senior commander of the War Department, she did not have the power to kick a combatant out of the War Department at will. At this moment, Sasher Chuan's emotions were already written on his face. Sasher faintly swept him a glance, did not say anything. But as time passed, her face grew colder and colder. Chapter 73, The Great Chief, Sasher. 5. And as Jiang Yunting looked at the warriors who had been slow to come over, his forehead was gradually seeping with a trace of cold sweat. The warriors who were clearly quite obedient under him before, what was wrong with them today? Commander Xia, why don't I go find them? After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Yunting finally spoke with a stiff upper lip. Sasher lightly glanced at him. No need, just remove them directly. After saying that, she directly turned around and prepared to leave. When they were almost here, Jiang Yunting had already informed those few combatants, but didn't say that he had also arrived. However, those few combatants felt that Jiang Yunting hadn't come and had been so slack because of the low status of the personnel who had come to give explanations over the years. However, these were not the most important. The most important thing was that there wasn't even a single warcaster who took the initiative to train here on the huge schoolyard. This kind of nothing enterprising, it's a waste of food to stay. Commander Xia, these people were all severely injured on the battlefield before and retired due to various physical problems. They are all still young but know that there is not much hope for the future. This is why I hope that you will spare them this time on account of the fact that they have contributed to the Xia kingdom in the end in the past. Sasher Quan looked at Jiang Yunting's humble appearance, his brows could not help but slowly knit up. He just couldn't understand, Jiang Yunting and this woman were the same senior commander, at most 1 star difference, how could they manage to be so lowly? At the same time, Sasher's footsteps suddenly lurched. She slightly inclined her head to look at Jiang Yunting before looking towards the back, and saw a line of 9 warriors around 25 years old, coming out of the accommodation area. They seemed to have seen Jiang Yunting and immediately rushed over as fast as they could. In just a few seconds, the 9 of them were lined up in front of Jiang Yunting. Commander Jiang. The 9 people stood straight and raised their hands in unison to give Jiang Yunting a standard salute. At this moment, where was Jiang Yunting's humble demeanor when he was facing Xia Xie? His face was ice cold as he looked straight at the 9 people and questioned in a cold voice. Didn't I inform you that the instructor who will give you special training will be arriving soon? When the 9 people heard this, their straightened bodies all abruptly stiffened. They were aware that the special training instructor was coming over, but according to the usual practice, it was the special training instructor who needed to go to the accommodation area to invite them one by one. If it wasn't for the fact that they had heard the shout that had just told them to come over and gather in 10 seconds, and had sent someone out to take a look and knew that Commander Jiang had come over as well, it would have been impossible for them to take the initiative to come out at all, okay? Speaking. Jiang Yunting saw the silence of several people and suddenly chided in a cold voice. All 9 combatants' hearts trembled. Under Jiang Yunting's forced gaze, a dark-skinned combatant took a hard step forward, but with his head held high, he opened his mouth with a straight line-like voice and spoke back. Reporting to Commander Jiang, this matter is our fault, here to apologize to you. Jiang Yunting heard this, and his face eased a few points. However, on his lips, he spoke in a cold voice. The person you have to apologize to is not me, it's this Commander Xia who is responsible for giving you special training. When the 9 combatants heard this, they all froze violently. Immediately afterward, they then looked at Sasher beside Jiang Yunting. Shouldn't the one who came to give them special training be a veteran combatant with low status but rich experience in military training? How could it be a young girl? Moreover, this girl should be around the same age as the freshmen of the Imperial City Academy that they would be responsible for, right? Is she sure that she's here to give them special training and not to be trained by them in the upcoming military training? Jiang Yunting saw some faintly undetectable dissimilarities on the 9 people's rigid faces and couldn't help but speak in a cold voice. Didn't you hear my words? Chapter 74, The Great Chief, Sasher. 6. The 9 people immediately straightened their backs a few points once again. No matter how reluctant they were in their hearts, under Jiang Yunting's gaze, they could only cry out in words. Commander Xia, I apologize. Sasher's slightly cold eyes fell on the 9 people, her tone not light but not heavy. You guys should thank Commander Jiang, otherwise, in the members of the War Department, there are already no more of your names. The 9 people were stunned at his words. There were no more of their names in the members of the War Department? What did that mean? In the next moment, the 9 people suddenly thought of the epileptic words that had just ordered them to gather within 10 seconds, or else they would be told to get the hell out of the War Ministry. At that instant, the gazes of the 9 people looking at Sasher were as if they were looking at a little cutie. They were the meritorious ministers of the Xia Kingdom, an existence that had been injured on the battlefields of the Xia Kingdom and had almost become martyrs of the Protectorate. This little girl in front of them, whose hair hadn't even grown yet, could tell them to get out of the War Department with a single sentence? Who does she think she is? Does she really think that she can be lawless just by addressing her as Commander Xia? A little girl of this age, even if she became a commander, she would probably only be the lowest 1-star low-level commander. Which of the 9 of them hadn't already become 3-star low-level commanders? Moreover, they had all fought to the death on the battlefield. A little girl whose hair hadn't even grown up yet also dared to say that she wanted them to get out of the Xiao War Department, really not knowing how high the sky was and how thick the ground was. Sasher just swept a glance at the 9 people, and she probably knew what they were thinking. She raised an eyebrow and let out a light laugh. What, not convinced? The dark-skinned combatant sniffed and once again stood out from the ranks. He held his head high and stared ahead, his voice as rigid as iron. Report, instructor. We are convinced. You are the instructor who came to give us special training. We must serve. When Jiang Yunting heard this obviously unconvincing refrain from him, his face suddenly sank a few points deeper. However, Sasher was suddenly smiling. How long had it been? How long had it been since a member of the War Department had dared to speak to her like this? She looked at the 9 war members, and the corner of her mouth slowly hooked up a faint smile. It was just this smile, how it looked so ominous. However, she didn't say anything to the 9, but instead turned her head to Jiang Yunting and said, Commander Jiang, these few great Xia Kingdom meritocracy can be handed over to me, you go and get busy. Jiang Yunting glanced at the several people with some concern, then gave them a moment of silence in his heart before he respectfully nodded to Sasher before turning to leave. When Jiang Yunting's silhouette disappeared within the crowd's line of sight, the straightened figures of one of the combatants suddenly relaxed. Then, a murmur like nobody's business came out from the mouths of a few of the combatants. Phew! I was scared to death. Luckily, I didn't make Commander Jiang angry, otherwise I'm afraid I'd be in trouble. It's mainly the captain's resourcefulness. If he hadn't apologized to a little girl without hesitation, I'm afraid that Commander Jiang wouldn't have spared us so easily. The captain deserves to be a captain. In front of his superiors, how much humiliation can be endured? Sasher Chen looked at the 9 people who had not put Sasher in their eyes at all, and his face could not help but show a thick gloating expression. When Jiang Yunting was here, this woman hadn't even asked him to clarify his title rank. Now that Jiang Yunting was gone, even if she herself said that she was a senior commander, no one would believe her. He just couldn't understand, how on earth did such a stupid woman get into the position of senior commander of the War Ministry? Chapter 75, Senior Commander, Sasher. 7. Sasher just stood aside, quietly listening to the voices of the 9 people. Not the slightest fluctuation of emotions appeared in her ancient well-lit eyes. Only after a long time did the 9 people gradually quiet down. Sasher faintly opened his mouth, said enough? The dark-skinned team member suddenly smiled at his words. Then, he changed the respect and caution that he stood in front of Jiang Yunting. His eyes looked at Sasher faintly, and said in a gangly manner. Alright, seeing as you're a little girl, we won't make things difficult for you. Give us the military training notes you memorized, then, you can get lost. However, the very next moment his words fell, he suddenly saw a silhouette flash before his eyes. In the next moment, a small, cold hand suddenly pinched his neck fiercely. Well! In just an instant, he felt a strong sense of suffocation. At the same time, the force coming from that soft and boneless little hand was as if it could break his neck in the next moment. The scene in front of him appeared too quickly. By the time the crowd reacted to what was happening, the dark combatant's eyes had already rolled up, obviously about to be strangled to death. The mockery on Xia Shichuan's face instantly froze, and was replaced by disbelief that was thick to the extreme. How could anyone possess such speed? As a peak intermediate level warrior, he hadn't even seen the remnants. This woman, was she human? At the same time, a warcaster snapped back to his senses. Stop! Under the nervousness that his comrade could die at any time, he barely even thought and directly shouted at Sasher in a cold voice. Sasher slightly inclined her head, and that calm but creepy sight landed on the taller combatant who opened his mouth. Under such a gaze, the combatant subconsciously took a step back. Then, he saw Sasher throw the tan combatant who was about to be strangled in her hands like a piece of trash a few meters away. Then, she directly raised her feet and walked towards him. The tall combatant looked at Sasher's footsteps that were constantly approaching him, as if he saw the god of death getting closer and closer to him. Under extreme panic, he subconsciously stepped back. And because he was so frightened by the terrifying aura around Sasher that his legs went weak, after retreating a few steps, he actually fell on his butt and sat on the ground. However, Sasher's footsteps did not slow down the slightest bit because he fell. As Sasher approached, he felt more and more clearly the cold and stern aura surrounding Sasher. Under the shroud of that aura, his body couldn't help but move backward. At the same time, he opened his mouth with a trembling tone. You, what are you doing? On the side, the other combatants also dared not utter a single breath at this moment. Although Sasher's aura around his body did not target them, just the overflowing aura made them feel chilled to the bone. At this moment, a doubt surfaced in the hearts of all the combatants. This person in front of them, is she really a young girl of about 20 years of age? Even if Jiang Yunting, who was a 1-star senior commander, did not have such a terrifying aura around him. Just to give them a lecture before the military training, the Ministry of War could just send someone over. Why would they send such an existence? Was this to give them special training, or to play with them to death?
And while the surrounding few war members were doubting their lives, the tall war member on the ground was so scared that he was about to cry out. You, don't come over, if you come over again I'll. Sasher saw that the tall combatant I just half a day did not come up with anything, finally stopped her footsteps. She looked at the combatant on the ground and slightly raised her eyebrows, ordering me to stop? Chapter 76, The Big Chief, Sasher. 8. The tall combatant's breathing tightened. Under the strong desire to survive, he resolutely chose to say blindly with his eyes open, no. Sasher looked at the tall warrior's goofy face, and only then did she nodded with satisfaction. And then, her light but unquestionable voice came out again. From today onwards, within the next 10 days, what I say, what I do, I don't want anyone to say no to me, understand? The tall combatant on the ground nodded his head almost without hesitation as he heard the words, understand. As long as the person in front of him can let him go, not to mention just listen to her words, even if he is allowed to kneel down and call his father, he can also do it without hesitation. It was not that he was a wimp, it was really that the young girl in front of him was too terrifying. Sasher faintly swept a glance at the tall combatant, and then turned his head to look at the somewhat stagnant few others. What about you guys? The crowd felt Sasher's line of sight and almost simultaneously returned to their senses. Then, several people returned almost in unison. Ming, understand. Sasher's eyes swept over the crowd, and then looked towards Sasher Qian. What about you? At this moment, where would Sasher Qian dare to say half a word? He quickly looked at Sasher and opened his mouth. I'll listen to you. Sasher nodded slightly, and then looked at the thinnest of the several team members standing. Just now you have the most nonsense, 12 sentences, run around the schoolyard, 120 laps, when to finish running, when to rest. Hiss. Hiss. The moment Sasher's words fell, a sound of sucking in cool air came from the surroundings. Even if the warriors were basically able to be a bit better than ordinary people's physical quality. But after 120 laps, it was estimated that the entire person was wasted. Is there a problem? Sasher looked at the skinny warrior whose face suddenly froze and asked in a faint voice. The skinny combatant subconsciously wanted to say that there was a problem. But the moment he came into contact with Sasher's gaze, he nodded his head almost without thinking. Nope, no problem. Afterwards, Sasher turned his head to look at the others, pointing them over one by one. You, 110 laps. You, 100 laps. You, 50 laps. When Sasher pointed to the last person, the handsome-looking combatant hesitated for a moment before saying with an innocent face. Instructor, I didn't say anything disrespectful to you just now. Just now, he saw the others being punished and was glad that he didn't speak out of turn, but he didn't realize that he also had 50 laps. However, Sasher did not answer his question, but faintly said, 60 laps. The handsome warrior was confused and didn't even think to open his mouth. No, I'm 70 laps. Junsu was on the verge of crying, but he didn't dare to say another word. The other combatants looked at Junsu's miserable encounter, and immediately understood more deeply the profound meaning of her so-called not wanting them to say half a word of no to her. At the same time, all of them admonished themselves in their hearts that whatever this instructor of theirs said was what she said, and that they absolutely couldn't resist half a bit. Otherwise, the handsome youth in front of them was their forewarning. Not far away, Sasher Chen looked at the tragic situation of the crowd, and his face suddenly revealed a strong sense of gratitude. Fortunately he had just spat out a few sentences in his heart and didn't say anything. Otherwise, not to mention other things, just his sentence that this little is too capable of pretending is enough for him to be punished for several hundred laps. Only, without waiting for him to be happy for a few seconds, Sasher's gaze suddenly landed on him. And the words that came out from her mouth were like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens that ruthlessly struck the top of his head. You, 200 circles. Sasher Quan was instantly dumbfounded in place. Even if he was an intermediate-level warrior, he couldn't withstand such destruction. However, with the handsome youth's previous experience, he didn't dare to ask why, didn't dare to bargain, and didn't dare to utter a word of no. He, Sasher Qing, had never been so stifled in his life. However, with his understanding of his family's girlfriend, she should have already gotten the news and was rushing this way. This little in front of him was only a 2-star senior commander, but his girlfriend's father was a 3-star senior commander. He would like to see how this little would still be arrogant when his girlfriend arrived. I don't know if it's because his heart is in the right place, or because he's thinking about the devil. Almost at the very next moment when this thought was born in Sasher Qian's heart, a woman's figure walked through the gate of the schoolyard. Her line of sight first landed on Sasher. When she saw that Sasher and Sasher Qian were standing opposite each other, as if they were saying something intimate, the anger in her heart steeply churned up. Then, her shrill voice suddenly traveled out. Little, with you also want to steal my boyfriend? You do not want to live? Chapter 77, The Great Chief, Shushi. 9. The instant this voice fell, almost all of the combatants looked over in the direction where Jiang Xiaoro was. Then, a strong shock and dismay appeared on all 9 of their faces. Stealing someone's boyfriend? This in front of them had actually done such a shameless thing?
Moreover, they didn't even want to give it away for nothing. Which man was blind and would find this kind of woman as his girlfriend?
On the side, the moment Xia Shiqian's eyes came into contact with Jiang Xiao, a thick ecstasy steeply surged on his handsome face. He thought that it would take at least a while for Jiang Xiao to come over. He thought that he would have to endure a few more hours under the humiliation of being suppressed by Sasher. Instead, he didn't expect Jiang Xiao to come so quickly. In this way, even if it was a few hours of oppression, he didn't have to suffer. This happiness had really come too suddenly. Then, he directly raised his head and chest, looking at Sasher with a hint of gloating in his eyes. Oh, so what if the strength is still good? In the end, it was still a woman. This Xia kingdom, in the end, is still controlled by them men. Even if you become a senior commander, so what? I don't believe that the top management of the Xia kingdom can really give you much power. And, senior commander is already the highest position you can sit in. There's no way the Summer Kingdom would allow a woman to become a senior commander. But his future father-in-law, Jiang Xiao's father, was a person who would most likely be promoted to the position of senior commander within 10 years. Such a big shot, she, a woman, couldn't afford to mess with him. Not to mention later, even now, this woman in front of his girlfriend, the same bad luck. At the same time when Xia Shiyan's mind was churning with thoughts, Jiang Xiao had already brought the Jiang family butler as well as 5 of the Jiang family guards over with quick steps. Sasher's eyes were pale as she looked at Jiang Xiao, who was approaching her with quick steps, and she could not see any joy or anger on her face. Until Jiang Xiao was about to walk up to her, she then lightly opened her lips and said, "What did you call me?" Jiang Xiao raised her chin and hummed a laugh and said, "Little ah. With something like you also want to steal my boyfriend, not what is it? What, do I have a problem calling it that?" The surrounding 9 combatants heard this and looked at Jiang Xiao with eyes full of admiration. In fact, they also wanted to shout out this way, but unfortunately they didn't quite dare. But now that they heard someone shout out their hearts, they couldn't help but give a word of praise. Truly a heroine. On the side, Sasher listened to Jiang Xiao's words and looked at her with eyes overflowing with pride. Look! This was his girlfriend. The daughter of a 3-star senior commander of the War Department. At the same time, it was also in existence that Sasher, who had become a 3-star senior commander by some unknown means, could not afford to provoke. When Sasher heard Jiang Xiao's words, there was still not much fluctuation in her expression. She merely nodded before walking slowly towards Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao looked at Sasher indifferently, as she didn't feel any dangerous aura, and didn't have half a bit of fear on her small face. Soon, under the gaze of the crowd, Sasher stopped in front of Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao sneered at the Sasher in front of her and playfully raised her eyebrows. What, want to apologize to me? That's fine too. Now kneel in front of me and kowtow to me 3 times, and I won't hold you accountable for seducing the daughter's boyfriend, the 3-star senior commander of the War Ministry. Otherwise, I, Jiang Xiao, will make it impossible for you to stay in the War Ministry. When the 9 war members heard Jiang Xiao's words, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. Just now, they only thought that this was the original spouse who came to catch the mistress, but they didn't realize that this was actually the daughter of the 3-star senior commander of the War Ministry. At that instant, the 9 people couldn't help but show some pity on their faces as they looked at Sasher. In their opinion, even if Sasher's strength was okay, because of her age and gender, plus the fact that she was assigned to do special training for them, at most, she would be a 5-star intermediate commander, and it was even possible that she was only a low-level commander. Such a title had no status to speak of in front of a 3-star senior commander's daughter. They really didn't know where Sasher got the guts to steal the boyfriend of the daughter of a 3-star senior commander. She was really tired of living. However, also count her lucky, people just let her kneel down and kowtow 3 times even if it is finished. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this War Department will really have no place for her. Xia Shiqian swept a glance at the color of the warriors, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Although this woman was related to him by blood, it was impossible for her to have any thoughts about him. But he didn't need to say it at this time. He wanted to watch the scene of this woman who had just dragged her 250 in front of him, humbly kneeling at his girlfriend's feet. Under the gaze of the crowd, all of whom were watching with some expectation, Sasher nodded to Jiang Xiao and spat out a good word from his mouth. The crowd of combatants and Xiaxi listened to Xiaxi's reply, and did not show any semblance of surprise on their faces. After all, no one felt that Sasher dared to act recklessly in front of the daughter of a 3-star senior commander. However, at the next moment, the crowd looked as if they had seen a ghost, and all of them violently widened their eyes. Only to see that Sasher actually suddenly raised her foot and kicked Jiang Xiao's knee. Ah! A mournful scream immediately came out from Jiang Xiao's mouth. At the same time, she couldn't control her knees and actually flopped down in front of Sasher. Everyone who saw this scene was instantly petrified. Without waiting for the crowd's brains to resume thinking, Sasher's indifferent voice exploded in the ears of everyone around. 3 loud heads, kowtow! Jiang Xiao froze and raised her head, looking at Sasher's small face overflowing with disbelief. She felt like she was dreaming. But the pain in her legs was telling her that everything that was happening in front of her was reality. She, Zhang Xiao, had really been kicked to her knees by a little that had come to give special training to the combatants.
Are you crazy? My father is a 3-star senior War Department commander, how dare you do this to me?
What Zhang Xiao didn't expect even more was that after Sasher heard her words, she actually nodded without moving, and the words coming in from her mouth were still as calm as water.
You just said, 3 loud heads, knock yourself out, or do I help you? Chapter 78, The Great Chief, Sasher. 10. Silence.
The moment Sasher's words fell, a deathly silence fell around them. No one thought that Sasher would dare to make the daughter of a 3-star senior commander kneel in front of her, and also make the other party kowtow to her 3 times.
Crazy. She really had gone mad.
Zhang Xiao stared blankly into Sasher's calm, wave-free eyes, and she unexpectedly felt a trace of fear inexplicably. However, in the next moment, she snapped back to her senses and hurriedly turned her head to look behind her at the housekeeper and the 5 guards who froze for a moment because they were too shocked to react. They had been following Zhang Xiao for more than 10 years, and had never seen anyone who dared to be rude to Zhang Xiao after she had declared herself, much less one who dared to make Zhang Xiao kneel in front of her. Because of the many years of comfortable life, at this moment, they were truly having some difficulty believing the facts in front of them. When Zhang Xiao saw the stupefied looks on the faces of several people, she was furious.
Are you all dead people? On. All of you get on me. I want this dead.
The 5 guards snapped back to their senses. Their eyes instantly turned cold, and they charged up at Sasher almost simultaneously.
However, 5 seconds later,
all 5 guards collapsed to the ground, a wail of pain coming from their mouths. At this moment, everyone looked at Sasher as if they were looking at a non-human being. Just now, they only saw a residual shadow flash by, and 5 people fell to the ground.
Was it really something that could be done by a human?
Soon, the 9 combatants felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude in their hearts. They were able to roughly feel that they were not her opponents because of the aura surrounding Sasher earlier, which was why they did not dare to stand up against her decision. Now, it seemed that their approach was really incomparably correct. Otherwise, the Zhang family guards on the ground right now would be their downfall. As for Sasher Chen, his expression changed as he looked at Sasher. At this moment, he was truly a little afraid of Sasher, whose strength was so terrifying that it nearly exceeded his knowledge. The Zhang family's butler was the first to return to his senses. He hurriedly took a few steps back, then quickly took out his communicator and sent a message to Zhang Xiao's father, the Zhang commander, asking him to come over as soon as possible. Seeing the butler's actions, Sasher merely swept him a glance without any intention of stopping him. Afterward, her gaze once again landed on Zhang Xiao's face, who was kneeling in front of her, and her light voice contained an obvious forcefulness.
Knock yourself out, or should I help you?
Zhang Xiao retracted her eyes from the 5 guards of the Zhang clan in slow motion. When she looked at Sasher, a strong panic had already developed in her heart. Feeling Sasher's slightly cold line of sight, she stuttered. You. Under intense fear, Zhang Xiao subconsciously turned her head to look around. Soon, her gaze landed on Sasher Chen, who was standing dumbfounded in place. Her eyes abruptly lit up and she shouted as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw.
Chen, save me.
When Sasher Chang heard this, his already stiff body was like an instantly stiffened into a log.
At this moment, he couldn't wait to rush over and block Zhang Xiao's mouth. Save her? How can he save her?
The 5 guards of the Zhang family were not below him in strength, but the 5 guards were directly killed by Xiaxi on the spot. Even if he rushed up, he was just a life as cannon fodder. When Zhang Xiao saw Sasher Chen's reaction, the light in her eyes suddenly dimmed a few points. However, already completely helpless, she still clung to hope and said,
Chen, help me.
Sasher Chang took a deep breath. However, facing the gaze that Sasher threw at him, he struggled to even move his feet. Seeing this, Sasher could not help but faintly smile.
Since she wants you to help her, then you can come over and help her.
Zhang Xiaowei and Sasher Chen froze at the same time.
But in the next moment, the two reacted. The help that Sasher said was not for Sasher Yan to help Zhang Xiao against her, but to help Zhang Xiao kowtow 3 times. Zhang Xiao gazed straight at Sasher and slowly clenched a pair of small fists. My father is a 3-star senior commander of the War Department. Are you really tired of living?
In her life, Zhang Xiao really hadn't seen a woman so unafraid of death. However, Sasher didn't even look at her and only said to Sasher Chen, "Come here." Sasher Dian heard Sasher's unquestionable voice and was really close to tears. Before, he felt that once Zhang Xiao's father came over, Sasher was going to be finished. But now, he looked at the Sasher in front of him was really a bit scared. Sasher, I. However, before he could finish his stuttering words, Sasher directly opened her mouth and cut him off.
My words, don't want to say it again.
Sasher Chen's body suddenly trembled. He looked at Sasher and then at Zhang Xiao, his face showing a full struggle. He understood that if he chose Sasher today, it would be the same as giving up on Zhang Xiao, and he would lose his status as the future son-in-law of the 3-star senior commander. He would no longer have any preferential treatment amongst the war ministry. And if he chose Zhang Xiao,
Normally he would definitely choose Jiang Xiao without hesitation. But at this moment, as he looked at Sasher's gaze that was calm to the extreme, and then thought about Jiang Yunting's attitude towards Sasher, as well as Sasher's terrifying strength that instantly put down the Jiang family's 5 intermediate-level warrior guards, he was suddenly startled. Sasher, perhaps might not be as he had previously thought, having obtained the position of a 2-star senior commander through some special means. And for a 19-year-old, relying on herself to become a 2-star or above senior commander's existence, could her future achievements be poor? Even if she was just a woman. But this woman's strength had already reached a moment where she could contribute greatly to the entire Xia kingdom. Was there really no possibility of her becoming a grand chieftain after 5 years? The possibility of her becoming a great chief was feared to be unknown how much higher than Jiang Xiao's father. Thinking of the position of the great chief that was so high that he could only look up to it, Sasher couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. At the same time, when Sasher saw that he didn't move for a long time, the slightest hint of impatience gradually appeared on his small face. Then, a countdown with a strong sense of oppression was transmitted into the ears of everyone at the scene. 3, 2, 1. I help. Before Sasher's 1 could be counted out, Sasher suddenly closed his eyes and shouted. Thereupon, under the gaze of Jiang Xiao, who was full of unbelief, he walked to her with heavy feet. Sasher looked at Jiang Xiao in front of him with a complicated expression, and a deep self-reproach and helplessness appeared on his handsome face. Xiao, I'm sorry. Jiang Xiao shook her head lightly in dismay. Sure Qiao, didn't you say that you love me? You can't do things that are sorry for me. Not waiting for Jiang Xiao to finish, Sasher spoke again, sorry. Only this time, his voice revealed a few points of firmness and determination. In the next moment, he took 2 steps to Jiang Xiao's back. While bending down, he pressed down on Jiang Xiao's shoulders with one hand and her head with the other, then with one force, he directly pressed her forehead to the ground. Boom! A sound of a forehead hitting the ground came out as Jiang Xiao was forced to kowtow to Sasher for the first time. After her forehead hit the ground, she immediately struggled to straighten her body. At the same time, a monstrous rage ignited in her eyes as she looked at Sasher. Sasher, you are not a man. After saying that, she looked straight at Sasher in front of her, and a flash of icy killing intent flashed in her eyes. I, Jiang Xiao, swear that when my father comes, I will make sure that you leave this world in the most miserable way. However, just as her words fell, Grand Chief Long Yuan's extremely majestic and icy voice abruptly came over from the distance. Who do you say you want to leave this world? Chapter 79, Great Chief, Sasher. 11. When everyone heard that sudden voice, they all looked over in the direction it came from. Upon seeing Long Yuan's figure that slowly approached, Sasher, Jiang Xiao and the 9 war members were all stunned. Because Long Yuan was different from Sasher, he was considered to be the highest spokesperson of the entire war department, and almost everyone in the entire Xia country had more or less seen him on TV. Therefore, in just an instant, the crowd recognized this great chief who could be considered to have only one hand in the Xia kingdom. As Sasher and the 9 combatants returned to their senses, they subconsciously gave Long Yuan a salute while shouting in an unusually solemn manner. Great chief! At the same time, Sasher and the 9 warriors could not help but show a trace of doubt in their eyes as they looked at Long Yuan. How could a big shot like Long Yuan suddenly appear here? Normally, these small fishes like them were not qualified to see Long Yuan. But now, Long Yuan appeared in front of them. What was he here for? Soon, several people were thinking of the sentence Long Yuan had just asked, who do you want to leave the human world? With those words, they could roughly guess that he shouldn't be here for Jiang Xiao. Then, thinking of this, the remaining light of Sasher and the 9 warlords' eyes simultaneously aimed at Xiaxi. Could it be that this topmost grand chief of the Xia war department was here to find Sasher? Instantly, the 10 people's breathing tightened. Normally, when a great chief wanted to find someone, he would directly find someone to notify the other party to go over and find him. But if he really came specifically to find Sasher this time, what kind of honor was this? Unlike Sasher and the 9 warriors, Jiang Xiao naturally did not feel that Long Yuan had come to find her here in front of her. She felt Long Yuan's gaze on her, and instead, a hint of joy appeared on her face. Then, she hurriedly shouted at Long Yuan. Great Chief, my father is Jiang Chuan, a 3-star senior commander of the War Department, please save me. Long Yuan, who was about to walk in front of the crowd, heard this, and a flash of realization appeared on his face. So it's Jiang Chuan's daughter. Jiang Xiao hurriedly nodded her head. Aha, Great Chief, she disrespected her superior's family. According to the rules of the War Department, how should she be dealt with? Sasher and the 9 warriors were all stunned after hearing Jiang Xiao's words. It seemed that the War Ministry really did have a rule about the punishment of subordinates beating or hazing the family members of their superiors. If they remembered well, according to the regulations, the lightest would be 100 battle whips, and the seriousness of the situation might even lead to a year of reflection in the water prison of the War Ministry. Thinking of this, Sasher and the 9 warriors looked at Sasher with a somewhat complicated expression.
The War Ministry was a place where rules were larger than life. Even if Long Yuan was the Grand Chief of the War Ministry, even if Long Yuan had come specifically to find her this time, he still had to follow the rules. This matter of her making Jiang Xiao kneel in front of her and finding someone to force her to kowtow to herself definitely already constituted hazing. According to the rules of the War Ministry, she would have to be lashed with at least 100 battle whips. Thinking of the scene of this proud and unrivaled woman being lashed on by whip after whip, Sasher and the 9 warriors actually revealed a hint of anticipation in their eyes. However, how could Jiang Xiao and the crowd not expect that Long Yuan only smiled faintly after hearing Jiang Xiao's words? Inferior? Who said she was your father's subordinate? The moment Long Yuan's words fell, the 9 combatants were instantly dumbfounded. Not a subordinate? What did that mean? Could it be that this tigress, who looked less than 20 years old, could be a 3-star or higher senior commander? How could that be possible? With her age and gender, even if she was strong, she would only be a 5-star intermediate commander, right? The senior commanders of the War Department were not cabbages, so how could such a little girl be a 3-star senior commander? Not only the 9 people, even Sasher, who knew that Sasher was at least a 2-star commander, was also a bit confused. Although he had vaguely guessed that Sasher might not be a 3-star senior commander. However, when he personally heard Long Yuan's words at this moment, he was still somewhat incredulous. After all, in the entire Xiao War Department, there were more than 100 2-star senior commanders. And there were less than 10 senior commanders with 3 stars or more. What was the concept of this number? The number of combatants in the entire Xiao War Department was over 3 million. She was one of those 3 million. To what extent did the Xiao War Department attach importance to her? Only then could such an excessively young teenage girl become one of the handful of people standing at the top of the Summer Kingdom? And at this moment, the shock in Jiang Xiao's heart was even deeper than Sasher and the 9 war members combined. She, however, knew that the youngest senior commander of the Xia Kingdom's War Department was Jiang Yunting, who was now just 28 years old. But even Jiang Yunting was only a 1-star senior commander. Now, Long Yuan was telling her that Sasher was a 3-star or higher senior commander. Was he teasing her? Great Chief, don't joke, she doesn't look older than me. Even if she joined the Xiao War Department from her mother's womb, she can't climb up to the position of a 3-star or above senior commander now. Chapter 80, Great Chief, Xiaoxi. 12. Long Yuan's face sank when he heard Jiang Xiao's words filled with skepticism and disdain. At the same time, Jiang Xiao suddenly felt a heavy oppression like a tidal wave. Do you think that I would have the leisure to lie to you, a little girl? Jiang Xiao looked at Long Yuan's face that didn't have the slightest meaning of a joke, and her entire brain felt like it was instantly churned into a paste. No, not a joke? This younger than her was a 3-star or higher senior commander of the War Department? It was only after several breaths that she slowly found her voice. Afterwards, she froze and looked at Long Yuan and asked, how old is she? You are not qualified to know her information. I'm asking you, just now it was you who said that you wanted her to leave this world in the most miserable way? Jiang Xiao looked at Long Yuan's cold and serious face, her heart trembled uncontrollably. It suddenly occurred to her that if Sasher was a 3-star senior commander, then would she be suspected of trying to murder the senior commander of the War Department by threatening to kill her with Sasher? If she was really judged that way, she was afraid that her life would be over. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but tremble lightly as she weakly opened her mouth to Long Yuan. I'm just kidding. However, Long Yuan still looked at her coldly, his icy face not easing up in the slightest. Your words have already been said, no one will care if you are threatening or joking, girl, you are already an adult, you should take the consequences for the words you say and the things you do. After saying that, he didn't wait for Jiang Xiao to say anything else, and directly turned his head to look at the 2 combatants he brought behind him. Escort her down and bring her to the Cloud City jail first, then wait for the outcome of the War Ministry Court. Yes. The 2 men hurriedly nodded their heads and replied. Jiang Xiao subconsciously moved back as she looked at the 2 combatants who approached her. At the same time, she slowly clenched a pair of small fists and looked at Long Yuan with a face full of anger and unwillingness. Great Chief, you can't do this to me. My father fought for the Xia Kingdom in the battlefield for more than 20 years before he was promoted to senior commander. Saying that, she suddenly raised her hand and pointed at Sasher, and she. What has she ever done for the Xia Kingdom? She wasn't even out of her mother's womb when my father was fighting to the death on the battlefield. She doesn't deserve the position of senior commander. And even less worthy to let you do this to me, the daughter of a 3-star high commander, for her. If you do this, it will chill my father's heart and even cause turmoil in the Xiao War Department. Long Yuan he had never imagined that he would have a day where he would be lectured by a little girl pointing at his nose. His face became increasingly ugly as he looked at Jiang Xiao, who was mouthing off. In the end, his always serious and solemn face suddenly smiled instead of being angry and said, Then I, for one, would like to see if this little girl of yours is that capable, to see if Jiang Chuan has this ability. Originally, he was so to Jiang Xiao, mainly still due to Sasher see the majority of the ingredients. After all, if he wanted Sasher to agree to become a big chief, he first had to let her see his sincerity. When Gua Shao was arrested and put in jail, it was unlikely that Sasher would have the effort to care about her, and at that time, he would then have someone accommodate her and release her, which would also be considered as giving Jiang Chuan a face. But, if this girl was so ungrateful, he would have no choice but to follow the rules of the war ministry.
The two combatants heard Long Yuan's tone and knew that Long Yuan would never let Gua Shao go today. The two men directly stepped forward and gripped Gua Shao's shoulders.
However, just as Gua Shao was about to be led away from here by the two men, a middle-aged man with a stalwart face walked quickly into the schoolyard gate. When he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but stare violently. At the same time, Gua Shao, who was being pressed on the shoulders by the two combatants, suddenly swept up the man's figure. She hurriedly opened her mouth and shouted, "Dad! Save me!" The stalwart man, Gua Shao's father, Jiang Chuan, the 3-star senior commander of the Imperial City Warzone, snapped back to his senses and hurriedly walked over with quick steps. When his figure appeared in front of Gua Shao, he hurriedly looked at Long Yuan carefully and asked, "Great Chief, this is?" At this moment, Long Yuan's face was still as gloomy as water. He faintly looked at Jiang Chuan and said, "Your good daughter is preparing to murder the 3-star senior commander of the War Ministry. I ordered people to take her down in accordance with the regulations of the War Ministry. Does Commander Jiang have any comments?" Jiang Chuan froze violently at his words. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly said, "Great Chief, although my daughter is lawless, she will never do something that violates the law and discipline."
"Great Chief, isn't there some kind of misunderstanding in this?"
Gua Shao saw that her father was indeed unconditionally defending her, and 2 lines of clear tears instantly rolled down from her eyes. At the same time, the voice coming out of her mouth was aggrieved to the extreme.
"Dad! This matter is not my fault, it's her. She was the one who wanted to steal Shi Chang from me, and in order to increase her chances of contact with Shi Chang, she forced Shi Chang to come over to be a combatant who was going to go to Imperial City Academy for military training. When I came over to her and said I didn't agree with Shi Chou being here, she kicked me and made me kneel in front of her, and also made me kowtow to her 3 times, and when I didn't kowtow, she let someone hold me down and forced me to kowtow. I am a girl, she so insulted me, I do not want to live." Chapter 81, The Great Chief, Sasher. 13. After saying that, Gua Shao once again struggled violently under the pressure of the two combatants. Looking at that appearance, she was really a bit determined to die. Seeing this, Jiang Chuan's breathing abruptly tightened. At the same time, a monstrous anger suddenly arose in his heart. However, the one standing in front of him at this moment was the supreme existence of the War Ministry. No matter what, he did not dare to vent his anger on Long Yuan. With that, he took a deep breath before glancing at Sasher and asked Long Yuan, "Great Chief, may I ask who this is?" Because Sasher had gone abroad within a few days after joining the War Department, and only returned a few days ago. And, in order to prevent domestic and extraterritorial forces from being unfavorable to her, the level of secrecy of her information was no less than Long Yuan's. Therefore, even Jiang Chuan, who was a 3-star senior commander, did not know about the existence of her, a legend of the War Ministry. With just one glance, Long Yuan could tell that Jiang Chuan had already believed Gua Shao's words that bordered on turning black and white. He could not help but show some disappointment in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Chuan. As a high-ranking member of the War Ministry, gullibly believing the words of a close relative, "Jiang Chuan, you've really been comfortable for too long." Jiang Chuan was slightly stunned at his words. In the next moment, a hint of skepticism suddenly appeared in his gaze towards Gua Shao. Long Yuan, there was no need to lie to him about this. Could it be that his daughter had really lied? Gua Shao hurriedly said, "Dad, the ones in charge of Imperial City's military training this time are all retired low-level commanders. Shi Chou is already a 5-star intermediate commander. It's impossible for him to take the initiative to request to participate in Imperial City Academy's military training. It was she who first attacked me in order to pursue Shi Chang, and I was forced to kowtow to her on the ground, so I couldn't help but say that I wouldn't let her off the hook. Dad, I'm just saying this kind of thing. I'm sure I don't dare to actually do it. You help me to beg the big chief for mercy, let me go, okay?" She understood that what she was doing now was tantamount to slapping Long Yuan's face. However, if she didn't want to be locked up in a prison for a few years, she could only let her father start a conflict with Sasher, and then fight to the death to protect her in front of Long Yuan. Her father's wings were her only hope of escaping punishment. Jiang Chuan sniffed, glanced at Long Yuan's increasingly gloomy face, hesitated for a moment and still opened his mouth. "Big Chief, Shao Rou is still young and unintelligent, and this commander has already made her receive the punishment she deserves. How about today's matter ends here, how about it?" Long Yuan suddenly smiled when he heard Jiang Chuan's words. "Young? You can use your identity as your Jiang Chuan's daughter to insult a commander of the same level as you and even threaten me?" After saying that, he didn't want to talk nonsense with Jiang Chuan anymore and directly ordered the two combatants controlling Gua Shao, "Take her away." Jiang Chuan almost subconsciously raised his foot to stop in front of the two combatants. With that, a clear shock appeared on his face as he looked at Long Yuan. Big Chief, you said she's a combatant of the same level as me? Long Yuan nodded slightly. Is there a problem?
At those words, the respectful color in Jiang Chuan's eyes when he looked at Long Yuan immediately faded for a few minutes. His eyes looked straight at Long Yuan and asked, dare to ask the Big Chief, how did she become a 3-star senior commander? He, Jiang Chuan, had fought in the battlefield for 20 years in a bloodbath, during which time, he had nearly died on the battlefield 5 times in order to fulfill his mission, and had suffered countless major and minor injuries. Even, the severe trauma made him lose his fertility not long after he had Xiao Rou, his daughter. However, despite this, he only became a 3-star senior commander 22 years after entering the war ministry, that is, when he was 42 years old. But, Long Yuan was now telling him that a little girl who didn't even look as old as his daughter was in existence at the same level as him. The Xiao War ministry, was it about to start rotting? How she became a 3-star senior commander is not for you to bother about. What you need to know is that her contribution to the Xia kingdom is something that 100 of you put together can't even reach. Jiang Chuan was directly confused when he heard Long Yuan's words. Not only Jiang Chuan, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. 100 Jiang Chuan can't even compare? Big Chief, isn't that a bit too exaggerated? The disappointment in Jiang Chuan's eyes became even more intense when he heard Long Yuan, who was already starting to speak nonsense without knowing if he was too old. He took a deep breath and tried to calm down his churning heart. Afterward, he looked at Long Yuan with a solemn face and asked, Great Chief, let's not talk about whether or not her contribution to the Xia kingdom can be compared to 100 of me. Let's just say that if she is really that powerful, what kind of man does she want that she doesn't have? Why does she want to steal a man from my daughter? The moment Jiang Chuan's words fell, a disdainful snort suddenly came out of Sasher's mouth. Boyfriend? Your daughter is blind to think that I will find such a waste as a boyfriend even if, you a 3-star senior commander, even a little bit of the most basic ability to judge, simply blind to the position you sit on. Saying that, she glanced at Jiang Chuan, whose face was gradually swelling red from anger, and her voice became a few points colder. Listen, first of all, I can't look at him. Secondly, my own grandfather is his Xia Shiqing's own grandfather. Sasher, even if I lack a man, I can't do such a thing as pursuing a blood relative. When Jiang Chuan heard the end, the anger in his chest felt like it had been stabbed by a needle and instantly deflated. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly looked at Xia Shiqing and asked, Xia Shiqing, is what she said true? Being called a waste by Xia Shiqing, who was in a complicated mood, heard the words and instantly came back to his senses and said, Yes, he is my own aunt's daughter. Just now Xiao Rou was too excited, her state was simply impossible to believe my explanation, so I didn't tell her this. Zhang Xiaorou couldn't control her eyes from widening and muttered under her breath. How is that possible? Sasher called Xia Shiqing over not to steal her boyfriend from her, then what was the point of her coming over this time and going through all this torture? Long Yuan coldly swept a glance at Zhang Xiaorou and once again said to the combatants holding her down, Take away. However, Jiang Chuan did not have the slightest intention of giving way to the two combatants. He glanced at Sasher, and the face that looked at Long Yuan showed a face full of suffocation and unwillingness. Great Chief, I, Jiang Chuan, have been selling my life for the Xia War Department for nearly 30 years, during which time I have completed 1 S-class mission, 3 A-class missions, and countless B-class missions. She is a little girl whose hair has not yet grown. What has she done for the War Department? Even if my Jiang Chuan's daughter spoke out against her, so what? She, a woman who doesn't know what means she used to sit in the position of senior commander, doesn't deserve the respect of anyone in the war ministry. The moment Jiang Chuan's words fell, Xia Shiqian and the 9 warriors sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. At the same time, the faces of all 10 of them looking at Jiang Chuan revealed respect that was thick to the core. As members of the War Department, they naturally knew how terrifying the difficulty of an S-class mission was. It was no exaggeration to say that every existence that had completed an S-rank mission was a great contributor that was enough to leave a name in the history of the Xia War Ministry. And this Commander Jiang in front of them was actually one of them. How honored were they to be able to see such a great person with their own eyes? Soon, the 10 people came back to their senses from the shock, and then, their gazes simultaneously fell on Long Yuan. Jiang Chuan was in existence who had completed an S-class mission in the Xia War Department. And what contribution could Xiaxi, a little girl who looked less than 20 years old, have made to the Xia War Department? To say that she is strong. There were many strong people within the War Department, but not all of them were able to become senior commanders of 1 star or more. On what basis could she sit at the same level as Jiang Chuan, who had completed an S-class mission? Just as the indignation in the eyes of the crowd looking at Sasher grew stronger, Jiang Xiaorou had already gathered her emotions and spoke with a cold smile. That's right. She's a little girl who's still a few years younger than me. What can she compare to my father? My father is an existence that has completed an S-class mission. There aren't many people who have completed this level of mission in the entire war ministry. As a 3-star senior commander, this kind of girl is not even worthy of my father's shoes. Long Yuan glanced at Jiang Xiaorou before his gaze slowly swept over everyone present. Eventually, his eyes landed on Jiang Chuan's face that was full of questions and indignation, and he let out a laugh and said,
"Since you want to know why so badly, fine, I'll tell you now."
Saying that, Long Yuan slightly turned around and received a golden war ministry treasure book from the warrior behind him. After opening the treasure book, his body stood a little straighter. Then, an incomparably majestic and solemn voice came out from his mouth. Combatant Xiaxi, for the safety and security of the country, fought for 5 years in the extraterritorial battlefield. During this period, completed SSS level top secret missions 5 times, SSS level missions 18 times, S level missions nearly 100 times, made great contributions to the War Department and even the entire Xia country. After the decision of the General Assembly of the Xia War Department, the 3-star senior commander Xia was promoted to be the 4th leader of the Xia War Department, whose authority is equal to the remaining 3 leaders of the War Department, and has the highest decision-making power in the Xia War Department. Chapter 82 Grand Chief, Sasher. 14. Long Yuan's voice fell, but that aftermath echoed in everyone's ears. At this moment, including Jiang Chuan, Jiang Shao, Sasher Qin, the 9 warriors, and even the Jiang family housekeeper and the 5 Jiang family guards on the ground, all of them were dumbfounded. Everyone's eyes were glued to the golden treasure book in Long Yuan's hands, with only one thought in their minds. How is it possible? SSS level top secret mission 5 times. SSS level mission 18 times. SS level missions nearly 100 times. Most importantly, Long Yuan said that she had fought for 5 years in the extraterritorial battlefield. 5 years to complete so many missions. Was this something a human could do? However, despite the shocked feeling in their hearts that they were dreaming, no one doubted the authenticity of this information. What Long Yuan was holding was the Battle Ministry treasure book that existed like a holy decree in the Battle Ministry. No one dared to fake on this. Sparing Long Yuan, he couldn't either. At this moment, the sarcasm on Jiang Xiao's face instantly froze. Her small face that looked towards Sasher was overflowing with dismay that was thick to the extreme. Was she hallucinating? Her father had only completed an S-class mission once, and he was already a god-like existence in her heart. Yet, Long Yuan said that this had completed nearly 100 S-rank missions? Jiang Xiao stared blankly at the War Ministry treasure book in Long Yuan's hands. At this moment, she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. What had she just said? In front of Sasher, she had very proudly said that her father was in existence that had completed S-rank missions in the War Ministry. Saying that Sasher, was not even worthy of lifting her father's shoes. But at this moment, she only felt that the words she had just said were like slaps on the face. She, Jiang Xiao, had never felt so humiliated at any moment in her life. On the side, the shock in Jiang Chuan's heart was even more intense than Jiang Xiao. As one of the few people in the War Department who had completed an S-ranked mission, there were very few people who were more aware of the difficulty of S-ranked missions and above than he was. Back then, he had almost died in the middle of the mission several times in order to complete that S-rank mission. If it wasn't for his good luck, he would have been dead already. Even now, he was still a little creeped out when he thought about the menacing process of doing that S-rank mission back then. But, this young girl in front of him, who was even younger than his daughter and had just been even suspected by him of relying on some kind of improper means to become a 3-star senior commander, had actually completed nearly 100 S-rank missions. Not only that, she had actually completed 18 SS-ranked missions and 5 SSS-ranked missions. The most frightening thing was that she was only 14 years old when she entered the War Department, and all of these missions were completed within 5 years. What kind of monster was this young girl in front of him? I don't know how long it took before Jiang Chuan gradually found his consciousness. Great Chief, she. However, Long Yuan, who had already walked in front of Xiaxi at this moment, did not even look at him. He slowly raised his hands that were dragging the treasure book and handed it to Sasher in an extremely solemn manner. Chief Xia, take the treasure book. Sasher glanced at the treasure book in Long Yuan's hands and didn't rush to pick it up, but looked at Long Yuan with a smile on his face and said, Great Chief, you and this promotion treasure book appeared, it's really the right time. Not coming early, not coming late, coming at a time when she was being looked for trouble. Moreover, Long Yuan stood up for him at such a time, and even prepared the War Ministry treasure book that promoted her to the position of Great Chief, so if she refused again, it would be that she was somewhat ungrateful. When Long Yuan saw that Sasher was not infuriated by her being driven to the duck's nest, a smirk appeared on that solemn face. This is not that I immediately rushed over after hearing that you have found the one in your family, coincidence, all coincidence. But as long as you accept this treasure book, how you want to dispose of them is all up to you. When Jiang Chuan and Jiang Xiao heard Long Yuan's words, they immediately snapped out of the shock of Sasher being promoted to Grand Chief. At that instant, both of their eyes couldn't help but widen a few points. All at Sasher's disposal? What did Long Yuan mean by that? Even if Sasher was promoted to Grand Chief, she couldn't dispose of the members of the War Department at will, could she? As for the other war members around, after hearing Long Yuan's words, they were similarly shocked for a while.
No one thought that a character like Long Yuan would say such words to Sasher that he could dispose of the 3-star senior commander and his relatives at will. Was it a joke, or was it serious? Sasher did not care about the gazes of the surrounding crowd, but still reminded Long Yuan. Great Chief, don't break the rules of the War Ministry for my sake. What to dispose of them? Follow the rules of the War Ministry. However, Long Yuan shook his head and looked at Sasher with an unusually serious gaze. I am not breaking the rules, but you are worth it. Sasher looked indifferently at the determined little old man in front of her and suddenly smiled. Then, her line of sight once again fell on top of the promotion treasure book in Long Yuan's hand. It's fine if you want me to accept this position. Within a year, I don't want to go to the extraterrestrial battlefield again, and don't give me overly tedious work. When the warriors heard Sasher's words, they all froze violently. One should know that the War Department had not produced a new Grand Chief for nearly 10 years. And once a new Great Chief took office, it was bound to be a festive occasion for the nation. Not to mention that becoming a Great Chief would hold supreme power within the War Ministry. Just the point that the name resounded throughout the entire Xia Kingdom was a temptation that no one could resist. But Chapter 83, Grand Chief, Xiaxi. 15. But they heard something at this moment. This position that they had longed for in their dreams had been delivered to her by Long Yuan. Not only did she not immediately take it in the most excited and humble manner, but instead, she brought up conditions with Long Yuan. And, surprisingly, it was still this almost unreasonable condition. Yes, they admitted that Sasher had completed so many missions of terrifying difficulty, and her strength had already reached an inhuman level. However, no matter how strong her ability was, she couldn't be so arrogant, could she? Wasn't she afraid that Long Yuan would reject her in a fit of rage, leaving her with no possibility of becoming a great chief for the rest of her life? While everyone was thinking like this, their eyes were fixed on Long Yuan's face. Some people had even seen the next scene where Long Yuan instantly turned cold and reprimanded Sasher. However, what everyone had never dreamed of was, when Long Yuan heard Sasher's words, he actually let out a fierce sigh of relief. And then without hesitation, he smiled and nodded. These are all trivial matters. As long as you promise to accept the position of the Great Chief, all things are fine. Crowd. Who will tell them why they felt a sense of Long Yuan begging Sasher to agree to sit in the position of the Great Chief? Meanwhile, Sasher looked at the fox-like smile on Long Yuan's face and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. How come I don't know when the Great Chief has been so good at talking? When Long Yuan heard this, he immediately straightened his face and then said with a serious and solemn face, I just said that you are worthy. If it wasn't for you, where would Xia be the #1 country in the world today? Not to mention the #1 country, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for Xia to retain the 4th place in the world 5 years ago. When the surrounding crowd heard Long Yuan's words, they all breathed tightly. Everyone, including Jiang Chuan, looked at Long Yuan with deep shock on their faces. Xia, to be able to become the #1 country in the world nowadays, even, surprisingly, it was all because of a little girl who didn't even look 20 years old? Even if she had accomplished countless missions with a terrifying difficulty factor, she was still just a person. Where could she have that much power? However, without waiting for the crowd to wonder how, Long Yuan's next words were like a muffled thunderbolt that steeply struck them. Xia Chief, you just left the extraterritorial battlefield for 3 days, before your men directly under the jurisdiction of the Tianwolf Regiment, like losing the backbone. From 5 years from no defeat, 2 consecutive defeats, the extraterritorial countries are multiplying the victory to catch up with the attack. If the situation remains unmitigated next, the light is the sharp forces of the Summer Kingdom being forcibly weakened, and the heavy is the status of the first power of the Summer Kingdom being heavily impacted. Boom! The moment Long Yuan's words fell, the crowd was instantly blasted frozen in place. At this moment, the faces of everyone looking at Sasher all changed. The Skywolf Regiment? It was no exaggeration to say that Xia was able to achieve its current position in the world because of the Xia War Department's desperate fight. And more than half of the battle results of the Xia War Department in the last 5 years belonged to the Skywolf Regiment. For the sake of the safety of the members of the Skywolf Regiment, every member's information was classified as top secret. Throughout the entire Xia War Department, not many people knew who the members of the Sirius Regiment were. Even more so, no one knew what kind of valor and warlike legend the most legendary leader of the Skywolf Regiment was. Now, Long Yuan was telling them that the leader of the Skywolf Regiment. At that instant, almost everyone's faces that looked at Sasher revealed a flash of dawning realization. They finally understood why she was able to become a great chief at this age. Long Yuan was right, without her, there would be no Xia Kingdom that stood on top of the world today. The position of Grand Chief, she deserves it. At this moment, even Jiang Chuan's gaze towards Sasher was permeated with a few moments of respect. While under the gaze of the crowd, Sasher's face was cold after hearing Long Yuan's words. She had been focusing on searching for her precious child in the last few days, and had not cared about the movements of the extraterrestrial battlefield. However, she did not expect that those people would wither to that extent after she left the Skywolf Regiment.
With that, she directly took out the special cell phone within her pocket and sent out a message. After sending it, she also no longer hesitated and directly raised her hand to receive the promotion treasure book in Long Yuan's hand. At the same time, the gaze she looked at Long Yuan with was a solemnity and seriousness that had never been seen before. This position of Grand Chief, I take it, and the corresponding responsibility, I will likewise bear. As long as I am in the Xiao War Department for one day, Xiao will not fall from the position of the world's #1 power. Chapter 84, Sasher's personal training above. When Long Yuan heard this almost arrogant assurance from Sasher, a slightly aged face finally revealed a gratifying smile. The future battle department will be the world of you young people. You, in the future, will definitely become an even more outstanding Grand Chief than me. Sasher smiled faintly. Aren't you not yet abdicated? You handle most of the things in the war ministry first, and when you really can't move anymore, then think of throwing this mess to me. The surrounding crowd felt like they were already numb to the information revealed in the conversation between the two. Rarely did their hearts fluctuate much anymore when they heard Sasher describe the Xiao War Ministry as a mess at this moment. Long Yuan didn't say anything when he heard Sasher's words. He turned his head slightly and looked behind him at one of the war officers and ordered. Pass the order down. Tomorrow's national news front page headlines announce that the fourth great chief of the Xia kingdom has been born. And so on. However, without waiting for the war officer to respond, Sasher suddenly opened his mouth. I will have to return to the extraterrestrial battlefield after a while. It's not suitable for me to appear within the public eye right now. Long Yuan sniffed and hesitated for a moment before nodding. Good. No personal information about you will appear in the news. However, this news must be sent. Otherwise, when you appear in the public eye later, it will be a misnomer. Seeing that Sasher didn't refuse, Long Yuan added, a few days later, I will organize a banquet for the upper circles of Imperial City. At that time, I will allow you to enter the field of vision of the entire upper echelon of Imperial City and the entire top echelon of the War Ministry. You have to let those people in the War Ministry who hold prejudice because of your gender and age see the gap between you and them. He hadn't told Sasher that a few senior commanders had approached him to protest when they learned that Sasher had been promoted to senior commander at less than 20 years old, saying that her virtue didn't match her position, saying that women couldn't achieve great things. At that banquet, he would show those people that the current Sasher was only there for them to look up to. Sasher nodded slightly. These you see to the arrangements. I will try my best to cooperate. When Long Yuan saw Sasher nodding, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Afterward, he turned his head to look at the surrounding warriors and the Jiang family crowd. In a moment, I will draw up a confidentiality agreement for you all to sign. I want what happened here today to rot in your stomachs forever. If any of you reveal information about Chief Xia, not only will you lose your lives, but your relatives within 3 generations will be implicated because of you. Long Yuan's voice wasn't loud, but the sound of those words was heard in everyone's ears, and all of them felt a chill at the bottom of their hearts. Under the tension, the crowd responded almost simultaneously. At this moment, they had all understood the importance of Sasher to the Xia kingdom, and no one doubted the truthfulness of Long Yuan's words anymore. Half an hour later, the crowd signed the proposed agreement. Jiang Chuan hesitated for a moment before looking at Sasher with an apologetic face and said, Chief Xia, today's offense to you is that I, Jiang, have eyes but don't recognize him. I hope that you will be magnanimous and not be general with me. Sasher looked at him faintly. I can let you off. However, then, she suddenly raised her hand and pointed at Jiang Shao, but she must be dealt with according to the laws of the Xia kingdom. Chief Xia, my contribution to the Xia War Ministry is far less than yours, but I have indeed sold my life for the Xia War Ministry for more than 20 years. I would like to resign from the War Department in exchange for my daughter's release from prison. I hope that Chief Xia will fulfill my wish. Sasher sniffed and glanced at Jiang Shao. At this moment, Jiang Shao was also looking at her, and that not-so-beautiful eyes were filled with intense fear and regret. Right now, she was truly regretting it. Not to mention that she came over to look for trouble because she misunderstood that Sasher wanted to steal her boyfriend from her, even if Sasher really did steal Sasher Qing, so what? Such a scummy guy was not worth her protecting so much. With just one glance, Sasher was already sure that Jiang Shao wouldn't find herself in trouble again. With that, she turned her head to look at Jiang Chuan and faintly said, Have you thought about it? Jiang Chuan's face looked like it had instantly aged a lot. He smiled bitterly and said, People always have to pay for their mistakes. Xiaoro, indeed, was spoiled by me. Moreover, he understood that with his own ability, reaching the position of a 3-star senior commander in the War Ministry was already considered to be the end of the line. Instead of staying in the Ministry of War to retire, it would be better to use the contacts accumulated in the Ministry of War to properly develop Jiang's group and make some contribution to the economy of Xia as much as he could. Sasher nodded at his words. Good. Hearing this, Jiang Chuan respectfully cupped his fists to Sasher. Many thanks to Chief Xia. After saying that, he did not delay any longer and directly pulled up Jiang Shao, who had long been paralyzed on the ground, and walked towards the direction he came from. Afterwards, Long Yuan and the others also left one after another. Soon, only Sasher, Sasher and the 9 combatants remained on the training ground. The gazes that Sasher and the 9 combatants looked at Sasher had undergone a sea change. They had never dreamed that the instructor who had come to give them special training was the legendary Tianlang leader of the entire Xia kingdom, and a supreme being who had just been promoted to the rank of Grand Chief. How honored were they to have a figure of this level personally train them? Chapter 85, Sasher's Personal Training Medal. However, in the following days, the crowd of combatants found that they were a bit overwhelmed by such a great honor. Because, they realized that this woman was a devil. In the midst of the hellish life that the combatants were living as if their days were years, time quickly came to the last day of the special training, and at the same time, it was also the day before the start of Imperial City Academy's military training. After Sasher made sure that Sasher wasn't around, she exhaled fiercely. Crazy person. That woman was truly a lunatic. The combatant lying beside Sasher sniffed and couldn't help but facepalm. I kind of understand how the Sky Wolf Regiment is so powerful, with such a female devil as an instructor. If the strength still can't be raised, then it's a real waste. On the side, the dark-skinned combatant sighed. It's not like we're members of the Sky Wolf Regiment, to put it mildly, we're already useless wastrels. She was only explaining to us how to do military training, but she made us live a life worse than death for almost 10 days. She wasted each other's precious time like this. Why did she need to do it? The remaining 8 warriors fell silent at the same time when they heard the Dark Warrior's words. Yeah. They were just people with no hope. Even if they tried harder, what was the use? These 10 days of training had already caused their old injuries to recur. If it continued, not only would it be impossible for them to go back to the battlefield, they were afraid that their bodies would be directly wasted. Without waiting for the crowd to say anything else, a footstep that wasn't light or heavy suddenly sounded beside them. The moment the combatants heard the sound, their bodies suddenly stiffened. In the next moment, they slightly inclined their heads extremely stiffly, and saw a pair of high-level battle boots stop beside them. When the crowd looked upwards, they saw Sasher's face whose emotions could not be seen. Instantly, the crowd, who had just been clamoring that the training was meaningless, almost instinctively stood up from the ground as fast as they could. And then they quickly lined up and stood in front of Sasher in the most standard posture. The entire process, less than 3 seconds. Sasher looked at the crowd of combatants in front of him indifferently, no joy or anger could be seen in his expression. Wasting each other's time? When the combatants heard this, their hearts suddenly trembled. Sasher looked at the crowd indifferently. The same words, I do not want to hear a second time. After saying that, Sasher indifferently said, 300 groups of fighting training, completed within 3 hours. 3 hours later, the crowd finished their training with strong support. At this time, except for Sasher, every combatant did not have the slightest bit of blood on their faces due to the old injuries on their bodies. However, even though they felt like they might faint to death at any moment, they still stood straight as a gun. Your progress these days has barely met my expectations, not bad at all. When the crowd of combatants heard Sasher's words, their drowsy minds cleared up almost instantly. They were being praised? Their devil instructor, the leader of the Sky Wolf Regiment, the Grand Chief of the Xia War Department, complimented them? In this instant, everyone felt that these 10 days of hard work had been worth it. Even if they quit the War Department today, they didn't have too many regrets in their lives. These words were enough to become their capital for bragging for the rest of their lives. As Sasher looked at the complexion of the crowd, an imperceptible smile appeared in her eyes. She was able to spend 10 days on these people. Why wasn't it because they were indeed some moldable talents? These people, if they were used well in the future, Xia might not be without the possibility of moving to the next level. Thereupon, under the gaze of the excited gazes of all the combatants, Sasher unhurriedly took out a white porcelain bottle. Black Panther, distribute the pills in this bottle, all 9 of you, 1 each. The dark youth codenamed Black Panther hurriedly stepped forward. Yes. Soon, he distributed the pills in the bottle to the other 8 people. Eat it. When the 9 combatants heard Sasher's words, they did as they were told without any hesitation. Soon after the 9 people ate the pills, they felt their bodies gradually warm up. Then, they clearly felt that the wounds on their bodies were slowly repaired under that medicinal power. Realizing this, the combatants froze almost simultaneously. In the next moment, all of them had a strong look of ecstasy on their faces. Chapter 86, Sasher's Personal Training Next. In these 10 days, they clearly saw their progress. They had no doubt that if it wasn't for the injuries on their bodies, their progress would have been even faster. Even, they had the confidence that if they didn't have injuries on their bodies, they would never be worse than anyone else. But the faster they progressed, the harder it was in their hearts. Because, it was useless. There was that serious old injury in place. The faster they progressed, the worse the old injuries would become. Within these 10 days, they were experiencing the agonizing torment of gain and loss. But now, they suddenly saw hope. Seeing hope because of this pill given by Sasher. If this pill could really cure their injuries, then Sasher was tantamount to being their regenerative parent. Sasher looked at the crowd's bodies that began to tremble slightly due to their excitement, and slightly turned his head to look at Sasher. He didn't know what they were eating. But from the faces of the combatants, he could tell that it was definitely something good. Why was there no share for him? Was it because he didn't deserve it? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but show some resentment in his eyes as he looked at Sasher. However, Sasher didn't even give him a look. Her gaze was on the 9 combatants, and from the change in their aura, she had basically determined that a single medicine could cure their injuries. 10 minutes later, Black Panther suddenly half-kneeled in front of Sasher, looking at Sasher with a gaze that was thick to the point of gratitude and respect. "Thank you, Chief Xia." At this moment, his respect for Sasher was no longer out of Sasher's identity and strength, but rather a kind of respect from the bottom of his heart. Seeing this, the remaining 8 people hurriedly followed and half-kneeled in front of Sasher, and the voices coming out of their mouths resounded through the sky. "Thank you, Chief Xia." Now they already understood that Sasher's willingness to spend 10 days on them was not a waste of each other's time, but, rather, was cultivating them. How could they be so virtuous and capable of being valued so highly by such a top-notch existence of the Xia War Department? Sasher looked at the crowd indifferently, and a nonchalant voice came out from his mouth. "What you should be thankful for is your persistence and dedication. If any of you had given up in the middle of the process, I wouldn't have stayed here for so long, not to mention that I wouldn't have brought you this medicine that is enough to make a dying person recover as good as new in a short period of time." When the 9 combatants heard Sasher's words, they all subconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air. They knew that the medicine Sasher had given them was by no means an unusual medicine, but they did not know that it was precious to such an extent. A medicine that was enough to revive a person on the verge of death. It was no exaggeration to say that this kind of medicine, one was equivalent to a life. But Sasher directly gave them 9 of them. At this moment, the 9 of them suddenly felt that they had a heavier weight in Sasher's heart than they had just thought. Soon, Black Panther came back to his senses from the shock and hurriedly opened his mouth. "We will live up to the cultivation of the great chief." The remaining 8 immediately followed and repeated. At this moment, all 9 of them swore in their hearts that as long as they lived, they would do everything in their power to improve their strength. They would make Chief Xia feel that the medicine was given to the right person. Sasher looked at the determined eyes of the crowd and nodded slightly. "All get up. Rest well for the rest of the day. After the military training, I will arrange new training tasks for you all. I hope you won't let me down." "Yes." The 9 people hurriedly responded respectfully. Sasher nodded slightly, then turned around and walked towards the direction of the gate. Sasher hesitated for a moment and hurriedly followed. "Chieftain Xia, where are you going? Shall I see you off?" Sasher lightly glanced at him and did not refuse. However, after Sasher left, the remaining 9 warriors did not leave, but continued to stay where they were to train. Before, they had started to slack off because they understood that there was no hope for the future due to their physical injuries. Now that the injuries on their bodies had healed, they no longer had any reason to slack off. An hour later, the exhausted crowd once again lay down on the ground. However, this time was different from the past. They felt an unprecedented sense of relief. "Tomorrow is going to be military training. Do you guys have a feeling of turning serfs into masters?" A combatant head pillow hands, looking at the blue sky in front of him, raised his feet flat on the ground, kicked the combatant next to him and said. When that combatant heard this, his face immediately revealed a few points of excitement. Under the excitement, he directly sat up. "I won't hide it from you, these days when I could barely hold on, I was thinking, I must remember this feeling, and when I give the cadets military training, I must let them feel it as well." The combatants beside him were also a little excited when they heard this. "Brother Panther, Chief Xia didn't even explain the military training process to us, so does that mean we can just train at will?" Panther smiled and opened his mouth. "Let's see what happens." Most of the Imperial City Academy's trainees were going to go all the way to warrior, so it might not be impossible to let them improve their strength in advance. When the warriors next to them heard Black Panther's words, they became even more excited. "If it really works, then I'll have to experience the joys of being a devil instructor when the time comes. Already learned the essence of being a devil instructor from Chief Xia." Saying that, raised his hand and clenched his fist, placed it on the side of his mouth and coughed lightly twice, before speaking in a serious tone. "Starting today, within the next few days, the words I say, the things I make, don't want any of you to say a word of no to me, understand?" Seeing this, Black Panther nodded approvingly. "Right. When we first started training, we said this: whoever dares to say a word of no, will be directly carried out to make an example of me." Chapter 87, It's an Honor to be Robbed of Your Boyfriend by Sasher. The remaining 8 people were obviously more excited when they heard Black Panther's words. When they first heard Sasher say this, they really didn't dare to utter a single breath. They had already thought of the way the trainees would tremble in fear after they said this to them. Perhaps it was because they had been oppressed for a long time. At this moment, their blood boiled with excitement just thinking about that image. Although they didn't have such a terrifying aura surrounding Sasher, they believed that it would still not be a problem to train those young cadets who hadn't undergone proper training to cry their eyes out. Thinking about this, all of them were more and more excited about tomorrow's military training. On the other side, Sasher had asked Di Xiang to find Feng Jing's contact information in the car and made an appointment to meet at the entrance of the villa where Xia Mother and Xia Zichen were currently residing. Half an hour later, Xia Shiqing sent Sasher to the center of Imperial City's villa area. Because this villa area was very focused on privacy protection, outside vehicles could not enter. Therefore, Xia Shiqian directly parked her car in front of the villa's main door. After Sasher got out of the car, Xia Shiqian also followed. Without waiting for Sasher to say anything, he hurriedly said, "It's been a long time since I've seen my aunt. I haven't seen Zichen since he was born, and since I came over with Chief Xia today, I just happened to meet her as well." When Sasher heard Xia Shiqian's statement, she didn't refuse, and directly raised her feet and walked into the villa area. However, before the two of them could take a few steps, they came face to face with 5 girls in their 20s who wore the badge of Imperial City Academy on their chests. When Sasher saw the 5 people, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Not for any other reason, simply because the one walking in the center of the 5 was none other than Jiang Xiao, who had been bailed out by Jiang Chuan a few days ago with the future of the war ministry. On the opposite side, Jiang Xiao's 5 people were all slightly stunned when they saw the oncoming Sasher and Xia Shiqian. At this time, the 4 people beside Jiang Xiao did not know that Xia Shiqing's relationship with Jiang Xiao had broken down. They looked up and down at Sasher and Xia Shiqian, who were walking extremely close to them, and their faces all showed some skepticism and scrutiny. And at this moment, Xia Shiqian looked at Jiang Xiao, who was not far in front of her, and her face immediately revealed some embarrassment. Although Jiang Chuan was no longer the commander of the war department now, and he had leaned on the bigger tree of Sasher. However, when he thought of the scene that day when he forced Jiang Xiao to kowtow to Sasher under the fear of Sasher, there was inevitably some guilt in his heart. Therefore, almost as soon as his eyes touched Jiang Xiao's subconscious, he subconsciously lowered his head and took a step back. At that moment, the 4 people who had already suspected that he had some kind of improper relationship with Sasher, their faces immediately sank. The tallest girl among the 4 suddenly stepped forward, her eyes staring at Xia Shiqian questioningly. "Xia Shiqian, who is she?" Jiang Xiao, who originally wanted to directly bypass Sasher, saw this and quickly pulled her sleeve. "And Dai, I've already broken up with Xia Shiqing, let's go." The tall girl who was called and Dai sniffed and looked at Jiang Xiao with a hint of suspicion on her face. Broken up? Not only her, the 3 girls next to her were also a bit incredulous. "Xiao, you like Xia Shiqing so much, how could you suddenly break up with him?" "Yes Xiao, your relationship has always been good, how could you break up just like that?" Seeing that the 4 people looked like they didn't hear her words, and didn't even dare to look at Sasher's face, Jiang Xiao hurriedly said, "Just feel not very suitable," and then broke up, "Let's quickly go." However, when the 4 people saw Jiang Xiao's anxious to leave, the suspicion on her face became even more intense. And Dai looked at Jiang Xiao and said with a straight face, "Xiao, tell me, did Xia Shiqing do something to wrong you?" "No, if you want to know, I will tell you in detail later, let's leave here first, okay?" Jiang Xiao was on the verge of tears. Her father had used the future of the war ministry to keep her. If Sasher suspected that they were in her way and casually found some trouble with her, she would really be finished. Perhaps it really was true that what you think comes to you. Almost as soon as Jiang Xiao's thoughts surfaced in her mind, Sasher's slightly cold voice entered the ears of several people. "Please make way." Jiang Xiao's heart thumped. She subconsciously had to pull the 4 people to the side. Quickly. However, while the 4 people did not move, their gazes all landed on Sasher's face. With that, and Dai gave Sasher a disdainful look before speaking. "I see, the reason why Xiao Rou broke up with Xia Shiqian is because a certain vixen made trouble out of it, shamelessly seducing other people's boyfriends, right? Xia Shiqian, how dare you give up Xiao for this kind of goods? Are you blind?" The other 3 girls sniffed and immediately reacted. Following that, the faces of several girls looking at Xia Shiqian were overflowing with thick dissatisfaction. However, there was no waiting for them to open their mouths to say anything. Splat! A clear slap sound resounded steeply. In the next moment, the faces of the remaining 3 girls looking at Jiang Xiao revealed shock that was thick to the core. And what made her even more unexpected were the serious to the extreme words that came out from Jiang Xiao's mouth. "If you don't know how to speak human language, then shut up. People with such a pure, generous, beautiful, and kind face, which can you see that people are vixens? She is so excellent girl, even if with Fulu and Feng Jing such big schoolgrass are more than enough, where to see on Xia Shiqing this kind of stupid? Of course, in case you really looked at Xia Shiqian, that is also the recognition of people on my vision of choosing men. As for me, it would be my honor to break up with Xia Shiqian because of a character like her." Chapter 88, Buying a Villa to Send to the New Big Chief. The moment Jiang Xiao's words fell, all the girls, including Jin who had her face smacked hotly, were confused at the same time. In the next moment, the gazes of the 4 looking at Jiang Xiao changed at the same time. "Jiang Xiao, this is being possessed, right? Otherwise, how could she beat up her best girlfriend because of a girl they didn't even know?" Even, she started talking nonsense in broad daylight. But very quickly, Jin came back to her senses.
Her face overflowed with thick consternation as she looked at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao, you hit me? For such a woman you hit me?
Seeing that Dai had once again spoken disrespectfully to Sasher, Jiang Xiao hurriedly said,
Dai, what do you mean by this woman? Quickly apologize to this one.
Dai saw that Jiang Xiao had even disregarded the half-year friendship between them in order to defend Sasher. A pair of fists suddenly clenched up, and an indescribable determination came out in her voice.
Jiang Xiao, I'm going to disown you.
After saying that, she didn't care about anything else and directly turned around and ran away. Seeing this, Jiang Xiao's heart immediately developed a bit of anxiety. However, under the fear of Sasher's identity, she didn't dare to go directly, but deeply bowed to Sasher, sorry. After saying that, seeing that Sasher's face did not show any obvious fluctuations, only then did she immediately lift her feet and chased after Jin. Seeing this, the remaining 3 girls, after deeply looking at Sasher, also followed. Right at this moment, a cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. After Sasher answered it, Feng Jing's voice that was enough to make thousands of girls' ears pregnant came from the opposite side. Hearing the voice from the opposite side, the corner of Sasher's mouth slowly hooked up a faint smile. Good, I'll go over now. After Sasher hung up the phone, she just happened to bump into Sasherqian's face that was complicated to the extreme. Sasherqian swore that if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he really didn't dare to dream that this female devil in front of him could have such a smile on her face. But if this woman shared even a tenth of this gentleness with him, he wouldn't have nightmares at night just thinking about this face of hers. 5 minutes later, Sasher's figure appeared in front of the sales office. Just as she entered the hall, she saw a familiar figure, the very same Xiaomuyu, the schoolgirl of Imperial City College who had her arm broken by Feng Jing at the Xia family banquet 10 days ago. At this moment, she was talking to the middle-aged man beside her. Dad, that person is the only person who has risen to the position of Grand Chief in the Summer Country in the past 10 years, and is an existence that even Grandpa can only look up to, so if you send someone a set of such an ordinary villa, can they like it?
Xiaomuyu's father, who is also the patriarch of one of the 5 great families in Imperial City, Xiao Zhantian, shook his head and said,
This set of villa is just a token of appreciation. What Dad really wants to give at the banquet at night, of course it won't be put out in the open. Xiaomuyu sniffed, as if he suddenly thought of something, his eyes widened violently.
You will not want to send.
Okay, let's pick the villa first. Although it's just a plain thing, but if you can get a compliment from that big shot, it's also good. Hearing his father's words, Xiaomuyu hurriedly nodded solemnly, good. And just as Xiaomuyu was about to carefully select, the rest of her eyes suddenly glanced at Sasher, who was the first to enter the sales hall. At that instant, she subconsciously clenched her fists. The drilling pain coming from her arm once again made her think of the humiliation at the Xia family banquet. Then, she, who had always been calm and collected, rarely revealed her deep disgust towards Sasher.
Xiao Zhantian couldn't help but open his mouth and ask when he saw Xiaomuyu's face. Muryu, who is this?
Xiaomuyu slowly pursed her red lips into a straight line and said back in a voice that Sasher could completely hear. A vixen who clearly should have resigned herself to being an inferior person, but instead wanted to rely on stealing other people's men to get to the top.
Chapter 89. This kid fell in love at first sight?
Sasher sniffed, her footsteps abruptly lurched. At that moment, a cold aura-like substance suddenly spread out from it. However, without waiting for Xiaoxi to do anything, Feng Jing and Xia Mother just walked out from the VIP room in the sales hall. When Xiaomuyu saw Feng Jing and Mother Xia, a flash of realization appeared on her face. And then, her gaze towards Sasher revealed a strong sense of contempt and disdain. She said that Sasher, a trash from a second-rate small family, how could she come to such a place?
It turned out that she was begging Feng Jing to buy her a house?
Obviously, she didn't have that kind of background, but she still wanted to fantasize about what she couldn't get. This kind of woman deserves to be an inferior person for the rest of her life.
The Feng family's boy?
Xiao Zhantian saw Feng Jing and instantly said with a look of surprise on his face.
Dad, what?
Xiaomuyu said with a puzzled face.
Her dad knew Feng Jing? How did she not know?
Xiao Zhantian sniffed and withdrew his gaze from Feng Jing, patiently explaining to his daughter. Your uncle Feng has 2 sons in total, one is Feng Jiang, who is Dad's favorite candidate for your future husband, and the other is Feng Jing, who has almost never appeared in front of outsiders. Xiaomuyu froze violently at the words.
Uncle Feng's other son was Feng Jing?
4 months ago, when she first met Feng Jing, she sensed that he was unusual. And she had investigated Feng Jing's background countless times, but had always come up empty-handed. She had never thought that Feng Jing was the Feng family's youngest son, who was rumored to be an extremely useless loser.
Without waiting for Xiaomuyu to wonder how, Xiao Zhantian nodded and said, yes.
Originally, he was just a loser who couldn't be helped, and was hidden by the Feng family for fear that he would go out and lose face. But half a year ago there was an accident. After that accident this Feng Jing was like a different person. Seeing your reaction, I think that although you are in the same Imperial City College, you have not met before.
Originally, Dad wanted to let you meet after today's banquet to see if you like the Fengjing that you met before, or if you like this Fengjing more, and you can make up your mind about who you want to marry after you've met both of them, but I didn't expect that by fate, you'd meet in advance. When Xiao Muyu heard Xiao Zhantian's words, endless ecstasy surged in his eyes. The heavens couldn't bear to see Fengjing with a bumpkin like that, so they stepped in to help her? To know, she had recently been on the verge of having her head turned white by her father's preparations to decide on her marriage. She didn't expect her father to find her a marriage partner, but Fengjing was one of them. This surprise had come too suddenly. However, very quickly, Xiao Mayu suppressed the excitement in her heart and asked Xiao Zhantian, "Dad, what do you think of Fengjing?" Xiao Zhantian pondered slightly before speaking. To say that the Fengjing from half a year ago was a mess, but the current him. Here he spoke with a beat in his voice. Then, he said in a solemn tone, his future is unlimited. Xiao Muyu had originally only hoped that her father would give Fengjing a relatively positive evaluation. However, she did not expect that her father's evaluation of Fengjing would be so high. Originally, she only had an 80% chance of her father agreeing to be with Fengjing. Now, it had directly risen to 10%. Thinking of this, Xiao Mayu hurriedly said to Xiao Zhantian, "Dad, I have something I want to talk to you about." When Xiao Zhantian heard this, that always serious face actually revealed a bit of a smile. "You're not going to tell me that you fell in love at first sight with this kid, are you?" Xiao Moyu was a little embarrassed, but still nodded. When Xiao Zhantian saw this, a refreshing laugh immediately came out of his mouth. Chapter 90. Get out of the Xiao War Department before it's too late. Let's go over and take a look. After Xiao Zhantian finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xiao Mayu to respond and hurriedly raised his feet and walked over in the direction where Fengjing was. When Xiao Mayu saw her father's attitude, a hint of arrogance immediately flashed through the beautiful eyes that were looking at Sasher. This kind of inferior person also dared to steal a man from her, Xiao Mayu, nor did she look in the mirror to see if she was worthy. Xiao Zhantian walked up to Fengjing's front and back and did not put on his elder's airs, but took the initiative to smile and open his mouth. Fengjing's nephew, what a coincidence. Fengjing looked at Xiao Zhantian and called out, "Uncle Xiao," with an indifferent expression. When Xiaoxi heard Fengjing address Xiao Zhantian, her eyes couldn't help but flash through a flash of surprise. Although she had not seen Xiao Zhantian in person, she had sent someone to collect information on the 5 great family heads of Imperial City. The first time she saw Xiao Zhantian, she knew that this person was none other than the Xiao family head of one of the 5 great families. Only, she did not expect Fengjing to affectionately address Xiao Zhantian as uncle. In that case, wouldn't it mean that Fengjing, most likely, was a member of one of the 5 great families in Imperial City? When she thought of this, a flash of realization suddenly flashed across Xiaoxi's eyes. No wonder Emperor Emotion couldn't find out any information about Fengjing. If Fengjing was a member of the 5 great families, then it wouldn't be surprising. After all, the information of anyone within the 5 great families was entered into the national confidentiality system, and without a specific identity, it was impossible to learn any information or movements of the people of the 5 great families. And just as Sasher's mind was turning over with thoughts, Xiao Zhantian suddenly looked at her with a smile. "Girl, you are? My name is Sasher. Xia family?" Xiao Zhantian heard this and a trace of doubt appeared on his face as he seemed to be pondering which Xia families were in Imperial City. Xiao Muyu saw this and directly spoke. "Father, in the entire Imperial City, there is only one second-rate small family with the surname Xia. Tonight's banquet, a small family like the Xia family does not even have the qualifications to enter the outer arena." Xiao Zhantian nodded in understanding when he heard this. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he looked at Fengjing and said, "Nephew, the banquet at night is not trivial. If you don't even have a female companion, I'm afraid you'll make people laugh." As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Mayu beside him. The implication that Xiao Mayu could be his female companion was already extremely obvious. He believed that Fengjing was a smart person. With such obvious authorization from himself, he thought that Fengjing would soon realize that his daughter was the one who could join hands with him for the rest of her life. On the side, when Sasher heard Xiao Zhantian's words, she raised an eyebrow and looked at Fengjing. "Banquet?" Fengjing nodded slightly. The banquet organized by the Dragon Chief to celebrate the emergence of the 4th great chief in the Xia kingdom was indeed an entertainment that was not too easy to put off. It was only then that Sasher remembered what Long Yuan had said 10 days ago about organizing a promotion banquet for her. Only, she didn't expect that Long Yuan's banquet was about to start, but she hadn't even notified her, the rightful owner, yet. "I will accompany you." Since she said that she would cooperate with Long Yuan, she naturally had to do what she said. However, just at the moment when Sasher's words fell, Xiao Muyu suddenly let out a light laugh. "You accompany? Do you know what level banquet that is? Not to mention that you, a junior who cannot be ranked in the Xia family, even the Xia family lord, does not have the qualifications to go forward and participate." Xiao Zhantian also could not help but shake his head. As expected, women from such small families were not allowed to be on the stage. Even words like attending the Grand Chief's banquet without knowing the heights of heaven and earth dared to be said. It was really unaware of what was going on.
However, just when Xiao Muyu and Xiao Zhantian thought that Feng Jing would directly turn pale after hearing Sasher's words, they never expected that Feng Jing's handsome face actually revealed a shallow smile. Afterwards, he nodded to Sasher and said, "Good, I'll have someone get you an invitation." However, Sasher shook her head. "No need, there will be people from the War Ministry to send it over to me." The moment Sasher's words fell, Xiao Zhantian's gaze towards Sasher completely changed. At the same time, his heart became more and more disappointed with Feng Jing's vision of women. And at this moment, Xiao Muyu's gaze towards Sasher could no longer just be summarized by looking at a little cutie. It could be summarized. Someone from the War Ministry took the initiative to invite you? If there really was such a stupid person, staying in the War Ministry would also be a disgrace to the War Ministry. This kind of person should get out of the Xiao War Ministry before it's too late. Ding bell. Just at the moment Xiao Muyu's words fell, the cell phone inside Sasher's pocket suddenly rang. Sasher took out his cell phone and took a look. The caller ID on the screen was clearly Long Yuan. Chapter 91, Great Chief? Did they hear it wrong? Sasher swept a glance at the cell phone screen, and then glanced at Xiao Muyu with a smile. Xiao Muyu felt Sasher's gaze and for some reason, a bad premonition suddenly arose in her heart. However, without waiting for her to open her mouth to say anything, Sasher had already pressed the answer button without slowing down. With that, she placed the phone to her ear and faintly said, "Great Chief." When Xiao Muyu and Xiao Zhantian heard Sasher's words, both of their faces revealed a shock that was thick to the extreme. Big Chief? Did they hear it wrong? How could the Great Chief personally call a little girl from a second-rate family? I don't know what the opposite side of the phone said. Sasher suddenly laughed at the words, "You've made all the arrangements, ask me at this time. If I refuse, is there any place to put this old face of yours?" Immediately, the opposite side seemed to say something else. The smile at the corner of Sasher's mouth could not help but deepen a few points. "Well, I know you have good intentions, I will go over at night." Long Yuan on the opposite side finally let go of his heart when he heard Sasher's words. However, just as he was about to hang up the phone, Sasher suddenly opened her mouth. "Wait." After saying that, Sasher's gaze landed on Xiao Muyu's face, who clearly had some skepticism in her expression. And then, she faintly opened her mouth. "Say what you just said again." Xiao Muyu looked at Sasher's face. Suddenly her heart tightened. But then, as if she suddenly reacted to something, she snorted and laughed. With that, she suddenly raised her hand to applaud Sasher. At the same time, she complimented with emotion on her face. "Like, the acting is really like that. If I didn't know about your lowly identity, I'm afraid that even I would have been fooled by you." Saying that, Xiao Muyu's eyes that looked at Sasher revealed a touch of thick mockery. "Do you think that just because you casually answer a phone call, you can make us believe that the Great Chief personally called to invite you to today's banquet? Do you really think that other than you, everyone here is a little cutie? Do you?" At this moment, when Sasher heard Xiao Muyu's sarcasm, the aura around her body had completely chilled. Then, a voice that sounded like it could freeze the air came out from her mouth. "I asked you to repeat what you said before about whoever invited me to the banquet should get out of the War Department. Where do you have so much nonsense?" Xiao Muyu felt the cold aura emanating from Sasher's voice, and her body subconsciously shrank for a moment. However, in the next moment, it occurred to her that Sasher was merely a small of a second-rate family, yet she dared to chide her in public without giving her any face at all. Instantly, a monstrous rage surged into her heart. Under that intense anger, Xiao Muyu directly ignored Feng Jing and her father, who were standing at the side, and directly opened her mouth to chide Sasher. "What kind of thing are you? What qualifications do you have to order me around?" Sasher faintly swept a glance at her when she heard this, and then said to Long Yuan on the opposite side of the phone, "Xiao Muyu of the Xiao family, since she is a guest invited to the banquet, I won't move her now. Wait for the banquet and then you can deal with it yourself." Across the phone, Long Yuan's face had gone completely cold. Although Xiao Muyu did not repeat his previous words, he had already guessed from Sasher's mere words. Whoever invited Sasher should get the hell out of the War Department? And also dared to talk like this to Chief Xia, who he had managed to get into the position of Grand Chief with great difficulty. Ha! Xiao family, what a big nerve. Originally, he had wanted to find a big family to start with at today's banquet to boost Sasher's reputation as the fourth Grand Chief of Xia. Only, he hadn't been sure which family it was. Since this daughter of the Xiao family head had taken the initiative to bump into the gun, she could only recognize her own bad luck. Afterward, Long Yuan said a good word to Sasher in a slightly cold tone before hanging up the phone. Xiao Muyu saw Sasher remove the cell phone from her ear before she sneered. "Finished acting? Dare to make up something like you know the big chief to deceive people. Do you know what kind of crime this is?" Chapter 92, Good, bear with it, soon will not hurt. However, Sasher sniffed and didn't even sweep a glance at her. She directly turned her head to look at Xia Mother and said, "Mom, do you have a house in mind?" Xia Mother sniffed and asked Sasher with some surprise. "Xiao sure, you guys just said that the big chief, is that the one known to the people of Xia?" And just when Xia Mother opened her mouth, Xiao Muyu had a bright idea and immediately took out his cell phone and pressed the record button. And at this time, Sasher heard Xia Mother's words and slightly nodded her head.
Aha!
She noticed Xiao Muyu's action but did not stop it. To be honest, she was really a bit curious about what this extremely prestigious schoolgirl from the Imperial City Academy could do. As for Mother Xia, when she saw Sasher nod her head, the surprise on her face became even more intense. Afterward, she asked Sasher with some curiosity,
"How did you get to know a character like Chief Dragon?"
"When I was 17 years old, I completed a mission that was very important to Xia, and Long Yuan personally gave me a medal in order to honor me."
That time was the first time I met him.
Xiao Muyu was first stunned at his words. In the next moment, a flash of intense joy flashed across her eyes as she looked at Sasher. At this moment, she suddenly felt that her move to open the recording just now was simply wise to the extreme. One had to know that the Xia kingdom valued war ministry merit to an almost harsh degree. If Sasher had just blurted out that she knew Long Yuan, although she was guilty, sentencing her to 2 years would be considered tops. But now, she had said something like she had made a great achievement at the age of 17, and even Long Yuan had personally issued her a merit badge. To be able to have Long Yuan personally issue a merit badge was at least a first class or above. The laws of the Summer Kingdom stipulated that War Department personnel who fabricated that they had received more than first-class merit in the War Department would be sentenced to more than 10 years of imprisonment. For non-war ministry personnel, it would be 10 years for a light sentence or life imprisonment. The recording in her cell phone was evidence. Evidence that was enough to make Sasher sit in jail. On the side, Feng Jing couldn't help but show some surprise in his eyes as he looked at Sasher. Sasher's people hadn't been able to find out about him, and on his side, he hadn't been able to find out about Sasher's information. At this moment, when he heard Sasher's words, he roughly understood the reason. Subsequently, Sasher paid no more attention to Xiao Muyu, and a moment later, together with Xia Mother, they finalized one of the only 2 remaining villas with the best house type. As for the other villa that happened to be adjacent to it, it was bought by Xiao Zhantian as a congratulatory gift to be given to the newly appointed Grand Chieftain at tonight's banquet. Since the villas were already made, the formalities were completed in just a few minutes. Xiao Muyu looked at the villa's housebook that her father had gotten his hands on, and then glanced at the housebook in Xia Xia's hands. And then, in a voice that only herself and Xiao Zhantian could hear, she opened her mouth to Xiao Zhantian. "I don't know if that newly appointed chief will live in, if he does, and see such a neighbor, I don't know if he will have any bad impression on father." Xiao Zhantian's footsteps towards the outside of the sales hall suddenly lurched when he heard this. At the same time, his face revealed obvious worry. Seeing this, Xiao Muyu could not help but open his mouth in amusement. "Dad, just kidding with you, I don't know if that big chief will live in, but..." Speaking here, Xiao Muyu suddenly raised her hand and pointed to Sasher, and then continued, "But I can be sure that it's impossible to have the chance to live in." Tonight, if Sasher could really be brought into the banquet by Feng Jing, she would release this recording in public. She would make Sasher lose face and make Feng Jing's father, the head of the Feng family, disappointed in her. She would make this second-rate small family origin lose the possibility of marrying into the Feng family forever. Not only that. At that time, after the great chief of Long Yuan heard this recording, Sasher would definitely be arrested on the spot and sent to the Cloud City prison, and from then on, there would be no turning back. As for her, she would stay by Feng Jing's side, letting him understand how poor his previous vision was to look at Sasher, letting him know clearly that she, Xiao Muyu, was tens of thousands of times better than Sasher. Thinking of this, Xiao Muyu turned her head to look at Xiao Zhantian to confirm. "Dad, is it possible for Feng Jing to help her get into the banquet's inner sanctum?" Tonight's banquet is related to the division of the 9 war zones of Xia. The new chief's assumption of office will directly break the existing pattern of Xia's war department. This kind of specification banquet, there is no possibility that she can enter the inner field. Xiao Muyu heard this, and her eyes could not help but reveal a trace of disappointment. However, very quickly, as if she suddenly thought of something, the corner of her lips suddenly evoked a meaningful smile. She didn't want a good show to be missing its lead actor. Since this was the case, she didn't mind giving her a hand, and by the way, letting her add to her sins, never having the possibility of turning over a new leaf. And just as Xiao Muyu's eyes flickered, Sasher's few people had already walked out of the sales hall. However, she and Feng Jing had just stepped out of the door when a pretty girl who had been observing for a long time not far away suddenly ran straight towards Feng Jing, and was about to crash into his arms. Feng Jing swept a glance at the figure, and then unhurriedly moved a step towards Xiaoxi's side. In the next moment, Feng Jing seemed to be rubbed by the woman who suddenly rushed over to him, and his feet were unsteady as he suddenly fell towards Sasher. Seeing this, Sasher immediately embraced the person into her arms with her quick eyes and hands. Ah! At the same time, the silhouette of the person who threw herself at Feng Jing, because of the inertia, directly rushed into the sales hall, and fell into a dog on the smooth marble floor. Xiaoxi didn't even look at the girl who had fallen miserably, but instead checked Feng Jing's entire body at the first opportunity. After determining that there were no major problems, she opened her mouth to ask with some concern. "Are you alright?" Feng Jing's eyes swept a glance at the distant Fumiya, and then rubbed his arm that was touched by the corner of the coat, his brows slightly knit, a little pain. Behind the two, Moyen's small assistant violently froze. His young master half a year ago, because the physical quality is too poor, just started practicing combat, was made full of injuries. The face did not change the young master, because a woman rubbed a bit, it hurts.
Could it be that this woman was carrying some kind of extremely lethal weapon with her? Thinking of this, Mo Yan's complexion instantly tensed up.
And at this moment, Sasher had already carefully examined Feng Jing's arm. Although she didn't see any at all, she didn't make an arbitrary decision, but instead cooperated with the opening.
It doesn't seem like a big problem, but it could be an internal injury.
After saying that, she kissed the corner of Feng Jing's lips soothingly. It won't hurt anymore soon, good boy, bear with it.
Feng Jing nodded.
Afterward, he was about to force himself to leave Sasher's embrace. However, before he could stand firmly, his body suddenly swayed twice. Seeing this, Sasher hurriedly hugged the person tighter. Feng Jing looked at Sasher, who was close at hand, and between the delicate eyebrows that looked like God had carefully designed them, self-blame and aggrieved Baba, or pain.
Mo Yan, the young assistant.
He, as if, knew what was wrong with his young master. Just, how did he not know that his young master still had the ability to play the weak little white lotus? Even, he was very skeptical that this male version of the frail little white flower in front of him was really his family's cold and overbearing young master who didn't even blink when he killed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes today, he wouldn't have dared to dream of such a horrifying scene even in his dreams. At the same time, behind the two people, Xiao Muyu's footsteps steeply froze in place. And the distant Fu Luvia, the body suddenly stiffened into a piece of ice sculpture. However, just when the two people were shocked at this cognitively breaking scene in front of them, they did not expect that Feng Jing could still make new heights.
Chapter 93. This kind of little goblin, who can stand it?
Only to see that the grievance on Feng Jing's handsome face intensified a few points as he looked at Xiaoxi, who was quietly watching his performance. However, no matter how sad he was, he didn't open his mouth to say anything, but only strongly held up that injured body, silently protesting against Xiaosher's heartlessness. Sasher quietly watched Feng Jing's slow-motion movie-like movements, the smile at the corner of her mouth getting deeper and deeper. Only when Feng Jing's strength and leaning on her was about to disappear did Sasher smile and press him back on top of her. Only this time, Feng Jing did not obediently lean on Sasher again, but instead, he extremely firmly left Sasher's embrace. Then, he glanced at Fu Luan, who was not far away, and then at Sasher in front of him. In that good-sounding voice, there was an obvious worry.
Say, are you having other men behind your back? Mo Yan. What is this little daughter-in-law look that suspects her husband is cheating? Delusion. Everything in front of him must be an illusion.
There's no way his young master would speak in such a tone.
Right, none of this is true.
In the distance, Fu Luan looked at Feng Jing. This appearance, that warm as jade face, suddenly began to crack open inch by inch. At this moment, he suddenly understood why he lost so badly in his previous life. He really never dreamed that a man like Feng Jing, in order to get the love of Sasher, could lower his posture to such a degree.
At the same time,
Xiao Muyu felt like her three views were about to collapse.
This was really the man in her heart who was as high and cold as a god and inviolable? How could this be?
And at this moment, Feng Jing saw that Sasher just looked at herself faintly without saying anything, and a very light, but translucent voice with the slightest hint of a threatening meaning came out of his mouth. Sasher faintly smiled. See your performance.
Feng Jing sniffed and frowned a few points tighter, obviously not satisfied with Sasher's answer.
However, without waiting for him to protest, Sasher directly leaned over and kissed him on the corner of his lips. Feng Jing felt the warm and soft touch on his thin lips and almost instantly swallowed the words that were about to come out.
Sasher looked at him and laughed out faintly. Is your body feeling better? Feng Jing reluctantly opened his mouth, a little bit.
Seeing Feng Jing with a look of I'm very weak right now, and I'm very dissatisfied with your answer, if you mess with me again, I'll die for you to see, helplessly but submissively leaned in and kissed him again.
Alas!
Her family's big baby, this have something to do with her for a hand of nature, also do not know when can change. However, it was fortunate that he met her.
Otherwise, this kind of little demon, who can stand it? Mo Yan's little assistant. Really enough? Who can come and take these two goods to him? Can't you go home if you want to make out? Is it really okay to be so sadistic in public? Besides, don't you know what they say? Showing love will kill you fast.
For the sake of his happiness, he sincerely hopes that his young master will live a long life. If the heavens don't like this kind of love between these two and send a punishment to kill his young master, who will he cry to? Jingle bells. I don't know if God heard his voice, but the cell phone in Feng Jing's pocket suddenly rang. At that moment, Feng Jing, who was not satisfied with Sasher's shallow taste and was ready to have a deep kiss with her, so that the wild men who coveted Sasher would immediately retreat, suddenly furrowed his brows. He had wanted to simply ignore the phone and lean towards Sasher. However, before he could move, he was jabbed in the shoulder by Sasher's raised finger.
Answer the phone.
Hearing Sasher's words, Feng Jing, despite being very reluctant, still did as he was told. Only, after he pressed the answer button, the words that came out of his mouth were cold to the extreme, saying,
Chapter 94. Famous in Imperial City 1.
When Mo Yan heard Feng Jing's voice, he let out a fierce sigh of relief.
Fortunately,
his young master was still his young master and had not been possessed by anything strange. If his young master was only abnormal when he met this woman in front of him, he could barely accept it. A few moments later, Feng hung up the phone with a not-so-good look on his face. When Sasher saw his complexion, she probably guessed that he had to go. She smiled faintly. If you have something to do, go, and get busy first. Feng looked at Sasher's gaze without much reluctance. His heart was suddenly a bit stuffy. However, when he thought that they still had a long time to spend together, and that he had plenty of time to make Sasher love him even more than she did in her last life, his heart was relieved. Afterward, he solemnly assured Sasher, "Soon no one will be able to keep us apart." Sasher gave a light Feng lightly kissed the corner of her lips before saying, "See you tonight." After saying that, he didn't even look at the other people and directly walked onto his own stretch Lincoln. It wasn't until Feng Jing's car completely disappeared from sight that Xiaomuyu slowly returned to her senses. At this moment, her gaze towards Sasher completely changed. She didn't understand what kind of demonic spell Sasher had cast on Feng Jing to make him show such a side. Only, even she herself did not realize that the eyes she looked at Sasher were mixed with the slightest hint of extremely subtle jealousy. The instant this thought rose from Xiaomuyu's heart, a strong sense of annoyance suddenly arose in her heart. Then, her line of sight suddenly landed on the beautiful woman who had just tried to pounce on Feng Jing but had fallen in a lousy manner, and her eyes abruptly flashed with a flash of morose coldness. Sasher swept a glance at Xiaomuyu's face and directly raised her hand to support Xia Mother's arm. "Mom, let's go." And just as the two of them were walking towards the villa they had just newly bought, a mournful scream suddenly came out from the sales hall. Afterwards, Sasher took Xia Mother to look at the location of the new villa, and then returned with Xia Mother to Fuluan Villa. The two of them packed the things in the villa, and then took the things and Xia Zichen, who had just woken up, to the new villa. During the period, Sasher and Fu Luvia did not notice when will not have a password bank card in the living room on the coffee table, as a few days nuisance each other's compensation. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Sasher left the villa, ready to go to the hotel where the banquet was held. And just as she had left the front door of the villa, a white envelope suddenly floated to her feet. Sasher faintly swept her surroundings, and then a meaningful smile appeared in her eyes. Afterwards, she slowly bent down and picked up the envelope. The envelope was not sealed, and as she gently poured it out, an invitation printed with the pattern of the Xia Kingdom's War Department appeared in Sasher's hands. Sasher swept a glance at Long Yuan's signature, and the corner of her mouth slowly hooked up a smile. Only, this smile did not have the slightest bit of temperature. Afterward, she directly stuffed the invitation back into the envelope before putting it into her pocket. An hour later, the car that Sasher took stopped in front of the hotel's main door. It was worth mentioning that in order not to fall into Long Yuan's face, before coming over, she deliberately went to the mall to buy a relatively formal dress to change into. And just as Sasher got out of the car, a group of people happened to walk over from the distance. "I heard that the new big chief is the one who was rumored to be under 20 years old a long time ago. Do you think this is true? You said it's just a rumor, and I don't even believe you when you say that you'll become a senior commander within 20 years of age, let alone a grand chieftain. Unless the Dragon Chief and the other two great chiefs are senile, how could they let a kid under 20 years old take the throne?" Chapter 95 Famous in Imperial City 2. And just as the crowd was discussing, soon enough, a few people's gazes landed on Sasher. After all, most of the people on the scene had come in clans, and Sasher, who was in single form, appeared extremely abrupt. "Which family's young lady is this? Why haven't I seen it before?" "I haven't seen it either. Could it be a young lady from a big family that hasn't been out much?" Sasher directly ignored the gazes of the crowd and walked straight into the hotel door. Just entering the hotel, the welcoming lady walked to Sasher with a smile on her face. "Hello, please show me the invitation." Originally at this time, Sasher should have let Long Yuan send someone over to lead her in, but since someone had already sent her an invitation, she didn't mind saving some trouble. She directly handed the invitation she had just picked up to the welcoming lady. "Is this okay?" When the welcoming lady saw the invitation, she didn't even flip it open, and immediately made a respectful gesture to Sasher. "Please come in." She did not carefully check the authenticity of the invitation. After all, those who could receive the invitation were all big shots who could make her fall into ruin with a single word. If she accidentally angered such a big shot, she was afraid that she would die a miserable death. As for the possibility of the invitation being fake within the entire Xia Kingdom, unless someone did not want to live anymore, it was impossible for someone to dare to fake the invitation to Long Yuan's banquet. Sasher nodded slightly, retrieved the invitation and walked into the elevator leading to the top-floor banquet hall. And just as she walked into the elevator, a group of more than 10 people followed her in. After the crowd entered the elevator, the gazes of nearly half of them fell on Sasher. Soon, the youth who was closer to Sasher took the initiative to open his mouth and asked, "What is your name?" "Sasher." When the people inside the elevator heard Sasher's words, they were all stunned. Soon, the old man's face showed his astonishment and said, "You are the Xia family of Imperial City?" "Sort of." Sasher didn't want to explain too much and directly made a perfunctory sentence. When the people in the elevator heard this, the doubt in their eyes when they looked at Sasher immediately became a few points thicker. Ding! Just as the crowd was about to ask something else, the elevator had already reached the top floor. After the elevator doors opened, Sasher directly walked down the elevator. She originally wanted to go directly to the chief's lounge to find Long Yuan. However, she didn't take a few steps before her eyes were attracted by the exquisite dim sum not far away. And just as Sasher went over to get the snacks, the youth who had just questioned Sasher looked at the people beside her with a belly full of doubts and asked, "If I remember correctly, the Xia family is only a second-rate small family. This kind of family can also receive an invitation letter from a great chief?" The handsome young man beside him shook his head. "I haven't heard that the dragon chief has invited families below the second rate," he said. "This woman couldn't have gotten mixed up in here to catch a trophy, could she?" The youth inquiring about Sasher frowned. "I don't think so, right? Unless she doesn't want to live, who would dare to come to this kind of banquet?" The handsome young man hooked his lips and smiled. "Yes or no, just go over there and ask, won't you know?" After saying that, he walked over to Sasher. At this moment, Sasher had already taken a few snacks and sat down. The handsome young man sat directly opposite Sasher and opened his mouth with a refined smile. "Miss Xia, do you mind if I sit here?" Sasher raised his eyes and swept a glance at the youth, and Fu Luvia's style is a little like, but far from Fu Luvia handsome, more not that kind of as the bones emanate from the mild elegance. Only one glance, she took back her eyes, voice indifferent said, "I let you sit, you do not all sit down?" Handsome young man saw that Sasher actually gave himself so little face, his handsome face suddenly stiffened. How could he not expect that he, who was invincible in the love scene, would have someone so not give him face? He was even more unable to accept that this woman who didn't give him face not only came from a second-rate family, but also, was not even half as good-looking as the ugliest girlfriend he had ever had. Instantly, the face he looked at Sasher with was completely cold. He didn't want to waste any more time and went straight to the point. "Miss Xia, can I take the liberty of asking where you got your invitation from?" Sasher frowned at him. "Does it have anything to do with you? Eating when someone is noisy across the street really affects the mood." The handsome youth suddenly laughed when he heard Sasher's reply, which was tantamount to tacitly admitting that there was something wrong with his invitation. However, the words that came out of his mouth were cold to the extreme. "I've seen many women like you, but it's the first time I've seen one with guts as big as yours. However, I really don't know who gave you the courage to let a woman of your caliber risk her life to appear here. To put it bluntly, if you were a bit better looking, I might even let you accompany me for a night to forgive your wantonness. But, with your looks, even if you rush to crawl into my bed, I'm not interested in you." Almost at the instant his words fell, a voice full of sarcastic concurrence suddenly came over. Chapter 96 Famous in Imperial City 3. "Young Jiang, aren't you too flattering to this lowly woman by saying such words to her?" The handsome young man, who was also the direct lineage of the Jiang family, Jiang Yuntian, sniffed and immediately looked over in the direction where the voice came from. Then, he saw the exquisitely made-up Xiao Moyu slowly walking over. Today's Xiao Moyu was dressed in a white floor-length dress, the edge of which was outlined with a single complex and delicate flower pattern using fine blue thread, which set off her temperament as even more pure and flawless, like a blooming snow lotus blooming in the cold sky. The moment Jiang Yuntian saw Xiao Moyu, a flash of extreme amazement steeply flashed across his eyes. He had read countless women in his life, but he had never seen a woman with such an outstanding temperament and such a thrilling beauty. Even for him, who boasted that he was completely considered to be the leader of the young generation, he felt that to look at the other party a few more times would be blasphemy to her. Under Jiang Yuntian's stunned gaze, Xiao Moyu slowly walked up to his body. Afterward, her slightly cold gaze directly landed on Sasher. And the words that came out of her mouth were permeated with an unquestionable command. "Take out your invitation." Sasher didn't even pass her a glance, and finished the last piece of pastry, before she wanted to get up and head to the chief's lounge. However, just as she got up, Xiao Moyu suddenly stepped forward and directly blocked her. "Didn't you hear my words?" Sasher's footsteps lurched before she raised her eyelids and swept a glance at her. Then, she let out a light laugh. "I didn't hear the words of the people, but the barking of the dog, I did hear it clearly." Jiang Yuntian froze violently. This woman dared to say that his goddess's speech was a dog's bark? Instantly, a wave of anger that the person he wanted to protect with all his heart was being trampled on recklessly rose steeply to his heart. Under that intense anger, he suddenly took a step forward and was about to push Sasher away from Xiao Moyu. However, just as he raised his hand, Xiao Moyu had already raised her previously uninjured left hand and viciously swiped at Sasher's face. However, just as her hand was about to touch Sasher's face, slap! An extremely loud slap sound abruptly resounded throughout the entire banquet hall. The tremendous force carried above that slap directly sent Xiao Moyu's entire body flying out. Xiao Moyu's body ruthlessly smashed on top of a dining table 5 meters away. Boom! A dull sound came out and the dining table was directly split into pieces. The broken wooden frame easily scraped a few cracks on Xiao Moyu's white long skirt. A few of these cracks were scraped extremely deep, directly leaving several blood marks on Xiao Moyu's body. Fresh blood overflowed from the wounds, instantly coloring the cracks in the white dress red. In an instant, Xiao Moyu changed from a cold goddess on top of an iceberg to a wretched and miserable downtrodden woman. Because the commotion on this side was really a bit big, the gazes around the banquet hall quickly focused on Xiao Moyu. After many men saw the injured and fallen Xiao Moyu, their faces showed a little bit of intolerance. After all, although Xiao Moyu looked extremely distressed at this moment, under the backdrop of that beauty, it inexplicably gave birth to a feeling of protectiveness. And this feeling was especially evident in the heart of Zhang Yuntian, who was closest to Xiao Moyu. He almost only froze for a split second before he quickly ran to the side of Xiao Moyu and was extremely careful in trying to help her up. However, Xiao Moyu did not have the intention of standing up in compliance with his force. Her eyes were fixed on Sasher, and her entire person fell into a wave of extreme shock and frustration. Previously, at the Xia family banquet, even when she had been slapped twice in a row by Sasher, she had only thought that it was due to her own gullibility. However, this slap from Sasher just now made her realize Sasher's strength was really above her. And in her cognizance, regardless of looks or strength, she was the number one of all the women in Imperial City, and could only be number one. She would never allow someone to be more outstanding than herself, and even more so, she would not allow someone who was more outstanding than her to be a lowly person from a second-rate family. Thinking of this, Xiao Mayu's gaze towards Sasher was as if it had been quenched with poison. No one could be stronger than her. If there was, then, destroy it. And just as this thought was born in Xiao Mayu's heart, a middle-aged man dressed in a one-star senior commander's clothing walked over with quick steps. His face was slightly cold as he looked at Xiao Mayu on the ground and Zhang Yuntian, who was trying to help Xiao Mayu up, and opened his mouth to ask, "What's going on?" Chapter 97 Famous in Imperial City 4. Zhang Yuntian's face immediately looked happy when he saw the visitor. This person, but his brother brought to the family twice friend, with his brother Zhang Yuntian as the same one-star senior commander, the relationship is extremely good. Today, he wanted to let this little sneak in to seduce men, to pay the price for desecrating his goddess. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuntian immediately glanced at Sasher with a sad and angry face before turning his head to the one-star senior commander in front of him. "Commander Shin, this young lady and I only reasonably suspected that her invitation was fake and wanted her to bring it out for us to see, but she directly struck in irritation." The middle-aged man known as Commander Shin frowned, his gaze slightly cold as he looked at Sasher and asked, "Is what he said true?" Sasher fatally swept his gaze more and more cold Xiao Muyu a glance, and then to Shin Commander said, "The Dragon Abyss Big Chief called over." When Commander Shin heard Sasher's words, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Unbridled. Is Grand Chief Dragon something you can see just because you want to? Sasher did not take into account the rudeness of Commander Shin towards himself on the basis that he was just doing official business, but took the initiative to take a step back. "It's fine for you to go over with me to find him." However, when Commander Shin heard this, his face turned even colder as he looked at Sasher. At the same time, his tone also revealed a few points of toughness. "The place where the Dragon Chief is at is not a place where people like you can enter at will. Bring me your invitation letter, immediately." Seeing that his tone didn't have half a bit of room to turn around, Sasher no longer insisted on going to Long Yuan, but instead told the truth. "Chief Long called me to come here and didn't give me an invitation." The surrounding guests who were watching this side to see what was going on were stunned when they heard Sasher's words. Then, the gazes of the surrounding people looking at Sasher were as if they were looking at a little cutie. "General, the Dragon Chief personally called her to let her come over? Nor do you look in the mirror to see what you are, worthy of Chief Dragon giving her a look. I just heard from the Zhang family that her name is Xia, and the Xia family is not even qualified to enter today's banquet, so where does she get the nerve to say that she was personally invited by Long Yuan? This woman is obviously not good looks but still want to marry into the family, desperate to take a chance." It was a pity that anyone who wasn't blind couldn't possibly look at her. Xiao Moyu listened to the surrounding murmurs, and the sarcasm and disdain in her eyes immediately intensified a few points. This kind of thing, even if her strength is stronger than her, so what? Lowly origin and mediocre appearance, doomed the other party in this life is not even worthy of her shoes. And Zhang Yuntian looked at the gazes of the surrounding crowd that looked at Sasher as if they were looking at a pathetic clown. Obviously is a low status of inferior people, but not hesitate to use the most dirty means, just to marry into the luxury family, and then squeeze into the circle does not belong to their own. However, she didn't know that luxury families were almost always married to each other, and even though some people liked to play outside, they would never bring home a woman from the outside. Therefore, in Zhang Yuntian's opinion, this kind of woman who dreamed of marrying into a rich family even at the expense of destroying her own future was really pitiful and ridiculous. In front of Sasher, Commander Shin was not interested in saying a few words of nonsense. He directly turned his head to look at the two combatants not far away. "Come on, people. Arrest this woman who dares to blend in without an invitation into the Imperial City Inspectorate." However, just as the words of the two combatants fell, a gasp filled with awe suddenly came out from the crowd. Then, a man as handsome as a god and a tough handsome man with a tough face walked in slowly from the door.
Chapter 98 Famous in Imperial City 5.
The moment the two appeared, almost all the gazes in the banquet hall were firmly fixed on the two. Today's banquet, just for these two handsome men, it's worth coming.
The one on the left I recognize, is the Feng family's youngest master Feng Jiang. The one on the right is?
The one on the right I met a while ago, it's Feng Jing, the young master of the Feng family who used to rarely go out. When some of the girls heard the last person's words, their gazes towards Feng Jing suddenly became even more fervent. Not only was he handsome, he also came from the Feng family, one of the 5 great families in Imperial City. How could there be such a perfect man in this world? However, soon after, a voice of astonishment suddenly came out from the crowd. Previously, Feng Jiang was recognized as the #1 rich and handsome man in Imperial City, but he didn't expect that he also had a younger brother who was enough to crush him. Alas, there was no telling what kind of woman would be worthy of this Feng Jing.
Even Xiao Muyu, the #1 beauty and talented girl in Imperial City, might not be able to catch his eye, right?
However, soon after, a male voice filled with jealousy rang out.
Haven't you guys heard?
The reason why this Feng Jing didn't come out before is because he's a complete loser, and the Feng family doesn't dare to let him go out for fear that he'll embarrass the family. When the crowd heard this, they looked at Feng Jing with suspicion. After seeing his handsome face, the women suddenly felt that nothing else mattered. What kind of loser? He was a man with a good character who didn't compete with the world, and this kind of man was the most suitable to be the other half. That is, where can there be such a perfect man? With his face, not to mention he's just a loser, even if he's a mute, I still like him.
The surrounding men.
They didn't know how to refute these words. However, very soon, the crowd of women's murmurs faded away. Because, in their line of sight, Feng Jing unexpectedly walked over to Xiao Muyu. Soon his footsteps stopped in front of Xiao Muyu. At that moment, the surrounding women held their breath in unison.
Could it be that this Feng Jing really liked Xiao Muyu?
Under the gaze of the women who were filled with doubt, Feng Jing slightly lowered his head and looked down at Xiao Muyu on the ground, his gaze as if he was looking at a dead person.
I broke one of your wrists last time, don't you remember?
Feng Jing's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone around him. At that instant, almost everyone in the banquet hall looked at him with deep shock in their eyes.
He broke Xiao Muyu's wrist last time? Wasn't it said that this Feng Jing was a loser? A loser could have such an aura, could say such words in such a tone? Rumors. Those are rumors. Someone must be jealous that Feng Jing was too good to spread rumors. When they thought of this, the gazes of the women towards Feng Jing were all colored with a fervor that was so intense that it reached the extreme. This kind of man, even Xiao Muyu was not worthy of him. He should be a god on high, without any woman being qualified to touch him. Zhang Yuntian, who had just been taught how to behave by Feng Jing not long ago, heard his words, and even though his heart was furious that he dared to treat his goddess like this, he only dared to weakly explain. This is not her fault today. Feng Jing slightly inclined his head and his eyes fell on Zhang Yuntian. When Zhang Yuntian felt Feng Jing's gaze, a wave of fear instinctively arose in his heart. However, under that strong protective desire for Xiao Muyu, he immediately raised his hand and pointed at Xiaxi. This thing today is all because of this. In order to sneak into the banquet and seduce a man, she used a fake invitation to get in. After Xiao Muriu and I broke it up, she became enraged and hit someone, and Muriu was slapped by her without defense. Today, this is all because of this, it has nothing to do with me and Muriu. When the surrounding crowd heard Zhang Yuntian's words, the disdain in their gazes towards Sasher suddenly grew a few points thicker. Previously, they were only guessing the purpose of Sasher's mixing in. At this time, Zhang Yuntian's words were tantamount to confirming the guesses in their hearts. This kind of ugly looking and still want to be beautiful, I'm afraid that this life will not be able to get men's favorite. What Zhang Yuntian didn't expect was that when Feng Jing heard his words, his handsome face not only didn't ease up in the slightest, but instead, it was as if he wanted to kill him. Then, Feng Jing suddenly laughed? Seducing a man? Under Feng Jing's extremely oppressive gaze, Zhang Yuntian didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation and quickly nodded his head. Yes. This kind of woman from a small family comes in here to seduce the sons of our big families and fantasize about marrying into a rich family. What else can she be here for? Right after Zhang Yuntian's words fell, Feng Jing suddenly laughed. The words that came out of his mouth caused Zhang Yuntian and everyone around him to be suddenly dumbfounded in place. Chapter 99 Famous in Imperial City 6. Seducing you? You're such a good for nothing, and you're worthy of letting her take the initiative to seduce you? The moment these words of Feng Jing fell, almost everyone was dumbfounded. What did these words mean? Zhang Yuntian was the young master of the Zhang family, one of the 5 great families in Imperial City. The line of women in the entire Imperial City who wanted to marry him could have been drawn out of the city. But now, Feng Jing was saying that he didn't have the qualifications to let such a woman with a humble status and mediocre looks take the initiative to seduce him? Did he look down on this woman too much, or did he look down on Zhang Yuntian too much?
Feng Jing, I admit that your strength is good, but there's no need for you to insult me like this for such a lowly woman, right?
You. Boom.
Before Jiang Yuntian could finish his sentence, he suddenly suffered a heavy blow to his stomach. Under that tremendous force, his entire body suddenly flew backwards. The crowd, who hadn't yet recovered from the shock of Feng Jing's previous words, were immediately dumbfounded even more completely when they heard this.
The young master of the Feng family, he actually hit the young master of the Zheng family at a banquet organized by the Dragon Abyss Grand Chief for the sake of a woman? Feng Jing, is he crazy?
And even more shocked in his heart was Jiang Yuntian.
He stared blankly at Feng Jing, his face overflowing with shock that was so thick that it reached the extreme. You hit me? Feng Jing just looked down at him with indifferent eyes. Let me hear any more insulting words about her come out of your mouth, and it won't be as simple as just a kick. The moment Feng Jing's words fell, the entire room became even quieter. At this moment, the gazes of almost all of the women looking at Sasher were permeated with intense jealousy. Although they understood that with Feng Jing's capital, there was no way he would look at a stupid woman who gambled her future to seduce a man and mix into the banquet. However, who was this woman, and what right did she have to make Feng Jing stand up for her? Feng Jing, last time I took the initiative to mess with you and you beat me up, I deserved it, I admit it. But for a woman like this to take action against me here, aren't you afraid that Chief Long will hold you accountable, or that you'll offend the soon-to-be fourth great chief of the Summer Kingdom? Feng Jing's brows furrowed slightly at that. That's my business, it's not your turn to worry about it. Oh, good, you Feng Jing are great. But if you're so defensive of a woman who will do anything to get a man, be careful that you won't be able to find a place to cry in the future. I'm well aware of this kind of woman's tactics. Once you're stuck with her, you just don't want to have a good life as long as you don't get her killed. The surrounding crowd was slightly stunned when they heard Jiang Yuntian's words. Immediately afterward, some of the women couldn't help but shake their heads in amusement. Stalking Feng Jing? Unless this woman was crazy. Otherwise, she would never be able to give birth to such unrealistic to impractical thoughts. However, in the very next moment when this thought surfaced in the minds of the women, they were, almost simultaneously, dumbfounded. Because, under their gazes, Sasher even walked to Feng Jing's side in a few steps, and naturally raised her hand to hold Feng Jing's long and slender jade-like hand, and then her fingertips interspersed, and even came to a 10-finger interlock. Boom! At this instant, the brains of almost all the women around them exploded in an instant. At this moment, there was only one thought left in their minds. Their male god had been desecrated. Defiled by an extremely unpleasant woman. How dare she? How dare she? She didn't even pee to see what kind of person she is, how dare she even think of Feng Shao? This kind of woman dares to gamble on her future to seduce a man here, what else would she dare not do? Yuck! This kind of woman with a face thicker than pig skin should be dragged out to be dipped in a pigsty. As she spoke, all the women's gazes towards Sasher were as if they wanted to strip her of her skin. However, no matter how much they wanted to kill Sasher to vent their anger, no one made a move. Because, they believed that they didn't need their help in this matter. Feng Jing, who had just kicked Jiang Yuntian off, was by no means a submissive wimp. He would make that understand what horrible consequences would occur in order to take advantage of a moment. At this moment, they had even seen the miserable end of Sasher being kicked out by Feng Jing after being thrown away. Being treated in the most cruel way by the man she loved. This woman, she was truly pathetic. Just 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Time slowly passed, however, the women did not see Feng Jing shaking the person away. Instead, they felt Feng Jing backhandedly holding Sasher's hand that was interlocked with her fingers a few points tighter. Gradually, the original extremely confident women's faces gradually stiffened. Not only the surrounding women, even Jiang Yuntian, who had seen Feng Jing being taken advantage of by Sasher and was full of gloating, gradually developed a growing consternation on his face. What's going on? The last time he saw Feng Jing, one of his beautiful friends had just touched his hand unintentionally while handing him something, and he had wiped it with a wet towel, as if being touched would contaminate him with some kind of bacteria. But now, this woman wasn't just touching him, she was holding his hand. According to his degree of cleanliness, shouldn't he immediately shake it off and cut off that woman's hand? Then, under the gaze of all the people around him who were filled with consternation, Sasher slowly hooked her lips, and her not-so-light and not-so-heavy words reached the ears of everyone present. This kind of woman like me just wants to seduce this kind of man that I don't deserve in your eyes. Why, do you all have opinions? Chapter 100 Fame in Imperial City 7. Humiliation. This is naked provocation and humiliation. How do you have the face to ask such words? Suddenly, an extremely well-built woman stood out, looking at Sasher with what looked like burning rage in her eyes. When the other women saw this, their faces towards Sasher also became extremely ugly. If you didn't rush to pester Feng Shao was too embarrassed to shake you off in public. Do you think you can take advantage? Don't think that just because Feng Shao has a good temper, you can do whatever you want to him. Quickly let go of him for me. After these two voices fell, a flash of realization appeared on many people's faces. The previous rumor that Feng Jing was a wimp was probably because he was too good-tempered to reject people. As for Xiao Mayu, it was probably because the things she had done were too much that made Feng Jing so angry. Right. That must be it. Other than Feng Jing being too kind to reject people, there couldn't possibly be any other possibility. After all, a godlike man like Feng Jing could never fall for this kind of woman who was not only ordinary looking, but also humble and lowly. Sasher looked at the women around her who felt that her holding Feng Jing's hand was defiling him, as if they wanted to eat her alive, and suddenly found it quite amusing. She slowly raised her hand that was holding Feng Jing's hand, and held his hand hard and touched it twice, while she smiled faintly and opened her mouth. Let go? This hand is not only good looking, it's also comfortable to hold, so why should I let go? The breaths of the surrounding women steeply stagnated. At this moment, countless people felt like a mouthful of old blood was about to spurt out. Who would tell them, how could there be such a brazen woman in this world? After a few full breaths, a woman finally suppressed the urge to immediately kill Sasher. Her eyes stared tightly at Sasher, her tone thick with warning. You don't give face to face. After saying that, she hurriedly looked at Feng Jingdao. Feng Shao, this woman doesn't deserve you, she just sees that you are too nice, so she dares to be so reckless, you quickly get rid of her. Yes, Feng Shao, if you put up with her, she'll give you an inch. However, what the women didn't expect was that even though they were trying so hard to persuade her, Feng Jing acted as if he hadn't heard them and didn't even have the slightest intention of getting rid of her. Under the anxious gazes of the women, Sasher raised her eyebrows unnoticeably. Gaining an inch? How do you count the inches into the feet? After saying that, without waiting for the women to respond, she suddenly approached Feng Jing and dropped a slapdash kiss on top of his thin lips. The surrounding women. She, their male god, was actually forcibly kissed by such a woman? The moment they returned to their senses, the crowd no longer just wanted to kill Sasher. For this kind of defilement of their male god, even if they killed him, it would be hard to get rid of the hatred in their hearts. Enough! Right at this moment, an icy cold scolding voice suddenly came over. Then, Xiao Mayu's father, who was also the Shao family head, Xiao Zhantian, walked over quickly. The surrounding crowd could not help but take a few steps back when they felt the unruly aura surrounding Xiao Zhantian. Soon, Xiao Zhantian stood at a position about 3 meters in front of Feng Jing, and then looked at Feng Jing with an icy gaze. Feng Jing nephew, originally, Mu has fallen in love with you, even though I saw that you and this woman were a little bit unclear before, I intend to accomplish your marriage. After all, who wouldn't want to play more while they're young? But your performance tonight really left me too disappointed. On the ground, silent for a long time, Xiao Mayu heard, the face of the small face as if the heart of the death of the general despair of the opening. Father, more like Feng Jing. Chapter 101 Fame in the Imperial City 8. Feng Jing really completely broke her heart. Moreover, Feng Jing had done such a thing with such a lowly woman in front of so many people from the upper circles of Imperial City. If she still insisted on being with Feng Jing, she would be practicing on herself. Therefore, she had to choose Feng Jiang, and could only choose Feng Jiang. Not far away, when Feng Jiang heard the two men's words, a flash of ecstasy suddenly flashed across that stalwart face. Over the past 6 months, he had felt more and more clearly the threat Feng Jing posed to his position. He had already mentioned to his father several times that he wanted to marry Xiao Muyu, but all of them were shelved by his father on the grounds that he had been too busy lately. He understood that while his father said he was busy, he was actually trying to pave the way for Feng Jing. Recently, he was even on the verge of giving up on competing with Feng Jing. However, he did not expect that Xiao Zhantian would show his disappointment in Feng Jing in public, and Xiao Muyu even confessed to him in public. This happiness had come too suddenly. Once he had the support of the Xiao family, he would be firmly seated as the future heir of the Feng family. And with Feng Jing's deed of kissing this lowly woman in front of him in public, it was unlikely that the heads of the other families in the 5 great families would allow their daughters to marry him again. In other words, this good brother of his would no longer have the possibility to fight against him. Soon after, he turned his head to look at Feng Jing, and a cold smile could not help but appear on his face. This good brother of his, he was really smart for a lifetime, but confused for a while. Doesn't he know that marrying a wife from the right family is enough to change many things? Since he himself ruined his future for a woman of low status, he couldn't blame anyone else. However, very quickly, he tried his best to suppress the ecstasy in his heart, and then quickly walked over to Xiao Muyu's side with a worried face. Sister Muriu, how are you? Xiao Mayu slowly placed her small hand on his arm, wanting to stand up on his arm. Seeing this, Feng Jiang hurriedly held her hand and helped her up. Xiao Mayu felt the touch on her hand and instinctively felt a wave of disgust. However, thinking of the harm Feng Jing had done to her, she tried her best to suppress the revulsion in her heart. Afterward, she slightly turned her head to look at Commander Shen, who was on the side. Commander Shen, not only did this woman use a fake invitation to blend into the banquet, but she also created a rumor that the Great Chief had personally invited her over, and even said that the Great Chief had personally awarded her with a medal, and this is the proof. With that, she put her cell phone, which was tuned to the recording page, in front of Commander Shen. Seeing this, Commander Shen hurriedly and carefully picked it up. Then, the words that Sasher had said to Xia Mother 2 hours ago came out from within the cell phone. The moment that recorded voice fell, the gazes of everyone around looking at Sasher were already as if they were looking at a dead person. They said that this woman dared to be so reckless with Feng Jing, so she was a complete lunatic. With these 3 offenses, it would be easier for her to sit in jail. At the same time, Feng Jian looked at Feng Jing with deep pity in his eyes. His good brother, what a hand of cards, played to pieces because of a woman. At this moment, he was completely certain. Feng Jing was no longer qualified to compete with him as the future head of the Feng family. Originally, based on his brother's ability over the past 6 months, even if he just found the daughter of an ordinary first-class family in the Imperial City, he would have been able to secure the position of the Feng family's next family head. It was a pity that he had to find a woman who would not be of any help to his future career, but would instead be a serious drag on himself, so he was afraid that he would have to be stepped on in this life. It was really pathetic. Just as Feng Jiang's face showed a growing gloating look, Commander Shen once again looked at the 2 combatants not far away and ordered, "Press this woman into the Imperial City jail for disposal." Yes. However, just as the 2 combatants answered, Long Yuan's cold and majestic voice suddenly resounded throughout the banquet hall. "I'll see who dares." Chapter 102 Famous in Imperial City 9. When the crowd heard the voice, they immediately followed the sound and looked over. Then, they saw that Long Yuan, whose face was like a layer of frost, was walking quickly. The surrounding crowd felt the majestic and solemn aura around Long Yuan, and all of them revealed a sense of awe. At this moment, a thought was born in the hearts of almost everyone on the scene. Long Yuan, worthy of being the supreme of the war department, the backbone of the Xia kingdom. And under the gazes of the crowd, Long Yuan quickly stopped in front of Commander Shen and asked with an icy cold face, "What are you doing?" When Commander Shen heard this, he immediately lowered his head apprehensively. "Big Chief, managing the banquet laxly, this is my dereliction of duty, please Big Chief chastise me." Long Yuan sniffed, and the extremely oppressive aura around him was unreservedly released. "Lax banquet management? Your fault is more than managing the banquet laxly?" When Commander Shen heard Long Yuan's words, a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Just that, he really didn't understand what fault he had other than letting in Sasher, who had no invitation letter and was plotting against him. "Come on, bring Commander Shen down to me, let him go to the prison of the Ministry of War to think about it, when he figured it out, when he will come out again." When Jiang Yuntian heard that Long Yuan came up without even asking for the reason, he had to dispose of Commander Shen without saying anything, he was a bit anxious. In his opinion, the reason why Long Yuan would say that Commander Shen's fault wasn't just because he was lax in managing the banquet was because Long Yuan felt that Commander Shen's bigger fault was that his ordering the arrest of Sasher without regard to the occasion would make the banquet even more chaotic, and it would even make the newly appointed 4th Great Chief feel bad luck. One must know that this was a banquet celebrating the promotion of the 4th Grand Chief of the Xia Kingdom. And for a banquet like this to be mixed in with a salvage girl who had come to catch a man, it was impossible for anyone to feel pain in their heart. Long Yuan was trying to quell the anger in the heart of the 4th Great Chief, which was why he wanted to take Commander Shen to task. However, this pot should not be taken by Commander Shen. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuntian hurriedly spoke to Long Yuan. "Great Chief, Commander Shen is only following the rules, the main responsibility today is still on that woman. However, the purpose of today's banquet is to celebrate the assumption of office of the 4th Great Chief, it's not good to make it too much, like this, blow her out now and then the banquet will continue, how about it?" However, without waiting for Long Yuan to reply, Xiao Muyu immediately frowned and said, "No way." Not only did she use a fake invitation to enter the banquet, she also claimed that she was personally invited here by the Great Chief today, and most importantly, she dared to rumor that she had received a medal personally awarded by the Great Chief. If after a person had done all of this, the punishment they received was only to be blasted out of the banquet, what prestige would the laws of the Summer Kingdom have left to speak of? The surrounding crowd nodded slightly when they heard Xiao Muyu's words. Indeed, this kind of woman must pay the price for what she has done. Long Yuan turned his head to look at Sasher with some doubts, a banquet that was entered with a fake invitation? Sasher smiled faintly. Then, she took out her cell phone and tapped a few times. Ding dong! Ding dong! At that instant, a message tone came out from the cell phones of almost everyone present. When everyone pulled out their cell phones from their pockets, they all saw a video pop up on their phones. Soon, the video began to play. After the video finished playing, almost everyone looked at Xiao Moyu with stunned faces. At the same time, countless men who held Xiao Moyu as a goddess had obvious disappointment on their faces. No one would have thought that the goddess in their hearts would go so far as to use such underhanded means in order to frame a woman from a second-rate family. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Xiao Moyu's entire body instantly froze in place. Her eyes overflowed with disbelief that was thick to the extreme. How could this be possible? How was it possible to get the surveillance footage within the villa area in such a short period of time? Without waiting for Xiao Muyu to return to her senses from her shock, Sasher's slightly cold voice suddenly resounded in her ears. Big Chief, I wonder, how should I deal with forging your invitation letter privately? Xiao Muyu's heart abruptly tightened. But in the next moment, the eyes she looked at Sasher with abruptly burned with monstrous anger. Because of what was in front of her, her image within the upper circles of Imperial City was directly ruined.
And originally, she had wanted to perform well in front of Long Yuan, thus gaining Long Yuan's favor. But now, it was also impossible. At that moment, Xiao Muyu's gaze towards Sasher was as if she wanted to swallow her alive. And in the next moment, with the thought that even if she died, she would absolutely have to pull on Sasher as her back, she suddenly smiled. Even if your invitation was given to you by me, so what? If you didn't have the mind to mix into the banquet, even if I sent the fake invitation to you, you wouldn't have been able to come over. In the end, a woman like you is still Xiao Xiao thinking about the upper-class society that you will never be able to integrate into. Long Yuan couldn't help but smile and shake his head when he heard Xiao Muyu's words. While the voice that came out of his mouth caused the entire audience's gazes to all gather on Sasher. Unable to integrate into high society? Oh, girl, do you know what kind of person this one in front of you is? Chapter 103 Famous in Imperial City 10. The moment Long Yuan's words fell, a silence fell around him. Everyone's faces that looked at Long Yuan were showing obvious dismay. What was the meaning of these words? Could it be that this woman who came out of a second-rate family had some kind of extraordinary status? When Xiao Muyu heard these words, she immediately became a little flustered. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Sasher's strength was still above her. And Sasher's age was not as old as her. Coupled with Long Yuan's words, a bad feeling suddenly arose in her heart. Commander Shen glanced at Xiao Muyu, who was somewhat afraid to speak, and asked with some apprehension. Great Chief, who is this? Long Yuan did not answer directly, but turned his head to look at Sasher. When he saw Sasher's eyes, he immediately understood, and then looked at the crowd and said, Everyone knows what my purpose is in organizing this banquet today, but the new Grand Chief is different from us three old guys who have long retired to the background. She will return to the extraterrestrial battlefield after resting for a period of time. If she is exposed to the public at this moment, not only will she be in constant trouble at home next, but after returning to the extraterrestrial battlefield, she will inevitably become the target of sniping from the extraterrestrial countries. Therefore, she couldn't personally come over today, but she sent one of her own beloved ones to come and thank all of you who were able to honor her by coming to congratulate her. The moment Long Yuan's words fell, the gazes of almost everyone at the banquet who looked at Sasher all changed. Although Long Yuan did not explicitly say who that new great chief's beloved was, but as long as one was not stupid, they could all understand. That person was none other than Sasher. Among the crowd, Xiao Muyu stared blankly at Sasher, disbelief overflowing on her cool and stunning little face. Her eyes stared tightly at Sasher, and she couldn't control her mouth as she murmured in a low voice. How is this possible? If Sasher was that great chief's close friend, wouldn't that mean that what Sasher had said before was all true? The phone call she received from Long Yuan in the afternoon inviting her over was true. It was true that she was able to enter the banquet directly without an invitation. It was even true that she had been personally awarded a war medal by the great chief. At this moment, she suddenly felt an unprecedented embarrassment. At the last moment, she thought that her most humiliating moment was none other than being dismantled, that she had used a fake invitation to set up Sasher. And at this moment, she already had the urge to find a crack in the ground and drill into it. What had she done before? She had even sworn to take out Sasher's recording and played it in front of everyone at the banquet, emphasizing that Sasher had to pay the price for saying those words. I'm afraid everyone is laughing their asses off in their hearts right now. After all, an existence that could become the new chief's close confidant, even if it had been awarded a Medal of War Merit by Long Yuan himself, it was still a normal thing. But she wanted to use that recording to make Sasher sit in jail. Not to mention others, she herself felt that the previous her was pathetic and ridiculous. The most frightening thing was that she had just said in front of Long Yuan that Sasher would never be able to enter high society. At this moment, even if she didn't need to use her brain to think about it, she knew that she, Xiao Muyu, would definitely become the laughingstock of the Imperial City and even the entire upper-class circle of the Summer Kingdom in the next extremely long period of time. Beside Xiao Muyu, Feng Jiang heard Long Yuan's words, and likewise, his entire body was dumbfounded. How could this happen? He mumbled like he was unconscious. Shouldn't Sasher, who was here with Feng Jing, just be a woman from an ordinary background who desperately wanted to climb the ladder? How did she suddenly transform into the new great chief's beloved? And why did Xiao Muyu, who had just publicly said that she liked him, instantly become a clown? Most importantly, in this way, wouldn't all the thoughts he had just had become a vain bubble? Feng Jing was more capable than him, and now that he had found a woman who was valued by the new Grand Chief, would there be anything left for him to do as the future head of the Feng family? The moment he thought of this, endless frustration suddenly struck Feng Jing's heart. The saddest thing in this world was nothing more than just seeing hope within reach, and in the blink of an eye hope turned into endless disappointment. At this moment, under the huge sense of disparity, an urge to die even arose in his heart. Xiao Muyu's father, Xiao Zantian, the Xiao family head, was similarly in extreme shock. Thinking of the words that Xiao Muyu had uttered in front of Sasher in the afternoon, an extremely bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Beside him, Jiang Yuntian frowned as he looked at Sasher and said, "The new great chief's beloved? His brother is a one-star senior commander.
Then, his brother and this woman, who has a higher title? Chapter 104, Sasher's Harem Group 1.
Without waiting for Zhang Yuntian to figure it out, Commander Shin had already walked in front of Sasher with a serious face before giving her an extremely solemn salute. Previously it was me who arbitrarily jumped to conclusions without clarifying the facts. Commander Xia, I apologize, it was me who was abrupt. Sasher smiled faintly. You are also just doing your job impartially. After saying that, she turned her head to Long Yuan and said, Great Chief, nothing happened today. Commander Shin did his job according to the rules. There is no need to make him go to the War Department prison to think about it. Long Yuan nodded slightly, then turned his head to look at Commander Shin and said, Do you still not thank Commander Xia? Commander Shin heard the words immediately look a flinch, and then looked solemnly to Sasher. Thank you, Xia Commander. Seeing this, Long Yuan did not say anything else, but looked towards the crowd in the banquet hall who had not yet recovered from the shock brought by Sasher's identity. Everyone, today this banquet is not only to celebrate the assumption of office of the fourth great chief of the Xia kingdom, but also to announce an important matter. When the surrounding people heard this, they almost simultaneously returned to their senses. Then, under the slightly puzzled gazes of the surrounding people, Long Yuan spoke with a solemn face. After my discussion with the other two chiefs, the authority of the new Grand Chief of the Summer Kingdom has been determined. When everyone heard Long Yuan's words, a solemn look appeared on their faces almost simultaneously. However, the words that came out from Long Yuan's mouth caused everyone in the surroundings to be startled violently. Only to hear, Long Yuan's extremely solemn voice came out from his mouth. With immediate effect, the new Grand Chief will take over the 2 war zones of Imperial City and Cloud City within the 9 war zones of the Summer Kingdom. He will be in charge of all matters large and small within the war zones, and will have the highest decision-making power within the war zones. After the words fell, the scene suddenly quieted down. No one thought that Long Yuan was going to let Sasher govern the 2 war zones of Emperor City and Cloud City. One had to know that even Long Yuan and the other 2 major chiefs only governed 1 war zone. The rest of the several war zones were all managed by a few 3-star or higher senior commanders within the war zone on their behalf. Now that the new chief has been assigned 2 major war zones, this is really... Without waiting for the crowd to think deeply, Shao family head Shao Zhantian suddenly stood out and spoke. Grand Chief, isn't it a bit too adventurous to directly allow the new Grand Chief to govern the 2 major war zones? One must know that the foundation of his Shao family's foothold as one of the 5 great families of the Imperial City was that his father, the old master of the Shao family who was a 4-star senior commander, was in charge of the Imperial City war zone. He knew that he would definitely displease Long Yuan if he came forward now, and would even offend the new senior chief. However, when it came to his Shao family's most central interests, he had to fight. Shao family head is right, the 2 war zones are enough to affect the national power of Xia. I hope the great chief will think twice. One of the middle-aged men who was close to the Shao family hurriedly opened his mouth to concur. Seeing this, several other family heads who were close to the Shao family also stepped forward. Please also ask the great chief to think twice. Long Yuan did not show much surprise on his face when he heard the words of several people. He just smiled and spoke, Don't be in a hurry, I haven't finished my words yet. Within the next half a month, the new great chief will select the most outstanding 100 warriors within the 2 major war zones. After these 100 people have been personally trained by the new Grand Chief, all those that remain will be directly promoted to Senior Commander and have the qualifications to obtain the test to the Star Mantle main city. Hiss! Hiss! The moment Long Yuan's words fell, everyone around him couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Then, almost everyone's faces that looked at Long Yuan were permeated with a desire that was thick to the extreme. As long as one was able to enter the 100-person regiment and stay, not only would one become a senior commander, but one would also be able to obtain the qualification to enter the Star Mansion main city. Starry Mansion main city. That was a place that every person from the Summer Kingdom longed to enter even in their dreams. It was rumored that everyone who could enter the Starry Mansion main city would receive endless benefits. It was only a pity that for some unknown reason, the Xia Kingdom had sent people to die guarding the entrance to the Starry Mansion main city, and only a very few people were able to travel between the Xia Kingdom and the Starry Mansion main city every year. And now, Long Yuan was directly giving the opportunity to enter Starmount main city. Although it was only a chance to obtain the qualifications for the test to the Starmount main city, as long as there was a chance, there was hope. If anyone could seize this opportunity, the future would definitely be bright. Great Chief, I wonder what the selection criteria for the 100-man regiment is. Soon after, the middle-aged man who first stood out to second Shao Zhantian cautiously opened his mouth to ask. Long Yuan smiled faintly and immediately turned his head to look at Sasher Dao. That will have to be asked of this one. Chapter 105 Sasher's Harem Group 2. Sasher saw Long Yuan's line of sight thrown at her and just looked at him faintly. She didn't know when she had agreed to govern the 2 major war zones, and when she had agreed to help elect and train the 100-man regiment. The last time she was rushed into making her agree to become the Grand Chieftain, it was fine. This time again, was this really thinking that she was too kind-hearted and would be too embarrassed to reject him? Long Yuan felt Sasher's gaze, and his heart became more and more flustered. In the end, his somewhat bitter eyes actually revealed a bit of begging color. The current Xia kingdom only had such a moldable talent as Sasher. If he didn't have Sasher, he really didn't know what would happen next. In order to avoid Sasher having to leave the Xia kingdom one day and cause an irreparable tragedy, he could only hope that Sasher would personally cultivate some successors of his own. Seeing Long Yuan's expression, Sasher finally sighed before handing him a look that would not be repeated. Then, she turned her head to look at the crowd around her who were nervously expecting her response and slowly opened her mouth. Within the next half a month, I will select 100 warriors to form a 100-man regiment for the new great chief to train. If any of the family heads present feel that there is a suitable candidate, they can directly give me their recommendations. Boom! When the surrounding crowd heard Sasher's words, they almost instantly revealed intense attentiveness and eagerness. Commander Xia, when you first came in I thought that you were by no means an ordinary person, and now that I look at you, you are indeed a supreme talent. How can you say that? Commander Xia's heavenly beauty can't be compared to ordinary people. The world says that Xiao Muyu is the most talented girl in the Imperial City, but in my opinion, she's not even worthy of Commander Xia's shoes. Commander Xia, this is our first time meeting. I didn't bring any special gifts. This $20 million worth of high fashion watches, take it as a gift for our destiny. I hope you don't mind. When the last person's voice fell, it was as if a switch had been turned on. The surrounding crowd immediately squeezed in front of Sasher one after another, and presented the congratulatory gifts that they had originally prepared for the new Grand Chief with both hands. At this moment, in their hearts, Sasher's status was even higher than that of the new great chief. After all, the one who could decide on the quota for that 100-member troop was her, not the new Grand Chief. Xiao Zhantian looked at the few family heads who had originally stood on his side and attempted to stop the new Grand Chief from governing the Imperial City warzone, and endless frustration and despair appeared on his face. Before long, the 5 great families of the Imperial City would no longer have the Xiao family, I'm afraid. Xiao Muyu looked at Sasher, who was currently being courted by many of Xia's top figures, and her fists clenched uncontrollably. An existence that was originally like an ant in her eyes, not only snatched her favorite man, but also blinked into the crowd's mouth. Her shoes are not even worthy of the existence. Why? Who is this woman? At the same time, Sasher face enthusiastic over the crowd. The breath around the body is a few minutes cold. I am here to attend the banquet, not to receive gifts from you all family heads. Take things back. Xia Commander is worthy of being the new great chief's valued character. This kind of temperament, we admire. Since Commander Xia has said so, I'll throw in a recommendation for someone for Commander Xia. I have a young grandson, 21 years old this year, since elementary school is their school bully, even has the strength of intermediate level warrior. I hope that the summer chief can consider. Commander Xia, my youngest son is 31 years old this year. He is the type of mature uncle that many little girls like. Commander Xia can meet him sometime. Although my grandson has just turned 17, when he walks down the street there are a lot of little girls surrounding him, saying that he is some kind of proper little milk dog. Those little girls can like him. Chief Xia might as well consider it? Sasher felt that it might be over when he saw that the crowd's picture was getting more and more wrong. To know, even in the last life, her family big baby eat up vinegar that abrasive degree, she occasionally cannot withstand some, not to mention the realm obviously improved in this life. At this moment, Sasher was a little afraid to think about the worldwide catastrophe that might occur next. But despite the headache, she was forced to turn her slightly stiff head and look towards Fengjing. And just as her line of sight landed on top of Fengjing's handsome face, his face suddenly revealed a smile that was extremely beautiful but had little warmth. Schoolboy? Mature uncle? Mature uncle? There's a whole range of them. This Commander Xia, I wonder if there will be a place for me in that 100-member troop? Author's words, well, I wonder if Feng Xiaojing has already thought about whether she will have to be taught by the chief if she can't do the moves, or if she will have to be helped by the chief because she's too weak to do the moves, or if she'll be scared out of her wits in the middle of the night and have to ask for help. Chapter 106, Sasher's Harem Group 3. When the surrounding group of Xia bigwigs heard Fengjing's words, they almost froze at the same time. Still, how else can you ask for a quota like this? Even if you, Fengjing, were good-looking, and I heard that your abilities had improved rapidly in the last half a year, and you even seemed to have some ambiguity with Commander Xia just now, but there were so many people on the scene. Even if you really want it, you can't be so direct in public, right? In the crowd, the Feng family head, who had just been quietly watching the movements in the scene, hurriedly walked out. Although he was over 40 years old, he looked only 35 or 36, which was the most attractive moment for a man. And the elegant and gentle smile that appeared on his face made some of the girls instantly unable to take their eyes off him. After he took a few steps forward, he looked at Sasher and said in a conciliatory voice, Commander Xia, my son speaks straight. If it makes you feel offended, I hope you don't mind too much. However, with his ability, he should be qualified to enter the 100-man corps, so I hope you will consider it. Sasher looked at the Feng family lord's gaze that was filled with a bit of apprehension and expectation. His mood was simply complicated to the extreme. Consider? The question now was not whether she wanted to consider it or not, but if she dared to disagree. Her family's baby was afraid that she would dare to directly blow up the Imperial City War Department. However, despite her heart turning over, Sasher's face was as calm as water. She looked at the Feng family head and nodded slightly. Feng Jing's ability is indeed good, that 100-man corps naturally has a place for him. The surrounding crowd was stunned when they saw this. The first place in that 100-person corps was determined so easily? Most importantly, what ability is good? Good looking was the point, right? They really didn't. Envelope King, the recognized loser of Imperial City half a year ago, could really change as a person within this short half a year. At that moment, the bigwigs who originally had some misgivings about recommending a high-value junior from their own family immediately straightened their complexion. Subsequently, a rather prestigious old man fished out a photo from his wallet and handed it to Sasher while opening his mouth with a smile. Commander Xia, my grandson is the most popular big star right now. Many girls say that he is the freshest fresh meat. This is his photo, take a look. What are you looking at? Your grandson may be good looking, but he's been in scandal with all kinds of women every day. Commander Xia, come, take a look at my nephew. Although many people say he's a cold iceberg, he's good at talking less and not annoying people. What iceberg? I think he's a mute. Even the immortals can't live with this kind of person. Xia. Seeing her own big baby's face getting darker and darker, she felt like she was about to be played to death by these Imperial City bigots. Not daring to let these bigwigs say one more word, she hurriedly looked at the crowd and opened her mouth. You guys are talking to me like this, and I don't know who you guys are recommending. In this way, each family head has 3 recommendation slots. Go back and select 3 people you find suitable. 10 days later, you guys will bring the people to the Imperial City Warzone to participate in the 100-man corps campaign along with the elites of the 2 major warzones. When the bigwigs heard this, a flash of joy flashed across their faces. Each family had 3 recommendation slots, and listening to this meaning that it wasn't limited to their own family, this was a heavenly good thing. Thank you, Commander Xia. Since this is the case, then I will thank Commander Xia here. Then, under the gaze of the surrounding crowd that was filled with excitement and thrill, Sasher didn't dare to look at Feng Jing, but instead turned her head slightly, her gaze landing on Xiao Muyu. Seeing this, the crowd all looked over at Xiao Muyu. Only at this moment, those men who had admired Xiao Muyu before had long since lost their previous appreciation and adoration in their gazes towards her. And at the same time, Xiao Muyu's eyes were also staring at Sasher. The eyes that looked towards Sasher were flooded with deep resentment and jealousy. If it wasn't in front of her, she wouldn't have been robbed of her beloved man by Sasher, and even more so, she wouldn't have become the joke of the entire Imperial City. Don't let her catch a chance, otherwise, she would definitely let the immediate understand the consequences of offending her. Chapter 107, Sasher's Harem Group 4. However, without waiting for Xiao Muyu to think deeply, her father, Xiao Zhantian, quickly walked up to her and pulled her arm. At the same time, he looked towards Long Yuan and struggled to pull out a smile on his face and said, Great Chief, I still have some things to do at home, so I will go back first. Long Yuan nodded slightly, and, by the way, bring this to your father. After saying that, he directly raised his hand and flung a special envelope for the War Ministry towards Xiao Zhantian. Xiao Zhantian looked at the envelope that landed at his feet, and a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. However, he still slowly bent down and picked it up. He then nodded his head to Long Yuan before leading Xiao Muyu out of the banquet hall. Sasher looked at Xiao Muyu's back and took out her cell phone and was about to order someone to eliminate Xiao Muyu. However, before she could send the message, Long Yuan suddenly pressed her arm. Then, he said in a voice that only he and Sasher could hear. The old man of the Shao family, the 4-star senior commander Xiao Rongguang, had already reached the age of almost retiring. Normally speaking, as long as he doesn't commit the great crime of collaborating with the enemy and committing treason, I won't move him. Unfortunately, the Shao family has offended you, and now I have taken advantage of the fact that he has used his position for personal gain several times before, and expelled him from the War Ministry. Without him, the Shao family is now a grasshopper in the fall, and won't be able to jump around for a few days. There weren't many senior warriors in the Summer Kingdom. Xiao Muyu could become a senior warrior at this age. Perhaps she was a moldable talent, and it was thought that when the Shao family reached the end of their rope, they would send her to the War Department and contribute their strength to the Summer Kingdom. For the sake of the country, let her live. Sasher's finger that was sending the message lurched. She didn't expect Long Yuan to move the top pillar of the Shao family for herself. Long Yuan had gone to such an extent for her and had only made a simple request. If she still had to refuse, it would be a bit too unkind. Sasher slightly pondered, then raised her eyes to look at Long Yuan. Fine, but if she commits another offense against me in the future, don't blame me for being impolite. Long Yuan suddenly smiled at the situation, naturally. Because Sasher was really worried that those Imperial City bigwigs would say something shocking again, then she greeted the crowd and directly left the banquet hall with Feng Jing. Baby? After walking out of the hotel, Xia raised her hand to pull Feng Jing's hand. Feng Jing dodged a bit and didn't avoid it, and after being held by Sasher, he struggled a bit harder and didn't break away either. He stopped, thin lips pursed lightly, slightly cool eyes staring at Sasher. Let go of me. Sasher slightly inclined her head and looked at him with a faint smile. Jealous? Feng Jing coolly swept a glance at her. Jealous? Who am I jealous of?
Who can make me jealous? Sasher explained with a smile on her brow. Those people recommended what school herbs, big stars, little milk dog, cold iceberg I have not even seen, and I already have you. Other men I will not even look at more than a glance. However, after Sasher finished speaking, she immediately felt that the air around her was a few points colder. Haven't seen, but heard it once and memorized all the types? Sasher. She was born with a good memory, what could she do?
Feng seemed to have seen her thoughts and gave a faintly unnoticeable cold snort.
Speaking so nicely, in the end, didn't they still give them a chance? Sasher blinked twice when she saw this. Didn't you say you weren't jealous? Feng. Let go of me, I should go back.
Sasher hooked the corner of her lips and then slightly leaned over. Seeing this, Feng directly inclined his head as if he wanted to dodge, but unfortunately he was slow to dodge, and just happened to be kissed by Sasher on the corner of his lips. At that moment, he looked like he had been violated, and he raised his hand to lightly wipe the corner of his lips in extreme disgust. You are going to form a harem group, why are you still messing with me? Sasher lightly pumped the corner of her mouth.
The big chief let her train 100 people group, how did it become a harem group? Even the Sinusy back then wasn't as wrong as she was, right?
Feng looked at Sasher, who was frozen in place, his handsome face getting colder and colder.
Very well, even do not refute or rebuttal. It seems that you really have the heart to treat the 100 people group as a harem group. In the future, you let your harem group accompany you through. I won't be around to get in your way.
After saying that, Feng was about to break away from Sasher's hand. However, right at this moment, Fu Luan, who had appeared not far away at an unknown time, suddenly walked over towards the two. Sasher took the initiative to let go of Feng hand, then smiled. I feel that the first person in the harem group other than you has landed, baby, what do you think? Off topic. Feng, I wanted to make my wife feel guilty and give her a kiss and a hug, but what if I accidentally played it off? I'm waiting online, I'm in a hurry. In addition, thanks to Aziza Z Baby's 2 God certification and inspiration capsule, a little excited. Chapter 108, Sasher's Harem Group 5. Feng looked at Sasher, his thin lips nearly pursed into a straight line. Soon, his handsome face slowly hooked up a brilliant but not the slightest bit warm smile. Then I have to congratulate you. After saying that, Feng directly turned around and prepared to walk away. However, just at the moment he turned around, his left hand was suddenly yanked by Sasher. Then, with one force, Sasher directly brought his body towards him. Under inertia, Feng body suddenly tilted towards Sasher. Sasher saw the right moment and kissed his slightly cool but extremely soft lips. Without waiting for Feng to resist, Sasher leaned over slightly and whispered in his ear. Baby, no matter how good other men are, how can they be as gentle, generous, beautiful, and dignified as you? In my eyes, all the men in the world combined can't even compare to a single finger of yours. Feng movement to shake off Sasher suddenly gave way. Because Sasher had used several adjectives in a row, the corners of his lips couldn't control a shallow smile. However, soon after, he solemnly set up his handsome face and gave a faintly unrecognizable light hum. You think that by casually offering a little bit of attentiveness this matter will be over today? Sasher smiled faintly and once again leaned in to kiss against his thin lips. Don't be angry, eh? Feng subconsciously wanted to say back I'm not angry. However, he also seemed to realize that this was not very convincing, so he hesitated for a moment and didn't say it, but instead swept a glance at Sasher and extremely firmly guarded his last bottom line. As I said, it's useless to be courteous. You can live with the first person in your harem. After saying that, he turned around without a care in the world and walked towards the distance. This woman messed with him and thought that 2 kisses would be enough? He had to make her understand the consequences of wanting to go towards the other side. He, by no means, could let this woman have the illusion that she had him. Seeing this, Mo Yen, the little assistant who had been secretly spying for a long time, hurriedly chased after her. He said that his young master could not be kissed twice and then forgave that woman without any sense of propriety, really worthy of being his young master. The principles and bottom line will never be missing no matter what. But why did he feel that his young master was walking slower and slower? Soon, Mo Yen was sure that it wasn't his own illusion. Because, it was almost time to reach the car, but the young master's footsteps were already clearly moving. Mo Yen was stunned for a moment and quickly said with a worried face. Young master, are your legs not feeling well? Feng didn't even give him a look. Only, as the distance between him and Sasher continued to lengthen, the breath around him grew colder and colder. Sasher stood in place, looking at Feng walking speed that was like a video playing at 0.2 times, her eyes gradually curved into a crescent moon. Alas! How in the world could there be such a cute boy as her baby? This little look simply put the words catch up in the best possible light. Not catching up? Fu Luvia, who had already walked beside her, his gentle handsome face was somewhat complicated. Sasher slowly retracted the line of sight. Do not answer the question, looking for me something? Today unintentionally turned over to a military training in the first academic year of the newborn time planning table. Feel you may use, just nothing, will give you to bring. said. Fu Luvia will be a stack of nearly new paper handed to Sasher. Thank you for your good intentions, but after the military training I estimate that I cannot follow the planning of the college classes. This planning table, you leave to the new students who need it. After saying that, she smiled politely at Fu Luan. Time is not early, I first returned to the academy. After the words fell, she unconsciously generally swept a glance at Feng Jing, who was frozen in front of the Bentley, and then turned around and walked towards the academy. Fu Luvia looked at Sasher walked without the slightest lingering figure, eyes revealed a touch of extremely clear despondency. But soon, his handsome face once again replaced with a gentle smile as usual. Only that smile penetrated the silk-named bitter emotions. Boom! Right at this moment, the sound of a car door being viciously slammed suddenly rang out. Inside the car, the cold air around Feng Jing's body was as if it could freeze the surrounding air into ice. Mo Yan's little assistant, who had followed him into the car, was so frightened that she curled up in the driver's seat, shivering. Out of fear of freezing to death, he hesitated for a moment and finally spoke with a stiff upper lip. Young master, your family that is not with that Fu Mun have any contact? People send things she also did not want, how do you? However, before he finished, he was frozen speechless by Feng Jing with a look. You think today this matter is the most important place in her with or without contact with that wild man, receive confiscate his things? Mo Yan carefully opened his mouth. No, isn't it? Feng Jing. How did he find such a stupid assistant? Really nothing but a good-looking face. No, this face is even more useless. Sooner or later, he would have to replace him. By then, he would have 10, no, 100 beautiful assistants to piss that woman off. However, although it was a relief to think about it this way, it was nice to think that if that woman was really pissed off, but it didn't seem to be necessary. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt that the little assistant was even more stupid. He didn't want to say anything more, and directly ordered, back to the residence. Mo Yan subconsciously wanted to nod. But then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he said with some pity. Young master, it was not easy for you to take 2 days off to come out, and this is going back? Or else what? Mo Yan. What was the matter with the hint of sultriness he heard in the young master's tone? An illusion, it must be his illusion. Without waiting for him to continue to think deeply, Feng Jing, not knowing if it was to vent or if he truly wanted to teach Mo Yan relationship skills, was extremely serious and cautioned as a person who had been there before. Remember, even if you love a woman, you have to punish her severely when you see her doing something wrong. Otherwise, she will be flattered, thinking that you can't do without her. Mo Yan's eyes abruptly lit up. He felt that his family's mighty and domineering young master had returned. He could finally be sure that his young master was not a wife-slave. Under the excitement, Mo Yan hurriedly opened his mouth and asked. So, how does young master plan to punish that woman? Chapter 109 Sasher flings out the dean's badge. 1. Feng Jing suddenly fell silent at his words. A heavy struggle seemed to flash through his eyes. But in the end, as if he had made some extremely important decision, he coldly and mercilessly spoke. Tomorrow, I won't go to the academy to bring her breakfast. I want her to taste the taste of losing me at any time. Mo Yan. Did he have some misunderstanding of the words ruthless punishment? Ding dong. Right at this moment, a cell phone tone suddenly rang. Feng Jing stared at the cell phone screen for nearly half a minute. In the end, under the gaze of Mo Yan's little assistant's puzzled gaze, he coldly snorted with extreme temperament. You just want to get up and show me weakness now? Late. As Mo Yan's little assistant listened to Feng Jing's forceful words, a hint of pride gradually appeared on his handsome face. Although his young master's so-called way of punishing that woman was not very understandable to him, this other party's insistence that no amount of coaxing would help was something he should learn from. The next morning at 5 o'clock, Mo Yan was woken up by a commotion within the kitchen. Under his anger, he directly rushed to the kitchen door with his bare upper body. However, after seeing the figure that was busy within the kitchen, his entire body abruptly froze in place. Only after a moment did he find his voice. He looked blankly at Feng Jing and asked, Didn't you say that you were going to severely punish that person in your family by not bringing her breakfast today? Feng Jing said rightly, Who said I'm going to send it to her? If you don't deliver it to her, then you are. Without waiting for him to finish, Feng Jing directly interrupted, You deliver. Mo Yan. He must have been blind before. Otherwise, how could he be so adamant that his young master had such things as a bottom line and modesty in front of that woman? 7 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Yunting, Black Panther, and the other military training instructors appeared on top of the Imperial City Academy's playground. This was because at this time, there was still a little bit of time before the cadets started to form up. And as the 10 combatants looked at the cadets around them, their eyes were flickering with the slightest bit of excitement. Brother? Right at this moment, a handsome-looking boy standing not far away saw Sasher Jian and subconsciously called out. This person was no one else, it was Sasher Jian's younger brother, and at the same time, the only one of the new students with a rating of S in the entrance examination, Xia Gun. The taller boy standing beside Xia Gu heard this and asked with some surprise, Xia Gu, your brother is the military training instructor this time? Xia Gu nodded.
When the tall boy heard this, his face suddenly showed some excitement. His buddy's brother was an instructor, so wouldn't he be able to walk horizontally among the freshmen in the next few days? Thinking of this, his breath couldn't help but catch. He suddenly received a message from his girlfriend, and Dai. Dear, I've inquired about the dormitory of that Sasher who caused me to be beaten up by Jiang Xiao 2 days ago. The taller boy, that is, Xiaoze, glanced at Sasher Qin and hurriedly edited a message back. The Sasher you're talking about is a freshman, right? I just learned that my buddy's brother is the military training instructor this time. Send me her dormitory building number, I'll follow you there. If she doesn't apologize to you today, I'll let my buddy's brother who is an instructor train her to death. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a 4-star senior commander battle uniform slowly walked into the academy. The dean sitting in a wheelchair was following him, his old face full of attentiveness and respect. Lord Commander, you suddenly came because? The Dragon Chief asked me to assist the new Grand Chief in creating the 100-person regiment. I came to see if you have any good seedlings in this Imperial City Academy. Good, I will take you to look around. Chapter 110, Sasher flings out the Dean's badge too. At the same time, Sasher, Luo Chuyen, and Tang Xaner, who had changed into a battle department outfit, walked out of the dormitory door. However, the three of them hadn't even taken a few steps before they heard whispers around them. Soon, Tang Xaner beside Sasher suddenly walked up to a good-looking girl and said with an icy expression, "What you just said, say it again?" That girl is obviously not a good person. After hearing Tang Xiner's words, she lightly laughed and said, "I said, this dares to seduce His Royal Highness Fu Luvia, should let the dean expel her, let her." Pop. However, before the female's words fell, a slap resounded steeply on her face. Instantly, everyone around her suddenly breathed tightly. In the next moment, Tang Xaner's words, which were cold to the core, resounded steeply in everyone's ears. In the future, if I see anyone who dares to show disrespect to Sasher, I, Tang Xaner, will be at loggerheads with them. When the surrounding students heard Tang Xaner's words, their faces were filled with dismay and shock to the extreme. Tang Xaner, was this crazy? She was the top-ranked Tang clan group's eldest miss in Imperial City. A person of her stature would so defend a bumpkin with a deep heart and who had to rely on bursaries to go to school? Is she stupid, or is she just overflowing with love? Could it be that within such a short period of time, Xia has already turned Tang Xaner against her, allowing Tang Xaner to deal with Luo Chuyen together with her? Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, and Dai's voice that was dripping with sarcasm and disdain suddenly came over. Eldest Miss Tang is really a great bully. When the crowd saw Jin, they all had a feeling of raising their eyebrows. One must know that although Jin's family lineage was inferior to Tang Xaner's, she was the dean's granddaughter Chu Yao's bosom friend. All the people who had messed with her were all no longer in Imperial City Academy. When Tang Xaner saw Jin, she couldn't help but snort coldly. Miss Jin has raised the bar, you're not much less imposing than me. However, Jin only lightly swept a glance at her before the gaze that emanated a morose chill landed on Sasher. Her face was grim as she stared at Sasher and opened her mouth. If you don't want me to tell those rotten things about you and Jiang Xiao's ex-boyfriend, give me the initiative to get out of the Imperial City Academy right now. Otherwise, I will make you regret coming to this world. When the surrounding crowd heard Dai's words, their eyes widened almost simultaneously. This woman not only hooked up with Fu Miao, even with Jiang Xiao's boyfriend has what unclear relationship? If this thing is known by Jiang Xiao, to Jiang Xiao that character, they cannot imagine Sasher will face what miserable end. Sasher looked at Jin, and a flash of coldness flashed in her eyes. Her eyes stared straight at Dai as she opened her mouth. I would like to know, between Sasher Cheng and I, what is the so-called rotten thing? And Dai looked at Sasher's eyes immediately more chilly a few points. So, you do not want to leave in a decent way? Not waiting for Sasher to open his mouth, the taller boy beside her as her boyfriend suddenly looked down at Sasher and opened his mouth. Don't want to leave is fine, but I have to kindly remind you that every year in the Academy's military training, there will always be a few freshmen who are trained into the hospital. In the next military training, my buddy's big brother is one of the military training instructors this time. If you don't want to be sent to the hospital on your way to military training because of too much task, now, immediately kneel in front of my girlfriend and apologize to her. Chapter 111, Sasher flings the Dean's badge 3. When the surrounding crowd heard the taller boy's words, the gloating that was in Sasher's eyes was suddenly thick to the extreme. Almost everyone knew that because Imperial City Academy placed extreme importance on the strength of its students, the intensity of the military training was very high, and every year, there would be students who were sent to the hospital because of overloading their bodies. There were even trainees who had cheated their way into Imperial City Academy and directly died suddenly because they couldn't stand the intensity of the military training. It could be said that if there was really an instructor who wanted to target Sasher, even if he was trained to death, he could only blame Sasher's own strength for not being able to do it, or even being suspected of cheating, while the instructor would hardly be affected too much. In the crowd's opinion, as long as Sasher wanted to get through the military training peacefully and stay in Imperial City Academy, this kneeling today was unavoidable.
However, when the crowd thought that Sasher would tremble in fear at the taller boy's words, Sasher's face did not show the slightest bit of panic. Her slightly cold gaze gazed at the tall boy and asked, "Which one is your buddy's instructor?" The tall boy's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise at his words. He didn't expect Sasher not only didn't have half a bit of fear after hearing his words, but instead asked such a question. But then, his not-so-clean gaze sized up Sasher's entire body. In the end, he laughed meaninglessly. "What, after I say which one it is you can still go find him and do something about it?" When his words fell, a cacophonous laughter came out from the surroundings. In their view, not to mention the Sasher, this posture has no qualifications to seduce people, even if there is really, trainees by seducing the instructor to reduce the amount of military training tasks, is also a taboo. The academy has had a precedent of being expelled from the academy for being too tired during military training and wanting to have an affair with the instructor. I heard that the expelled female trainee was also a candidate for school beauty. If this person in front of her wanted to do something to the instructor, she was afraid that she would really die a miserable death. Sasher didn't even look at the surrounding crowd and once again looked at the taller boy and opened his mouth. "You first tell me which one, after that, I will consider your suggestion." The tall boy saw Sasher so persistent, subconsciously took it as she did not believe that his buddy is the instructor of this military training. He smiled coldly, really not seeing the coffin. "Among the instructors this time, there is one surnamed Xia. I don't know if you recognize him." Although he did not know what Gu that instructor's brother called, but the same surname is always right. However, what the tall boy didn't expect was that under his gaze full of playfulness, Sasher actually looked at him with a calm expression and said, "Good, I will let him take good care of you." Sasher, this words fell instantly, the surrounding air steeply into a moment of silence. The next moment, the scene suddenly erupted into a burst of laughter bigger than before. "Xiaozhe, did you hear that? Not only is she not afraid of your threats, but she's going to in turn ask your buddy's brother to take good care of you. I'm really curious about what she's going to do to get the military training instructor to threaten Xiaozhe, who doesn't need military training." "Oh, maybe people will have to run to that instructor, the miserable past of their own, I'll say again, good to win the sympathy of the instructor, then that Xia instructor was her charm of the 7 meat and vegetables, do not care if you are not a freshman, as usual, asked you to participate in the military training. Xiaozhe, you have to be careful." The tall boy, that is, Xiaozhe, listened to the surrounding uproar, suddenly disdainful sneer. Chapter 112, Sasher flings out the Dean's Badge 4. At the same time, the way he looked at Sasher was as if he was looking at an idiot with a brain problem. At this moment, he was no longer interested in continuing with Sasher's nonsense, and directly looked at Sasher and spoke in a cold voice. "I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. After 10 seconds, if you haven't knelt down and apologized to my girlfriend, you can quietly wait for death." After saying that, he immediately started counting down. 10. 9. No need. Without waiting for Xiaozhe to continue counting down, Sasher suddenly spoke up and interrupted him. Then, under the gazes of Xiaozhe and the surrounding people who were slightly stunned, Sasher faintly said, "You don't have to give me this opportunity." When the surrounding crowd heard this, their gazes towards Sasher all revealed a bit of consternation. This woman, did she really not want to mix in the academy anymore? However, without waiting for the crowd to come back to their senses from their surprise, Sasher's next words directly made everyone instantly dumbfounded. "I can't look at your so-called opportunity, however, I can give you a chance. I don't care if you're a freshman or an old student, among the next military training cadets, there will definitely be you. If you can't take it anymore, you can instead kneel in front of me in front of all the cadets in the entire academy and apologize to me. If I'm in a good mood, at that time, I might be able to forgive you." Everyone in the surroundings were almost simultaneously dumbfounded when they heard Sasher's words. Just now, they thought that Sasher was already looking for death for being able to say something like not wanting a chance. But the fact proved that the degree of this woman's death-defying behavior in front of them had completely exceeded their imagination. However, very soon, the look in the eyes of the crowd that was watching the show became a few points thicker. It's only good if you don't give in. Otherwise, in the course of this military training, with less of such a clown, they were afraid that they would have a lot less fun. While Xiaozhe stared at Sasher for a while, but instead of anger, he laughed and said, "Good. Then we'll see." After saying that, he directly pulled Enjin to leave. While walking away, Enjin inclined her head to look at Sasher, while the smile at the corner of her lips was obviously somewhat meaningful. Unlike the others, she didn't think that Sasher was out of her mind to say something like making Xiaozhe beg her in turn. After all, she was the only one amongst the people present who knew that Jiang Xiao's ex-boyfriend who was snatched by Sasher was the instructor Sasher Qin that Xiaozhe was talking about. And the reason why she didn't say it was naturally because she had her own plans. These two idiots who had offended her, and she was going to make them completely lose their reputation and then be kicked out of the academy and the war department. The crowd did not leave after Xiaozhe and Enyen left. They were really a bit curious about where Sasher got such an arrogant backbone. Could it be that she really wanted to seduce the military training instructors with her good looks? "What are you doing here?" Suddenly, a stern and cold voice suddenly came from not far away.
When the crowd heard the voice, they all looked over at the source of the voice. Director Chen?
Seeing the middle-aged man walking quickly, a trainee who recognized the visitor instantly exclaimed in shock.
If I remember correctly, Director Chen is the person in charge of this military training, right?
And I heard that Director Chen has a good relationship with Commander Jiang Yanting. If anyone offends him, not only will they not be able to live well within the academy, they might even lose their future to enter the War Department in the future. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, that Director Chen had already walked in front of Sasher's few people. His cold and stern gaze slowly swept over the trainees. It finally settled on Yang Xin, who had been slapped by Tang Xin earlier.
Chapter 113, Sasher flings out the Dean's Badge 5. Yang Xin felt Director Chen's gaze and hurriedly took a few steps forward, pointing at Sasher and Tang Xin with a face full of aggression.
Director, I was just chatting with a few classmates when they suddenly slapped me. Director Chen's face immediately sank at the words. He directly turned his head to Sasher and the two hostages and asked, "You guys wantonly beat up your classmates on school grounds?" However, without waiting for Sasher to open her mouth to reply, Tang Xin immediately said angrily, "Director Chen, it is these good schoolmates heard that Fu Mun likes Sasher, heart jealous of her, come over to find her trouble." Director Chen heard Tang Xin's words, his face showed a touch of obvious surprise. He has always known that his daughter, who is in the same grade as Fu Luvia in Imperial City Academy, likes Fu Luvia. Even he had asked Fu Luvia to eat together for his daughter, only to be rejected by Fu Luvia looking for a reason. At this time, he finally understood the recent day's daughter mood are not very good reason. This idea flashed instantly. Director Chen's line of sight has fallen on Sasher. However, when he saw Sasher's extremely ordinary little face, his eyes were a flash of heavy skepticism. Fu Luan would like such a girl? Yang Xin saw the obvious skepticism on Director Chen's face and hurriedly spoke. Director Chen, I think, as long as it is a normal person, it is impossible to believe that Fu Luvia Shui are not bad enough to need to be jealous of this kind of woman. The surrounding crowd of veteran students heard Yang Xin's words, all of them opened their mouths and nodded in agreement. Yes, Director, Fu Luvia His Highness even rejected the school flower, how can like this kind of woman? Tang Xin was so angry by these schoolmates that she was about to vomit blood. She took a deep breath, her body trembled as she looked at the crowd and asked, "What evidence do you guys have to prove that Fu Mun likes is not Sasher?" Yang Xin coldly smiled, "Of course we have evidence." After saying that, she directly turned her head to look at Luo Chuyen, who hasn't said a few words since the beginning. "Luo Chuyen, Fu Luvia likes is not this bumpkin roommate of yours, but you, right?" When the surrounding crowd heard Yang Xin's words, their eyes lit up. Now almost everyone knows that Luo Chuyen and Sasher are both interesting to Fu Luvia. And Luo Chuyen is a family background extremely good big star, Sasher is just a small town to the dirtbag. No matter who Fu Luvia likes, Luo Chuyen can only say Fu Luvia likes her. At this moment, the crowd seems to have seen Luo Chuyen forcibly admit with Fu Luvia's relationship. Sasher was Chen director in accordance with the school rules to punish the picture. However, under the gaze of the crowd, Luo Chuyen suddenly stepped forward and tearfully took Yang Xin's arm. "Yang Xin, I can't do it, I really can't do it." The surrounding crowd looks at Luo Chuyen, who is instantly transformed into a weak and pathetic little girl, and are almost simultaneously dumbfounded. What is the situation? Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, Luo Chuyen's delicate body suddenly trembled and opened her mouth with a posture of telling the truth no matter what. "Director Chen, these school sisters are indeed because they are jealous of Fu Luvia like Sasher, actively looking for Sasher's trouble. I really don't know what Sasher did wrong, so beautiful and kind-hearted her, get Fu Luvia's favorite is not normal. Why would incur so many people's malice?" Luo Chuyen words fell instantly, the surrounding crowd all petrified. What is this situation? Luo Chuyen, even in the help of their love rival to speak? And, a beautiful person with a good heart? Whether or not the heart is good is not to be said, but this Luo Chuyen is simply talking nonsense with her eyes open, okay? Chapter 114, Sasher throws out the Dean's Badge 6. And Yang Xin, equally confused. What the hell is the situation? Luo Chuyen is not like Fu Luan? And she is Luo Han Group Big Miss, with this dirtbag's identity has a world of difference. How can she not only don't mind this dirtbag hooked Fu Luvia, but also help dirtbag speak? She is crazy, or goodness is too much? Didn't wait for Yang Xin and the crowd to return to their senses, Luo Chuyen once again said to Director Chen. "Director, it's these school sisters who took the initiative to provoke, it's also them who moved first. Sasher and Tang Xin are only in self-defense, I hope you can punish them in accordance with the rules of the academy." When the crowd heard Luo Chuyen's words, their faces showed obvious apprehension. It would have been fine if Yang Xinna hadn't asked Luo Chuyen to testify. Now, with Luo Chuyen biting them back, they are not right in any way. Could it be that they really want to plant in this shameless to seduce Fu Luvia's bumpkin's hands today? However, just as the crowd waited for Director Chen to pronounce the results of their trial, Director Chen was looking at Luo Chuyen with an icy face. "I don't care how the cause is, the initiative to hit people is a violation of the rules of the academy.
After saying that, he raised his hand and pointed at Sasher and Tang Xin. You, and you, will be given one demerit, and, at the opening ceremony of the military training later on, confess to all the seniors your sins of disrespecting your seniors. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Luo Chuyen and then spoke. Although you did not do it, but it is an accessory, go back to write 3,000 words review, tomorrow morning before 7 o'clock hand over to my office. Fu Luvia is the future son-in-law that he sees. He wants all female trainees to understand Shao want Fu Luvia's downfall. In addition, he wants more than just let them lose face. In the next military training, he will also greet Jiang Yunting and let him take good care of these three. He wanted to make them regret ever having the idea of stealing a man from his daughter. Everyone around them first froze when they heard Director Chen's words. In the next moment, ecstasy that was thick to the core suddenly surged out on the faces of everyone. Director Chen was wise. Having an outstanding administrator like Director Chen was an honor for the entire Imperial City Academy. Director Chen was praised by the crowd with a burst of physical and mental relief. Then, he turned his head to look at the three hostages of Sasher and asked, "Did you guys hear what I just said?" Tang Xin angrily opened her mouth. "What gives you the right?" However, before she could continue, a hand suddenly pulled her arm. With that, a voice that looked like it was emanating polar coldness came out of her mouth. "Record a major demerit and repent for the sin of disrespecting your seniors? What if I say no?" Director Chen suddenly smiled at his words. A thick irony appeared on his face as he looked at Sasher. "No? Then get the hell out of Imperial City Academy." Sasher sniffed and nodded slightly. "Good, then, get lost." "What did you say?" Director Chen was stunned for a moment. The surrounding crowd of trainees likewise somewhat did not believe their ears. This woman, so sensible, even wants to voluntarily withdraw from school? Sasher faintly and unnoticeably hooked the corner of her lips. Then, she suddenly raised her small hand. Splat! A crisp sound came out. That golden badge that the old dean had previously handed over to Sasher, capable of exercising the dean's authority, suddenly struck Director Chen in the face. At the same time, what also came out was Sasher's voice that was so cold that it was nearly devoid of the slightest emotion. "I said, Imperial City Academy doesn't need trash like you can roll up and leave." Chapter 115. Sasher flings out the dean's badge 7. Jing! The moment Sasher's words fell, the surroundings steeply fell into a deathly silence. No one thought that Sasher would dare to be so unbridled as to fling something in Director Chen's face. Even more so, no one had thought that she would dare to call Director Chen a piece of trash and say something like telling him to roll over and get out. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Sasher was as if they were looking at a dead person. Daring to offend Director Chen like this, it wasn't just a question of whether or not she could hang around in the academy, but whether or not she could continue to live in this world. At the same time, Director Chen froze for a few breaths before slowly coming back to his senses. However, he did not immediately explode into a monstrous rage as the crowd thought, but instead slowly bent down and picked up the dean's badge from the ground. Even though he was already mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but breathe tightly when he saw the dean's badge. He jerked his head up to look at Sasher, his eyes fixed on her in question. "Where did you get this badge from?" The surrounding crowd heard Director Chen's voice and almost simultaneously looked at the dean's badge in his hand. At that moment, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. Almost everyone within the academy recognized the dean's badge. No one had thought that what Sasher had just thrown in Director Chen's face was actually this thing. Although the crowd did not know how Sasher had gotten this thing. But in that case, Director Chen, there was a real possibility that he would have to roll up his sleeves and leave. Sasher looked at him who knew the answer but was still struggling. He couldn't help but laugh lightly. "Where did you get it? What do you think?" Director Chen sniffed and his face began to change constantly. In the end, his gaze towards Sasher abruptly turned cold. "Dare to steal the dean's badge, do you not want to live? Steal it?" The surrounding trainees were stunned at his words. In the next moment, the gazes of the crowd towards Sasher abruptly chilled. They said, how could this freshly enrolled get the dean's badge? If it was stolen, then it would be justifiable. Director Chen looked at Sasher with cold eyes and said, "I will now go to the dean to seek proof. If it can be proven that this badge was obtained by you through improper means, you will face consequences that you can hardly bear." Sasher looked at him lightly, her tone was not light or heavy. "If you can't prove that this badge was stolen by me, then, you won't just have to walk away." Director Chen sniffed coldly. He looked deeply at Sasher before walking quickly towards the principal's office. Some of the trainees saw Director Chen leave, and under curiosity, they were all ready to follow him. However, the next moment, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. Because, they unexpectedly saw that Fu Luan walked over from the distance. At that moment, countless girls' eyes lit up. Today, they must be in front of Fu Luvia's face, dismantle this disguise, so that he understands that this kind is not worthy of his liking. However, before tearing down, they still need to verify the authenticity of the rumors. Then, a good-looking girl suddenly stood out. "Fu Temple, many people in the academy said that you like her, is this true?" Fu Muan was slightly stunned at the words. He showed, is it that obvious?
The surrounding crowd of girls saw Fu Luvia's reaction that was tantamount to admitting it, and looked at Sasher's gaze of jealousy was about to go crazy. However, Fu Luvia did not pay attention to their reactions. He walked straight to the front of Xiaxi, ready to hand the carton with breakfast in his hand to her. However, before he could raise his hand, a handsome figure suddenly trotted over.
Miss Xia, this is me. Mo Yan's little assistant subconsciously wanted to say the words my young master.
However, in the next moment, he suddenly remembered what the young master had instructed him to say and immediately changed his words.
Miss Xia, this is the breakfast I bought for you, I hope you don't mind. When the surrounding crowd heard Mo Yan's words, they all couldn't help but look at Fu Luan, and then looked back at Mo Yan. This is two men who were hooked up by this woman, crashed?
Thinking of this, some women looked at Sasher's face, steeply surged out a rich color of ecstasy.
I'm afraid that this dream did not expect to overturn the car and the breakfast such a thing, right? Now, Fu Luvia heart, I'm afraid of this watery woman disappointed to the extreme, right? Chapter 116 Military Training began 1.
And in the crowd of excited eyes watching, Fu Luvia's action seems to confirm the crowd heart thought. Only to see, Fu Luvia looked at the Mo Yan who handed breakfast to Sasher, and hooked the corner of his lips somewhat stiffly. At the same time, he silently is about to hand out the breakfast back, and then slightly unnoticeable to Sasher nodded, quickly turned around and left. The surrounding crowd looked at Fu Luvia slightly despondent back, partake Fu Luvia at the same time, more is to Sasher's gloating. Oh, can let Fu Hall positive eyes on a glance, is the blessing of a few lifetimes to repair, but she does not know cherish, next Fu Hall I'm afraid to see will not look at her more than a glance.
Not only will not look more than a glance?
I'm afraid that Fu Hall will feel sick to see her, but this is her own self-inflicted, no one else to blame.
How to say that greed is not enough to swallow the elephant?
Originally, if she was clinging to Fu Dian, I really couldn't do anything about it, but now she's doing it on her own, so it's no one's fault. I see not only Fu Dian, this sent her breakfast little handsome, afraid to dump her.
Mo Yan listened to the chatter around him and was suddenly a bit puzzled. He could understand every word these people said, but how could he not understand them?
Sasher looked at Mo Yan's dumbfounded appearance and couldn't help but faintly smile.
Help me thank your young master. Mo Yan was again stunned.
He had said that he had bought it, so how did Sasher have to thank his young master?
What to do?
If the young master knew that Sasher had guessed that he had made the breakfast, he would kill him, right? And just as Mo Yan's little assistant was doubting her life because of Sasher's words, Sasher had already received the breakfast in Mo Yan's hands. Just when she saw the breakfast inside the handbag that was enough for 3 people's quantity, she couldn't help but lightly draw the corners of her mouth. She was beyond certain that her baby was cooking for her alone.
But did this amount take her for a pig? With that, she directly ignored Mo Yan and split the breakfast into 3 portions, giving 2 of them to Luo Chuyan and Tang Xaner.
When the two saw the breakfast handed over by Sasher, a flash of surprise flashed in their eyes. After Luo Chuyan and Tang Xaner thanked Sasher, they walked towards the playground while eating.
Mo Yan looked at the trio's backs in shock, and for a moment even developed an urge to die. His young master had personally made breakfast all morning, and it was distributed by the young lady. If his young master knew about this, would he think he was useless and want to get him killed? What should he do? He didn't want to die young yet,
Sasher's trio had just finished eating breakfast when they arrived at the playground. Luo Chuyan threw the breakfast bags into the trash can while saying to Sasher, I always thought that Feng Temple was a cold iceberg before, but I didn't expect that he would know to send someone to buy you breakfast.
She had met Mo Yan before and knew that Mo Yan was Feng Jing's assistant, and didn't misunderstand Sasher's relationship with Mo Yan. Tang Xaner also nodded when she heard Luo Chuyan's words.
I also didn't expect a straight man of steel like Feng Temple to be so sweet.
This breakfast is also too delicious, Sister Shai, turn around and help me ask him where he bought it?
Sasher couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at his words.
Iron and steel straight man?
This was the first time she had heard someone describe his family's big baby this way.
Does a straight man of steel know how to cook breakfast? Luo Chuyan and Tang Xaner were both startled violently at the words.
In the next moment, the two of them violently widened their eyes.
Sister Shai, this breakfast couldn't have been made by Feng Jing himself, right? Sasher nodded rightfully, yes.
She didn't know how many times she had eaten breakfast made by her family's baby boy in her previous life, and just by looking at it alone, she knew that it was his handiwork. However, her baby's cooking skills seemed to be better than in her previous life.
Luo Chuyan and Tang Xaner's faces were both a little complicated when they heard this.
So sour. I wish I had a boyfriend like this. But the 2 lemon essences didn't stay sour for long before they suddenly glanced at a figure that shouldn't be here.
Chapter 117 Military Training begins 2.
Thank you for the baby's gifts. If you like it, click on the hypnosis, look at the small video to support it.
Chapter 118 Military Training began 3. Thank you for the gift of the little darling. Chapter 119 The beginning of military training 4. Panther. This what Chen director is not a bar. This own death even if, why also pull on the loyal and honest him?
At the same time, below the crowd of trainees heard the loudspeaker voice of Director Chen. That look at the back of Sasher's face are showing more thick gloating. It was true that people couldn't be too manipulative, or else they could easily get themselves killed if they weren't careful. Normally speaking, Director Chen would not openly say such words as wishing to teach the instructor to be a new person on such an occasion. However, Sasher had already ordered Director Chen to go to the dean with himself at night. If he didn't do something, how would he be able to establish himself within the academy in the future? Therefore, in the eyes of the trainees, Director Chen's words were completely justified and correct. At this moment, the crowd looked at Xiaoxi, suddenly looking forward to the scene where she was paralyzed on the ground after the military training, being carried to the dean's office by Director Chen like a chicken. However, in complete contrast to the crowd of trainees below, Zhang Yunting and the instructors had some cold sweat seeping out of their foreheads almost instantly after hearing Director Chen's words. Immediately afterward, the 9 instructors slowly turned their heads in slow motion to look at the Black Panther, whose eyes looked like they were trying to pierce through Director Chen. At this moment, the Black Panther's eyes were fixed on Director Chen beside him, and he really wanted to kill him. "You're great, you can teach the female demon head to be a new person, you come yourself. What kind of thing is it for you to say such things to me in front of the female devil?" God knows how much he just wished that Director Chen would pull more hate in front of Sasher and directly make Sasher ignore the fact that he had said that she didn't know the heights of heaven and was going to boost her tasks by 10 times. But just because of such a sentence from Director Chen, he had prayed in vain. Instructor Black Panther? Director Chen sensed Black Panther's somewhat off-kilter sight and couldn't help but open his mouth with a puzzled expression on his face. However, no matter how angry Black Panther was, he could not blow Director Chen out with a single punch on this occasion. And the crowd of trainees below looked at Black Panther, who seemed to be contemplating for a few seconds. All of them were thinking that he was considering how to teach Sasher to behave properly later on. Gradually, the gazes of the crowd towards Sasher, apart from being sarcastic, surprisingly had more than a little sympathy and pity. However, just when the crowd of trainees thought that Black Panther would not hesitate to agree to Director Chen's request to teach Sasher to behave properly, Black Panther's voice, which seemed to be a little trembling and a little angry, entered the ears of all the trainees below. "Director Chen, the military training processes are all clearly defined. Before I said that I wanted to increase the amount of tasks for this trainee because you said it was her own request. But with these words of yours now, you are trying to make me treat the cadet harshly by not abiding by the rules of the War Department and the Academy. If I do as you say, if something goes wrong, can you afford it?" When the surrounding cadets heard Black Panther's words, they all froze violently. What is the situation? Why did this Black Panther instructor not only not agree, but instead dislike Director Chen? Director Chen also froze violently when he heard Black Panther's words. It was only after a while that Director Chen tugged at the corners of his somewhat stiff mouth and barely managed to squeeze out a trace of a smile and said, "Since that's the case, then Instructor Black Panther will follow the rules and assign her 10 times the amount of tasks she herself requested." Black Panther coldly swept a glance at him without saying anything. However, unlike what he appeared to be on the surface, his heart had already turned over in huge waves. At this moment, his scalp tingled at the thought of the female demon head he was about to meet in the ranks. He then thought about the fact that the female demon head would be in the team he was training for the 10 days afterward, and he truly wanted to cry. At this moment, he wanted to slap himself even more. Why was he so mouthy? If he hadn't rushed up to teach Sasher a lesson, it was impossible to take over the class he was in. What was he going to do when he met the female devil later? How about he kneel down and kowtow to her a few times first? Seeing that the Black Panther seemed to be immersed in his emotions and did not refute his words, Director Chen could not help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. With that, he looked down to the crowd below and opened his mouth. "Now I announce that the 88th Freshman Entrance Military Training of the Imperial City Academy will now begin." After his words fell, a tidal wave of applause immediately rang out from below. In the midst of that applause, the teachers and instructors on the stage all turned around and walked towards the stage. Black Panther swept a glance at the several instructors beside him. Soon, his gaze settled on Sasher Chen. He hurriedly came over and said in a voice that only 2 people could hear, "Comrade Sasher Chen, I heard that you and that female demon I heard that you and Chief Xia are related by blood. In order to enhance your relationship, how about the class she is in is given to the..." Chapter 120, The Beginning of Military Training 5. However, without waiting for the Black Panther to continue, Sasher Chen did not hesitate to interrupt. "Captain Black Panther, I have already chosen my brother's class, so I can't change it once it's set. Moreover, such a good opportunity, how can I be so good as to steal it from you?" Without waiting for the Black Panther to reply, Sasher Chen, as if she suddenly saw something, hurriedly said, "Ah, no more, my brother seems to be calling me. I'll go over first." After saying that, Sasher Chen almost ran away with the speed of a 100-meter sprint. The Black Panther looked at Sasher Chen, who ran out a dozen meters in the blink of an eye, and couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth. Then, he turned his head to look at the several people beside him, with a smile on his face that he thought was extremely friendly. However, almost as soon as he revealed that smile, several people simultaneously ran towards the class they were going to train next.
Black Panther subconsciously raised his hand, eh?
However, the speed of the several people was not at all slower than Sasher, and in the blink of an eye, they pulled away from him. Black Panther looked at the crowd that ran faster than a rabbit and suddenly had some tears in his eyes.
At this moment, he suddenly doubted that these were really his comrades who could give their backs to each other on the battlefield. What about the promised life and death, the promised comradeship? How did they become so fragile in front of that female devil?
Afterwards, the Black Panther stood on the spot and took several deep breaths, and only then resolutely stepped towards the location of Sasher as if he was dying. At this time, Sasher had already returned to her own class 6. She had just stood still when a somewhat eerie male voice suddenly sounded beside her. 10 times the amount of tasks, Xia student is really courageous. Sasher slightly inclined her head and saw that Xiao Zhe, who had previously asked her to kneel down and apologize to and die, was beside her looking at herself with a smirk. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She hadn't even asked anyone to pull this old cadet who didn't need military training over to participate in military training, and this one rushed over on his own? In this way, she had saved her a lot of trouble. Just don't know how many days he could endure under the high-intensity military training before he would apologize to her on his knees in front of the entire academy's cadets. Thinking of this, Xia suddenly felt that this military training was much more interesting. And almost at the same time when Xiao Zhe's words fell, the unkind gaze of the people within the class landed on Sasher. What courage! She's just simply stupid without realizing it. 10 times the amount of tasks, I've never seen one so capable of death. Oh! What's scary is that even if she kills herself, she has to drag us along with her to suffer. When the last person's words fell, the gazes of all the people towards Sasher revealed even more hostility. Director Chen had just said that because of Sasher, even they had to undergo high-intensity training in military training. How did this kind of idiot enter Imperial City Academy? Why doesn't this loser go to hell? Assistant Professor Shao, can I apply for a class change now? Hearing this question, many people were looking towards Xiao Zhe, who had bribed the original assistant teacher and had just become the new assistant teacher of Class 6. At this moment, everyone's faces that looked at Xiao Zhe were showing obvious hope. If they could switch classes, they really didn't want to continue staying in this class. However, when Xiao Zhe heard the crowd's question, he smiled and shook his head. Classes are assigned before enrollment and cannot be easily changed. When the crowd heard this, a flash of disappointment steeply flashed across their eyes. Just as quickly, Xiao Zhe's voice once again rang in the ears of the crowd. You can't change classes, but it doesn't mean you can't drop out. During today's military training, you guys properly persuade her to take the initiative to withdraw from the academy. If she withdraws from the academy, both for herself and for you guys, it will be beneficial. The crowd of cadets were first stunned when they heard Xiao Zhe's words. Soon after, some of the cadets revealed some contemplation in their gazes as they looked at Sasher. Sasher only lightly swept a glance at the crowd, and then, her slightly cold eyes gazed at Xiao Zhe and said, "In this 10 times the amount of tasks, there is a part of your credit, right?" Xiao Zhe snorted lightly. I don't understand what Ms. Xia said. Didn't you take the initiative to ask for that 10 times the amount of tasks? What does it have to do with me? However, Xia acted as if she hadn't heard his denial, and only faintly said, since it was you who asked for a 10-fold increase in the amount of tasks, then, these tasks will be completed by yourself. Xiao Zhe was first stunned for a moment when he heard Xiaoxi's words. Then, as if he had heard some funny joke, he suddenly burst out laughing. I'll finish it? That's fine, but you need to ask Instructor Black Panther if he agrees. The surrounding trainees, that look at Xiaoxi's eyes, has been like looking at a little cute. The eyes of the surrounding trainees towards Xiaoxi are already like looking at a little cutie. The Black Panther instructor wasn't stupid. How could he agree to this kind of request from her? She regretted taking the initiative to ask for an increase in the amount of tasks, and she was going to dump the pot on Assistant Professor Shao. How in the world could it be that good? Originally, even if she didn't increase the amount of tasks, she might not be able to leave here standing today. But she was stupid enough to take the initiative to ask for a 10-fold increase in the amount of tasks, and now that she was leaving, she was still able to walk away without that much of a mess. Xiaoxi's gaze slowly swept over the surrounding crowd. Afterward, her nonchalant words reached the ears of everyone around her. Want me to leave so badly? The faces of the people within the class suddenly turned cold at those words. However, without waiting for them to say anything, Xiao Zhe was the first to speak. You cannot go, however, the Black Panther instructor can let you stand today to leave this playground. This instructor do not have to do. Just as his words fell, the crowd saw that the Black Panther's figure had just stopped not far away. Chapter 121, The Beginning of Military Training 6. At this moment, Black Panther's gaze towards Xiao Zhe was as if he could kill someone. A Director Chen wants him to teach the female devil to be a human being is not enough, and now there is another one who wants him to not let the female devil to stand out of the playground, otherwise even the instructor will not let him do. He really wanted to know whether he had killed these people's parents or dug up their ancestral graves.
How could they be so anxious for him to die early? The trainees were all stunned as they looked at the Black Panther, whose breath was so cold around him at the moment that it seemed like he could freeze to death. However, very quickly, the crowd turned their heads once again to look at Sasher. At the same time, their gazes towards Sasher all revealed a gloating expression that was thick to the extreme. For Black Panther to be able to reveal such an expression, other than feeling that his instructor's majesty had been provoked by Sasher's request for 10 times the amount of tasks, what else could it be because of? This idiot, I'm afraid that he will really be practiced to death on the training ground today. Xiao Zhe looked at the Black Panther, and then looked at Sasher and sneered. I'll kindly remind you, either quit the academy or kneel down and beg for forgiveness from instructor Black Panther right now. You'd better choose one. When the people within the class heard this, they all lamented in their hearts that Xiao Zhe was still too kind in the end. Being so offended by this idiot, he even didn't forget to kindly remind her. However, they didn't really want Xia to kneel down and apologize. After all, they were really looking forward to watching the extremely arrogant Sasher's tragic state of kneeling down and begging for forgiveness because she couldn't withstand the Black Panther's destruction. However, under the gazes of the crowd full of expectation, boom! The Black Panther slammed his fist onto Xiao Zhe's face. The tremendous force directly caused Xiao Zhe to take 5 or 6 steps back. When the surrounding Class 6 trainees saw this sudden scene, they all violently froze in place. What is the situation? After Xiao Zhe staggered and stabilized himself, he subconsciously raised his hand to cover the left side of his face that had been smashed, and the face that looked towards the Black Panther was overflowing with shock and dismay. Instructor, you. Black Panther stared straight at him, trying to calm his breathing that was somewhat disorganized due to fear. That Director Chen he had no way to strike in public. He could only wait until after school when Sasher brought the person to the principal's office to personally teach him a lesson. But just because he couldn't move the senior management of the academy, it didn't mean that Xiao Zhe, an ordinary student, couldn't be moved as well. However, this punch was just a little bit of interest. The big headache he was going to ask for was in the next military training. Thinking of this, Black Panther looked at Xiao Zhe and the shocked gazes of the people within the class and slowly opened his mouth. Just now I heard you say that as long as I agree, I can participate in the military training and accept 10 times the amount of tasks? This punch of mine was to test your physical quality, worrying that you wouldn't be able to withstand that amount of training because your body was too weak. But fortunately, you didn't let me down. Now, I can solemnly tell you that your request to boost the training volume 10 times instead of Xia's classmate, I agree. When the surrounding crowd of Class 6 trainees heard Black Panther's words, their brains were almost all a bit spinning. What is the situation? As long as this Black Panther instructor wasn't a cutie, he would be able to hear that Xiao Zhe's words were just a casual remark, right? But this Black Panther instructor, why did he seem to take it seriously on purpose? Without waiting for the crowd to figure it out, Xiao Zhe stared blankly at the Black Panther and opened his mouth. Black Panther instructor, are you mistaken? Black Panther suddenly smiled at his words. Mistake? You were not the one who just said that as long as I agree, I can accept 10 times the amount of tasks? Xiao Zhe was dumbfounded by Black Panther's words. But then, he still explained stiffly. Instructor, I was just joking, you. However, without waiting for Xiao Zhe to finish, Black Panther directly spoke up and interrupted him. Just now, your Director Chen said that Imperial City Academy doesn't need students who go back on their words. If you want to go back on your words now, you can, but you will be expelled from the academy. Xiao Zhe. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he deserved to be punched by Black Panther. He wanted to give himself 2 slaps. Why was he so mouthy? If he didn't say that sentence, it would be impossible for Black Panther to seize the handle and thus fall into the dilemma at this moment. The surrounding trainees looked at Xiao Zhe and opened their mouths, but in the end, no one dared to stand out and speak for Xiao Zhe. However, the hostility in the gazes of many of them towards Xia became a few points thicker. On what grounds? Why did they have to raise the intensity of the training because Sasher proposed to raise the amount of tasks by 10 times? And yet, Sasher was able to have Xiao Zhe complete 10 times the training intensity instead of her? However, they didn't wait long for the crowd to become unbalanced before they heard Black Panther's words that made them even more unbalanced. Chapter 122, The Beginning of Military Training 7. Thank you babies for your gifts. Chapter 123 Military Training begins 8. Xia students, are you forgetting something? So what, now I'm the instructor and you're the trainee. The trainees all froze at the words and looked at the Black Panther. Shouldn't he just take out the majesty of being an instructor and let Sasher know how powerful he was? What was with this weak tone of his to remind Sasher? However, without waiting for how shocked the crowd was, Sasher looked at Black Panther with an indifferent expression and asked, This military training is 10 days long, do you want to waste these 10 days directly? Originally, she wanted to leave directly after going through the motions of the opening ceremony. The reason why she stayed was mainly because she saw that Black Panther and these people had good potential and hoped that they could pass the 100-member regiment examination and enter it, and then become her close friends within the 100-member regiment.
and her task was to make Black Panther and the other strengths soar qualitatively within these 10 days. Black Panther shook his head almost subconsciously when he felt Sasher's gaze. No. After saying that, he wilted again and asked cautiously, can the number of laps be less? At this moment, the Black Panther wanted to die. Just now, he was even sympathizing with Xiao Zhe. He was having trouble protecting himself, so who was he to pity others? Such a big playground, running 100 laps. Not to mention 2 hours, even if it took 3 hours, he wouldn't be able to finish it. He suspected that the demoness was trying to fix him. And he found evidence. At the same time, the shock on the faces of the trainees in the class intensified. They didn't understand. Sasher was clearly appointed as the class leader by Black Panther. She was clearly trying to lord it over him now, so why did he not only not feel half angry, but instead, he started bargaining with Sasher. Without waiting for the crowd to figure it out, Sasher looked at Black Panther with a light gaze and opened her mouth unhurriedly. Do you have a problem with my arrangement? Black Panther heard Sasher's tone, subconsciously stood upright, head held high and used a linear voice to respond. No opinion. Sasher nodded slightly. Afterwards, she turned her head to look at the crowd of trainees within the class whose faces were obviously a bit stiff because of their shock. Do the others have any opinions? What answered her was a silence. Seeing this, Sasher directly took it as the crowd acquiescing that they had no opinions. She nodded slightly, and then took out her cell phone and clicked on the timer and said, 2 hours, now, the timer starts. Almost the instant her words fell, Black Panther rushed out. Xiao Zhe and the trainees in the class looked at Black Panther's back, and the expressions on their faces were somewhat complicated. Afterward, some of the trainees quickly followed. More trainees, however, started jogging leisurely. There were even a few girls who didn't even run, walking slowly in general. Just kidding, 2 hours and 10 laps, how could they not complete this task? Since they all knew that they couldn't finish it, there was no need to do a fearless struggle. Sasher just quietly stood in place and swept a glance at the movements of the crowd, and did not open her mouth to say anything. And the movement of the crowd within Sasher's class quickly drew the attention of the other classes that were lining up in the squares. Wasn't this the class of the girl who had taken the initiative to request a tenfold increase in the amount of tasks? What were they doing? Warming up? But shouldn't they be running in line if they're warming up? I'll go. Wasn't the one running at the front the Black Panther instructor in charge of training their class? However, without waiting for the crowd to continue talking, a cold and stern scolding voice came out from the mouth of the instructor of the corresponding class. Silence. The crowd of trainees immediately shut up when they heard the order and turned their eyes forward. Only, what the trainees didn't notice was that the instructors in charge of training them all glanced at the Black Panther running at the very front, and their eyes all flashed with a touch of gloating. Chapter 124, The Beginning of Military Training 9. Teaser, the Dean's vest is about to fall off. Chapter 125, The Beginning of Military Training 10. Well. Director Chen only felt a huge force steeply strike his abdomen. Under the impact of that force, his entire body fell back 5 or 6 steps uncontrollably. After stabilizing himself, his face, which was somewhat distorted due to the intense pain, overflowed with shock that was thick to the extreme. Commander Jiang, you. However, without waiting for his later words to come out, Zhang Yunting's figure once again closed in. A fist fiercely blasted onto Director Chen's face. Director Chen was smashed over his head by Zhang Yunting's fist. At the same time, his body was unsteady and he fell straight to the ground. Boom! A dull sound of a body and ground collision resounded steeply. The commotion on this side was not small, immediately drawing the attention of the cadets from the nearest squad nearby. When the trainees saw the fallen Director Chen and Xiaoxi and Zhang Yunting standing not far from him, they all froze violently. What was the situation? Director Chen was beaten by Commander Jiang? How was that possible? Wasn't it said that Commander Jiang and Director Chen had a very good relationship? How could Commander Jiang hit him? Under the extreme shock, the crowd of trainees had already forgotten that they were in military training at the moment and could not speak. However, the instructor who trained them, Sasher Quan, did not drink them down at first, but similarly looked towards the collapsed Director Chen. At that moment, he couldn't control a cold smile on his face. To be honest, he truly admired this bastard's death-defying ability. In his opinion, when this bastard had said that on the stage before, it was a miracle that the female devil didn't find him in trouble. But this bastard even didn't stop, and had to go down the road to death himself. This kind of thing deserved to be screwed to death. Then, under the gaze of Sasher Chen, who was full of gloating and the stunned gazes of the trainees, Sasher slowly walked over to Director Chen. She condescendingly looked down at Director Chen, whose face was still full of disbelief, and then slowly raised her foot and stepped on top of his right hand. Director Chen felt the weight on his palm and his eyes whitened violently. What are you doing? I am a senior member of the academy, you are just a trainee. If you dare to touch me, the least you can do is to be expelled from the academy. Sasher couldn't help but let out a light laugh at her words. She did not open her mouth to say anything, but only suddenly increased the force on her foot. Ka-ching! Click! A crisp sound of broken fingers rang out.
Ah! Simultaneously ringing out, there was also Director Chen's miserable scream that was miserable to the extreme. Hiss! Hiss! The trainees who were watching the commotion over here couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw this. At the same time, the gazes that everyone looked at Sasher revealed deep shock and dismay. How dare she? Is she crazy? The only way out of a small place like her was to successfully graduate from the academy and go find a good job. Now she even beat up Director Chen. Was this a great future that she didn't want? Director Chen was a senior member of the academy. Not only would she be expelled from the academy for doing this, but she would probably go to jail, right? Not far away, Xia didn't seem to hear the crowd's murmurings, but only looked down at Director Chen on the ground with a light gaze. Seeing that he had regained a trace of consciousness from the severe pain, she then spoke without delay. This hand counts as a little lesson. If there is a next time, it won't be as simple as a hand. When the surrounding trainees heard Sasher's voice, the consternation on their faces suddenly became a few points thicker. Who would tell them? How did this woman manage to use such a tone of voice and say such words to a senior that could directly kick her out of the academy? In this world, how could there be a woman so unafraid of death? When Director Chen heard Sasher's words, that gaze towards her steeply burned with burning anger. He subconsciously clutched his uninjured left hand, and the gaze that he looked at Sasher was like a sharp blade that wanted to pierce her through. Afterward, he took a deep breath and spoke through clenched teeth. Looking for the dean? Aren't you looking for the dean? Now follow me to find the dean. Sasher, who was already about to turn around and leave, had her movements stuttered. Then, she slightly inclined her head, and her line of sight once again landed on Director Chen. In the next moment, she suddenly smiled. Chapter 126 Miserable Instructors 1. Good night, oh love you Mang. Chapter 127 Miserable Instructors 2. It was a palm-sized, extremely textured black square box. And on top of the square box, engraved on it, was a dark golden War Ministry logo. The secret box of the War Ministry? How did you come to have this? Soon after, a cadet suddenly stood out, looking at Sasher with a suspicious face and asked. Those who were able to enter the Imperial City Academy were all descendants of large families. Almost everyone recognized this box. The secret box of the Ministry of War, which was used to store some extremely important items, could only be opened by the holder's fingerprints. If a non-holder forcibly opens it, the box will automatically destroy the items inside. At the same time, because of the special nature of the box's texture, whatever was put into it would extend its shelf life by more than 10 times. However, this secret box of the War Ministry was extremely rare, and it was even said that there were no more than 10 of them in total, almost all of which were in the hands of the top few executives of the War Ministry. They did not understand how Sasher could have such an important War Ministry item. Sasher did not pay attention to that cadet's question and directly opened the box with her fingerprints. Then, a black pill the size of a red bean was exposed. Sasher casually took out a small handful of them and then looked towards the Black Panther, whose body instinctively began to tremble at the sight of the pills, and opened his mouth. 1 pill for each person, give it to them to distribute. The Black Panther hurriedly nodded and answered. He then quickly ran to Xia Shi and took the pills she handed him. He then quickly distributed it to the trainees. What was this thing? One by one, the trainees all frowned as they lowered their heads and observed the pill in their hands. They instinctively felt that it wasn't something good to eat it. Sasher ordered with a slightly cold tone as she looked at the crowd. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief at the words, and not a single person was willing to put the pill into their mouths. Xiao Zhe, who was asked by Sasher to run 100 laps, but only slowed down to less than a lap, laughed coldly and spoke. Xia students, these basically all come from Imperial City families. They are not comparable to commoners coming out of a small place like you. If they eat bad because of what you give them, then the consequences, you can't afford it. When the crowd of trainees heard Xiao Zhe's words, they all nodded with faces of approval. That's right, you let us eat indiscriminately, in case you give us something wrong. Can you afford it? I don't know where you got the secret box of the Ministry of War, but just because the secret box of the Ministry of War is a good thing, it doesn't mean that the things that are placed inside of it are treasures as well. Just like the goods that come out of a small place like you, even if you enter the Imperial City Academy, you're still a pariah that can't get on the stage. Sasher sniffed and her eyes fell on the 3 trainees who opened their mouths. She let out a light laugh. Pariahs coming out of a small place? However, in the next moment, her gaze towards the crowd abruptly turned cold, and her tone carried a regal pressure. Then I will tell you today, origin is your luck, not your capital to look down on others. The crowd of trainees felt the icy and compelling aura around Sasher, and all of them could not help but cower for a moment. However, soon after, they realized that they were afraid of one that was inferior to them in everything. A flash of chagrin immediately surged on their faces. So what if we are lucky? It was our skill that we were well cast. But isn't it? Some people don't have this kind of ability, yet they still want to climb on top of us, and even yell at us, without taking a piss to see if they're worthy. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of class 6. We don't want low-life trash like you in our class. Chapter 128, The Miserable Instructors 3.
Did not give a 5-star baby, the trouble to turn back 2 pages to give a 5-star praise ha, love you bud yo.
Chapter 129, Miserable Instructors 4.
However, just at the moment when Xiao Zhe's hand was about to touch Sasher, Sasher raised her hand extremely casually and held Xiao Zhe's wrist, and then gently folded it. Click! A crisp bone-breaking sound suddenly rang out. Ah! What followed was Xiao Zhe's pig-like screams. And within 30 meters of the surrounding area, apart from this miserable scream, it steeply fell into a deathly silence. The 20 or so trainees on the side looked at the miserable Xiao Zhe, and the expressions on their faces were as if they had seen a ghost. How could this be possible? Xiao Zhe was an intermediate-level warrior. This woman was just a waste of space who relied on scholarships to attend school. How could she have the strength to directly crush Xiao Zhe? And without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, Sasher suddenly raised her hand and broke Xiao Zhe's jaw, and then directly forced the 10 pills in her hand into his mouth. 3 seconds later. Ah! Ah! A mournful cry as if he was suffering from a death by 1,000 cuts came out from Xiao Zhe's mouth. Under that intense pain, he directly fainted from the pain after screaming twice. However, not 2 seconds later, he was once again awakened by the pain. A few seconds later, he fainted once again. Then, woke up again. Xiaxia's eyes were pale as she looked at Xiao Zhe, who was in so much pain that he wanted to commit suicide, and she squatted down unhurriedly before binding his wrists with a rope that she took out from somewhere. Xiao Zhe felt that his hands were restricted from moving and understood that he was even deprived of the right to commit suicide. At once, the miserable screams from his mouth became even more agonizing. At the same time, his endless hatred for Xiaxia was born between the only trace of sanity he had. And he himself didn't even realize that amongst that hatred, there was also endless fear mixed in. The 20 or so people beside him looked at Xiao Zhe's miserable condition, and they didn't even dare to utter a single breath. At this moment, as they looked at Sasher, whose complexion never changed halfway, a sentence emerged in their minds at the same time. Is this the devil? At the same time, for the first time, the faces of the people looking at Sasher could not control the growing fear that appeared. This was the first time in their lives that they were afraid of a person of their own age. On the side, Black Panther looked at Xiao Zhe on the ground, and some sympathetic pity actually surfaced on his face. Initially, the devil instructor had done the same to them. The most he had ever eaten was 10, and that feeling he didn't want to recall once more in his life. Afterward, under the gaze of the 20 or so trainees trembling, Sasher put away the secret box of the Ministry of War in his hand. When the 20-odd people saw Sasher's action, their eyes were relieved even though their fear had not dissipated. However, without waiting for the crowd to be happy for a few seconds, Sasher once again took out a War Ministry secret box. Instantly, the faces of the crowd looking at Sasher completely changed. Getting one War Ministry secret box, one could still say that Sasher might have gotten lucky. But 2, it could never be as simple as luck. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Sasher once again opened the box. And when they saw what was inside the box, they completely changed their faces. At this moment, what appeared within the box was the same medicinal pill. The difference was that this time, the pill was a little bigger than the one Sasher had just taken out, about the size of a soybean grain. And the color wasn't just black, but dark gray. Sasher took out 24 pills from it, and then opened his mouth to the Black Panther. The rest of you, one for each person, send it down. At once, the 20 or so people who were already fearful of Sasher, their bodies couldn't control the light trembling. Xia student, I know I'm wrong, in the future, whatever you say is what you want, I'll listen to you. Right. Xia classmate, from now on, if you say 1, I will never say 2, if you let me kill a dog, I will never slaughter a chicken. Mr. Xia, oh no, class president, please spare me. They didn't know what the pills were, but seeing what happened to Xiao Zhe and the 70 or so classmates on the ground, they knew it must be something similar even if they didn't have to think about it. What happened to Xiao Zhe and the others, they didn't want to experience it all over again. However, Sasher directly ignored the pleas for mercy from the crowd, and the hand that reached out to the Black Panther did not have the slightest intention of retracting. Seeing this, Black Panther didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and hurriedly received it with extreme respect. Afterwards, he handed out the pills to the crowd. There were 5 who were dead set on not taking them, and he directly placed the pills on the ground in front of them. After seeing the Black Panther finish distributing them, Sasher looked at the crowd and faintly opened his mouth. Eat it. Chapter 130, The Miserable Instructors 5. A moment of silence. No one made a move. Sasher slightly inclined her head. Black Panther, go help them. I. And just as Black Panther's voice of agreement fell, one of the 2 male cadets who had previously opened their mouths to inquire about Sasher's 7 laps suddenly stepped forward and said, I won't eat. Big deal, I'm not participating in this military training. I announced that I, Gu Shang, am now quitting Imperial City Academy. Originally, he did not want to give up his identity as an Imperial City cadet. But looking at the situation in front of him, it was no longer up to him. You have to know that one of his family's 3 recommended spots to enter the 100th Cadet Corps has already been given to him. If he ate this pill and spoiled his body and was unable to participate in the 100 regiment test 9 days later, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Now, it was good to have this Imperial City Academy's back road broken. In that case, he would definitely do everything he could to improve his strength in the next few days in order to obtain a place in the 100-person corps. And after the cadet named Ji Sheng opened his mouth, a few more cadets stepped forward. "I'm also withdrawing. Add me to the list. I've never been so wronged in my life. I'm quitting." After a few people finished speaking, they were directly ready to give up and leave. However, just as they were about to raise their feet, Sasher's voice, which was permeated with a slight chill, entered their ears. "If you want to withdraw, you can, after school today. In my place, there is no rule of calling a halt in the middle of the day." When Ji Sheng heard this, his footsteps suddenly lurched. However, soon after, he swept a glance at Xiaoxi, sneered, and began to continue walking forward. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him yet. Only, before he could take a few steps, there was a sudden shake in front of him. Then, he felt a small hand that was cold but like an iron clamp break his jaw. The next moment, 2 pills were forced into his mouth. That small hand dragged upwards against his chin and the pills slid down his throat. Only after Sasher made sure that he had eaten them did she gently release the hand controlling Ji Sheng's chin. Vomit. The moment Ji Sheng was freed from his confinement, he immediately dry heaved. He was madly trying to vomit out the pills. However, it was useless. The pill had almost instantly merged into his body, the medicinal power dispersing into his limbs and bones. In an instant, boundless pain attacked every corner of his body like a tidal wave. Under the pain that was so intense that he wanted to kill himself, his body suddenly softened on the ground. Ah! This gray pill seemed to be different from the previous black pill, as if a substance capable of paralyzing the body had been added to it. After Ji Sheng collapsed, he couldn't even move his fingers. The few people who originally wanted to leave suddenly stopped in their tracks while uncontrollably gulping their throats. As for the 20 or so people who did not move, their breathing was similarly shortened due to the fear brought about by Sasher. Sasher faintly swept a glance at the more than 20 people whose faces were more dense with fear, and faintly opened his mouth. "Because you guys are more obedient compared to those people on the ground right now, the pain I'm going to send you will not be as strong as theirs. But now, it seems that there is no need for this." The crowd of trainees instantly flinched when they heard this. "No, don't panic. Eat. I'll eat now." The cadet who had opened his mouth earlier and said that "I'm quitting" trembled as he spoke. After saying that, he didn't wait for Sasher to respond and hurriedly stuffed the pill into his mouth. The quickness of that action was as if he was afraid that Sasher would double the number of pills for him or make him eat the black pills from before. Sasher faintly glanced at him. And then, she slightly inclined her head, and her line of sight landed on the remaining 20 or so people. When everyone felt Sasher's gaze, their hearts tightened. I'll eat. I'll eat it too." Soon, one by one, the trainees put the pills into their mouths. In a few seconds, all of the Class 6 trainees, except for Sasher, collapsed on the ground. Black Panther looked at the crowd on the ground and couldn't help but show some emotion on his face. 10 days ago, when this female devil gave them special training on the first day, he had also been this miserable. Unexpectedly, it wasn't even a few days ago, it was his turn to look at other people's misery. Alas! This really had to lament the rotation of the wind and water. However, without waiting for Black Panther to continue lamenting, he was shocked to feel that Sasher's plain gaze landed on his body. Chapter 131 Miserable Instructors 6. Catch up on more babies every day, love you Moyo. Chapter 132 Miserable Instructors 7. Several instructors were worthy of being comrades who had a lifelong friendship with Black Panther, and they were really good to him. The moment Xiaxia's voice rang out, the 9 instructors almost without exception threw out the walkie-talkies in their hands. At this moment, the crowd looked at the walkie-talkies on the ground as if they were looking at some floating beast. "Me? The hell?" While the 9 people were in shock, another voice came out from within the walkie-talkie. "But how can I let you guys break the bank? If you guys are still alive and well after 10 days, then the chocolates don't need to be delivered by you guys. The female devil that you guys are talking about will send each of you a box as a reward." 9 instructors. What's going on? Why is the devil woman's voice on the intercom? Only their 10 instructors and Zhang Yunting have the intercom. Could it be that there's a traitor among them? Most importantly, who just used the name Demonis? Come out to me. I will nun you to death. But then, the crowd thought that they were all comrades who could hand over life and death to each other on the battlefield after all. Moreover, they had already agreed before their military training that no matter what happened in the future, they were going to be united and united against each other. Right now, they were going to defeat the evil forces on the other side of the intercom. Thinking of this, the 9 people's eyes instantly became firm. With that, one by one, the instructors stepped forward and picked up the walkie-talkies from the ground. Then, the 9 people's voices, which they thought were extremely valiant as well as sacrificial, entered Xiaosher's ears. "Chief Xia, you have trained us carefully for 10 days, and it has benefited us greatly, so how can I be so kind as to still ask you to spend money to send us something?
That's right, that's right. Chief Xia, you are the person I admire the most in my life. My respect for you is like a river flowing endlessly. That's right. For me, Chief Xia is the lighthouse in the darkness of the night, lighting the way for me. Without waiting for the last person to finish speaking, Sasher suddenly snorted coldly. Afterward, she asked in a light tone. Who was the one who just shouted out female demon head? Boom! Although Sasher's voice was clearly not heavy, it directly caused the 9 combatants to feel as if they had been struck by a thunderbolt, and the 9 of them instantly froze in place. 3 seconds later, Sasher saw that the crowd didn't reply and couldn't help but lightly gave a sound. I don't know if it was an illusion, but they actually heard a trace of obvious impatience in Sasher's voice. A combatant who was on the shorter side trembled and hurriedly opened his mouth. What female devil? Chief Xia, you must have heard wrong. He, in any case, could not have betrayed his comrades. Who is it? Sasher spoke again. No, Chief Xia, you really heard wrong. Even if you lend us 100 guts, no one would dare to call you a demoness. Another war veteran weakly spoke. Another warrior spoke up. I'll ask for the last time, who? Yu Cheng. Ji Feng. Almost the instant Sasher's question fell, the 2 who had just denied it and a few others returned almost simultaneously. Yu Cheng. Ji Feng. What about the promised unanimity? What happened to the comradeship of being able to give their backs to each other? At this moment, they couldn't wait to slap themselves twice. How could they not realize that the walkie-talkie was not something particularly private? By this female devil knowing what they had secretly called her, they knew that even if they didn't use their brains to think about it, they knew that this female devil couldn't possibly let them go. But then, the 2 of them thought that they were a big man, they couldn't always be pressed by a woman, they had to learn to resist oppression. Thinking of this, Yu Cheng suddenly straightened his chest plate. Chief Xia, that female devil was indeed me who shouted. Sasher raised an eyebrow. Really, in that case, then. However, without waiting for Sasher to finish, Yu Cheng hurriedly continued. Chapter 133, The Miserable Instructors 8. Thank you to every baby who chases after more, love you bud. Chapter 134 Too sweet, right? 1. A few breaths later, Xiaozhe looked at Sasher who stopped in front of him and clearly felt an invisible sense of oppression. However, soon after, he suddenly clenched his fists and looked straight at Sasher and said, Am I wrong? What kind of a thing are you? What qualifications do you have to make it impossible for people to mix in the entire Imperial City, and what ability do you have to prevent anyone with the ability to enter the 100 People's Core? However, what answered him was a sudden kick. Boom! A sound of a foot and chest collision rang out. Instantly, Xiaozhe, who had only managed to sit up half a minute ago, fell to the ground in response. Under that tremendous force, Xiaozhe only felt a surge of blood in his chest. Then, a stream of bright red blood actually slid down from the corner of his mouth. Sasher slowly lowered the foot that he had just raised, looked down at Xiaozhe who looked pained, and faintly opened his mouth. Qualification? You stand up first, then talk to me about qualifications. Xiaozhe subconsciously clenched his uninjured left hand. At this moment, he looked at Sasher's eyes in the blatant killing intent as if it could form a substance. He must kill this. No. He couldn't kill her that easily. Before letting her die, he would make her taste all the tortures in this world. I am a direct descendant of the Chun family, a first-class family in Imperial City. Aren't you afraid of receiving endless retaliation from my Chen family if you do this to me? Sasher suddenly laughed at his words. Chen family? In the next moment, she suddenly stepped forward and in a casual movement, she raised her foot and stepped on top of Xiaozhe's right leg. Click! Without waiting for Xiaozhe to react, a crisp cracking sound resounded abruptly. Ah! At the same time, Xiaozhe's pig-like screams came out. You should be thankful that I don't want to kill people in a place like the academy, otherwise, what you've wasted today wouldn't be as simple as just a hand and a leg. After saying that, she slightly inclined her head and looked to the side at Black Panther who had just slowed down from the severe pain. Within the academy, I don't want to see this kind of trash again. The Black Panther felt the aura around Sasher that pressed down on him, and subconsciously nodded his head. Yes, yes. After saying that, he rolled and stood up from the ground. And then, he dragged Xiaozhe towards the entrance of the academy as fast as he could. Nearly 100 trainees within the 6th class froze as they looked at Xiaozhe, who was in pain to the point of looking hideous, but struggling helplessly in the hands of the Black Panther, and the fear in his eyes that was looking at Sasher deepened a few points. At the same time, Ji Sheng's heart for no reason gave birth to a trace of happiness. Fortunately, he had just not said his thoughts out loud. Otherwise, the one being dragged out right now might not be Xiaozhe, but him. But then, the light in his eyes as he looked at Sasher became a few points colder. What qualifications did a lowly pariah from a small town have to trample them, the children of the great families of Imperial City, underfoot? Don't let him find a chance to leave the group. Otherwise, he would definitely make this pay for what he had done. And just as Ji Sheng made up his mind, Sasher's gaze suddenly landed on his body. At that moment, his body couldn't control the cringe. However, without waiting for Sasher to do anything, the cell phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated.
She took out her phone and glanced at it, and saw the WeChat message belonging to Big Baby displayed on it.
7th Teaching Building, Classroom 302.
Sasher was slightly stunned. But then, she noticed the one she had sent out earlier and never received a reply asking if she wanted to come over and find me. Just from this short message, it was obvious that her baby was still in a tizzy. Otherwise, he would have come to the playground on his own ass to accompany her, instead of putting up a front and asking her to find him in the classroom. However, the man that one looks at, even if one is on one's knees, one has to be spoiled. Right at this moment, the Black Panther who had thrown Xiao Zhe out of the academy ran back. After casually arranging the training content for the next 2 hours for the Black Panther and the trainees, Xia casually arranged the training content for the Black Panther and the trainees, before walking over towards the teaching area. Speaking of which, while the freshmen were in military training, the older students had already started school. At this moment, it was class time. When Sasher walked to the downstairs of the 7th Teaching Building, quite a few trainees were walking towards the building. At the same time, a conversational voice reached Sasher's ears.
You guys also came here for the palace ceiling? Otherwise? If it wasn't for the ceiling palace, could I come to the teaching building early in the morning without classes? I skipped class to come here. Alas!
I heard that Mr. Feng and Ms. Xiao Muyu are together. Today, Xiao Muyu didn't come to the academy, so we can still feast our eyes on her, but when she comes, it won't be the same. Although many people say that Xiao Muyu and Seal Palace are a perfect couple, I feel that Xiao Muyu is not good enough for Seal Palace.
Who says otherwise?
In my mind, Seal Palace should be a god that can only be viewed from afar. No one is good enough for him.
Chapter 135 is too sweet, isn't it? 2.
Sasher couldn't help but raise her eyebrows as she listened to the surrounding chatter.
Xiao Muyu was with her baby? How did she not know about this?
And along with a murmuring voice around her, Sasher quickly walked into classroom 302. At a glance, she saw Feng Jing, who was sitting in the 3rd row. At this moment, the gazes of almost everyone in the classroom seemed to fall on Feng Jing. And, from time to time, the sound of girls philandering would ring out around them.
Everyone be quiet for a moment.
On the podium, the professor looked at the classroom, which was already too crowded to be seated, and obviously had a bit of a headache. If it was a normal day, he could be happy for a while if 30 people could come to his cold elective class.
But now, he really didn't want any more people.
Afterwards, the professor glanced at Feng Jing, and then looked at Xiaoxi, who was standing at the door. The classroom can't accommodate any more people, please ask the student at the door to close the classroom door.
Several trainees heard the professor's voice and all looked towards the door.
When everyone saw Sasher, they were all stunned.
Then, a shocked voice rang out within the classroom. How is it her?
Instantly, countless gazes looked over at the girl who opened her mouth.
Ying, you know her? Who is this? Why haven't I seen it before?
The girl who exclaimed sniffed and glanced at Sasher before opening her mouth with a cold smile. Come on, I'll introduce you all. This is the freshman who almost hooked up with His Highness Fu Mun, but flipped the car this morning.
Turned over the car? But it is not?
When she hooked Fu Temple, she also hooked a small handsome boy. This morning, the little handsome man and Fu Temple came up to send her breakfast. The two just bumped into each other. Fu Temple saw that little handsome man, did not say anything, directly turned around and walked away. The girl seemed to have intentionally raised her volume, and everyone in the entire classroom could clearly hear her voice. When Feng Jing heard the girl's words, he couldn't help but raise his nice sword brows. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his decision to grudgingly make that woman a breakfast in the morning when he happened to have nothing else to do was quite wise. However, just as this thought of Feng Jing surfaced in his mind, a questioning voice suddenly rang out. How could it be possible? Fu Ting had been at the academy for a year, and during that time, many girls had chased after him, but he had refused all of them, so how could such an ordinary girl make Fu Ting take the initiative to send her breakfast?
These days, does it matter if you're ordinary or not?
As long as you don't look particularly ugly, and have a little bit of heart and means, most of the boys will have to fall under the pomegranate skirt of this kind of person.
That said, wasn't she a freshman?
Why is she here? After the last person's question rang out, the classroom suddenly fell into silence. Then, a single gaze turned towards Feng Jing.
No, it couldn't be. She had just been dumped by Fu Ting, and she dared to fantasize about Feng Ting?
Freshman skipping military training, if it's serious, you'll be expelled from the academy.
What do you know?
It's called You Can't Catch a Wolf Without a Child.
That's right.
But I really admire this woman's courage, to dare to leave the playground in the middle of the day. It's really a death wish. Upon hearing the last person's words, many of the girls looked at Sasher with a little bit of unkindness on their faces. Although they believed that Feng Jing couldn't possibly look at this kind of green tea whore, they hated this woman's teeth when they thought that this woman almost got together with Fu Luan, and even broke Fu Luan's heart. Now, this woman so big handle fell in their hands, don't blame them for being ruthless. Freshmen warped military training, later no matter which instructor they tell, she is bound to eat and walk.
Ha! In order to a man who cannot even look her in the eye, even gambled on their own future, this kind of woman, really stupid. Is not it?
Fu Luvia His Highness has already seen her true colors, unless Feng Jing His Highness is blind to look at her. The most important thing is that the Feng Palace are already famous and have a master, we just simply come over to appreciate the handsome man, but this woman is obviously not pure in heart. If His Highness Xiao Muyu found out about this. The last person didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood what she meant. If Xiao Muyu knew that Feng Jing was being thought of, this woman would have to shed her skin without dying. As Sasher listened to the sarcastic voices around her, the expression on her face did not change too significantly. She only slowly raised her feet and walked over to Feng Jing. The crowd in the classroom suddenly quieted down when they saw Sasher's movements. Although many people felt that Sasher had come over to seduce Feng Jing, in their opinion, Sasher should have first taken a look at Feng Jing from a distance, then used her heart to gain Feng Jing's sympathy or pity, and then slowly approached him afterwards. No one expected that Sasher would go straight to Feng Jing's position as soon as she came up. At this moment, in the entire classroom, only a few seats were vacant on Feng Jing's left and right sides. After Xia walked to Feng Jing's side, she directly sat down beside him. When the crowd of women saw Sasher's action, they exploded almost simultaneously. She, surprisingly, sat beside Feng Jing. How dare she? A few extremely small cries of shock suddenly came out from the mouths of the classroom crowd of trainees. In the next moment, countless gazes filled with anger landed on Sasher. Did she know that the reason why there were so many empty seats beside Feng Jing was because every time he appeared in the classroom, once someone sat beside him, he would simply walk away? It didn't matter that this woman was making a fool of herself, now she was making it so that their male god was about to turn around and leave. They were going to kill this. However, just as the women seemed to have seen the image of Feng Jing whisking his sleeve away. Chapter 136, Too sweet, right? 3. Unexpectedly, to everyone's surprise, Feng Jing didn't turn around and leave, he just lightly glanced at Sasher, then, surprisingly, he withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to continue reading the book in front of him. The surrounding crowd froze at the same time when they saw Feng Jing's actions. Although none of them wanted Feng Jing to leave. But normally, Feng Jing should have avoided that woman like a virus. Now, how did it look like he was acquiescing to Sasher sitting next to him? If I remember correctly, from the beginning of the school year until now, no girl has been able to appear within a meter of Feng Jing, right? Right. Even Xiao Muyu, who is rumored to be with Feng Hall, I haven't seen her appear within a meter of Feng Hall. How did this woman do it? This kind of green tea isn't qualified to be treated differently by Seal Palace. I guess Seal Palace is in a good mood today and any person can sit next to him. After the last person's words fell, the surrounding girls nodded in understanding. Right. It must be like this. Feng Hall wasn't being special to her, he was just too lazy to care about this heartthrob girl. Thinking of this, the gazes of almost all the girls in the classroom looking at Sasher were a few points colder. But that coldness, but also hidden deep anger and jealousy. Not only did she almost hook up with Fu Luan, but she was also able to sit next to Feng Jing. What kind of luck did this woman have? No, they couldn't let her alone take such a cheap advantage. However, just when a few girls hesitated to take a step closer to Feng Jing, the crowd saw. Sasher unexpectedly slowly raised her hand and directly picked up the book in front of Feng Jing. At that instant, the faces of the surrounding girls all breathed tightly. She actually dared to touch Feng Hall's things? Was this seeing that there was nothing wrong with her sitting next to Feng Hall and starting to stomp on her nose? Does Feng Dian have a serious cleanliness fetish? She was finished. One should know that a schoolgirl who intentionally slammed into Feng Jing's arms earlier was directly thrown out of the classroom by him. If the school flower was treated like that by him, then this ordinary-looking heartthrob in front of him would have to be treated like that. At that moment, the gazes of the surrounding crowd towards Sasher, apart from the burning anger, also revealed some sympathy and pity. However, 1 second. 2 seconds. Time passed minute by minute, but Feng Jing didn't have the slightest intention of making a move against Sasher. As for Sasher, she actually flipped through the book she took from Feng Jing. She felt something was wrong after reading a few lines. Afterward, she closed the book and looked at the title on the cover. At that moment, she, who had always been calm and collected, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. She hurriedly opened the first page and looked at the content on it. Then, the snappy description of the opening chapter, which went straight to the point, crashed into her line of sight unexpectedly. After Sasher finished reading a few paragraphs, her face looked at Feng Jing's handsome face with a somewhat strange expression. Overbearing president's fiery stepforward wife? And at this moment, Feng Jing was similarly a bit confused. He had come over in a hurry, but thinking that he had come over for a lesson after all, he casually took a few books that Mo Yen had put in the car. But what kind of messy books are these? Almost subconsciously, he raised his hand and snatched the hegemony novel in Sasher's hand, before quickly placing it at the bottom of the stack of books. However, just as he put the book away, he realized that on the topmost book of the stack, it just happened to read, President Daddy, marry one, get one free. Feng Jing. Sasher raised an eyebrow and took the topmost book into her hands, looking at Feng Jing with a promising gaze. You like this kind of book?
Chapter 137 is too sweet, isn't it? 4. These books are not mine.
Feng Jing tried to make himself look still calm and collected. Although he knew that it was a waste of time to say this, it was still necessary to try to salvage his image.
Sasher just looked at Feng Jing with a light smile. That overbearing president book has good content, let's try it sometime?
When Feng Jing heard this, his eyes, which had always been permeated with a chill like a work of art, suddenly lit up. In fact, the book Overbearing President's Fiery Petite Wife he had been favored by his close friends in his last life, and the other party had guaranteed that after he had read it, as long as he had learned the essence of the overbearing president, it would make Sasher like him even more. At that time, he also substituted himself into the overbearing president, and after that, he sauced and stuffed himself with his little petite wife. It was just that he hadn't been able to find the opportunity. But now that Sasher had taken the initiative to mention it, it seemed a bit unreasonable if he didn't satisfy her. At this moment, he suddenly felt that it was okay for Xiaoxi to misunderstand that the book was his. As for Mo Yen, who had littered the car with books, originally he was determined to drive him, but now it seemed that he could consider staying for observation first. However, Feng Jing never dreamed that when he and Xiaoxi practiced the plot of the book, the roles of the two of them were not quite the same as his mental expectations. At this moment, when the people in the classroom looked at Feng Jing and Sasher, who were interacting extremely well, they were all a little stunned.
What's going on here? Wasn't Feng Temple a stranger don't enter attitude towards all girls?
If it wasn't so, it wouldn't be the case that everyone in the entire academy felt that Feng Jing was special to Xiaomuyu.
But what was going on right now? Not only did Feng Jing acquiesce to Sasher's approach, he even answered her question? What was most unacceptable to them was that woman even shamelessly wanted to try it out with Feng Hall. Although they didn't know what they were going to try, through the title of the book that Sasher had uttered, even if they didn't have to use their brains to think about it, they knew that it couldn't possibly be anything innocent. Thinking of this, a woman with a hot body directly stood up despite the fact that it was a class. Her gaze was fixed on Sasher, and her expression was icy cold as she warned. You stay away from Feng Hall. When the people beside her heard this, they hurriedly followed and chimed in. Regardless of the family background, or looks and temperament, none of them show that you and Feng Hall are not in the same world at all. I advise you not to waste your efforts. I advise you not to waste your efforts. You and Feng Dian are not in the same world. Feng Dian, such a man is not something you can think about. People like you should find a man at the bottom of the social ladder to marry and teach your children for the rest of your life, instead of fantasizing about Feng Dian's existence, which is simply impossible for you to belong to. Sasher slightly inclined her head, faintly looking at the angry and anxious looks of the crowd, and spoke unhurriedly. He is not your boyfriend. Why do you make it look like you are going to be green? We just can't tolerate a lowly woman like you defiling our male god. The girl with the hot body spoke again. Sasher raised her eyebrows. Defile? If saying a word was considered as defiling, then. Saying that, she suddenly turned her head and placed a kiss on Feng Jing's thin lips. Instantly, the entire classroom, at this moment, fell into an eerie silence. Everyone seemed to have been dealt a fatal blow at this moment. In the extremely quiet air, Sasher slightly hooked her lips and looked at the surrounding crowd to open her mouth. If speaking to him is considered defiling, then what am I doing here now? Chapter 138 is too sweet, right? 5. Boom. A simple sentence, but like a bomb, exploded in the minds of all the trainees in the class. They had watched the inviolable male god in their hearts being defiled by such a person. Moreover, this woman not only took advantage of the godlike existence in their hearts, but also dared to demonstrate it them? In this world, how could there be such a shameless woman? For a while, the gazes of all the surrounding girls looking at Sasher were like a sharp sword that wanted to pierce Sasher through. However, despite the fact that the crowd could not wait to break Sasher into pieces, no one made a move. Because, they were waiting for Feng Jing to make a move. This dared to insult Feng Jing so much, they didn't believe that Feng Jing didn't even show any sign. There was nothing more painful in this world than being hurt by someone you loved. They didn't believe that Feng Jing would still be indifferent even though this woman had already taken advantage of him in the truest sense of the word. However, the next moment, when the crowd saw the change in Feng Jing's expression, they were completely dumbfounded. Because, under their gazes, Feng Jing's handsome face, which had always been slightly cold, was like ice melting, and actually revealed a slight smile. Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, Sasher swept a glance at the surrounding crowd, and there was no hint of a joke in her expression. I just like all of you. Heart with me is not a world of men. You even have opinions, but also give me to hold back. From now on, if I hear one more useless piece of crap coming out of anyone's mouth, get the hell out of Imperial City Academy. As Sasher's words fell, a word involuntarily surfaced in the hearts of the surrounding girls. Arrogant. This in front of their eyes is really too arrogant. However, a woman who came from a small town and wanted to climb up the ladder by seducing all kinds of outstanding men, what qualifications did she have to say such words? You look for death. After a moment of silence, the girl with the hot figure who was Feng Jing's die-hard fan suddenly rushed towards Sasher. She wanted to make this one who dared to insult her male god understand what regret meant.
However, just as she was about to rush in front of Sasher, Fengjing, who was sitting beside Sasher, suddenly picked up a book and threw it out. Splat! That book directly slapped hard on the girl who rushed over. Boom! After the girl was hit by the book, she actually flew directly backwards. After flying out a full 3 or 4 meters, the girl's body ruthlessly smashed in front of the podium, frightening the old professor, who was still somewhat outside the situation at this point, to take a step back. However, the girl who fell to the ground looked like she didn't feel any pain. She just stared blankly at Fengjing, her eyes filled with shock and dismay. Her male god had actually struck her? He couldn't have been tricked by that already, right? At the same time, the others in the classroom were also confused. Feng Temple, wouldn't he really be interested in that woman, right? After a few breaths, a voice full of uncertainty came out from a girl's mouth. The surrounding girls suddenly fell silent at those words. Although they didn't want to admit it, whether it was Fengjing's smile after being kissed by this woman, or his doting attitude towards this woman, it was tantamount to signaling. He was different towards this woman. Thinking of this, the faces of the surrounding people looking at Sasher for the first time revealed jealousy and unwillingness in the true sense of the word. On what grounds? In terms of birth, in terms of looks, in terms of strength, most of them sitting here were not a bit better than this woman. But even so, they thought that they were not worthy of Feng Dian. This woman, what qualifications did she have to be with Feng Temple? After a few seconds of silence, the girl who initially gave the crowd a popularization of Fu Luan and Mo Yan's breakfast to Xiaxi, suddenly stood out. Feng Dian, she was still hooking up with Fu Dian and a handsome guy in the morning. Don't be fooled by this kind of green tea whore. Almost at the instant her words fell, Sasher suddenly raised her hand and threw out something. Snap! A crisp sound came out as a badge smashed onto the girl's chest. Chapter 139, Dropping the Vest, Shocking the Academy. 1. Thank you babies for your gifts. Chapter 140, Dropping the Vest, Shocking the Academy. 2. When the two girls heard Panther's words, a flash of joy flashed across their faces. Originally, they thought that the instructor would at least ask a few questions and then punish according to the severity of the situation. Dismissing Sasher was the best they could expect in their hearts, and they even thought it was more likely to be a demerit. But now, after hearing this from the Black Panther, their bottom line was suddenly full of energy. Just as they wanted to pull Black Panther over to find Sasher, the rest of the fiery girl's eyes suddenly noticed the crowd coming from the direction of the teaching area. When she saw Sasher at the forefront of the crowd, she suddenly had the feeling that the heavens were helping her today. In the next moment, she hastily raised her hand and pointed to Sasher, who was holding Fengjing as she walked slowly, and opened her mouth to Black Panther. Instructor, it's the girl walking at the front. When Black Panther heard this, he immediately followed the direction of the girl's finger and looked over. When his line of sight landed on Sasher's figure, his entire person suddenly froze in place. No, wasn't it about a cadet who left the playground to seduce the opposite sex? This female devil could do something like seducing the opposite sex? Even if he were to dream, he wouldn't dare to dream in this direction. However, as Black Panther thought of this, his line of sight suddenly landed on the hands that Sasher and Fengjing were holding together. Boom! At that instant, his entire body was struck by lightning. The image in front of him was tantamount to telling him the female devil in their hearts had found a boyfriend. The female devil had a man, but he was still a single dog. Is he hopeless? And just as Black Panther received a double blow, the eyes of many people in Class 6 fell on Fengjing. The boy walking at the front was so handsome. I'll go. Handsomer than even the most handsome fresh meat on TV, in my opinion. Seeing such a handsome guy, I feel like all the hard work I put in to get into God City Academy was worth it. Since the military training was for freshmen, the vast majority of them had never heard of Fengtang's great name, so when the crowd saw Fengjing, they all just assumed that this was just a handsome guy from God City Academy. Soon after, the crowd looked at Fengjing and Sasher's hands that were held together. He was holding that Sasher's hand. The two of them couldn't be boyfriend and girlfriend, right? The crowd suddenly fell silent. But soon, a cautious voice came out. It could also be a sibling? The others around. God's siblings. Whose sister and brother are holding each other with 10 fingers. Moreover, can't you see the light in that man's eyes when he looks at Sasher? This is obviously a light that only appears when you love someone to a certain extent. When some of the girls thought of this, they couldn't help but show a face full of envy when they looked at Sasher. Not only is she exceptionally strong, but she can also be loved by such a man. This woman is also too happy, right? Instructor, what you just said to me, is it okay to say it to her again in a moment? The hot girl looked at the Black Panther, who seemed to be a little out of shape, and hurriedly asked cautiously. When Black Panther heard this, he suddenly snapped back to his senses. Afterward, he looked at the hot girl with a puzzled expression and opened his mouth. Say it again? Say what? The hot girl froze for a moment. For some reason, at this moment, a bad premonition suddenly appeared in her heart. However, without waiting for the two to return to their senses, Sasher had already stopped not far away. She looked at the two girls, her brows slightly furrowed. You guys didn't hear what I said before? The girl who had been knocked down by Sasher's badge earlier heard this and hurriedly ran over. She looked at Sasher with a cold smile, her face overflowing with gloating.
No matter what badge you have in your hand, your identity is just a cadet.
As a cadet, you didn't obey the instructor's order to properly train during military training, but you ran all over the campus, causing an extremely bad impact on the entire Imperial City Academy. Just now, the instructor has already said that you can just get the hell out of the academy by privately suspending your military training and leaving the academy playground.
Chapter 141, Dropping Your Vest and Shocking the Academy. 3.
The Black Panther who wanted to stop but didn't stop the girl from talking.
I didn't. Not me. Don't talk nonsense.
Seeing this, the crowd of trainees in the 6th class all looked at Black Panther with a look of self-seeking on their faces. Just based on the strong stance this woman showed in their Black Panther instructor, no surprise, this Black Panther instructor of theirs, who could be called the most wimpy Black Panther instructor in history, even if he didn't die, he would still have to take off layers of skin. Unusually, the crowd of female trainees following Sasher and Fengjing were all bright-eyed when they heard the girl's words. They had said that this woman would definitely not have any good results if she dared to leave the playground privately. Now it seemed that this woman who was so arrogant that she was on the verge of going to heaven was really going to have bad luck. Thinking of this, the crowd all looked over at the Black Panther, and within those pairs of eyes, there was a full expectation. However, under the gaze of the crowd, Black Panther's face steeply sank. He immediately turned his head to look at the girl with a haughty face and questioned in a chilling tone.
When did you ever hear me say such words?
The girl's face abruptly stiffened when she heard this. Immediately, she coldly opened her mouth. Just now it wasn't you who said. She didn't say anything further, but instead hurriedly turned her head to look at the crowd of Class 6 trainees on the side. Just now, your instructor said that the cadets who should leave the playground privately should be told to get out of the academy. You all heard it, right?
However, what responded to her was a silence.
Almost all the Class 6 cadets lowered their heads at the same time, without the slightest intention of opening their mouths to say anything. Joking aside, unless they didn't want to live anymore, no matter if they offended Black Panther or Sasher, they wouldn't have any good fruit to eat. Offending these two for such a woman was not worth it. The girl saw the appearance of the people in Class 6, and for no reason, she felt a pang of panic. Afterwards, she turned her head to look at the Black Panther. You just clearly said. Without waiting for her to continue, Black Panther directly interrupted. You told me that she left the playground privately in order to seduce the opposite sex, so tell me, which opposite sex did she seduce? The girl was even more flustered when she heard this. However, she still opened her mouth and said back, the Fengjing that she seduced was the boy she was holding hands with. The Black Panther's face turned a few points colder at his words. Where is the evidence? The girl had already noticed that Black Panther's attitude was wrong. But now, she could only try her best to explain. Feng Temple had just sat down in the classroom not long ago. She left the playground and appeared in the classroom where Feng Temple was, and everyone in the entire classroom saw what nasty things she did in the classroom. The students behind them were all witnesses. Black Panther suddenly laughed at his words. He then looked at the girls and spoke righteously. First, Xia student asked me for leave when she left the playground. She didn't terminate the training privately. Secondly, the evidence you mentioned is just a normal interaction between couples in my opinion. It doesn't constitute the so-called seduction. Lastly, if you dare to slander your classmates, I will report it to the academy truthfully and let the academy dispose of you according to the rules. The moment Black Panther's words fell, a sudden and steep silence descended. The hot-bodied girl and the girl who was knocked down by the badge were dumbfounded at the same time. Obviously, that wasn't what this instructor said when they first came over. He clearly said that Sasher should just get the hell out of Imperial City Academy. How come once Sasher appeared, not only did he flatly deny what he said, but he started targeting them instead? The crowd behind Sasher and Fengjing who were expecting to see Sasher's downfall were likewise a bit confused. No, shouldn't it be Sasher, who had left the playground privately, who had to be sanctioned by the academy's rules? How did it suddenly become the girl who reported Sasher to be disposed of? This plot shift was also too fast, right? Gradually, the gazes of the crowd towards Sasher gradually revealed a trace of abnormality. Why did they feel that this Black Panther instructor was harboring her anyhow? Not only did she possess the dean's badge, even the military training instructor was extremely special to her. What kind of person was this woman? And just as the crowd was getting more and more puzzled in their hearts, the two girls who had initially come over were already near despair in their hearts. Sasher had already told them that she was going to expel them from Imperial City Academy, and these instructors were their last hope. But now, and just as the two of them were getting more and more terrified, the military training instructors who had been running for 2 hours simultaneously collapsed on the ground not far away. When the hot girl saw this, a bright aura abruptly flashed in her eyes. She barely hesitated for a second and immediately rushed to the instructors as fast as she could. After stopping in her tracks, her gaze slowly swept over the crowd of instructors, finally landing on Sasher Qian, who seemed to be in the best shape.
This instructor, I would like to ask, if a cadet takes leave in the middle of military training to go to the teaching area to fall in love, is this a violation of the rules during the cadet's military training? Sasher just gasped for breath and didn't even look at her, directly ignoring. The fiery girl's face stiffened. Afterward, she quickly walked over to Xiaoxian's side and squatted down, before opening her mouth in a voice that only two people could hear. 100,000, instructor, you answer me this question, I will give you 100,000 xia coins. Xiaoxian heard the words, and only then did he incline his head to look at her. Although he didn't lack that $100,000, but the money he could get by answering a question, why wouldn't he take it? First of all, there was no possibility of taking a leave of absence during military training unless there was a physical problem and it was confirmed by a doctor within the academy. If he really dared to pretend that he had a physical problem and asked for leave to fall in love. Speaking here, Xiaoxian suddenly changed her words and looked at the hot girl doubtfully. Is there such trash in Imperial City Academy? Almost at the moment when Xiaoxian's words fell, a pair of black higher leather boots suddenly stopped beside him. Chapter 142, Dropping the Vest, Shocking the Academy. 4. The moment he saw this pair of boots, Xiaoxian's face abruptly stiffened. Then, he almost subconsciously rolled over and climbed up from the ground. And the several instructors who were lying beside him gasping for breath were all flabbergasted and quickly rolled over and stood up. Then, several people simultaneously stood up straight and looked with fearful expressions at Sasher, who had appeared in front of them alone. Without waiting for the crowd of instructors to return to their senses from the shock of Sasher's sudden appearance, Black Panther hurriedly took 2 steps forward and looked towards Sasher Quan. Instructor Xia, who did you just call trash? Because of his excitement, his voice actually appeared to be slightly trembling. When he had just finished saying something bad about Sasher, he was really scared. Even he felt that even though he immediately changed his mouth after saying it, he still might be finished. But now there was one who was even more capable of death than him. With this person in front of him, what was he afraid of? What else was he afraid of? If it wasn't for the fact that Sasher was on one side, at this moment, the Black Panther would already be looking up to the sky and laughing a few times to show his admiration for this warrior Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian felt a bit off when he saw the Black Panther's expression. But soon, he suddenly thought of a possibility. The trash that this female cadet said went to fall in love in the middle of military training is a cadet from your class? Black Panther froze for a moment. The next moment, the corners of his mouth twitched madly. The trash who went to fall in love in the middle of military training. Originally, he was worried that Xiaoxian hadn't pulled enough hate in front of Sasher and that he would still be missed by Sasher. But now, he was completely not worried about himself. However, he was a little afraid that Sasher would lose her life. With that, Black Panther carefully glanced at Sasher. Upon seeing Sasher's face that was already as cold and sunken as water, he felt that as a captain, and out of humanitarianism, he should not see death. Thinking of this, he looked at Sasher and hesitantly opened his mouth. Instructor Xia, isn't the word waste used a bit too heavily? Sasher suddenly smiled at his words. That waste is really from your class? Black Panther. Why did he feel that he had done a favor? But with things having developed to this extent, there was nothing he could do. He sighed, then took a few steps forward and patted Xiaoxian's shoulder, gave Xiaoxian a brother you take care look, then quickly retreated to the side. Xiaoxian looked at the Black Panther's action of being afraid of being affected, and became even more confused. However, without waiting for him to wonder how, Xiaoxian's indifferent water-like gaze suddenly landed on him. What kind of trash did you just say I am? Boom! The moment Xiaoxian's words fell, his brain almost instantly stopped functioning. Under the extreme fear, he felt like his breathing was going to stop. No. It couldn't be, could it? The freshman that the female cadet said left the playground in the middle of military training to fall in love couldn't possibly be the female devil in front of him, could it? After all, he had never even thought that a female devil could fall in love. Moreover, even in his dreams, he didn't dare to think that there were men who weren't afraid of death to the point of daring to be with a female devil. However, he knew that now was not the time to think about this. With a strong desire to survive, he quickly straightened his back and spoke righteously. Hello Xia, just now, I said that those who were trained into the hospital in the middle of the military training are all trash. People who still have the strength to fall in love during military training will definitely have great achievements in the future. The surrounding trainees who were watching. They felt that these words were filled with the desire to live. Moreover, at this moment, they suddenly had deep doubts about the integrity of the instructors. At the same time, the 2 girls who had been ordered to withdraw from the school by Sasher were completely desperate. They really never dreamed that these instructors would become like this after seeing Sasher. They were instructors. How could they be afraid of a cadet? However, without waiting for the 2 to fully accept the facts in front of them, an icy voice suddenly came from not far away. Instructor Xia, I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate for you to turn black and white for such a woman, isn't it? The crowd followed the voice and saw Dai walking slowly over.
When the two hot girls saw Dai, who was notorious for not being easy to mess with within the academy, their faces revealed a touch of hope.
Dai was clearly not dealing with Sasher.
They, perhaps, still had hope of staying in Imperial City Academy. Sasher had originally been a little annoyed by the two girls, and at this time, seeing Jun, who had popped out again, her face finally turned completely cold. Disappear in front of me in 3 seconds, otherwise, I guarantee that you won't be able to leave from here unharmed.
Chapter 143, Dropping the Vest, Shocking the Academy.
5. Dai was first stunned when she heard Sasher's words. In the next moment, she suddenly laughed.
What? Worried that I'm poking at the unseen relationship between you and Instructor Xia, so you're annoyed?
Hearing Dai's words, Sasher didn't say anything, just walked slowly towards her. Dai watched as Sasher got closer and closer to herself, and clearly felt a heavy sense of oppression invade her. At that moment, she couldn't control the slightest bit of fear in the bottom of her heart. But then, when she thought that this person in front of her was nothing more than a bumpkin from a small town, her heart suddenly gained some strength. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and clicked on the video that she thought could be counted as evidence. After aiming the video page at Sasher, she coldly rebuked. "Stop where you are, or I will let you know what it means to regret." Sasher slowly hooked her lips but did not have the slightest intention to stop. Dai saw that Sasher really wasn't afraid to die, and her heart couldn't control the burning anger.
"It was you who forced me."
After saying that, she suddenly raised her hand and clicked on the video. However, just in the instant she raised her hand, Sasher had already walked in front of her. She directly raised her foot and suddenly kicked her hard in the stomach.
Ah!
Under the intense pain coming from her abdomen, Jin couldn't control her scream. Under that tremendous force, her body directly flew out 3 to 4 meters backwards. And while she flew out, her cell phone also came out with her. Boom! Crack! Crack! The muffled sound of her body hitting the ground came out at the same time, and the sound of several bones breaking sounded almost simultaneously.
At that moment, the surroundings steeply fell into silence. At this moment, almost everyone was holding their breath.
Many people's eyes that looked at Sasher revealed fear that looked like it could condense into substance. Dai had only stepped forward to say a word. This woman actually didn't even let Dai finish speaking, directly using her actions to shut the other party up. Among the crowd, some of the trainees who had said bad things about Sasher before were all in a state of scalp numbness at this moment. They suddenly had a feeling that Sasher had ignored them before, probably because she had seen Feng Jing in a good mood and was too lazy to take care of them. Otherwise, at this moment, Dai could be their downfall. The two hot girls, on the other hand, almost instinctively took a few steps back in the direction away from Sasher. They didn't expect that Sasher would dare to directly make a move against Dai under the watchful eyes of so many instructors. Then, Sasher slightly inclined her head and looked at the surrounding crowd and opened her mouth. "I said, I don't want to hear any nonsense, no matter if it's those who heard my words before or those who didn't, whoever dares to jump in front of me again." Said, she slowly raised her hand and pointed to the ground wailing in pain Dai. "She is your forewarning." Sashi's voice is not heavy, but like a heavy hammer, knocked hard to the head of the crowd. Almost everyone around, all of them did not even dare to come out of the atmosphere. At this moment, there was only one thought left in their minds. This woman, too terrifying. Senior Sister Chu Yao, right here. Suddenly, two figures walked over from the distance.
One of them was none other than Yang Xian, who had been taught a lesson by Tang Xianer in the morning.
And following Yang Xian was the granddaughter of the dean, and also Chu Yao, who had previously had 3 of her teeth smoked out by Sasher.
Yang Xian first froze for a moment when she saw Dai's miserable state.
Afterward, the two of them hurriedly ran quickly and squatted down beside Dai with a worried face.
"Jin, how are you?"
At this time, Jin had already slowed down a bit from the intense pain. However, she had broken at least 5 ribs and was unable to sit up with the help of the 2 men. She took a few deep breaths and tried her best to forcefully endure the severe pain to open her mouth. She seduced the instructors, causing all of them to let her run amok in the academy. "I have evidence in my cell phone that Sasher Qian favored her." Saying that, she raised her eyes to Chu Yao, who froze in place because she saw Sasher's body.
"Chu Yao, as a director of the academy, you must not let this kind of behavior go." Chapter 144, Dropping the Vest, Shocking the Academy.
6. Babies who haven't ordered 5 stars yet, go back 2 pages and give a 5-star review to support it, haha.
Chapter 145, Dropping the Vest, Shocking the Academy. 7. I think everyone knows that I'm going to retire soon.
Now, I can solemnly tell you that the acting dean who has come to replace me has already arrived at the academy and has gone deep into your midst to understand the basic situation of the academy. Saying that, the dean smiled and turned his head to look at Sasher, then spoke.
"Now, let me introduce to you all, this is Dean Xia, who will be replacing me." Boom! After the dean's words fell, the surroundings immediately fell into a long silence.
At this moment, everyone all felt an extreme sense of unreality.
No, wasn't it said that Sasher was just a bumpkin who had been admitted to the Imperial City Academy from a remote small town? Wasn't it said that she needed to rely on bursaries to be able to afford to go to school? Wasn't it said that she was an extremely scheming green tea whore who wanted to rely on men to get ahead? Now, how did the dean suddenly say that she was the acting dean who came to the academy to take his place? Moreover, shouldn't a person who could sit in a position like the acting dean of God's City Academy be a mature and stable senior member of the War Department who was over 30 years old? How did it become a girl who was younger than most of the cadets here? Old dean, are you sure you're not teasing them?
However, without waiting for the crowd to come back to their senses from this news that was close to shattering their worldview, Sasher frowned at the instructors who were controlling the 5 girls and spoke again.
Throw the people out.
The 5 instructors heard Sasher's indifferent voice and almost simultaneously subconsciously said, yes. The 5 people who were in control of their bodies felt the increased force on their wrists almost simultaneously. Under the intense pain, the 5 people immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. And Dai's face was already extremely pale because of the 5 or 6 ribs broken by Sasher. However, under the intense hatred and unwillingness, her mind was instead made more clear by the shock of this hatred. She looked straight at Sasher with her eyes and spoke through clenched teeth. How did something like you become the acting dean? Let go of me. I'm going to go to the war ministry to get a statement. Sasher frowned. Afterward, she flexed her fingers and a silver needle suddenly passed through the air and pierced into an acupoint on Dai's neck. At the same time, Sasher's voice that was so cool that it did not carry the slightest bit of emotion traveled into everyone's ears. Since you can't speak, you don't even have to speak in the future. And Jin's eyes snapped open at those words. She subconsciously wanted to say something else. However, the words that came out of her mouth all turned into a mumbling sound. Yang Xian's 4 people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw Jin's miserable state. From Jin's state and Sasher's words, it wasn't hard for them to guess that Jin had turned into a mute. Realizing this horrifying fact, the 4 no longer dared to utter half a word of nonsense to Sasher. As they were dragged towards the academy's gate by the instructors, endless regrets surged like a tidal wave in the hearts of several people. If they hadn't offended Sasher, they would have been able to walk unharmed in the Imperial City Academy until graduation. And after graduation, each of them had a bright future. But now, it's gone. All gone. Their future was ruined. Even, they didn't dare to think about the horrible consequences they would suffer when they returned to the family at all. Around Sasher, the crowd froze and looked at the backs of the 5 people, and then the looks they gave to Sasher were all complicated to the extreme. A female acting dean who was so young, how could they feel so unreal? Meanwhile, Ji Shang, who had pushed the dean to come, had stiffened his entire body into a stone statue. At this moment, the gaze he looked at Sasher was just like seeing a ghost. Soon, Sasher's gaze landed on him. She fatally opened her mouth. Take the initiative to get out of the academy, or I'll have someone help you? Chapter 146, Dropping the Vest, Shocking the Academy. 8. Ladies who haven't given a 5-star review flip back 2 pages and give a 5-star review. Ha, love you moyo. Chapter 147, The Great Chief's Vest, Exposure. 1. Feng Jing was first stunned for a moment at his words. In the next moment, his eyes that were originally overflowing with laughter clearly brightened a few points. Go! Subsequently, he almost took Sasher's hand with lightning speed, and then quickly lifted his foot towards the place where basically no one would set foot within the entire academy right now. Seeing this, Sasher raised an eyebrow, and the eyes that were looking at Feng Jing gradually revealed a hint of a meaningful smile. A few moments later, Sasher's 2 figures appeared in front of the book hall next to the dean's office. After Feng Jing led Sasher to the door of the hall, he barely hesitated and directly pushed open the door. Creak! As the door to the hall opened, the entire hall was suddenly illuminated. Boom! After the 2 of them entered, the door suddenly closed from the inside, directly isolating the trainees who had followed them outside the hall door. And just as the temple door closed, Sasher suddenly turned around. At the same time, she directly raised her hand and pressed it against the side of Feng Jing's ear, forming an extremely standard Waldon posture. Feng Jing was slightly stunned. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with the situation? However, without waiting for him to figure out what was wrong, Sasher suddenly moved closer, and the corner of her lips hooked into a thin, cool smile. Then, her indifferent and restrained voice entered Feng Jing's ears. Seducing me so deliberately? Tell me, what is your purpose? Feng Jing. Sasher Xiao looked at Feng Jing's slightly dazed handsome face, and a light smile flashed across her eyes uncontrollably. However, the expression on her face was a few points colder. Don't say it? Are you going to play a trick with me? Or, are you going to say that you simply like me as a person? Hearing this, Feng Jing finally understood the situation. Was he being directly substituted into the role of a young wife? However, he only froze for a moment, but didn't rush to resist. Instead, the corner of his lips hooked up a bewildering evil smile. What do I want? I said you give? Sasher frowned at his words. Immediately afterward, a faint touch of contempt and disdain appeared on her face. To me, you are nothing more than an insignificant man, not to the point where you can recklessly negotiate with me. Saying that, her gaze lingered on Feng Jing's handsome face for a while before she lightly opened her lips.
100, I'll buy you for one night.
The seductive smile at the corner of Feng Jing's mouth abruptly froze.
100? How did this woman say this number in a gracious tone? Most importantly, he, surprisingly, was only worth $100? Sasher knew Feng Jing was not happy when she saw his face. A flash of dissatisfaction flashed across her eyes, but she reluctantly added a little more, 101. Feng Jing. Want to hit someone, what should I do? 102, no more, I don't like materialistic men. Feng Jing's face completely sank when he heard this.
But without waiting for him to speak, Sasher suddenly raised her hand and choked his chin. And then, he felt the cool, warm touch coming from his lips. He subconsciously closed his eyes and almost instinctively began to respond. Soon, he felt a small hand touch his waist and his movements clearly began to be unsteady. He couldn't control the struggle in his heart. After all, how could he say that he felt that 102 was a bit less? But the next moment this thought appeared, it was made to disappear by the movements of Xiaxi's small hand.
And between the confusion, an idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. Forget it, 102 is 102. It's still a positive number.
However, just as the two of them were about to enter the topic, the temperature of the air around them suddenly began to drop drastically. The entire book collection hall was a hollow design, surrounded by a circle of golden stairs that rotated upwards, reaching the top of the hall. At the same time as the temperature dropped, a snowflake that was so pure white that it did not have the slightest impurity drifted down from the top of the great hall. Sasher's movements abruptly lurched after sensing that something was wrong around her. She suddenly raised her head to look towards the top of the great hall, and a flash of disturbed killing intent flashed steeply in her eyes. Without any nonsense, she suddenly raised her hand. Then, a dark brown earth character star plate suddenly appeared at her fingertips. Between the slow rotation of the star plate, an extremely thick and heavy aura suddenly spread out within the great hall. At that instant, the snowflakes that were falling down actually began to melt and disappear in midair. Suddenly, an exceptionally pleasant male voice came down from the top of the great hall.
Then, ta,
a footstep sounded. Judging from the increasingly clear sound, the person on the stairs was walking down unhurriedly. A moment later, a figure appeared in front of the two Sasher. When Sasher saw the person coming, her eyes couldn't help but flash with a faint surprise.
Chapter 148 Great Chief Vest, Exposed. 3. A moment later, a teenager dressed in pure white robes appeared in front of Sasher. The teenager was about 20 years old or so, with a fine head of short silver white hair shining through a holy aura under the reflection of the light on top of his head. Underneath that silver-colored short hair, his face was as exquisite as the finest white porcelain. However, the combination of his delicate features was the ultimate in charm. It was as if, as long as he hooked his finger at someone would be willing to kneel down in front of him and offer their life to him. This was a contradictory combination of demonic and holy. If it was usual, Sasher might still have the heart to admire at the teenager. But at this moment, she, who had just straightened her clothes, looked at the teenager with a face as if she wanted to kill. Say it, how do you want to die? Sasher's voice was not heavy, but there was no hint of a joke between the words. The teenager looked at Sasher, without the slightest impurity in his eyes revealed a slightly arrogant smile. You are very lucky. If you had come a little earlier, I might not have been able to see you. You just happened to come over when I was already on the verge of getting tired of this place, so congratulations on the honor of becoming my partner. Make a contract with me, and I will help you become a strong person standing at the very top. Sasher suddenly sneered at his words. Partner? I'm afraid you don't have this qualification yet. After saying that, Sasher's face suddenly turned cold, while her small hand moved once again. At that moment, next to the Earth character star sign, an emerald green wood character star sign suddenly appeared. Seeing this, the teenager could not help but lightly raise his eyebrows. 2 star tags? But then, he still shook his head. You people of this world, even if you have 2 star cards, you won't be able to use them together, they won't be very useful. Almost as soon as his words fell, the 2 star cards of wood and earth were slowly pasted together. A bright aura flashed, and in the blink of an eye, the two actually fused into one. When the teenager saw the scene in front of him, a wave suddenly rippled through those clear eyes. Star card fusion? Those who were able to perform star card fusion had the ability to use 2 or even more star cards together. At that instant, the teenager only felt an invisible slap hit him hard in the face. He, surprisingly, would also have a time when he was slapped in the face by the words he uttered. Moreover, it was surprisingly so fast. Nearly, even though he had seen the fusion of the star tiles with his own eyes, the teenager's eyes still flickered with the slightest bit of disbelief. After all, spare the fact that in the great world he was in before, those who were able to complete the fusion of the star tags were geniuses who would be fought over by all parties. He had never imagined that in such a low-end world, a genius capable of completing a star brand fusion would even appear. And the moment the teenager's slightly shocked words fell, a vine as thick as an arm suddenly extended out from the star tags.
When this vine grew to the front of the teenager, countless tiny vines suddenly grew from the tip.
Countless vines surrounded the teenager in the blink of an eye.
And right at this moment, a long sword suddenly appeared in the teenager's hand.
Ka Chao. Ka Ching.
The teenager swung the long sword, and the vines were directly chopped into countless segments. As countless vines fell to the ground in all directions, the teenager's initial contempt was no longer there when he looked at Sasher. Even if you have 2 star cards, you can't hurt me. Become my partner and I will help you get everything you want.
Sasher suddenly smiled at his words. Can't hurt you? Then, how about this?
Chapter 149 The Great Chief's Fest, Exposed. 4. As the words fell, a light gold-colored star sign with golden characters appeared above Sasher's fingertips.
The teenager's complexion completely changed at the sight.
3 star cards?
What kind of person are you in this world?
He had investigated before he came here. There were very few people in this world who possessed star cards, and there were almost no clans that possessed 2 star cards. However, this young girl in front of him actually possessed 3 star cards.
How did she do that?
And just as the teenager's face was shocked, the golden star tags had already finished fusing with the 2 star tags from before. At the same time, the vines that had already subsided once again came twining towards him. Only this time, the vines were actually flickering with a faint metallic luster, and on top of the vines, countless metal barbs were born. When the teenager saw the vines coming back, he subconsciously swung his sword down again.
Dang!
However, this time, his long sword only left a small trace on the vines.
The teenager's breathing suddenly tightened at the sight.
His sword, not to mention cutting the vines, hadn't even caused any substantial damage.
I admit defeat. The teenager shouted without hesitation.
Although he felt that if he were to fight to the death, he might not be unable to take Sasher's life. However, at this moment, the one he was fighting with was the young girl that he wanted to fight to be his partner, not a life and death enemy.
There was no need to get into a lose-lose situation until it was absolutely necessary.
Only, at this moment, the contempt in his gaze towards Sasher had completely disappeared. Even if his power was exhausted and his strength was less than 1/10,000th of his peak, he shouldn't have been pushed to such an extent by a young girl from such a low-end world. Undoubtedly, the young girl in front of him was a genius that could not be found amongst the billions in this world. And after his cultivation, the young girl might not be unable to compete with that world-renowned genius for that sole qualification. Thinking of this, the teenager's eyes towards Sasher actually surged with a rich fiery color. When Sasher heard the teenager admit defeat, she just gave him a faint look. I said that I want you to choose a method of death. The teenager hesitated for a moment. And then, a silver-purple book suddenly appeared in his hand. When that ancient book appeared, Sasher clearly felt the thick aura emanating from it. In just an instant, she was already certain in her heart. This book is by no means an extraordinary object. Become a partner with me, and this book will be yours. The young man's tone contained the slightest hint of compulsion. However, Sasher was not disturbed in the slightest. She just looked at the teenager lightly and asked, "What is this book?" "The Book of the Star God. An ancient book inherited from the ancient times. It was once predicted that the one who can make this book recognize the owner will be the destined emperor of the heavens and the world." Sasher just lightly laughed at the words, "So powerful? What's the use of it? Conclude a partner contract with me and I will tell you." Under the gaze of the teenager, Sasher however shook her head.
"However, I'm not interested in becoming a partner with a fox."
The teenager was violently stunned at his words. He was clearly well disguised. How did this woman find out? However, without waiting for him to open his mouth, Sasher's words once again entered his ears. "A partner is definitely not possible, however, a pet can be considered." The teenager's complexion suddenly chilled. "You are unbridled." Normally, even if the people in this low-end world were even more talented, they were still not even worthy of lifting his shoes. If not as a last resort, how could he take the initiative to conclude a contract with a woman who wasn't even a star master? But now, it was just as well that this woman didn't feel honored to be his partner, but even dared to presume to make him a pet. However, the moment the teenager's words fell, he only felt his neck abruptly tighten. Chapter 150, Big Chief Fest, Exposed. 5. Then, that handsome face that he had previously deliberately ignored, and whose degree of handsomeness was completely no less than his, suddenly and abruptly enlarged in his pupils. Almost at the same time as he felt a sense of suffocation, the teenager clearly felt a crisis of imminent death. However, before he could react, a drop of blood suddenly flew out from Sasher's finger and did not enter his brow. In the next moment, the teenager's mind was suddenly branded with an extremely complex and arcane imprint. The moment he felt the imprint, the blood around the teenager instantly froze. And in the very next moment, Feng Jing's voice that was so cold that it was nearly devoid of the slightest bit of temperature suddenly rang in his ears. "What? Can't you be a pet?" The teenager turned his head slowly and almost stiffly at the sound of his voice. When his gaze touched Feng Jing's eyes, he couldn't help but shrink for a moment. The aura on this man's body, how could it be so terrifying? Without waiting for the teenager to return to his senses, Feng Jing suddenly raised his hand and picked up the back of his collar. In the next moment, a white light suddenly flashed across the teenager's body. Then, a palm-sized, silver-white snowfox without any color on its body appeared in Fengjing's hands. And at this moment, there was still some panic remaining in the snowfox's pair of soulful eyes. Fengjing directly placed the fox on Sasher's shoulder. At the same time, his gaze was fixed on the little fox, and there was not the slightest hint of a joke in his gaze. If you dare to seduce her, I will make you lose the ability to find a mother fox forever. Although he believed that Sasher wouldn't have him and still have thoughts about this little fox, there were still some things that were better just in case. The little fox's little heart was dirty and trembling from Fengjing's look. With a strong sense of crisis, he nodded to Fengjing like a chicken pecking at rice. However, it was unknown what he was thinking in his heart. Sasha smiled faintly at Fengjing. At the same time, she raised her hand and touched the little fox on her shoulder. Your name is Snow Moon? The little fox replied back in Sasher's mind by virtue of its contractual connection with her. Call me master? Little fox. Don't bully the fox too much. Sasher laughed and did not tease it anymore, but bent down and picked up the book of the star god on the ground. This book into the hand is a delicate jade texture. The cover page is a kind of purple jade material, on which hollowed out countless runes. Between the runes, a golden pattern was carved out. Sasher tried to open the book, but could not open it no matter what. Soon, she directly gave up, and then inclined her head to look at the little fox on her shoulder and asked, Now can you tell me what this book does? The little fox hesitated for a moment, and then returned in Sasher's mind. In fact, the reason why I came to this world was to find the star key to open this ancient book, but I met my enemies who came over with me to chase me midway and was seriously injured by them. After that, although I got some clues about the star key, I haven't had the chance to go looking for it yet because I couldn't take human form for long. Sasher raised her eyebrows. Star key? Saying that, the half of the star key given to her by the Xia family lord at the beginning appeared in her hand. I have half of it here. Do you know the clue to the other half? Originally, she wanted to find the other half of the star key, just wanted to unseal the fire attribute star plate she got from the Mu family. Now it seems that if she found it, it would be considered two birds with one stone. When the little fox saw Sasher's half of the star key, its eyes abruptly lit up. Immediately, it hurriedly opened its mouth. I know where the other half is. Where? Afterward, the little fox uttered a location. Sasher suddenly smiled at the words. Originally, I just wanted to go over tonight to make a scene, but now it seems that I have to make a trip over there. Even that place, if it was a last resort, she was afraid that she would still need to use the identity of the great chief. Forget it. The specifics, we'll see when the time comes. Afterwards, Sasher withdrew her mind and her gaze once again fell on Fengjing. Then, she suddenly stepped forward. Fengjing subconsciously took a few steps back when he saw the evil and confusing smile on Sasher's face. Soon, Sasher directly pressed him against the wall on the side of the grand hall. And the words that came out of her mouth caused Fengjing's breathing to steepen. Chapter 151 Great Chief Fest, Exposed. 6. Baby, shall we continue? As she spoke, she gently encircled Fengjing's waist and extremely naturally kissed Fengjing's thin lips. And her hand, too, slowly went down along the gap between Fengjing's waist. The little fox on Sashi's shoulder looked at the two people who were so shameless in front of him, and subconsciously raised his two little paws to cover his eyes. However, the next moment, as if he suddenly thought of something, he put his paws down again. These two parties are not shy, he blindly cover what vigor. Most importantly, this dead man dared to force it to become this woman's pet. He now has to learn properly. Tonight he will strip naked and climb to this woman's bed, letting this dead man's head become a green prairie. However, the idea is very beautiful, but the little fox looked at the movement more and more reckless. Sasher, white without the slightest impurity of the corner of the eye, actually threw a faint red. Just in the little fox a little retreat, ready to today first to this, he first closed his eyes, first digested when the next time to continue to learn. Boom! The great hall door was suddenly pushed open from outside. At that moment, the dean sitting in a wheelchair appeared at the entrance. And following behind the dean at this moment were dozens of curious-faced trainees. When the crowd saw Fengjing, who was currently propped up against the wall, their faces showed obvious dismay. Them, how did it feel like the roles of the two were reversed? These two came to the Hall of Hidden Books at high noon just to do this kind of thing? Inside the gate of the Great Hall, Sasher heard the commotion and separated from Fengjing once again. At the same time, in her gaze that was looking in the direction of the gate, a killing intent that looked like it could condense into substance emerged. It was fine to be disturbed once, but to be disturbed again. Even if her mood was good, it was now ruined. When the old dean saw the look in Sasher's eyes, his heart immediately screamed bad. The crowd of trainees felt the aura around Sasher that was enough to be considered terrifying, and almost all of them took a step back involuntarily. At the same time, the faces of all of them revealed an extremely obvious look of fear. They, never before, had felt such a terrifying aura on anyone. The dean looked at Sasher's eyes that seemed as if he might make a move to kill himself at any time, and almost without hesitation, he opened his mouth to explain. This place has disappeared 5 cadets, I'm worried that something will happen to you guys. When Sasher heard this, the coldness on her face eased for a few moments. Then, she directly raised her hand and pinched the back of the little fox's neck, lifting it up. Where are those disappeared trainees? The old dean and the trainees were all stunned when they heard that Sasher was actually talking to a fox. It's hard to believe that this one didn't disappear here, but was possessed here? Did she think a fox could answer her questions? It's not like this fox has become a spirit. When the little fox was picked up, it subconsciously stomped its short legs a few times. Then, sensing Sasher's slightly cold gaze, his movements abruptly froze. Subsequently, his nice but extremely ghostly voice rang out in Sasher's mind. All still alive, I'll release them? Sasher nodded slightly, and almost at the instant her words fell, a light suddenly flashed at the top of the book collection hall. Then, several footsteps suddenly came down. The old dean and the surrounding crowd of trainees were stunned when they heard the commotion. Soon, 4 men and 1 woman, 5 cadets with slightly haggard faces walked down the stairs. At that instant, everyone's gazes towards Sasher and the little fox changed. This fox, it couldn't really have become a spirit, could it? Chapter 152 Big Chief Fest, Exposed. 7. Dean. And under the gaze of the crowd's dismayed gazes, the 5 people with pale faces successively greeted the dean. When the dean heard this, his eyes then fell on the only girl among the 5. This girl looked to be in her early 20s, her appearance was not as beautiful as Xiaomuyu's, but she had her own gentle mature flavor. She was one of the 5 most prestigious highnesses of the Imperial City Academy, and was also the only female highness, Rongyun, other than Xiaomuyu. When the dean saw Rongyun, his heart immediately relaxed. Among the 5 people who had disappeared, the one he was most worried about was also this one. After all, her identity was. The old dean nodded. Come with me. I need to get a good understanding of what happened during this period of time. After saying that, he greeted Sasher with some apprehension. Seeing that Sasher had no objections, only then did he leave with the 5 people. Before leaving with the dean, Rongyun turned her head to look at Fengjing, a soft smile appearing on her small face. Fengjing, thank you. Although she hadn't been able to clearly see the situation over here before, she could clearly feel that it was Fengjing who had saved her. Before she was trapped here, although she had a good feeling towards Fengjing, she couldn't reveal her thoughts because of her family's restrictions. But now, she had even experienced life and death, so what was she afraid of? Seeing this, the 4 people beside Rongyun all thanked Fengjing one by one as well. Soon, the dean and the 5 people left the main hall. However, the surrounding trainees did not have the slightest bit of self-consciousness about disturbing people and did not have the slightest intention of leaving. In the end, Xia secretly memorized the faces of dozens of trainees and left the Great Hall. In the afternoon's training, the dozens of trainees memorized by Sasher all received focused attention. Even a few of them were almost hospitalized. By the end of the evening before school, not only the instructors, but even the eyes of the trainees looking at Sasher had changed. At this moment, a horrifying thought had been engraved in the hearts of most of the trainees. This acting dean really is the devil. During this time, Mo Yan's little assistant approached him on the grounds that something urgent had happened. After he assured him that it would be taken care of in a few hours, Fengjing then left Imperial City Academy. Soon, the time came for the afternoon dismissal. Because the dean had said in the morning that he was going to take Sasher to an event organized by those 5 great clans in the evening, and it just so happened that Sasher was going over there to look for the star key that could unlock the Star God's book as well as her own fire attribute star brand. So after school, she came directly to the front of the Great Hall where the dean's office was located. And just as she walked in front of the main hall, she happened to bump head on into Director Chen, whose broken right hand was wrapped into a bun. When Director Chen saw Sasher's figure, he breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time, his eyes flashed with a touch of chilling killing intent and said, "You say, should I say that you have courage? Or should I say that you are not afraid of death?" Because this was the time when school was over, many of the students passing by in the surrounding area were paying attention to the movements on this side. But in the way of Sasher's status as acting dean, no trainee dared to come forward. At this moment, when the crowd heard Director Chen's words, their footsteps were all at a standstill. Then, each and every trainee looked at Director Chen with a gaze as if they were looking at a little cutie. General. Many people within the academy had heard that Sasher had clashed with Director Chen in the morning. It was just that they didn't expect Director Chen to be so ill-informed. He still dared to look for trouble with Sasher now. Wasn't this kicking the iron plate? Sasher faintly swept a glance at Director Chen. "I'm not interested in wasting time with you here now." After saying that, she directly turned her head to look at the surrounding crowd. "Come 10 people, as long as you can throw him out of the academy, each person will be rewarded 1 credit. Credits? What do you think you are? Cadets credits." However, before he could finish speaking, a few cadets suddenly rushed in front of him. In just a few breaths, he, who had injured his right hand, was controlled by the cadets. Director Chen instantly panicked. And just as he was about to be forced out of the academy by the cadets, the old dean happened to walk out of the main hall with quick steps.
The moment Director Chen saw the old dean's figure, a bright aura abruptly flashed in his eyes. However, when he saw the silhouette that followed the old dean out, his face changed abruptly. Chapter 153 Great Chief Fest, Exposed. 8. Not only Director Chen, the surrounding trainees saw that person and similarly stopped their movements. And where the eyes of the crowd fell, there stood a middle-aged man dressed in the clothing of the war ministry. The man was in his early 50s, and even though his face had begun to look old, it was not difficult to see the handsomeness of his youth. However, what Director Chen and the crowd of trainees cared about was not his looks, but the war ministry badge on his chest. A 4-star senior commander? One of the only 5 4-star senior commanders in the Summer Kingdom, an existence that was only one step away from being a Grand Chief? How could this kind of big shot appear in our academy? The middle-aged man could not help but slowly furrow his brows when he saw the obviously somewhat chaotic scene before him. With that, he turned his head slightly and looked at the dean and asked, "Dean, what's going on here?" Without waiting for the old dean to speak, Director Chen, who had returned to his senses, hurriedly said, "Dean, this student has committed a crime against his superiors. Not only did he break my hand, but he has even joined forces with these current students and is preparing to throw me out of the academy. I ask the dean to expel this student who has repeatedly violated the academy's rules in accordance with the academy's regulations, and also dispose of these problematic students beside me who do not know how to honor and respect each other." When the middle-aged man, that is, 4-star senior commander Chang Yuan, heard Director Chen's words, he immediately followed the direction of Director Chen's finger and looked towards Sasher. When he saw this calm and relaxed appearance of Sasher, his eyes could not help but flash with a flash of surprise. It was really the first time he had seen a trainee who could still be so calm and relaxed after beating up the academy's senior staff. Most of all, the fact that these cadets were still able to follow her around really surprised him a bit. After all, within the War Department, even the most prickly warriors, there were very few people who could still follow along and fool around when they knew that it was wrong to do so. And soon, an even more surprising picture appeared for Chang Yuan. Because, he realized that after Director Chen's words fell, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. The gazes that each and every trainee looked at Director Chen were, surprisingly, a bit like looking at a little cutie. At this moment, even Grand Commander Chang Yuan, who had once been through 100 battles and had strategized on the battlefield, froze for a moment. And without waiting for how he was puzzled, the dean's icy voice suddenly rang out. "Chen Yanqing, this Imperial City Academy can't accommodate you anymore. Go pack up your things and prepare to leave." When Director Chen heard the dean's words, he was abruptly dumbfounded in place. Because Sasher had the dean's badge, before he came over, he already had a premonition that his attempt to expel Sasher wouldn't go so smoothly. But in his opinion, even if the dean wanted to harbor Sasher again, he had to at least get by on face. Even if Sasher wasn't expelled outright, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Otherwise, the academy regulations would no longer have any prestige to speak of in the hearts of all the students. However, he never dreamed that the dean not only did not have the slightest intention of punishing Sasher, but instead opened his mouth to expel him. Dean, really think that the academy is his family? Not only him, but the eyes of Commander Chang Yuan as he looked at the dean also revealed some doubts. In fact, he kinda liked little pricks like Xiaxi. The first time he saw this little girl, he had the urge to pull her into the War Department. He felt that this little girl child would most likely make some achievements within 5 years after his tutelage. It might not even be impossible to become a senior commander before the age of 25. But, he liked it as he liked it, and regulations were regulations. If the dean arbitrarily disposed of the academy's top brass because of her fault, he indeed could not agree. Soon, Director Chen came back to his senses from his extreme shock. He took a deep breath and looked at the dean with a face that no longer had any semblance of respect, and even his voice already had a questioning tone in it. "Dean, even if I die, shouldn't I be allowed to die?" Chapter 154, The Great Chief's Fest, Exposed. 9. The old dean frowned at his words. "What don't you understand?" When Director Chen heard the dean's justified rhetorical question, his face suddenly became even more ugly. "I want to know, what qualifications does she, a lowly trainee from a small town, have to get your only dean badge?" The old dean's face suddenly sank at his words. "Who are you calling a lowly cadet from a small town?" Seeing that the old dean was even evasive, Director Chen immediately sneered. He was also not interested in continuing to talk nonsense with the dean, and with a respectful face, he turned his head to look at Cheng Yuandao, who was beside the dean. "Lord Commander, this one across from me is just a freshman who just enrolled in school. However, on her first day of enrollment, she was given the dean's badge, which has the same rights as the dean's, and has been acting recklessly in the academy based on the badge. I hereby implore you to report to the War Ministry on your behalf, remove the dean's position in the academy, and expel this thing that doesn't respect her teacher and doesn't know how to honor her superiority from the academy." Chang Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed as he heard this. However, before he could open his mouth to say anything, the dean suddenly laughed. He stared at Director Chen with an icy gaze and opened his mouth. "Not respecting your teachers? Doesn't know how to honor the inferiority and superiority? As the acting dean, she needs to respect what kind of teacher and understand what kind of respect and inferiority in front of you. Boom!
The moment the dean's words fell, Director Chen violently froze in place. Instantly, his face overflowed with disbelief as he looked at the old dean.
Acting dean?
And Chang Yuan, who had always been calm and self-possessed, was also slightly stunned when he heard this. However, soon after, a flash of realization appeared on his face as he looked at Sasher. No wonder when he just saw this little girl he felt that she had the aura of a strong person from the battle ministry, so she really came from the battle ministry. If that was the case, it would be much easier for him to take Sasher under his command. However, he still needed to see Sasher's specific strength with his own eyes before determining whether she was qualified to follow him. And just as Chang Yuan's gaze scrutinized Sasher, Director Chen slowly returned to his senses. Then, he suddenly let out a disdainful sneer. Dean, even if you want to find a reason for your absurdity, there's no need to make up such a ridiculous excuse, right? The war ministry would send such a little girl whose hair hasn't even grown out to be the dean? You take me for a cutie. Liar? The dean sniffed and directly reached his hand inside the briefcase he was carrying. Then, a dark green envelope was taken out by him. He directly raised his hand and flung it.
Snap! A crisp sound came out as the envelope was directly flung onto Director Chen's chest. Then, the dean's icy voice resounded in Director Chen's ears.
This is the acting dean's letter of appointment that was sent directly to me from the higher echelons of the war ministry, so open your eyes and take a closer look. Director Chen sniffed and somewhat stiffly lowered his head to look at the envelope that landed at his feet. However, he just stared blankly at the ground and did not bend it down to pick it up. After all, he believed that as long as the dean wasn't crazy, there was no way that he would dare to forge the War Department's posting letter and flash it out in front of Chang Yuan, the 4-star senior commander. For a while, the look on Director Chen's face began to change constantly. Shock, regret, and even despair surfaced on his face one after another. All of his bottom line came from the fact that Sasher was just a cadet. And since she was a cadet, she had to abide by the rules that bound cadets within the academy. But now, the bloody facts in front of him were telling him. Sasher was not a cadet of the Imperial City Academy, or even a dean-level figure that he needed to flatter and curry favor with. Chapter 155 Great Chief Vest, Exposed. 10. Thinking about this, Director Chen's breathing became more and more rapid. What to do? What should he do now? If he really left the Imperial City Academy just like that today, he would no longer have any semblance of a chance to move up in his life. Even because his right hand was broken, there might not even be a place for him in the War Department anymore. In the end, the despair in his eyes became more and more obvious. And just as he was hesitating whether to bend down and beg for mercy with Sasher, an angry shout suddenly came from the distance. You dare to touch my father? When Director Chen heard the voice, he immediately looked over after it. Then, he saw a 23 or 24-year-old youth who was running quickly. At that moment, his face was suddenly delighted. Yu Fei. This young man was no other than his son and also one of the War Ministry's intermediate commanders, Chen Yufei. After Chen Yufei ran to Director Chen, he first respectfully saluted Chang Yuan. Then, his eyes fell on Director Chen's wrist. Dad, your hand. Director Chen forced down the excitement in his heart and hurriedly shook his head and said, Dad's hand is fine. However, when Chen Yufei heard this, his fists slowly clenched. Then, he asked with a heavy face, Your hand, who made it like this? Director Chen subconsciously looked towards Sasher on the opposite side of the room when he heard this. However, in the next moment, he looked at Chang Yuan on the side. Worried that his son would leave a bad impression on Chang Yuan and thus affect his future, he hurriedly shook his head at Chen Yufei. Dad is fine, you quickly returned to the War Department. However, Chen Yufei clearly took in his father's movements in his eyes. Then, he directly turned his head to look at Sasher, his gaze coldly questioning. Did you injure my father? Sasher looked at him lightly, not slow back. Yes, is there a problem? Chen Yufei looked at Sasher this calm and relaxed appearance. A wave of anger suddenly burned up in the chest. But his face is not angry but smiled. There is a problem? Let me break your 2 hands, I guess there is no problem. After saying that, his face suddenly turned cold, and without saying a word, he rushed over to Sasher. Seeing this, the old dean immediately shouted in a cold voice. Unbridled. You dare to do this too. However, before he could finish his latter words, he was pressed by Chang Yuan on his shoulder. Just now, he was still thinking about how he could test Sasher's strength. And at this moment, Chen Yufei's appearance, for him, it was completely like having someone come to send him a pillow just as he wanted to sleep. Boom! Almost at the very next moment when Chang Yuan pressed down on the dean's shoulder, a muffled sound suddenly resounded in the air. Well! Chen Yufei was slapped on his chest by Sasher's not-so-gentle palm, and he immediately stifled a grunt while staggering back a few steps. After stabilizing himself, he subconsciously raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth. When he saw the eye-piercing scarlet, his eyes widened violently. He, who had been known as a genius since he was a child, was actually injured by a girl younger than himself? At the same time, Chang Yuan's eyes tightly stared at Sasher, his breathing involuntarily shortened.
Good seedling. He had found a good seedling.
It was no exaggeration to say that the little girl in front of him was the most gifted warrior he had ever seen.
And there was not one.
He was almost certain that with the talent and strength that Sasher had displayed, she would definitely be able to enter the 100-man regiment. Even after entering it, it was highly likely that she would become the best inside. Thinking of this, Chang Yuan took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down his somewhat fluctuating mood. And then, with a solemn face, he stepped forward and spoke extremely seriously.
This comrade, I don't know if you've heard the news that the new great chief is about to form a 100-man regiment?
When Sasher heard this, her sight was then withdrawn from Chen Yufei.
Afterwards, she looked at Chang Yuan and faintly said, I've heard about it, what's wrong with it?
Chang Yuan couldn't help but see a flash of surprise in his eyes as he looked at Sasher's calm demeanor. But then, he hid the emotions in his eyes and spoke directly to Sasher. If you can follow me and become one of my direct subordinates, I can directly give you a quota to enter the 100-man corps. Not a recommended spot to enter the 100-man corps, but one of those 100 official spots.
Chapter 156 Great Chief Vest, Exposed. 11.
Hiss. Hiss. The moment Chang Yuan's words fell, a sound of trainees sucking in cool air came out from the surroundings. No one thought that while they were still fantasizing about getting a test slot to enter the 100-man corps, someone had already been internalized as a member of the 100-man corps.
An official spot in the 100-man corps, ah.
With it, it was the same as directly becoming a senior commander of the war ministry. And to be able to obtain the possibility of entering Star Mantle Main City that countless people could only dream of. At that instant, almost all of the trainees looked at Sasher with envy that was thick to the extreme.
This excessively young new acting dean of theirs, his luck was too good, wasn't it?
On the side, after the old dean was stunned for a moment, a slight surprise was also revealed in his gaze towards Sasher. Because his strength had already declined due to his age, so although he could sense that Sasher was extremely strong, he was not particularly clear about how strong Sasher was. At this moment, when he heard that Chang Yuan had directly taken out a 100-member troop quota as a bargaining chip in order to recruit Sasher, he basically understood that Sasher's strength might be even stronger than he thought. However, soon after the crowd of trainees and the old dean saw Sasher's still calm face, they were all stunned. No one thought that Sasher's face remained extremely calm after hearing Chang Yuan's words. At once, an idea surfaced in the minds of the crowd.
This acting dean wouldn't be stupidly excited, right?
Chang Yuan could not help but slowly frown when he saw Sasher's expression. If it was before he had said that he would give Sasher a formal place, he could still treat this look of Sasher as favoritism. But at this moment, he had already given such a heavenly surprise quota, yet Sasher still looked terrifyingly calm. The reason for this situation was either that Sasher didn't know exactly what the official quota for the 100 People's Corps meant, or that her mental quality was so poor that she was directly happy and stupid. And whether it was the former or the latter, it was not something he wanted to see.
Dean Xia, quickly agree.
The dean was the first to notice Chang Yuan's expression and hastily reminded Sasher. Because Feng Jing had found Sasher, he knew that his crisis was basically lifted and didn't want to step down from his position as dean so soon. If Sasher was able to enter the 100 People's Corps, he wouldn't have the time to care about the academy's affairs, which would be considered a heavenly good for him.
When the cadets heard the dean's reminder, a flash of realization appeared on their faces.
They said that how could this acting dean be so calm, so it turned out that he was dimmed by the shock of the surprise.
But, even if he was happy, he wouldn't be able to behave so badly, right? At this moment, the trainees suddenly had some doubts about Chang Yuan's vision.
However, just when the trainees thought that Sasher would not hesitate to nod her head yes after the dean's reminder, and then desperately thank Chang Yuan for valuing her so much, Sasher finally looked at Chang Yuan and opened her mouth.
An official place in the 100-man corps? How come I didn't know that the 100-person corps still has the word internalized?
The moment Sasher's words fell, the air around him suddenly quieted down.
At this moment, the dean and all the trainees looked at Sasher with deep consternation on their faces.
It was even if she didn't immediately agree to enter the 100-person corps, but she even asked such a question that made people feel like they were questioning Chang Yuan's authority.
This woman, is she crazy?
Dean Xia, this is not the time to ask this, you should agree first. The old dean was afraid that Sasher would really anger Chang Yuan and in turn lose the spot that was within her grasp, so she quickly opened her mouth to remind him. However, Sasher looked as if she hadn't heard his words, just quietly looking at Chang Yuan, waiting for Chang Yuan's answer. Chang Yuan's face grew colder and colder as he looked at Sasher's gaze directly at him. The old dean, on the other hand, was getting more and more anxious.
Dean Xia.
Without waiting for the old dean to continue, Chang Yuan suddenly raised his hand and interrupted him. And then, he looked at Sasher, his face cold.
This comrade, are you not believing my words, or are you questioning my ability? Chapter 157 Big Chief Vest, Exposed. 12.
Sasher felt Chang Yuan's extremely aggressive gaze, his face remained calm. It was simply to ask if the internalization of the 100-member troop quota had been permitted by Long Yuan.
Boom!
This simple question from Sasher was like a muffled thunder that exploded in the ears of the crowd. No one understood what exactly Sasher was thinking. Quite a few people even felt that their worldview had been shaken to some extent. At this moment, they were basically able to ascertain a fact.
Crazy. This woman was truly insane. Doesn't she know that the person standing in front of her is a 4-star senior commander? A person of this level would cheat her with this kind of thing for fun? A great thing was placed in front of her and she had to do it to death? What good does it do her to piss Chang Yuan off?
I didn't expect that I, Chang Yuan, would have a moment of misreading people, so let's pretend that I didn't say what I just said. After saying that, Chang Yuan did not look at Xiaxi again and directly walked quickly towards the academy gate.
Commander Chang.
The dean subconsciously wanted to stop. But after seeing Chang Yuan's determined figure, he could only sigh, and then resentfully withdrew his hand. Sasher looked at Chang Yuan, who was gradually moving away. Her eyes could not help but reveal a touch of contemplation. She didn't say that she would be responsible for forming the 100 People's Corps, not that she wanted to keep a low profile, it was just that she understood that even if she said it, Chang Yuan might not believe it. Moreover, she believed that Chang Yuan would definitely appear at the event later on. At that event, someone would naturally introduce her to Chang Yuan. In addition, she didn't know how long Yuan had communicated with Chang Yuan about the internalization issue. It seemed like she needed to find some time to have a good talk with Long Yuan. Just as Xia Xia's thoughts were turning in her mind, the old dean sighed with extreme regret. The official quota for the 100-person corps, what a good thing, it's just gone. And at this moment, the gazes of the surrounding cadets towards Sasher were like looking at an oddball. Even, many cadets had begun to suspect that Sasher had a brain problem. After all, in their opinion, anyone who was a normal person would not be able to not directly agree to enter the 100-person corps, but instead, they were holding on to the question of whether or not Chang Yuan had the qualifications to set up a place within the group. Sasher directly ignored the line of sight of the surrounding crowd of cadets, turned his head to look at the old dean and faintly opened his mouth. Let's go. The old dean froze for a moment. Where to? Sasher frowned, but still patiently returned. The location of the activity you said in the morning. When the old dean heard this, his gaze towards Sasher suddenly became more complicated. The purpose of me wanting to take you to that activity location was that I wanted you to obtain a quota for a 100-member group. But just now that quota was already delivered to you and you didn't even grab it, what's the point of going over there now? Most importantly, he knew that Chang Yuan was the character who assisted the new Grand Chief in training the 100-man regiment this time, and was considered the new Grand Chief's assistant. Sasher had offended people like this. It would be strange if Chang Yuan could let him in. When did I say that I went over there to enter the 100-man corps? The dean froze again when he heard Sasher's words. At this moment, he was completely feeling like he couldn't understand Sasher anymore. Going to that event wasn't for the 100-member troop quota. Could it be that it could be for the sake of going over to sneak around and appreciate the handsome men and women of the big families? After Xiaxi finished speaking, she didn't have any interest in talking nonsense with the dean, and directly raised her feet and walked towards the main gate of the academy. The dean looked at Sasher's back, hesitated for a moment, and finally, in order to quickly recover his pair of legs that were temporarily abolished by Sasher, he chased after Sasher. When the surrounding trainees saw the 3 people who left one after another, almost all of them chased after them with quick steps. Most of those who were able to enter the Imperial City Academy came from large families, and were naturally qualified to participate in tonight's event. Most of them knew how much they weighed and had little interest in the activities organized by those many families. But now, they all came to be interested. After all, they all wanted to see if Sasher would do something shocking again after she went over there, and they also wanted to know if Chang Yuan would make her regret the choice she just made. Chapter 158 Big Chief Vest, Exposed. 13. Half an hour later, the exclusive vehicle of the Ministry of War that Chang Yuan was riding in stopped in front of a mansion in the center of the city that covered an extremely wide area. And above the gate of this mansion, the word Feng Clan was written. This place was none other than one of the 5 great families, the Feng Clan's home in Imperial City. At the same time, it was also the location of tonight's event organized by many first-class clans regarding the 100-member group recommendation quota. Chang Yuan's face was still a bit gloomy as he got off the bus. He really didn't expect that after his rare appreciation of a junior, that junior would be so disrespectful to him. Just as he was about to walk into the Feng family gate, he happened to see a car parked next to him. Then, Sasher Chen, who had been tortured by Xia for a whole day and had just gotten out of the nightmare, and whose face was still a bit pale at this moment, walked down from the car. Chang Yuan could not help but stop in his tracks when he felt the strong aura around Sasher Chen. Sasher Chen was first stunned when he saw the War Department badge on Chang Yuan's chest. In the next moment, he hurriedly stepped forward to give Chang Yuan a salute. Good day, Commander. However, just as Sasher Chen saw Chang Yuan nodding his head and preparing to leave, Chang Yuan suddenly raised his hand and pressed his shoulder. The recent period of training allowed Sasher Chen to instinctively sidestep and then backhandedly control Chang Yuan's hand. However, Sasher soon reacted to what he had done. He hastily took a step back and was about to apologize to Cheng Yuan. However, Cheng Yuan raised his hand to interrupt his movements. To have such strength and reaction speed at such a young age, the future is promising. Sasher looked at the appreciation in Cheng Yuan's eyes and hurriedly opened his mouth. Thank you, Lord Commander, for the compliment.
What's the name of the comrade? Cheng Yuan asked with a smile. My name is Sasher. Cheng Yuan nodded. Comrade Shurchin, you came here today for the recommendation quota for the 100-person corps?
Yes. To be precise, it was a comrade in arms who told him that the above had given a quota, and he just happened to have the time and wanted to come over to try his luck. Cheng Yuan heard Xia Shurchuan's reply and immediately smiled and opened his mouth.
Work under me in the future. I'll fight for you to get an internalized spot in the 100-man regiment. Internalization?
Xia Shurchuan froze for a moment.
Is there such a good thing? Don't believe I have this ability?
After what just happened at Xiaosher's place, Cheng Yuan immediately frowned when he saw Xia Shurchuan's reaction. Xiaosher hurriedly said, Of course I believe it. After saying that, he once again solemnly saluted Cheng Yuan. It is my honor to receive your appreciation. I will definitely not let Lord Commander down. Even if he knew that Xiaosher was the Grand Chief, he was still unsure if he could eventually enter the 100-man corps with his abilities.
If he could get an internalized spot, his heart would be solid.
Most importantly, this 4-star senior commander obviously had some appreciation for him. In this way, he was also considered a person with a backer. When Cheng Yuan heard this, a flash of satisfaction appeared on his face as he looked at Xia Shurchin.
This was the kind of reaction one should have after hearing his words.
At this moment, the pent-up anger he had just accumulated in his chest because of Sasher was suddenly swept away.
It seems that my luck is good. I hope you can fight for me and make the one who just questioned me understand what she lost. Questioning? Cheng Yuan smiled and nodded, yes.
I just met a lesser warrior than you, and she questioned whether I could provide the inner quota of the 100-man corps. However, although he lamented so much on his lips, he was even a little glad that Sasher didn't know any better at this point. After all, the most he could do was to negotiate with that new great chief for an internalized spot. If he had just settled for Sasher, he would have to miss out on Xia Shurchin, whose reaction speed and strength were both superior. In addition, the fact that he was so quick to offer this inner quota again was largely because he wanted to make Sasher regret it. Xia Shi heard Cheng Yuan's words but froze violently. You gave him such a good opportunity, and not only did he not appreciate you, but he also questioned the words of you, a 4-star senior commander?
Cheng Yuan sighed, yes.
Xia Shurchuan's face instantly turned cold at his words, and he immediately said with righteous indignation.
I didn't realize that there are still such ungrateful things in the war ministry.
You can rest assured, I will definitely work hard to improve my strength after I enter the 100-person corps, and if I meet him in the future, I will make him regret coming to this beautiful world. And just as his words fell, the rest of his eyes happened to catch a glimpse of Xiaoxi, who had gotten down from the car at the back at an unknown time and was slowly walking towards him.
Chapter 159, The Great Chief's Best, Exposed. 14.
The moment she saw Xia Shurchin's body instinctively stiffened for a moment.
How did this female devil appear here? Wasn't someone in charge of helping her choose people? Why did she come over by herself? In addition, he had heard people say that the new great chief hadn't shown her face yet. Should he go up and give her a salute?
On the side, Cheng Yuan looked at Xiaosher who came over, and the smile on his face suddenly faded. And under his gaze, Xiaosher slowly walked over to the stiff Xia Shurchin. She looked at Xia Shurchin's entire body for a while, and then the corner of her lips hooked up into a faint smile.
I didn't see that you had this far-reaching ambition before. But your current strength is not enough to support your ambition.
Saying that, she raised her hand and patted Xia Shurchin's shoulder. Tomorrow, it's time to start doubling your efforts.
Xia Shurquan. Ambition? What ambition does he have? He just wanted to enter a 100-member troop.
He thought he could get in even without the internal quota given by Cheng Yuan, but when it came to Xiaosher's mouth, how did it become that his strength couldn't support his ambition?
Moreover, what does doubling his efforts mean? He felt that his current training volume was already at its limit. If he increased it further, he would die off.
Most importantly, why did he find Xiaosher's smile so creepy?
Could it be that his desire to become a member of the 100-man corps that had been internalized by Cheng Yuan had disappointed Xiaosher? Xiaosher felt that he should rely on his own strength to enter the 100-people group?
Thinking of this, Xiaosher suddenly looked aghast.
That's right, this was the only possibility.
Thinking of this, he hurriedly turned around and solemnly looked at Cheng Yuan to open his mouth. Lord Commander, it is my honor to be seen by you, but I feel that I should enter the 100-man corps based on my own ability. Otherwise, if I am not strong enough and still take up someone else's spot, it is not only unfair to others, but also irresponsible to myself. Compared to Cheng Yuan, he was more afraid of the female devil in front of him. If he had to choose between the two, he could only choose Xiaosher. Cheng Yuan was stunned for a moment when he heard Xia Shurchin's words.
The second time he gave out the inner quota, it was actually rejected once again?
But then, thinking that Xia Shiqian had agreed to work under him, only not to want the favors he had given, he didn't feel that hard to accept. Even, he looked at Xia Shizukan's face revealed a stronger appreciation. Young man, promising. When he thought about it carefully, what Xia Shiqian said was indeed good. If the person he had his eye on had the strength, even if he didn't give that internal quota, the other party would still be able to enter the 100-person core. And if the other party was not capable, for him to give the internal quota would be unfair to the other team members, and would even be an ordeal for himself during the training within the 100-man core. Thinking of this, the admiration in his gaze towards Xia Shiqian had grown to the extreme. He really seemed to have picked up a treasure this time. Not only was his strength and reflexes strong, but his outlook was also correct. With such a heart and vigor, he believed that even without the opportunity of the 100 People's Corps, Xia Shizukan would be able to become a senior commander with her own abilities. And now, such a person had decided to follow him. Thinking of this, Chang Yuan could not help but have a smile of honor on his face. However, since Xia Shiqian had decided to follow him, he couldn't give nothing. He hesitated for a moment and then took out a silver finger ring from within his pocket. Shiqian, this thing, counted as my meeting gift to you. This is. Chang Yuan smiled and explained, before the new Grand Chief appeared, I was one of the commanders in charge of the Imperial City War Zone. Even now that the Imperial City War Zone is under the jurisdiction of the new Grand Chief, my words still carry some weight. Wearing this ring, the people within the war zone will understand that you are my person, and it will be much easier for you to do many things next. When Xia Shiqian heard this, he immediately carefully glanced at Xia Shi's face. Only after determining that there wasn't much change did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then, his gaze fell on the finger ring in Chang Yuan's hand. Because he himself belonged to the Imperial City War Zone, he happened to see a senior commander wearing this ring earlier, and at that time, it was the result of countless combatants casting respectful and envious gazes. Although Chang Yuan's position in the Imperial City War Zone was not as good as before, the ring had a deep-rooted weight in the hearts of the combatants. If he obtained this ring, it was basically equivalent to being able to walk horizontally within the war zone. Thinking of this, Xia Shiqian took a deep breath. Afterward, he looked at Chang Yuan and spoke respectfully. Thank you, Commander Chang. If there is anything you want to do in the future, I will definitely do my best to fulfill it. Chang Yuan once again smiled and patted Xia Shiqian's shoulder. If you are a man, take the first place in today's event. Let the little one who dares to question my authority understand that there are many people in the world who are better than her, and that without her, I will only find people who are better than her. Xia Shiqian was stunned at her words. That ungrateful thing will also come to tonight's event? Has already come. Xia Shiqian sniffed and glanced at the finger ring in Chang Yuan's hand, and immediately said with a straight face. At the event later on, if he takes the initiative to come up on stage, I will have a fair fight with him. If he doesn't dare to come up, even if I force him, I will force him on stage. Chapter 160, The Great Chief's Fest, Exposed. 15. Chang Yuan smiled aloud when he heard this. Good boy, promising. After saying that, Chang Yuan was about to pull Xia Shiqian into the Feng family gate. However, right at this moment, a gentle female voice suddenly came over. Uncle Chang. Chang Yuan slightly inclined his head, and saw the morning was just saved by Sasher from the college library hall, at this time as wearing a dress. Rongyun, from a white license plate sedan, walked down. When Chang Yuan saw the visitor, he immediately stood up straight, and then bowed slightly and said, Your Highness. Seeing this, Rongyun quickly stepped forward and held Chang Yuan's arm. Chun uncle, all said to see me do not need to care about these false rituals. Xia Shiqian was first stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly spoke respectfully, Your Highness. Although he didn't know Rongyun's identity, from the fact that Chang Yuan had to salute, he had roughly guessed a few points. Rongyun looked at Xia Shiqian and smiled faintly. No need to be polite. Immediately, she slightly inclined her head, and her line of sight then landed on Sasher, who was quietly standing by the side. Chang Yuan followed Rongyun's gaze to look at Sasher. When he saw that Sasher did not have the slightest intention to bow to Rongyun, his face turned completely cold. Seeing Your Highness and still not saluting? When Sasher heard this, she just looked at Rongyun lightly, still without the slightest intention to salute. She had already guessed Rongyun's identity from Chang Yuan's attitude and address to Rongyun. But, let alone the fact that she was now a Grand Chief and could completely refrain from saluting this highness. Even if she was still a 3-star senior commander, she still wouldn't grovel to such a woman who was simply well-born. Not only her, even to that father of hers who stood at the very top of the Xia kingdom, the same was true. Chang Yuan's face grew more and more ugly when he saw that Sasher still didn't make any half-hearted movements after hearing his words. However, just when he was so angry that he was ready to make a move against Sasher, Rongyun suddenly raised her delicate little hand and said in a soft tone, Uncle Chang, this is not the Xia Palace, and she is nothing more than an ordinary commoner who has never seen me normal. I won't care about such trivial matters. Let's go in. After saying that, she didn't look at Sasher anymore and walked right into the Feng family's gate. Chang Yuan's face was slightly cold as he glanced at Sasher, before following behind Rongyun and walking into the Feng family gate. At the same time, he was even more thankful that he did not give Sasher the inner quota of the 100-member troop. Otherwise, with Sasher's emotional intelligence, I'm afraid that he would really be blinded to his quota for nothing. I'm afraid that this kind of thing that was incapable of understanding the world would not be able to achieve anything great in this life. However, just as he thought of this, the Feng family head suddenly greeted him with quick steps. Your Highness Rhyme, Commander Chang, I hope you too won't be offended if Mr. Feng misses out on welcoming you. Rongyan slightly hooked up her red lips and faintly smiled, Uncle Feng. The Feng family head's movements were stuttered, and in the next moment, he hurriedly said, Your Highness, please don't insult me, where can I afford to be addressed as Your Highness? Rongyan did not dwell on this, but asked directly, Where is Feng Jing? The Feng family master was stunned again when he heard Rongyan's open question. Your Highness knows my little son? Rongyan pursed her lips and smiled. Before I was trapped in the Imperial City Academy's library, it was he who rescued me. Without him, I'm afraid that I would have ended up in dire straits. When the Feng family lord heard this, he immediately looked aghast. There is still this? After saying that, he smiled. This is his destiny with Your Highness Rhyme. I'll talk to him about it and tell him to take advantage of it. Of course, he was just following Rongyan's words in a polite manner. After all, he had seen with his own eyes last night how close Feng Jing and Sasher were. Moreover, compared to Rongyan's Highness, who didn't have much real power, he was more concerned about the value that Sasher, the new Grand Chief's close friend who had the power to decide on the number of places in the 100 Regiment, could bring to himself. However, what he did not expect was to see Sasher walk in from outside the main door as soon as his own words fell. Then, under the gaze of the Feng family head, Sasher smiled faintly, Uncle Feng, we meet again. When Rongyun heard Sasher address the Feng family lord, her willow eyebrows slowly frowned. The fact that Sasher had called the Feng family head his uncle just like her really made her a little uncomfortable. On the side, Chang Yuan couldn't help but reveal a cold smile on his face when he heard Sasher address the Feng family lord. In his opinion, Sasher was at most a mid-level commander. And with such a title rank, I'm afraid that the Feng family lord wouldn't even look at it. Yet she had the nerve to come up and call out such an intimate title as uncle. Originally, with her strength, she should have no problem entering the 100-person corps. But now that she was shouting randomly, if the Feng family master was very concerned about this aspect, I'm afraid that she might not even be able to get a recommended spot in the 100 People's Regiment today, let alone officially becoming a member of the 100 People's Regiment. However, just as Chang Yuan thought that Xiaoxi might end up being so deadly that she would directly lose her chance to be part of the 100 People's Troop, the Seal family head, who was obviously a bit flustered because of the words he had just uttered to Rongyun, finally opened his mouth. And the words that came out of his mouth caused Chang Yuan to violently freeze in place. Chapter 161 Great Chief Fest, Exposed. 16. When did you arrive, Commander Xia? Come on, please come in, please come in. Saying that, the Feng family head even directly lowered his stance to welcome him. Chang Yuan froze as he looked at the Feng family lord's figure that was completely counted as attentive, and for a moment, he rigidly did not react to what was going on. The Feng family head was also the head of one of the 5 great families of the Imperial City, and his position was at the top of the entire Xia country. Normally, he wouldn't even give a second glance to a mid-level commander. But now, he was honoring Sasher as Commander Xia, and even had an attitude that was too good to be true. What in the world was going on here? Instantly, Chang Yuan's eyes that looked at the Feng family lord revealed obvious doubts. Soon, as if he suddenly thought of something, his breathing abruptly tightened. In the next moment, his gaze towards Sasher suddenly changed. Could it be that this excessively young female commander had a backer behind her that even the Feng family lord could not afford to mess with? The moment this thought appeared, Chang Yuan suddenly had a sense of enlightenment. At this moment, he felt that the problems that had just plagued him had all been solved. That's right. If it wasn't for her unusual background, I'm afraid that even if her abilities were outstanding, she wouldn't have become the acting director of the Imperial City Academy with a daughter's body and at such an age. Even, with what he had seen of Xiaosher's emotional intelligence and arrogant attitude, he felt that if it wasn't for the fact that there was someone behind her, he was afraid that she would have already died countless times for offending some people. Thinking of this, Chang Yuan couldn't help but add a few more points of disgust to his face as he looked at Sasher. Previously, although he didn't like Sasher's way of dealing with people, he didn't deny that Sasher was a genius. However, if Sasher had an extremely strong background, that would be another story. After all, as long as her backer or the family she was in was strong enough, it was completely possible to use resources to forcefully pile up her strength. As for this kind of people who relied on their families to boost up their strength, he had seen many of them, but none of them were able to achieve any great success. Even, almost every single one of them was an overambitious person who liked to point fingers and be stupid. The most annoying thing was that due to the background of those losers, even he didn't dare to offend them. Thinking this way, Chang Yuan's eyes flashed with a touch of determination as he looked at Xiaoxi. He, Chang Yuan, no matter what, could not allow such a person to enter the 100 people group. Otherwise, it would be a mouse that spoiled a pot of porridge. At the same time, Sasher had already been received by the Feng family master into the Feng family gate. She looked at the extremely enthusiastic Feng family lord and smiled as she asked the same question as Rongyun.
Where is Fengjing?
When Rongyun heard Sasher's words, her small face, which was slightly surprised to see the Feng family lord's attitude towards Sasher, suddenly turned a few points colder. And the Feng family master's face also stiffened for a moment. But soon, he smiled and said back to Sasher. Fengjing has something to go out, and he doesn't know if he can make it back tonight, I'll ask him later. After saying that, he didn't wait for Sasher to say anything else, and hurriedly said to the several people in front of him. The heads of all the great families in the Imperial city have basically arrived. A few honored guests follow me, I'll introduce you to them. After saying that, he made a pleased gesture to several people, and began to lead the way for Sasher and the others. Sasher looked at the Feng family master who clearly did not want to offend either himself or Rongyun, and could not help but smile, but did not say anything more. Soon, Sasher and the others were brought to the large courtyard in the center of the Feng family. When Sasher entered the courtyard, the first thing she noticed was the black stone platform in the center of the courtyard that was nearly 2 meters high and 10 meters square. At this time, there was no one on the stone platform, but from the steps around the stone platform, it was not difficult to see that this stone platform should be used for the competition. Sasher just took a look and moved his gaze from the stone platform to the surrounding. At this time, people should have already arrived. Sasher took a rough look and realized that there were as many as 300 to 400 people. However, because the courtyard was large enough, it was not crowded. And with just one glance, Sasher swept up a few familiar figures. Her gaze only swept over the crowd, and then turned to the various beautifully crafted pastries and fruits placed around the courtyard. Last night's pastries at the banquet weren't particularly stunning, but they tasted pretty good. Today's seemed to be even more exquisite, and Sasher's heart, which had never fluctuated much, rarely gave birth to a few points of anticipation. Sasher Chen looked at Sasher's action of going to fetch the pastries, his footsteps suddenly stopped in place. At this moment, he didn't even believe his eyes. He never dreamed that this female devil would even like this kind of things that little girls love to eat. This picture, why did he feel so out of place? While beside Sasher Chen, Rongyun watched as Sasher did not wait for an opportunity to go and find someone to talk to after taking a few pieces of delicate pastries, but instead casually found a seat and sat down. A few doubts could not help but arise in her eyes. Because of the Feng family master's attitude towards Sasher, she likewise had some doubts as to whether Sasher had a great background. However, she understood that if Sasher's background was really unusual, even if she asked the Feng family master would not say, so she was just guessing and not sure. But at this moment, looking at this movement of Sasher, she was suddenly a little unsure of her guess. She hesitated for a moment, and then slowly walked across to Sasher. She also did not ask Sasher if she could sit down, and directly moved the chair and sat down. Sasher raised her eyes and faintly swept a glance at her without saying anything. Rongyun felt Sasher's gaze sweeping over her, and her brows furrowed a few points tighter. However, in just an instant, she collected the emotions on her face and looked at Sasher with a gentle face and asked, "Is it good?" Sasher's action of eating was a beat, and then slightly raised her eyes. "Want to eat?" Rongyun was stunned for a moment. She just wanted to through this in her eyes extremely ordinary pastries, test Sasher usually roughly the standard of living, and then again to confirm her origin. However, with this non-answer, how did it seem like she was trying to rob her of her food? Soon, Sasher's next words directly confirmed her suspicions. "If you want to eat, go over and get it yourself, you don't have a share on my plate." Rongyun. However, soon after, she organized the expression on her face and once again smiled gently. "I'm just curious, didn't you often get this kind of pastry before?" Sasher let out a light laugh. "Does it matter to you if I eat it often or not?" Rongyun. This day, it is impossible to talk. Just as Rongyun was embarrassed and did not know what to say, and the atmosphere between her and Sasher became more and more frozen, a middle-aged man in formal attire walked up to the stone platform in the center of the courtyard with a microphone. Please be quiet for a moment. Chapter 162, Big Chief Fest, Exposed. 17. After his words fell, the courtyard, which wasn't much of a noisy place, instantly fell completely silent. Afterward, the middle-aged man nodded slightly to the surrounding crowd and said, "First of all, I would like to welcome all of you to tonight's event. In order to avoid some of the VIPs not being clear about the basics of tonight's event, I'll briefly introduce them to you here. As you all know, all of the clans that went to attend the banquet of the Dragon Grand Chieftain last night were given 3 recommendations to qualify for the 100-man corps. However, the strength of the children of some families' clans is not very strong, and even if they barely elected 3 people, they know that they will not be able to enter that 100-person corps. In order not to waste those few slots, the heads of the families decided that all the slots would go to those who could. Now, each family with a quota had already elected 3 candidates, and had ranked the strength of the 3 candidates. Saying that, he retreated to the side of the stone platform, while raising his hand and pointing to the white curtain at the back of the stone platform. "Please look at the screen." Just as he finished speaking, the screen instantly displayed a line with the name of the first-class family of Imperial City, the names of the 3 candidates, and the candidates' corresponding warrior ranks. Sasher took a cursory glance. Because Sasher had added a line last night that the members of the 100-man group should not be older than 25, most of the candidates had the strength of an intermediate-level warrior. Of course, there were also a few beginner-level warriors. As for senior battlemasters, there were only 3 in total. Soon after, the host opened his mouth again. Any strong person in the venue who did not receive a recommended quota could issue a challenge to the various family candidates, and as long as they won, they would be able to replace the original family candidate. Of course, the quota is not for nothing. The person who obtains the quota needs to be in the future for the family encountered when the crisis, to help. After the host's words fell, a bit of fervor appeared in the eyes of many people around. Although the people who came to participate in tonight's event were all members of first-class families, it was important to realize that first-class families also had their own strengths and weaknesses. Some members who were not ranked within their own families might be the strongest existences within other families. To them, as long as they could defeat the corresponding family member, they would be able to obtain a recommended spot into the 100-person corps, and as for the cost they needed to pay, it was almost nothing. This event was nothing less than a heavenly good for them. And right under the gaze of the crowd's slightly burning gazes, the host spoke once again. In addition, the candidates can likewise challenge each other, and in the end, one of the strongest candidates will be selected to receive the supreme honor jointly given by the 5 great clans. This is the general content. If there are those who wish to challenge, they can begin. After the host finished speaking, opposite Sasher, Rongyun slightly inclined her head and looked at Sasher with a faint smile. Listening to the way the Feng family master addressed you, I think you should be a warrior. Do you want to go up and try? Sasher looked at her faintly, not interested. When Rongyun heard this, the smile at the corner of her lips became a few points softer. At the same time, she seemed to be curious. Is it not interested, or can't you beat it? Without waiting for Sasher to answer, a voice suddenly came out. I'll go first. When the crowd heard the voice, they looked towards the source of the voice. And under the gazes of the crowd, Sasher slowly walked out. Because he did not estrange his aura when he stepped out of the crowd, when the surrounding crowd saw him, they almost instantly saw his strength. Peak intermediate level warrior? Speaking of which, warriors were categorized from bottom to top into primary warriors, intermediate warriors, and advanced warriors. Each level of warrior was further divided into 5 stars, and reaching 5 stars at the intermediate level was the peak intermediate level. 10 days ago, Sasher was only an intermediate 3-star warrior. After Sasher's training, at this moment, his strength had already risen to the peak of the intermediate level. At this age, his strength was completely considered the best among his peers. Which family's son is this? Why haven't I heard of him before? The list of candidates didn't include him, and I haven't seen any family where all 3 candidates are at the peak of intermediate level warrior strength. Look at his aura, like he came from the War Department. I don't know which family will be chosen by such a strong person. I'm afraid the pressure will be on those who come after him. As the surrounding crowd looked at Sasher standing on the stage, their faces showed a bit of admiration and emotion. Almost all of the first-class clans had used their fists to fight their way out of their position. This directly created the extreme importance they placed on force. Even within many clans, the relationship between members had reached the point where strength was honored. Opposite Sasher, Rongyun looked at Sasher who appeared on the stage, and a flash of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes. She did not expect that this man that she had neglected had such a powerful talent. Thinking of this, she could not help but sweep a glance at Sasher. Originally, because she was worried about Sasher pestering Fengjing, when she walked over, she was still considering whether or not to try to set up Sasher and Sasher. Now it seemed that she didn't have to waste her efforts. No matter how strong the background of the one in front of her was, without strength, there was almost no possibility of being seen by such an outstanding man. And just as Rongyun was lamenting in her heart, Sasher walked right up to the stone platform amidst the murmurs of the surrounding crowd. Afterward, he swept the screen and casually tapped a weaker primary peak warrior of the 3rd-ranked first-class family. That junior warrior walked onto the stone platform with his weakened legs. However, in just a few seconds, he was kicked off the platform by Sasher. So cool. Some of the girls below couldn't help but develop a few moments of admiration in their eyes when they saw Sasher's heroic appearance. Which family is this man from? What do you guys say? Is it possible for me to marry him? Soon, a good-looking girl excitedly opened her mouth. Your strength, or don't think about it, this kind of man's other half, I'm afraid that not only must have a family, but also have strength, we are afraid that we can only look from afar. Just at this time, the host's voice came out at the right time. Su family, Su Tianju defeated. When Sasher heard the words, he only felt that the breath in his heart that had been suppressed by the female devil for more than 10 days had been vented. Countless adulations and praises were given to him. So, this was what he, Sasher, deserved. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, a kind of unimpeded pleasure of being the only one.
Even at this moment, he felt that even if it was Sasher, he didn't bring fear. As long as he was given enough time by Sasher Qing, he didn't believe that his achievements could still not compare to a woman. Right at this moment, his eyes suddenly glanced at Chung Yuan below. He almost immediately thought of the promise he made to Chung Yuan at the gate. Coupled with the fact that he felt the thrill of abuse and wanted to feel it again, he immediately looked downwards and opened his mouth. Commander Chang has known me well and is a figure that I, Sasher Qin, will soon follow. However, he kindly gave you a chance to reach heaven in one step, and not only are you not grateful for it, but instead you speak ill of him. It's fine that I, Sasher Qin, didn't know about this, but now that I know about it, there's no way I'm going to sit back and do nothing. Now, if you are a man, come up here. I, Sasher Qin, am bound to teach you how to be a man in the future. Chapter 163, Big Chief Fest, Exposed. 18. The moment Sasher Qian's words fell, the surroundings were suddenly plunged into silence. Sasher faintly glanced at Sasher Qian on the stage, but did not get up, but instead unhurriedly put the last piece of cupcake on the plate into her mouth. At the same time, she couldn't help but show some surprise in her gaze towards Sasher Qian. Why didn't she know when Sasher Qian was so bloodthirsty? Moreover, looking at his current neutral appearance, it seemed that today's training wasn't enough. At the same time, after the surrounding crowd heard Sasher Qian's words, countless gazes simultaneously looked over at Chung Yuan. Before yesterday, Chung Yuan was one of the people in charge of the Imperial City Warzone, one of the few 4-star senior commanders in Xia. Even the heads of the 5 great families of Imperial City were extremely respectful when facing Chung Yuan. Now, even if Long Yuan had announced last night that the Imperial City Warzone would be taken over by the new Grand Chief, the foundation Chung Yuan had laid in the Imperial City Warzone for many years was there, and his position was still something very few people could shake. However, today, someone even dared to speak ill of Chung Yuan, who was a 4-star senior commander. Who had the guts to mess with Commander Chang? Was he impatient? Either he doesn't want to live or he doesn't know the heights of heaven. With the strength of the person on the stage, that person is definitely going to have bad luck today. That said, it turns out that the one on the stage is personally trained by Commander Chang. I said how Young is so powerful. Not only is he strong, he's also a decent person. His future is unlimited. Chung Yuan listened to the surrounding murmurs and looked at Sasher Qin with a more and more satisfied gaze. Then, he slightly turned his head and looked over at Sasher. When he saw that Sasher was still eating the cake in her hands, his expression suddenly became even more disappointed. In his opinion, the reason why Sasher was still so calm after seeing the strength that Sasher Qin had displayed was that she either didn't put Sasher Qin in her eyes, or she simply didn't want to go on stage. And whether it was the former or the latter, it was enough to show that he had looked at the wrong person before. And in the next moment, his gaze towards Sasher became a few points firmer. If he hadn't had to participate in the many matters of the 100-people group, he wouldn't have bothered with a junior like Sasher. But now, he had to make sure that those who were able to enter the 100 People's Regiment were all talents, and not just trash who had been piled up by the family's resources and had their eyes set on the top. Therefore, no matter what, he would never let Sasher enter the 100 People Regiment. Just as Chung Yuan's gaze towards Sasher grew colder and colder, when the surrounding crowd saw that no one had come out, some of the juniors were obviously getting a little impatient. Where is everyone? Why don't they come out? You're not afraid and want to be a shrinking violet, are you? The one on the stage can say not to go up is not considered a man, but all a little blood cannot be so shrinking. Come out. Quickly come out. Sasher, listening to the surrounding a help their own voice, suddenly bottomed out even more. His gaze slowly swept through the crowd below, and the voice coming out of his mouth became a few points colder. I now say again, is a man give me stand out. The surrounding crowd heard Sasher Qian's extremely tough words, and the appreciation on his face suddenly grew a few points thicker. If it was an ordinary person who said this, they might feel that this person was too arrogant. However, at this moment, they only felt a sense of unshakable vigor. Because, they knew that Sasher Qing had the backbone and strength to say this. Now, I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't come forward, I'm going to do more than just teach you how to behave. 3, 2. Just as Sasher Qian's last count was about to be shouted out, Sasher finally stood up from her seat in an unhurried manner. Then, her not so light and not so heavy words reached the ears of the surrounding crowd. Only a man can stand up? Didn't Commander Chang tell you that I'm not a man? Chapter 164, The Great Chief's Fest, Exposed. 19. Boom. When Sasher listened to Sasher's words, he only felt that his brain had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. His entire person was instantly dumbfounded in place. In that extremely violent shock, his brain nearly fell into a state of confusion. No, it couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? The heavens couldn't play with him like this. It would kill someone. It would really kill him. And just as Sasher Chuan's entire being was suddenly dumbfounded, a murmur filled with surprise came out from the crowd. Commander Xia? Commander Xia actually came? I actually saw it just now, but didn't dare to go over and greet Commander Xia. Chang Yuan looked at the gazes of some of the family heads that seemed to be permeated with a little bit of respect when they looked at Sasher, and in his heart, he was already basically certain that Sasher came from a certain big family. But then, a trace of doubt could not help but flash through his eyes. Not just the Feng family lord, even these family lords knew her? But why did he have no impression at all of someone who was well known by so many first-class family lords? On the stage, Sasher Chen looked at Sasher and tried to tug at the stiff corners of his mouth, and a smile worse than tears appeared on that face looking at Sasher. Xia, Commander Xia, what I just said is not you, you quickly sit down. Sasher looked at Sasher Qin, whose legs were obviously shivering a little, and smiled faintly. I'm not the one who said that. You can ask that Commander Chang if you don't know. Xia Shichuan's face abruptly stiffened. Then, he slowly turned his head in slow motion. When his eyes landed on Chang Yuan, and saw Chang Yuan nodding slightly at him, he suddenly felt that the sky was about to collapse. And just as Sasher Qian was in a state as if he had been struck by lightning, Sasher followed the steps around the stone platform and walked on top of it. Afterwards, he stood opposite to Sasher Qian. Sasher Qian looked at Sasher, who was standing opposite to him, feeling the sense of oppression around her body that was not intentionally released, but made him breathless. His heart suddenly gave birth to an impulse that wanted to kill his own self just now. To what degree of confidence had he swollen up to have the idea that he would soon be able to surpass this female devil? Not to mention strength, he felt that it would still be a few years before he could manage to stand opposite her without his legs trembling. As for surpassing her, he felt that he didn't need to think about it in his life. Below, the crowd looked at the two people standing facing each other on the stage. Their faces couldn't help but show a few emotions. It was really unexpected that the one who clashed with Commander Chang was Commander Xia. Now there was a good show to watch. Commander Xia looks younger than that Sasher Qin. I wonder who is stronger and weaker between the two. Is it just me? Why do I feel that Xia Shizukan is a bit afraid of Commander Xia? After the last person's words rang out, the faces of the crowd looking at Xia Shizukan were all a little more probing. And right under the gaze of the crowd, Sasher looked at Xia Shiqian and faintly smiled and said, "Say it. How do you want to teach me to be a human being?" Sasher Quan. At this moment, he was truly crying. Teach a female devil to be a human being? Yes. He admitted that he had thought about it countless times in his dreams. But even in his dreams, he had been screwed over every time. And now, the female devil wanted him to do this kind of thing that he had already dared not even think about in his dreams. Wasn't this to play with him to death? Seeing that Sasher Qin didn't reply, Sasher raised her eyebrows and lightly gave a sound. Obviously, it was just an extremely slight sound, but Sasher Qian's body trembled violently when he heard it, almost falling to the ground directly. Then, he looked at Sasher, and the thousand words in his heart that he wanted to explain finally turned into a sentence with profound repentance. I was wrong. After these three simple words fell, the surroundings were once again quiet for a few moments. Soon, an incredulous murmur came out from the surroundings. Commander Chang's favored subordinate was really so afraid of Commander Xia? Most of all, why do I feel that what he's afraid of isn't the identity of Commander Xia, but her as a person? No matter how strong Commander Xia is, it's not so strong that Xia Shijian doesn't even have a bit of fighting spirit, right? Chang Yuan looked at Xia Shijian, who was already a coward in the face of Xia Xia on the stage, and his brows had already wrinkled into a Sichuan character. Seeing that Xia Shijian already had the tendency to directly admit defeat, he immediately reminded with a gloomy face. Xia Shijian, think about the promise you just made to me. Xia Shijian was stunned for a moment at his words. In the next moment, he hurriedly took off the ring that Chang Yuan had given him at the door. Afterward, he rushed down to the high platform as if he was fleeing and handed the finger ring to Chang Yuan. Commander Chang, this is something you gave me. I'm sorry, I'm not fortunate enough to receive it. I'm returning it to you now. The benefits that this finger ring can bring are good, but it needs him to have a life to enjoy it. If he goes against the demoness, he will even lose his life. What's the point of having these extraneous things? Chang Yuan looked at the ring that Xia Shijian put in front of him, felt the slightly stunned gazes around him, and felt that an invisible slap had slapped him hard on his old face. Just now he was still enjoying the praise of the crowd because of Xia Shijian's excellence, but the next moment, Xia Shijian betrayed him in public. The face of the rest of his life was lost on this day. But after all, he is also a character. Soon, he calmed down his turbulent mood, his eyes staring at Xia Shizukan and asked, "Do you know what you will lose if you return this ring to me?" After saying that, and not waiting for Xia Shijian to answer, he raised his eyes and glanced at Sasher, and then opened his mouth with an icy face. As long as I am in the 100 People's Regiment for one day, you will not want to enter the 100 People's Regiment for one day. After saying that, under the slightly stunned gazes of the crowd, he turned his head to look at Sasher and continued. And you, I don't know what kind of devious ways you used to make him go against my wishes, but I can responsibly tell you that people like you won't be able to set foot in the 100-man troop no matter what. When Chang Yuan's words fell, the surrounding first-class family heads froze almost simultaneously. Don't want to enter the 100-people regiment? This Commander Xia was the person in charge of forming the 100-people regiment. If she couldn't get into the 100-people regiment, then who else could? Wasn't this Commander Chang the person who was going to assist the new Grand Chief in training the 100-men regiment? He and this Commander Xia should be considered partners who need to help each other. But now, why did it feel like he didn't even know the identity of Commander Xia? And just as the crowd's hearts were overflowing with doubts, Sasher's line of sight landed on Chang Yuan. Then, the corner of her lips hooked up into a smile that did not have the slightest bit of temperature. And the words that came out of her mouth caused Chang Yuan and the surrounding crowd to freeze in place at the same time. Chapter 165 Big Chief Fest, Exposed. 20. This Cheng commander, I can clearly tell you that who is in the 100-person regiment and who is not, that's my business, and it's not your turn to tell me what to do in front of me. Boom! Sasher's voice was like a muffled thunder, exploding in the ears of the surrounding crowd. At that moment, the surrounding area was abruptly plunged into a silence that could be heard by a pin drop. When Chang Yuan heard Sasher's words, a thick wave of disbelief immediately appeared on his face. Ever since he had become a senior commander, no one had dared to be so rude to him. Although he knew that the one in front of him had a notable background, but, no matter how strong her background was, she was only an Imperial City acting dean now, and her title was nothing more than a 5-star intermediate commander. Who gave her the courage to say such words? At the same time, the surrounding first-class family heads were equally dumbfounded. They knew that Xia was the new Grand Chief's close friend, and they also knew that what she said was the truth. However, Chang Yuan was a 4-star senior commander. Moreover, after the establishment of the 100 People's Regiment, she and Chang Yuan would inevitably have to work together. But now, her strong words had directly offended the person completely. Was she really not afraid that Commander Chang would say something in front of Long Yuan or the new Grand Chief and directly disqualify her from establishing a place in the 100-man corps? The instant they thought of this, many of the family heads changed their faces at the same time. No! No way! If someone else were to form the 100-man corps, would each of their clans still be able to have 3 recommended spots? Moreover, some of their clans had only put in 2 or even 1 replaceable recommendation slot. And that irreplaceable one was their specially selected clansman with extremely high face value. They believed that with so many various types of beautiful and handsome men, and many of them were powerful, Sasher would at least leave a few behind even if she was picky. If Sasher, who had determined the quota for the 100-man group, was replaced, then the efforts they had made might be in vain. Thinking of this, the heads of the family's hearts tightened. They subconsciously wanted to tell Chang Yuan about Sasher's identity and advise him not to be too calculating with Sasher. However, without waiting for the heads of the families to open their mouths, Chang Yuan, who was already enraged by Sasher's attitude, had already spoken. Little girl, you are not a big person, but your breath is not small. Let's put it this way, if you can enter the 100-member group, it also means that I Chang Yuan so many years in the Ministry of War have stayed in vain. Today, I will put my words here, if you can really enter the 100-people regiment and become one of them, I, Chang Yuan, will voluntarily give up the title of 4-star senior commander and quit the Xia War Department. The many family lords who were about to open their mouths to ease the conflict between Chang Yuan and Sasher were simultaneously dumbfounded when they heard Chang Yuan's words. Only, as long as Commander Xia could enter the 100-man corps, Chang Yuan would quit the Xia War Department? How could Commander Chang say such words? Is he crazy? That 100-people regiment, she didn't need to enter it. Without her, the 100-men regiment wouldn't be able to be formed. Just as the heads of the families were roaring madly in their hearts, while quickly thinking about how to save Chang Yuan without offending Sasher, Sasher looked at Chang Yuan and opened her mouth. Are your brains all in your strength? However, on the basis that you have always been thinking about the War Department, and that you don't have much real malice towards me, you don't need to quit the War Department. Saying that, Sasher paused for a moment, and then continued. However, I don't want to see you in the future, so if you see me in the future, go around. Chang Yuan was once again stunned when he heard Sasher's words. Did she not understand the point he emphasized, that it was never possible to let her enter the Xia War Department? How come he said it like he was going to unconditionally quit the War Department? Moreover, in the future, he would go around her when he saw her? In all these years, he had never seen a junior who dared to speak so loudly in front of him. You are unbridled. However, just as Chang Yuan was about to continue saying something, a few of the surrounding family heads who were usually extremely close to him were afraid that he would say something else that would cause death, so they couldn't think of anything else and hurriedly opened their mouths. Chapter 166 Great Chief Fest, Exposed. 21. Cheng Commander, the contributions you have made to Xia for so many years are all there for all to see, don't think for a moment. Yes, Commander Chang. It's been hard for you to get to this position, so you can't give up so easily. Commander Chang, look at how young Commander Xia has become the new Grand Chief's close confidant and is responsible for the formation of the 100-man regiment. It's inevitable that he's a bit young and full of energy, so please be more patient. The moment the last person's words fell, Chang Yuan's anger froze on his face almost instantly. At this moment, he couldn't even somewhat believe his ears. Did he hear it wrong? How could this be possible?
the new Grand Chief's most valued combatant, and also the new Grand Chief's close confidant that Long Yuan had said that he would introduce him to recently and had told him repeatedly not to offend, was actually a little girl that looked like she was not even 20 years old? How could there be such a ridiculous thing? No. It can't be. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. Not far away, a family head looked at Chung Yuan's complexion and immediately understood in his heart what he was thinking, and immediately spoke with a smile. Commander Chang, at the banquet last night, Grand Chief Long Yuan personally announced Commander Xia's identity. What happened just now was all a misunderstanding. How about the two of you take it as a no fight? When Chung Yuan heard this, no matter how shocked he was, he had to believe that Sasher was the new Great Chief's close confidant who had the power to determine the quota for the 100-man regiment. At once, the color of his face changed rapidly. He suddenly recalled that the first time he met Sasher, he was about to accept her as his subordinate, and recognized himself as having generously given an internalized quota for the 100-man regiment. Now thinking about it, he actually wanted a combatant whose status in the War Department was similar to his own to be his subordinate. Even, he had promised a 100-man regiment quota that he had to go through Sasher's permission before he could ask for it. And this quota, he still rewarded Sasher himself as a favor. At this moment, even with the thickness of his face that he had honed over many years of missions, he still had the urge to find a crack in the ground. If this was known by a few of his old comrades in the War Department, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to face anyone for the rest of his life. The most frightening thing was that at that time, he still felt that Sasher was questioning his authority because she didn't show half a bit of excitement when she heard that he had given the internal quota. And because of this, he, too, wanted Sasher Qin to teach her a lesson, to make her regret that she didn't agree to become his direct subordinate at that time, and thus become a member of the 100 People's Corps. He even went so far as to say something like if Sasher could enter the 100 People's Regiment, he would quit the Xia War Department for good. At this moment, Chung Yuan couldn't wait to slap himself a few times. There had never been any moment where he felt so stupid. The face of his entire life had been disgraced on this day. And just as Chung Yuan was considering how to escape with relative decency, Sasher's smirking gaze landed on him. Instantly, an extremely bad feeling arose in Chung Yuan's heart. And the instant this feeling appeared in him, Sasher's eyes that were looking at her revealed a smirk that did not have the slightest bit of warmth. Since this family head has said so, I naturally have to give you face. As I recall, Commander Chang was extremely optimistic about Sasher Qin at the gate, and wanted to give him an internal quota for the 100-man corps. Since that's the case, then the first place in the 100-member troop will be given to Xia Shizukan, whom you favored earlier. Commander Chang, do you think my decision is okay? Chapter 167 Great Chiefs Fest, Exposed. 22. When Chung Yuan heard this, he only felt a surge in his chest. If it wasn't for him forcibly suppressing it, a mouthful of blood would have already been spewed out by him. However, despite this, one of his hands under his sleeve was also lightly trembling uncontrollably due to the suffocation. As for the surrounding family lords, when they heard Sasher's words, a few complexities were also revealed in their expressions. Give face? You're doing this to give face to the family master who opened his mouth to shake hands with Chung Yuan? You're clearly aiming to infuriate Chung Yuan to death. They don't know if Chung Yuan said he would give Sasher Qin a place in the program. But they just heard Chung Yuan say to Xia Shiyan that as long as he is in the War Department, Xia Shiyan will never become a member of the 100 People's Corps. Now you, Sasher, directly positioned Xia Shiyan as the first official member of the 100-person corps, and even said it was to give face. How can there be such a shameless person under the sky? As for Sasher Qin, she was obviously a bit confused at the moment. This surprise came too suddenly, right? Although he had previously said that he still hoped to enter the 100-person corps based on his own strength. But that was because the one who had previously said that he would give the inner quota was Chung Yuan, not Sasher. Although he felt from the bottom of his heart that Sasher was an uncompromising female devil, it was undeniable that he was convinced from the bottom of his heart about Sasher's strength and methods. However, he had never fantasized that Sasher would recognize himself one day. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed without hesitation when he heard Chung Yuan say that he hoped he would follow him in the future. But now, this kind of thing that he had never dared to dream of seemed to have become a reality. Sasher saying that he would give him the first 100-member troop slot was clearly a recognition of his Sasher Qin's strength. At once, an emotion of being affirmed by his most admired idol suddenly filled his heart. Under this extreme surprise and excitement, he even had the urge to shout a few times to the sky. At the same time, Sasher looked at Chung Yuan's appearance as if he was about to be exasperated by himself at any moment, and her eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. She actually didn't mean to be aggressive, but simply wanted Chung Yuan to understand that he couldn't lose his guard because he had been in a high position for a long time, or else, the small loss today would sooner or later turn into a big disaster. Snap! 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 Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, a series of several clear applause suddenly came out from the crowd. This good drama of a nest fight was really wonderful. When this sound rang out, the crowd instantly looked over in the direction of the source of the sound. Under the gazes of the crowd, a 23 or 24-year-old youth, clad in a black robe, slowly walked out from the corner. The youth unhurriedly untied the black robe on his body as he spoke. Teacher said that the summer country was able to rise to such an extent within a few years, so it naturally has its own unique features. I originally thought that although the vast majority of places in the Xia Kingdom are inferior to my Sunset Empire, it should also have a little something worth learning, but I have to say that the two Xia Kingdom senior commanders have disappointed me. As the youth's words fell, the black robe on his body had already been untied by him. And what was revealed within the black robe was an extremely traditional white robe. The moment some of the surrounding people saw the clothes, they immediately opened their mouths and exclaimed, "People from the Sunset Empire?" The moment the words rang out, the gazes of almost everyone on the scene looking at the youth were permeated with a clear color of hatred. Decades ago, the Sunset Empire had invaded the land of the Xia Kingdom when it was weak, slaughtering countless innocent people. And even in recent years, the Sunset Empire was still targeting the Xia War Department in the extraterritorial battlefield. If it wasn't for the Skywolf Regiment carrying the front line, the casualties that the Xia country suffered every year due to the Sunset Empire would have been hundreds of thousands if not millions. It could be said that every person in the Xia Kingdom had a resistance and hatred towards the Sunset Empire. How did someone from the Sunset Empire appear here? Who let him in? Feng family head, people from the Sunset Empire can even blend in. Are your Feng family's security personnel freeloaders? Chapter 168, The Great Chiefs Fest, Exposed. 23. Because of the excessive anger in their hearts, the tone of the surrounding people was no longer so polite even when they were facing the Feng family head, one of the 5 great families of the Imperial City. As the Feng family head looked at the youth of the Sunset Empire in front of him, his face was equally as gloomy as water. Being able to blend in under the layers of scrutiny is some skill, but since you dared to come, you don't have to go back. When the surrounding crowd heard the Feng family lord's words, their faces eased a few points. It was just that the faces of the people looking at the Sunset Empire youth were showing obvious killing intent. However, the Sunset Empire youth did not show the slightest bit of nervousness as he looked at the crowd. He faintly swept a glance at the crowd before giving a disdainful cold snort. Your Xia country's state lord is begging to cooperate with my Sunset Empire, and you, a small family head, want to go against my Sunset Empire? When the surrounding crowd heard this, they were all stunned. However, soon after, the solemn intent on the faces of the crowd clearly became even more intense. However, as if the youth didn't feel the atmosphere around him gradually lowering to near freezing point, he smiled lightly and opened his mouth. I've already inquired before, as long as one is under the age of 25, all people are qualified to join the 100-person regiment that will soon be formed by the Summer Kingdom. Moreover, there is no stipulation as to which nationality. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Sasher. If I just heard it correctly, he has already obtained an official spot in the 100 People's Regiment, so is it true that as long as I defeat him, I will be able to take a place within the 100 People's Regiment? The moment the youth's words fell, the surrounding crowd almost simultaneously changed their faces. It was true that 100-man regiment did not stipulate a nationality restriction, and it did not even stipulate that one had to be from the War Ministry to join. But, how could anyone from another country be able to enter the Xia War Ministry? This person, obviously came to smash the scene. At the same time, Sasher, who had originally been secretly excited about obtaining the first 100-member troop slot, had her face steeply sink the instant she heard this. Defeat me? You have a big mouth. However, the instant Sasher's words fell, a huge force suddenly came from his neck. Immediately, a strong sense of suffocation entered his mind. Let go. Sasher almost instinctively grabbed the palm of the youth's hand that was choking his neck, frantically trying to rip it away. But soon, he despairingly realized that the youth's hand was like an iron vice. Even if he used his full strength, he still couldn't shake it in the slightest. As the sense of suffocation continued to increase, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of death crisis. Just as Sasher felt that he was about to die, the youth suddenly raised his hand and threw it away. Sasher's body was instantly thrown out. Boom! With a crashing sound of a body touching the ground, Sasher's body ruthlessly smashed onto the ground 5 meters away. Almost at the same time that Sasher landed on the ground, the youth's gaze that was like looking down on ants swept towards the surrounding crowd. This kind of trash doesn't even have the qualifications to join the War Department in my Sunset Empire, but in your country, which outnumbers us by almost 10 times, it's a treasure? No wonder when the Xia people go to the extraterritorial battlefields, they all exchange the greatest sacrifice for a slight advantage. Your country is full of wastes. If you don't send more people to die, I'm afraid that your country full of sick people would have long since perished. I really don't understand why the teacher sent so many Sunset Empire elites to the Summer Kingdom to exchange and learn. What else is there for us to learn from a backward barbarian land like yours, other than strong fertility? Hearing this, some of the family heads who were already about to strike at the youth froze violently. The Sunset Empire's war ministry had sent someone to the Xia Kingdom? How could that be possible? How could the top echelons of the Summer Kingdom's war department agree to this? A family master finally couldn't help but open his mouth and chided.
What are you babbling about? The youth's expression became even more disdainful at his words. He laughed coldly and opened his mouth. Nonsense? In my Sunset Empire, strength is the truth. I'll put my words here today. If there is any person here under the age of 25 who can defeat me, I, Mayatuchienyu, will shut up. But if there isn't, you can only obediently listen to what I say. Chapter 169, The Great Chief's Fest, Exposed. 24. However, just as the youth's words fell, he suddenly felt a harsh, strong wind coming from behind him. The moment he felt the movement, he subconsciously sidestepped. However, despite this, the side of his face was still grazed with a shallow bloodstain. Feeling the fiery pain on the side of his face, he looked towards Sasher's eyes, who had only stabilized herself due to her inertia, and abruptly flashed a flash of fierce killing intent. That's right, the one who shot at him was not someone else, it was Sasher, who had just been thrown out by him at a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Because Sasher in the previous special training focused on training the actual combat ability, Sasher's body landed on the ground in a very short period of time to stand up again, and to Mayata Chihaya counterattack. Miyato Chihaya raised his hand to wipe the blood that spilled out from the side of his face, before placing his blood-stained fingers on his lips and wiping them. At the same time, his eyes stared tightly at Sasher, and the corner of his lips slowly hooked up a touch of bloodthirsty killing intent. Xiao's pariah, you have successfully provoked me. After saying that, he did not wait for Sasher to respond, his figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Sasher. Sasher looked at the figure that was almost blurred in her line of sight because it was too fast, and her heart abruptly tightened. However, because of the slight muscle memory from the previous days of training, Sasher raised her hand to meet Mayatuchienyu's fist almost without thinking. Boom! At once, the muffled sound of fists colliding was transmitted into the ears of the surrounding crowd. Well, Sasher only felt a force that he was completely unable to counterattack his body. Under that tremendous force, his body once again flew backwards. This time, his body directly smashed hard on top of the central stone platform. Plop! The moment Sasher's body made contact with the stone platform, a mouthful of blood spurted out violently from his mouth. Gongtu Qianyu, who stood in place and barely moved, looked at Sasher, who fell to the ground in a sorry state, and stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, which had a slight trace of blood left on them. At the same time, his posture as he looked at Sasher was as if he was a nobleman looking down on the lowest of the lowly paupers. You should be thankful to that monarch of yours who knows what's right. If he hadn't taken the initiative to show goodwill to my Sunset Empire and invited the elites of the Sunset Empire to come and exchange ideas, I would have directly executed you, a lowly Xia who was not even worthy of lifting my shoes. When Mayatuchienyu's words fell, Sasher slowly but firmly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes spread out, staring at Miyato Shifuyu, and the piercingly cold voice in his mouth said word by word. You, seek, death. The moment the last word rang out, Sasher didn't know where to get the strength from, violently got up and rushed towards Gongtu Qianyu. Mayatuchienyu looked at Xia Shizukan, who clearly did not have the slightest chance of winning, but was still struggling desperately, and wrinkled his brow in boredom. Stupid Xia rats! As the low cursing sound rang out, he raised his hand unhurriedly. Boom! Xia Shirchuan's body was violently kicked out. This time, the moment he was kicked out, a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. However, the feeling of superiority brought about by the youth's nationality and the contemptuous words coming out of his mouth were like a sharp thorn piercing hard into Xia Shirchuan's heart. Under the extreme humiliation and anger, it was as if he could no longer feel the pain, and almost the next moment his body hit the ground, he once again violently rushed towards Mayatuchienyu. Perhaps it was the physical potential inspired by extreme anger, this time he even jumped to Miyato Chihaya's feet and hugged his legs before he struck. Almost the instant he touched Miyato Chihaya, he directly bit down on Miyato Chihaya's calf regardless. Ah! Miyato Chihaya couldn't control his scream as he felt the intense pain coming from his leg. He fiercely looked down at Sasher, who was desperately trying to bite off a piece of his flesh on his leg, and suddenly, a huge sense of humiliation surged into his heart. He, Mayatuchienyu, a genius ranked in the top 10 of the Sunset Empire's War Department, had been injured twice by this lowly Xia? Shame! This was the greatest shame of his Miyato Chihaya's life. Under extreme anger, he no longer stayed his hand, and a single attack crazily smashed into Sasher. Ka-ching! Soon after, the sound of Sasher's chest breaking suddenly resounded in the silent air around him. However, even though the bones were broken, Sasher still did not have the slightest intention of letting go. It was as if the sharp pain had stimulated his nerves, and he bit deeper instead. At this moment, an unprecedented persistence and madness appeared in Sasher's eyes. So what if he was not as strong as Gongtu Qianyu? Today, he was not going to have a good time, and this Gongtu Qianyu likewise did not want to walk out of here in one piece. Chapter 170, Big Chief's Fest, Exposed. 25. On the side, Sasher looked at Sasher, who was clearly in an absolute disadvantageous position, but was fighting back to the death. Her eyes rarely showed a trace of satisfaction. In the previous training, although Xia Shizukan's performance was not bad, she was always missing a ruthlessness to fight to the death. If Sasher did not break through this bottleneck, it would never be possible to enter the ranks of senior warriors in a short period of time. But now, Mayatu Qianyu had clearly inspired his bloodlust. It was not in vain that she intentionally said that she would give the first slot to Xia Shiyan, drawing out Mayatu Qianyu, who had just been in the shadows, to aim his spear at him. As for the injuries on Xia Shicheng's body, as long as he was still alive, she was certain that she could make his body completely recover within 3 days. At the same time, Gongtu Qianyu clearly felt a large piece of flesh on his leg was about to leave his body, and his attack gradually fell into a frenzy. Ka chow! Ka chow! A sound of bones cracking came out from all parts of Xia Shicheng's body. At this moment, his body had been beaten to a bloody pulp. The most terrifying thing was that his breathing was also gradually weakening. However, even so, the force on his mouth still did not relax in the slightest. Saving people. Quickly save someone. Him. The territory of my Xia kingdom is not the place for people from the small Sunset Kingdom to act wildly. Seeing that Xia Shiqian was about to be killed by Mayatu Qianyu's crazy attacks, the surrounding family heads who were hesitant to make a move because of Mayatu Qianyu's several mentions of Xia's monarch couldn't care less. Even if the one who stood in the highest position of the Xia kingdom was enraged, they couldn't just stand by and watch a person from the Xia kingdom being beaten to death by the people from the small Sunset Kingdom in front of their eyes. However, just as the crowd was about to swarm, suddenly, a sudden icy rebuke came from the direction of the courtyard gate. Stop! Hearing the voice, the surrounding crowd as well as Miyato Chiyu stopped their movements almost simultaneously. At the same time, all of them looked over in the direction of the sound courtyard gate. Under the gaze of the crowd, a group of more than 10 people slowly walked over. Among the crowd, walking at the very front, were 2 middle-aged men in their early to mid-40s, with extraordinary aura around them. One of them was wearing pure white Sunset Empire War Ministry clothing, and from the badge hanging on his chest, it could be seen that his title was equivalent to that of the War Ministry's Grand Chief. However, the gazes of the crowd only swept over him. Their gazes, almost simultaneously, landed on the 35 or 36-year-old looking man beside him, dressed in the highest level uniform of the Xia Kingdom's War Ministry. Chief Rong? The moment they saw the man, many people exclaimed out in shock. That's right, this man was no other than Rong Yi, who was one of the 4 great chiefs of the Xia War Ministry nowadays, and was also known as the 3rd chief by many people. He, on the other hand, had another identity. The only younger brother of that supreme ruler of the Xia Kingdom. It's no exaggeration to say that this person, within the entire Xia Kingdom, is the existence of one person under 10,000 people. The moment Rong Yun, who had been leisurely watching the show, saw Rong Yi, she almost subconsciously stood up from her seat. At that moment, a touch of respect from the bottom of her heart appeared in her eyes, which were usually light, but did not show too many waves due to anything. Rong Yi's footsteps stopped in front of and behind the crowd, and his slightly cold gaze landed on Mayatu Qianyu, who looked pained, and Xiaoshi Qian, who was at his feet. He looked at Gongtu Qianyu, and there was an undeniable implication in his calm tone. Release the person to me. Gongtu Qianyu only looked at Rong Yi lightly at his words, without the slightest intention to stop. The leader of the Sunset Empire who came with Rong Yi slowly stepped forward and spoke with a smile. Chief Rong, your summer kingdom has always claimed to be a state of etiquette. Before you ask my men to stop, shouldn't you first ask this Xia combatant to kneel down and apologize for his rudeness? Kneel to make amends? Rong Yi's face sank as he looked at the leader of the Sunset Empire. Without even asking the reason for the incident, Chief Mayatu told me to kneel down and apologize. Don't the people of the Sunset Empire need to use their brains? When the Sunset Empire's leader heard Rong Yi's words without any hint of politeness, the smile on his face abruptly froze. He turned his head slightly, and his line of sight then landed on Gongtu Qianyu. Seeing this, Mayatu Qiyu instantly forced himself to endure the pain in his calf and opened his mouth with a solemn expression to explain. I just wanted to challenge this person who was internally designated as the number 1 person in the 100-man group, but unfortunately, he is a piece of trash in my eyes. Or rather, all the pariahs under the age of 25 in the Xia Kingdom here are all trash. The leader of the Sunset Empire heard this and did not feel that Miyato Chiyu's words were half bad. After hearing that, he directly turned his head to look at Rong Yi. Did Chieftain Rong hear that? Originally, it was only our country's warrior who invited you people from the Xia country to have a friendly sparring session, but when your Xia countryman lost, he retaliated against our countryman with such unpleasant means, and his practice is really disgraceful? If this matter cannot be resolved satisfactorily today, then the Sunset Empire elite group that I brought with me will have no meaning to stay behind to exchange and learn. Miyato Chihaya heard this and immediately spoke with disdain. This one under my feet is the first member of Xia's soon-to-be-established 100-person regiment. This all-important first member's strength is low to this extent. As I see it, our presence here is a complete waste of time. When the leader of the Sunset Empire heard this, his brows furrowed. And then, he turned his head to look at Rong Yi and asked, Chief Rong, is the strength of your Xia people really all that bad? When Young Yi heard this, his face immediately darkened. However, no matter how much he didn't want to admit it, he had to recognize a fact.
That was, except for the members of the Skywolf regiment that Sasher had personally trained, whose strength was still watchable. The rest of the young men of the Xia War Department were indeed completely inferior to the Sunset Empire warriors. Otherwise, when the large forces of the Xia Kingdom conquered the extraterritorial battlefields, they wouldn't have always sacrificed many times or even dozens of times more than the other side in exchange for a very small amount of benefits. When the Sunset Empire chief saw Rong Yi's expression, the expression on his face gradually turned cold. Chief Rong, originally, because of the existence of the Skywolf regiment, I had great hopes for your Xia Kingdom. But if this is the strength of the young generation of Xia, it seems that there is no need for us to stay here for some trash in the Sunset Empire. When Rong Yi heard this, his face suddenly became a bit more ugly. He had almost always been busy with state affairs within the Xia Kingdom before, and didn't know much about the extraterrestrial battlefield and the new Grand Chief, so in his opinion, there was indeed no youngster under the age of 25 here that was a match for Maitu Qianyu. Thus, he indeed did not know how to refute the words of the Sunset Empire's chief. And just as the atmosphere around him gradually froze, Sasher walked out from the crowd unhurriedly. Chapter 171 Great Chief's Fest, Exposed. 26. When the surrounding family lords saw Sasher who stood out, their faces couldn't help but show some consternation. Gongtu Qianyu was first stunned. Following that, his face couldn't help but reveal a few moments of playfulness when he looked at Sasher. Under their gaze, Sasher did not say anything, but only walked slowly to Sasher Qian's body, and then slowly squatted down and fed a pill to Sasher Qian, who was already out of breath more and in breath less. Sasher Qian opened her mouth in a blur of consciousness and took the pill into her mouth. After the pill entered his mouth, it instantly turned into a mass of liquid that slid down his throat and then merged into his body. Feeling the medicinal power dispersing in his body, Sasher Qian struggled to open his eyes. When he saw Sasher's face enlarged in front of him, he opened his mouth and spoke in a hard voice. Boss, I'm sorry, I've embarrassed you. Sasher looked at him faintly, no obvious emotions could be heard in his voice. Go back and train well. Yes. Sasher Jian immediately said back. His voice was extremely weak, but it did reveal a sense of firmness and determination. Sasher slightly and unnoticeably hooked the corner of her lips. And then, she slowly got up, her gaze landing on the leader of the Sunset Empire beside Rong Yi. At that moment, an invisible yet exceptionally powerful aura spread out from her surroundings. The surrounding crowd held their breath almost simultaneously. Then, a whispering sound came out from the crowd. Commander Xiao was worthy of being a close friend of the new Grand Chief, and even when standing in front of Chief Rong and the Chief of the Sunset Empire, she was not the least bit timid. Commander Xiao was under 25 years old, right? Is it possible for her to defeat that Miyato Chihaya? I'm afraid not. If Commander Xiao was sure, he would have done it long ago, and wouldn't have watched as Xia Shizukin was beaten up like this. It's also true. Although Maitu Qianyu was arrogant, he had clearly become a senior warrior. Although Commander Xia might also be an advanced warrior, but a woman's battle power was inherently weaker than a man's, so it was normal that she wasn't an opponent. And while the crowd was whispering, the Sunset Empire's leader's face sank when he felt Sasher's gaze that didn't show any semblance of respect. However, without waiting for him to say anything, Gongtu Qianyu, who was in front of Sasher, suddenly let out a disdainful laugh. His eyes were fixed on Sasher, and he looked at Sasher as if he was looking down on a mole cricket. What, you, a woman of Xia, still want to stand up for the men of your country? In the Sunset Empire, a woman's status was extremely low, and was even historically once regarded as a tool for procreation. At the same time, in the Sunset Empire, women are never allowed to join the War Department. That would be seen as an insult to a sacred place like the War Ministry. However, when Sasher heard Maitu Qianyu's words, she did not even reward him with a single glance. Her gaze was still looking straight at the Sunset Empire leader, and she faintly opened her mouth. 10 days. The Sunset Empire leader frowned at his words. What 10 days? 10 days later, the newly formed 100-member regiment from Xia will have a friendly exchange between the two countries with your elite regiment from the Sunset Empire that came to Xia. Saying that, Sasher raised an eyebrow, obviously nothing expressive look, but inexplicably threw a provocative meaning. Dare? Hiss. Hiss. The moment Sasher's words fell, countless voices of sucking in cool air immediately came out from the surroundings. At the same time, most of the family heads looked at Sasher as if they were looking at a madman. The 100-man regiment hadn't even been formed yet. Challenging the Sunset Empire's elite group that came to exchange in 10 days, was she crazy? Not to mention that it was only 10 days, even if it was 10 months, the young generation of Xia was no match for the young elites of the Sunset Empire. The talent of the Sunset Empire's people in terms of warriors is not a bit better than our people in Xia, so why did she propose this kind of agreement that is tantamount to seeking death? It's not that they are belittling their own country's strength, really the Xia Kingdom's warrior strength is notoriously weak. Without mentioning anything else, the number of high-level warriors in Xia was less than 1/5 of the Sunset Empire. As for the top warriors, Xia was also far inferior to the Sunset Empire. If it wasn't for the fact that the Xia kingdom had a large population base and could make up for this disadvantage with the Sea of Men tactic, the Xia kingdom would have been finished long ago. At the same time, amidst the extremely unfavorable voices of all the family heads, the face of the Sunset Empire's leader as he looked at Sasher also turned cold. He gazed straight at Sasher and said with an unfavorable expression, "Even if you want to make a date with my Sunset Empire's elite group, you need to have a figure like Chief Young to talk to me. What kind of person are you? Where is there a place for you to speak here?" Chapter 172 Great Chiefs Fest, Exposed. 27. Right at this moment, the Feng family head who was worrying about Sasher in his heart hurriedly stood out and opened his mouth to introduce himself to a few people. This is the Xia commander who is responsible for forming the 100-man regiment in the Xia kingdom. The Sunset Empire leader and Miato Chiyu were both stunned at his words. In the next moment, Miato Chiyu suddenly burst out laughing. Only after a few seconds did he then raise his slightly trembling finger that was laughing to point at Sasher's nose. "Ha ha ha. The commander who formed a 100-man regiment? You, Xia, have fallen to the point where you have to rely on women for protection?" When Romi heard Gongtu Qianyu's words, that face that was already a bit ugly because of Sasher's words of a date to fight the 100-man regiment in 10 days, suddenly became a few points colder and retreated. He didn't know why Long Yuan would give this woman in front of him the heavy responsibility of forming a 100-member regiment, but he was certain that forming a team that could face the Sunset Empire's elite regiment in 10 days was a fool's errand. Miato Chiyu saw that Romi, who was the leader of the Xia kingdom, was on his side, and the meaning of looking down on the inferior people between his complexion became even more intense. "Originally, I thought that the 100-man regiment that Xia was going to form was so powerful, but I didn't expect it to be a pussy army formed by a pussy. Lord Chief, go back. There's no need for us to waste our time here with a pussy-trained waste of Xia." On the side, Xiaoshiji, who had just slowed down a bit from the severe pain, listened to Miato Chihaya's words and suddenly felt that all the pain on his body was not so unbearable. Even, he suddenly had the urge to laugh maniacally a few times. Honestly, he felt that he had already made enough of a fool of himself before. But now, he felt that his level of death-defying in front of Miato Chiyu was simply like a grandson meeting his grandfather. Today, his family female devil to be able to make this in the body quite a number of parts of the situation to leave, he's Xiaoshi take off his head as a ball kick. After Miato Qianyu finished speaking, Xiaosher finally did not ignore him anymore. She looked at Gongtu Qianyu, without much fluctuation between her complexion. "Finished? What? You have a problem with my words? Then I will teach you today, in the War Department, strength is the truth. As a weakling, you can only accept and obey unconditionally." Saying that, Miato Chihaya suddenly stepped forward. Instantly, the distance between him and Natsuki closed to a breathable distance. He slightly lowered his head and looked down at Xiaosher, the corner of his mouth pulled out a slightly hideous arc. "Woman, because I am stronger than you, therefore, even if I let you die, you can only go to your death. Understand?" Xiaosher sniffed and looked at him with a faint smile. "Understood." Miato Chihaya raised an eyebrow. He thought that this Xia small wildcat in front of him would still have to engage in some meaningless resistance, but he didn't expect the other party to be so sensible. In that case, it was really a lot less fun. And just as he was about to open his mouth to admonish Xiaosher again, Xiaosher suddenly raised his foot and kicked him under the small of his back. When Miato Chihaya saw Xiaosher's not-so-fast kicking speed, the corner of his lips immediately curled up into a sarcastic arc. He immediately raised his hand and was about to control Xiaosher's ankle, letting him realize that her strength against himself was tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. However, just the moment his hand touched Xiaosher, "Ka-ching! Well!" The sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. At that instant, a sharp pain suddenly traveled from his palm into his brain. Almost as soon as Miato Chihaya grunted from the pain at his wrist, Xiaosher's foot suddenly kicked him in the location below his belly. "Ah!" A mournful to the extreme voice suddenly came out from Miato Chihaya's mouth. He almost instinctively covered the most important position of his body. Under that severe pain that could cause one to faint at any time, Miato Qianyu's knees went weak, and he actually knelt straight in front of Xiaosher. Xiaosher slightly lowered his head, looking down at Gongtu Qianyu, whose forehead instantly seeped out a layer of cold sweat, and opened his mouth with a faint expression. "I didn't move you just now because with your title and strength, you're not worthy of letting me do it myself. But since you are kind enough to teach me the way of the strong, it would be a bit of a shame for me not to repay you with action." Saying that, Xiaosher looked at Gongtu Qianyu under the gaze of the crowd filled with consternation, and an unquestionable chill permeated his light voice. "As a man, how can you kneel down in front of a woman? Stand up for me." Chapter 173, Big Chief Fest, Exposed. 28. Even though Miato Chihaya was already under a kind of severe pain that would cause him to pass out at any time, Xiaosher's voice still clearly reached his ears. Immediately, an unprecedented sense of humiliation surged into his heart. However, under that extreme pain, he couldn't even say a single clear word. All he could do was to stare at Xiaosher with those pained to crimson eyes, and let out a beastly hiss of pain from his mouth. The surrounding crowd looked at Gong Tu Qianyu's miserable condition, their faces were filled with shock.
Xia, Commander Xia is actually this strong?
I really didn't think that my Xia kingdom would still have such a genius. No wonder the Dragon Chief and the new Grand Chief valued her so much. To reach this level at such a young age, the future is unlimited. Meanwhile, the Sunset Empire Chief slowly turned his head to look at Rong Yi, his gaze cold and questioning. I've just heard that her title is already Senior Commander. Maito Chiyu is only an intermediate commander in the Sunset Empire. Isn't it a shame for a senior commander to deal with someone whose title is so much lower than his own? Rong Yi frowned at his words. It was true that Maito Qianyu was arrogant, but it was also true that his title was lower than Sasher. Now that the leader of the Sunset Empire was talking about his title, Xia's side was indeed not in a position of power. But without waiting for him to say anything, Sasher suddenly turned his head to look at the Sunset Empire Chief. According to you, I am equivalent to his superior. Then, your Sunset Empire didn't teach him how to behave. Is there a problem if I help you teach him? After Sasher's words fell, the Sunset Empire Chief's aura around him became even more chilly. My Sunset Empire's soldiers, it's not your turn to teach them. Under the pressure of that powerful aura, many of the people around were abruptly blasted back a few steps. In the next moment, the faces of the people looking at the leader of the Sunset Empire overflowed with shock that was thick to the extreme. An existence above a senior warrior? This chief of the Sunset Empire was actually a Battle King level powerhouse? One must know that although many people suspected that Long Yuan's strength had already reached the Battle King level, Long Yuan himself had never admitted it. It could be said that there was no longer a confirmed Battle King level existence in the entire Xia kingdom today. However, there was probably not a single Battle King in Xia, but he was sent by the Sunset Empire to conduct exchanges between countries. Was this the Sunset Empire's attention and respect for Xia, or was there some sort of ulterior motive? Not only the crowd, but even Rong Yi's face as he looked at the leader of the Sunset Empire was showing obvious shock. As for Sasher, he just let out a light laugh and looked at the Sunset Empire leader as he spoke without any hesitation. Since it's not my turn to teach, then please keep your country's dogs on a leash and don't let them out to bite people. A cold aura abruptly slipped through the eyes of the chief of the Sunset Empire as he looked at Sasher. Do you think that just because Chief Rong is here, I won't dare to touch you? As he spoke, he once again took a step forward. At that moment, an even stronger aura was released. Under this strong sense of oppression, the surrounding crowd clearly felt the killing intent of this Sunset Empire chief towards Sasher. At this moment, many people's hearts were tightened, and that face looking at Sasher could not help but reveal a strong concern. Commander Xia quickly recognized a mistake. Soon, one of them opened his mouth and reminded. The people next to him hurriedly nodded at his words. Commander Xia, it's now in the territory of the Xia kingdom. If you just admit a softness, he won't dare to do anything to you. Yeah. To be a human being, one must know how to bend and bend. Now is not the time to show off. They believed that with Sasher's talent, she might not be without the possibility of becoming a battle king in the future. But if she angered the other party now, there was no one here who had the ability to save her. Sasher looked at the surrounding family lords who were afraid that they were in danger, and smiled faintly. Thanks for the reminder. Several family lords saw that Sasher had listened to her words, and all of them breathed a sigh of relief. However, without waiting for them to fully exhale a breath, Sasher slightly turned her head and looked at the Sunset Empire's leader without any hint of a joke on her face. 10 days from now, the 100-man regiment of the Xia Kingdom and the elite regiment of the Sunset Empire, a life and death battle. At that time, I will kill a Sunset Empire battle king and sacrifice it to the heavens. Chapter 174, The Great Chief's Fest, Exposed. 29. Boom! Sasher's voice was not loud, but it was like a 9-day muffled thunder, fiercely bombarding into the minds of the crowd. For a moment, everyone at the scene was all dumbfounded. At this moment, they were completely unable to believe their ears. Killing a battle king to sacrifice to the heavens? Is she crazy? At the same time, Chief Rong Yi's face steeply sank as he looked at Sasher. His gaze fixed on Sasher as he coldly rebuked. You shut up. He had never seen such a woman who didn't know how to die. Did she know what the concept of a battle king was? For a battle king, ordinary guns could no longer harm him. To really hurt him, you can only use weapons of mass destruction. And once used, it would cause a city to be reduced to rubble. However, right now, such a battle king level transcendent existence had become something that could be killed at the drop of a hat in the mouth of this stupid woman in front of him. What does she think a battle king is? It didn't matter if she was looking for death alone. If she angered this war king level existence in front of her, everyone in the entire Imperial city would suffer. Just as Rong Yi was gazing at Sasher with a gaze that looked as if he wanted to kill, the Sunset Empire leader suddenly smiled, only that smile was chilling to the extreme. 10 days? No need for 10 days, I can kill you right now. Saying that, his aura around him grew a few points more. At this instant, the crowd clearly felt the grim killing intent spreading in the air around them. At that instant, a thick wave of fear appeared on everyone's faces. A battle king level powerhouse was truly too terrifying. At this moment, even the Feng family master, who was extremely optimistic about Sasher before, could not help but slowly knit his brows. It was really hard for him to believe that Sasher possessed Battle King level strength at this age.
And if she didn't, her provocation of the Sunset Empire's leader was tantamount to seeking death. At the same time, Rong-yi was similarly flabbergasted. Because he was worried that the people around him would be affected, he hurriedly looked at Sasher and spoke in a cold voice. Although Chief Maiatu is not of Xia nationality, his title in the Sunset Empire is equivalent to that of a Xia Grand Chief, but you, a small commander, are deliberately murdering your superior. According to the regulations of the Ministry of War, you should be sentenced to death. Saying that, he glanced up and down at Sasher and spoke again. However, on account of the fact that you are still young and a woman, I can be lenient. Now, kneel down and apologize to this Sunset Empire chief. If Chief Maiatu doesn't forgive you, don't stand up. Sasher sniffed and just looked straight at him, a pair of hands slowly clenching into fists. At the same time, a chilling killing intent gradually brewed in her eyes. When she was in the extraterritorial battlefield, she often heard her subordinates complain that the top management of Xia's war ministry was weak and incompetent when facing other countries, and had even ceded most of the benefits to the enemy country several times when Xia had one. However, because all she had been in contact with was Long Yuan, she did not have a clear feeling about this. At this moment, however, she finally understood why Xia had been almost invincible on the extraterritorial battlefields in recent years, yet still unable to gain the respect of the defeated countries. When Rong-yi saw that Sasher was silent and didn't say anything, his face suddenly turned cold. "Didn't you hear me?" Sasher suddenly smiled at his words, only that smile revealed a touch of biting irony. Previously, I have always been puzzled as to why the Xia kingdom has been almost invincible on the extraterritorial battlefields in recent years, yet it has never been able to gain the respect of the defeated countries. Now I understand, because the war ministry has too many cowards like you who grovel to the murderers who slaughtered countless of their own compatriots. Chapter 175, The Great Chief's Fest, Exposed. 30. The moment Sasher's words fell, the surroundings steeply fell into a dead silence. Then, almost everyone looked at Sasher as if they were looking at a dead person. It was fine for her to threaten to kill the top echelon of the Sunset Empire, but now she even dared to say such words to Rong-yi, who was the Grand Chieftain. She was nothing more than a senior commander, and if she didn't have the right to determine the quota for the 100-man corps, none of them might have put her in their eyes. But now, such a small commander dared to make a fool of herself in front of the two Grand Chieftains. Did she really think that because she had good talent and was the new Grand Chieftain's close confidant, that Chief Rong-yi wouldn't dare to touch her? When the Sunset Empire's chief heard Sasher's words, his gloomy face suddenly eased up quite a bit. There was even a slight smile on his face as he looked towards Rong-yi. "Chief Rong, it seems that this commander doesn't have you, the Grand Chief, in his sights." Rong-yi didn't reply, he just gave Sasher a stern look, and then looked behind him at the several warriors and ordered, "Men, drag this woman who dares to insult her superiors down to me and execute her according to the rules of the war ministry." Just as Rong-yi's words fell, Sasher's voice, which was cold to the extreme, exploded in everyone's ears like an ice bomb. "Superior? If you don't have a brother who is the ruler of the Xia kingdom, how can you deserve to sit in the position of Grand Chief with a trash like you? As for executing me, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to do so when you're also a great chief." When Sasher's words fell, the surrounding crowd who had originally sighed that Sasher was finished, almost simultaneously froze in place. What? Same as the great chief? She meant that she was the new great chief? How could that be possible? How could the Xia war ministry let a wild girl with no hair yet grow into the position of the Grand Chief? Not only the crowd, but Rong-yi was also startled violently. However, in the next moment, an even more sinister killing intent appeared on his face as he looked at Sasher. "Knowing that you are a capital offense, you are ready to break the pot?" When the surrounding crowd heard Rong-yi's words, a flash of realization appeared on their faces. At the same time, all of them were relieved. One must know that even though they were first-class family heads, they had to be respectful when they met the Grand Chieftain. If they were to let them, the dignified figures of Imperial City, grovel to a little girl, just thinking about that image would be a bit too much for them to accept. Soon, someone spoke as if they remembered something. "Yesterday's banquet, Long Yuan Big Chief can say that you are only the new Big Chief's close friend, but now you say that you are the new Big Chief, when we are all little cute." "What?" "Yes, I do. Even if you're a little girl, you can't possibly fill the position of Grand Chieftain. If the Summer Kingdom's Grand Chief is to be made by a little girl like you, I'm afraid that the Summer Kingdom is not far from being destroyed." However, just as the last person's words fell, a voice that was cold to the core suddenly came from the courtyard entrance. "What are you guys talking about?" When the people in the courtyard saw the visitor, they almost all subconsciously stood up straight. Rong-yi's complexion was also solemn for a few moments as he looked towards the visitor to open his mouth. "Great Chief Long." After Long Yuan gave a signaling nod to Sasher, he looked at Rong-yi and asked, "Rong-yi, just now I heard you say that someone is impersonating the new chief of the war ministry?" Rong-yi sniffed and glanced at Sasher before turning to Long Yuan with a slightly cold expression.
It's this Commander Xia. I heard that just yesterday you announced her identity as the new Great Chief's close friend at the banquet, and just now she said that she's the new Great Chief.
Chieftain Long, don't you think it's a bit funny for her to say that? Chapter 176 Grand Chief's Vest, Exposed. 31.
The surrounding crowd all looked at Sasher and shook their heads. Originally, as long as she took one step at a time, it might not be impossible for her to become a great chief in 10 years. But she was too arrogant and had to destroy her own future by herself.
There was no one else to blame.
However, just when the crowd thought that Long Yuan would directly follow the rules of the War Ministry and expel Sasher from the War Ministry, Long Yuan sighed while looking at the crowd and opened his mouth. Originally, I was worried that the exposure of Chief Xia's identity would cause hostility from the extraterritorial countries, and that's why I claimed that she was the new Great Chief's close friend. However, Chief Xia has already personally recognized her title, so there is no need for me to hide it. Saying that, Long Yuan's complexion was corrected, and his face was solemn as he looked at the surrounding crowd and said, "Now, let me formally introduce to you all, this is the new Grand Chief of the Xia War Department."
Boom! The moment Long Yuan's words fell, suddenly and steeply fell into an eerie silence.
And without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, because of the urgency of the matter, Long Yuan once again opened his mouth and directly spoke out to Sasher about the purpose of his visit. "Xia Chief, the extraterritorial countries learned that you left and launched an onslaught against Xia, and the major teams of Xia have been losing ground. If it wasn't for the Skywolf regiment that you trained, which is still on the front line, I'm afraid that Xia's defenses would have been broken. However, the countries are attacking too fiercely, and I'm afraid the Skywolf regiment won't be able to hold out much longer. Now, on behalf of the Xia War Ministry, I implore you to return to the extraterrestrial battlefield immediately." After Long Yuan's words fell, everyone including Rongyi's face was overflowing with intense shock. How could this be possible? Although the strength of the young generation of the Xia kingdom was not considered strong, but in recent years, there were very few defeats coming from the extraterrestrial battlefield, so how could they suddenly lose in the extraterrestrial battlefield recently? Grand Chief Long said that it was because of this little girl, but a little girl, even if she was more powerful, it was impossible for her to have that much of an impact on Xia's situation in the extraterrestrial battlefield, right? As the crowd spoke, the faces that looked at Sasher were filled with strong skepticism. Just as the crowd's faces were filled with skepticism, Sasher suddenly smiled when she heard Long Yuan's words. Only, her smile was ironically piercing. And the words that came out of her mouth were cold, hard, and merciless.
"Since the Skywolf regiment can't hold out any longer, then don't hold out, let them retreat back to the Xia kingdom.
I just happen to be training a 100-man regiment, so let them follow along and improve their strength along the way. As for the extraterritorial battlefield, Young Yi as the Grand Chief, under the command of 1,000,000 warriors, accounted for countless resources of the War Department, but he and his subordinates have never been on the battlefield, and now that the country is in trouble, it's time for them to contribute to the Xia country." She had always known that the Xia Kingdom's War Department numbered nearly 10 million, yet only about 6 million would go to the extraterritorial battlefield. The remaining 4 million were hiding in the Summer Kingdom under the pretext of practicing.
These 4 million people included 90% of the top echelons of the War Ministry.
Their strength was at the top tier of the War Ministry, holding close to 90% of the War Ministry's resources, but they didn't dare to enter the extraterrestrial battlefield because they were afraid of death. Previously, she felt that she was able to traverse the extraterrestrial battlefield by virtue of the few top talents she had trained under her, so she didn't care too much about Young Yi's riceworms who had the strength but didn't dare to go out to battle against the Summer Kingdom. But Young Yi's humble stance in the face of the leader of the Sunset Empire made her realize, if Xia wanted to continue to stand in the world, it had to change the status quo of having too many riceworms. When Long Yuan heard Sasher's words, a flash of difficulty appeared on his face. Although Rongyi was also a senior warrior, he had never been to the battlefield at all. For him to go over there, he was basically going to die. However, without waiting for Long Yuan to continue, Sasher directly interrupted him. The words that came out of her mouth were cold and unquestionable. From today onwards, all those who have not been to the extraterritorial battlefield will either quit the War Department or go to the war.
Xiagua War Department, do not raise idle people. Thank you babies for the gift, love you Mengyo. Chapter 177 Master, the bed has been warmed 1. The moment Sasher's words fell, the surroundings fell into an unprecedented silence. Everyone was staring blankly at Sasher. No one thought that she would dare to say such words. But for any character who had a bit of fame in the Xia Kingdom, who didn't know that there were some people in the Xia Kingdom's War Department who couldn't possibly go to the battlefield. Now the young girl in front of her wanted to let everyone in the War Ministry go to the battlefield. Did she know how many people's interests would be jeopardized? Just as everyone thought, Rongyi's face instantly turned cold when he heard Sasher's words. His eyes stared at Sasher, and he questioned with a chilling expression. Going to war? How did you become a great chief? Don't you know that the contributions made by the combatants who stayed behind in the country to the Xia Kingdom far outweighs the reckless men who fight for their lives on the battlefield?
Sasher's eyes flashed with a chilling coldness when she heard this. Rather, she knew that Romy would definitely find a reason to shrug it off, but she didn't expect him to say such less than words. Reckless? Those warriors who fought for their lives on the battlefield to guard the Xia kingdom are just some reckless men in your eyes here? Romy's eyes slightly converged, and the face that he looked at Sasher was characterized by a clear superiority. All people can go to the battlefield to fight for their lives, but sitting in the back of the talent, most of them are using their brains and contributing their strength. They solve. Our brute force cannot solve the problem. Sasher smiled. The 4 million people who stayed inside the Xia kingdom, are they all using their brains to contribute to the Xia kingdom? Then dare I ask, what kind of contribution has Chief Rome made to the Xia kingdom with his brains? Young Yi said with an icy face, I have no responsibility or obligation to report my work to you. Since Chief Rome thinks that the warriors who fought outside the domain are all replaceable reckless men, then it's fine for me to let them come back to improve their strength, right? Naturally, no. Young Yi spoke almost subconsciously. Even though he didn't pay too much attention to the movements of the extraterritorial battlefields, he had heard that the Xia kingdom's dominance on the battlefields in recent years had nothing to do with the Skywolf regiment. Although he felt that there was an element of exaggeration in this, since there was such a group of dead soldiers who didn't take resources and still sold their lives for Xia for nothing, it was natural to not use them for nothing. However, without waiting for Rong Yi to finish, Sasher directly spoke up and interrupted him. Almost forgot, I'm on equal footing with Chief Rong. I have no responsibility or obligation to ask for your permission for what I'm going to do. After saying that, Sasher no longer looked at him, and directly took out her special cell phone. Her fingers quickly operated on the phone. Romy looked at Sasher's attitude of not putting herself in the least bit, and his face became even colder and sullen for a few minutes. However, he didn't stop Sasher's action, which was obviously recalling the members of the Skywolf regiment and the others. A squad that had been trained by a little girl and numbered no more than 100 people was just a squad that he really didn't put too much in his eyes. He didn't believe that without this so-called Skywolf regiment, Xia's situation in the extraterrestrial battlefield would really change much. And even if something did happen, it might not be a bad thing for him. After all, the millions of generals under his command had been trained in the war zone before, and his direct subordinates had formed 300-man squads with top strength. He hadn't used them before because he didn't think it was time for them to go to war, and if an irreversible situation really arose, he could just lead his subordinates to save the day. At that time, Long Yuan's position as the #1 leader, if he didn't want to give it up, he would have to give it up for him. Long Yuan watched Sasher's movements, and his face showed obvious anxiety as he said, Xia Chief, withdrawing the Skywolf regiment, Xia's border defense will definitely be broken. At that time, the enemy country invades the country. I don't know how many people will be killed or injured. Chapter 178 Master, the bed has been warmed too. Sasher's fingers that were operating the cell phone lurched. And then, she slowly looked up at Long Yuan and opened her mouth with a light smile. Isn't there still 4 million people in Xia who haven't joined the war? Let Chief Rong bring them over to take the top. If they all go over and are still undefeated, you can have Chief Rong bring the resources of the war ministry in his hands and come over to beg me to bring people over to reinforce them. When the surrounding crowd heard this, they all couldn't help but look at Sasher and shake their heads. If those 4 million people were really that easy to move, could Long Yuan have come to her in a hurry? They didn't know how she became the Grand Chief, but they were certain that if she really wanted to force those 4 million warriors onto the battlefield, the few existences that stood above those warriors would never let her off easily. As for Rong Yi, bringing the resources of the war ministry over to beg her to head to the battlefield was a complete fool's errand. Even if Long Yuan said that recently Xia had been losing in the extraterritorial battlefield, they didn't care too much about it. After all, victory and defeat were commonplace. If the Xia kingdom was really that weak, I'm afraid it would have long ceased to exist. Bringing War Department resources to beg you? Not very old, but the tone is not small. Don't talk too much, or you'll easily get hit in the face. After saying that, Sasher, who had already finished sending a message to the Skywolf regiment, directly put her cell phone away. Afterward, she didn't pay attention to Rong Yi anymore, but instead looked at Long Yuan and said, Tomorrow morning, all members of the Skywolf regiment will return to the country to rest and recuperate, so please notify the airspace in charge along the way to arrange for the release. Great leader Long. Long Yuan nodded with a bitter expression as he listened to Sasher's words without any room for maneuver. Afterward, he looked at Romy, whose eyes were flickering, and sighed in his heart, hoping that this seemingly risky decision of Sasher could really usher in a slight turnaround for the soon-to-be decaying war ministry. Seeing that there was no more hilarity, the Sunset Empire's leader suddenly stood out and looked at Sasher. 10 days later, the 100-man regiment you are going to form and the elite regiment I brought will fight to the death. I don't know if that still counts? Natural. Since I said I would kill you to sacrifice you to the heavens, there is no reason to back out. The leader of the Sunset Empire suddenly laughed as he listened to Sasher's cheerful words, only that smile was obviously a bit hideous. Then I will wait and see. After saying that, he directly ordered the warriors behind him to drag on Mayatu Qianyu, who had already fainted from the pain, and left. Then, Rong Yi and Long Yuan and the others also left one after another. As for the people in the courtyard, because they knew that they would have to fight to the death against the members of the Sunset Empire after 10 days of joining the 100 People's Regiment, although there were a few who were willing to fight for the sake of the country, most of them were lack of interest. Half an hour later, Sasher saw that the crowd was almost gone and opened his mouth to ask the Feng family head to take himself to the Feng family's back residence. One of the rooms in the back mansion was the place where the little fox had the other half of the star key in her mouth. And just as Sasher entered the back mansion, a white figure that was so fast that it was almost only a residual shadow flashed through the courtyard. The moment he disappeared, the little fox's voice suddenly resounded in Sasher's mind. Star key! He had the star key's aura on him. The moment Sasher heard the little fox's voice, he almost immediately chased after him. The Feng family master, who was standing in the same spot, froze abruptly in place as he looked at Sasher's figure that disappeared in front of him almost instantly. He felt the warrior's aura where Sasher had disappeared, and his face overflowed with shock that was thick to the extreme. It was only after a moment that a faintly undetectable soft murmur came out of his mouth. This is a battle emperor above a battle king? How is it possible? Half an hour later, Sasher returned to the villa that Feng Jing had just bought yesterday. The little fox was still mumbling under her breath the question that she had been wondering about all the way. He almost caught up just now. How did he suddenly disappear into thin air? Sasher faintly looked at it, did not see his clothes, and Gong Tu Qian used the same? It won't take more than a few days to meet the Sunset Empire's elite group, so we will naturally be able to find him at that time. That's what the words say, but I always feel that there's something fishy about this. Then you keep thinking about it. I'm going to take a bath. After saying that, Sasher lifted the little fox's neck and casually threw it onto the sofa. The little fox looked at Sasher's figure that disappeared in the bathroom doorway, and a heartfelt smile suddenly flashed in its eyes. After a long time, Sasher walked out from the bathroom. Because she felt a figure on the bed, she subconsciously looked over at the bed. At that moment, her footsteps steeply lurched. Only to see that the little fox who had regained his human form was lying on his side on the bed with his head propped up on one hand. He had taken off all his clothes, with only a thin white quilt casually resting on his waist to block the key areas. Under the illumination of the roof chandelier, his already fair and delicate skin looked like it was emitting a faint luster. His short silver white hair half covered his forehead, setting off his delicate features with an inexplicable holiness. Seeing Sasher come out, he slowly hooked up the corner of his lips, and the words that came out of his mouth were sacred with a soul-stealing charm. Master, the bed has been warmed up, come on up. Chapter 179, Tian Lang Leader, Xiaxi. 1. Sasher looked at the winking little fox and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. What are you, seducing me? The little fox sniffed and lightly moved her body. The fabric around her waist slid down a little, as if the next moment that hidden position would be revealed. However, it was clear that the movements were extremely seductive, but the little fox's eyes that looked at Sasher revealed a few points of rancor. People just want to do what they can for their master, how can they say it's seduction? Sasher smiled and the corner of her lips slowly hooked up an arc of unknown significance. Then, she slowly walked towards the bedside. The little fox watched the distance between Sasher and himself getting closer and closer, and the beating speed of his little heart was obviously faster. Although he, as a fox, innately knew certain things and also knew how to maximize his charm. But nothing could hold up the fact that he was still a virgin after living for thousands of years. If it wasn't for that dead man giving him a hard time today, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Now looking at this woman's appearance like she really wanted to have something with him, his slender jade-like knuckles couldn't help but grip the quilt underneath him. At this moment, he didn't know why, but he actually felt a deer in the headlights feeling in his heart. Sasher stopped when she walked 3 paces away from the bed. She took in the little fox's every move. And then, she couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Aren't you quite bold? What are you nervous about? The little fox sniffed and immediately realized what was going on, hastily releasing the hand that was tugging on the sheet, and asked back stiffly. Who is nervous? Sasher smiled faintly and once again took 2 steps forward. Gudu. The sound of the little fox gulping down saliva resounded clearly in the room. At the same time, his hand holding the bedsheet once again uncontrollably tightened a few points. Sasher inexplicably felt amused as she looked at this abashed look of his. She didn't tease him anymore, but raised her hand and rubbed 2 times clear on his soft silver short hair, coaxing in a gentle tone. Good boy, I know it's hard for you to hold back. Tomorrow night go to the pet store to see if there is a female fox you like. The little fox heard Sasher's words, froze for 3 seconds before coming back to his senses. Afterward, his delicate little face with a little bit of charm overflowed with disbelief. Mother fox? Sasher looked at the little fox's somewhat excited appearance, as if he suddenly realized something, immediately opened his mouth and added. Well, if you like other varieties is not impossible. The little fox almost instantly exploded. Do you know who I am? I am the Fox clan's most honored divine fox, and has long been transformed. With your human race are more than enough, and now you want to find me a female fox of this lowly world? Woman, who are you looking down on? Sasher sniffed and once again raised her hand to caress him twice on his small head like a pet.
How can you compare yourself to before? Let's make do first?
The little fox's pair of good-looking fox eyes looked straight at her, and his clenched teeth were clacking. At this moment, he was finally sure that his heartbeat had just sped up, definitely not because he liked this woman. This kind of woman who kills thousands of people should end up alone. Under his anger, he glared fiercely at Sasher, and almost instantly reappeared as a fox, winking and running to the corner of the wall to lie down with his butt against Sasher. Sasher looked at the little fox that had closed itself up because of her 2 words and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. However, she had already decided to go buy a female fox for the little fox. When the time came, she would put the female fox at Feng Jing's place, and when he wanted to look for her, he would just be able to find an excuse from the 2 foxes to come see her. Early the next morning, Sasher, who was dressed in a battle ministry outfit, first went to the Imperial City Academy to arrange a day of training for Black Panther and the others. An hour later, she appeared at the gate of the Imperial City Warzone. Sasher had just walked into the dark green gate of the Warzone that was nearly 10 meters long and wide, when a 34 or 35-year-old man wearing a 5-star intermediate commander's battle uniform immediately ran over. After he walked in front of Sasher, he immediately questioned in a cold voice. "Why are you so late? You've recognized the wrong person." However, before Sasher could finish his latter words, he was directly interrupted by the man's opening. "Don't give me excuses. The people from the Tianlang regiment are almost here. The whole place is waiting for your one etiquette. You people from the civilian corps really have a big show." Chapter 180 Tianlang Leader, Xiaxi. 2. After saying that, the man walked quickly towards within the battle zone without any further ado. Xiaxer's eyes instantly grew a bit more interested after hearing his words. She knew that the people from the Wolf Regiment would arrive today, but she just didn't know the exact time they would come over after handling things over there. Since she just happened to meet them, she didn't mind going over to greet the subordinates that she hadn't seen in a long time. After the man took a few steps and realized that Xiaxi didn't follow him, he turned around and rebuked in a cold voice. "What are you waiting for? Follow up." Xiaxi is in a good mood, plus know that he is in a hurry, but also did not care too much about his attitude. She quickly walked a few steps to catch up with his footsteps, and then opened her mouth to ask. "You haven't seen me before, right? How do you know I'm from the civilian corps to do etiquette?" The man sniffed and turned his head to look at her. The gaze he gave her seemed to be looking at an idiot. "How do you know? How many women are there in the entire Imperial City Warzone? Other than the ones from your civilian corps, how many of them are young?" Sasher was stunned for a moment at her words. She had been in the extraterrestrial battlefield before and didn't really understand the male-to-female ratio in the domestic war department. She had guessed before that there would be fewer female warriors, but she had not expected there to be so few. A few moments later, the man brought Sasher to a wide training ground within the war zone. The area of this training ground was more than 10 times the size of the place where she had previously given special training to Black Panther and other combatants. And at this moment, there were thousands of combatants standing on the training ground, and the combatants stood in an extremely neat square formation. At this moment, almost everyone was looking at the sky in front of them with a solemn expression, and were quietly waiting for the arrival of the Sky Wolf Regiment and the others. And at the very front of the square formation, there were already 5 female combatants in their early to mid-20s standing neatly. Sasher was directly brought to the side of the 5 female combatants by Commander Chufeng, who had picked her up. "Stand here properly and don't move. Be smart. The people who are coming over today you and I can't afford to offend. In case you unintentionally offend them, not only will you be unlucky, but I'm afraid that all the people around you will suffer." Sasher listened to Chufeng's words that did not have the slightest meaning of a joke, and could not help but lightly draw the corners of her mouth. The people of the Tianlang regiment, were they that terrifying? As Chufeng looked at Sasher's skeptical attitude, his face abruptly flinched and immediately warned Sasher in a cold voice. "Are they that scary? Every single person in the Tianlang regiment has no less than 100 lives in their hands. Especially their leader, that is a devil who kills without blinking an eye. Get your act together. Or you'll die without knowing how." Sasher. If it wasn't for the fact that she herself was the murderous devil that Chufeng spoke of, I'm afraid that she would have already believed those words. However, without waiting for Xiaxia to say anything, Chufeng had already turned around and went to warn the rear combatants of various precautions. Almost at the very next moment when Chufeng turned around, a surprised voice suddenly came out from the female combatant beside Sasher. "Sasher? Why are you here?" When Sasher heard this, she immediately looked over at the person who opened her mouth. When she saw the looks of the girl who opened her mouth, a flash of surprise appeared on her face. This girl is not someone else. It was at the time when the Cloud City Fu Mun family held a banquet on the flag said if she can enter the Emperor City Academy, will kneel down to call her father the tall thin girl. At that time, the tall thin girl fulfilled the promise. She saw her talent and strength are good, so she gave her a chance to enter the war department. Only, she didn't expect to see her so soon. What's more, she didn't expect that she, whose strength was not weak at all to the Special Warfare Squad, would come to do the etiquette.
Immediately afterward, Sasher frowned and opened her mouth to the tall thin girl and asked, "You're in the civilian corps now?" The tall thin girl nodded at her words, and she couldn't help but show the slightest bittersweet smile on her face. "Well, after I took that golden coin you gave me into the Cloud City War Department, a senior commander was particularly friendly to me and directly placed me in the assault group. However, the team leader disliked me for being a girl and placed me into the bomb squad on the same day, and 2 days later, the people in the bomb squad felt that I couldn't play a role there as a girl, so they placed me into the civilian corps. I was clearly stronger than most of the male combatants here, but they didn't want me just because I was a girl. Some of the combatants even told me that women should stay home and have children, and that the War Department is not a place for women. Now, my daily task is to practice singing and dancing, but I'm still fantasizing about the day I can go to war. Don't you think I'm ridiculous?" Saying that, she looked towards Sasher, whose face was already as gloomy as ice, and smiled as she continued to speak. "Sasher, originally I was still a bit unwilling in my heart, but now that I see that you, who is much stronger, has also been forced by them to come over as a ritual, I suddenly feel that I am not the worst off. At the same time, also because of you, I understand that it is indeed hopeless for a woman to stay in the War Department. Tonight I will submit my resignation to the top. But it's worth it to meet my most admired members of Xia's Sirius Regiment before I leave. It's a pity that because of our gender, we won't be able to contribute our light and heat to the Summer Kingdom like the members of the Skywolf Regiment in this lifetime." Chapter 181, Tian Wolf Regiment Leader, Sasher. 3. Sasher quietly listened to the tall thin girl's flat but bitter to the extreme words, a cold current gradually surging in her eyes. However, she did not ask who the tall thin girl's superior was, but only looked at her faintly and opened her mouth to ask, "Isn't it about to form a 100-member troop? Do not want to go in to try?" The tall and thin girl sniffed, as if she had heard some funny joke. She glanced at Sasher, and her gaze was like looking at an overly naive child. "Where is this a matter of whether I want to or not? The testing slots for the 100-person corps are all assigned from above, and the people they assign them to are all powerful and influential Imperial city executives. Not to mention grassroots like me whose strength isn't outstanding. Even if the talent and strength are particularly strong, if they don't have a strong background, they won't be able to get the test qualification for the 100 regiment as well." Sasher couldn't help but be slightly stunned when she heard the tall and thin girl's words. In the next instant, her aura around her body steeply chilled. Previously, she only knew that the War Ministry had close to half of the rice worms, but she did not think that here, it had rotted so thoroughly. It seemed that it was time for a major blood change in the Xia War Department. Almost as soon as this thought appeared in Sasher's mind, a large warplane suddenly traveled from the sky. At that moment, the chests of the thousands of combatants who stood neatly straightened up a few points more. At this moment, the gazes of everyone looking at that warplane were permeated with incomparable admiration and fervor. As the warplane slowly landed, the breathing of almost all the combatants present was involuntarily shortened. Soon, the hatch slowly opened. "Salute!" The leader, Commander Chu Feng, gave a standard salute to the warplane. Swish! Swish! Almost at the same time, the thousands of combatants steeply raised their hands. With that neatly organized movement, there was actually a sound of an arm cutting through the air. However, under the gaze of an eye full of anticipation, a voice that was anxious to the extreme suddenly came out from within the hatch. "Where is the war zone hospital? Quickly take us there." The moment this voice came out, everyone present froze violently. Then, Commander Chu Feng said with shock on his face, "A member of the Skywolf Regiment has been injured? What Skywolf Regiment? We are Commander Feng's people." Commander Feng suffered an extremely serious injury on the battlefield. His life is in danger now. Quickly take us to the war zone hospital. As the man's words came out, the two men on the warplane carried down a stretcher as fast as they could. Because Sasher's standing position was extremely close to where the fighter jet was parked, she saw the person lying on the stretcher at a glance. It was a 23 or 24-year-old woman with extremely beautiful features, only at the moment, her face did not have the slightest bit of blood color, as if a gust of wind could cause her to break her breath. When Chu Feng heard the person who came down say the three words "Feng Commander," his complexion immediately revealed a wave of solemnity as he said, "Quickly follow me." After saying that, he immediately brought a few people towards the Ministry of War SUV that was parked not far away. Hearing the surname Feng, Sasher glanced at the stretcher and also followed. However, just as Sasher followed a few people by the buggy, Chu Feng saw Sasher and, fearing that because of one less etiquette, the hearts of the Skywolf Regiment and the others would be displeased, he immediately rebuked in a cold voice. "What are you doing here? You are coming over to do the etiquette, not to come along for the ride. Get back to me." Like words in the cover page to give a 5-star praise. Oh, love you Meng. Chapter 182, Tianlang Leader, Xiaxi. 4. However, when Chu Feng's words fell, Sasher did not speak nonsense and directly lifted her foot and kicked up at his stomach. When Chu Feng saw Sasher's action, his face abruptly turned cold. Looking for death. A civil engineering troop dared to make a move against him, truly not knowing how to die. However, just as he was about to dodge Sasher's kick to counterattack, a huge force suddenly attacked his belly. Aha!
He couldn't control a muffled grunt. That tremendous force directly caused him to withdraw backward by a distance of several meters, and he finally stumbled and fell hard on the ground. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you right now, don't get in my way in front of my eyes. After saying that, Sasher didn't look at him again and directly walked quickly to the stretcher. Afterward, she lifted the quilt on the woman's body without saying a word. At this moment, the dark green battlesuit on the woman's body was already mostly dyed red with blood. However, even so, several wounds on her body were still spilling blood out. After Xia roughly swept a glance, her small hand flicked at the woman. Snort! Snort! At that moment, several silver needles broke through the air abruptly. In the blink of an eye, 9 silver needles accurately pierced into the acupoints around the woman's body. What are you doing? The burly combatant who was carrying the stretcher at the back saw Sasher's movements and immediately asked with a nervous face. Sasher once again threw out 9 silver needles, making sure that the blood had stopped before looking at the war veteran who had opened his mouth and said, I can save her, but there is a lack of surgical tools. Put her in the car first and go to the hospital immediately. You can save? The burly combatant glanced at the silver needle that was stuck in the woman's body and didn't pull it out, and a clear skepticism appeared on his face as he looked at Sasher. How he looked at Sasher, he felt that she couldn't possibly be a doctor. Moreover, at the age of around 20, even if she had learned some medical skills, she definitely couldn't reach the level of being able to save people with a few silver needles with a flick of her hand. In the event that she zapped out a good or bad thing for Commander Foam, they couldn't afford to take the blame. When Sasher saw the hesitant appearance of the burly warrior, her face suddenly turned cold. What are you waiting for? Go to the hospital. The burly combatant felt the sudden coldness of Sasher's breath around him, and his breathing abruptly tightened. He almost subconsciously nodded, good. However, just as he was about to go over to the car, Chu Feng on the ground finally slowed down a few moments from the sharp pain in his belly, and he hurriedly shouted. She is just a civilian troop that came over to do etiquette. Where does she know anything about saving people? Quickly pull out the silver needles that she messily stuck into Foam Commander's body, otherwise Foam Commander might not be able to get to the hospital and die. Because the heart is too nervous, at this time he did not even think about how a civil engineering corps people can be stronger than his strength. Originally, he was just trying to do a favor today. But now, Sasher, the member of the civilian labor corps who didn't take it upon himself to save others, was the one he had found to greet the Skywolf Corps. In case Sasher cured Commander Foam to death, he would also have to bear a great responsibility. The combatant beside the stretcher who was already suspicious of Sasher immediately flinched when he heard Chu Feng's words. He immediately turned his head to look at Sasher, his eyes were icy cold as if he wanted to kill. Was what he said true? Sasher glanced at Chu Feng on the ground, and a cold aura abruptly flashed in her eyes. However, the situation was urgent now, she did not have time to waste on dealing with Chu Feng. She directly turned her head to the burly combatant and ordered in an icy tone. Immediately drive. Go to the hospital. I'll be responsible for anything that goes wrong. Chu Feng almost spat out blood from anger when he heard Sasher's words. You're responsible? What are you capable of taking responsibility for? Chapter 183 Tian Lang Leader, Sasher. 5. However, when the burly combatant heard this from Sasher, he nodded his head with barely the slightest hesitation, good. After saying that, he directly walked to the driver's seat as fast as he could and started the off-road vehicle. Seeing this, Chu Feng's eyes widened violently. He shouted almost vociferously. Are you guys crazy? The silver needle is still left in Commander Feng's body, pull it out quickly. He is just a singing and dancing in a cultural troupe. If something happens to Commander Foam, not only her, you guys will also have to follow the bad luck. However, what answered him was the silence of the two soldiers. Just kidding, they were only on a mission to send Commander Foam over for medical treatment. If Commander Foam died in the middle of getting rescued, they were to be punished. Originally, looking at the situation, it was obvious that Commander Foam was in a dire situation, but now that a scapegoat who was willing to take the blame for them suddenly came out, they would not stop it unless they were stupid. Chu Feng still wanted to say something, however, the SUV had already started, and in the blink of an eye, it drove tens of meters away. Damn it! Chu Feng forced himself to endure the still painful belly from being kicked, and hurriedly ran to another SUV before quickly chasing after it. Half an hour later, the burly combatant followed the navigation and drove the car to the front of the war zone hospital. Only the station area hospital, which did not cover a small area, looked extremely clean. Not only was there no one coming and going, there wasn't even a janitor. Doctor! Nurse! The combatant following Sasher jumped out of the car in a hurry and shouted at the hospital. However, there was no half response. Sasher frowned, and then said to the two men, first carry the person inside. Good. The two nodded and immediately lifted the stretcher and quickly walked into the hospital door. However, at this moment, the hospital hall is too quiet. In addition to the counseling desk there is a dozing nurse, there is no one around. Doctor! Nurse! The burly combatant shouted out somewhat anxiously. Although even if Commander Feng died, there was still Xia to take the blame, but he was not afraid of 10,000 things. If he could save Commander Feng from death, of course he still wanted Commander Feng to survive. The nurse at the counseling desk was awakened by the burly warrior's voice, when some impatiently opened her mouth. "What are you shouting for? To see a doctor first go over there and line up. There is a big person coming over to inspect, you wait first, they will be back when it is done over there." The burly warrior was on the verge of tears when he heard the nurse's unhurried voice. "But our commander is seriously injured, he can't wait." The nurse suddenly stood up when she heard the burly warrior's words. "Commander? What level of commander is the patient?" 2-star intermediate level commander. The burly combatant hurriedly replied back. When the nurse heard the reply, she suddenly blinked the burly warrior. "One mouthful of commander, I still consider myself a senior commander. What's the hurry for an intermediate commander? First wait in line over there." The burly warrior hurriedly said, "But this is not an ordinary intermediate commander, she is still the big Miss Feng family ah." The nurse stood up violently. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Almost as soon as the nurse's words fell, a tidal wave of nearly 100 doctors and nurses poured into the hall. The middle-aged man at the head with the dean's name tag smiled and opened his mouth to the crowd after standing still. "Come. Let's once again welcome Your Highness Rhyme to the Imperial City Warzone Hospital and become an honorable intern doctor." After his words fell, a tidal wave of applause erupted around him. And standing where the gazes of the crowd gathered was none other than Rong Yun, whom Sasher had seen twice yesterday. "I only came over this time to experience the life of a white angel, and I'll have to ask for more guidance on the many things I don't understand next." "Your Highness Rhyme is modest, I heard that you have studied Chinese medicine for a while before?" Rong Yun pursed her lips and smiled, only the corners of her lips revealed a touch of obvious disdain. "Yes, studied for a while. Speaking of which, if you don't learn, you'll realize that Chinese medicine is a trick, and if you really want to cure people, you'll have to rely on Western medicine." The dean heard Rong Yun's words and immediately nodded with approval. "Ha ha ha. I can't imagine that your Royal Highness is so young to see so through. I have never believed that eating a few roots of wild vegetables to the body of a few needles can be cured to save people. Those who say that Chinese medicine can cure the disease are being cheated, not lied ah." "Yes. What is the use of Chinese medicine? Said Chinese medicine cured their own disease, our psychological effects. If a few needles can save a life, why do we need a scalpel? With all due respect, Chinese medicine is garbage." Chapter 184, Tianlang Leader, Xiaxi. 6. Sasher, who was originally ready to find the doctors to prepare the plasma, listened to the doctor's words and her face instantly turned cold. Not far away, Rongyan suddenly looked over at her as if she had sensed Sasher's gaze. When she saw Sasher's figure, her brows could not help but slowly knit up. Originally, even if she had seen Feng Jing walking close to Sasher yesterday morning in the Academy's book collection hall, she did not think that Sasher was qualified to steal a man from herself. However, after realizing that Sasher was the great chief, a sense of crisis could not help but arise in her heart. The dean saw the change in Rong Yun's complexion and immediately followed her line of sight. However, the first thing he noticed was not Sasher, but the stretcher carried by the two combatants. When he saw Miss Feng on the stretcher, whose face was so pale that she did not have half a trace of blood, his face abruptly turned cold. And then, he directly looked at the nurse at the counseling desk and said with a gloomy expression, "Hasn't it already been issued that the Warzone Hospital is going to welcome His Highness Rhyme for a day of rest today? How come there are still people being sent over? Immediately blow me out." When the surrounding doctors heard this, their gazes towards the consulting desk nurse were permeated with a bit of reproach. "Nurse Shang, don't you know how important it is for His Highness Rhyme to join our hospital? Why are you so unaware of the importance? That's right. On such an important day, if someone dies here, isn't it a bad luck? Get that sick kid out of here, so he doesn't die and defile His Highness' eyes." Xiaxer's breath suddenly dropped a few degrees as she listened to the doctors. She looked at the few doctors who opened their mouths with an icy gaze and questioned in a cold voice, "Is this the attitude you have as doctors when facing a patient?" Previously, when she saw those doctors and nurses in Cloud City trying to drain her brother's blood for money, she could still say that they were just doctors from private hospitals with varying qualities. But this was the Warzone Hospital in the Imperial City of Xia. The doctors here were the ones who could be sent to the extraterritorial battlefield at all times to save lives. She had no doubt that once they went to the battlefield, they were a poisonous tumor. When the doctors heard Xiaxer's questioning, their faces all quickly went cold. As doctors of the only hospital in the entire Imperial City Warzone, usually even intermediate-level commanders had to be polite to them when they came. Where had they been questioned like this by a little girl so young that she might not even be a primary-level commander? "Who are you? It's not your turn to tell us how to treat our patients. Take that short-lived dying bastard on the stretcher and get out immediately. That's right, if you affect His Highness's mood, 10 of you won't be enough to kill you." Sasher wasn't interested in arguing with these people, but her gaze slowly swept over the doctors who opened their mouths one by one, a dark current surging in that plain gaze. The nurse at the counseling desk had just wanted to speak but had been unable to insert her mouth, and now seeing the conflict between the two sides intensifying, she couldn't care less and hurriedly opened her mouth to shout.
This is not an ordinary patient, it's the big miss of the Feng family in Imperial City.
The moment the nurse's words fell, almost all the doctors' faces were stiff. Even Rongyun, who was looking at Sasher gazing at her brows contemplating something, was changed in color. The dean was the first to return to his senses and immediately shouted anxiously. What are you waiting for? Quickly go to save people. The doctors heard the words and immediately surrounded the stretcher as fast as they could. When they ran to the stretcher and saw the state of Miss Feng, they were all relieved. Fortunately, the bleeding had stopped and it looked like her life would not be in danger for the time being. However, just as those words fell, Sasher's ice-cold voice rang in everyone's ears.
Chapter 185, Tianlang Leader, Sasher. 7.
In 10 minutes at most, her blood would once again flow out of her body in large quantities, and she now needed an immediate blood transfusion. To Sasher, the most important thing right now was to save people. These doctors, when Miss Feng is out of life-threatening danger, she will take care of it herself. The dean frowned when he heard Sasher's words. What's her condition? We professional doctors don't know as much as you do. Her bleeding has obviously stopped. Her current state will last for at least half a day. But without waiting for Sasher to speak, the dean continued. But this is Miss Feng after all. For insurance purposes, first transfer the person to the emergency room, then check the blood type and prepare for a blood transfusion.
Yes.
The several doctors beside him hurriedly answered, and then quickly transferred the person towards the emergency room. Soon, the stretcher was sent into the emergency room by the combined efforts of the two combatants and the doctors. However, just as Sasher was about to follow him in, he was stopped by a middle-aged male doctor with a large black mole at the corner of his mouth.
Emergency room, no one is allowed to enter, wait outside.
After saying that, he raised his hand and was about to close the emergency room door. However, just as the door was about to close, Sasher directly raised his foot without saying anything.
Boom! The gate was instantly kicked open viciously. What are you doing? Dr. Mole almost subconsciously questioned in a cold voice. Get out of the way.
Sasher didn't have half a word of nonsense and directly kicked the person aside. Only when she walked into the emergency room, she froze for a moment. Because, there were nearly 20 emergency rooms with closed doors within this emergency room. If it was an ordinary room door, with her strength she would be able to easily lock the room that the people entered through the sound. However, in order to prevent the noise from affecting the doctor's treatment of the patient, the soundproof door panels used here were thickened several times. With the room doors tightly closed, she really couldn't decide which one to enter. Just as Sasher started to open the doors of the operating rooms one by one, a nurse anxiously ran out from the furthest operating room. Seeing the operating room where the nurse came out, Sasher immediately walked quickly towards that operating room. And it was when she opened the door of the surgery room and saw the situation inside, she only felt a stream of blood rushing straight from the soles of her feet to her head. Only to see that all the silver needles on Miss Feng's body were pulled off and put aside. Rongyun, on the other hand, was quickly pressing on Miss Feng's chest and doing CPR. The dean watched as fresh blood continued to spill out from Miss Feng's body, while her breath was getting weaker and weaker, and her heart began to panic a little. Your Highness, why don't you switch to us? The patient looks a little dangerous. Right now, he was really a bit skeptical about the authenticity of Rongyun's earlier statement that she had studied medicine for some time. After all, normally, anyone with a bit of medical common sense would know that only cardiac arrest would require CPR. If it wasn't for Rongyun's status here, and the fact that he had just assumed that Miss Feng would still be able to hold out for at least half a day, there was no way he would have agreed to Rongyun messing up like this. However, he didn't know why. Since Rongyun pulled out the silver needles from Miss Feng's body, Miss Feng's blood, which had already been stopped, started to drain at a very fast speed as if it had collapsed. When Rongyun pressed so blindly, Miss Feng's blood flowed out even more, and now she could die at any time. However, Rongyun ignored him and just accelerated the speed of compressing Miss Feng for CPR. There was no way she could let go of such a good opportunity to make Feng Jing look at her differently when it was delivered to her. Right at this moment, an idle doctor suddenly saw Sasher, who pushed the door in and immediately scolded in a cold voice.
This is the emergency room, can't you see we're saving lives? Out.
Sasher did not say anything, but just walked quickly to Rongyun's side. Hiss. Afterwards, she made a move that made all the doctors around her suck in a breath of cold air.
Chapter 186, Tianlang Leader, Sasher. 8. Only to see, Sasher unexpectedly bent down and grabbed Rongyun's back collar, then directly raised her hand and threw the person to the side. Aha! Rongyun's body ruthlessly hit a wall, and under that severe pain, a muffled grunt came out of her mouth that she could not control. However, at this moment, the pain in her body was far less than the shock in her heart. She looked at Sasher almost the instant her butt hit the ground, and that small face that had always been calm and light revealed a thick dismay. You, how dare you?
She knew about Sasher's identity as a great chief, but in her opinion, even if Sasher, who was born from grassroots, climbed even higher, she was still no match for herself, who was destined to be nobler than everyone else when she was born. She really never dreamed that Sasher would dare to be so reckless with herself. At the same time, the people in the first aid room were almost simultaneously dumbfounded when they saw Sasher's actions. At this moment, a thought appeared in the minds of all of them almost simultaneously. Crazy. This woman is crazy. Does she know who she is offending? That was the most honorable existence amongst the women of the entire Xia kingdom, the youngest daughter of that supreme being. If she dares to treat her Highness Rhyme like that, she'll be kicked out of the War Department at the least. Your Highness Rhyme, how are you? The dean was the first to react. He immediately rolled and crawled to Rong Yun's side and opened his mouth to ask with a worried expression. Rong Yun shook her head, only the color of her eyes as she looked at Sasher was clearly cold. You aborted my treatment of Ms. Feng, she is now in a dangerous situation. If the Feng family pursues this, I will tell you truthfully. When the surrounding doctors heard Rong Yun's words, they hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. Under your Highness Rhyme's treatment, Miss Feng's physical condition has obviously begun to turn for the better, but because of you, I'm afraid that Miss Feng will be in grave danger. Doctors treating patients must avoid being disturbed, and you forcibly interrupting His Highness Rhyme's treatment is murdering eldest Miss Feng. If something really happens to Miss Feng, the Feng family won't be able to spare you. The two combatants beside the stretcher were a bit stunned as they listened to the crowd of doctors. Yes, is that so? They had just thought that this highness was fooling around, but now so many doctors were saying that her treatment was effective. Could it be that the feeling that their commander's condition was getting worse just now was really their illusion? When Sasher heard the crowd's almost upside-down words, the aura around her body grew more and more morose by a few points. The situation is getting better? Your medical skills are all fed to the dogs? After saying that, she didn't wait for the crowd to react, and directly looked at the two combatants who escorted Miss Feng over to open their mouths. If you don't want your Commander Feng to die, don't let anyone here disturb me. The two combatants subconsciously nodded their heads when they heard Sasher's voice that did not have the slightest bit of temperature. Of course, compared to other people treating their Feng commander, they still preferred to switch to Sasher. After all, before arriving at the hospital, Sasher had randomly stabbed a few needles in their commander's body, and in case something happened, they were better able to put the blame on Sasher. Sasher didn't have the heart to pay attention to the two men's thoughts, and walked directly to the side of Miss Feng. When the doctors saw Sasher's action, they all subconsciously turned their heads to look at Rong Yun. At this moment, Rong Yun's face was extremely ugly. However, she just quietly watched Sasher's movements and had no intention of stopping them. She could sense that eldest Miss Feng was in an extremely bad state at this time, and was already powerless to return to life without any surprises. Since this stupid woman wanted to show off, she would let her try. When Miss Feng died at the hands of this stupid woman, she would be able to break this woman's fantasy about Fengjing. Then, under the gaze of the surrounding doctors, Sasher flicked her small hand twice. Snort! Snort! A slight sound of silver needles piercing through the air rang out, and a dozen silver needles accurately pierced into Miss Feng's acupuncture points. When the doctors beside them saw Sasher's movements, they immediately showed shocked faces and said, "What is this? The so-called acupuncture in Chinese medicine? We just finished saying that Chinese medicine is useless, and you want to use this kind of trick that can only deceive the old, weak, and children to save them? Do you want to hit us authoritative doctors in the face? Oh. If you can stop her bleeding with a few needles, I'll swallow all those needles that your Highness Rhyme just pulled off." However, just as the last person's words fell, the surrounding crowd of doctors who were watching Miss Feng's eyes widened violently. Chapter 187 Head of Skywolf, Sasher. 9. Only to see that the blood that was continuously overflowing around Miss Feng's body had miraculously stopped. How is that possible? It's not. It wasn't because of the needles she stuck in her body. Yes, it was just a coincidence. After bleeding for so long before, the blood in her body shouldn't have continued to flow out. Sasher didn't even look at the doctors who were desperately trying to find excuses for themselves, and quickly unbuckled Big Miss Feng's belt before lifting up the clothes around her waist. Instantly, the bloody bullet hole in the small of her abdomen was exposed to the air. Then, Sasher raised her hand and picked up a scalpel that was placed inside a sterile bag. When the dean saw Sasher's movements, he hurriedly warned in a cold voice. "What are you doing? She is in urgent need of a blood transfusion now. The plasma hasn't been brought over yet. You are killing her if you move now." However, Sasher did not even look at him. Without Rong Yun's previous fierce operation, she could have waited until the plasma was brought over just to be on the safe side. But with Miss Feng's current state, by the time the plasma was brought over, she was afraid that she would have already cooled down. Afterwards, Sasher directly picked up the scalpel and cut through the flesh around the bullet hole with a clean cut. Stop. The dean subconsciously wanted to go forward to stop it. However, when he looked at that wound incision, he violently froze in place. How was that possible? This girl clearly moved so casually, how could her technique be so precise? He could be certain that the wound Sasher had cut with the scalpel was not even remotely close to the size of the bullet hole that had penetrated deep into the flesh. Ding! Soon, a loud sound of a bullet landing on the ground resounded steeply within the silent operating room. The moment they heard the sound, the crowd of doctors around them instantly returned to their senses. At the same time, the faces of all of them could not control the strong disbelief that appeared on their faces. At this moment, it was really a little difficult for them to imagine that the one who did this was actually a young girl in her 20s. At such an age, even if one started practicing from one's mother's womb, it was impossible to have eyesight that was as accurate as an instrument, and it was equally impossible to have techniques that were as skillful as if one had done similar surgeries 1,000 times. Not to mention a little girl of this age, even if they had seen the most senior medical professionals, it was impossible to have such exquisite techniques. In the end, how did she do it? Without waiting for how shocked the crowd was, Sasher suddenly turned her head to look at them and opened her mouth. If you don't want to be held accountable by the Feng family for looking at Miss Feng, go out first. When the doctors heard this, their eyes subconsciously fell on Sasher's hands that were about to take off Miss Feng's pants. Then, a few of the doctors hesitated and took the lead to walk outside the operating room. Although they didn't want to admit it, the facts in front of them were stating a bloody truth. The young girl in front of them, whose hair hadn't even grown out yet, possessed even more superior medical skills than they did. Now, there was no need for them to stay here. Not far from the ground, Rongyun looked at the crowd of doctors who had suddenly become unusually obedient and could not help but freeze violently. Just now, when Sasher picked up the scalpel and cut down, she didn't dare to look. Now, she didn't understand how the attitude of these doctors suddenly changed. Could it be that this stupid woman could really save Miss Feng? Soon, only Xiaxi and Rongyun, who was filled with disbelief, were left in the operating room. Half an hour later, the surgery was completed and Miss Feng was finally out of danger. Xiaxia pushed open the door of the operating room and walked out. "How is Miss Feng doing?" The dean guarding the doorway rushed forward and asked. Of course, it was not because he cared much about Miss Feng's condition, he was mainly worried that if something happened to Miss Feng, he, the dean, would be held responsible by the Feng family. "She is fine." Sasher faintly returned a sentence, and then, her gaze swept over the dean and the crowd of doctors who accompanied the dean waiting here, and then slowly hooked up the corner of her lips. Then, the nonchalant words that came out from her mouth caused the hearts of all the surrounding doctors to steeply tighten. "The ones who are going to be in trouble are you guys." At this moment, the dean and all the surrounding doctors clearly felt an extreme sense of crisis. Under such a perception, even the dean, who had seen a lot of great things, could not help but feel a tremble in his heart. However, Sasher did not directly dispose of the dean, but instead looked towards a bloated doctor. "If I remember correctly, just now you said that if I can use acupuncture to stop the bleeding to swallow the silver needles on the floor of the operating room?" Chapter 188, Tianlang Leader, Sasher. 10. When that doctor heard Sasher's words, he suddenly froze violently. He really did not expect Sasher to suddenly point the finger at himself. However, it occurred to him that he knew almost all of the higher-ups in the entire Imperial City Warzone and did not know such an individual as Sasher. At that moment, he looked at Sasher with a clear disdain on his face. "But it's just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. The one you just used to save a person wasn't a Western doctor's scalpel? If stabbing a few needles is useful, why do you need a scalpel? Now, I still say that Chinese medicine is garbage." Thumbs up. Thumb. Snort. The moment his words fell, a series of 18 silver needles instantly pierced into his neck. Instantly, a sharp pain traveled from his neck into his mind. He almost instinctively wanted to scream out in misery. However, in the next moment, he was shocked to realize that he could no longer make half a sound from his throat. Then, Sasher's devil-like terrifying voice entered his ears. "Since you can't speak, then this mouth, there's no need to have it." The moment Sasher's words fell, not only the bloated doctor who could no longer make a sound, even the deans and the surrounding doctors' faces that were looking at her were showing obvious nervousness and apprehension. "You so-called doctors don't deserve to be here. I don't want to see any of you in the Imperial City Warzone tomorrow, and if there's anyone who wants to stick around and not want to leave, then they don't have to go." The dean's face sank as he looked at Sasher, who was not half joking at the moment. "You think you can be lawless just because you saved Miss Feng? Ridiculous. Originally, I wanted to keep you as a trainee doctor when I saw that you could have such medical skills at such a young age, but now it seems that I'm the one who made a fool of myself." After saying that, he directly turned his head to look at the security guards at the entrance. "Come on people, blow this thing that doesn't know the sky and the earth out of my way, and add it to the blacklist of the Warzone Hospital, its immediate family, never enter the hospital treatment possibility." When the dean's words fell, Sasher's face suddenly chilled. However, just as she was about to dispose of this dean with her own hands, a nurse suddenly ran over. "Dean, the Skywolf Regiment has arrived, but some of them are seriously injured, so let this side send a doctor over immediately." When the dean heard the nurse's words, his heart abruptly tightened. In the next moment, he hurriedly turned his head to look at a doctor next to him and opened his mouth to command. "Director-san, take all the surgeons in the hospital and go over there. When the doctor named Director Song heard this, his face instantly became bitter.
His main treatment was not even a superficial wound. Why was he the one who had to go to every time this kind of laborious and unappealing errand?
However, no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he still nodded to the director, and then led the surgeons aside towards the hospital's front door. Sasher, on the other hand, was the first to withdraw his gaze from the dean, and then immediately looked at the two combatants who had just rushed in to see the state of Miss Fong and had just walked out from within the emergency room. The silver needles on your Commander Feng's body should be maintained for at least 12 hours. If they are moved during that time, I won't necessarily be able to pull her back from the ghost gate once again. When the two combatants heard this, they subconsciously felt that Sasher was being a bit alarmist. However, holding the attitude that they would rather believe it, the two still nodded to Sasher. Seeing this, Sasher looked deeply at the dean and the surrounding doctors. If I see any of you again tomorrow, the consequences will be borne by yourselves. As the words fell, Sasher's figure suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Immediately go and find out which department she's from, and when you do, pull the entire department she's in onto the hospital's blacklist. I want her to know the consequences of arrogance. Almost the instant the dean's words fell, the Fong family head rushed into the hospital with a line of Fong family members. Where is Tinger? After the Fong family head ran into the hospital, the first thing he did was run to the dean and asked with an anxious expression. When the dean saw the Fong family head, that face that had just been extremely gloomy from Sasher's anger suddenly revealed a gentle smile. Fong family master need not be anxious, Miss Fong is fortunate, she is out of danger. Just as the dean's words fell, creak! The door of the emergency room was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Then, Rong Yun, whose face was clearly a bit pale, walked out from inside. When the Fong family head saw Rong Yun, he immediately looked surprised and said, Your Highness? Why are you here? The dean looked at Rong Yun while revealing a smile and said, Without the emergency treatment that your Highness Ryan gave to Miss Fong would already be gone. The Fong family head was stunned at his words. It was your Highness who saved Tinger? Rong Yun was stunned for a moment when she heard the dean's words, but that streak of dissimilarity only flickered away. Afterward, she nodded slightly with a gentle expression. Well, just finished operating on Miss Fong. When the Fong family head heard this, a clear disbelief appeared on his face. Your Highness has also studied medicine? Rong Yun pursed her lips and said, yes. Before learning a few years, just after not much opportunity to use, just see the situation is urgent, can only try, fortunately, fortunate. Your Majesty's great kindness, I Fong family cannot be proud to repay. As Rong Yun listened to the Fong family master's unusually solemn words, the smile at the corner of her lips deepened a few points. As a doctor, treating the sick and saving others is my job, Uncle Fong, you don't have to be polite. Fong family head looked at Rong Yun, who was gentle and introverted as always. The appreciation in his eyes suddenly became a few points thicker. Originally, because Sasher was the youngest grand chief and held real power, he was more inclined to have Sasher as his future daughter-in-law. But now, he felt like he needed to give it some serious consideration. I think Uncle Fong hasn't seen Miss Fong for a long time and is worried about her well-being, so let's come in first and take a look. Rong Yun smiled gently and opened her mouth to propose. May I? Rong Yun nodded her head with a generous smile, of course. After saying that, she led the Fong family head and the others towards the first aid room where Miss Fong was. When the Fong family head walked into the first aid room and looked at Miss Fong, whose body was wrapped in gauze and had nearly 30 silver needles stuck in her body, her heart trembled. Tinger. He carefully walked to Fong Ting's side, lifted his trembling hand, and stroked her face. It was only after a long time that the Fong family head gradually calmed down his heart. And then, he turned his head slightly, looking at Rong Yun's face to reveal a stronger appreciation. I have spent nearly 10 years in the Ministry of War before, during which time I have received countless injuries of all sizes. From the way your Highness bandaged Tinger's wounds you can see that it was extremely professional. I never imagined that your Highness would be able to have such exquisite medical skills at such a young age, a heavenly wizard. Uncle Fong is too kind. Rong Yun smiled even more modestly. After she finished speaking, her gaze suddenly landed on the silver needles on Fong Ting's body. She frowned. That woman laughed and even forgot to put these useless things away? But in just an instant, her complexion returned to normal. And then she smiled and said to the Fong family head, the time for acupuncture is almost up. Uncle, wait a moment, I will remove the needles first. After saying that, Rong Yun directly walked to Fong Ting's side, and without the slightest bit of skill, she pulled off one of the silver needles from Fong Ting's body. Chapter 189, Inviting Sasher to be the Emperor 1. Your Highness. Just as Rong Yun pulled the needle off, the two combatants who were carrying Miss Fong Ting's stretcher over immediately opened their mouths and shouted. However, by the time the two men spoke out, the silver needle had already been pulled down. Rong Yun looked at the two men at the sound and frowned. Something wrong? The two men did not say anything, but just looked at Miss Fong on the stretcher with a tense expression. They had just seen the Fong family come in and subconsciously thought that their Fong commander was already safe, unconsciously relaxing their guard. Only, how could they not expect that even if Rong Yun had claimed the credit for saving Miss Feng's life, she even dared to mess with the silver needles on Miss Feng's body? Although they all felt that what Sasher had said earlier was a bit alarmist, for some reason, a bad feeling suddenly arose in their hearts at this moment. Rongyan looked at the two who didn't reply and a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in her eyes. However, she was proud of her status and did not bother with the two men in general, but once again raised her hand and was about to continue pulling out the silver needles from Miss Feng's body. Seeing this, the two combatants almost simultaneously rushed between Rongyun and Miss Feng with lightning speed, stopping Miss Feng's movements. Rongyun's face turned cold when she saw the two men who dared to act recklessly in front of her. Her eyes looked straight at the two hostages and asked, "What are you going to do?" The burly member of the team looked straight at Rongyun, his gaze not half averted. "Your Highness, you cannot touch the silver needle on Commander Feng." When Rongyun saw the attitude of the burly team member, she could not control the slightest bit of panic in her heart. She thought that everyone here would be in her way, respect her, fear her, and even if they knew she had lied, no one would dare to poke holes in her. But she didn't expect that these two combatants would dare to stand up and disobey her. If she pissed off the two now, there was no guarantee that they would jump over the wall and tear her down. And if she just backed down, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of the Feng family master. For a while, Rongyun was caught in a dilemma. The Feng family master looked at the two people who suddenly came out, his brows slowly knitted up, and then he opened his mouth to ask, "Who are you people?" The burly member of the team heard this and quickly opened his mouth to reply. "We are members of the Silver Moon Regiment that belongs to the extraterrestrial battlefield. This time, the entire Silver Moon Regiment was attacked by a squad from the Sunset Empire, and Commander Feng was seriously injured, so we are responsible for escorting her back to the country." When the Feng family head heard the words of the burly team member, his face immediately revealed some gratitude and said, "Tough on the two of you. When Tinger gets better, in addition to your Highness rhyme, I will likewise repay the two of you properly. This is our mission, there is no need for family head Feng to be polite." The burly team member shook his head, slightly embarrassed and said. The Seal family lord smiled lightly, only then, looking towards the two with a slightly puzzled look on his face, he said, I wonder why the two of you are trying to stop your Highness from collecting the needles." Rongyun's breathing steeply tightened. Without waiting for the two combatants to reply, she hurriedly opened her mouth with a smile. "I wasted too much energy when I operated on Miss Feng. I reminded them after applying the needles and asked them to remind me to collect the needles after an hour. I think the two of you felt that there was not enough time and were worried about the effect." Saying that, she slightly inclined her head and said to the two combatants with a gentle expression, "The two of you don't have to be so conformist. Since I dared to collect the needles, I naturally have full confidence in Miss Feng's situation. Now that Miss Feng is completely out of danger, there is no harm in collecting the needle early." Drip drip drip. However, just as Rongyun's words fell, the heart rate monitor on the side suddenly sounded a sharp alarm. At that instant, everyone in the operating room almost simultaneously looked over at the screen, only to see that the heart rate curve on that screen, which was originally extremely smooth, suddenly became extremely abnormal. When the Feng family head saw this, his heart abruptly tightened. In the next moment, he hurriedly looked at Rongyun and said, "Your Highness, didn't you say that Tinger was completely out of danger? What is going on now?" Chapter 190 Inviting Sasher to be the Emperor too. Rongyun was equally dumbfounded when she saw the situation in front of her. Hadn't that woman already gotten Miss Feng out of danger? How did something suddenly go wrong again? Could it be that the woman had only temporarily suppressed Miss Feng's injuries and had not completely cured her? Thinking of this, Rongyun immediately cursed in her heart. What a waste! However, although her heart had already hated the incompetent Sasher, she still had a gentle face and said to the Feng family head in a soothing manner, "Don't be anxious, it shouldn't be a big problem, let me take a look." After saying that, she was about to push away the two combatants in front of her to give Miss Feng another emergency treatment. However, the two combatants did not move a bit. "Your Highness, our commander's life is important, immediately let the Dean contact." Without waiting for the two to finish, Rongyun directly interrupted in a cold voice. "Knowing that it is now important to save the life of Miss Feng is still not allowed to open?" Originally, she said that she had cured Miss Feng just to impress the Feng family head and help promote the relationship between her and Fengjing. She had even mistakenly thought that she had robbed Sasher of her credit. However, after she saw that Miss Feng's condition was once again dangerous, she knew that it might not necessarily be Sasher's credit that Miss Feng was out of danger today. After all, if it wasn't for the fact that she had given Miss Feng the first emergency treatment after Miss Feng was brought here, Miss Feng might have died long ago, so where else would it have been that woman's turn to make a splash here? And almost as soon as Rongyun's chiding voice fell, the Dean, who had just taken a call outside, was lured over by the sound of the instruments calling. After he entered, he took a look at the heart rate monitor, and then asked with a tense expression on his face, "What's going on?" Our commander was already fine, but just now His Highness pulled out a silver needle. When the Dean heard the burly combatant's words, he suddenly thought of what Sasher had said when he left. However, in this situation now, there was no time for him to regret not reminding Rongyun. He hurriedly looked at the Feng family head and opened his mouth. Your Highness Rhyme's medical skills have surpassed the vast majority of doctors in the institution, but she is still young after all and inevitably inexperienced, and being able to temporarily stabilize Miss Feng's situation is already extremely rare. Seeing this, Rong Yun's eyes abruptly flashed with a bright aura. Then, she looked towards the Feng family head and said with a face of self-reproach, "Uncle Feng, I'm sorry, I've done my best." She didn't have the certainty to cure Miss Feng. The most favorable thing for her to do now was to take what she could get. After saying that, she coldly swept a glance at the two combatants in front of her. Ha! What a dog-biting Lu Dongbin. Since she didn't want her to save them, it would be better if she didn't save them. After the people died, this responsibility, they should bear it well on their own. On the side, the Feng family head was almost instantly confused when he heard the words of the dean and Rong Yun. And then, he looked at the dean with stiff movements, opened his mouth, and said in a hoarse voice, "Your Highness's medical skills are better than all the doctors here? You mean, Tinger is hopeless?" The dean looked at the Feng family master's face that had instantly aged a few points, hesitated for a moment, and opened his mouth. "The doctors in the hospital are indeed unable to help. However, I have just gotten word that the Skywolf Regiment's people have arrived, and that there are wounded among them. I had previously heard from the extraterrestrial battlefield's combatants sent here that the medical skills of the Skywolf Regiment's leader seem to be extremely outstanding. Just now I heard that those few Sirius Regiment fighters were seriously injured, so it's no surprise that he should be on his way over there. It's just that he hasn't been with the Wolf Regiment lately, so he should be on his way there now that he's heard the news. If we send Miss Feng over there now, and if we can get that leader to give us a helping hand, Miss Feng will still have a glimmer of hope of surviving." Hearing this, the Feng family head, who was already extremely anxious, immediately interrupted. "Where are the injured members of the Tian Lang Regiment?" He had always known that Tinger was the Tian Lang leader's fanatic little girl. Although she had never met that leader, she had always dreamed of marrying him. Even the fact that she would enter the Silver Moon Regiment was because the Silver Moon Regiment was the closest to the Skywolf Regiment in the extraterrestrial battlefield. She had always dreamed of one day being able to meet that Skywolf leader who almost never showed his face. Regardless of the outcome, if she could get that leader to try and save Tinger, I'm afraid that even if Tinger did have an accident, she would have no regrets in her life. Chapter 191, Inviting Sasher to be the Emperor 3. When the dean heard the Feng family head's words, he hurriedly said, "I will take you and Miss Feng over there now." After he finished speaking, the two combatants hurriedly put Miss Feng on a stretcher before quickly carrying her and chasing after the dean. Rong Yun looked at the silhouettes of the crowd, hesitated for a moment, and also followed. She would like to see if the head of the Heavenly Wolf Regiment could really clean up the mess left by that woman. At the same time, Xia had already raced to the vast training ground that greeted the members of the Sirius Regiment. Unlike when she left, a large cutting-edge fighter jet had already landed in the center of the training ground. At this moment, 3 stretchers were placed in front of the fighter, and the atmosphere of the entire training ground was unprecedentedly heavy. The nearly 1,000 combatants who were lined up to greet them stared at the 3 stretchers, all of them with different expressions. Many people did not expect that the invincible members of the Skywolf Regiment in their hearts, the myth of the entire Xiao War Department, would also be injured. Moreover, looking at the situation, it seemed to have reached the point of being seriously injured and on the verge of death. Why hasn't the person arrived yet? Beside the stretcher, a 27 to 88-year-old tough guy type handsome man with a tough face could not hide his anxiety between his looks and said. Chu Feng, who had previously tried to chase after Sasher but had just chased him to the hospital before being called back urgently, sniffed and cautiously returned. "My lord, the Warzone Hospital has already said to send someone. They need time to come over. Why don't we take the injured team members over first, and we can shorten the time when we run into them in the middle of the way." However, when the tough guy type handsome man heard his words, he directly shook his head and refused. "No way. Their current condition no longer allows for another transfer. Let them hurry up." Okay, I'll rush them a bit more." After saying that, Chu Feng was about to walk to the side to make a call. However, just as he picked up his cell phone, he saw a figure suddenly appear beside the stretcher. Without waiting for him to react, the figure's hand suddenly pressed on the wrist of a combatant on a stretcher. Seeing this sudden change, the surrounding crowd was stunned. However, in the next moment, a strong color of ecstasy almost instantly surged out on the faces of that tough guy handsome man and the surrounding 50-odd members of the Skywolf Regiment. It was just that they understood that saving people was important right now, and none of them dared to make a sound to disturb Sasher. However, Chu Feng did not notice the faces of the Skywolf Regiment's people, and his heart suddenly thumped when he saw Sasher, who had suddenly appeared. Then, he hurriedly scolded Sasher in a stern voice. "Stop it!" At this moment, the anger in his eyes was already about to condense into substance. This woman had dared to stick needles on Miss Feng randomly before, but now she even dared to show off her crappy medical skills in front of the members of the Sirius Regiment. In the event that someone from the Skywolf Regiment died in her hands, not only would she herself be in bad luck, he would also be finished. Under the great fear in his heart, Chu Feng rushed to Sasher's side with the fastest speed he could achieve, raising his hand to grab Sasher's arm and drag the person to the side. However, just when his hand was less than an inch away from Sasher, an iron-clamped palm suddenly gripped his hand that was about to touch Sasher. In the next moment, a sharp pain suddenly traveled out from his wrist. Aha! The pain of dislocating his wrist caused him to stifle a grunt that he couldn't control. At the same time, he subconsciously looked towards the hard and handsome man who had struck out, his eyes overflowing with intense shock. My lord, what are you? The hard and handsome man's face that looked at him was cold and heavy to the extreme, and the words that came out of his mouth did not have the slightest hint of a joke. If my comrades are in danger because of you messing around, I want you to pay for their lives. Chu Feng's heart abruptly tightened when he heard the hard and handsome man's gloomy words. He opened his mouth and spoke respectfully and carefully. My lord, are you mistaken? She's just a civilian troop that came over to do etiquette. She's harming your team members. The surrounding warriors who were lined up to greet them heard Chu Feng's words and instantly turned back to their senses. Following that, the eyes of the crowd that looked at Sasher were filled with disgust. This woman was crazy for wanting to make a splash, wasn't she? There has to be a limit to the amount of claptrap you can pull off. If you're not careful, it's easy for you to get yourself killed off. Before that female commander was sent over to the first aid, she went to join in the fun. Even if, now seriously injured, is a member of the Tian Wolf regiment, she is obviously looking for death. The tall and thin girl who was found to do the etiquette heard the words of the surrounding crowd and looked at Sasher's face, could not help but appear a little worried. She knew that Sasher was very strong, but they as girls were inherently weak in the war department. Otherwise, with Sasher's strong strength, it would not have been possible for her to be forced to come over to do the etiquette of welcoming the serious regiment. In case Sasher failed in sating the members of the Skywolf regiment, her future might be ruined just like that. However, if she succeeded. Thinking of this, the tall and thin girl suddenly widened her eyes. Could it be that Sasher was taking such a big risk because she wanted to join the Skywolf regiment? Chapter 192, inviting Sasher to be an emperor 4. Thinking of this possibility, the tall thin girl looked at Sasher's face that was serious to the extreme, and a deep admiration steeply arose in her heart. Her greatest wish for entering the war department was to become an ordinary warrior who could fight for Xia outside the domain. As for such a thing as entering the Skywolf regiment, she had never even dared to dream of it. But now, Sasher, who had brought her into the war ministry, had such an ambition and had already put it into action for this almost impossible goal. Regardless of whether or not Sasher could succeed today, she, in addition to the members of the Skywolf regiment, was the person she admired the most in her life. And just as the tall and thin girl was wishing in her heart that Sasher could succeed in her rescue, the hard and handsome man was violently stunned when he heard Chu Feng's words. Then, he could not control his cold laughter. She's from the civilian troop that came over to do etiquette? How did a dumbass like you become a 5-star intermediate commander? Chu Feng was stunned for a moment. Ever since he became an intermediate-level commander, he had never been insulted like this. However, thinking that this person in front of him was the extremely high-status Skywolf Regiment's vice-commander, Green Wolf, he tried to suppress the humiliation in his heart and carefully returned. This lord, she was found by me personally contacting the side of the civilian corps, there will be no mistake. Only, how could Chu Feng not expect that after his own words fell? Cheng Wolf looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. Then you're really something. My lord, she is really me. However, without waiting for Chu Feng to finish his sentence, the Green Wolf directly opened his mouth to interrupt him. Not to mention just greeting our Skywolf regiment, even if you were greeting the rulers of various countries today, you would not be qualified to have her do the rituals. When Chu Feng and the surrounding warriors heard his words, they all somewhat could not believe their ears for a moment. What did the words of this deputy leader of the Skywolf regiment mean? What did it mean that greeting the rulers of various countries was not qualified for her to do the rituals? Among the crowd, the tall and thin girl froze and looked at the Green Wolf who had given Sasher an extremely high level of affirmation, and her eyes couldn't help but moisten. Sasher, did you hear that? Your efforts have not been in vain, your courage has been recognized by the deputy leader of the Skywolf regiment. As long as you can save one of the members of the Skywolf regiment, proving that you aren't trying to draw the attention of the Skywolf regiment by making a splash, there is hope that you can realize your dream of entering the Skywolf regiment. Thinking of this, the corner of the tall and thin girl's mouth slowly hooked into a bitter but pleased smile. She sincerely hoped that Sasher would succeed and then enter the battlefield with her dream. She hoped that Sasher could show those men within the battle department who said that women were not worthy of entering the battle department. A woman may not necessarily be inferior to a man. And just as the tall and thin girl was wishing for Sasher in her heart, Chu Feng gradually came back to his senses from the shock of Green Wolf's words. He glanced at Sasher, who was urgently treating the injured. Under the fear that those 3 wounded could die at any moment at the hands of Sasher, he once again spoke stiffly to the Green Wolf. My lord, are you recognizing the wrong person? She really is a civil servant, and even if she isn't, a little girl of this age can't possibly possess such superior medical skills. The fact that she dares to make such a mess right now is obviously to draw your attention, and even deludes herself into thinking that she will be able to mix into the Skywolf regiment through your scrutiny. The moment Chu Feng's words fell, the air around him suddenly became a few points quieter. It was only at this moment that the scorn and disgust in the eyes of the crowd looking at Sasher had thickened to the extreme. Even I didn't dare to think about being able to enter the serious regiment. She's a woman and she dares to have this kind of dream? If I remember well, the phone commander who was carried down from the airplane before is the only female commander of the extraterritorial battlefield. I originally thought that she could enter the extraterritorial battlefield. How to say that there are two brushes, now it seems, tisk tsk. Women are weaker than men, both physically and psychologically, and the battlefield shouldn't be a place where they can participate. If you ask me, women should stay home and raise their children. Where is the War Department for them? The tall and thin girl listened to a voice around her that she had heard countless times recently, her fists still clenched uncontrollably. On what grounds? Why were these people speaking with less talent and strength than her, yet they could stand on the moral high ground and say such things? Why was she, no matter how hard she tried, dismissed by their sentence that the War Department was not a place for women to come? However, just as the resentment in the tall and thin girl's heart rose to its peak, Xingwu, who was looking at Chu Feng, suddenly smiled. She wants to mix into the Skywolf regiment through me? Chu Feng couldn't help but freeze for a moment as he listened to King Wolf's voice that sounded as if he had heard what a funny joke. However, without waiting for him to think too much, the sound of those grounded words abruptly exploded in the ears of him, the tall and thin girl, and all of the surrounding warriors whose eyes were filled with loathing as they looked at Xiaxi. Where is my qualification to decide whether or not she enters the Skywolf regiment? Or rather, without her, where is the Skywolf regiment? Chapter 193, Inviting Sasher to be an Emperor 5. The moment Green Wolf's words fell, the entire room steeply fell into silence. Everyone was staring blankly at him, the looks on their faces were dumbfounded to the extreme. What did it mean? What do you mean, where would the Skywolf regiment come from without her? If that woman was a man over 30 years old, it wouldn't be hard to understand this statement. But she was just a little girl whose hair hadn't grown out yet. They couldn't possibly believe that the one who established the Skywolf regiment would be such a person no matter what. And compared to the surrounding crowd, the shock on the tall and thin girl's face was several times more intense. At this moment, she couldn't believe her ears at all. Even she felt like she was dreaming. The Sasher who had brought her into the War Department could be that legendary figure from the extraterrestrial battlefield? How could this be possible? As the crowd looked at Wolf with disbelief, Chu Feng, who was completely unconvinced that his most admired Tian Wolf leader was a woman, was the first to come back to his senses. He hurriedly looked at Wolf and asked, "My lord, what do you mean by that? Can it be that the leader of the Heavenly Wolf Regiment who established it has some kind of relationship with her?" Saying that, without waiting for Green Wolf to answer, he suddenly thought of a possibility and hurriedly asked to Sky Wolf. Was it because she had once unintentionally saved the life of that leader was able to establish the Skywolf Regiment alive? When the surrounding warriors heard Xu Feng's words, a flash of realization appeared on their faces. Yes. The headmaster who established the Skywolf Regiment could never be a woman. The only possibility for the Green Wolf Society to have said that was that this woman had been lucky enough to have saved that leader. Right. If that wasn't the case, there was no way that these members of the Skywolf Regiment would not have the slightest intention of stopping her when they saw her unselfconsciously making a move to save their comrade. Thinking of this, when the crowd looked at Sasher, who was pretending to work hard to save the members of the Skywolf Regiment, their hearts couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Did this woman really think that just because she had been lucky enough to save the leader of the Skywolf Regiment, she thought that her medical skills were so great? When she got those 3 dying members of the Skywolf Regiment dead, they would like to see how she would end up. Before the crowd, the tall and thin girl couldn't help but show some gloom in her eyes. Following that, the corner of her lips slowly hooked into a bitter smile. It seemed that it was really her who had overthought things. In a place like the Xia War Department, how could anyone let a woman sit in a position like that? In other words, if Sasher was really the leader of the Skywolf Regiment, how could she be forced to come over to do the rituals of greeting the members of the Skywolf Regiment? Xing Lang looked at the Skywolf Regiment combatants whose faces were once again overflowing with sarcasm in the twinkling of an eye, and his face suddenly sank. His ice-cold gaze slowly swept over the surrounding crowd, and it was as if he was looking at a little cutie. "You guys, can't you understand human language?" Xu Feng and the surrounding warriors who thought they had guessed the truth once again froze when they heard the words of the Green Wolf. However, very quickly, Xu Feng returned to his senses. At the same time, he struggled to pull the corners of his mouth. "My lord, don't joke with us. Even if we were stupid, we would know that a person who created legends in the extraterrestrial battlefield could not possibly be a woman, and even less likely to be a wild girl whose hair hasn't even grown out yet." However, before Xu Feng could say the latter words, a foot suddenly kicked him hard in the stomach. Aha! Facing this sudden kick, Xu Feng did not have the slightest ability to fight back. Boom! Under that tremendous force, Xu Feng's body was directly kicked 4 to 5 meters away. The surrounding combatants looked at this sudden scene and were almost simultaneously dumbfounded. Why was this hitting someone at the drop of a hat? Moreover, Chu Feng was, at any rate, a 5-star intermediate commander, the strongest existence among intermediate-level warriors. However, he unexpectedly did not have the slightest ability to fight back in the hands of the Green Wolf. To what extent was this deputy commander of the Sky Wolf Regiment's strength heaven-defying? Then, under the gaze of the crowd that was filled with shock, Qing Wolf slowly walked over to Chu Feng's side on the ground. He lowered his head and looked down at Chu Feng, who was in pain at his feet, and between his tone of voice, he actually revealed an undisguised killing intent. Who are you calling a wild girl whose hair hasn't grown in yet? Chapter 194, Inviting Sasher to be the Emperor 6. When the Green Wolf spoke, his body unconsciously exuded an extremely strong aura. Under the pressure of this aura, the surrounding crowd was forced back several steps almost simultaneously. After the crowd stabilized themselves in a sorry state, the gazes of the pairs of people looking at the Green Wolf all revealed shock and fear that looked as if they could condense into substance. At this moment, they clearly felt that the Green Wolf in front of them was not just a high-level warrior. Instead, it was Battle King? Boom! When one of the combatants uttered these two words in a trembling tone, the brains of all the surrounding combatants felt as if they had suddenly been struck by a thunderbolt, and their entire bodies instantly fell into a stupor. How could this be possible? Wasn't it said that there were no more Battle King level powerhouses in the entire Xia Kingdom? However, why did they clearly feel that this deputy leader of the Skywolf Regiment's strength had already reached the Battle King level? Compared to the people who were not that close to the Green Wolf, Chu Feng, who was lying at the Green Wolf's feet but had endured almost all of the pressure brought about by the Green Wolf, felt as if his breathing was about to stop. He did not understand how there could be an existence in this world that simply released an aura that was so terrifying. Just as Chu Feng was trembling uncontrollably because of the aura surrounding the Green Wolf's voice that emitted a morose cold aura once again entered his ears. Didn't you hear me asking you? Tell me who you just called a wild girl. Chu Feng subconsciously cowered and opened his mouth with difficulty. I was wrong. Green Wolf sniffed and laughed coldly, waste. After saying that, he suddenly raised his head and slowly swept his gaze over the surrounding crowd. Then, a voice that was not light and not heavy, but was like a sledgehammer hammering hard in the minds of the crowd abruptly rang out. I don't want to hear anyone here show the slightest bit of disrespect to our headmaster again, or else, the consequences will be too much for you to bear. Hegemony. Tough. This was the most intuitive feeling that everyone had when they heard these words from the Green Wolf. However, the next moment. The head of the troop? Many people reacted violently to King Wolf's address to Sasher. He actually called that woman the head of the troop? The leader of the Skywolf Regiment, the superior of a Battle King level powerhouse, was actually a woman? How could this be? How could the Heavenly Wolf Regiment leader, who could be called a legend of the Xia Kingdom in the extraterrestrial battlefield, be a weak woman who shouldn't have appeared in the War Ministry? As the hearts of the crowd overflowed with shock and unwillingness, the tall and thin girl froze as she looked at Sasher, who was doing her best to save people in front of the stretcher, and for a while, she was actually in a bit of a trance. Is this true? After a few full breaths, she suddenly smiled. It turned out that the Xia War Department was not completely without a woman's foothold. Sasher, with the facts, told her that her dreams were not dashed. At this moment, a belief suddenly surfaced in her heart. As long as one's strength was strong enough, even as a woman, one could likewise break out into the world. Right at this moment, Sasher finally got the three injured under control. She lightly exhaled a breath and then frowned at Qingwu and asked, "Who injured them? How were they injured?" When Green Wolf heard this, he immediately returned with a respectful expression. It was the Sunset Empire Vanguard Regiment. Their regiment suddenly appeared 5 more star envoys, we were not prepared, was seriously injured 9 people. Sasher's face steeply turned cold at the words, "Where are the other 6? However, what answered her was a silence. The crowd of Skywolf Regiment members couldn't help but slowly lower their heads. Speaking. Sasher stared intently at the Green Wolf, and a solemnity that shocked the entire scene came out in her voice. When the surrounding combatants heard Sasher's tone, their hearts involuntarily trembled. At this moment, even if they didn't want to admit it, they had to admit that the Sasher at this moment looked even more terrifying than the Green Wolf. At the same time, facing Sasher's gaze, Qing Wolf lowered his proud head just like the other members of the Skywolf Regiment. And the voice that came out from his mouth was permeated with a deep sense of grief and powerlessness. It's my incompetence, I failed to protect them. Qin Yan froze for a moment when Green Wolf's words fell, while the surrounding war members were almost simultaneously dumbfounded. The Skywolf Regiment, which had a Battle King in attendance, had not only been seriously injured by the Sunset Empire's people, but had also sacrificed 6 people? Sasher suddenly fell silent when she heard Green Wolf's words. She turned her head slightly, her gaze landing on the 3 stretcher-bound members of the Skywolf Regiment, the emotions in her eyes flickering. After a few seconds, she suddenly smiled. Sunset Empire, what a Sunset Empire! Almost as soon as Sasher's words fell, a line of people appeared at the edge of the training ground and were rapidly moving towards this side. Chapter 195 Inviting Sasher to be the Emperor 7.
People from the Sunset Empire?
When the crowd saw the traditional clothing of the Sunset Empire that the people coming were wearing, an exclamation of surprise immediately came out of one of their mouths. The crowd of the Tianlang regiment looked at the 10 people walking slowly in the distance, and a strong hatred was brewing in their eyes. Sasher silently looked at the crowd that was walking quickly, and the corner of her lips couldn't help but hook upwards. She hadn't even gone to look for them yet, but they sent themselves to the door, which saved her a lot of energy. At the same time, the little fox on Sasher's left shoulder that had been making trouble since last night suddenly stood up.
I feel the Star Key's aura. His gaze suddenly fixed on one of them. The third person on the left, the Star Key is on him.
Upon hearing this, Sasher's gaze instantly landed on the youth who appeared to be just in his early 20s with an excessively white complexion. Originally, she did not have much urgency about finding the Star Key to unlock the fire attribute star sign in her hand and open the Star God's book that Little Fox had given her. But now that the Sunset Empire Star Envoy had joined the extraterrestrial battlefield, she had to get more star tiles as soon as possible. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Xia Shi and the surrounding crowd of Xia warriors, soon, the Sunset Empire's group of 10 people stopped on their feet in front of the crowd. The man at the head, who wore a 3-star senior commander's badge and had an upright posture, smiled at the warriors whose expressions were full of hostility and opened his mouth with a smile. Gentlemen, I am the deputy leader of the Sunset Empire's elite regiment that came here this time, and our main purpose of coming here this time is to express our sincere condolences to the injured members of the Skywolf regiment.
Cats cry for rats, false compassion. An icy voice suddenly came out from amongst the combatants. The Sunset Empire's deputy leader sniffed and glanced at the person who opened his mouth. With just one glance, the stern aura in his eyes made the Xia combatant who had opened his mouth subconsciously take a few steps back. But soon, he withdrew his gaze on that combatant. Afterward, he turned his head to look at Qing Wolf and spoke with a worried expression on his face. Vice Leader Qing Wolf, I wonder how the 3 injured members of the Skywolf regiment are doing? King Wolf's eyes looked straight at the Sunset Vice Commander, and no joy or anger could be heard in his tone.
Thank you for this, Vice Commander's concern. They, at least, have lived longer than you.
The Sunset Empire Vice Commander nodded slightly. That's good. After saying that, he sighed and continued with an emotional face. All the countries outside the domain know how valiant and warlike the Skywolf regiment is, but they don't know that the members of the Skywolf regiment will also die, and there will also be a day when they will be captured alive and become captives. The moment the Sunset Vice Leader's words fell, a bad feeling arose in the hearts of Green Wolf and all the members of the Skywolf regiment almost simultaneously. Qing Wolf clenched his fists involuntarily. On the battlefield, they had faced the Sunset Empire's vanguard regiment that suddenly had 5 extra star ambassadors, and in an emergency, they had only managed to save 3 of its seriously injured members. In that situation where more people could die at any time, there was no way he could drag back the 6 members who were basically out of breath. If any of the 6 were alive and fell into the hands of the Sunset Empire's War Department. Green Wolf suddenly didn't dare to think any further. He took a deep breath, his eyes staring intently at the Sunset Vice Leader as he opened his mouth. What do you mean by that? The Sunset Deputy Chief did not reply to his words, but instead tapped on the cutting-edge equipment of the War Ministry on his right hand, which was shaped like a watch. In the next moment, a 3-meter-long and wide transparent light screen was suddenly projected in front of everyone's eyes. Then, a video was played on that light screen. Chapter 196, inviting Sasher to be an Emperor 8. Heaven and earth is kind. Sasher really did not feel that yesterday is stuck in the text. If you really feel that yesterday is stuck, then today cannot be counted as stuck, blah blah bling bling. Chapter 197, inviting Sasher to be the Emperor 9. Boom. Sasher's cold but endlessly majestic voice was like a bomb that exploded in the ears of everyone around him. Overbearing. At this moment, the surrounding crowd felt an overwhelming majesty and hegemony. As the surrounding crowd looked at the Sunset Empire Vice Leader who was stepped on by her, the gazes that were directed at her suddenly changed. In all the gazes, there was no more discrimination or disdain due to gender. There was only endless respect and admiration. At this moment, they no longer questioned the fact that Sasher was the leader of the Tianlang. Even. They felt immensely proud and honored that the Xia Kingdom possessed such a character who had directly killed the Sunset Empire's Vice Leader with a wave of his hand. At this moment, all the combatants who looked at Sasher had a flame called faith burning in their eyes. So, this was their Xia Kingdom's Skywolf leader. As a legend of the extraterrestrial battlefield, she deserved it. As the backbone of the Xia Kingdom, she deserved it. As this thought appeared in the hearts of the crowd, a monstrous battle intent was ignited in the gazes of everyone looking at the Sunset Empire's side. Suddenly, one of the combatants took a step forward, and in his tone, there was an unrelenting. They dared to insult our summer heroes. Today, we are bound to return the favor. That's right. My great country of summer, when it is the turn of such a small country to wantonly humiliate. Today, we have to let the Sunset small country understand, Xia cannot be insulted. I would like to use my life, sworn to defend the majesty of the country. The moment the last person's words fell, the wariness of all the combatants of the Xia country had risen to the extreme. If it wasn't for these people's insult to the corpses of the Skywolf Regiment's crowd, many of the combatants didn't dare to go too far in front of the Sunset Empire's crowd.
But these people should never have done something so inferior. Now, Sasher had used his actions to uphold the dignity of the Xia Kingdom. Then they, even if they gave their lives, would make these people understand. Xia Kingdom must not be humiliated. And at the same time, the members of the Skywolf Regiment, who had just wanted to go up and kill, suddenly felt an incomparable pain. This was their leader, and the god who led them to be invincible in the extraterrestrial battlefield. The chance to avenge their brothers was right in front of them. Now, all together. Green Wolf ordered coldly to the Sky Wolf Regiment crowd with a solemn expression on his face. Yes. The crowd of the Sky Wolf Regiment answered in unison. At once, a monstrous killing intent swept towards the Sunset Empire crowd. Opposite. The 9 people from the Sunset Empire, who were originally planning to turn on Sasher, looked at the Xia combatants who were suddenly as mad as if they had gone crazy, and almost simultaneously stopped their movements. Even though they felt from the bottom of their hearts that the Xia people were all trash, at this moment, they were still terrified for no reason. The young man who carried the star key in that little fox's mouth, seeing that the Skywolf Regiment and the nearly 1,000 Xia Kingdom warriors were about to rush over, suddenly stood out and asked in a cold voice. When we came over, the Xia Kingdom monarch personally guaranteed our safety. You guys dare to go against the monarch's will? Sasher sniffed and hooked the corner of his lips slightly and unnoticeably. We dare or we don't dare, you'll know when you see it. Almost at the instant the words fell, her figure moved and she steeply appeared in front of the Star Key youth. And just as Sasher flashed in front of the youth, his body had already appeared 3 meters away. Seeing that Sasher was about to get close to him again, a flash of coldness abruptly flashed across his eyes. Idiot of the Xia Kingdom, since you seek death, then I will fulfill you. Chapter 198, inviting Sasher to be the Emperor 10. The moment the words fell, an earth-colored star plate suddenly appeared, and then hovered above his fingertips. Star Envoy? Some of the surrounding warriors who were slightly weaker and were kept out of the battle were all tightened in their hearts when they saw the youth light up his star card. At this moment, they suddenly remembered that Green Wolf had said earlier that there was a Star Envoy present on the opposite side. Then, the gazes of the people looking at Sasher couldn't help but reveal a trace of worry. And under the gaze of the combatants, Sasher's face did not show any semblance of nervousness as she looked at the Star Envoy youth. Her gaze looked straight at the youth in front of her, and her tone was unusually calm. I heard that the one who caused the Skywolf Regiment to sacrifice 6 people was the extra Star Envoy from the Sunset Empire Vanguard Regiment. Before I go to them, I will use you to honor their souls that have yet to rest in peace. When the surrounding crowd heard Sasher's words, they all couldn't help but inhale lightly. However, in the next moment, the respect in their eyes as they looked at Sasher became a few points more intense. Facing such a strong enemy and still not having any fear, this was the mentality that a strong person should have. When the youth heard Sasher's words, he suddenly sneered. It is an honor to be a tool to inspire the warriors of my Sunset Empire. At the same time, congratulations on being chosen by me as the 7th person from the Xia Kingdom to have this honor. After you are killed by me, I will personally cut off your arms and legs and send a special person to the Sunset Empire War Ministry. After saying that, the youth did not speak any more nonsense, and the star sign in his hand suddenly flashed. In the next moment, a circular mud puddle with a diameter of about 1 meter suddenly appeared on the land under Sasher's feet. A bubble rose above the mud puddle like hot water boiling. Dodge! Quickly dodge! Ah! That was the attack of the star brand, not something a normal human body could block. When the surrounding crowd saw that Sasher unexpectedly did not have the slightest intention of dodging, they immediately shouted anxiously. When the youth saw this, that gaze towards Sasher was already like looking at a dead person. Do not do fearless resistance, after death can enter my Sunset Empire, is your kind of Xia women in this life is the most proud thing. Sasher faintly smiled, is it? Her voice was not heavy, but it was like a heavy hammer that struck the tip of the youth's heart. As the words fell, an Earth attribute star sign shadow suddenly flashed in her hand. In the next moment, the muddy pool under her feet began to rapidly shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the youth saw this, the victor's smile that was gradually rising on his face abruptly froze. You. At this moment, his gaze towards Sasher was as if he had seen a ghost. However, without waiting for him to think carefully about how Sasher did it, a sharp burning pain suddenly came from under his feet. He subconsciously lowered his head. Instantly, the same mud puddle as the one that had just appeared at Sasher's feet appeared under his feet. Ah! Under that intense pain, an agonizing scream could not be controlled from the youth's mouth. Then, he began to struggle frantically, desperately trying to break free from the mud pool under his feet. However, soon, he despairingly realized that even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't move a bit. What made him even more desperate was that his feet gradually lost consciousness. What this meant, he didn't dare to think deeply. Right at this moment, Sasher's voice suddenly entered his ears. Your so-called honor, it's better for you to realize it by yourself, don't you think so? The youth's eyes steeply widened a few points. However, without waiting for him to fear how, the words that once again came out of Sasher's mouth made his entire body instantly freeze into a piece of sculpture. Preview: Dean and Rongyan will be arriving soon, and the large-scale face slapping scene is about to start. Chapter 199, inviting Sasher to be an Emperor 11. Before accomplishing your so-called honor, hand over the star key in your possession. After the youth's body froze for a split second, a strong dismay appeared on his face as he looked at Sasher. How did you know? However, in the next moment, it was as if he violently remembered something and hurriedly asked, "What star key?" Sasher smiled faintly. "Since I can't think of it, then I will help you think of it." As the words fell, she suddenly raised her foot and stepped on the root of the youth's right leg. And then exerted a slight force. Click. Ah! Bones breaking, accompanied by the youth's mournful screams, suddenly rang out. Under that intense pain, his body violently fell to the ground. Instantly, the entire lower half of his body smashed into the muddy pool on the ground. The mud, which was as hot as lava, quickly wrapped around his legs. Instantly, a mournful scream suddenly came out of the youth's mouth. The surrounding crowd, who were shocked that Sasher had actually killed a star envoy in seconds, only felt a numbness in their scalps as they listened to his miserable screams. However, Sasher's eyes that looked at the youth did not show the slightest fluctuation. She just quietly looked at the youth at her feet and spoke with a calm expression. "Did you remember?" The youth was clearly in pain to the point where he could pass out at any time, but for some reason, he clearly heard every word that Sasher uttered. Instantly, the youth could not control the word that surfaced in his heart. Devil. This woman in front of him was a devil without feelings. Sasher saw that the youth did not say anything, his eyebrows lightly knit. Still cannot think of it? Did not wait for the youth to respond. Click. Another bone-breaking sound rang out. However, this time, the youth's mouth did not emanate a miserable scream, but directly rolled his eyes and fainted. Seeing this, Sasher unhurriedly moved his foot to his right arm. Then, crack. Ah! The youth was directly awakened by the intense pain raw. The surrounding combatants looked at Sasher, who was like a hellish Yama at this moment, and all of them could not help but viciously suck in a mouthful of cool air. At the same time, many of them had a burst of fear in their hearts. Luckily, the head of the troop was doing his best to save the 3 injured members of the Skywolf regiment just now. Otherwise, the youth in front of them could have been their forewarning. Thinking of this, the eyes of the people looking at Sasher had a trace of fear in addition to respect. Of course, none of the combatants wanted to condemn Sasher for being too cruel. After all, they understood that if Sasher wasn't strong enough, the one lying on the ground right now would probably be her. Moreover, in the video sent out by the deputy leader of that Sunset Empire, the Skywolf regiment members who had been captured alive had their limbs cut off in a raw manner. At this moment, Sasher was just doing the same thing to the others. Thinking about it? Sasher did not pay attention to the gazes of the surrounding crowd, but quietly looked down at the youth at his feet and opened his mouth again to ask. Here you go. The youth used almost all of his strength to utter these words to Sasher. After saying that, the youth took a deep breath, tremblingly raised his only left hand that could still move, and used all of his strength to take out a half-cut silver-colored key pendant from his waist pocket. The moment that silver-colored pendant was taken out by the youth, the little fox's excited voice immediately resounded in Sasher's mind. Star key. It really was the star key. With it, you will be able to open the Star God's book, and with your talent, the so-called geniuses of those great worlds will be trampled under your feet. Chapter 200, inviting Sasher to be an Emperor 12. However, Sasher only faintly swept a glance at the little fox, and not much fluctuation appeared in her complexion. She faintly glanced at the youth on the ground before she was about to bend down and pick up the star key. However, just as she picked up the star key, a flash of chilling killing intent abruptly flashed through the youth's eyes. He did not want to die. But, it was this Sia pariah who forced him to. Since that was the case, then he should be buried with him. At that instant, the Earth attribute starplate that had fallen beside him suddenly flashed rapidly. At the same time, an aura that was berserk to the extreme overflowed from the starplate. The moment that aura appeared, the surrounding warriors all breathed tightly. At this moment, they felt a deadly sense of crisis. At the same time, Sasher's hand, which had not picked up the star key, steeply appeared on the youth's neck. The youth only felt a strong sense of suffocation enter his mind. At the same time, his eyes, which were already covered in blood due to the pain, abruptly widened. Because he was shocked to realize that his connection with the star sign had been cut off hard. Without waiting for how shocked he was, Sasher's voice that was cold to the core suddenly resounded in his ears. You want to blow up the star brand and die with me? You don't have this qualification yet. When the youth heard this, his eyes widened a few points once again. How could that be possible? He was a senior star envoy. Only an existence above at least a star king could forcibly interrupt him through self-destructing his starplate. However, even in the Sunset Empire, which had more than 10 times the number of star envoys than the Summer Kingdom, there were only 5 existences that had reached above Star King. Moreover, each one of them was a big shot above 50 years of age.
How old is this woman in front of you? How did you do it? Under the extreme shock, the youth even forgot about the pain around his body. As one of the geniuses of the Sunset Empire's young generation, he had never put the young generation of the Summer Kingdom in his eyes. And, not to mention the Summer Country, looking at the entire world, I'm afraid that there wouldn't be any geniuses who could reach Star King at the age of 20 or below. Incorrect. If there really was someone who could do it, then, that person could no longer be called a genius. That would be a demon. A demon that could only be found once in 1,000 years. However, in the face of the youth's question filled with shock and doubt, Sasher only swept him lightly before throwing him 3 meters away like a piece of trash. Boom! A sound of a body smashing into the ground rang out, instantly splattering a cloud of dust. However, this time, no muffled grunts came out of the youth's mouth. Compared to the pain of having his hands and feet stomped off alive, this bit of pain was simply not worth mentioning. His eyes had tightened on Sasher as he doggedly continued to ask, "Tell me, what rank of Star Envoy are you?" The moment the youth's words fell, the surrounding crowd of warriors looked at Sasher in unison. A strong shock and dismay was revealed on the face of every combatant. Previously, that Earth attribute star sign in Sasher's hand had only flickered, and almost no one had seen it clearly. And after that, they were caught up in one shock after another brought about by Sasher, and none of them had had time to think about how Sasher had done it. Therefore, at this moment, when the crowd heard the Sunset Empire youth's question, they were all a bit incredulous. One must know that although many people thought that possessing a star license would be enough to become a star ambassador, this was not the case. Possessing a star plate was only a prerequisite for becoming a star ambassador. More importantly, one must possess spiritual power. However, in the Summer Kingdom, there was not 1 in a million people who possessed spiritual power. Almost everyone knew that the leader of the Skywolf Regiment, who led them to invincibility in the extraterritorial battlefield, was an extremely strong warrior, but no one knew that she was also a star envoy. Off topic. Although Sasher feels that the rank in the text is already very clear, but since there are babies asking, I will give you a list of the distribution of the rank of the warrior and star envoy. Warrior rank: Beginner Warrior, Intermediate Warrior, Advanced Warrior, War King, War Emperor. Star Envoy level: Beginner Star Envoy, Intermediate Star Envoy, Advanced Star Envoy, Star King, Star Emperor. While a warrior mainly relies on enhancing his physical quality to raise his warrior rank, a Star Envoy enhances the spiritual power in his mind. A Star Envoy of the same level crushes a warrior of the same level. Chapter 201 Inviting Sasher to be an Emperor 13. After the shock had passed, the faces of the people looking at Sasher also showed some curiosity and probing. Listening to the youth's meaning, this Tianlang leader of theirs might not be as simple as a junior star envoy? If that was the case, then they were afraid that in the next 20 years at least, they would be able to sit firmly in the position of the world's #1 power. The Xia Kingdom could really go to glory because of her alone. Thinking of this, the gazes of the crowd towards Sasher all revealed a bit of excitement and thrill. However, under the gaze of the youth and the shocked and puzzled gazes of the crowd, Sasher only looked at the youth and spoke in a faint voice. "You are going to die, is there any point in knowing this?" When the youth heard Sasher's words, his gaze abruptly condensed. And then, he lightly inhaled and said, "If I have to die today, I hope to die at the hands of a supreme genius, rather than dying a tragic death at the hands of a nameless junior." Almost as soon as his words fell, Green Wolf happened to walk in front of Sasher, and with a respectful face, he opened his mouth to Sasher. "Regiment leader, the remaining 8 people of the Sunset Empire have all been taken down." The youth's eyes snapped open at the words, "You are the Sky Wolf leader who killed countless people from my country?" However, Sasher didn't even look at the youth, he only commanded the Green Wolf in a faint voice. "Cut off the limbs and hang them on the gate of the War Ministry, then record a video and send it to the Sunset Empire War Ministry as a return gift." "Yes." After Chang Wolf nodded his head, those 8 members of the Sunset Empire who were captured alive, their faces immediately overflowed with panic that was so thick that it reached the extreme point. "You guys dare! The Lord of the Xia Kingdom personally invited us here, he won't allow you guys to do this. Your Xia Kingdom has always claimed to be a righteous kingdom, how could you do something so inferior?" After the last person's words fell, Sasher suddenly looked over at him, positioning the nature of the matter accurately, as a reward, and then chopping his in the end. After saying that, Sasher waved his hand. Seeing this, Ching Wolf hurriedly followed a few members of the Skywolf Regiment to escort the person towards the gate of the War Ministry. And just as the silhouettes of Green Wolf and the Skywolf Regiment members disappeared, and Sasher walked to the 3 major stretchers to prepare to collect the silver needles on the 3 injured people, a large emergency vehicle stopped not far away. After the car stopped, the Dean, Rong Yun and the Feng family head immediately walked down from the car. After getting out of the car, the Dean directly opened his mouth and shouted, "Has the Tianlang leader arrived yet?" When the surrounding warriors heard this, they almost simultaneously looked over at Sasher. When the Dean saw Sasher, he almost subconsciously turned his head to look at the Feng family lord on the side, a touch of obvious apprehension on his face. When the Feng family head saw Sasher, she could not help but be stunned for a moment. Xia. She didn't know whether to call out chief or commander, the latter two words didn't come out. And just as he wondered out loud, Rongyun saw Sasher and her face instantly turned cold. Why are you here? Without waiting for Sasher to reply, her line of sight suddenly landed on the stretcher beside Sasher. Miss Feng has been victimized by you, and you still want to come over and mutilate the wounded from the battlefield? How could there be a woman as vicious as you in this world? The Feng family head froze violently when he heard Rongyun's words. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? When Rongyun heard the Feng family lord's question, she took a deep breath and as if she was trying her best to suppress the anger in her heart, she explained in a cold voice. If I hadn't been disturbed by her in the middle of giving Miss Feng emergency treatment, Miss Feng's condition would never have deteriorated so quickly. If something happens to Miss Feng today, she has to take the main responsibility. Chapter 202, Inviting Xiaxi to be the Emperor 14. The moment Rongyun's words fell, the surroundings steeply fell into a silence. The people of the War Ministry were all a little confused at the moment. Although Rongyun had never been on the battlefield, her ability to arrange troops and formations was known throughout the War Ministry. Even the second chief, who had spent nearly half of his life in the battlefield, had been ashamed of her wisdom several times. It could be said that Rongyun's prestige in the entire War Department was extremely high. And with a status such as hers, there was no reason for her to say anything alarmist. At this moment, for her to say such words with such certainty, one would think that they would not be empty words. At that moment, the gazes of the crowd towards Sasher revealed some doubts. Could it be that this Tianlang leader had some opinion about Miss Feng? But even if there were even more opinions, Miss Feng was injured on the battlefield. Even if she didn't come to the rescue, she even interrupted Her Highness Rongyun from giving Miss Feng emergency treatment? If that was the case, a person who had strength alone but no virtue did not deserve their respect. At the same time, when the Feng family head heard Rongyun's words, his face steeply changed a few points. What did Rongyun mean by those words? His Tinger would become this way because of Sasher? Previously, both Sasher and Tinger had been fighting in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Could it be that some friction had arisen between the two of them? But, even if it was a big friction, she shouldn't have wanted Tinger's life. Thinking of this, the Feng family lord could not help but slowly clench his fists. However, without waiting for the Feng family head to do anything to Sasher, Sasher looked at Rongyun and her breath suddenly went cold. Deteriorate? When the words fell, her figure had already appeared in front of the ambulance. When she saw Miss Feng inside the car, her face was cold as if she wanted to kill someone. The next moment, she directly looked at the two combatants beside the car who had escorted Miss Feng back from the battlefield and spoke with a morose expression. Who pulled out the silver needle on her body? The two combatants felt Sasher's gaze that seemed to be able to freeze people into ice, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Then, the two almost subconsciously looked towards Rongyun. And just as the two looked over, Rongyun's face was ice cold as she chided Sasher. How dare you ask this? If you hadn't randomly stuck needles in Miss Feng on your way to the hospital, she might have been out of danger long ago. Snap! Without waiting for her to speak further, a crisp slap sound resounded steeply on her face. The tremendous force directly brought Rongyun's body flying 7 or 8 meters away. Ah! As her body smashed onto the ground, she felt like the bones around her body were about to shatter. Hiss! When the surrounding warriors saw Sasher's action, they all sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. At this moment, almost all of the warriors were all stunned. That was Her Highness Rhyme, the daughter that His Majesty the Sovereign held in his hands for fear of dropping and held in his mouth for fear of melting. Even if she was the Skywolf leader who had made great achievements for the Xia kingdom outside of the domain, she shouldn't have violated her superiors in such a way, right? And in the midst of that extreme pain, Rongyun's heart suddenly burned with burning anger. No one had ever dared to hit her. But this woman, she had actually hit her twice today. If she didn't kill that woman by 1,000 cuts, she wouldn't have to be the highness who was admired by millions of people anymore. And just as this thought arose in Rongyun's mind, Sasher's slightly cold gaze landed on her. Twice pulling out my silver needles, if it wasn't a bit of a hassle to kill you, you would have died by now. This slap counts as a little bit of interest, as for the rest, rely on you to slowly pay it back by going to the extraterrestrial battlefield next. Chapter 203 Inviting Sasher to be the Emperor 15. Rongyun subconsciously breathed tighter as she felt Sasher's gaze that was cold to the core. For some reason, in the face of Sasher's icy cold aura around her, she was actually a little afraid to speak. On the side, the director of the war zone hospital only now came back to his senses from the shock of Rongyun being beaten. His face was like a layer of frost had condensed out, and he rebuked with a stern face. You dare to be rude to Her Highness Rhyme? It's against you. After saying that, he directly looked towards Chu Feng, who had been beaten up by Green Wolf earlier and was cowering in the corner trying to lower his presence, and said, Commander Chu, quickly have someone take down this thing that is below the law. Chu Feng. He also felt that this woman was too bold. But take it down? Even if I borrowed his guts, he wouldn't dare, right? Commander Chu?
The dean looked at the expression on Chu Feng's face, his brows slowly furrowed and said. However, just as Chu Feng's face became more and more indescribable, Sasher's gaze landed on Chu Feng. Her voice was not as sharp and loud as the dean's, and she merely commanded in a breezy manner. Shut him up. The dean was violently stunned when he heard Sasher's words. In the next moment, an urge to laugh maniacally a few times suddenly arose in his heart. Other than Miss Feng, a mid-level commander, he had not heard of another mid-level commander in the entire Imperial City War Department. This woman dared to order Chu Feng, who was a 5-star intermediate-level commander. What did she think she was? However, just as the dean was looking at Sasher as if he was looking at a little cutie. When Chu Feng hesitated for a moment, and then still waved his hand at the dean to the few cronies beside him to take it down. The mockery on the dean's face suddenly froze. What? Then, under the gaze of his face filled with shock, the 5 combatants beside Chu Feng immediately answered, before walking quickly towards him. The dean suddenly panicked. However, when he thought carefully, he was convinced that there was not a single woman within the War Department whose title was above Chu Feng's, and he eventually opened his mouth stiffly. Commander Chu, do you know what you are doing? Don't ruin your future for a woman. Chu Feng was completely speechless when he heard his words. Why didn't he know when this dean's brain hole had gotten so big? When Rongyun saw this, her face suddenly became a few points more ugly. She had learned about the identity of Grand Chief Xiaxi last night and was not surprised that she could order the members of the War Department. But she was not willing. Unwilling to be beaten twice by this woman in front of her after never being beaten by anyone. Even more so, she was not willing to have her credit for doing emergency treatment for Miss Feng snatched away by her so much just because of her status as the Great Chief. However, just as Rongyun's gaze grew more and more unwilling, the burly combatant escorting Miss Feng saw this, hesitated for a moment, and finally looked at Sasher Dao with a sincere face. It was our fault that we didn't protect the silver needle on Commander Feng's body before. Please save Commander Feng. Now Miss Feng may die at any time. Sasher sniffed and turned her head to look at Commander Feng. In the end, she walked up to the ambulance and came to Miss Feng's side. Rongyun's face suddenly sank when she saw Sasher's movements. What are you doing? Don't you think you've harmed Miss Feng enough? Uncle Feng, stop her quickly. She has already harmed Miss Feng to such an extent that if she is allowed to mess up again, Miss Feng will really be lifeless. Saying this, she suddenly remembered the dean's previous words and hurriedly shouted to the surroundings. Tian Lang leader. When will Chief Tian Lang arrive? Right now, the only one who can save Miss Feng is Chief Wolf. If the Sky Wolf leader doesn't arrive, anyone who touches Miss Feng is murder. Chapter 204 Inviting Sasher to be the Emperor 16. The surrounding crowd froze almost simultaneously when they heard Rongyun's shout. What is this all about? This person in front of them, was she really their calm and composed Your Highness Rongyun? Moreover, what was her operation of shouting that she was preventing Sasher from administering help while at the same time shouting that only Chief Tian Lang could save Miss Feng? At once, the warriors who had all believed that Sasher was trying to harm Miss Feng, looked at Rongyun with obvious suspicion in their gazes. At the same time, some of the combatants who had previously greatly admired Rongyun's ability and heart were all beginning to waver inwardly. Rongyun felt the crowd's sight that was obviously permeated with a little bit of strangeness, and for some reason, a bad premonition suddenly arose in her heart. But soon, that premonition was replaced by the anger that her credit was about to be snatched away by Sasher. She hurriedly looked at the Feng family head again and opened her mouth. Uncle Feng, she almost killed Miss Feng before. If we continue to let her treat her indiscriminately, Miss Feng will be lifeless. The Feng family head was concerned about his daughter's safety and did not notice the crowd's expressions. However, he looked at Sasher, who was concentrating on checking his daughter's condition, and then at Rongyun, who had already said she could do nothing about it, and his face was full of kinks. But soon, he took a deep breath as if he had made some kind of decision before speaking. Your Highness, it was hard on you before. If it wasn't for you, Tinger might have already lost her life, but now, the only one who has any hope of curing Tinger is her, so let her try. Originally, he was hoping that the rumored Tian Lang leader was the one who could be here. But both the Dean and Rongyun had asked, and no one had stepped forward so far, which undoubtedly meant that the Heavenly Wolf leader wasn't here. Instead of pinning her hopes on someone whose daughter might not even be able to wait until she died, it would be better to hold on to the last shred of hope and let Sasher give it a try. If she could cure Tinger, his Feng family would repay her favor as if they were oxen. And if she couldn't cure her impossibly, his daughter's good fortune would be in her favor. Rongyun hesitated for a moment when she heard the words of the Feng family head, and ultimately gave up for the time being on stopping Sasher from treating her under the severe pain and powerlessness around her body. However, she roughly understood Miss Feng's physical condition. She believed that even if Sasher really knew some medical skills, it would never be possible for her to bring Miss Feng, who already had half a foot in the grave, back to life. Then, time slowly passed as Sasher treated Miss Feng. After nearly a quarter of an hour, Sasher slowly let out a sigh of relief. And then, she turned her head to look at the two combatants who escorted Miss Feng over. Within 24 hours, don't let anyone appear within 3 meters of Miss Feng. If anyone has to come close, kill them directly and I will take the responsibility. Hearing Sasher's order without the slightest hint of a joke, the two soldiers almost subconsciously raised their heads and chests, and answered with solemn faces, yes. The Feng family lord who was guarding the side of the car froze for a moment when he heard Sasher's words. Then, a rich color of ecstasy steeply arose on his face, while he hurriedly asked Sasher, Tinger, out of danger? Sasher nodded slightly. As long as the silver needles on her body were no longer being pulled off, there would be no problem. When the Feng family had heard Sasher's words, he suddenly looked at Miss Feng inside the ambulance. At this moment, the number of silver needles on Miss Feng's body was nearly 2 times more than before she came. Most importantly, the size and shape of the extra silver needles were not even remotely similar to the silver needles on her daughter's body before they came over. At this instant, his brain suddenly shut down for a second. The next he abruptly and suddenly realized the important information that he had overlooked under his previous shock. The first time Sasher saw Rong Yun, she questioned the two combatants as to who had pulled out the silver needle. At that time, he was shocked that Sasher had dared to strike at Rong Yun, who was the daughter of His Majesty the Sovereign, and subconsciously ignored the hidden meaning in those words. But now, he reacted. The silver needles on Tinger's body before were stabbed into Tinger's body by Sasher. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that his daughter's condition had worsened just after Rong Yun had pulled out that silver needle. In other words, it was not Sasher who had put his daughter in danger, but Rong Yun. Not only that, listening to Sasher's previous question, Rong Yun had not only pulled out the silver needle once, but twice. Thinking of this, the Feng family had violently turned his head to look at Rong Yun. At the same time, the gaze he looked at Rong Yun had an endless chill in it. Your Highness Rhyme, should you not give me an explanation? Chapter 205 Inviting Sasher to be the Emperor 17. After the Feng family lord's words fell, the air around him steeply fell into a silence. Instantly, the gazes of the combatants looking at the Feng family lord revealed a strong sense of shock and doubt. What was the situation with each and every one of these today? Even if Her Highness Rong Yun's style of behavior today was a bit unintelligible to them, her identity as Her Highness was there after all. If Sasher dared to talk to Her Highness Rong Yun like this, they could still take it as Sasher being proud of her achievements in the extraterritorial battlefield. However, the Feng family head was only the head of a first-class family in the Imperial city. How could he dare to provoke the majesty of the royal family? At the same time, Rong Yun subconsciously took 2 steps back when she sensed the heavy aura of murder on Lord Feng's face. But soon, she stabilized her stance, and then frowned at the Feng family lord and asked, Uncle, have you misunderstood something? The Feng family head sniffed as if he had heard some joke and suddenly sneered, misunderstanding? How would I dare to misunderstand your highness as a small family head? Saying this, his eyes stared at Rong Yun, and his voice, which was so cold that it seemed as if countless swords were trying to pierce Rong Yun through, suddenly resounded in the ears of everyone around him. Obviously, Commander Xia had already gotten my daughter out of danger before, but because you pulled out the silver needles from my daughter's body, it directly caused my daughter's life to be in danger. Dare I ask your highness, my Feng family, where did I offend you? The moment the Feng family lord's words fell, all the surrounding warriors were dumbfounded at the same time. What? Didn't Her Highness Rong Yun say that it was her who stabilized Miss Feng's condition by giving her emergency treatment earlier? Wasn't it because Sasher had prevented her from giving Miss Feng emergency treatment that Miss Feng's condition worsened? How did it come to the mouth of the Feng family head that Sasher had already gotten Miss Feng out of danger before, and it was only because Rong Yun had pulled out the silver needle that Miss Feng's condition worsened? But soon, the eyes of the crowd fell on the ambulance. Then, the extremely complicated gazes were all cast towards Rong Yun. They all knew that Sasher had extremely high medical skills, and even if they had guessed before, they had only guessed that Miss Feng had offended Sasher on the battlefield before, and that Sasher was careful to kill to silence her. But if she really want to silence, will she again out to save people? At this moment, the crowd fully understood the reason for the Feng family lord's anger. His own daughter had almost been killed, and the fact that the Feng family head had not gone up to Rong Yun to fight for her life was already considered extremely good. Not to mention the Seal family lord, even they wanted to go over and beat Rong Yun up after hearing about the terrible things she had done. When Rong Yun felt the angry gazes around her, her heart suddenly hung in the air. However, she had seen a lot of big scenes after all and quickly calmed down before looking at the Feng family head with a serious face and saying, Uncle, I admit that the silver needles on Miss Feng's body were put on by her, but you don't really think that a few silver needles can cure diseases and save people, right? Although I don't want to take credit for it, Miss Feng's previous relief was indeed related to the fact that I gave Miss Feng emergency treatment in the first place, and on that point, there's no need for me to lie to you. However, almost as soon as her words fell, a snort suddenly resounded in the arena. Then, Sasher's mocking voice directly entered the ears of everyone present. Emergency treatment in the first hour? You mean, in Miss Feng's case of excessive blood loss, directly pulling out all the silver needles used to stop the bleeding on her body, and then starting to give her CPR? Chapter 206 Inviting Sasher to be the Emperor 18. When Sasher's words fell, the surrounding air steeply fell into a deathly silence.
This time, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. Pulling out the silver needle that stopped the bleeding in the face of excessive blood loss and then starting to give Miss Feng CPR? Anyone with a bit of common sense would know that only cardiac arrest requires CPR, right? Doing CPR when the body is bleeding heavily, this is not saving lives, it is killing people. At the same time, the Feng family head suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Rong Yun. Your so-called emergency treatment is to perform CPR on Tinger? Under that extreme anger, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Rong Yun had previously claimed that it was because of her emergency treatment that Tinger was out of danger. At that time, he believed it, and even when he heard Rong Yun say that Sasher had interrupted her from giving Feng Ting emergency treatment to be interrupted, there was anger and dissatisfaction towards Sasher in his heart. But he never dreamed that Rong Yun's so-called emergency treatment was CPR in Feng Ting's case of excessive blood loss. The one who really wanted to harm his daughter was not Sasher, but this Your Highness who claimed that she had saved his daughter. At this moment, the Feng family head was truly in a state of killing Rong Yun. Even if he wasn't concerned about the Feng family behind him, he was already going to do so. Rong Yun felt the line of sight of the Feng family lord and the surrounding people, and her heart couldn't help but panic. Before, when she learned first aid, that teacher had clearly said that when the condition was most critical, she needed to press on the patient's chest. After that, she felt that the course was not interesting and did not continue to listen to it, but there should not be too much of a problem. Without waiting for Rong Yun to think deeply, the Feng family head took a few deep breaths and tried to calm his mind before looking at Rong Yun and opening his mouth. Your Highness, do you have anything else to explain about today's incident? If not, when Tinger's situation is completely stabilized, I will go to the Summer Palace and ask His Majesty for an explanation. When Rong Yun heard that the Seal family lord was actually taking about her father, the panic on her small face was instantly replaced by a wave of coldness. Uncle Feng, it's meaningless for you to say that, isn't it? I am willing to take the initiative to help Ms. Feng, but it's also out of the goodness of my heart. Moreover, do you know anything about medicine? Do you think that if the emergency treatment I did was ineffective that it was ineffective? If I hadn't given Miss Feng the emergency treatment, do you think it's really possible for Miss Feng to be out of danger just by her randomly sticking a few random needles in her body? When the Feng family head and the surrounding people heard Rong Yun's words, the way they looked at her was already as if they were looking at an idiot. At this moment, countless people wanted to give their previous selves a few slaps. How blind were they that they would think that such a person had extremely outstanding abilities and temperament? On the side, the dean, who had just been afraid that the Feng family head would find trouble with himself for thinking that he had previously said that it was Rong Yun who had cured Miss Feng, rolled his eyes. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he hastily nodded his head in agreement. That's right, I've been the director of a war zone hospital for more than 10 years, and there has never been a single injured person in the hospital who was cured by Chinese medicine. Therefore, it is no surprise that acupuncture is indeed useless for Miss Feng's injuries. After the dean's words fell, the gazes of the surrounding crowd suddenly condensed. This dean was also considered an old senior in the War Department, and his words still carried some weight. As a result, when the surrounding people heard his words, they all looked at Rong Yun with a slight hesitation. When Rong Yun saw that the dean with authority was on her side, she immediately gained a little more confidence. She looked at Sasher lightly and then opened her mouth. You just said that Miss Feng is out of danger, yet you don't dare to let anyone get close to her, so it's no surprise that Miss Feng's current situation is even worse than before, right? Using a few broken silver needles to stab her a few times to cure her, you are dreaming. Chapter 207, Inviting Sasher to be an Emperor 19. Sasher glanced at the dean, who had turned black and white upside down in public, before looking at Rong Yun with a calm expression. A few random needles can't cure a disease? Rong Yun gave a light laugh. Huh? You should not know, I have studied Chinese medicine before. Your so-called acupuncture can only fool children. Here, no one can fall for your tricks. Almost the instant Rong Yun's words fell. Snort! 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 The sound of 3 silver needles piercing through the air in a row resounded abruptly. Sasher's movements were too fast, and before Rong Yun had time to react, the silver needles had already pierced into 3 acupoints on her body. At that moment, Rong Yun's entire body was steeply fixed in place. According to you, being stabbed by a few broken silver needles does not cause any other problems in your body other than pain. There is nothing wrong with me randomly zapping you twice, right? Rong Yun's eyes snapped open. This woman, how dare she be so reckless in front of her? However, suddenly, she was shocked to realize that she could not move. Feeling that she had completely lost control of her body, Rong Yun's eyes gradually revealed a strong fear. How could this happen? That broken needle sticking on a person's body would really affect the body for better or worse? At the same time, the dean, who was controlled by Chu Feng's order, saw the situation and subconsciously struggled to run towards Rong Yun. However, under the control of the 2 combatants on his left and right, he was unable to move a single bit. All he could do was question Sasher with a face full of panic. What have you done to His Highness? Sasher sniffed, and the gaze that was so cold that it didn't have the slightest bit of emotion landed on him.
Originally, I gave you the opportunity to leave on your own tomorrow on the basis of how you have been working in the war ministry for many years, but since you don't know how to cherish it, you don't have to leave. Go to the extraterrestrial battlefield to save 10,000 combatants, and when it's done, when will you go home to retire? If you can't finish it, then you can be buried at the battlefield for those warriors who bled on the sands. The dean's heart plummeted when he heard Sasher's words. However, in the next moment, his gaze towards Sasher instantly turned cold. I am the Dean of the Imperial City Warzone Hospital, a 2-star senior commander title, who gave you the guts to allow you to dare to be reckless in front of me. Let go of me immediately, otherwise, as your superior, I have the right to expel you from the War Ministry in accordance with the War Ministry's regulations. Sasher's brows suddenly furrowed, a 2-star senior commander who was not even a senior warrior. Who promoted you up? When the Dean heard Sasher's question, a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. But then, thinking that the battle department did not have any women above the rank of senior commander, his face steeply sank. Is this kind of question something you are qualified to ask? I order you as a 2-star senior commander to immediately make these 2 people let go of me, or else not only you, but even the person who recruited you into the war ministry will be punished together. After the Dean's words fell, the faces of the surrounding warriors who looked at him all revealed a bit of dissimilarity. Chu Feng hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to speak. Mr. Dean, do you know who this is? When the Dean heard this sudden question from Chu Feng, he wasn't too surprised and only spoke with a gloomy expression. I don't care which big shot's relative she is, as long as her title doesn't reach above the 2-star senior commander, her attitude in the face of me is that of a subordinate. He was not stupid, and naturally knew that since Sasher could order Chu Feng to control himself, he must have something to rely on. Unfortunately, Chu Feng did not know that he had the same backing behind him. A mountain that everyone in the war ministry could not afford to mess with. Chu Feng looked at the extremely confident state of the Dean and opened his mouth with a complicated expression. Since you don't recognize the one in front of me, let me introduce him to you. This is the Sir Wolf leader who shouted for her to treat Miss Feng when you came over, and then denied her medical skills afterwards. The moment Chu Feng's words fell, the Dean's face revealed disbelief that was thick to the extreme. The Heavenly Wolf Headmaster? The rumored murderous battlefield demon was a young girl in her 20s? And Rong Yun, whose body had stiffened to the point of gradually going numb not far away, similarly froze. How could this be possible? At this moment, she suddenly remembered what she had said before. She had said before that unless Head Skywolf treated Fengting, it would be murder on Fengting for Sasher to come and treat her. But now, someone had told her that the Skywolf leader and Sasher were one and the same person. At this moment, she felt like she had lost all her faith in her life to Sasher alone. Not only the two, even the Feng family head was frozen in place. Afterward, he looked at Sasher and then turned his head to Fengting inside the ambulance and suddenly fell silent. Who would tell him what was going on? The Skywolf leader that his daughter had cried out countless times to marry was the girl his son liked? What's this with that? However, soon after, the Dean looked deeply at Sasher before speaking with a solemn face. I recognize that your achievements in the extraterritorial battlefield are outstanding, but, in the end, you are only a senior commander. If you want to move me, you still have to ask the several chiefs if they agree. Almost as soon as the Dean's words fell, a member of the Skywolf regiment suddenly ran over from the distance. He looked at Sasher's face, revealing a resentment and anger that was thick to the extreme. Regiment leader, the 2 4-star senior commanders who managed the Imperial City War Department earlier went all out to prevent anyone from harming those people from the Sunset Empire. They said that unless a Grand Chief was personally present to confirm it, they would never allow them to insult the friendly country warriors coming over from the Sunset Empire. When Sasher heard this, his face suddenly turned cold. Friendly country combatants? What a friendly country combatant! Take me over. I'd like to see what kind of trash the top brass of the war ministry who can't even tell the difference between a friendly country and an enemy country are. The Skywolf regiment member sniffed and hesitantly opened his mouth. Captain, why don't we go find Great Chief Long? Their attitude was resolute. Today's matter, if there is not a great chief to suppress it, I'm afraid it won't calm down. Chapter 208 Inviting Sasher to be the Emperor 20. Sasher looked at the Skywolf members indifferently. The tone that was not light but not heavy made people not be able to give up half a thought of resistance. Take me over. The Skywolf member almost instinctively shouted, yes. At the same time, he mentally cursed himself for really being too comfortable in the last few days at the hands of the vice leader, that he had forgotten the consequences of talking nonsense in front of the leader. Seeing this, the Feng family head hurriedly opened his mouth to Sasher. Commander Xia, my daughter can't withstand being tossed around right now, so I'll take her back to the Feng family first. Well, don't let anyone touch the silver needles on her. I will go to the Feng family at night to remove the silver needles on her. When the Feng family head heard this, he immediately said with a grateful face, Good, trouble Commander Xia. Sasher nodded slightly, then swept a glance at the Dean who was obviously going to follow him over, and directly threw out 2 silver needles, fixing him in place along with Rong Yun. Feeling the Dean's terrified gaze, she spoke faintly.
Since you don't want to go to the battlefield, then you don't have to go. It's better to be 2 humanoid sculptures here with her than to go out and disgrace yourself. After saying that, Sasher directly walked towards the direction of the War Department's gate under the gaze of the Dean and Rongyun's horrified gazes. The surrounding warriors froze for a split second when they saw this. Subsequently, the gazes of each and every combatant looking at Sasher were permeated with shock and admiration that was thick to the extreme. To make someone unable to move with just a few silver needles, this medical skill, I'm afraid it has already reached the top level, right? Most importantly, this headmaster's guts were also too big. Her Highness is His Majesty's favorite daughter. If His Majesty knew that Her Highness Rongyun was being treated in this way, I wonder how this Tianlang leader, who was on the verge of becoming a great success, would be able to live with himself. However, the crowd knew that they did not have the power to interfere in these matters, so after lamenting in their hearts, they all moved away from the two at the first opportunity for fear of getting into trouble. Soon, Rongyun and the Dean, who were frozen in place, saw the figures of Sasher and the others drifting away. Rongyun looked at Sasher's back. At this moment, she suddenly had some regrets. She didn't need to think about it to know that after today, her Rongyun's reputation in the war ministry and even the entire Xia kingdom would be in tatters. And the Feng family head would definitely tell Feng Jing about today's events. I'm afraid that after today, Feng Jing would never look at her again if he knew about this. If she had known that things would have developed to this point, even if she had been beaten to death, she would never have gone to do the so-called emergency treatment for Miss Feng, much less take credit for Sasher's work. Unfortunately, by now, it was useless for her to regret it. But soon, the regret in Rongyun's eyes gradually receded, and what followed was endless hatred. She was certainly at fault for what happened today, but she was, after all, the most honored highness of the Xia kingdom, and Sasher shouldn't have insulted her like this no matter what. When her father's people came looking for her, she would definitely make her father take back that woman's position as the Grand Chief, so that she would understand what would happen if she offended her. At the same time, the Dean's heart was born with endless anger. He was also a senior commander of the War Department no matter how he put it, and that woman dared to treat him like that. When he regained his mobility, he would definitely report it to Commander Rong-yi, so that she would know that not everyone could be offended. However, as the hatred in the two men's hearts continued to deepen, they clearly felt their bodies gradually go numb. What followed was the pain of thousands of countless little insects crawling from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Under this heartbreaking pain, the two wanted to wail, wanted to scream, but couldn't do anything because they couldn't move a single bit. All they could do was to endure the pain that was like an inferno. Chapter 209, Inviting Xiaxi to be the Emperor 21. On the other side, when Xiaxi was about to walk to the gate of the War Department, she suddenly felt that the air around her suddenly quieted down. She turned her head to look behind her, and all of them all kept a single movement fixed in place. Not only the people, even the leaves that were falling from the trees stopped. It was as if time had stopped flowing at this moment. In the face of this sudden change, Xiaxer's body instantly tensed up, and her body made the most favorable movement to attack. This was. Right at this moment, the little fox's voice, which was filled with some surprise, suddenly rang out in Xiaxer's mind. Without waiting for him to say anything else, an old man who was around 60 years old, dressed in a traditional white robe, with a strong aura around him that emanated a little bit of an immortal-like aura, appeared in front of Xiaxer. And just at the instant he appeared, the little fox's slightly grave voice suddenly resounded in Xiaxer's mind. Time star sign. This person possessed the time star sign among the special star signs. Sasher didn't say anything and just quietly looked at the old man in front of her. She could feel that the old man was very strong, even stronger than everyone she had seen before. However, despite this, her small face did not show any semblance of panic or trepidation. The old man looked at Sasher's expression, and his eyes were tinted with a hint of appreciation. The little girl is not very old, but both her talent and disposition are extremely good. Rare, really rare. Sasher looked at the old man indifferently, and when she was sure that there was no obvious hostility in the old man's gaze towards her, her face eased a few points. And then, she looked at the old man faintly and opened her mouth. You suddenly appeared here, you shouldn't just be here to compliment me twice, right? When the old man heard this, he couldn't help but smile and say, Girl, I wonder if you know the 8 hidden families? When Sasher heard the old man's question, she couldn't help but look at him with a slight change on her face. However, anyone with a little bit of ability knew that there were 8 great hidden families in the world. Each of these 8 families was extremely powerful. Together, the 8 families owned more than half of the world's wealth and controlled countless star cards and a large amount of rare resources. Even the royal families of some countries had them behind them. Countless ambitious people dreamed of befriending someone from the 8 hidden families, and thus ascending to the heavens in a single step. Looks like you know. Then do you know that without the support of the Gu family, one of my 8 great families, there would not be the current Xia kingdom? Sasher looked at the old man faintly. What are you trying to say? The old man sighed. The Xia kingdom has been established for nearly 500 years, but over these 500 years, the Xia kingdom has become more and more corrupt, and the country's power has declined.
The family has long been dissatisfied with the Xia kingdom's royal family as has always wanted to find a suitable candidate to take over the position of the monarch, just bitterly has not been able to find someone. Hearing this, Sasher probably guessed the purpose of the old man coming to find himself.
She looked directly at the old man and opened her mouth to ask, "You want me to conspire against you?"
The person who is essentially in charge of this Xia kingdom is originally my Gu family. If you can agree, my Gu family will immediately support you as the new monarch of the Xia kingdom. Saying that, the old man paused for a moment, and then looked at Sasher with a solemn face and then opened his mouth. Even if your talent can reach a level that is valued by my ancient family, we can provide enough star cards and resources to help you promote the Xia kingdom to the Great Xia Empire. From now on, you will be the first founding emperor of the Great Xia Empire. At that time, all the rules within Xia will be set by you, and the lives and deaths of all the people in the country will be under your control. The power of the world, or the harem of 3,000, are all at your mercy. Speaking here, the old man stroked his beard and opened his mouth with a smile.
I don't know, what do you think of the title of Emperor Shurji? Chapter 210, Inviting Sasher to be the Emperor 22.
Sasher looked at the old man with a clearly compelling look, and could not help but raise an eyebrow.
Hearing you say that position is indeed somewhat attractive.
The old man sniffed and lightly stroked his beard, looking at Sasher's face couldn't help but reveal a bit of satisfaction.
Girl, in that case, you've agreed?
However, what he didn't expect was that Sasher just looked at him lightly and laughed lightly.
When did I say yes?
The old man was slightly stunned. And then, his eyes that looked at Sasher revealed a trace of incomprehension.
Becoming the monarch of the Xia kingdom, or even the Great Xia Emperor, would be beneficial to you without any harm. Can you give me a reason to refuse?
Sasher heard the words and asked without answering, "If I become the monarch of the Xia kingdom under the support of your family, if you want me to do something, can I refuse?" When the old man heard Sasher's words, a momentary stiffness was evident in his expression. Afterward, he hesitated and said back to Sasher,
"Under normal circumstances, my ancient family will not ask you to do too many things.
Therefore, I am still subject to the family you are in."
Saying that, she looked at the old man with a pale expression and asked, "This is what you call power over the world?" After Sasher's words fell, the old man suddenly fell silent.
A moment later, he sighed and said, "Girl, there is no free lunch in this world." Sasher suddenly smiled at his words. "I never like to eat free things either. The reason why I stayed in the war ministry to guard the Xia kingdom is merely to help a dead friend fulfill his wish in life. Currently, I don't have any interest in the position of the Xia kingdom's lord, and even if I did have an interest, I would only get it on my own, rather than relying on you to deliver it to me." When the old man heard this, he looked deeply at Sasher for a moment, and then sighed lightly and said, "Good, I know your answer." With that, he gently raised his hand, and an ink-colored jade plate the size of a palm appeared in his palm. With this jade token, you can enjoy VIP treatment at all my ancient family's properties, and have a chance to enter my ancient family's main house. Half a month from now, my ancient family will be hosting a once-in-a-decade clan-wide event, where the top geniuses from the other 7 great clans in countless countries will be traveling to attend. In addition, the exotic treasures that you need may appear at the clan meeting. Speaking here, the old man suddenly paused. And then, his line of sight landed on top of Sasher's small face as he smiled faintly and opened his mouth, and even some beauty-residing items with powerful effects might not appear. Sasher suddenly smiled at his words. This old man was close to directly saying that she was ugly. However, this old man's words reminded her that her current strength was enough to deal with most problems, and restoring her appearance to that of her previous life was not much of a problem. She would go to the Feng family later to give Feng Ting a needle extraction just so she could go and find her family's big baby, and then restore her appearance to give him a surprise. Thinking of this, Sasher's eyes fell back on the jade tablet that the old man handed over. After a slight contemplation, she raised her hand and took it. "Good, thanks a lot. The current Xia kingdom is no longer worth guarding with your life." Saying that, the old man bowed slightly facing Sasher. As the saying goes, if you don't break it, you can't build it. The old man is here to wish that your majesty will forge a better Great Xia Empire soon. After his words fell, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. At the same time, the time around Sasher resumed its normal flow. After she paused in place for an instant, she continued to follow the crowd towards the gate of the war ministry. Only, as she looked at the gate of the war ministry, a slight subtle change clearly appeared in her eyes. Back then, she had promised the little cutie who had lost her life in order to save her the wish of guarding the Summer Kingdom for 5 years. At this moment, although the 5-year period was about to end, she didn't want to destroy this land that she had sworn to guard as a last resort. Hopefully, the people from the war ministry and the Xia Kingdom's royal family would not let her down completely. At the same time, the old man relayed Sasher's attitude through a special communicator. Soon, a male voice as beautiful and melodious as heavenly music came out from the communicator. There was no expectation that she would agree, and having you say those words to her was just hoping that she would take less of a detour. Eternal Imperial destiny, where is it so easy to change? The old man listened to that. Clearly by the device weakened the timbre, but still like a feather brushing the heart of the wonderful male voice, breath cannot control the rapidity of a few points. At his age, he had basically lost interest in beauty. Moreover, he was very sure that he did not have the slightest problem with his orientation. However, for some reason, every time he heard this person's voice, his heartbeat still couldn't help but beat a few minutes faster. Not only him, but those top painters of the family who had seen that person's appearance, their greatest wish was to leave that person's appearance on paper. However, they had already been drawing for several years, but they still hadn't even drawn 1/10,000th of that person's posture and temperament. Soon, the male voice that was enough to make the ears pregnant came over again, and the content in the voice really made the old man freeze violently. Chapter 211, Sasher, Rome D, kneel down and beg me one. Half a month after the ancient family meeting, as long as she can go to participate, just give her that thing I left in the ancient family in the first place. The old man was silent for a few seconds and finally spoke carefully. My lord, do you need to reconsider carefully? For the Gu family, which possesses endless wealth, that item is a treasure. Countless juniors of the ancient family have received unprecedented benefits from that thing. It would be a waste to place it on that little girl. Your words, they are a bit much. When the old man heard the youth's voice that suddenly turned cold, he hurriedly looked respectful and said, I wouldn't dare. I will follow your orders. A few minutes later, Sasher's figure appeared not far in front of the War Ministry's main gate. Tianlang Vice Leader, I'll say it once again, you're doing this, you're cutting the friendly relationship between the Xia Kingdom and the Sunset Empire. If you're now lost and return to the right path, I'll still be able to act as if none of the previous things had happened. Otherwise, if this matter is known by His Majesty, even that head of yours, who can be called omnipotent, won't be able to save your life. Before Sasher could approach, an icy chiding voice came from the gate of the War Ministry. She followed the voice and looked, and the one who spoke was a man around 45 years of age, wearing a 4-star senior commander's costume of the War Ministry. At this moment, he and Chang Yuan, who was also a 4-star senior commander beside him, were leading hundreds of warriors, standing across from Green Wolf and other members of the Skywolf Regiment. Sasher swept a glance at the two 4-star senior commanders, and her eyes fell on the Sunset Empire combatants who were being protected by the two men like little chickens, and whose expressions were full of sarcasm at the moment. At that moment, her face abruptly turned cold. Regiment Commander. Chang Wolf originally wanted to continue arguing with the two 4-star commanders, but when he saw Sasher walking over, he hurriedly shouted with a solemn face. The members of the Skywolf Regiment beside him all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Sasher. At the same time, Chang Yuan, who had just learned of Sasher's identity as the great chief at the Feng family last night, heard the sound and looked over at Sasher. When he saw Sasher's figure walking quickly, his eyes steeply widened by a few points, and he hurriedly looked at Qingguo and asked, Head of the troop? Is she your leader? Chang Wolf looked at Chang Yuan, who suddenly changed his face and frowned. Is there a problem? Chang Yuan's face turned white when he heard Chang Lang's words. He had just said that if Chang Wolf wanted to hang those people from the Sunset Empire on the gate of the War Ministry, he had to get the approval of a great chief. And now, the reality in front of him was telling him that the one who was going to do this was a grand chieftain? Under the heavens, could there be anything more ridiculous than this? At the same time, the 4-star senior commander beside Chang Yuan suddenly looked shocked when he saw Sasher. How is the Heavenly Wolf Commander a woman? At this moment, the 4-star senior commander in front of him felt like his worldview was collapsing. He had never dreamed that the character who had used his army like a god in the extraterritorial battlefield, and had even made him feel admiration, was actually a woman. In that case, the so-called mythical Skywolf Regiment of the Ministry of War was actually a maiden army? Are you looking down on our leader? Chang Wolf's face suddenly sank when he heard this 4-star senior commander's shocked question. In the next moment, his fist suddenly swung out at that 4-star senior commander. Previously, due to the strict title hierarchy of the War Ministry, he was worried about inviting some unnecessary trouble for Sasher, so he didn't make a move no matter how angry he was. However, now this idiot dared to look down on their chief. This was something he could not tolerate no matter what. Boom! Under Green Wolf's strength that was solely that of a battle king, the 4-star senior commander didn't have the slightest power to fight back and was directly punched in the chest. His entire person was violently blasted back by more than 10 steps. After he stabilized his stance in a wretched manner, his face that looked towards Chang Wolf was filled with dismay and shock that was thick to the extreme. He had thought that King Wolf's strength was good, but he had never thought that it would be so strong that he didn't have the slightest ability to fight. Sasher swept a glance at the 4-star senior commander who was barely able to stand still, and then looked at Chang Wolf and the other members of the Skywolf Regiment with a pale expression and opened his mouth. Do as I said before, whoever dares to block, kill them directly. Chapter 212 Xiaxi, Emperor Ron, kneel down and beg me too. When Chang Wolf and the members of the troop heard this, they all felt a sense of euphoria as they raised their eyebrows. They responded almost simultaneously, yes. After the words fell, the members of the troop rushed towards the people of the Sunset Empire behind Chang Yuan and the others without a second thought. When the Sunset Empire and the others saw the actions of Green Wolf and the others, their originally emboldened faces suddenly panicked. "What are you guys waiting for? Quickly protect us! The stupid Xia pigs across the street are trying to harm us, so you guys quickly kill them. If anything happens to us here, our Miato leader will definitely destroy your Xia kingdom." When the members of the Skywolf Regiment heard this, the faces that looked at the crowd of Sunset Empire warriors all revealed an even more intense murderous aura. However, that 4-star senior commander's breathing suddenly tightened when he heard the words of the Sunset Empire's crowd. He hurriedly rebuked the crowd of the Skywolf Regiment in a cold voice. "I'll see which one of you dares to touch them." The Wolf Regiment people acted as if they hadn't heard his words, and their movements didn't pause in the slightest. That 4-star senior commander was anxious when he saw this. The Sunset Empire Vanguard Regiment is not something we can resist. If something happens to these Sunset Empire people here, the entire Xia Kingdom will face an unprecedented crisis. If you don't want the Xia Kingdom to be annihilated, you should move forward. Before he finished speaking, his neck abruptly tightened. Then, a voice that was obviously extremely light but was like an abyssal magic spell abruptly entered his ears. "If you don't want to die, then shut up." Chang Yuan, who was originally hesitant to stop the crowd of the Skywolf Regiment, looked at Sasher, who was strangling the neck of the 4-star senior commander and nearly lifting the person up, and the blood around his body almost instantly froze. At the same time, the surrounding warriors looked at Sasher's movements and almost simultaneously stopped their thoughts of stopping the crowd of the Skywolf Regiment. They felt the icy cold aura around her body that was like it was going to turn into substance, and their breathing couldn't help but lighten a few points, as if they were afraid of being noticed by her. It wasn't that they weren't competitive, it was really that this woman was too terrifying. To be able to effortlessly strangle the neck of 4-star senior commander Chang Yuan, her strength, most likely, had reached half-step Battle King. Or even, she might be a Battle King. They couldn't afford to mess with a Battle King who looked less than 20 years old. "You're finished. The Summer Kingdom is finished." The Sunset Empire crowd watched the members of the Skywolf Regiment get closer and closer to them, still threatening. Before they came over, they thought that the members of the Xia War Department should all be desperately protecting them like the stupid Xia pigs that had just protected them. But how could they not have expected that these people would dare to even disregard the face of the Xia Kingdom's monarch and directly strike at them? And those stupid pigs that had just protected them actually didn't dare to move. Ka! Ah! Ka! Ka! Ah-ha! Soon, the sound of a weapon hacking on bones rang out one after another. What came out at the same time was the crisp sound of the limbs of each member of the Sunset Empire being cut off, as well as the pained wails that sounded like killing pigs coming out of the mouths of the members of the Sunset Empire. Vomit! Vomit! The surrounding Xia combatants who had been pampered within the war ministry looked at the gory scene of blood splattering in front of them, and almost all of them instinctively developed an urge to vomit. Chang Yuan, the 4-star senior commander who was being pinched by Sasher, glanced at the image in front of him before closing his eyes with an intolerant expression. At the same time, he muttered in a low voice of despair under his breath. "It's over. You guys are finished." Upon hearing this, Sasher's hand that was pinching Commander Chang Yuan tightened a few points. And then, under Chang Yuan's increasingly purple face, she swept a glance at the faces of the crowd of war members, and her face became significantly more gloomy. Before she came, she knew that there would be individual trash in the War Department, but she didn't realize that it wasn't individual, but heaps of trash. A few moments later, 10 Sunset Empire members who had their limbs cut off were hung above the gate. At that instant, many of the war members who had followed Sasher over felt an incomparable pain in their hearts. At the same time, the gazes of countless battle members looking at Sasher revealed unprecedented respect. For the first time, someone had used their actions to tell them that the Xia Kingdom could not be humiliated. It was also the first time that someone had made them feel that they could also stand with dignity in front of the Sunset Empire. At this moment, they suddenly felt that they were no longer humble in front of the Sunset Empire. They felt the pride of being a Xia countryman. Chapter 213, Sasher, Emperor Ron, kneel down and beg me 3. However, while the combatants felt a burst of euphoria from raising their eyebrows, Chang Yuan, whose neck had already been pinched to the point of bruising by Sasher, was trembling slightly because of fear throughout his entire body. At this moment, there was only one feeling in his heart, and that was that this woman in front of him was crazy. Doesn't she know that the Sunset Empire Vanguard Regiment in the extraterritorial battlefield has been invincible lately? If they were to be pissed off, the Sunset Empire would send out a few star envoys at random, and they could potentially flatten the entire Xia Kingdom. Just as Chang Yuan's heart grew more and more fearful, several Imperial vehicles with only one word young on them suddenly stopped in front of the War Ministry's main gate. The crowd at the main gate heard the commotion and looked over in unison at the location where the vehicles had stopped. Then, a figure that appeared in the news from time to time walked down from the vehicle. When the crowd saw a man around 50 years of age, wearing a dragon-pattern formal dress, exuding a majestic aura of a soul superior with a stalwart face get out of the vehicle, they all couldn't control their exclamations of astonishment. His Majesty! This person is the current supreme ruler of Xia, Emperor Rong. Chen Yuan was the first to return to his senses, immediately bending his knees and half kneeling on the ground. With a respectful expression, he opened his mouth.
"See you, Your Majesty."
Seeing this, the surrounding soldiers hurriedly complied.
"Greetings, Your Majesty." "See you, Your Majesty."
At once, a respectful voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. However, Sasher just stood still and quietly looked at the supreme ruler in front of her, who was already nearly 100 years old, and had no intention of kneeling. In this world, there was no one worthy of her kneeling. Not even the Xia kingdom's monarch in front of her. However, at this moment, Emperor Rong was attracted by the members of the Sunset Empire on the gate and did not notice the rudeness of Sasher and the others. His gaze was fixed on the Sunset Empire clothing on those 10 people, and without knowing whether it was due to anger or fear, his entire body clearly began to tremble slightly. A moment later, he tried to calm his breathing, before looking at the people in front of him with an icy face, and asked in a cold voice, "Who did this?" His long-standing superior voice came out, and the bodies of all the people around him could not help but breathe tightly. Right at this moment, the 4-star senior commander in Sasher's hands suddenly shouted at the top of his voice,
"Your Majesty, it's this so-called heavenly wolf leader who is choking me."
I had already desperately stopped her just now, but she completely disregarded my advice, relying on the brute strength of herself and the members of the Skywolf regiment under her to harm those Sunset Empire members. The combatants who had followed Sasher overheard Chen Yuan's words and looked at Sasher with a bit of worry on their faces. If they remembered correctly, although the Tianlang leader had great war achievements, because she didn't care about fame and fortune, she was now only a 3-star senior commander. Her disobeying Chen Yuan's orders was a violation of her superiority, and now that Chen Yuan had said so, she was equally unreasonable in her treatment of the Sunset Empire. If His Majesty pursued the matter, she was afraid that she would be in danger. Not only the surrounding warriors, even the faces of the members of the Skywolf regiment who looked at Sasher were permeated with a bit of nervousness. Their strength was not enough to go against the entire Xia War Department. Although they had never seen the leader suffer, if His Majesty insisted on punishing the leader might really suffer this time around. Then, under the gaze of the crowd filled with worry, Sasher looked at Chen Yuan and lightly opened his lips. If I remember correctly, one of the 2 chiefs said that as long as they have the permission of one of the grand chiefs, they can hang them up, correct?
That's right, but did any of the big chiefs agree?
Sasher looked at him lightly. I agreed. However, Chen Yuan was as if he had heard some funny joke, looking at Sasher's face overflowing with rich sarcasm.
Is it useful for you to agree? I am talking about the need for a great chief to agree. Are you going to tell me that you are a big chief? Unless all the men in Xia are dead, no matter what, it will not be a woman's turn to sit in the position of a great chief. However, just as his words fell, Chen Yuan beside him suddenly tugged on his arm with an extremely complicated expression. And the words that came out of his mouth made the air around him fall into an unprecedented silence. "Thank you for the baby's gift, so, love you, bud." Chapter 214 Sasher, Rome Emperor, kneel down and beg me for. Commander Chen, I don't know if all the men in the world are dead or not, but this, indeed, is the newly appointed great chief. Boom! Chen Yuan's words were like a bomb that suddenly exploded in the minds of the surrounding crowd. However, very quickly, the faces of the warriors who just had respect for Sasher suddenly surged with a thick color of ecstasy. They knew that there was a newly appointed Grand Chief in the War Department, but all of them subconsciously assumed that this new Grand Chief was a related person just like Rong Yi, who was the younger brother of the monarch. Therefore, most of the warriors didn't care about this parachuted top existence of the War Ministry at all. But now, Chen Yuan had told them that the new Grand Chief was the Skywolf leader who could still return the favor in the face of the Sunset Empire. If that was the case, in the future, when they faced the enemy members of the Entry Kingdom, would they not have to continue to be humble? Their Xia War Department, it seemed, was going to truly stand up. Thinking of this, many of the war members suddenly felt a wave of hope that they were about to raise their eyebrows. At the same time, their gazes towards Sasher obviously became a few points more eager. However, just as many of the combatants were showing joy, Commander Chen Yuan was clearly a bit confused. He had truly never dreamed that Long Yuan would be so stupid as to allow a little girl whose hair had not yet grown to sit in the position of the great chief. He looked deeply at the Sasher in front of him for a few seconds before turning his head hard and opening his mouth with difficulty. Commander Chang, this kind of thing is not something that can be casually joked about. He couldn't accept the fact that the new great chief who stepped on his head was a woman no matter what. Moreover, he had just said that unless all the men of the Xia kingdom died out, Sasher could only become the great chief. If Sasher was really the great chief, then where would his old face go? Chen Yuan, who was originally in a complicated mood because of his public recognition of Sasher's identity, frowned when he heard Chen Yuan's words. Are you kidding? Last night, Grand Chief Long Yuan had announced her identity in front of all the people of the first-class families in Imperial City. Moreover, if the War Ministry wants to promote someone to be the Grand Chief, they must obtain His Majesty's approval, and now that His Majesty is here, I'm not crazy, so how could I possibly make this kind of joke that I don't know what to do with?
Almost as soon as Chen Yuan's words fell, Sasher suddenly raised her hand and directly threw out the choking Chen Yuan like he was throwing trash. Puff! Chen Yuan's body landed on the ground, and a mouthful of blood was immediately sprayed out of his mouth. However, he did not care about the pain on his body, but instead directly turned his head to look at Emperor Rong. At this moment, Emperor Rong's extremely intimidating gaze was staring at Sasher, and a raging dark current coalesced in his eyes. Soon, a questioning question filled with imperial majesty came out from his mouth.
Sasher, do you know the crime?
Sasher's movement of lowering her hands suddenly gave a start, and then she slightly turned her head to look at Emperor Rong, her tone calm and terrifying.
The Sunset Empire hung the corpses of the members of my Skywolf regiment on the gate of the War Ministry. I'm being courteous, is there a problem?
When Emperor Rong heard Sasher's words, his face turned completely cold.
Courtesy and reciprocity should also be divided into who it is for. These Sunset Empire warriors are all invited here by me personally.
They are all guests of my Xia kingdom, and for you to treat the guests of the Xia kingdom so cruelly is to plunge me and even the entire Xia kingdom into an unkind and unrighteous situation. Sasher sniffed and suddenly smiled. Only that smile was cold to the extreme, and there was even a clear irony in it.
Guests of the Xia kingdom? These trash of the Sunset Empire, are they worthy?
Emperor Rong's face suddenly chilled. You are reckless. Do you know that the Sunset Empire has already dispatched 50-star ambassadors to attack another country? If they find out that you dare to brutally insult these Sunset Empire combatants like this, the entire Xia kingdom will have to follow you to the grave. Saying that, his gaze was fixed on Sasher, and his tone was characterized by a dictatorial and unquestionable nature that belongs solely to an emperor. Now, come with me to Kowtow in front of Chief Gonting to make amends. If you don't get his forgiveness, you don't have to do this as a big chief and Tian Lang leader.
Chapter 215, Sasher, Rong Di, kneel down and beg me 5.
After Rong Emperor's voice fell, almost all of the faces of the combatants showed thick consternation. They had only finished lamenting the fact that the Xia kingdom had finally seen a great chief who still had some backbone in front of the Sunset Empire, and this new great chief was asked by His Majesty the Sovereign to kneel down in front of the chief of the Sunset Empire to apologize? Yes, 5 years ago, the Xia kingdom had been suppressed by the Sunset Empire. But in these 5 years, their Xia kingdom was no longer that weak in front of the Sunset Empire. Even if Sunset had used some star ambassadors, the Xia kingdom might not be without a fighting chance. If this new Grand Chief of theirs really did that, he was putting the dignity of the Xia kingdom on the ground for the people of the Sunset Empire to step on. Just as a growing disapproval appeared on the faces of many of the combatants, the gazes of the members of the Green Wolves and the Sky Wolves regiment looked at Emperor Rong as if they were about to kill. No one could insult their leader like that. There was none. Now, as long as the leader gave the order, even if they faced Rong Di, they would preserve the dignity of their leader even if they died. Chen Yuan's somewhat tangled gaze swept over the crowd of combatants. He hesitated for a split second before speaking. Your Majesty, this matter today, Chief Xia is indeed a bit reckless, but she is also the Grand Chief of Xia appointed by you. If she goes and kneels down to make amends to the Chief of the Sunset Empire, how can my Xia kingdom still hold up its head in front of the Sunset Empire in the future? However, without waiting for Emperor Rong to reply, the Chen Yuan on the ground, who had just been thrown out by Sasher, looked at Sasher with a resentful face, before bracing himself for a breath to look at Chen Yuan and retort. Commander Chang, don't you know that the Sunset Empire Vanguard Regiment beat my Xia Kingdom's Tian Lang Regiment without any resistance? That Vanguard Corps only saw 5-star ambassadors appear within it. If they unleashed 50, what my Xia Kingdom would greet would most likely be the extinction of the country. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Sasher, who was quietly looking at Emperor Rong, and opened his mouth. People have to pay for their mistakes after all. His Majesty is only asking you to go and make amends. You won't even be able to do this little thing, right? However, Sasher didn't even give him a look. Her gaze was always on Emperor Rong. When the slightest hint of impatience gradually appeared on Rong Di's face, she suddenly smiled before spitting out a short monotone, "Good," from her mouth. Seeing that Sasher didn't dare to disobey his order, Rong Di's face then eased a few points. However, without waiting for his face to completely ease over, Sasher then spoke. As you wish, I won't do this, Grand Chief and Tian Lang leader. Saying that, Sasher looked at the surrounding warriors. His tone of voice was permeated with a coldness and determination. I Xia hereby announce that I will quit the Xia War Department from now on. From now on, the life and death of the Xia War Department and even the entire Xia Kingdom has nothing to do with me. Sasher's voice was not loud, but it clearly entered the ears of everyone present. At this moment, there was a momentary silence in the entire arena. However, soon after, Cheng Wolf suddenly took a step forward. Then, his voice, which was loud and clear, once again resounded throughout the entire arena. I, Cheng Wolf, hereby announce that I am withdrawing from the Xia Kingdom's War Department today, and from today onwards, the death or life of the Xia Kingdom has nothing to do with me. After Green Wolf's words fell, the members of the Sky Wolf Regiment beside him. I, Red Wolf, hereby announce. I, Cloud Wolf. Subsequently, one by one, the members of the Sky Wolf Regiment announced their withdrawal from the War Department. As the surrounding war members listened to the firm and resolute voices, their hearts became more and more unsettled. Previously, they had been hearing people say that the Skywolf Regiment's credit for the repeated rise of Xia's status in the world was at least 70%. Although they all felt that this rumor was somewhat exaggerated, they had to admit that the Skywolf Regiment had made an extremely outstanding contribution in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Without them, Xia's dominance in the extraterrestrial battlefield might have been greatly reduced. At the same time, as the oaths of the members of the Skywolf Regiment came out, Emperor Rong's face became more and more somber. Ever since he took the position of the monarch, very few people within the Xia kingdom dared to disobey him in public. And those few who did, had all gone to meet the King of Hell. When the last member of the Skywolf Regiment's words fell, his face was already as gloomy as water. And under the anger of his dignity being offended, he directly looked at the Skywolf Regiment people and spoke in a cold voice. The Xia War Department is not something you can retreat from just because you want to. Come on, people. Send these lawless things to the underground prison. However, without waiting for Emperor Rong to continue, an anxious voice suddenly came from outside the gate of the War Ministry. Your Majesty, wait. Then, under the gaze of the surrounding crowd, Long Yuan walked quickly to the front of the crowd. Upon seeing Sasher and Emperor Rong, who were clearly presenting a state of confrontation, Long Yuan's old face instantly revealed a bitter color. Your Majesty, Sasher is a rare general talent of my Xia kingdom. As long as she is in the war department of my Xia kingdom, she can guarantee my Xia kingdom 100 years of no worries. If we stand on the opposite side of the battlefield with her, it will be harmful to my Xia kingdom, but not beneficial to me. When Emperor Rong heard Long Yuan's words, he shook his head as if he had heard some joke. 100 years without worry? Does Chief Long think too highly of her? She was able to make some achievements in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Of course, there are reasons why she has good abilities, but more importantly, it's still the fact that the technology and national power of our Xia kingdom is constantly improving. Now that Rong Yi has left for the extraterrestrial battlefield, with his tactical research and use of advanced technology, I think it won't be long before he can replace her role in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Chapter 216, Sasher, Emperor Rong, kneel down and beg me 6. The members of the Skywolf Regiment. Previously, they had heard that the only two sons of the previous monarch were both trash, and now they were finally certain that not only was young Yi a straw man, but this young emperor also fully deserved the words dim-witted and incompetent. Not only the crowd of the Skywolf Regiment, Long Yuan's face was also complicated to the extreme. Rong Yi instead of Sasher? He really wanted to ask, where did your Majesty get this confidence from? However, Emperor Rong was still the rightful emperor of the Xia kingdom, so he could not ask such words no matter what. Seeing that Long Yuan didn't say anything, Emperor Rong continued in a serious tone. Chief Long, I would agree with you to strongly recommend her to be a great chief because I hope to let you get a lesson, and then understand, no matter how much you appreciate a certain junior, you can't hold him up too high, or else, it will only let him be so arrogant that he will even harm himself. Long Yuan heard this and realized that it was useless for him to explain how strong Sasher was and how good his achievements were. In the end, he just sighed. Your Majesty, no matter what, the contribution that Chief Xia has made to the Xia kingdom over the years is obvious to all. If your Majesty insists on sending her to prison, I'm afraid that it will chill the hearts of the members of the War Department. Emperor Rong heard Long Yuan's bitter words and was silent for a moment before speaking. She dared to treat the Sunset Empire's war members that I invited like this today. If I let her off easily, how am I going to explain to the guests of the Sunset Empire? The members of the Skywolf Regiment couldn't help but coldly harden their faces as they listened to Emperor Rong's mouthful of guests. On the extraterritorial battlefield, no matter how dangerous it was, they had never retreated. Even in the face of death, they swore to defend their homeland. They had watched one of their comrades die in battle with their own eyes, and although they were sad, they had never regretted it. But at this moment, looking at His Majesty, the monarch whose hands were stained with the blood of countless countrymen in front of them was the monarch that the top brass of the Sunset Empire held as their honored guest, they felt an unprecedented disappointment. Was this the monarch of their Xia kingdom? With such a ruler who groveled before enemy nations, even if they fought as hard as they could, the Xia kingdom would never be able to truly stand up. As for Long Yuan, when he heard Emperor Rong's words, his face similarly stiffened for a moment. Afterward, he said with a somewhat complicated expression, Your Majesty, the news that the Sunset Empire captured the members of my country's Skywolf Regiment and hung their bodies out has already appeared in the media of various countries. It won't be long before a riot will most likely occur in the country over this news. I think that compared to giving an explanation to the Sunset Empire, it is more important to calm down the anger of the people of the country. By publicizing the retaliation that Chief Xia has carried out against the members of the Sunset Empire today, not only can we calm the anger of the people, but we can also boost the reputation of our Xia War Department in the country, so it can be considered as turning a bad thing into a good thing. However, in the face of Long Yuan's sensible and reasonable suggestion, Emperor Rong's face sunk a few points deeper. He let out a cold smile as his eyes stared intently at Long Yuan. What Chief Long means is that in this matter today, she is not at all at fault, instead, I am the one who is at fault? Long Yuan was stunned for a moment. In the next moment, he hurriedly denied it. Subordinate has absolutely no such intention, please be clear about it, Your Majesty.
Emperor Rong snorted coldly. Do you think that what you can think of, I will not be able to think of?
If this matter is publicized today, I'm afraid that in less than 3 days, the 50-star ambassadors of the Sunset Empire will be marching on the city of my summer kingdom.
At that time, will you, Long Yuan, go to retreat the enemy, or do you want me to march in person and fight with my life?
Chapter 217, Sasher, Emperor Rong, kneel down and beg me 7.
Long Yuan's expression was stagnant.
However, he hesitated for a split second and still looked at Emperor Rong and opened his mouth. Your Majesty, even if my Xia kingdom doesn't have that many star ambassadors, we can't back down just because the Sunset Empire might send out 50-star ambassadors, otherwise it will only allow the Sunset Empire to gain an inch. However, without waiting for Long Yuan to continue, Emperor Rong directly interrupted.
Alright. My mind is made up.
After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at his close friends behind him. Bring all the members of the Tianlang regiment into the underground prison and wait for their punishment.
Yes.
Sasher looked at the combatants who were walking quickly towards her, the emotions in her eyes constantly changing. If she was the only one, she wouldn't mind directly killing this dim-witted ruler here. But with these members of the Skywolf regiment around, if she really did that, she had to immediately escape the Xia kingdom, and in the meantime, at least half of these people would be sacrificed. These subordinates who had followed her for several years, she didn't want to sacrifice any of them as a last resort. She hesitated for a moment and did not put up a fight. The underground prison dungeon was a place she had wanted to go to before. There were a few of her acquaintances there, and there was a place that was a treasure trove for strength enhancement, which just happened to be suitable for the members of the Skywolf regiment to use. In addition, since Emperor Rong didn't care about the people rioting, she would let him see the consequences of belittling the power of the people of the country. Afterward, Sasher turned her head to look at Long Yuan, who had been about to speak several times, and opened his mouth. Chief Long, since I agreed to build the 100-man regiment, it won't change. If there is anyone who wants to join, you can find a way to look for me in the underground prison within 9 days. In addition, tell that Mayata, leader of the Sunset Empire, for me that I won't go back on my word if I said I would kill him and sacrifice him to heaven in the last few days. Tell him to wash his neck and wait. Finally, inform the Feng family head that I won't be able to get through today, and that the silver needles on Feng Ting's body can be pulled out by Feng Jing. Long Yuan nodded with a solemn face. Good. Sasher smiled faintly. When you have time, you can come to the underground prison to find me for a chat. There are some big events, and it is time to consider them properly.
Long Yuan sniffed and didn't know what came to mind. His breathing abruptly tightened.
But then, he slowly exhaled, and then looked at Sasher, solemnly nodded. Good. Sasher nodded slightly, then looked at the several warriors in front of him who were ready to take control and opened their mouths. Lead the way. The leader of the warriors nodded, perhaps knowing that he was not Sasher's opponent, or the same admiration for Sasher's face of the people of the Sunset Empire has not bowed down, and did not treat the prisoners as a general control of Sasher and the members of the Sirius regiment. Long Yuan looked at the distant back of Sasher and the members of the Skywolf regiment, turned his head to look at Emperor Rong and sighed. Your Majesty, I hope you won't regret your decision today. Rong Emperor let out a light laugh carelessly. You should be glad that Rong Yi has only arrived at the battlefield. If Rong Yi had already stabilized, I would have done more than just send her to jail. I heard that she made a 10-day pact with Chief Gonting? In 10 days' time, Rong Yi should have already stabilized in the battlefield, and by then, letting Chief Gonting personally kill her, I think we can salvage some of the Sunset Empire's goodwill towards my Xia kingdom. Long Yuan sighed, and then slowly closed his eyes. He had always known that the Xia Emperor was dim, but what he had done before was still within his tolerance. But now, it seemed like he really should go find Sasher to talk about the big things he should consider. Half an hour later, Sasher and the others were sent inside a heavily guarded building. Chapter 218 Sasher, Emperor Rong, kneel down and beg me 8. Here was the underground prison that was known throughout the Xia kingdom. Not all prisoners were qualified to enter here. Those who could be sent here were all considered to be criminals with faces. Other than that, there were also some people who were tired of hiding outside and came here for some peace and quiet. There were 18 floors in this underground prison, and the higher the danger level of the criminals, the lower the number of floors. The combatant who led the way led Sasher and the others to take the giant elevator several times, and after making countless turns in the middle, the elevator finally stopped at the 18th underground floor. Ding! As an elevator sound rang out, the elevator door slowly opened. Then, the dimly lit underground 18th floor prison appeared in front of Sasher and the others. Immediately, a sickening putrid odor hit their faces. The several combatants who had led Sasher and the others overall changed their complexion when they smelled the odor in the air. However, the complexion of Sasher and the Skywolf regiment's crowd did not change in the slightest. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, they did not know how many environments that were even worse than this were experienced, and these in front of them were nothing in their eyes. After leaving the elevator, there was an extremely long passageway, and on both sides of the passageway was a cell separated by an electrified black pillar. Each cell was of different sizes, and some of the cells were just covered with weeds, while others had clean beds, cabinets, and daily necessities.
Sasher looked around for a few moments before her eyes couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She didn't think that this cell had a hierarchy.
Headmaster Xia, please. Soon, Sasher was brought before a relatively spacious and clean cell with all the furniture and equipment of the deluxe version.
Sasher did not talk nonsense and directly walked in. Boom!
Just at the moment she entered the cell door suddenly closed. The combatant who closed the cell door locked the door before he let out a fierce sigh of relief. He then quickly followed a few of the combatants to switch the members of the Skywolf Regiment into 5 distant cells.
Soon, the warriors left, and a silence fell within the 18th floor.
At this moment, it seemed that only Xia and the Skywolf Regiment and the others were left around.
Regiment Commander, when are we going to get out from here?
After you guys have the ability to remain alive after the War Department uses heat weapons.
Sasher faintly returned a sentence.
At the same time, she flipped her small hand, and the 2 halves of the star key given to her by the Xia family head and obtained from the star envoy of the Sunset Empire earlier appeared in her hand. Sasher spliced the 2 halves of the star key together, and a bright flash suddenly flashed across the center break. But in the blink of an eye, the 2 halves of the star key merged into one. The moment the complete star key appeared, the little fox on Sasher's shoulder suddenly said with a bright light in its eyes,
"Star God's key." Surprisingly, it was so easy to get it.
After saying that, he couldn't wait to urge Sasher.
Quickly, bring out the Star God's book.
Sasher raised an eyebrow, and then with a movement of her small hand, the Star God's book that the little fox had given her earlier appeared in her hand. Not only the little fox, she was also a little curious about what would appear after opening this book of Star God. Placing the star key on the book of the Star God, all of a sudden, purple light suddenly flowed from the book. Then, the first page of the book slowly flipped open.
Ah, this.
When the little fox saw what was on the pages of the book, even after living for thousands of years, which was enough to be considered knowledgeable, he suddenly cried out in surprise. And Sasher, who originally didn't pay too much attention to this book, his breathing was also involuntarily shortened by a few points.
Chapter 219 Sasher, Emperor Roan, kneel down and beg me 9.
Only to see that the top of that page was clearly written. This book can be synthesized into a star plate. As long as you find all the corresponding materials and place them on top of this book, you can synthesize the corresponding star plate. And underneath this sentence, the materials required for the synthesis of the 10 major elemental star tags were clearly listed. Among them, in addition to the 5 elemental star tiles of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth that Sasher already possessed, there were also the 3 elemental star tiles of wind, thunder, and ice on top of the 5 elements, as well as the star tiles of light and darkness, which were located at the top of the elemental system. The little fox stared at the page for a few moments, and finally slowly exhaled a breath, trying to calm his mind to open his mouth. No wonder it is said that the Star God book is an extremely heaven-defying existence. The mere fact that it can synthesize star tiles is enough to make countless people of the world go crazy. Saying that, he urged Sasher,
"Look at the next page."
Sasher nodded slightly and tried to turn the page down, however, it wouldn't turn. Soon, the text on the first page suddenly changed, and 2 lines of large golden letters slowly appeared in the line of sight of the little fox and Sasher. Place at least 5 of the elemental star tiles on top of the page to open the next page. Seeing the text, the little fox immediately asked in Sasher's mind, "How many star cards do you have in your hand?"
5.
After saying that, Sasher took the lead and took out the sealed fire attribute star card. She did not hesitate and directly placed the star key on top of the star tags.
Then, ka-ching!
A sound of something breaking suddenly sounded.
And then, the ancient lock character text in the lower right corner of the star plate disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye.
In the blink of an eye, the light on top of the star plaque flourished. At the same time, the air around Sasher began to rise at an extremely fast speed. Sasher's small hand wiped on the star plate, and the light above the star plate gradually disappeared. Then, Sasher's small hand once again flipped, and the remaining 4 previously unsealed gold, wood, water, and earth star tiles appeared on top of Sasher's small hand. Sasher stacked the 5 star cards together and placed them on top of the book page. At that moment, light flowed on top of the 5 star cards, and at the same time, they slowly floated up and gradually floated up into the air. At the same time, the Book of Star God automatically turned to the second page. On top of the book page, a light gold-colored ancient runes as if alive, slowly floating to the midair, actually with the 5 star cards fused together. And stacked together 5 star cards, actually in the light flow slowly fused together. A few moments later, the 5 star cards transformed into a 5-colored star card that contained 5 colors, but looked so good that people couldn't take their eyes off of it.
This is the 5 elements star card?
The little fox looked at the star card whose light gradually dissipated and slowly floated down to Sasher's hand, and once again exclaimed in shock. He couldn't be blamed for not having seen the world, it was really that the effect of this star god's book was too heaven-defying. Speaking of which, elemental star tags were considered to be the lowest class of existence among star tags. Even the top light and dark star tags among the elemental star tags could not compare to the special star tags. For example, the time star card possessed by the old man who appeared in front of Sasher before was a special star card. It was just that the number of special star tags was extremely rare. Not to mention the others, let's just say that in the big world he was in before, the number of elemental star tags did not number in the tens of millions, but the number of special star tags was less than a dozen. Every time an ownerless special star tile appeared, it would inevitably cause a brutal bloodbath. At this moment, the 5-element star sign in Sashi's hand was precisely one of the special star signs. It contained the power of the 5 elements, yet it could exert greater power. Earned. Not to mention the others, this 5-element star card alone was earned. Sasher faintly swept a glance at the little fox's unproductive appearance and directly put away the 5-element star plaque before trying to turn to the next page once again. Soon, the countless golden runes on top of the second page gradually disappeared, and 2 lines of 2 large golden characters that were different from the first page emerged. Place all 10 elemental star tags on top of the page to open the next page of the Book of the Star God. The little fox had calmed down a bit when she saw the text, and her tone lamented that the book really wasn't that simple. Sasher looked at the text displayed on the page and was not too surprised. These 10 kinds of star sign production method in 5-element star sign has been considered a great surprise. Even if the latter appeared she probably can't use it for the time being, it would be better to keep some sense of mystery. Afterwards, Sasher flipped the book back to the first page, her eyes sweeping over the materials one by one. Gold system starplate, gold grain jade, spiny crystal, plowed starstone. Wooden star sign, celestial green cloud wood, ink bamboo, jade crystal. Water star plate. Although some of the materials Sashi had never heard of, but the materials needed for each star plate are only 3, so it should not be difficult. Sasher directly took out her special cell phone and snapped a picture and sent it to Defei, asking him to collect as many of these materials as possible. After the message was sent, she looked up in the direction where the members of the Skywolf Regiment were. These members were the ones she had selected from the countless battlefield elites back then, and every one of them was born with spiritual power. As long as they were given enough star tags, each and every one of them was a star ambassador. If there could be 50 star ambassadors within the Skywolf Regiment, the Xia Kingdom could be promoted to the Great Xia Empire at any time. And as long as she wanted to, she would be the founding emperor of the Great Xia Empire. Little girl, can you show me the book in your hand? Right at this moment, an old woman's voice suddenly came from the cell next to Sasher.